Meet Jin Xung, a level 93 archer, a top-ranked player known as Yan. He was making serious cash daily. So what did he do? He got bored and decided to reset his character back to level 1. The reason? He'd found a ridiculously rare crystal, the kind of item that could change his class to a super-secret, hidden one. His dream was to be like the legendary Sung Jinwoo, summoning a whole army of shadows. So Jin Xung made his choice. He was changing his class. He was aiming for Summoner, but when he activated the crystal, he got something even better. A unique hidden class, the only one in the entire world, Master Tamer. And so, his new journey began, a quest to tame every god-tier beast in the game. Elsewhere, in some strange land, a bizarre creature was locked in combat with a lone fighter. The battle looked intense, but the human was clearly winning, not the monster. After teaching the beast a lesson, the young man simply turned and walked away. This guy, that's our level 93 archer, Jin Xung. He just took down an ogre and the system rewards started rolling in. Jin Xung pocketed over 100,000 gold and was ready for a break. But in this world, nothing's ever that easy. From a pile of bones, a pair of horns started to emerge. When the dust settled, the enemy was revealed. A massive, two-headed ogre. This thing was easily 100 times bigger than Jin Xung. Yeah, he was starting to feel a little nervous. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. The monster roared, eager to prove itself, and swung its massive club right at him. But Jin Xung was quick, dodging the attack just in time. He'd used a skill called haste to survive, but the timer was ticking down. Only 1 minute left. Jin Xung moved like the wind, evading every single strike. He had to finish this in under 60 seconds. Jin Xung checked his status window while keeping an eye on the beast. He stopped at a safe distance. Time to show this thing who's boss. He only had one trap left. No other choice, he had to go for it. Jin Xung shouted, grabbing the monster's attention. "Hey, over here, you disgusting beast!" The ogre charged him furiously. Jin Xung had to time this perfectly. If he was off by even a fraction of a second, he'd be dead. Tense, Jin Xung stared the monster down. The moment its club came crashing down, he leaped out of the way. And right then, he triggered his skill. High-rank stun trap. The ogre was paralyzed, its defenses lowered. "Gotcha!" Jin Xung yelled. He drew his bow, activating his triple-shot skill. This was his chance. He released the arrow, and it flew straight and true, piercing the two-headed ogre and finishing it off for good. The system announced his victory and his rewards. Jin Xung cheered out loud. All right, he checked the notifications to see what loot he got. And his jaw dropped. Just getting one piece of the Ogre Warrior set is harder than passing a final exam. And he got 2 pieces? If he sold these for cash, he'd make at least 5 million. He must have used up a whole month's worth of luck. But wait, it wasn't over. Jin Xung froze for a second. No way, he got a Midas crystal. This was a massive jackpot. Oh my god. The game Kalen, a global hit released 6 months ago, already had over 10 million players. It was basically the most popular game out there, dominating the entire industry. When Jin Xung bought the 10 million one gaming capsule for Kailan, he used the tuition money from his parents and every penny he'd saved from part-time jobs. Everyone told him he was absolutely insane, and even though he started 2 months late, he grinded his archer to the top in just 4 months. Hunting monsters with that character earned him about 200,000 gold an hour. He'd made millions of gold from this game. The problem? A massive update was just announced for Kailan. It was introducing a whole new region and 3 new classes. Every player was hyped for the news. But our orange-haired friend here wasn't impressed. Don't worry about it. If you want a new character, just reset your current one. Then you can just grind it back up. Jin Xung, standing beside him, suggested they just keep hunting and grabbing rewards until the new region drops. Who knows? If he got lucky, he could earn back his tuition money in a single run. That was their plan. And then he found the Midas Crystal, an item that could unlock a hidden class from the class change NPC. In short, it was an incredibly valuable item that he just lucked into. The catch? It was only for players under level 10 who hadn't chosen a class yet. Jin Xung gritted his teeth. To use it, he'd have to start over, but creating a new character after making so much money. What should he do? His friend Yuhan called him an idiot. You're gonna restart your level 93 archer? Are you kidding me? That's such a waste. Your character is in the top rankings in all of Korea. You're in the top 1,000 overall and the top 100 for archers. You're just gonna throw all that away? Jin Xung shot back. You think I don't know that, but this is a chance to get the first hidden class reveal. I can't just toss this item. Yuhan got serious, reminding him that hidden classes aren't always what they're cracked up to be. You know we have a sniper in our guild, right? Jin Xung nodded. Yeah, I know. I've hunted with him a few times. Yuhan pressed him. And do you think the sniper class is really that much better than your archer? Jin Xung hesitated. Well, there was a pretty big level gap between us, so it's hard to say, but it's definitely more useful than a standard archer. Their range is insane, and their single-shot damage is massive, but their firing speed is pretty slow, and their biggest weakness is getting swarmed by monsters. I guess so, Yuhun agreed. My point is, just because it's a hidden class doesn't mean it's automatically overpowered. Jin Xung sighed. I know. Yuhun was losing his mind. You know that, and you're still thinking about throwing away your level 93 character for it? You can make over 1 million a day with that character. Jin Xung looked at his friend. Yuhun, why do you play this game? Yuhun was caught off guard. Huh? Because it's fun. Jin Xung snapped his fingers. Exactly. That's the answer. And this new hidden class? I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Yuhun just had to give up. Fine, do it. I'm not stopping you anymore, you idiot. Good luck. Jin Xung grinned. All right. Back in the world of Kalen, an old man with silver hair was running a shop. Jin Xung approached him. The old man asked what he needed. Jin Xung replied, I'm looking for a potion of regression. The old man gave him a sly smile. You've come to the right place. The man flashes a shiny new toy at Jin Xung, but then grabs the hand holding the potion. Jin Xung flinches a jolt of surprise. He knew it. The second he drinks this, all his power vanishes. No comeback. But Jin Xung gives a smile far scarier than the man's. That's exactly why I'm drinking it. The most expensive rebirth potion. With any luck, he'd get a better class after restarting. A new class meant more money. And just like that, Jin Xung chugs the entire potion in one go. System notification, level and stats will be reset. At the Bon Boss Zone Training Center, everyone's grinding hard, swinging swords at training dummies. Yan's been at it for over a day, non-stop. And just to clear things up, Yan is Jin Xung's character name in the game. The people around him are in awe. They've never seen a training session this intense. Tomorrow's the big day. A massive new update for the super popular game, V-Hour, is about to drop. A purple beam of light shines down. Eye scan complete. The system welcomes Yan to the world of CAN. First order of business, find the Summoners Guild. After a bit of searching, he finds the place. Looks like Yan's the first one here. He slowly heads upstairs to meet the Guildmaster of the Summoner Class Change Center. The Guildmaster warns him the path of a summoner isn't easy. Taming monsters is a tough gig. But Yan? He was ready for it. The Guildmaster has to confirm one more time. Suddenly, Yan pulls out the Milan crystal, a relic left by a continental hero. The Guildmaster is completely stunned. Yan's thinking, just give me the hidden class already. The Guildmaster, realizing this guy is more serious than he thought, asks him for a favor. He needs him to capture a blue-eyed wolf from the Raymouth Plains. Apparently, his son wants it as a summon, but can't handle it himself. Yan's eyes widen in disbelief. A blue-eyed wolf? That's a rare, level 40 monster. And he's giving this quest to a fresh level 10? Seriously. The man hands him 5 binding scrolls to capture the wolf, saying it's just a cub and still weak. The system pops up. Accept the quest, reward, Monster Tamer. Yan hit the jackpot. This was it, the hidden class he was looking for, Tamer. Without a second thought, he accepts and heads out. Even though Yan is currently level 10, his stats are more like a level 30, so this quest shouldn't be too hard. But when he spots the wolf on a cliff, there's a problem. It's level 20, not 10. Yan has to wonder, can his level 10 character actually take this thing on? He dismisses the system window, draws his bow, and takes perfect aim. Whoosh! An arrow slams right into the wolf, making it roar in fury. As it charges towards him, Yan's bow and arrow begin to glow with a blue light. Then it hits him. He's supposed to capture it, alive. And that last shot was probably enough to send it to the afterlife. While he's lost in thought, the wolf pounces from behind, all white eyes and savage fury. Teeth bared, claws out, it lunges for Yan. But suddenly, bam! Yan throws a punch, a gentle tap that nearly knocks the wolf's jaw clean off. The wolf's eyes well up with tears. It looks absolutely pitiful, nothing like the ferocious blue-eyed wolf from the rumors. It's like a different species. Yan ditches the bow completely. He switches to the law of the right hand, giving the wolf a few more love taps until it's rolling on the ground, seeing stars. Even holding back, Yan keeps failing to use the binding scroll, so he resorts to fattening it up with food, then punching it some more. Can't let it die, after all. The wolf is just sobbing at this point. Its life is over. Having spent way too much time, Yan rushes back to the center to hand over the scroll with the wolf inside. The guildmaster is floored. He can't believe Yan actually completed the mission. Let's be real, almost everyone fails the first Tamer quest. The guildmaster quickly says the Tamer class isn't right for him and offers him the chance to become a master. He's never heard of a class quest upgrading like this. a class even higher than Tamer. Yan doesn't hesitate for a second. He accepts. He's on the path to becoming the very first taming master. A wave of purple energy flows from Yan, surrounding the entire building. A new chapter begins. He's officially a taming master. He opens his system window. First up, tame the red wolf from the tutorial. A mysterious smile spreads across his face as he starts plotting. With this class, he was going to become the strongest player, number 1. In a barren wasteland, giant rocks jut out like mountains. Everything around him is just dry, cracked earth. The whole scene is bleak. And then he spots a group of summoners stalking a red wolf. When they notice him, they start whispering. Looks like someone else got the new class. Yan hangs back, curious. Might as well see how these guys handle it. The summoners team up, unleashing all kinds of magic. But every attempt fails. Nobody can capture the red wolf. Seeing that, Yan feels a little lucky. Yeah, it's probably best to just go find his own monster to tame. So, Yan decides to leave and test out his own hunting skills in this mysterious world. Looking at his current stats, he wonders, just how many wolves can I catch? He spots a pack roaming nearby. Only one way to find out. He quickly draws his bow, hyped up, and focuses on his target. Time passes. By high noon, Yan has his first success. He opens the system menu to check the stats of the first wolf he caught. It's a level 12, with a timid personality. Yan is speechless. Monsters have personalities now. As he keeps exploring, the image of the second wolf he caught leaves him stunned. If the first one looked clueless, this one looked vicious. A totally challenging glare. He realizes that monsters of the same level can have completely different stats. Fired up like a true explorer, Yan decides he's going to hunt a ton of wolves and see which one has the best stats. Looks like today is wolf hunting day. But his excitement slowly turns to frustration as he realizes the other wolf's stats are not what he'd hoped for. Just then, a surprise notification. His critical stat has increased by 1. That good feeling comes rushing back as another notification pops up. You have earned the title, Wolf Expert. By capturing so many wolves, he earned a title that let him identify high-level ones without even fighting them. Filled with excitement, he radiated confidence. A magic circle, straight out of an old-school anime, flared to life in his eye and began its analysis. His gaze swept across the pack, stats popping up one by one. Finally, his eyes locked onto a dark-furred wolf with burning red eyes filled with pure killing intent. Their eyes met, but instead of a love song, he got a low growl, a clear challenge. The wolf, with zero sense of self-preservation, lunged right at him. The outcome was pathetic. It got beaten so badly it was barely recognizable. Good boy. Looks like you know your place now. Satisfied, he immediately cast the capture spell. Looking at the wolf's absolutely insane stats, he couldn't help but grin like a kid who just found the ultimate candy store. But here's the kicker, this wolf wasn't ordinary. It had growth potential, while the system showed all the others were completely capped out. He'd found his target. He released the other wolves, deciding to focus all his efforts on training Lai, the name he was about to give his new partner. Kneeling in front of Lai, he smiled like a proud father. And in that moment, the name became official. From now on, you are Lai. Hearing the new name, Lai looked up, its eyes sparkling. The system even confirmed it. Lai seems to like its name. Its loyalty just jumped by 5 points. The two of them, Master and Summon, just grinned at each other like kids discovering magic for the first time. He was pretty surprised. A loyalty stat actually exists? The sappy moment was over. Now, he and Lai moved forward, looking like a pair of total heroes. Time to hunt Lai, he yelled, and Lai answered with a majestic roar. Meanwhile, in a modern high-rise building, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Our Lotus Guild has been weaker ever since Jin Xung left. John Hyun sat at his computer, talking with someone. He said he's switching his class to a summoner. What the hell is he even planning with that? When is he coming back? And a summoner, is that class even good for combat? His eyes scanned posts trashing the game as sweat dripped from his forehead. He was completely lost. One post was a massive complaint from a summoner player about how ridiculously slow the class was to level up. The comment section was filled with so much negativity that even Hen had to agree. Jin Xung re-rolled his whole character for this. In the end, he had to admit their complaints were valid. He secretly guessed it would take ages for Jin Xung to hit level 20 and rejoin the guild. At that same time, in the Kalen region, the dark sky was painted with streaks of brilliant purple light. The power erupting from someone's battle lit up the horizon. It was our boy and his wolf fighting non-stop. The system flashed a notification. Blessing of the Wind activated. Speed increased by 37%. The second an arrow was loosed, Lai shot forward to attack the fox. It lunged in, jaws wide open, sinking its sharp fangs deep into the target's back. The red fox was already injured, so it couldn't fight Lai at full strength, especially with a powerful partner providing backup. Jin Xung knew Lai's level and stats were actually lower, but it charged in without a single shred of fear. Was that just its personality? At this point, he decided he'd lend a hand. All right, you're doing great. That simple praise was all it needed. It perfectly timed its attack with Jin Xung's arrow to finish off the red fox. You have defeated a red fox. Receive 265 XP. Your summon, Lai, has also received 265 XP. From this, Jin Xung realized their XP was split evenly. He decided he had to get Lai to at least level 15. All right, back to the grind. The two partners sat beside each other, sharing a close moment. Lai gently nudged his hand. You have activated the basic training skill. Cooldown, 35 minutes. No wonder it's being so obedient. For the next 10 minutes, the summoned beast Lai's understanding of its master's commands would be improved. A summon's potential increases through training. The current potential of the summon Lai is 65. Jin Xung tossed an object, and Lai immediately ran to fetch it. Definitely a useful skill. You have activated First Aid. The summon Lai has recovered 45 health. Lai had to lie still as Jin Xung bandaged its whole body. It looked so pathetic, he almost felt bad. And finally, after all their hard work, the summon Lai reached level 15. The power radiating from it was seriously eye-catching. However, leveling up took way longer than Jin Xung expected. Was it because they had to share XP? But honestly, training Lai was surprisingly fun. It got noticeably stronger every single time it leveled up. Jin Xung gently stroked Lai's fur, and the wolf clearly loved it. Lai, should we go hunt some bears? All right, time to head to a new hunting ground. This master and summon duo were seriously in sync. Arriving at the new land, they found a whole den of black bears. Skill proficiency has increased. Basic summoning is now level 2. You have received 3 skill points. You have learned the active skill, Wild Warrior's Blessing. You have learned the skill, Basic Tactics. Jin Xung felt a wave of satisfaction. All that hard work was definitely paying off. Now, let's see what these new skills can do. Wild Warrior's Blessing. Active skill. Skill level, 0. Proficiency, 0. Mana cost, 150. It allows you to apply a blessing to yourself and your party members for about 20 minutes. It increases attack power by 30%, but when used on a summon, the effect is boosted by 100%. After reading through the system text, he thought this buff skill looked pretty sweet. Next up was Basic Tactics. What's this one about? The system displayed the new info. Basic Tactics. Passive skill. Skill level, 0. Proficiency, 0. The summoner's leadership and taming stats are increased by 10%. In battle, the summon will understand its master's commands more easily. Reading this, he couldn't help but smile. If my leadership skill went up by 10%, I should be able to tame a bear. Let's try taming one of these black bears. I wonder if any are as strong as Lai. After Jin Xung decided to tame it, the bear suddenly froze and stood on its hind legs. Success. Thanks to Basic Tactics, his leadership stat had gone way up. Time to compare its stats to Lai's. Looking at the numbers that popped up, he was completely baffled, wondering to himself, is Lai really just a wolf? And as for its evolvable trait, he had no idea when that would finally activate. Time to summon this bear. He gently touched his beloved wolf. Did you rest well? Lai, time to hunt. Jin Xung activated his buffs, Blessing of the Wind and Wild Warrior's Blessing, and they dove in. Lai, get that bear's attention. Go. Moving like a blur, Lai sank his fangs right into the bear's ear. Blood sprayed everywhere as it roared in agony. He was so fast it looked like there were 3 wolves at once. A phantom assault the black bear couldn't even track. Watching from a distance, Jin Xung yelled out encouragement. Nice one, Lai. Keep it up. Man, this basic training skill was seriously overpowered. Just as the bear was distracted, Jin Xung drew his bow. It was perfect. Lai understood his battle plan completely. In the next instant, the bear dropped dead. Another successful hunt. His summon, Lai, had already hit level 19. Awesome. But still, he wanted Lai to grow even faster. The leveling pace was definitely starting to slow down. If he was just going to grind like this, he might as well pick up some quests to get to level 20. Alright, that's enough for today. Being a smart gamer meant having a plan. The sun was setting anyway. Jin Xung headed back, took a shower, and cleaned up. But before bed, time to check the online community boards. And yep, it was full of losers spouting nonsense online. Some were complaining, others were in disbelief. Summoner class is a total scam. The EXP gain is way too slow. Summoned beasts aren't even strong. After reading through the comments, he wondered why they were all so negative. He knew summoners leveled up slow, but why so many complaints? He checked the posters, all of them were around level 15. Most of the good summoner skills only unlock at that level or higher. But when he checked the rankings, there was no one. He was already level 20. There should be plenty of people at level 15 by now. But there was nobody. One confusing thing after another. Oh, wait. Here's a level 13 player. Let's read this carefully. Taming, Blessing of Wind, First Aid. Their skills were pretty similar to his. But then he saw it. Possession, an active skill. Level 1, 55% mastery. It lets you possess the soul of one of your tamed monsters. 30% of the possessed monster's stats are added to the summoners. The big downside? The monster can't be summoned into battle while you're possessing it. Jin Xung paused, thinking. He didn't have a cool skill like that. It was actually pretty good, probably the only way for most summoners to survive. And since the skill doesn't share the EXP you get with your summon, your personal level goes up way faster. But he had to ask himself, how could you even fight properly inside a beast body? It's not like you get 100% of its stats, and if you do that, you can never level up your summon. That was the best part of being a summoner. He felt a little jealous he didn't have the skill, but after thinking it over, he didn't really want it. It seemed like a normal summoner's skills were different from his. So, what skills did he have that a normal summoner didn't? He wanted to be special, to have something others couldn't get. As he relaxed with a drink, it suddenly hit him. Ah, of course. It's basic training. There wasn't much info out there, but from what he could find, a taming master had fewer combat skills than a regular summoner. But the trade-off was raising a summon to be insanely powerful, and that felt way more worth it, which meant Jin Xung was on the right path. Tomorrow, he planned to catch a rare, unique monster. The clock hit 4 in the morning. He'd been cooped up inside the game, grinding levels. I'll get Lai to level 20 before I level up myself. After a long night, the grind was finally over. All right, Lai, let's do this. The next day, they were back on the hunt. Wild Warrior's Blessing activated. Basic training activated. Target weakness activated. They fell back into their old, perfect strategy. Jin Xung took the lead, firing arrows, while Lai followed up with devastating attacks. You have defeated an Asian black bear. Turns out, their fierce looks were all for show. The bear just roared and couldn't land a single hit, probably because Lai had gotten so much stronger. A moment later, a notification popped up. 545 EXP. Taking down that monster was way faster than he expected. He used to hunt here back when he was a level 35 archer, and this was even quicker than before. Who knew just 5 levels could make such a huge difference? The man and his wolf kept hunting, not a hint of fatigue. But then, he spotted something. That one over there. Standing on 2 legs, was way bigger than the others. He immediately used his analysis skill. It had a different name, Shadow Bear. A unique, rare beast named Debak. Jin Xung was cautious. Could he even capture this thing? He remembered letting the last bear go. His leadership stat was still too low to tame it. This whole thing just made him more determined to level up. Next time he was in town, he was buying a whole stack of soul contract scrolls. Skipping the giant bear, he and Lai went after the others. Lai's combat stats were almost on par with his own now, so a level 38 monster was no big deal. The 2 beasts charged at each other, but you could instantly see the difference. Lai's speed was overwhelming. In a flash, the Shadow Bear was defeated. The battle ended. He got 1045 EXP, and Lai finally hit level 20. Jin Xung felt a surge of pride, completely confident in his summon's power. So awesome. Now that he was level 20, he could access everything in Kailan, joining guilds, taking on dungeon quests, exploring labyrinths. So many quests required level 20. He checked his system mail to see what loot he got. Asian black bear meat, bear hunter's battle hammer, and an eternal shadow necklace. Of the 3 items, his eyes locked on the last one. He'd never seen anything like it. Time to use an appraisal scroll. He checked the necklace's stats. It was an eternal shadow necklace. Unique rank, required 35 or more intelligence. Durability, 124 out of 124. And the options, stamina, plus 15%, and skill, cooldown reduction of 20%. An unknown necklace made of obsidian, containing a darkness as deep as the abyss. This thing was valuable and rare. A huge grin spread across Jin Xung's face. I got a pretty good necklace from the auction house, but this one is way better. He couldn't help but brag to himself. His item luck was actually insane. Yeah, he had 0 complaints about this drop. Now, let's see how much Lai's stats increased. Attack went up by 4, defense by 2, but when he looked at the speed stat, he was completely shocked. What is this? Do monsters just get way stronger when they level up? No, that's impossible. This growth rate, it wasn't normal. This can't be a coincidence, can it? He had to figure out what was going on. While he was stressing out, trying to find an answer, his powerful beast just sat beside him with a goofy smile on its face. Then, something clicked, a flash of insight in his eyes. Could that be Lai's potential stat? He stared intently at his companion, and there it was. The answer? The basic training skill had boosted Lai's potential. Every 10 points in the potential stat increased the growth rate of all other stats. He knew it, this skill was glitched, broken. He was right all along. Even this hidden class had its own unique skills. Every monster has a potential stat, and it determines how fast they grow when leveling up. In other words, a monster's class is defined by its potential, and his training skill was the key to maxing it out. After piecing it all together, Jinwoo decided to dump all his remaining skill points into basic training. Just like that, it hit level 5 and evolved into intermediate training. It was an active skill. Cooldown, 25 minutes. He could select one pet to enter a special training mode for a full 15 minutes. A summon in training mode understands its master's commands better, and by repeating this training, its potential stat would continue to rise. The potential points would increase based on the intermediate training skills level. Reading this, he felt a wave of relief. It was a good thing he saved his skill points instead of trying to catch that bear. Discovering a huge secret like this felt incredible. Lai's potential was now at 94. It would hit 100 in no time. But then he glanced at the clock. He wasn't happy at all. He'd wasted nearly an hour just figuring this out. Jinwoo and Lai got back on their feet, ready to grind for experience as fast as possible. Realizing he hadn't eaten all morning, he grabbed a tasty-looking sandwich. If I'd put this much effort into studying, he thought, I'd probably be a lawyer or a doctor by now. Back home, he jumped on his computer to do some research. Videos of necromancers, those skeletons looked surprisingly cute. Wait, was he actually complimenting them? Jinwoo's thoughts were all over the place. He kept reading, discovering one strange thing after another. Then his phone rang. Besides the customer service line, who else would be calling him? He checked the screen, it was an unknown number. He picked it up anyway, curious about who was on the other end. Hello? Is this Jinwoo's number? My name is Lee Jae-hun, an assistant instructor in the virtual reality department at Korea University. Do you know Professor Lee Jin-hyuk? Jinwoo answered bluntly. Of course, he's the head of the department. Then, Lee Ji-hoon suddenly asked him to contact the professor. Confused, Jinwoo asked why, and the assistant just said, I think it's about your grades. His stomach dropped, his head started to spin, and he felt a lump in his throat. Don't tell me. Am I on academic probation? The situation was getting worse by the second. It was already late, and now he had to deal with this instead of resting. Ma'am, what happens if I don't call the professor? He said he'll mail your grades, and not to your private address. Jinwoo's face went pale. Sweat started beading on his forehead as he grit his teeth. If my dad sees my grades, I'm dead. He could already picture his father's reaction. A dark, simmering rage, and that terrifyingly quiet voice. I'm very disappointed in you, son. Just imagining it sent a chill down his spine. He'd be dragged back home, his new life completely over. So, Jinwoo made his choice. He'd call the professor. The assistant wished him good luck and said she'd see him next semester. Good luck indeed, he was going to need it. Jinwoo frantically searched for the professor's number and made the call. Hello, professor. This is Jinwoo. I heard you were looking for me. Is this about my grades? The professor's reply was sharp. Yes, it is. Is everything all right? Why haven't you participated in any department activities? And how did you end up on academic probation in your very first semester? You only have 2 Fs so far, and I'm seriously considering giving you a 3rd. Jinwoo felt a surge of anger. This professor was straight up threatening him. What the hell does this guy want from me? But he had to keep his cool. What do I need to do, sir? First, tell me why you've been skipping all the department activities. He thought hard, trying to come up with a believable excuse. Can't exactly say I was busy gaming all day. What should I say? I've got it. Professor, as you know, I chose to major in VR because I admire its infinite potential. And one of the biggest reasons VR is getting so much attention is because of the game Kylon, right? So I thought, I had to experience it firsthand by playing. The professor shot back immediately. Are you telling me you skipped school because you were busy playing a game all day? Jinwoo quickly clarified. It's not just for fun, sir. I wanted to study the incredible virtual world inside Kylon. Since he brought it up, the professor got curious. Oh really? What level are you then? If you've played that much, you must be in the top rankings in Korea, right? Hearing that question, Jinwoo felt a pang of regret. Crap, if only I hadn't reset my character. Well, about that, Professor. I was originally level 93, but I recently reset my character, so now I'm level 20. The professor laughed. Do you think I'm an idiot? You think I don't know you're just making excuses? Jinwoo knew it sounded like a lie, but it was the truth. Then, how about a bet, Professor? A bet to see if I'm telling the truth. I'll get back to level 93 before the new semester begins. If I can go from level 20 to 93 in that short amount of time, wouldn't that prove I was level 93 to begin with? Professor Lee Jin-hyuk was intrigued. Yes, It certainly would. I'm actually quite interested in Kylan myself. If you succeed, I'll take you off academic probation. But if you fail, not only will you stay on probation, but I'll personally mail your grades to your parents for this semester and the next, and you'll have to participate in all department activities. The terms were harsh, but this was Jinwoo's only chance to turn things around. Oh, and one more thing, Jinwoo added. If I win the bet, you have to give me an A+ in all of your classes, whether I show up or not. The professor, thinking it was impossible, agreed instantly. Hearing this, Jinwoo's eyes lit up. You promise, sir? Thank you. I'll do my absolute best. Time was already running out. All right, Lai. Looks like we've got to work even harder now. His original plan was to get back to his old level by the end of the break anyway, and now he had an even bigger prize. Avoiding probation and getting A+ without attending class? I can definitely do this, he declared. First stop, he headed straight to the Lotus Guild to rejoin. But there was a problem. He was only level 20. The Lotus Guild had a strict level 60 minimum requirement 3 times his current level. The guild manager said he could submit the request, but he warned Jinwoo that it would almost certainly be rejected. You still want to go through with it? Jinwoo nodded. He wasn't worried. I'm best friends with the guild master, and I know all the core members. It won't be a problem. And so, the manager sent in his application. You get registered automatically as soon as the guild leader accepts. Right, I knew this would happen. Should have messaged Hia directly to get him to approve it, but he's been inactive. Well, no rush. He'll get to it eventually. Next up, the auction house. Time for a complete gear overhaul. This is the perk of being a rich new player. I'm swapping everything out for the best gear my current stats can handle. The summoner class bonus stats don't go to melee, they boost summoning abilities, like taming. Looks like I'll be relying on my summons more and more. Jin was still weighing his options, looking for anything that could boost his summoning stats, some kind of power-infusing item, maybe. His eyes scanned every weapon on display, then locked onto one, Mother Nature's headband. Durability, a solid 224, defense at 24, and a bonus of 25% more stamina. An accessory for your head. Hero grade, level 25 requirement. But this thing had a special ability. All summoned beasts get a 20% stamina boost and a 15% combat power increase. Summons also get a 15% chance to dodge attacks. This thing was perfect. He grinned and hit buy. A cool 150,000 gold, gone just like that. Finally, items for the summoner class were starting to show up, but even as he equipped his new gear, he still had some unanswered questions. Wait a second, maybe all the other Mother Nature items are for summoners too. He quickly threw the name into the search bar, and there it was. Another special item, Mother Nature's Staff, combat power between 150 and 165, with a durability of 201. Its special options, a 21% boost to intellect and plus 35 to leadership. Also a hero-grade accessory, but with a level 20 requirement, strength plus 40 and charisma plus 20. And the big one, summoned beasts get a 35% boost to combat power, plus a 15% higher chance to land a critical hit. Now this was a much harder choice, a real dilemma, a staff and a bow. Weird combo, but he bought it anyway, knowing he couldn't rely on the bow forever. A little early, maybe, but getting used to a new fighting style wasn't a bad idea. The staff felt a bit strange in his hands, but it was fine. Jin stepped outside and summoned Lai to join him. Mid-level training was still active, even in town, so he had to use it the second the cooldown ended. He looked up at the sky with a grin. Time to find some quests. As he walked, every eye in the street was on him. Whoa, he's a summoner. The women looked on in admiration. The men? Not so much, just pure envy. You could see it burning in their jealous eyes. I heard leveling a summoner is absolute hell. I haven't even seen one past level 15. Jin whispered to Lai. All right, let's go do the Goblin Camp quest. I can get double experience for finishing this one. And I'm taking every last drop of it for myself. He scanned the area and finally spotted him. The quest NPC. Jin walked over with a friendly wave. Lap, long time no see, but the guy just stared back with a look that said, Who the hell are you? Seriously, the NPC was going to forget him even after he reset, but luckily, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Oh, wait a minute, isn't it Yan? Looks like my friendship level with the NPC didn't get reset. Thank God. Jin got right to business. So, Commander, have the goblins been causing any trouble lately? Lap's brow furrowed. I'm struggling with the new goblin camp they set up nearby. Our subjugation unit is short on soldiers. Can you recommend any skilled mercenaries? Jin puffed out his chest. I was planning to help out myself. The commander looked at him, a little skeptical. You? Well, that's great, but it would be better if we had more people. He checked the system for info on the Subjugate the Goblin Camp and Sumua Valley quest. The commander of the volunteer soldiers in Lucan Village, Lap, was recruiting for the mission. Join the soldiers and raid the Goblin Camp. But right before accepting, he remembered. This is a party quest. Damn it, who could I possibly bring? I doubt there are any newbies in the guild around level 40. He turned back to the commander. Sir, can you delay the subjugation for a bit until I can form a team? Lap was pretty easygoing and agreed with a smile. Of course, that's the least I can do. In the meantime, could you clear out some of the goblin scouts outside the camp? The new quest popped up. Eliminate goblin scouts in Sumua Valley. The commander of the volunteer soldiers in Lucan. Lap is calling on mercenaries to take out some scouts before the main force moves in. Kill at least 10 goblin scouts and return safely. This one was also E-rank difficulty. The only reward was a piece of volunteer soldiers' leather armor. But since the commander was being so cool about it, Jin decided to do it. A 30-minute round trip. Annoying, but he had no other choice. It was a necessary evil. All right, let's see. Is he online? Ah, there he is. A flurry of messages went back and forth. Hiya. Can you approve my guild application? The reply came back instantly. You're level 20 already? Accepted. Dude, how did you level up so fast? Not even a dark mage levels up that quickly. Jin just added fuel to the fire, giving his friend a target to chase. You know how I do. I'll be waiting for you to catch up, buddy. Play more. For sure, level up fast. I'm struggling with a lot of stuff without you here. While he had the chance, Jin asked about finding a teammate. Hey, you know anyone in the guild who's around level 40? Sadly, there was no one. He was on his own. Time for the guild chat. Better to ask guild members for a recommendation than to team up with a total stranger. The notification popped up immediately. Yan has joined the guild. I'm back. How's everyone doing? Biolan was the first to react. You're already level 20. Loam was just as shocked. What? Yan, you hit level 20 and rejoined the guild already? I heard leveling a summoner was supposed to be a nightmare. Was that all a lie? Jin didn't want to sound arrogant. It's just level 20. No big deal. You guys should be worried. I'll be back to my old level in no time. Biolan urged him to level up faster, saying the grind was tough without him. Yeah. But hey everyone, if you know any players around level 40, send them my way. They'll probably be shocked if I tell them I'm planning to do the Goblin quest at level 20, but Jin said it anyway. I'm planning on doing the Goblin Camp Subjugation quest, and I need one more person. Someone who can contribute would be great. No, and it's fine if you can't contribute, just come to the camp with me. I'll carry you. A storm of questions and disbelief erupted in the chat. Yan, aren't you level 20? How can you do that quest at level 20? What do you mean, carry? Are you trying to get carried through the quest? I bet he got carried to level 20, didn't he? You idiot. With his personality, would he ever ask to be carried? If he wanted to carry, he would have just asked us. Why would he look for a level 40 player? What are you talking about? You can't even get that quest after level 60. We can't help him. The guild chat erupted after Jin Xung's message, and mixed in was a clear jab at his skill. I'm only level 20, but I got lucky with a summon. It can handle the quest for me. It'll carry me, he typed. Lone was just filled with jealousy. Why are you always so lucky? At the same time, Biolin didn't really trust him. There had to be a reason he hit level 20 so fast. Just then, Gowan chimed in, getting to the point. I have a friend who's level 45, but she built her character as a support class, so her melee is different. I think her combat class is priest and her crafting class is a cook. She's a healer, but yeah, probably not much help in a close-up fight. She's not that great at the game either. Is that okay? Jin Xung had to take what he could get. Can you have her contact us when she's online? He thought to himself, as long as she fills the party slot, I don't care about her skills. Gotta run for a bit? I'll be off chat. Gowan, text me when you hear from her. Chatting with the guild was fun, but it was nothing compared to the thrill of hunting and leveling up out in the field. I'll finish this quest quick before I hear from Gowan. Later that day, Jin Xung stood by a stream, watching a pack of panthers drinking on the other side. They were cocoon monsters. It'd be awesome if he could catch one. His current summon, Lai, didn't look that cool or strong. But as they were walking, Lai suddenly stopped, refusing to move an inch. He got worried. Wait, it can't read my thoughts, can it? He had to crouch down and whisper to it, Hey Lai, you know how much I love you, right? But no amount of sweet talk was going to work now. Lai was already pissed. Then it let out a massive growl, and Jin Xung realized Lai was evolving. Suddenly, he was more excited than worried. You're finally evolving. But what triggered it? What's the requirement? Potential? Its potential hit 100%. Its appearance should change too, right? I hope it gets bigger so I can ride it. And just like that, the small creature became a wolf. Lai had evolved into a blood-mane wolf. System message: summon evolution successful. Mid-rank training skill proficiency has increased. His training skill leveled up to Z, now at 45.7% to the next level. You are the first player to successfully evolve a summon. Fame increases by 1,000, charisma and leadership increase by 30. You are the first player to summon a blood-mane wolf. Fame increases by 1,500. Jin Xung was ecstatic, petting his new wolf's head over and over. Hee hee. Lai, I love you, man. Lai was now level 20. HP 790. Attack 235. Defense 97. Agility 215. A rare grade beast with a brave nature, and it could still evolve. Intelligence was 135, and it had 2 inherited abilities. It reflects 15% of damage taken back at the enemy, and if it lands a critical hit, it heals for 50% of the damage dealt. If it crits, the enemy also starts bleeding. An enemy with the bleed status takes an extra 20% damage per second for 10 seconds. The wolf had a mysterious red mane and a ferocious, violent nature. Its rank jumped from common to rare, and it could evolve again. Next time, it might even become a unique grade beast. Jin Xung covered his mouth, trying to hide his grin. The summoner class is completely broken. Forget those cocoon monsters, I don't need them. Even with a whole army of them, my Lai is the best. Yep, I always knew I was proud to have you. Lai, you think you can carry me on your back? The wolf lowered itself so Jin Xung could climb on easily. Lai, run. Its speed was incredible, even with the extra weight on its back. In no time, they arrived at the X-Season Valley. Nothing special seemed to be happening, so Jin Xung was pretty relaxed, partly because he didn't have to walk himself. Man, the game makes these places feel so real. The quest was simple: kill 10 goblin scouts. Lai evolved to be this cool, I can't just let it sit around. Lai, let's go all out. And with that, Jin Xung activated Wind's Blessing. Agility increased by 37%. Lai's agility shot up, then he activated the Berserker's Blessing. Attack stat increased by 33%. Lai's attack stat doubled that, jumping 66%. Right in front of them were strange green creatures, armed and ready. Lai, see those 3 goblins over there? Attack them first. I'll cover you from the back. This time, he wasn't using a bow, so he couldn't fight like he used to. With these buffs, Lai won't be weaker than any of those goblins. He was sure of it. Lai's melee was way stronger than those mobs, and it even had those 2 inherited passive abilities. But we can't get careless. Jin Xung activated another skill, Detect Weak Point. Enemy weak points detected. Accuracy increased by 14.5%. Critical hit chance increased by 22%. Attacking a weak point adds 91% damage. The way Lai roared was so intimidating it made the goblins flinch. A wolf, a red wolf, is attacking. Lai's first hit was a critical. The goblin scout lost 1,075 health, leaving it at 89%. It was also bleeding, losing 215 health every second. And finally, it just bled out. Killing just one gave him 1,210 experience points. It died so fast it sent a shockwave through Jin Xung. What was that? How did a level 40 monster die in one hit? The other 2 goblins snarled in anger, ganging up to attack Lai. This fight seemed tougher, and Lai took a painful hit from a club. Summon Lai was hit by a goblin scout and lost 294 health. But thanks to that, Lai's counterattack hit even harder. It wasn't about to let itself get beaten like that. It dealt 495 damage to a goblin. 15% of that damage, 76 health was restored. The last goblin's face went pale, sweat pouring down as it witnessed Lai's power and watched its teammates fall one by one. Critical hit, 50% of the damage, 523 health was restored. After a short battle, Lai had completed the quest with barely a scratch, besides that one club hit. Jin Xung sincerely thanked Lai for carrying him. The wolf lowered its head, nuzzling against him affectionately. But 3 wasn't enough. They still needed to take down 7 more to officially finish. All right, let's do it again. Jin Xung was totally relaxed, just lying under a tree humming a tune, while Lai did all the hard work. Just then, a message popped up from his friend. Are you online? Can you talk now? To avoid any unexpected problems, he told Lai to take a break. You probably guessed, but my friend contacted me. She's online now. She had also accepted his invitation. Her name is Heron. You should probably say hi first, but are you sure this is okay? You should expect her close combat ability to be basically 0. Jin Xung felt a little disappointed. He really doesn't get it, does he? Hey, don't worry. I just soloed the Soma Valley. I'm out now. Hearing this, his friend was completely stunned. The Soma Valley? Where's that? Isn't that the goblin camp? You cleared it. Alone? Jinan just says, "Yep, I was scouting the Vanguard camp. Just leveled up 5 times." His friend couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Are you cheating? Using a bug? Dude, be careful. You'll get banned and then you'll really be crying." But then he adds, "Still, if that's really Jin Xung's power, he'll catch up to us in no time." He'd set a goal for himself, reach level 100 in 2 months, level 50 in 15 days, level 80 in the next 15, and hit 100 in the final month. This bet, he had to win it, at all costs. If he failed, the consequences would be dire. But honestly, this wager with the professor might actually work out in his favor. His friend, Ga Quen, mentions someone named Heron. He looks her up and sends a message first. "Hello, are you Ga Quen's friend?" He didn't expect her to reply instantly. Maybe she was waiting for his message too. "Hi, yes, that's me. It's nice to meet you." Right now, she was in Lucan Village, getting her gear repaired at the blacksmith. Jinung told her to stay put, he'd be there in 10 minutes. And he meant it. He rushed right over. "Hello, I'm Yan." She turned around, greeting him with a friendly smile and a sweet voice. "Hi, I'm Heron. I've heard a lot about you from Ga Quen." Jinung just thought of her as Ga Quen's friend, nothing more. But according to Heron, she felt more like Ga Quen's older sister. "I'm all set, ready to take on the quest whenever you are. How about you?" Yan was impressed by Heron's readiness and spirit. Jinung liked it too. "I'm ready as well." "So, is there a special reason you're doing this camp quest?" "Yeah, there's another quest I want to do, but I have to clear this one first. It's from Duke Chepin's chef, but to get into the Duke's castle, I need to complete this mission." Jinung was thrown for a loop. The two quests seemed totally unrelated. A chef? What kind of quest would you get from a chef? Heron's crafting profession was a chef. The moment she said it, Jinung remembered. Ga Quen did mention her friend's crafting class was a cook. "Yep, I'm a culinary major in the real world too." Jinung's interest was piqued. He wanted to know more. "I heard crafting classes are hard to manage, but if you specialize in cooking, it must be a little easier." As they talked, they realized they actually had a lot in common. In Kailan, real-world talents often influence your crafting class. They couldn't waste too much time. As they walked and chatted, she mentioned, "You know, you're the first chef I've met. When I get the chance, can I try some of your cooking?" Heron was delighted. Of course. After a short walk, they arrived and met with Lapis. He seemed surprised too. "Oh, you found a new party member? I thought it'd be tough for just 2, but I know your abilities, Yan. I'm leaving it to you. The Vanguard unit just left. If you hurry, you can still catch them. Go follow and support them. Conquer the Goblin camp in Soma Valley and command the volunteer soldiers of Lucan Village." Lapis was calling for help with the Goblin camp conquest. Join the Vanguard unit and raid the Goblin camp. Jinung read the quest update and sighed. The quest changed a bit since we're late, but the reward is the same, thank God. He glanced over at Heron to see if she got the quest too. Time to head out. Jinung summoned Lai, which accidentally startled Heron. "It's okay. It's my summon, not a monster." An interesting thought popped into her head. If you can summon beasts, then you must be a summoner. But that class just came out a few days ago. "How are you already doing the Goblin camp quest?" He casually gave her a vague explanation. "Ah, just got lucky, I guess. This wolf is insanely strong. It helped me level up fast enough to handle goblins easily." A terrible excuse, he knew. But if he told her he was only level 25, she'd never want to party with him. Heron seemed to sort of get it, but it was all a lie. She was level 45 and would still run from a single goblin scout. The way she answered was so honest, it actually surprised Jinung. Wait, does she really believe me? She trusts me? He tried to smooth it over. Well, everyone's different. You focus mainly on crafting, right? Cooking is a really useful skill. The game just hasn't developed its full potential yet. But even if she focused on crafting, how did she hit level 45 if she couldn't even beat one scout? Still, being recognized for her unique talent made Haran happy. Thanks. I prefer cooking to hunting anyway, so I'm fine with it. By the way, this wolf is so cool. I've never seen this species before. Genome was pretty damn sure Lai was the only one on the entire server. Heron curiously asked for its name. His name is Lai. You can also call him Lai. Heron absolutely loved him, showering the wolf with praise. She even offered Lai a plate of beef. The sight of the delicious food and its amazing smell made Genome want to snatch it away. What is this? A steak covered in sauce? It looks so good, I want some too. The summon, Lai, ate the smoked steak, and a buff appeared. Health increased by 200 for 20 minutes. A simple piece of meat boosted his power. Was this Heron's cooking effect? It had to be. My skills have improved, so it depends on the food's rank. But it'll buff whoever eats it for a certain time. Lai's 1400 health was a bit low, so an extra 200 was a massive boost. Yeah, Staying on good terms with Heron was going to be very beneficial. After eating, Lai even stuck his tongue out at Jin Xung, making him yell in frustration. Having fun eating all by yourself, you mutt? Seeing his summon get a treat while he got nothing, he decided to ask, "You got anything for me?" Heron held up the now empty plate and laughed. "Not right now. I'll cook something even tastier after the mission, so don't be jealous." Jin Xung slumped down, turning his back on them. He just sulked, drawing circles in the dirt, but when he heard her promise, he spun back around, insisting, "You promise, right?" Did that sudden intensity scare her? Whatever, he had his reasons. At the Soma Valley, the subjugation squad, led by a man named Hugo, was gathered in huge numbers. They were decked out in full armor, shields at the ready. Looked impressive. Jin Xung and Haran finally arrived. "Oh, you must be the new mercenaries. Every single person is a huge help for this mission. Thank you for coming all this way." They were surprisingly polite and grateful. Jin Xung replied seriously, "I'm just doing my duty, sir. Lucky for them they weren't too late. Who knows what would have happened otherwise? Are those other people players?" he wondered. "Are they having a bad day or something?" They all looked miserable, downcast, and scared. Well, not his problem. They'd be fighting in different battles anyway. A massive army of soldiers stands ready, their lines perfectly formed for battle. Facing them, a horde of goblins snarls and growls, showing absolutely no fear. Captain Hugo raises his voice, his command cutting through the tension. "Today, we wipe every last goblin from this valley. Soldiers, advance." But before they can even move, the goblins charge first. Heron is trembling, completely terrified. Is this really going to be okay? Jinwoo just offers a few words to calm her down. "It's fine. Just stick to the plan we discussed on the way here." But she's still worried. "Are you sure about this? It means you'll be the only one on the front lines." Ah, there it is. She's not worried for herself, she's worried about him. But Heron has her own role to play. She'll be supporting him with buffs. In fact, just her shield ability alone is a massive help. Her tendency to panic actually makes her an expert at creating defensive barriers. The plan is simple. Heron uses her shield to protect herself. Whenever the cooldown ends, she'll cast buffs on herself and Lycan. Her level is already higher than these camp goblins anyway. Add her Radiant Shield skill to that, which is around level 60, and it'll be damn near impossible for Heron to die here. Jinwoo's thoughts are cold. "I'll use Heron as a perfect shield. If Heron blocks the attacks up front, Lycan and I can just rack up experience points. Since I brought her here, I might as well maximize her potential for the highest efficiency." Basically, she's the tank. Hearing Jinwoo lay out the strategy, Heron puts her faith in him. But he knows the risk. If the plan fails or if she's worse than he thought, she could die. But as long as she survives, she'll walk away with a huge amount of experience. Jinwoo mutters to himself, "I'm definitely not making it hard on her just because she gave the good gear to Lycan instead of me. No more talk." The goblins are here. Heron quickly throws up a shield to protect herself. "I think I can hold out for another 10 minutes, don't worry." Seeing her fight so bravely, she's doing way better than he expected. She's over level 40. Was he overthinking things? It looks like Heron is having no trouble at all. These goblins are stronger than the scouts, for sure, but Lycan is still completely overpowering them. He takes down one goblin warrior and gets 900 experience points. Way more than before, even though he's splitting the experience. With Heron and Lycan, it's still a massive haul. He levels up, hitting level 26, then 27, leveling at lightning speed. One of the other soldiers sees Jinwoo fighting and scoffs. "What is this guy? Looks like a summoner, but is his level high enough to even be here?" He calls over his teammates, Faken and Myla, to see what they think. Myla's take is simple. He's a summoner. But Faken looks closer and says that's not the real issue. For a summoner to be hunting here, he'd need to be at least level 40, but his close combat skills look like he's over level 60. How can he be level 40 when the summoner class was just released? The highest one out there is only level 20. It's a puzzle none of them can solve. Faken suddenly remembers something from the forums. The best summoners online are only level 17 or 18. So what kind of wolf is that guy's summon? Could it be an artifact that has a summoning spell enchanted on it? Faken runs through the possibilities. And turns out, the blonde-haired guy is thinking the exact same thing. Watching them fight, it's clear the cleric has no idea what she's doing, and the other guy is nothing without that wolf. She's trying to fight in melee with a staff, and doesn't seem to have any dangerous spells. Myla hears this and panics. "Are you saying we should kill them?" Fakan glares at her. "Keep your voice down." She knows she messed up and quickly apologizes. But isn't this too reckless? If we don't get a good drop, it won't be worth the loss. The penalty for PKing is harsh, and getting rid of that murderer tag isn't easy. The blonde knows all this, but he wants to do it anyway. Think about it. If we sell a summoner's artifact, we get at least 20 million gold. Even split 3 ways, that's 6 to 7 million each. Fakan does the math. 20 million gold. If we convert that to real money, that's 40 million won. Just hearing that sounds amazing. If we do this, we won't have to worry about gear until at least level 80. You two really want to pass up this chance? Mila, Fakan, I have a great plan. Now listen up. Back to Jinwoo's fight. He figures he'll hit level 30 soon. Rumor is, once you hit level 30, you get 2 special class skills. He wonders what he's going to get. The forums say the skills are 100% random, but that's wrong. At level 30, you get 1 skill that's connected to your most used skill, or at least a related one. Then you get a second, truly random skill. So they're not both random. Right now, his most mastered skill is intermediate training. It's an active skill, level 3, with proficiency at 79%, 25-minute cooldown. You select a summon to enter a trained state for 15 minutes. A summon in a trained state understands its master's commands better, and its potential increases with continuous training. That potential scales with the level of the intermediate training skill. So it's basically a potential boosting skill, which means he'll get another skill related to boosting potential. While he's deep in his system menus, a goblin sneaks up right at his feet. Luckily, he spots it just in time and bam smacks it on the head with his staff. The other skill will be random, but he's really hoping for something related to capturing. Just then, Heron screams for help. Jinwoo, I'm at 5% mana. He orders Lycan to help her, telling Heron to fall back. Lycan lands a critical hit on a goblin scout. The goblin warrior's health drops by 1,675, a whopping 94% of its total. He gets 921 experience. Everything is going smoothly. Heron pats Lycan on the head, thanking him. Seeing how close she and the wolf are getting makes Jinwoo feel a little jealous of his own summon. Why isn't it that friendly with me? Wait, who is he even jealous of right now? He shakes his head. Gotta focus on finishing this quest first. Just as he turns away, they finally push close to the Goblin Lord's area. The humans have come this far. The Goblin Warlord roars. Kill them all. Now. He raises his weapon high, and a wave of power explodes outwards, sending soldiers flying everywhere. Screams erupt. Help me. My armor's on fire. Hugo stands firm, staring down the beast. Is that their leader? He roars back. All soldiers advance. Do not falter. Don't you dare give up now. This battle ends when we kill him. With that, the allies' morale surged by 30%, boosting all their stats by 10% for the next 20 minutes. Jinwoo and Lai continued their fierce assault, and the chieftain watched, stunned by their power. What? You're just a pet tamed by a mere human. In a flash, Lai lunged forward, landing a series of devastating attacks. Critical hit. The Goblin Chieftain's health dropped by 1,215, a solid 0.7% of its total HP gone in an instant. A bleed effect kicked in, draining another 243 health per second for 10 seconds. Seeing the tide turn, Hugo roared to his allies, "We can win this. Focus all attacks on him. Now." In this final push, every single player ignored the minions and unleashed everything they had on the big boss. The chieftain's health plummeted to 30%. And then it happened. Berserk mode. It let out a furious roar and unleashed a wave of fire, sending everyone scrambling. Screams erupted. What is that? It's fire. Dodge. Jinwoo moved fast, avoiding the direct hit, but he was still caught in the chain explosion. He took 684 damage and was thrown to the ground. He cried out, his arm literally engulfed in flames. He was about to use an emergency potion when a cool green light washed over him, dousing the fire. It was Heron, using her healing light to restore him. Jinwoo was stunned. Heron? Healing light? He turned and shouted his thanks, and she just gave him a quick smile. Time to fight back. Jinwoo summoned his companion. Time for a counterattack. Lai appeared with a mighty roar as Jinwoo drew his weapon. He gave his command, "Get the chieftain's attention. Don't try to attack, just keep it busy." With that, Jinwoo swapped his weapon for a bow, ready to finish off the remaining goblins. Jinwoo drew his bow, aiming carefully, just waiting for the perfect opening. The enraged goblin was on a rampage, screaming curses as it attacked wildly. It was more ferocious now. One mistake, and it was game over for everyone. But, just as planned, its rage was making it sloppy, leaving it wide open. Right on cue, Lai charged forward, drawing its full attention. Now, Jinwoo released the arrow, sending it flying straight toward the distracted goblin chieftain. The arrow sliced through the air. By the time the creature realized what was happening, it was too late. It let out one last, panic scream as Jinwoo's arrow ended it in a single shot. The goblin chieftain fell silent, its body slowly dissolving into particles of light. He did it. Jinwoo actually did it. Everyone else just stared in disbelief. It wasn't until the system notification popped up Goblin Chieftain defeated. Quest complete that the party exploded into cheers. Success. For Jinwoo, taking down the boss was like hitting the jackpot. Reward notifications spammed his screen as he officially dinged level 30. He'd even unlocked a special skill, Spatial Swap. Jinwoo's eyes lit up as he read the description. Just then, Hugo walked over. "You're the one who killed the Goblin Chieftain." The man extended his hand. "Good job. You're Yan, right?" Jinwoo answered politely, "Yes, sir." Captain Hugo was clearly grateful. "Thanks to you, we retook the camp without any major losses. We owe you one." But Jinwoo humbly shook his head. "No problem at all. It was the courage of all the volunteers that got us through this." Hugo nodded. "Well, get back safely." He then turned to his soldiers. "Well done, everyone," he boomed. "Mission complete. Let's head back to the village." Jinwoo let out a sigh of relief, petting Lai. "Finally, it's over. Now, time to check out those new skills." Just as he predicted, he got a skill related to a creature's potential. He could now assign skills to his summons. Time to give Lai an upgrade. First, he had to check its current potential level. Lai's potential was still at 6. He wondered, does it really take 100 points to evolve? Maybe once it hit 20, he would try granting it a new skill. He wanted to save for the full evolution, but a new skill would be more practical right now. Alright, next up, Spatial Swap. Jinwoo was a little bummed it wasn't a new attack or capture skill. Still, this would be incredibly useful for close quarters combat. These skills are great, he thought, feeling satisfied. Just then, Heron's cheerful voice called his name. Jinwoo quickly stood up and went to meet her. Heron bowed her head slightly. "Thank you. We only finished this quest because of you." Jinwoo just laughed it off. "You did more than your fair share." Heron insisted. "No, without you, we never would have made it." "Thank you." Jinwoo just grinned and gave Lai a playful scratch. "Honestly, this little guy did most of the work." Heron had to agree. "I was so surprised by Lai. Its close combat skills are incredible." She reached over to pet it too. "You did an amazing job today, Lai. Thank you." A noise from behind caught Jinwoo's attention. A few of the other players were walking their way. "What's this?" Coming to introduce themselves, a guy with a wild lion's mane of hair spoke first. "Hey, I'm Rukin. We didn't get a chance to talk during the mission." Jinwoo shook his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jinwoo." Rukin got straight to the point. "So, interested in doing another quest with us?" Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "A quest?" Rukin looked excited. "Yeah, we found a hidden quest connected to the camp raid." Jinwoo thought to himself, a connected quest must be the Goblin High Priest. He planned on skipping that one because of the insane difficulty. But he was on a whole new level now. He was actually already reconsidering it. But something was off. These guys looked like they were well over level 50. Why would they invite him to a high-level quest? The level gap was too big for them to get any real benefit. Jinwoo played dumb. A related hidden quest? Huh. He had a bad feeling about this. Time to dig a little deeper. Rukin took the bait. "There's a Goblin High Priest in the tunnel behind the camp," he explained. "We just need to kill him. He's weaker than the chieftain, but it'll still be a tough fight. I saw your combat skills," he continued, "and you seem to have a pretty powerful summoner's artifact. If you join us, we can clear this quest in no time." Jinwoo scoffed internally. "So that's it? They think Lai is from an artifact. Valuable artifacts like that?" "Yeah, this was a classic setup to corner him and steal his gear." "I get it now," he thought. Jinwoo played along instantly. "All right, sounds good. Let's do it." "Okay, should I have a little fun with this?" Jinwoo and Haran followed Rukin's group just to see what they were planning. He opened a private chat window in his mind. Haran's message popped up. "Why are we messaging privately?" Jin Xung tells her to hang on a sec. He turns to Rukin, saying he's totally down with the offer, but he needs to check with his partner first. Could they wait? Rukin is super casual about it and agrees. Of course. So, right in front of him, Jin Xung asks Haran what she thinks. Haran just scratches her head, pretending to think it over. She's still skeptical. Jin Xung leans in and tells her, "I think they're planning to PK us." Haran looks confused. "PK them? Why?" Jin Xung confirms it. "Exactly. It looks like they're going to try and kill us during the High Priest quest. More specifically, they're after me." Jin Xung tells her to just play along and agree to his earlier question. And just like that, Haran instantly agrees. Hey, they're sharing the quest, so there's no reason to refuse, right? Rukin gives them a big thumbs up, secretly laughing at how naive he thinks they are. Haran turns to Jin Xung. "So, what's the plan?" "Don't worry," he replies. "I've got it all figured out. Time to trap these idiots all at once." The scene shifts. Elsewhere, Lee Jin-guk is just chilling out on a cliffside. The air in this world, Kallian, is always so fresh. It's hard to believe this is all virtual reality. The scientists who created this were absolute geniuses. He decides he's got to convince his picnic club to hold their next meeting here in Kalyan. Jin Guk rummages in his bag and pulls out a kimbap roll. There it is. He takes a huge bite, sighing with satisfaction. It's not a real picnic without kimbap, right? Oh yeah, almost forgot. Jin Guk reaches out his hand and summons Yu Kwai. A massive wolf materializes out of thin air. The second it appears, Yu starts howling its head off, much to Jin Guk's annoyance. He pulls out a giant slab of meat and tells Yu Kwai to dig in. The wolf dives right in, while Jin Guk just keeps enjoying the view. Man, it's so relaxing up here, he thinks. I bet that kid is playing this game too. He tries to remember his name. Haran, wasn't it? He really should have asked what his class was. No way, he's also a summoner, right? Anyway, back to Jin Xung. He, Haran, and Rukin's crew have just entered the quest cave. Haran and Jin Xung work in perfect sync, tearing through the monsters inside the cave. Rukin watches them, absolutely thrilled. They're finally reaching the end of the quest. The hidden boss, the Goblin High Priest, is about to appear. Time to get ready for the real plan to kick in. His crew will pretend to be busy, then they'll backstab the two of them and take everything. Soon, that artifact worth millions of gold will be all his. Just thinking about it has Rukin practically drooling, and Jin Xung can't help but notice. Look at that greedy smile. You'd think he'd at least try to hide it. He quietly signals to Haran that the boss is about to show. So what do we do, she asks. Jin Xung points toward an altar-like structure. If anyone takes even one step in there, the boss spawns in 5 seconds, and an iron gate slams shut, sealing the entrance. So we hang back. When I give the signal, jump backward immediately. Got it? With Haran briefed on the plan, Jin Xung immediately orders his summon Lai to attack. Lai roars and takes out 2 goblins in one go. Jin Xung then pretends to be anxious, urging Rukin's party to hurry up and push forward. Rukin, thrilled, nods his head like a madman. This idiot has no clue. He thinks Jin Xung can't escape without his summon. Everything is going according to his plan. But of course, Jin Xung is reading him like an open book. Yeah, I know exactly what you're thinking, you scheming snake. After clearing the low-level goblins, Rukin leads them to the High Priest's chamber. See that, he says. The Goblin High Priest and 2 of its brutes will spawn right there. Let's all head in now. Jin Xung plays along. Lai, you go first. The summon obediently steps forward. Jin Xung hangs back, watching silently. And then now, he grabs Haran's hand and yanks her backward just as the massive iron gate slams down. Rukin, now trapped inside, grabs the bars and starts screaming. What are you two doing? Why didn't you come in? Jin Xung just smirks. Why? You're really asking me why? I knew you planned to PK us and steal my summoner's artifact. Rukin is stunned, his plan totally exposed. What? How did you know? Obviously, Jin Xung had no intention of playing by their rules. You 3 have fun in there. Rukin grits his teeth, cursing him. You idiot. You don't get it. You can't get out of here. The quest rules say leaving is impossible. Unless the boss is killed or the entire party gets wiped out. We can handle the Goblin High Priest ourselves. And once we kill it and these bars lift, you're next. It won't be long. Jin Xung just laughs. Thanks for the warning. Then he shouts an order. Lai, attack. Instantly, Lai lunges at Milan, sending Rukin into a panic. He draws his sword to rush forward, but he's already too late. Rukin seethes, you damn mutt. And in that exact moment, Jin Xung unsummons his beast, leaving Rukin and his weak crew to face the Goblin High Priest all by themselves. Rukin gets hit by a stunning attack, leaving him frozen on the spot, staring at the High Priest while screaming curses at Jin Xung. You bastard! You think we can't kill the boss just because of this? After we kill it and this gate opens, you're next. Jin Xung just sits back, totally relaxed. Yeah, I really don't think you can. The Goblin High Priest and its 2 hulking bodyguards are growling right behind Rukin, making him sweat bullets. Damn it. Rukin draws his sword and charges forward. Brothers, let's deal with these monsters first. We'll get Jin Xung later. He glares at Jin Xung with a warning. Let's see if you can stay that calm later. Jin Xung happily watches the show unfold. Does any third-rate villain ever actually succeed after saying that line? Haran, feeling a tiny bit of pity, asks him, will they be okay? Jin Xung just tells her if she's that worried, she can go on and help. Haran gives a dry laugh and points ahead. Help them? Rukin and his crew have completely lost control, barely able to defend themselves. Rukin is trying, sure, but he's only doing chip damage to one of the High Priest's minions. Meanwhile, the Goblin High Priest is standing in the back, chanting spells and constantly buffing its allies. Rukin immediately turns and shouts to his team. We have to get the High Priest before it finishes casting. Milan raises a spear, ready to throw. Leave it to me. The spear flies through the air like a rocket. It sinks right into the Goblin High Priest's shoulder, making it scream in agony. Rukin sees his chance. This is it. But Jin Xung isn't about to let them have it that easy. He activates his skill. Berserker's Blessing. Jin Xung's skill acts like a massive power-up for the Goblin minions. Their combat power just skyrocketed by 35%. Before Rukin could even process what was happening, Haran raised her staff and buffed the goblins with the Blessing of the Wind. He couldn't believe his eyes, screaming, was she seriously buffing the monsters? After buffing them, Haran just casually turned to Jinung and asked if that was good enough. Jinung, playing along, asked if she could maybe bless their strength too while she was at it. Haran twirled her scepter, wondering aloud if she should. Rukin and his crew just freaked out, begging her not to. No, please, anything but that. The fight would be over before it even started. Rukin just surrendered. He waved the white flag. Mission failed. Fast forward a bit, Haran and Jinung stroll out of the cave, absolutely loaded with loot. Jinung checked out their haul. Turns out, those idiots left behind some pretty sweet items. He turned to Haran. All right, time to hit the auction house and sell this stuff. Haran's eyes sparkled as she thanked Jinung. Thanks to him, they cleared the mission and got all these valuable items. Jinung just laughed it off, telling her she did great too. But who knew the High Priest would drop its red earth necklace? Splitting it stung a little, but he already scored a bunch of other items, so it wasn't a total loss. And man, he had no idea Haran was such a battle junkie. Come on, he said, let's go to the auction house. They get there, make the trades, and walk away with a huge bag of cash. Jinung was practically glowing. He hit the jackpot. Knew it. After the auction house took its cut, they were left with a grand total of 660,000 gold. Jinung rummaged through his bag, wondering what this one stone was. It was one of the items those tree guys dropped. It felt warm, so maybe it was a heat pack for winter? The item description just said unknown, but tossing it felt like a waste. Just then, Haran returned with food for dinner. Jinung saw her and said, let's go finish this quest. Haran and Jinung went back to see Lapis. The old guy welcomed him back, pretty impressed with his contribution. The system notification popped up. Quest complete. He didn't just get a ton of epic loot, but a level up too. Jinung had a massive grin on his face, so much EXP and a hefty gold reward. Haran excitedly showed Jinung she'd leveled up to 46. He congratulated her, then turned to ask Lapis about something. Jinung pulled out the necklace dropped by High Priest Goblin. Turns out, he'd run into the High Priest behind the barracks. Lapis's jaw dropped. Not only that, he actually killed him. Absolutely incredible. And just like that, Jinung leveled up again. Lapis found this kid seriously interesting. The royal guard had been hunting that high priest for months. How did you find him? He asked. Jinung tried to play it cool, saying he just got lucky. But Lapis knew damn well that wasn't just luck. He pulled out a carefully wrapped letter. You deserve this, he said. The moment Jinung opened it, he was completely floored. Lapis told him, I thought you were a stranger, but someone like you deserves this. As he spoke, a scroll wrapped in a ribbon appeared in Jinung's hand. The second he opened it, his mind was blown. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The scroll erupted in a blinding light, like a sunbeam shooting straight into his heart and face. A notification window popped up. Received a letter of recommendation to join the Looper Mercenary Guild. His heart was pounding, thinking it was something crazy, but it was just the quest reward. After that whole flashy light show introduction, Lapis quickly handed him the notice, reminding him that with this, he could take the entrance exam for the Looper Mercenary Kingdom. And he had to take the test in Muzan, because Lapis had high hopes for his incredible talent. Holding the admission ticket, Jinung's heart swelled. He promised the old man he would definitely take this chance. Lapis wasn't about to let young talent go to waste and immediately turned his attention to Haran. In a flash, he pulled out another notice, overjoyed by the dedication she was willing to show for the future of the Lucifer Kingdom. Haran held the notice in her hand, confused. She looked at Jinung asking, do you know what this recommendation letter is for? He nodded. Of course. If you take this to Muzan, you can take the super tough mercenary exam. His words were a bit of a blur to her. And more importantly, where in the world was Muzan? Seeing she was still confused, Jinung happily explained that there are 5 continents in Kailan. The ones open now are Kalanazu, where they were standing, and a new place called Maka. The continent of Kalanazu has 2 major kingdoms. One of them is Looper, with its capital, Muzan, named after the kingdom's heroes. After that short lecture, she started to get it. Now that he mentioned it, she remembered you can't even get to Muzan until you're level 50. Haran then asked the question everyone was thinking. What's the point of taking this mercenary exam anyway? Jinung wasn't one to dream. For him, it was simple. Pass the test, get the badge, and it becomes way easier to pick up quests, not to mention all the other benefits from the guild. You get different badges based on your combat skills. It all sounded amazing. But she was just a cook, so she probably didn't need all that complicated stuff. Hearing her mention cooking surprised him, but her plan was to just go back and grind her cooking skills until her main questline got stuck. Her cute determination actually made Jin Xung laugh. He didn't know about other things, but her cooking level had to be challenger tier, at least. Just thinking about how her food gave him a massive stat boost was all the proof he needed. Jin Xung thought back, staring at his screen. He never would have imagined it, someone getting a power-up just from eating. That led him to one conclusion. Her food was something special. With that in mind, he got curious and asked about her proficiency as a chef. He wondered how many dishes she'd sold. Harren was going to be modest, but since he asked so directly, she revealed it was high-grade level 1. And she wasn't stopping there, she planned to learn even more skills. Her words shocked him so much his jaw hit the floor. Even for the most common profession, like a blacksmith, the highest he'd ever heard of was high-grade level 3. To think she reached such a high level with a cooking profession, he was almost certain she had to be one of the highest-ranked players out there. He kept praising her talent, promising his full support. "If you need anything, just let me know," he said, making Harren blush and thank him shyly. The sudden lovey-dovey atmosphere completely freaked him out, making him wonder if he did something wrong. That's what he was thinking anyway. On the outside, he just played along with her. He let out a sigh of relief, but then he glanced over and saw a friend request notification from Harren. Jin Xung quickly accepted it without a second thought. His easygoing attitude made her see him in a whole new light. Her once lifeless eyes were now sparkling. She shyly took a small box out of her inventory and gave it to him as a gift. With the two of them like this, the air was thick with romance. Seeing them so close made Lappy Piz, who was standing nearby, feel a little hot under the collar. He glanced at the small box in her hand and asked, "Curious, what is that?" Hain hesitated for a moment. It's something she made while waiting for him. The second he opened the box, an incredible aroma hit him right in the face. Along with that scent was a meal that looked straight out of an illustration, absolutely perfect. He was so surprised he couldn't stop thanking her, calling her a total angel. Hain was just happy he accepted it. She just hoped he wouldn't misunderstand her intentions. Looking at the delicious meal, all he wanted was to dive in and savor that top-tier flavor. Hain quickly told him not to make a big deal of it. It was nothing compared to how much he'd helped her. As she finished speaking, her image started to fade. She didn't forget to say goodbye, hoping their next meeting would be soon. Yan waved back, a friendly farewell. And just like that, Hain vanished. After saying goodbye to the girl, he checked his schedule. If everything went according to plan, he had 5 hours until he needed to sleep. He definitely leveled up way faster than expected today. He smirked, wondering if he should grab dinner and then jump back in the game. Looking at the fragrant box in his hands, Yan immediately thought maybe he should treat himself to some chicken. The sky was incredibly calm today, and our main character was casually riding his beloved beast through the streets. Lai shot forward like an arrow, kicking up dust everywhere. But Yan just urged him on, faster. They were running out of time, so Lai put his head down and ran like his life depended on it. He was still annoyed just thinking about it. The chicken delivery was later than he thought, forcing him into this mad rush. After a while, Yan and his companion finally reached the cliff overlooking the harbor. He saw the cargo ship about to leave the dock and frantically changed direction. Quick, to the port, or they'd miss it. Just when he was in a hurry, he couldn't remember the exact way to the port, and if he wanted to catch a golem, he'd have to go all the way to the deep island. Lost in thought, he finally arrived at the docks. The cargo ship was already raising its anchor, getting ready to set sail. Seeing he was about to be too late, he yelled, "Lai, go, just run straight for the ship." But it seemed like he woke up on the wrong side of the bed today, because everything was going wrong. The ship was already cutting through the waves, putting distance between itself and the port. Needless to say, Yan watched in agony as the ship sailed away. But he wasn't giving up. He gripped the soft fur on Lai's back tightly. He ordered his beast to run with every ounce of strength he had, from the day he was born, to get on that ship. Lai, already used to his master's last-minute dashes, agreed. In a flash, he shot forward at the speed of light, becoming just a blur. The two of them soared into the air, a faint shadow against the bright sky. The sailors on the ship saw this and were totally stunned, their jaws on the floor. But their cool moment lasted about 3 seconds. The distance was just too great. They lost momentum and were about to splash right into the ocean. But just as they were about to hit the water, Yan thought fast. He pushed off Lai's back, using it as a springboard, and didn't forget to cancel the summon. He landed on the ship, safe and sound. Talk about a close call. He was lucky his ancestors were watching over him, or that would have been a huge headache. The people who witnessed this were in total shock, mouths wide open, eyes staring. It gave him goosebumps. Yan quickly turned his face away to avoid future trouble, but he couldn't escape the curious stares. Because he was so focused on the chase, he didn't get a good look at the ship. It was kind of shabby, a little disappointing. Couldn't they have used a better boat? Just as his mind was wandering, a clear voice cut through his thoughts. A strange man with shoulder-length hair asked him, "Are you a summoner?" Yan looked back, surprised, only to see a long line of people sizing him up from head to toe. Yan, being polite, answered, "Yes, I am." "Why do you ask?" His voice had a hint of caution. The shoulder-length-haired guy just smirked, just as he suspected. His reaction made Yan tense up, ready for a fight. Looking around, this was the only group here. Could it be? From Yan's perspective, these guys looked like a pack of tigers waiting for their prey. Without a second thought, he pulled out his massive blade. These guys had to be pirates. Right as he was about to go all out against them, he froze. The group suddenly started chattering, asking him what kind of wolf he was just riding. With eyes full of admiration, they all wanted him to summon Lai again so they could get another look. Their reaction made Yan realize his mistake. Whoops, he almost started a fight for no reason. Yan quickly hid the blade he was gripping, so they just liked his wolf. He was on guard for nothing. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, the group crowded around, chatting with Yan. He was also curious about what they were doing on this ship, so he asked, "Are you guys also heading to the island for a quest?" The blonde guy didn't hide anything, just as he thought. The two people next to him were witches, and they were here to help them complete a magic quest. Hen saw this and figured Yan must be here for a quest too, right? But the witch next to him immediately cut him off. A quest for a summoner? On this deep island? His question made Hen blush bright red as he bowed his head, apologizing for being so nosy. Hen, seeing that Yan was easy to talk to, opened up a bit. He was actually really interested in summoners. One of his friends, a guy named Lowen, was also a summoner. However, Lowen had recently found a summoning beast egg. He wondered if Yan knew anything about them. As he spoke, he summoned a projection of it. Hearing about a summoning beast egg made Yan suspicious. He looked at the egg in the man's hand and asked, "What is this?" Seeing that Yan seemed clueless, the man shared what he knew. They said they found a golden owl's nest and discovered this egg, but it hasn't hatched yet. That's all he'd heard. Hen's words reminded Yan of the golden owl hunting grounds for players in the later half of level 20. So this group probably wasn't even level 30 yet. Just the thought that summoning beast eggs actually exist got him super excited. He made a mental note to pay more attention from now on. Even for high-level monsters he couldn't beat, he should still look for their eggs. He could use those for summons. The more he thought about it, the more he realized what a huge advantage that would be. He had to be more vigilant. The ship sailed across the vast ocean. The sound of waves crashing against the hull was actually pretty soothing. After a while, a giant mountain of ice and snow finally appeared before them. A cold mist swirled around the mountain, white smoke billowing endlessly. Standing on the deck, Yan squinted into the distance and shouted with joy, "We finally made it. The deep island." The ship charged forward like a warhorse before stopping in front of a large cliff. The crew rappelled down, one by one, beginning their journey into the heart of the island. The second they touched down, a mind-numbing cold hit them hard. Only our main character, Yan, seemed completely unfazed, but that was just for show. On the inside, he was seconds away from turning into a human popsicle. He'd been here before, but this place was still a total mystery. Even Lai, his companion, was so cold his snot was freezing solid, giving Yan a look of utter confusion. Just as planned, Yan's group split up from the others. Each team went their separate ways, staying out of each other's business. After gearing up and throwing on a few extra layers, Lai's fur ignited into a fiery red. The two of them were finally ready to start exploring the base of the mountain. And what they saw were massive, mindless stone creatures just wandering around. Yan took a moment to analyze the terrain, thinking this could be a perfect hunting ground if he played his cards right. But before jumping into action, he felt a little lazy. He needed a break, and first things first, time to refuel. So, Yan reached into his thick coat, searching for the lunch Hezin packed for him. He pulled out a massive chunk of meat, making Lai's eyes light up like high beams. Not wanting to disappoint his summon, Yan tossed the meat right into Lai's small mouth. It was pure bliss for the creature. After eating the meatball for 40 minutes, its health increased by 100 and its dexterity by 20. Seeing the stat screen pop up, Yan patted Lai's head as a reward. A 20-point dexterity boost? Not only that, but the duration was doubled. Looking at the last meatball in his hand, a wild thought popped into his head. Should he try it? But before he could make a mistake, the smell of the meat hit him and made his stomach turn. Now he remembered Hazen's warning this stuff was only for Lai. He quickly put the round meatball away and pulled out the food box she carefully prepared for him. The moment he opened it, a delicious aroma filled the air, and it looked absolutely mouth-watering. Just one bite and he was hooked. He completely devoured it, stuffing his face until not a single crumb was left. Delicious to the last drop. Yan wiped the container clean, finally full and satisfied as he stretched out to relax. A system notification popped up. He'd consumed high-grade lean meat, boosting his strength by 500 and defense by 30 for 1 hour. He looked at his incredible stats. The effect of the meat was seriously potent. But then, another notification appeared. All his stats would be permanently tripled. The news was so shocking he could barely process it. Thinking it had to be a system error, Yan immediately pulled up his status window. He had to see it to believe it, and there it was, everything had really tripled. He had 7 stats in total, and with a triple boost to each, that was 21 extra stat points. That's like leveling up 21 times. Seriously, Hazen was on another level. Her cooking was legendary. He decided right then and there he needed to get her to make him more food. After eating and resting up, the duo was ready for action. Time to go catch a big ice monster. Meanwhile, back in the Lucifer Kingdom, a teleportation light appeared on the streets. The other group, having barely escaped with their lives, were gasping for air. It looked like their plan had been a total failure. Everyone checked their gear, and as expected, they'd all lost a few items. Mylin and the others were bummed, but they were still way luckier than the blonde-haired guy. He'd lost everything because he couldn't unequip his gear in time. If anyone should be crying, it was him, and the mere thought of it made him furious, and he blamed it all on Yan's group. They were weak, he fumed. If they hadn't fallen into a trap, his team wouldn't be in this mess. He swore he would make Yan pay, one way or another. He vowed that from this day on, Yan's crew would never set foot in Kallen. After Yan cleared out all the stragglers, he was exhausted from hunting for 10 straight hours. He told Lai to take a quick break. The two of them found a random spot and sat down. Seeing Lai panting heavily from the fight, Yan felt a pang of pity and pulled out another meatball, asking if it wanted more. The moment Lai saw the round, juicy meat, it started drooling uncontrollably. Yan quickly granted its simple wish. As Lai enjoyed its favorite snack, it started humming happily, making Yan burst out laughing. Lai couldn't believe how generous his master was being today. Worried one meatball wasn't enough, Yan pulled out another. The gesture moved Lai so much it started crying tears of drool. But surprisingly, it stopped Yan's hand, shaking its head no, leaving Yan a bit confused, since when does a cat refuse a treat? But as it kept shaking its head, Yan finally understood. His little pet was actually trying to share its food with him. The thought warmed his heart. After letting Lai eat its fill, Yan got busy checking the stats of the ice golems. The 2 he'd captured were both level 37. He wondered if he should catch one more to increase his command points. The 2 he had were already pretty big compared to the others, but something still felt missing. He glanced over at Lai, who was sleeping peacefully. That's it. He needed one more to evolve Lai. But after thinking for a bit, he decided to rest first. He'd already spent so much time here, so what was the harm in catching just one more? As he watched the giant golems wander around, Yan hid behind a rock, observing. And then he saw it. A golden golem, totally different from the rest. Was his streak of bad luck finally over? Had the heavens finally decided to bless him? He couldn't let this chance slip away. He immediately ordered Lai to charge forward and capture it. But just as they were about to attack, a cute little turtle just randomly appeared, taking him by surprise. He quickly pulled up its information. When he saw unique ABC turtle, level 30 on the screen, he froze. He had never even heard of this creature before. And it was a unique class? Lady Luck was definitely smiling on Yan today. It looked pretty useless, but hey, it was cute with its big head. He had no idea if it had any combat skills, but whatever, better to catch it just in case. He had a weird feeling about this thing. It was rare, a species he didn't recognize, and most importantly, it was unique. He couldn't let this one get away. Something felt off. Yan moved straight toward the ABC turtle, which was slowly dragging its heavy feet. He felt like one wrong move and the poor thing would just keel over. Not to mention magic. He honestly couldn't figure out how it was supposed to fit that cannon-sized head into its shell. Deciding to act, he raised the staff in his hand and gently tapped the cute turtle with it. It jumped in surprise, then immediately shot him an angry look for daring to mess with it. Just 1 minute and 30 seconds, and poof, it completely vanished into its tiny shell. Yan and his wolf, Lai, just stared. Absolutely dumbfounded. They hadn't even touched it yet. What was with the overreaction? Still, this made things easier. Time for a capture. Yan immediately summoned his magic circle, ordering it to bind the tiny turtle, but the system blared an alert. Capture failed, impossible to bind. Yan just froze, completely stunned. He had no idea why it wasn't working. Okay, new plan. He had to lower its HP first. Yan swung his staff, doing a grand total of 1 damage. Pathetic. He followed up with a flurry of kicks against the stubborn shell. After all that fighting, Yan was covered in sweat, and the turtle had barely lost any health. What in the world was this thing? Yan shot a look at Lai. Your turn. Go bite it. His pet wolf was completely horrified, but an order's an order. It charged forward and took a massive bite of the shell, and immediately regretted it. Crunch. Lai's teeth just shattered and fell out. Yan was cursing up a storm in his head. Just how high was this thing's defense stat? Staring at the rock-solid, motionless shell, he was completely stumped. And then, a crazy idea hit him. What if he tried using one of Heron's special meatballs? He pulled out a ridiculously fragrant meatball and began the temptation. Hey, this is a rare treat. If you don't eat it, that's on you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Sure enough, the appeal of good food is universal. The turtle's head actually poked out. Yan pressed his advantage. You want it? Come and get it, he teased, slowly holding out the perfect meatball. The turtle scrambled towards him with all its might. Just as its beak was about to snatch the prize, Yan pulled a classic scumbag move. Quick as a flash, he snatched the meatball away. The tiny turtle was furious. Its eyes burned with a look that screamed it wanted to fight to the death. Yan didn't waste words. Just agree to come with me, and I'll give you food way better than this. Isn't that what you want? Then he revealed a whole pile of juicy, delicious meat, and the turtle was completely mesmerized. Just make the deal, Yan repeated, and all of this is yours. The capture command sounded, and just like that. Success. He'd finally caught the stubborn little guy. Man, that turtle was harder to win over than his supermodel. But then, while checking the status screen, he noticed something. Something interesting. It could evolve. He leaned in, reading the details on his new pet turtle. I knew there'd be something good about it. Wait, what are these stats? They were bizarre. Its defense was insanely high, and a special skill gave it an extra 500 armor points. This thing's defense growth was off the charts. It had more armor than a level 100 monster. No wonder he only did 1 point of damage. Looks cute, but you can't underestimate it. All right, let's check its hidden potential. And his jaw hit the floor again. Its hidden potential was literally 0. Charm points? 10. None of this made any sense. Some things are just weird, I guess. His only real hope was that future evolution. The whole plan was banking on its evolution. Who knew what it could become? Done guessing, Yan decided to just summon it. As a fresh summon, the baby turtle didn't have a name yet. All right, from now on, you're Pui Pui. The turtle immediately radiated pure rage at the cringy name. What's your problem? Pew Pewee is a cute name, they argued back and forth, while the lone wolf just sighed. Below the giant stone mountains, rock monsters began to stir. Lie, it was time to hunt. At the command, the wolf's eyes glowed red as it lunged at a stone golem. The monster threw massive punches, sending rock and debris flying everywhere. The wolf just snarled, showing its sharp fangs, ready to crunch some rocks. The battle raged on, neither side giving an inch. Yeah, that's it. Good job. Keep weakening it. Yan cheered from the sidelines, hyping up his wolf. The stone giant kept swinging, but the wolf moved like a fish, dodging every single blow. Getting bored, the monster decided to spice things up, a frost wave. It was charging up a skill. Lie, dodge. Get out of there. The giant stomped its foot, shaking the very earth. Lie leaped back just in time. Yan was right there, directing his wolf's every move. Since the monster just used a big skill, its cooldown had started. Seizing the moment, Yan jumped in, taking over the attack for his wolf, but his pet barely had time to react before it got blasted. Everything went dark as it was sent flying by a massive hit. Debris flew everywhere, but it seemed like it wasn't a critical blow. Now, let's attack together, 2-on-1. Master and pet charged, eyes blazing, ready to go all out against the golem. The intensity doubled, and everyone knew how this was going to end. And with that, he successfully captured the ice golem. Finally, a monster he was truly satisfied with. Earth and stone were now his to command. He read the golem's stats and was seriously impressed. Totally worth the effort. All right, we're all set. Wait, where's the turtle? He turns around and the other one vanishes. It took me almost 2 days to catch this golem. I guess I have to head back. Meanwhile, the turtle, stressed out from the fight, was casually snacking on a fish. Next stop, the snow-covered Cropia Mountains. The hunt continues. Inside Cropia Castle, a beautiful girl was showing off her amazing cooking skills. Whew, another success. You could just tell by looking at her how amazing the food would be. A steaming plate of lobster thermidor, fresh from the kitchen. If I was a little more careful, this could have sold for 10,000 gold. Maybe I should take a break. She'd been working hard and needed to recover for the next day. This is even better than I expected. My cooking proficiency is shooting up since I started using this castle's kitchen. Turns out the high-end kitchen itself was leveling up her dishes. I wonder what Yan is up to. Pushing her exhaustion aside, she decided to message him. Heron was smiling as she texted, but then she froze. A message from Yan? I'm heading to the northern region and was hoping to get some of your food. These two, miles apart, still flirting like newlyweds. Oh, that's easy. I just finished making a ton of food. Where should we meet? Perfect timing. That fresh plate of lobster now had a destination. Good thing he asked. I'd never be able to finish all this myself. I'll get to see him soon. When you're hit by Cupid's arrow, a little distance is nothing. It's not like I wanted to see him. I'm just doing him a favor, she told herself, her face red as a tomato, clearly excited to meet up. Meanwhile, Yan was back to his normal life, swapping his sword for a keyboard. Time to check the forums for any useful info. What's this? New info on summoners already? I leave the house for a second and things get crazy. Wait, is that the wolf that pulled every summoner to Caliper's Hill? Yep, that's the one. I call him Coco. The host is interviewing today's main attractions, the red fox and its beautiful owner. I heard Coco is a little different from the rest of its kind, right? That's right. If you look at its stats, you'll see a special line. Can evolve. Hearing that, Jin Xung's jaw practically hit the floor. The intel is finally out, summoned beasts can evolve. He'd never seen this before. It was a bit of a shock at first. But thinking about it, it's not a huge deal. Just a matter of time, really. He was actually glad they're only finding out now. The number of summoner players is uncountable these days. The class looks cool and mysterious, so it draws in a huge crowd. Sooner or later, they were bound to figure out that summoned beasts could evolve. Everyone just has to grind it out and raise their pets to be useful. But without the training skill, evolving them is seriously tough. Jin Xung chewed on his spoon, thinking of how to raise his own summon faster. No other info, huh? A unique grade monster. A red-striped bear roars on the TV like a beauty queen on an international stage. Wait, Min already has a monster like this. This guy has everything, yet he's still sitting there chewing his spoon, pretending to be surprised. Catching that at level 23, he definitely had help from his guild or some high-level friends. All this scheming is exhausting. Time to check on Pupudi. I've been so focused on other people's summons I completely forgot about my own. Early in the morning, Jin Xung was seen carrying a massive sack, making everyone turn their heads. Heron, isn't this a bit much? And you're only charging me for the ingredients? Won't that be a hassle for you? She was worried he'd starve, so she packed a food supply bigger than he was. Don't worry about it. Compared to the quest you helped me with and that necklace, this is nothing. You could tell from her eyes she'd cook for him for a lifetime, let alone charge him for it. Looks like there's some seriously expensive stuff in here too. I want to dig in right now. He's struggling not to drool over this lobster. Thanks so much. How can I ever repay Haran for this? Jin Xung was being so polite. Haran knew she had to seize the moment. Well, if you insist, could you help me with 2 things? He'd already opened his big mouth, so he had to agree. One wrong move and he'd starve. First, when you're hunting in the northern region, if you see any ingredients on this list, please grab them for me. Oh, sure, I can do that. Phew, at least the first request was easy. And the second thing is, Heron trailed off, shifting awkwardly on her feet. She looked totally unnatural. What could she possibly ask for? Hopefully, it won't take too much time away from my grinding. He was busy, but for the sake of food, he had to listen. Please, help me with my upcoming class project. When I asked Juan, he told me you attend Korea University. Yeah, that's right, I'm a freshman there. A school project, she wants my help? In the real world? He hadn't even heard the full request and was already feeling a little nervous. I'm in the Hotel Culinary Arts Department at Korea University, a sophomore. It finally clicked. Not only the same university, but she was his senior. No way to escape this now. You like good food, right? I was really hoping you could try all of my dishes and tell me which one is the best. Her class was about creating original recipes, so Jin Xung understood the situation now. That giant bag of food had a purpose. So I just need to eat and tell you if it's good? That's right. You'll definitely help me, won't you? It sounded simple, but something felt a little off, making him scratch his head. Why would Heron ask me? Doesn't she have any friends? No time to wonder about that now. The food I make is only for you to eat. He figured maybe her personality was a bit unique, so not many people got close to her. Jin Xung guessed and guessed, but he was way off from her true feelings. All right, time to focus on gearing up. He logged back into the game, preparing for his next adventure. The upcoming quest area is a bit dangerous, and there's not much information on it. I have to make sure I have the best gear possible when I get there. He browsed through everything he could find, getting ready for a new fight. I bought everything I need. Now, I just need a weapon. I wonder if there's a bow with a wild-type system like the one I bought before, just as expected. No bows at his level could deal high damage. And all this extra gear? Pretty mediocre. Not good enough to run with him. Not a single bow could boost the power of his summoned beast. Should I broaden my search? After looking forever, he finally chose a pair of ancient summoners' iron gauntlets. Just from the name, Jin Xung had a pretty good idea of what this thing could do. And we're back to that familiar scene. Snow-covered rocky mountains. And of course, a giant rock golem. The battle starts with both sides chasing each other like long-lost friends. Okay, remember, I'll attack from the front, so you handle the back. Man and beast split up for an easier, quicker fight. The golem unleashes earth-shattering punches, sending rocks flying everywhere. In the middle of the fight, he spots the monster's weak point. Jin Xung couldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. I'm trusting you, buddy. I spent 900,000 gold on you. He invested in these awesome gauntlets to go toe-to-toe with the monster. Let's see who wins. Without hesitation, he charged forward, slamming both fists straight into the monster. It was so startled it couldn't even react before its weakness was exposed. Totally worth every penny. Buying this was a great idea. Jin Xung felt proud of the treasure he'd picked out himself. It might look like a kid's toy, but it's surprisingly useful. Looking back, I still love its base ability. Wait, if it's random, does that include Pukputi? Does that mean if it activates, I'll turn into Pukputi? Jin Xung freaked out for a second, then remembered the physical traits restriction. He just stood there muttering to himself, completely freezing the monster in confusion. Should I use the new skill I got at level 3? The monster heard him and let out a roar, basically agreeing. This time, it wasn't just one monster, but two, and they brought weapons. Jin Xung was trapped between them, but he slipped away in a flash, making the two brothers smack each other on the head with their clubs. It worked. You can tell how much these two brothers love each other. Just a little friendly fire. Even a slap does over 1,000 damage. These level 60 ice goblins are no joke. I have to take it down before it gets a chance to heal. This goblin was a seasoned veteran, so taking it down wouldn't be easy. You have dealt a critical blow to the ice goblin. Guess the surprise attack caught it off guard. I need to keep attacking. Jin Xung unleashed every last bit of power he had to finish this goblin off for good. But the ice golem was no pushover. Sparks flew as they charged at each other, and he could feel his body getting faster. He was overflowing with power, but in this state, even a single hit meant death. Jin Xung activates his precious item, but he has to be careful not to get sent straight to the afterlife. When a monster uses a wide area attack, it leaves an opening. No time for words. He lunged forward, all or nothing. You've landed a critical hit on the ice golem. To finish it off, Jin Xung smashes another fist into its face, making sure it stays down for good. The gauntlets did their job again, taking down the giant stone monster. It crashed to the ground. You have killed an ice golem. Gain 1.06 experience. Night falls. The wind howls through the dense forest, and snow blankets the ground. The orange-haired guy's group huddles by a fire. I've set up a barrier. We might see ice orcs over level 100 here. The guy brags about his achievements, and Logan is quick to praise him. The northern zone is no place to mess around. Good thing we came on this expedition. It lets us build a foundation for the guild, he says, pouring Logan a drink so he can think up their next move. Although, the real reason we're here is because there's not much territory left up north. The question is, can we even defend what we take? We have to do it within 3 months. We'll need to use every member we have to fortify our position as soon as this expedition is over. We have to bring all the guild members here. The team sounds big, but they'll be busy with tons of work and hunting in the surrounding areas. Everyone will come except for one person. The whole crew, and they're leaving one guy behind? What do you mean? It's Yan, obviously. He needs to hunt more in the southern region to level up. Wonder if Yan has even made it to the north yet. The best guy got left behind. Well, successful people walk their own path. He actually asked me for some information on the northern zone recently. Said he was going to hunt in the Gropia Snow Mountains and was gathering intel. Hearing how hard Yan was working made the other guy curious. He wondered what level he was at now. I'm not sure about that. But hey, him leveling up fast is a good thing, right? The dude with the sour face wonders what Yan is doing without him. After taking down that ice golem, the world feels a lot more peaceful. Jin Xung, still wearing the gauntlets, walks his lonely wolves. Now that I'm sharing experience with 4 of them instead of 2, leveling up has gotten way harder, and I just barely passed level 40. Seeing its buddy get beaten to a pulp, the other ice golem was so scared it surrendered to become Jin Xung's pet. Isn't it about time for Slap's potential to hit 100? Time to train this new pet that's literally bigger than its owner. But what's this? Slap's potential is at 100, so why hasn't it evolved? This beast might be huge, but its soul is still tiny. I knew one of the evolution conditions was 100 potential points. Is there another requirement? Its level? But I remember Lai was only level 2 when it evolved. Does each monster have a different level requirement? Whatever. There's nothing I can do about it right now. Jin Xung stood there, muttering to himself, trying to figure out how to raise his new pet. Should I use my training skill on Pucky now? The poor little turtle, just learning to walk, is about to become a guinea pig. But wait, Pucky's gone. It probably knew this was coming and made a run for it. If it was attacked, the system would have notified me. Guess I'll have to lure it out. Come on out. I've got a meatball for you. After searching around, he finally spots the turtle with its head buried in the ground. He thought it was up to something, but it was just munching on a ghost potato. Pucky's potential increased by 10. All stats increased by 5. Jin Xung was furious. His pet was eating way too much without his permission, but the turtle just kept chewing happily. Ghost potatoes are rare herbs that boost all stats by 5 points. He was jealous. He should have been the one to eat it, not this tiny turtle. Next time you find something like this, you bring it to me. I'll give you a meatball, Jin Xung said, trying to bribe his pet with a trade. You could tell from the turtle's face it understood him. It looked annoyed and started crawling away, probably to find a new owner. But then, it led him to a secret dungeon. No way. Could this be? You are the first person to discover this labyrinth. Jin Xung shouted with joy. He was the very first person to find this dungeon. He also learned that for the next 5 days, the item drop rate here would be doubled. This made the long journey to the northern zone completely worth it. Jin Xung was offered 500 fame to register the labyrinth. But Jin Xung was greedy. He didn't want to share the experience or the double drop rate with anyone else, not even for 500 fame points. He hugged Pucky tightly, praising it. You did a good job. You're finally useful for something. After a moment, Jin Xung finally decided to enter the labyrinth. Jin Xung went in with Slap and Lie. The dungeon seemed simple, but something about it sent a chill down his spine, making him shake like a leaf. It felt like a ghost or something was about to pop out. Suddenly, a huge explosion and a whole swarm of ghost dragons rushed out. Jin Xung immediately ordered Slap to use Ice Wave. The monsters took hundreds of thousands of damage and had their speed reduced. Jin Xung was worried it would be a while before he could use Berserk again. He frantically told Lai to handle the one on the left. He didn't care if Lai could beat it or not, he just needed to buy some time. As for Jin Xung, he quickly activated the effect of the ancient summoner's Iron Hands. He borrowed Slap's Ice Wave and, as he charged forward, yelled at Lai to get out of the way. As he landed, he grit his teeth in frustration. At this rate, the fight would drag on forever. Things were getting dicey. Then, Jin Xung's eyes accidentally fell on the lazy turtle, Pucky, yawning in a corner. Jin Xung froze. No way was he letting it sit there and sip tea. He ordered it to attack 2 of the monsters and draw their attention. Even though the command came from his own mouth, Jin Xung's jaw dropped when he saw it actually obey. Nice one, Pucky. Jin Xung shouted praise, thinking it was all bark and no bite. The lazy turtle quickly retreated into its shell, taking massive amounts of critical damage. Though he was annoyed by this ridiculous tactic, Jin Xung still trusted its insane defense. With absolute faith that he would win this fight soon, Jin Xung ordered all of his summoned beasts to attack at once. After an intense battle, Jin Xung's side barely managed to defeat them. He glanced around and frowned, realizing that even though he had cleared the path, he made it to the basement, but the air, it felt completely different. A blinding pillar of light erupted right behind Jin Xung. He knew exactly what it was, a summoning circle. The boss has arrived. He quickly tells his 2 summons to get ready, but what appears is the ghost of an old man. The man gives him a friendly smile, saying he sees that Jin Xung is a summoner, which catches him completely off guard. Jin Xung gets suspicious. No way, this old guy is a monster. So, he politely asks who he is. The old man just mutters to himself, surprised that the first challenger for his trial is a summoner. The elder wonders aloud if this is destiny. Hearing that, Jin Xung asks if his name is Oli. After getting a nod, he asks why he's even here. Oli just says he can't reveal that just yet. Before Jin Xung can even process it, the old man raises his staff, promising that if he passes the trial, he'll learn all the labyrinth's secrets. The ground starts to shake, tremors echoing everywhere. Oli summons a level 7 Chaos Dragon. Jin Xung's jaw hits the floor at its sheer size. This thing is double the size of the demonic dragons, which were already as tall as a building, and his eyes go wide when he sees its rank. Level 75, a hero-grade monster. He can't believe it. There's no way he can beat this. Facing certain death, Jin Xung knows the right thing to do is unsummon his companions first. The Chaos Dragon lets out a terrifying roar, and just like that, all of Jin Xung's stats drop by 5% for 10 minutes. He decides that even if he's going to die, he's not going down without a fight. Oli commands the Chaos Dragon to attack. Jin Xung is shocked to see it can use a breath attack. He grabs Puji with one arm and orders his other 2 summons to scatter fast. Thanks to Puji's insane defense, he barely survives the blast of Dragon's breath. But still, that attack managed to pierce through the turtle's ridiculous defense, instantly wiping out a third of its health. He guesses the Chaos Dragon is like the demonic dragons, low defense and not much HP. Jin Xung officially launches his counterattack, ordering Slap to use its freeze skill while Lai goes for a savage attack from behind. He might have to give up in the end, but he swears he won't back down without giving it his all. He activates his skill, Weakness Detection. But a new threat appears from the Chaos Dragon. It whips its tail, landing a critical hit on Slap before Jin Xung could even shout a warning. Slap lost nearly 5,000 health. Jin Xung is furious. He knows it's a level 70+ boss, but this is just ridiculous. He quickly unsummons Slap, He turns to see his other summon also got hit with a critical, but not before it managed to shave off nearly 2,000 of the Chaos Dragon's HP and inflict a bleed status. Because Lai landed a critical, its combat power gets a boost for 5 seconds. Jin Xung thanks his lucky stars. Lai hit the boss's weak spot, perfectly matching his own weakness detection skill. The Chaos Dragon starts losing thousands of health points from the bleed. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Xung swaps places with Lai, using Puji as a weapon to slam into the dragon. Jin Xung can't help but curse why is every single attack a critical hit, this stupid dragon. But luckily, Puji is a tank, losing only about 100 health. On Jin Xung's command, Lai lands another critical hit on the Chaos Dragon, wiping out more than 2,000 of its HP. But even after taking a massive hit like that, Jin Xung guesses it still has over half its health left. He loses focus for a split second and gets slammed into a wall by the dragon's tail, losing over 500 health. His head is spinning, his confidence is shattering. He starts to doubt if he can actually beat a level 75 monster. If he fails, all his valuable experience vanishes. A game over screen, and a 24-hour login restriction. He has way too much to lose. Despite that, Jin Xung is determined to keep Lai alive. No matter what, he can't lose him. He frantically looks around and sees Lai is still in there, landing yet another critical hit on the Chaos Dragon. And thanks to Lai, it suddenly clicks. Attacking wounded spots deals extra damage. That means if he keeps hitting the same injured areas, the damage will stack. He realizes Lai has been targeting the weak spot on the Chaos Dragon's neck this whole time. Jin Xung is both overjoyed and furious with himself. Why did it take him so long to figure that out? He never thought a feature like that existed, but it doesn't matter. Time to test it now. After Lai's relentless assault, the Chaos Dragon's nameplate is flashing. That means its health has dropped below half. But looking at it another way, it took all that time just to get it to half health. This thing truly is a monster. Time for a reality check. Can they actually win in their current state? After a moment, Jin Xung sighs and thanks Lai for fighting so hard. He unsummons Lai. There's no time to use first aid to heal. If the fight keeps going, his own body will get too sluggish, and he won't be able to dodge the dragon's attacks. He can't win with just Lai anyway, so right now, he has to minimize his losses. Jin Xung grabs Puji, clicking his tongue as he remembers the penalty for failure. But even as the Chaos Dragon lets out another threatening roar, Jin Xung doesn't back down. This display surprises Oli, who actually recalls the Chaos Dragon. Jin Xung is sweating with relief as the monster disappears. And with that, a flood of rewards for conquering the Chaos Labyrinth, hundreds of thousands of experience points, leveling him up to 43. Jin Xung is still stunned that he actually cleared it. A thought crosses his mind. Maybe it was impossible to actually kill that dragon from the start. Still, the experience he got was lower than he expected. Jin Xung brushes it off, exhausted, and slumps to the ground. Oli walks over and praises him, impressed that he fought the Chaos Dragon so well. Jin Xung, a little embarrassed, says, "What's so surprising? I still lost in the end." But Oli replies, "That's not it at all, because that was a summon you could never defeat with your current abilities. And congratulations, you have passed the test." Jin Xung mutters to himself, "Is this guy messing with me? What test?" Oli asks for his name, and he quickly answers, "Yan." Then Oli offers him an absolutely insane gift. He asks if he wants to receive his legacy, the path of a dragon tamer. And while he's a bit dizzy from this incredible offer, he quickly realizes this could be a hidden class. He never imagined he'd get a secret class like this. This can't be a trick, right? Hey, Dragon Tamer. Just the name sounds awesome. And he's being invited by this old man to become his successor, a legendary Dragon Tamer. He was so ready to agree, but you gotta play it cool, right? Pretend to think it over. Master Tamer or Dragon Tamer, which one sounds better? See, Jin Xung easily unlocked the Master Tamer class at the start of the game, but almost unlocked the Dragon Tamer title after going through hell and back. Alright, decision made. Jin Xung looked up at Oli, full of confidence. He wanted to become a Dragon Tamer. The old man heard this and smiled, totally satisfied. He guaranteed Jin Xung would never regret it, but before he could even feel proud, the transfer began. Blessings upon the birth of a new Dragon Tamer. Awesome, right? But that epic feeling lasted less than a minute before the system shut it down. A massive notification pops up. You cannot switch to a lower tier class. Class change. Failed. You gotta be kidding me. Is this what happens when you're too good? Oli finally gets it. Oh. Jin Xung is already on the path to becoming a master. No wonder he couldn't help him. It was a skill issue on his end. Man, that's gotta sting. He knew this kid wasn't just a normal summoner, since he could see his red mane wolf. But he never expected Jin Xung to be a master class. Now that's some serious prestige. Turns out, Jin Xung is just finding out himself that Master Tamer is a higher tier than Dragon Tamer. A little disappointing, sure, but hey, it's fine. Jin Xung knows he's good. He decides to dig for more information. Maybe he'll find something useful. Ollie helps him analyze the situation a bit. Lai, that's Jin Xung's wolf, is a rare grade summon, and if it's rare, its power is definitely not normal. It's super not normal. But that's only possible if the tamer raises the summon using a special method. Special, you say? Jin Xung knew his high opinion of this guy was right. He even correctly identified Lai's rank and power. For an NPC, that's seriously impressive. The title Legendary Dragon Tamer isn't just for show. This old dude has some serious bragging rights. Except with Jin Xung, apparently. If Oli could read minds, he'd be heartbroken right now. But Jin Xung couldn't forget the real question. Why was this guy waiting for a challenger like him? Oh yeah. Almost forgot the most important part. He knew it. Was he trying to rip him off? Not a chance. There has to be a reward for clearing all these ridiculous trials. He almost forgot himself and walked away empty-handed. Sheesh. Meanwhile, in a different part of the world, things were just as chaotic. While Ju Yum was struggling with this slime monster, Gay Wan was just standing by, clapping and cheering like crazy. Talk about annoying your leader. After finally killing the monster, totally exhausted, their group finally hit 1,000 territory points. The Lotus base has been upgraded to the Lotus Village, and the title of Village Chief was automatically given to the guild leader, Ju Haiyan. Deep down, he's thrilled. He likes being praised for maturing, but does it mean he looks old for his age? That stings a little. With the base upgrade done, he started to wonder if his buddy on the other side of the map was doing okay. He means Jin Xung, of course. And yeah, he's doing just fine. Actually, maybe better than fine. 5 straight days of sleeping, only 2 hours a night has him feeling sleepy even inside the game. He is absolutely wiped. The little turtle next to him, usually so chill, looks pale green. Both of their eyes are bloodshot. The struggle is real. Jin Xung is starting to regret taking this quest. Big time. But what choice did he have? If he doesn't finish this godforsaken thing, he gets no reward. Quitting or failing means losing reputation equal to the quest's rank, and this thing is B rank difficulty. On top of that, he's not even level 50 yet. If he knew it would be this brutal, he never would have accepted it. The quest is for a summoner with skills recognized by Oli, and you can't form a party. Luckily, there's no time limit. Otherwise, Jin Xung would only be seeing his family on holidays and memorials. And the most important part, the reward description is super vague. Unclear reward. Seriously? As much as he likes to solo, this is way too tough right now. It might be more doable after he levels up. Before starting the quest, Oli gave him a spirit stone of the divine dragon. Finally, at the very end, the old man opens up. A long time ago, back in Oli's era, there were legendary monsters that no longer exist. One of them was his longtime summon, his best friend, the battle dragon, Cassis. 1,000 years ago, the home of the dragon tamers was attacked by evil dragons. Countless dragons and tamers lost their lives. The enemy's forces were 100 times stronger than Cassis. That's why he ran, hiding here in this snowy mountain. He had a mission, protect his companion. The evil dragons wouldn't give up easily, so he had no choice but to seal himself and Cassis deep underground. The story is so moving, you could almost cry. What a beautiful friendship. Makes you look at your own friends differently. Oli endured it here for 1,000 years without a single ray of sunlight, all to revive Cassis. He decided to give the stone to Jin Xung, passing on this noble mission. A space mage will tell him how to bring the battle dragon's soul back to this world. You don't necessarily have to be a dragon tamer to restore Cassis's spirit stone. However, you do need a certain touch, a natural talent. Only the innate skill of a dragon tamer can revive Cassis as a true battle dragon. And the only person who caught his eye, the only one he believed could do it, was Jin Xung. What a crazy twist. If this thing has divine dragon in the name, it's gotta be an extraordinary summon. So, long story short, take it to the space mage and figure it out from there. At the same time, Oli also gave him his reward. After waiting forever, he finally got it, the decorative feather of the dragon tamer. This is an artifact passed down to the leaders of the dragon tamers, but he has to find a space mage to remove the seal. Only then will it show its true power. So, one way or another, he has to find that mage. Before disappearing, Oli gave Jin Xung his blessing, hoping he could revive the descendants of the divine dragons. It felt like he'd just received a world-changing quest. Seizing the moment, he immediately checked the item's info. And holy crap, it's a legendary grade item. The stats are insane. Looking at the system window, this thing is unreal. The stat boosts are absolutely terrifying, and it's soulbound to his account only. Once this thing is unlocked, he's basically going to become a Power Ranger. Unbeatable. And those lines of red text look seriously sneaky. If your summon runs out of health during a fight, you can just swap in another one. That is completely broken. Taming a dragon is the dream of every summoner out there, and he is definitely getting one in the future. Looking closer, this feather is seriously useful. Heh, all that tedious questing wasn't a waste of time after all. But wait a second. Nothing in this world is ever that easy. For now, at least, you're supposed to be level 70 to solo a B-rank quest. Grinding like this is insane. If he keeps this up for 5 straight days, he's going to be meeting his ancestors way too soon. He might be exhausted, but his summons, they don't know the meaning of tired. And just like that, they hit level 50. He finally unlocked the soul magic power stat. Our boy Jin Xung barely lifted a finger himself, but man, was it a grind. Good thing he hit level 50 right before the timer ran out, or it would have been game over. So he's got this new soul power. But honestly, who cares? The most important quest right now is getting some serious sleep, like 1,000 years of it. But you think he gets to rest that easily? Not a chance. The real story is just getting started. He barely gets a good stretch in before, bam, dozens of notifications pop up. You are the first summoner to reach level 50. You have gained 1,500 fame points. All this praise, you think he just saved the world. And then, another quest alert pings. Are you kidding me? And to top it off, it has the word National slapped right on the front. The Pioneer of Summoners. You are the forerunner of all summoners in the kingdom of Lucifero. The Emperor wishes to meet you. Find him within 3 days. No difficulty listed. A special quest. Huh. A big contribution could probably score him 10 iPhone 16 Pro Maxes. Just the thought gets him fired up. Suddenly, he's wide awake. He knows this game gives out insane loot to players who put in the work. Alright, sleep can wait. He's got this. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Finer, the peaceful kingdom of Lucifero is suddenly shaken. An earthquake. The ground trembles violently as something begins to appear inside the castle. And just as everyone guessed, it's the Tower of the Summoner, a monument for the first player to hit level 50. The citizens start buzzing. Just who is this monster? Meanwhile, the monster they're all talking about is snoring his head off. Waking up back in the real world feels amazing. He immediately makes a bowl of instant ramen with 2 eggs and starts scrolling the game forums. So this is the legendary peaceful life of a gamer? He could get used to this. Of course, every single news article is about the level 50 summoner. It's the hottest topic. Heh, everyone is going nuts. But just as he's about to dig into his noodles, someone posts that they know who the summoner is. Clickbait, he thinks, but then he sees his own face on the screen. So much for being famous. This is just being notorious. And of course, people are calling the photo a fake. Are these guys serious? The absolute nerve. Then he sees a comment making fun of his loyal summon, his goofy turtle companion. If his pet heard that, its heart would break. He summons it and yup, it's already sulking. Now he has to waste energy cheering it up. So exhausting. Luckily, the little guy loves meat as much as he does. A few snacks later, its tail is wagging again. Just as peace returns, a message from Do Hyun pops up. Are you insane? What the hell are you doing, my friend? Geez. Getting called crazy first thing in the morning. Looks like his buddy figured it out. Phew. At least it's only Do Hyun who knows. But wait, it's not just him. Oh my god. A message from the goddess of his dreams, Hain. She knows he's the level 50 summoner and messaged him right away. Okay, I take back what I said earlier. Let me ask again. Jin Xung, are you crazy? You can just tell she's planning on using him. Do Hyun's suspicion wasn't wrong at all. But no, Hain is an angel. A fallen angel? Maybe? He totally forgot about his friend the second a girl texted him. After a ton of messages bragging about his achievements, they finally get to the main point. The Empire Ina tournament starts next week, and it's only for players level 50 and below. Do Hyun thinks Jin Xung should pause his leveling for now. He'd almost forgotten about that. Winning that tournament would grant him thousands of fame points. Alright, no leveling for 1 week. So what now? Might as well go tackle that pioneer quest. Soon after, Jin Xung arrives at the Summoner's Tower. This entire tower was created from his achievement. How awesome is that? He has every right to be proud. Majestic, too bad, nobody believes he's the one who did it. Still, he feels a surge of pride. He has plenty of time to check out what's inside. It looks kinda like the Archer's Tower. Jin Xung heads over to the Artifact Exchange Center. Here, they trade items and skill books using contribution points. And of course, he immediately notices the staff member is super cute. Big, round eyes and silky hair like she walked straight out of a shampoo ad. She asks for his name to look up his contribution points. This time, Jin Xung uses an alias, Yan. For some reason, this lady gives him the chills. After she pulls up his info, her expression turns into pure delight. And why wouldn't it? Turns out Jin Xung is loaded, sitting on 5,000 contribution points. She eagerly gives him a tour. Jin Xung picks up the Iron Sword Orb of the Ancient Summoner. 350 points for this. A B-rank quest gives him about 200 to 400 points. You know, that's not too expensive. Maybe he should just buy it, just to feel rich for a day. He wonders if there's any item here as strong as that feather he's got. Nothing really catches his eye. He should probably save his points. That's when the pretty staffer invites Jin Xung to look at their skill books. She's absolutely certain he'll find something he likes. Then she flashes this mischievous smile. Uh-oh. Cut to the peak of Kazan-Cupia Mountain. Lim Long is out here one-shotting everything in sight, but this next monster, it looks a little tough. All right, let me show you how it's done. One hit. Mark of death. Damn, this thing is tanky. I mean, it is a buffalo, but still, really tanky. A level 65 monster, no wonder. He figures it'll take him another half day just to hit level 50. Man, he's still lagging behind that other guy. He's really looking forward to a one-on-one showdown someday, a real battle to see who's best. He needs to hurry, only 4 days left to register for the arena. Lim Long cranks up the speed and leaps straight off a cliff. You'd think he's lost it, but then he transforms into a massive eagle, soaring through the sky. So cool. Meanwhile, Jin Xung is also getting a taste of the good life. Jin Xung just bought these 2 skill books, costing him a total of 1,700 contribution points. Item information. Firewall, an active skill. It's a grade 0, rare tier skill with 0% mastery. Costs 20 mana, and the cooldown is 3 minutes. It summons a temporary fire spirit to create a firewall. The wall absorbs damage equal to 350% of his magic power, and it reflects fire damage equal to 200% of his magic power. The catch? You can only learn it if you already have the Summon Fire Spirit passive skill model. The other item was a skill, Electric Manipulation, active skill. Skill rank, 0, and proficiency, a big fat 0%. It costs 15 mana with a cooldown of just 1 minute. The user summons a Thunder Spirit, creating orbs of lightning in both hands. Hitting an enemy with an orb deals damage equal to 250% of the summoner's magic power, and then the orb splits into 4 smaller ones, shooting out at high speed. If those smaller orbs hit an enemy or an obstacle, they bounce 1 more time before vanishing after 5 seconds. Enemies hit by this have a 15% chance of being paralyzed for 20 seconds. Paralysis reduces the target's speed by 30% and increases all incoming electric damage by 50%. But here's the catch. You can only learn this after mastering the passive skill, Summon Thunder Spirit. And you can only use it when the Thunder Spirit is actually summoned. After reading through both skill books, Jin Xung was way more interested in this active skill. Sure, its base attack power was kinda low for a hero tier skill, but that paralysis effect? Absolutely incredible. Things like skill, rank, mana cost, and cooldown all depended on his own magic and the spirit itself. First things first, he needed to master these skills. In an instant, Jin Xung absorbed both skill books, learning Summon, Thunder Spirit, and Electric Manipulation. You could feel the power surging right there in his hands. And just like that, the Thunder Spirit materialized right in front of him. A system window popped up. You have summoned a Thunder Spirit for the first time. You may give it a name. But as he was trying to think of a cool name, the little thing lunged at him, ready to attack. He just blurted it out. Your name is Chibi. Yeah, you're Chibi now. It sounded cute, and it just felt right. He couldn't help but pat himself on the back. Man, he was good at this naming thing. With a new companion, he immediately pulled up its info. Spirit power, 0 out of 10,000. Attribute, electric. Summon duration, 375 minutes. Spirit rank, low. And the resummon cooldown, a whopping 500 minutes. Once its spirit power maxed out, it would evolve into a great spirit. And the higher his magic power, the longer he could keep it summoned. Looking at these stats, he wondered, so, I can't really use this thing for fighting, can I? No wonder it doesn't require a leadership stat, he thought. Chibi is just a vehicle for me to use lightning magic. Getting something super strong from the start is cool, yeah. But raising it from scratch? That has its own kind of fun. Alright, enough messing around, time to go meet that emperor. Arriving at the palace, he strolled in casually, only to be stopped by the sharp sound of 2 cross weapons. What is your business here? This was different from before. What's this? He thought. Before I reset my character, I could come and go as I pleased. Did he need to show them some kind of pass? Ah, wait. The Pioneer Quest. He knew what to say. He introduced himself. My name is Yan, the Pioneer Summoner. The Emperor wished to see me. The soldier told him to wait a moment while he fetched the captain. A moment later, the captain himself came out to greet Jin Xung. Welcome, Pioneer. I am Mal Lin, captain of the Royal Guard. I apologize. I failed to inform my men of your arrival. Jin Xung was a little taken aback. What's with all the politeness? Is it because of the Emperor's quest? He didn't dwell on it. Mal Lin escorted him inside and Jin Xung stuck close to him, not wanting to get lost. He couldn't help but wonder, what level is a Royal Guard captain anyway? Gil, the commander of the Civil Defense Force, was somewhere in the level 90 range. Jin Xung discreetly checked Ma Lin's info and almost had a heart attack. Are you kidding me? The captain is level 115. The number one ranked player in the world wasn't even level 120 yet. And the other guards? Level 104, level 107. The Empire was stacked. So that's why the top guilds stay away from the Corona continent. If they picked a fight with the Empire, their entire guild would get wiped off the map. His own guild choosing to build their base up north? Definitely the right call. It just motivated him more. He had to level up fast and help his guild fortify their territory. Finally, Ma Lin led him to his destination where he met Emperor Celius. The two sat opposite each other, studying one another. So this was Yan. When Jin Xung saw him, he was shocked. He was expecting some old, gray-haired man, but the Emperor was surprisingly young. All his information was hidden, so Jin Xung couldn't even see his level. He decided to speak first. I heard you wish to see me, Celius answered, his arms crossed, his expression serious. That's right. When I heard a man of your talents had appeared in the Lucipel Empire, I had to find you. Just then, a system notification popped up. He had met Emperor Celius within the time limit and completed the Pioneer Summoner quest. His reputation shot up by 1250. He couldn't believe it. All he did was show up and he got a massive reputation boost. Quests from the Empire were on a whole different level. The Emperor lifted his teacup. I was very excited to hear about you, he said. Do you know why? I have been searching for a master summoner like you for a very long time. Jin Xung, being his usual blunt self, just asked, why? Normally, that kind of disrespect would get a person executed, and another man in the room tensed up immediately. But the Emperor didn't get angry, figuring an adventurer wouldn't know royal etiquette. Jin Xung let out a quiet sigh of relief. If that guy had decided to swing that greatsword at his side, he'd be dead in one hit. Looking closer, he realized it was an insanely high-grade item. Yeah, he definitely would have been toast. Celius leaned in. Yan, you know of the mythical creature that symbolizes our Lucipel Empire, don't you? Jin Xung didn't really know that kind of lore, but he took a guess. You mean the Griffin? Correct. Many people don't know the truth, but it seems you do. The Griffin is a creature with the body of a lion and the head, wings, and talons of an eagle. Jin Xung was confused. Of course, he knew. They have statues of it everywhere. About 50 years ago, the Empire discovered a nest. A griffin's nest in the Sika Desert, and they secured an egg. Hearing this, Jin Xung's mind reeled. What? Griffins are actually real, and they managed to defeat one? However, the Emperor continued. We have a problem. Half a century has passed, and we cannot get the egg to hatch. He looked straight at Jin Xung. He wanted him to figure out how to hatch this griffin egg. A system window then appeared, detailing a new imperial quest. The griffin's egg. 50 years ago, the Emperor's knights found a griffin egg in the desert. They brought it back, and the Emperor, wanting to raise the legendary symbol of his empire, has tried everything. But no one knows how to make a griffin egg hatch. So, the Emperor has summoned you, a master summoner, to make the egg hatch. Quest difficulty, unknown. Requirements, none. Time limit, unknown. The reward, one summoning skill book from the Royal Library. But if you refuse the quest, your standing with the Emperor will drop. And if your standing hits 0, your hostility score will increase. After reading it all, Jin Xung just wanted to pray. How am I supposed to know how to do that? Hatch a legendary griffin egg? Jin Xung thought this was ridiculous. Was he a beast master or a beast mother? How in the world was he supposed to hatch an egg? And with no time limit displayed on the quest, what did that even mean? He had no idea where to even start. But backing down now? That would seriously damage his reputation. So, he accepted. Understood. I'll see what I can do. The second he stepped out of the castle, he let out a huge sigh. The pressure in there was intense. Things were just getting worse. 2 massive quests, and neither offered any immediate rewards. At least he knew where to get some help for the forgotten ancient monster quest. Syed had given him that bead. But this beast master egg thing, he was completely in the dark. What should he do now? The Emperor had tasked him with finding a way to hatch this egg he was holding. He stretched, trying to clear his head. It looked like tackling both quests right now was impossible. First things first, he should check out that arena Du Hoin mentioned. The arena had been open for 5 days already. Jin Xung needed to sharpen his new skills, so it was time to go grinding. Checking his map, he remembered there was an ant's nest dungeon here. Just then, a message from Heron popped up. Turns out, she was just asking what he was up to. I'm about to go grind, trying to get my EXP to 99%. Heron was at a cafe near the university, talking about her vacation quest with a friend. She bravely typed another message. I'd be happy to grab a meal together if you're free. You're nearby, right? Jin Xung was actually pretty interested. This sounded fun, but then he remembered his goal and his heart sank. No, I need to test out my new tidal wave skill first. He had to reject a girl's invitation. I'm sorry, Heron. Let's eat together next time. I'm already in the hunting zone, so it's a bit hard to leave right now. Even though it wasn't the answer she wanted, Heron didn't pout. I get it. Well, text me when you're done grinding. Okay? Oh, wait. I might be slow to reply, so here's my number. And just like that, Jin Xung hit rock bottom, collapsing in despair. Turning down a date to grind solo? Absolutely pathetic. Not long after, he arrived at the giant ant's nest with his pets. This was exactly what he was hoping for. All right, let's get started. He ordered BG to attack first, with Lai backing it up. BG took 2011 damage from a giant ant, then another 376. It unleashed its Ice Wave skill, shattering the swarm of ants. Perfect timing for Lai to jump in. It tore the ants to shreds. Nice. Good work. The guy was completely absorbed in the fight when he suddenly heard snoring. He turned around and saw Boo Boo, sleeping like a log, totally oblivious. When it sensed Jin Xung staring, it opened its eyes and jumped onto his shoulder. Well, at least I don't have to tell you what to do. Good boy. All right, time to test this new skill, Tidal Wave. He figured he just needed to throw it at the ants and it'd work, but the ants didn't react at all. They just stared at the two electric orbs moving at a snail's pace. So damn slow. How was this supposed to hit anything? The ant looked at him with a confused expression, as if to say, "You really think you can hit us with that?" He calmly reread the skill description. Thankfully, his mental mana recovered quickly. Okay, I think I'm supposed to do it like this. This time, for sure. Jin Xung tried again, and this time, he got the result he wanted. A perfect success. You have used the skill Tidal Wave, hitting the giant ant for 1,179 damage. After the hit, he realized the paralysis effect didn't activate, and neither did that 15% conversion thing. As soon as he wondered about it, the system notification popped up. An additional 359 damage was dealt to the giant ant. It has entered a state of paralysis. The giant ant will become 30% slower and take 50% more damage from lightning-based attacks. Tidal Wave is now on cooldown. This was the perfect skill for mobbing. Mobbing, that's the term for clearing out weak system-generated monsters. You know, like the grunts a hero fights before taking on the main boss. Alright, on to the next fun part. He was getting excited, constantly praising how great mobbing was. Phew. Okay, my EXP is at 99.9%. He'd hit level 51 if he grinded just a little more, and if that happened, he wouldn't be able to enter the arena. Alright, boys, time to pull back. He looked around, and Boo Boo was gone again. That little guy sure knew how to make him worry. Turns out it was doing something up ahead that Jin Xung just couldn't understand. What are you doing, Boo Boo? Seeing trouble brewing, he quickly tried to recall it before things got worse. Just as he did, he got 36 experience points. Boo Boo had destroyed a giant ant egg. Now he knew what it was up to, and instantly, Jin Xung leveled up to 51. He never expected it to be so fast and couldn't help but shout with joy. But even though he was level 51, he was also boiling with regret. Oh, I'm so screwed. I should have stopped at 98%. He wanted to summon Poo Poo just to smack it around. He turned to Lai and asked in a cold voice, "What should I do now?" But Lai just turned its head away, refusing to answer. In the end, he decided to unsummon them. All right, you guys go rest. Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into his head. If he wanted to de-level, the only way was to kill himself. I'll store all my items that could drop on death. Jin Xung held his sword. This one's disposable, so I'll use it. Now, he just had to stab himself. But when he put the tip to his chest, he hesitated. Still, he had to go through with it. You will lose experience upon death. You have de-leveled to 50. You will be unable to log in for 24 hours. After the battle with the giant ants ended, Jin Xung had his date with Heron. He felt pretty awkward, not knowing what to say when he met her. He had a feeling things were going to be tense. She said to meet at the cafe by the school's back gate, right? He vaguely remembered it, so he headed over. From a distance, he immediately spotted Heron's gentle figure and long, flowing black hair. This was the first time he truly looked at her. I didn't know there was someone this beautiful at our school. How is she so pretty? Is she famous or something? They finally made eye contact, but Heron seemed a bit unsure. Today, he was wearing a different outfit, so he looked unfamiliar. Her beauty was exactly the same as in the game. Guess you didn't edit your character at all, huh? She was way prettier than her character in Kailan, but Heron felt the total opposite. She'd had a lot of work done to look this good. Is that why you didn't recognize me? Are you disappointed? The question hung in the air, making things awkward. To break the tension, Jin Woo quickly suggested they get something to eat. I haven't eaten breakfast yet, so I'm starving. All right, I know a really good place. Let's go. The two of them sat across from each other, eating and talking like a new couple. Just the way she focused on her food was beautiful. And just like that, the date ended. They said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. That night, he got back to his room and collapsed. So exhausting. Oh man, I'm completely drained. Women are terrifying creatures. But hey, if it wasn't for Heron, when would I have ever gone out to eat with a girl? Time to get back in the game. Oh, wait. He remembered the 24-hour lockout, but being inside the game just felt more comfortable, so he decided to sleep in Kylon anyway. And just like that, it was morning again. Outside, a massive, noisy crowd had gathered. Hello viewers, this is VTBC Korea's official game broadcasting station. It's great to see you all. I'm Caster Hen, and with me is my co-host Lucia. We've got a huge crowd here today. The arena feels way more intense than it did a month ago, even though this is just the Rookie League, not the main tournament. A lot of new classes have been added this time. Which class do you think will show the most combat power in the arena? For one-on-one fights, it has to be the Assassin class. Their attack power is way higher than Warlocks or Summoners. Jinwoo arrived at the Coliseum right on time. It looked like the first preliminary match was finally starting. Lim Long the Assassin, a brand new class right from the first match. His opponent, Leo the Warrior. This was going to be an exciting matchup. Everyone, please pay attention. The match will begin in 5 seconds. Jinwoo was eager to see this fight up close. An assassin, how was he going to fight? In the stands, the audience was roaring with excitement. Both fighters were determined to win, neither backing down. Lim Long's attacks and defenses were way calmer than Leo's. He even used an invisibility skill, catching Leo completely off guard. He was definitely setting up a surprise attack. Even if you see it coming, there's nothing you can do. Jinwoo realized Lim Long was a player worth watching. At this point, Leo had already lost nearly half his health, but he wasn't giving up. Die, you bastard. He unleashed a powerful shockwave, but Lim Long just fired back a volley of daggers. And with that, he officially took Leo down. The crowd went absolutely wild. Lim Long won the match. And he get double the rewards for a flawless victory. Jinwoo was impressed. Just the first preliminary match, and it was already this good. That assassin guy is seriously skilled. Suddenly, Lim Long shot him a sharp, piercing glare. Jinwoo felt that gaze lock right onto him. Knew it. Kalen is full of powerful hidden players. Gotta stay on my guard. He returned to his private room, wondering which items he should bring with him. The other matches were a total joke, not even worth watching. Honestly, I'd rather just watch the rookie preliminaries. No way I'm paying for this. His own power was now high enough that he could judge other players. Man, how are they this bad? Even for players under level 50, this was pathetic. He actually felt bad for mocking the skills of Hyde and Lovin. Compared to these guys, those two were gods. He was curious about the next match between Ian and Jimenez. And then, the moment arrived. It was his turn to step onto the stage. Outside, the MC made the call. Will the named players please head to the waiting room immediately? A huge entourage of fans was following his opponent. Everyone was chanting Jimenez's name, the ultimate dark horse. Before the match, Jinwoo had already decided to save Slime as his trump card. Down in the stands, fans were screaming that Jimenez was looking at them. Jimenez will take us to heaven. Destroy that summoner. The #1 warlock, Jimenez. Jinwoo, standing right behind him, was completely ignored. Okay, now that's annoying. #1 warlock? In that case, I'm the #1 summoner. I don't know much about assassins, but I know a thing or two about warlocks. Just gotta watch out for Bone Prison and his debuffs. And his HP is even lower than a mage or an archer's. Let's start this with a shockwave. Focus on the target. Just then, Jimenez turned to greet him. So you're Ian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jinwoo instantly disliked the guy. Why does this dude seem so fake? They shook hands for show. I hope we have a great match. The countdown began. 5 seconds. Jinwoo gave Lai a quick order. The moment the match starts, you target the warlock. I'm sure he'll unleash everything he has on me right away. Summoners are easy to beat, especially if you catch them before they can use their summon's power. But I have a few aces up my sleeve, too. And then, the countdown hit 0. Time to fight. Jimenez was completely shocked. What the hell is this? I thought this would be a fight between his summons and my undead. Why is he charging straight at me? Jinwoo had already predicted he'd use Bone Prison, so he prepared the perfect counter-strategy. Jimenez couldn't believe it, shouting in desperation. No way. How is that a summoner? He fights more like an assassin. If Jinwoo could predict where the skill would land, dodging was easy. Plus, I dumped all my stats into agility. He kept charging forward, activating weakness detection. Jimenez summoned a wall of bones to shield himself from Jinwoo's advance. But every single move he made was all part of Jinwoo's plan. He's so predictable. Now this was the perfect time to summon Slime. Jimenez was already out of breath, having done nothing but defend himself the entire match. He hadn't landed a single clean hit. So much for the guy all those girls in the crowd were swooning over. An ice wave shattered the bone wall into dust. The sight left everyone stunned. Incredible. What was that? That was so cool. This is like an action movie. This match is insane. It's not even been 30 seconds. While Jimenez was distracted, Lai had secretly circled around to attack, inflicting a bleed effect. He would now take a total of 515 damage over 10 seconds. By now, he'd lost 3,000 health. He cursed Lai, calling her a crazy dog. That's not even a level 70 or 80 Shadow Wolf, and its master isn't even level 50. How could he drain so much of my health? With his opponent reeling, Jin Xung moves in fast to finish this. One clean, thunderous punch ends the match. The guy, Jimenez, just stares wide-eyed, completely stunned. The player Jimenez's health has dropped below 5% and he's been removed from the arena. Player Yan is the winner. And in that single moment, the entire crowd switched sides. Only after he won did everyone's eyes truly focus on him. He's the best. Before leaving the stands, Hen and Lucia couldn't stop praising his skills. Amazing. Are summoners always this powerful? Could he have a hidden superclass or something? That was an incredible fight. Especially that giant wolf, it completely crushed Jimenez in just a few attacks. The summon is strong, sure, but the player himself is amazing too. He must be an agility-based summoner, which is just insane. Ugh. Jimenez glares with pure regret, knowing he let his guard down just because the guy was a summoner. Damn it, he thinks. I thought he was a total scrub since his only weapon was a pair of iron knuckles. I can't believe the number 1 seed got knocked out in the first round. If I had just focused, I would have won. Damn it all. Jimenez grits his teeth, seething as he stares at Jin Xung. That's probably what's going through his head. But Jin Xung's thinking, how is the number 1 necromancer this week? His skills are pure garbage. Jimenez didn't dodge a single attack. Well, at least no one's going to underestimate summoners in the Rookie League anymore. The match has been over for a while, but people are still buzzing with questions. Where the hell did he find that wolf? Does anyone have any info on it? How did it move faster than an assassin class player? Is it because my own summons are just too low level? Was that shockwave skill some kind of amplified current? How is that even possible? During the break, Lucia sips her water and turns to Hen. Don't you think this Rookie League is something else? I think everyone can see it, especially that summoner Yan and the assassin Lim Long. Those two seem like they've trained using their own unique methods. Thinking back, Hen feels like he's seen that summoner and his red-maned wolf somewhere before. Hen racks his brain and then it hits him. He has seen them. It was the player he met on the ghost ship during the mage class quest. No time to dwell on that. The next match is starting in a few minutes. Lim Long is deep in concentration, planning his strategy for the upcoming fight. As for Jin Xung, fun first, winning second. Just kidding. If I keep winning like this, I can get 100,000 fame points and all the level 50 summoner gear. And it's all rare, hero-grade stuff. Who's gonna stop me? Alright, let's win this thing and get back to the grind. When he appears, pretty much everyone cheers like they're seeing a celebrity, his name echoing through the stadium. But as Jin Xung walks out, an orange-haired archer shoots him a dirty look. It's Mylon, the player from the cleric quest. Jin Xung can't believe she's level 50. She looks way stronger than that, so what's she doing here? Did she intentionally lower her level just like me? Meanwhile, Malin's glare intensifies, and she bites her lip, looking like she's about to jump down and tear him apart. You bastard, Yan. You still have my halo necklace, don't you? What a shameless jerk. But Jin Xung doesn't even flinch. Instead, he provokes her. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why are you asking me about it? Of course, he totally auctioned it off for a huge profit. The two of them continue their fight with just their eyes. You freaking dog. You tricked me last time, but you won't get away with it today. I'm going to personally smash you to a pulp. Down in the audience, everyone can tell they know each other. Looks like they've fought before. This match is going to be hilarious. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she points right at his face and issues a warning. I know your secret. Jin Xung has no idea what secret he's even keeping. She blurts it out. That wolf you summoned. It's not a beast you tamed. You're using a binding artifact to control it. You're nothing without your items. Jin Xung is completely lost, staring back at her with a blank, confused face. A binding technique? What artifact? What are you talking about? Up in the stands, Hen and Lucia are shocked. Oh my god. If that's true, this is a huge deal, isn't it? It's true he's way too strong for a level 50 summoner. If he really has a summoning artifact, winning this Rookie League would be a piece of cake. I wonder if that's against the rules? Seems like in this game, the rich just get richer and the poor get poorer. Jin Xung can't stand being misunderstood like this. Are you serious? She really thinks it's a summoning artifact, that I rely on items? Oh, I'm pissed now. And are those idiots really believing her? Is this a joke? But Meilon doesn't care about the truth. She's already decided her own. Enough talk, let's go. I'll ignore the wolf and kill you first. The match begins in 5 seconds. Jin Xung is furious. You idiot. I'm going to wipe you out in 30 seconds. He explodes forward, planning to end it fast. But incredibly, Meilon predicts his move and uses a sensor arrow, a high-level skill. He wonders where she even learned a skill like that. I used to be an archer main. How come I've never seen this? Even if I get hit, it won't do much damage. Every move in the fight seems to be within Meilon's predictions, but it's not enough to beat Jin Xung. Before the sensor arrow even lands, it gets intercepted by one of Yan's summoned spirit beasts. Meilon can't believe her eyes. What was that skill? How did it take it down in one hit? It was his bulletproof vest the reason he could tank a few hits. While she's distracted, Jin Xung closes the distance. I've been waiting for this. He unleashes a single palm strike, ending the match instantly. Player Yan wins. Man, it'd be great if all my opponents were like this. He makes it to the semi-finals and heads to his private room to prepare. The matches have been way too easy so far, but the semis might actually be a challenge. His next opponent is a kid, a dark wizard, at that. Even though he's just a child, Jin Xung tells himself not to get cocky. He introduces himself, I'm Yan. Let's have a good fight. The kid, however, just gives him a look. He doesn't say a word, only thinking to himself. Finally, someone with actual skill. This won't be easy. But many would be sad if the greatest wizard on the continent were to lose in this round. Evil summoner of darkness, your luck runs out here. You will fall before me. Prepare yourself. Seeing his expression and the way he just talks to himself, it's seriously creeping Jin Xung out. What the hell is this? Is this kid obsessed with fame or something? He's like one of those delusional power trippers. And he's a dark wizard too. A shadow summoner? Please. And the greatest wizard on the continent? Don't make me laugh. After gassing himself up, he finally spoke. The name's Huni. You better burn it into your memory. Not that it matters, for a dead man walking. Jin Xung just scratched his head, completely baffled. No way. Is this kid for real? The match is starting in 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Huni whispered, Awaken, from the sealed abyss. My servants, bring me a glorious victory. Jin Xung saw the skeletons the necromancer summoned and got a bad feeling. First off, they were jet black, a hidden class. That kid had a rare hidden class. That's why he could summon skeletons Jin Xung had never even seen before. I have no idea what skills he's packing, he thought. I really should have watched a few necromancer fights beforehand. Why didn't he scout him at all? He kicked himself for such a rookie mistake in the semi-finals. And just like that, the match began, and bam. Jin Xung was hit by Huni's abyssal prison skill. The debuff hit hard, a 20% speed reduction. This wasn't going to be a quick finish like his other matches, so he decided to play it straight. Lie, hit him from the side. Slap, use Ice Wave. His 2 summons launched a perfectly coordinated pincer attack, ramping up the pressure. Huni's summons were a chaotic mess. The Shadow Warriors got paralyzed, a 30% speed debuff on them. For a second, Jin Xung saw a path to victory. But Huni, he looked thrilled. Not bad. Huni grinned. But your luck runs out now. His next move was called Shadow Judgment, the basic attack for a necromancer. The attack was fast, but you could predict its path by the caster's hand. Huni actually looked impressed. Clever. Too bad your opponent is me. Ha ha ha. Seriously. Even now, the kid was still acting like this. His god complex was completely off the rails and probably incurable. Now's my chance. Slap. Use Electric Punch. But the move hit nothing, and Huni just looked confused. What was the point of that? But it was all part of the plan. A feint. The real attack was already in motion. Go. Lie. The black skeleton shattered into 100 pieces as the kid's smug look finally cracked. But he just kept talking trash. All according to my plan. Now, face Dead Man's revenge. He was trying, but maybe the fight was already over. Lie's attack was a critical hit on Huni. It dealt a massive 2,272 HP in damage. Jin Xung was ready to celebrate, but it wasn't over yet. The kid's Dead Man's revenge skill activated, reflecting 276% of the damage back. Lie took a staggering 6,270 damage. The numbers were so insane even Jin Xung was shocked. Are you kidding me? That much damage? Impossible. Lie didn't even have 8,000 HP. At this rate, she was going to. And then she took another 759 damage. Seeing the impossible situation, Jin Xung instantly unsummoned Lie before she could die. Huni just chuckled. Hey, just as I thought, that pathetic wolf is a glass cannon all attack. No health. Nothing can escape these all-seeing eyes. For the first time, Jin Xung felt a chill. He never imagined having to fight without Lai by his side. I should have played it safer and cleared the skeletons first. But still, he must have taken some serious damage from that last hit. And that revenge skill can't last forever. I still have a chance. But then Huni gave him a wicked smile that completely shook his confidence. Should I take a guess at what you're thinking? My brilliant intellect tells me. You're assuming I'm low on health, right? Oh, you totally are. Don't deny it. He cast his next spell, Soul Siphon, and with this, my health is right back to full. So, how are you going to beat me now without your wolf? Jin Xung started to sweat. If he wasn't careful, he could lose this match. What was he supposed to do? This fight was on a whole other level compared to his previous ones. Absolutely extraordinary. The crowd was on the edge of their seats. This was getting good. Hen turned to Luxia, asking who she thought would win. But she wasn't sure anymore. It was still way too early to call a winner, and that's what made the fight so epic. Then, right in the middle of this fierce battle, Jin Xung did something crazy. He dismissed his summon. Everyone was baffled, not understanding what he was doing. Wait, wasn't that his only summon? And his best attacker, too. Jin Xung stood deep in thought, plotting something. It was the question on everyone's mind. Jin Xung's strategy was completely baffling his opponent. He recalled his summon instead of bringing out another one. Heh. Finally realized how outclassed you are and decided to give up? Fine, I will accept your surrender. I am truly merciful. Jin Xung just watched him, calmly. What was he planning? He walked forward, pointing right at Huni's face. Hey kid, keep that mouth running and I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson. Brat? Being called a brat finally got under his skin. You peasant, I was going to allow you an honorable surrender. But calling Emmy a brat? That's unforgivable. So that was the plan. Get Huni angry. And while the kid was fuming, Jin Xung quietly summoned Bobo into the fight. In front of him now stood the turtle, looking very determined. Huni never expected another summon, and in this critical moment, Jin Xung was genuinely moved by his big-headed turtle's courage. He always thought it just followed him for the meatballs, but here it was, bravely standing up to protect him. Huni aimed his staff right at the new beast. I'll get rid of this oversized turtle. He fired off Shadow Judgment straight at Bobo. The skill was officially cast on player Yan's summon. But as the spell hit, Bobo instantly threw up a shield, blocking the entire attack. This made Huni more furious than ever. You insolent turtle! I'll take care of you later. First, I must execute that peasant. Get him. Don't let him escape. Inside, Jin Xung was smiling. He had him, but he didn't let a single emotion show on his face, just as I predicted. I've got him figured out. Now is his chance. Space swap. While Huni was busy commanding his attack, Jin Xung suddenly teleported directly behind him. He quickly flipped the kid, planting him head first into the ground. Huni scrambled back up, trying to act tough. I'm still fine. Jin Xung just crouched down beside him, a smile on his face. He casually reached out and flicked Huni right on the forehead, making him cry out as he went flying into the stands. Player Huni has left the arena. According to the rules, he's eliminated for being out of bounds. Player Yan is the winner. Even though this match was a bit tricky, that made it his third win in a row. Hen and Luxia finally let out a breath of relief. What an absolutely unbelievable comeback. Did you see that? It's insane. How can he use his skills so perfectly? He won without even needing his artifact wolf summon. What a master. But even after winning, he was still getting trash-talked by that girl Meilon. It wasn't the artifact, it's that ridiculously broken artifact. Can you believe that? Down below, Huni couldn't accept it, muttering, "That should have been my win, I was so close." Yan walked over to comfort him. "Don't cry, kid. This is how you get stronger. If you want a rematch, I'll take you on." Huni was fired up, wanting to fight right then and there. By now, night had fallen. This was the ITB Station Support Center. The employees inside were swamped, phones ringing off the hook. Yes? Hello? What's that? The rookie tournament? You want to watch it live right now? Sir, this was the 100th call like this. Why were people so desperate to watch a tournament that hadn't even finished? The forums were exploding with activity too. What is happening in the rookie tournament? These girls had no idea just how crazy things were getting outside the arena. And now, in the finals, Yan was face to face with Lim Long again. Just as he predicted, he couldn't believe this guy made it to the final round using only basic assassin skills, while he'd been forced to show all his trump cards. This was not going to be easy. Lim Long spoke first. "Hello, Yan. I've really enjoyed watching your matches. The two seem to get along, unlike the aggressive opponents from before. It's great to meet you. Let's have a good fight." The final match of the rookie tournament between player Lim Long and player Yan will begin shortly. The crowd below was roaring, not even caring who won anymore. "Show us what you've got, Summoner." Everyone was dying to see his true power. The match would begin in 5 seconds. Yan stretched, warming up to give it his all. No matter how I think about it, this is a bad matchup for a summoner. If I can't figure out a way to counter that invisibility skill, I have zero chance of winning. I need to max out all my senses and dodge that first attack purely on reflex. After that, I have to win before his invisibility skill comes off cooldown. The match had barely started, just a few seconds in, and Lim Long was already using his invisibility. What a monster. But something was weird. Yan realized Lim Long wasn't attacking. I thought for sure he'd go invisible and strike immediately. The long duration of his invisibility is a disadvantage, so he must be planning to use it later. Well, if I were him, I'd save it for a critical moment. If I mess up, the risk is huge. Look how carefully he's aiming. Does he know our abilities are on the same level? Yan focused, feeling every single second as his opponent closed in. He ordered all his summons to scatter. Then Yan yelled for Lai to use Ice Wave, and unbelievably, Lim Long was caught in the blast. He quickly used Shadow Step to counter. In a flash, he vanished, hiding perfectly in the shadows. Yan knew he had to keep a cool head to win this. The Shadow. That's it. His hidden class has to be Shadow-related. That's why he uses that skill. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to lose. The fight got more intense. Lai unleashed an explosive attack, right then and there. That move again? Why does this guy keep pissing me off? But he can't dodge while he's in the air, and the skill has a cooldown. But that was a fatal miscalculation. Lim Long twisted his body, gracefully dodging the hit. In his hand, a small dagger shattered Yan's signature move. Yan couldn't believe his eyes. No way. How can you dodge an attack like that? Their sharp gazes met, fierce as blades. This time, Lim Long combined it with a shadow art, catching Yan completely off guard. Critical damage dealt to the target. Yan took 4,560 damage from a single blow. A moment later, another hit for 1,075 damage. How can a simple shadow skill deal this much damage? While Yan was still reeling, the damage numbers just kept coming. Lai was getting angrier and angrier, blasting Lim Long with an electric orb. Finally, all that effort paid off. Summon Lai has dealt damage to Lim Long. Player health reduced by 1,795. The electric orb hit its mark. Player health reduced by another 1,085. Player Lim Long is inflicted with paralysis. Speed reduced by 30%. In this moment, Yan was finally a little safer. Getting hit like that was not his style. Good thing the paralysis kicked in. Even if I couldn't take a fatal hit. Okay, the battlefield has stabilized. Lim Long was worried, but he kept his composure. Yan thought to himself, I'll just use myself as bait and let Lai land the real attack. Let's break a few of his bones. The assassin's health had dropped to the level of a glass cannon mage. Lim Long tried to use that skill again, but not this time. Yan thought he could catch the shadow, but it wasn't that easy. No shadow? Is it his invisibility skill? Where did he go? Yan took a guess, predicting his opponent's location, and incredibly, his attack landed. Player Lim Long was hit with paralysis. He grimaced in pain. I've been hit. Still, he tried to unleash his full power. The summoned Butt appeared to protect Yan, taking a critical hit for him. Butt's health dropped by 27. At the same time, Yan summoned Puji as a living shield. It got hit immediately, losing 27 health. Yan quickly tucked Puji behind his coat and launched another attack. But then, out of nowhere, he was hit again, losing a huge chunk of health. You have been poisoned. You will lose 315 health per second. Yan quickly touched the wound to heal himself. He regained 843 health. Lim Long was genuinely intrigued by Yan's abilities. He's not bad, is he? The way he uses his innate skills. It's perfect. They fought so hard that Lim Long's mask finally fell off, revealing an incredibly handsome face. But healing was just a temporary fix. Yan's health was critical now. But I will never give up. I'm putting everything I have into this one final attack. He roared, his voice filled with power, shouting 3 final words. Just give up. The speed of his attack was absolutely blinding. In an instant, he switched places with his summon, leaving Lim Long no time to react, his eyes wide with shock. Lai's razor-sharp gaze and bared fangs were enough to terrify anyone. It bit straight into his arm, blood gushing everywhere. Player Lim Long loses 3,150 health. Severe injury inflicted. Will lose 630 health per second. Yan was celebrating inside. The plan was working perfectly. If he just kept dragging this out, Li's constant attacks would slowly chip away at his opponent's health. He was confident he could block all of Lim Long's dark attacks from before. So really, all he had to do was maintain his distance. But man, every time he saw Lim Long's power, it was unsettling. Still, just gotta stall for time. If things kept going like this, his opponent's health would drop below 5% and this fight would be over. Suddenly, Lim Long's blade multiplied a storm of dark swords rushing Yan all at once. He frantically called out to lie and slap. This was it, the final move. His two summons charged forward, cornering Lim Long and forcing him to stop and defend himself. Dark Blade's skill. But something felt off. Before he knew it, the tables had completely turned. Yan was the one getting countered. A system alert flashed. You've been hit by player Lim Long's Dark Blade. Player Yan loses 1,375 HP. Match over. Player Yan's health is below 5%. After that long, grueling stalemate, the winner was decided. Yan was crushed, asking himself, did I really lose? Fireworks exploded for Lim Long's victory. A massive celebration for a glorious win. Yan just sighed, completely dejected. If only I'd been just a little bit faster, I wouldn't have lost. I was too careless. But Lim Long respected his skill. Hey, that was a great fight. They shook hands. Yan then returned to his room to get himself together. So, I only got second place. In that final moment, I totally got swept up in his pace. I should have studied him more before going for a direct attack. I was too reckless, and I relied way too much on my summons. Whatever, it's done now. No use beating myself up over it. Alright then, let's see what I got for a reward. He was actually pretty excited, wondering which box to open first. Let's just pick this one. Inside was a ring. Attack power, 205 to 235. Durability, 255 uses. A hero-grade item that costs 100 mana per use and requires level 50. It also gave plus 30 spirit mana, plus 50 charisma, and a 15% leadership bonus. And its passive? It restored 1 spirit mana per second and gave a max 5% boost to his summon's charisma and loyalty stats. The item was bound to player Yan, couldn't be traded or sold, and it would disappear if he died. A special ring just for a summoner? The stats and the passive were a perfect fit for his build. He was a little bummed it was soulbound though. He carefully slid it onto his finger. His soul energy wasn't quite enough for his electric wave skill, so this item? An absolute game changer. His power was about to skyrocket. He glanced at the weapon box. Inside was a bow, glowing with a brilliant light. The summoner's blinding bow. Attack, 205 to 235. Durability, 600 out of 6,000. It also had plus 6 agility, plus 30 summoning energy, a 15% crit chance, and 70% crit damage. It was a hero-grade longbow, also requiring level 50, with a base attack of 209 to 395. It also increased the agility and attack of all his summons by 20 and 30% respectively. And get this, if he landed a critical hit, it would restore 3 soul energy and leave a blinding mark on the enemy. The mark lasted for 5 seconds, and hitting a marked target would reduce the cooldown of all his skills by 5 seconds. This item was also bound to Yan, but this one wouldn't drop on death. A seriously epic bow, gifted to a summoner for an outstanding performance. Yan stared at it, chin in his hand. The rewards were way better than he'd expected. But this thing is a little awkward. If I switch weapons, I can't use my link skill anymore. I'd lose the crit rate boost for my summons and the leadership buff for my fists. But that soul energy recovery and the cooldown reduction are seriously tempting. He wondered what to do. Okay, I'll use the bow. But I'm keeping my fists until I find another weapon with a link skill. Now, when I go grinding, my training skills cooldown will be way shorter, a whole 5 seconds shorter. Speaking of which, let me check on Lai's progress. The training skill was up to intermediate level 8, and Lai's proficiency was over 50, so good. Now if I get a new summon, I can raise it super efficiently. Even though I can't use my link skill with this new weapon, if I catch a special or hero grade summon and evolve it, it'll be an absolute beast. As he was busy theory crafting with his new loot, he suddenly felt like he'd forgotten something important, but couldn't quite remember what. Oh, right, the bet. He had to reach level 93 before the vacation ended. He had 1 month and 10 days left, and the first week of the semester didn't really count. Professor Lin's first class was on a Thursday, so all in all, Yan had exactly 50 days. The pressure hit him like a truck. His hands started shaking as sweat poured down his face. He grabbed his head in a panic. Oh man, I'm screwed. And so, Yan and his summons got right back to grinding. He managed to hit level 62 in just 1 week. Not bad, but he had to pick up the pace. He stretched and let out a huge sigh. When am I ever going to reach level 93? He checked the system to see how his efficiency had improved. Okay, at least getting my skills to level 60 should speed up the grind a bit. He found a new one. Potential Explosion, a direct cast skill. 5% efficiency, 20-minute cooldown, 1 minute 20-second duration. It could only be used on a summon, and it unleashed their hidden potential to boost their battle skills. All of the target summons' combat stats would increase by 100%. Leveling up the skill would increase its duration and effectiveness. With this Potential Explosion skill, his summon's combat power literally doubled. This was good. Right now, Buster was level 61, Lai was 63, and Slap had already hit 64. Yan stood on a cliff, surveying the area. This place, it's gotten too easy. Time to find a new spot. A real hunting ground should be way more challenging than this. So where to next? Maybe the Fok Mountains? I still have that Class B quest from Oli to finish too. That's right, the reward for passing her test. A quest he couldn't refuse. If I bring this soul stone to a spatial mage, they can somehow revive the war dragon. He grinned, remembering Oli's words. And take this. This is your reward. He was pumped. I'll head to the Tower of Spatial Magic as soon as I hit level 70. And so, his party set off for their next destination. A little while later, Yan logged out of the game to grab some lunch, but he was out of cereal. Guess I'll order delivery. Can't go out right now. Might as well look up info on the monsters around the Fok Mountains. He multitasked, pulling up intel with one hand while ordering food with the other. The new target? A lava witch, discovered deep underground in the Lame Plateau's dungeons, level 73 to 75. It's got about 12,000 health, with attack and defense stats estimated around 200. Skills? Unknown. Its intelligence is projected to be off the charts 1,000 to 1,100. Mana pool? Also a mystery. This lava witch is a rare elemental type. Its fire aura constantly deals massive heat damage in a wide area. We're talking a radius of about 3.2 kilometers with a guaranteed burn effect. Stack that up, and you're looking at some serious pain. Seeing this thing in the database got Yan's blood pumping. He was hooked. Its basic ability is a huge AoE attack, but man, so many of its stats are still hidden. This fire field ability alone deals insane damage despite its massive range. All right, I'm catching this one, he thought. Lava Witch, you're mine. But then he paused. A rare grade? He'd evolved plenty of common units before, but he really wanted to evolve a rare one. The only problem? Time. How long would it take to capture a rare monster that could actually evolve? A long, long time. Probably. He was torn. But if he could pull it off, it would literally double his leveling speed. Yan stood up, shutting down the computer. Okay, information gathering is done. Time to eat, then log back in. A little while later, Yan arrived at the Focal Mountains. It had been a while. He'd gotten a ton of good stuff from this place before his big reset. The outlaw hideout in the Focal Range had to be around here somewhere. Their average levels were between 68 and 72, making this a pretty sweet hunting ground. But the path ahead dropped off into a bottomless abyss. The canyon's wider than I remember, he thought, but the plan should still work. Right on cue, Yan summoned his big boy, Silap. Silap, bring those boulders over here. He worried they'd be too big to teleport, but it worked. Can you hide there? He whispered. Silap, lie. You see those guards over there? Approach them silently. Don't get spotted. Then, wait for my signal. They moved into position. This time, Yan decided to use his bow. He landed on the ground as quietly as possible with Lai arrow already knocked. He quickly activated his overcharged skill. Since he was using a bow, it automatically applied a paralyzing effect to his arrows. Super convenient. Just as he was about to let loose, the gate guards finally noticed him. He had to take them down. Instantly. No chance for them to fight back. The paralysis was just extra insurance. The first arrow flew straight into one guard's face, making him scream. The mountain outlaw guard was now paralyzed. Movement speed cut by 30%, and he'd take 50% more damage from electric attacks. Overcharge's cooldown dropped. The hit landed, dealing 1,479 damage to the guard. The overcharge skill added another 527 damage on top of that. At the same time, Yan ordered Lai, get the other one. They had to split up to take them both down at once. They dropped the two guards, but someone from above spotted them and yelled, "Enemies! Everyone! To the gate!" He frantically rang an alarm bell, making sure everyone heard him. Seeing the situation escalate, Yan signaled the escape route to Lai. It was all part of his master plan. They took the bait. Perfect. The outlaws stormed out of the gate, shouting, "There's the bastard! He's running! Kill him!" Yan started playing cat and mouse with them, ducking and weaving like a pro. "Let's see if you can keep up," he taunted. They just kept screaming, "Stop right there! Kill him! Make him suffer!" After running a good distance, he figured most of them had poured out. Good. Everything's going according to plan. Time to go back to square one, Lai. As for the outlaws, once they reached the target location, Silap would take care of them. He's hiding pretty well, Yan noted. His other pets, Bubba and Chi-Chi, were acting antsy. You guys want to do something cool, too, huh? All right, but save it for next time. There's always another chance. Stop complaining and climb on my back. But just as he was talking to his pets, the outlaws were right in front of him. Who dares challenge us? One of them roared. The outlaws of Focal Mountain. Yan just smirked. Is this guy trying to act tough or what? In the end, you're all just monsters." With that, he yelled, "Xylap, jump!" A giant foot came crashing down, ready to crush them all. At this point, there was no escape. The summoned skill, Silap, dealt 2,340 damage to the mob. See? Gotta use your head. However, Silap also took 2,892 damage from the high fall. So, even though it worked, his big guy took a heavy hit. The ambush wasn't flawless. Alright, time for an ice wave. He cast the spell and the survivors did nothing but scatter and run. The bald leader just stood there, fuming. "Damn it, what are you all doing? Kill this fat golem first. Now." But Zlap was only targeting the leader, forcing the bald guy to run for his life. At the same time, Lai used Berserk to cut off his escape route. He looked left, looked right, nothing but danger. The leader screamed for his useless henchmen to save him. And then, Lai's attack landed a critical hit. The Outlaw of Focal Mountain lost 5,475 health and would now take over 1,000 damage per second from the bleed effect for 10 seconds. In the end, he bled out. Whoa, the experience points are pretty high, Yan thought. Even the bleed damage was in the thousands. They all died within about 5 seconds after Lai bit them. Good. Very good. That's when Yan noticed it. A brilliant mark had been left on the Outlaw's body. All skill cooldowns reduced by 5 seconds. Yan felt a rush. A 5-second reduction was amazing. Alright, time to go berserk. Come to think of it, why were there so few outlaws here? He was sure there used to be more. Should I chase them? Just as the bald guy was scrambling away, another man blocked his path. "Get out of my way," he screamed. The other guy just raised his axe. "Who do you think you're talking to?" That man was their true leader. In a single instant, he took the bald guy's life. Yan was stunned when he saw the new enemy's title, Mountain Outlaw Witch, mid-level 70s. No wonder everything felt too easy. But I don't need to run. The Mountain Outlaw Witches were here. One was level 73, another was even higher at 75. They were all over level 70. Yan was now facing some seriously scary dudes. The scruffy-looking leader ordered his men, "Take out the big one first." They all ganged up on Xylap. Those damn witches. They have to be fire elemental. Yan's confidence wavered. Do I need to retreat? His big guy couldn't take much more. If Silap died here, he'd be on a 1-week cooldown. Should I recall him before he dies? It was a tough call. Then he saw it. Zlap's XP bar was at 99.7%. This was his chance. He could force a level up. Lie. Use rage. Now. Aim for me, Yan ordered. Big guy. Lean back a little more. They followed his directions to the letter. Just then, the enemy mages unleashed a high-level fire spell. If Big Guy took that hit before leveling up, it'd be game over. Lai couldn't take out the caster in time. The summon, Big Guy, braced for the impact of the ultimate attack. The Living Witch's fireball sears away 745 health per second. Furious, Lai unleashes a savage attack. Another witch down. 307 experience points gained. The summoned Big Guy hits level 60, and Ian finally breathes a sigh of relief. Nice. Big Guy is fully healed. Time to clean house. The timing was perfect. That feeling of victory just keeps growing. But wait, the light on Slap still hasn't faded. Is it? Evolving? A blinding flash erupts, launching the witches 1,000 meters back. The giant ice golem has evolved into an abyss golem. Ian is absolutely stoked. Abyss golem, that sounds familiar. Aren't those the monsters from the islands? With abysses? Do they all become abyss-type monsters when they reach the special rank? Bubs is an abyss turtle, after all. And his intermediate taming skill just successfully evolved his summon, upgrading the skill itself to advanced taming. At level 0, advanced taming already shows 98.7% to the next level. Tears of joy, man. From intermediate all the way to advanced in one go. That old intermediate skill was so slow. This is the power of a rare grade skill. The bearded bandit starts screaming again, "What are you standing around for? Attack!" But even in this tense situation, Ian is more thrilled than panicked. Oh, come on. They won't even let him check Big Guy's new status window. But Big Guy only needs one punch. He ends them in a single, clean strike, creating an earth-shattering shockwave that sends them all flying. Whoa. Okay, that's insane. You're a total pro, Big Guy. This evolution is even better than he imagined. So this is the power of an abyss golem? Alright, let's finish this. Now it's just the bearded guy left. He's terrified, raising his axe with trembling hands. How? How am I the only one left? With that, it's basically over. Ian is exhausted, but happy about Big Guy's evolution. It must have been because he leveled up, right? Was the evolution requirement level 65? But Lai evolved at level 20. So they're different? The unique abilities will update when he clicks the skill. As for the Abyss Guardian's skills, it's an ancient guardian of the Abyss with a massive body and destructive power. Too bad it can't evolve again. Lie, on the other hand, can still evolve even though she's already done it once. Whatever, the other stats are amazing. It skipped the rare rank entirely and went straight to special. The defense is sky high too. Just looking at its rank, you can see it's on a whole other level compared to Lie, though Lee's attack and agility are still higher. Time to check out the unique abilities. The Ice Wave skill has been replaced by Abyss Well, the move he just used. Abyss Well. He thrusts his hand forward, creating a cone-shaped shockwave with a 20-kilometer range. After the shockwave hits, a vortex forms for 10 seconds. All enemies get sucked into it. Anyone caught inside takes 35% of the summon's attack stats every 0.4 seconds. And when time's up, the vortex explodes, converting 150% of his defense stat into damage to all enemies within 10 kilometers. The cooldown is 5 minutes. Not too long. This is going to be incredibly useful. Then there's Abyss Protection. Its defense increases as its health decreases. When HP drops below 10%, a shield equal to 50% of its max health is created for 10 seconds. The properties on this skill are just plain good. Alright, he's finished checking out Big Guy's evolution info. There's still a lot to do, so time to find the Outlaw's base. You guys ready to go? He asks his pets excitedly. That evening, Harwich is in the kitchen cooking. All done. It looks delicious. She suddenly remembers Ian is probably out of meatballs by now. I should make more next time. She wonders what Ian is doing. Yeah, she's definitely missing him again. That night, Ian, Slap, and Lie are still busy wiping out enemies. Slap, perched up high, keeps dropping huge boulders on them, giving Ian some much-needed backup. But our guy is running on fumes. I gotta rest and heal up, and I need to find some loot anyway. He pulls out a meatball, and Bubs immediately puts on its cutest face, begging for it. Nice try, but that face won't work. You know this is the last one, right? Man, it's so cute. Next time I see Harak, I gotta ask her for more food. Ian's #1 priority right now is hitting level 70. Just then, his friend messages him, asking what he's up to. No matter how tired he is, he always replies. Busy finishing up some leftover quests, I have to hit level 93 before school starts again. It's a tough goal, but he has to make it happen. His friend can only wish him luck. So what's the plan? Where are you? Ian keeps it short. Don't worry about it. I'll be back when I'm done. Gotta go. I'm slammed. Why does he keep texting? Ian complains to himself, but he never ignores a message. Bubs starts making gestures at him, trying to say something. You want to know why I'm sitting around when I'm so busy? It's because of this. Before he can even explain, he fires an arrow into the distance. Bullseye. Hit a bird. This place is loaded with resources. You have successfully captured a Lofia, level 72, with 15,760 health and stats to match. It's an intelligent, rare-grade predatory bird. Personality, shy, can evolve. Its unique ability is Wind Rider. Lofia can sense the flow of the wind. 5 seconds of invincibility. 70% flight speed boost. It was a rare bird from the Fok Mountains, known for its stunning white feathers. Just as Yan thought its agility was insane, he'd have to boost his own stats using a skill he already had. He figured he'd only need it for a short burst, so no need to name it. Damn, this thing costs a ton of leadership points. He's completely out of stat points for it now. Gotta clear this area fast, raise his leadership, and get back to hunting. Today's hunt has been awesome. What a great day. At the center of the Foko Mountains, gatekeepers are patrolling a heavily guarded entrance. Looks like they've spotted Ian. Big Guy immediately unleashes Abyss. Well, slamming his fist into the ground. Cries for help echo everywhere. I'm being sucked in. The fist's impact is even more effective when activating Abyss. Well, and to top it off, Ian gets 2 electric orbs. He follows up with an electric oscillation skill, giving them no chance to react, just as I thought. Mobbing is the most satisfying way to hunt. Alright, back to the bow. Picking them off one by one is better than wiping them all out at once. Ian takes aim. The bandit leader in the center of the Foko Mountains is level 80. Seeing that number, Ian freezes for a second. Level 80? He was only around level 75 before the reset. Not to mention, the guy's weapon has been upgraded to a crossbow. He could probably escape, since capturing Lofia boosted his agility. But what's the plan? No, he can handle this. The enemies up on the mountain have low health. A quick, decisive fight should do the trick. At least, that's what Ian hopes. Big Guy, use Abyss well again. He commands, firing his own arrow. Lie, get the leader. The bandit leader scowls, gritting his teeth. You damn brats, you dare look down on me. He uses a wide area buff, a skill usually only high-level bosses have, but Ian's resolve is absolute. Gotta kill him, and fast. Who knows what other tricks he's hiding. Yan immediately activated Weakness Hunt, while Lie unleashed her inner frenzy. The two sides clashed in a brutal showdown. But let's be real, the bandits were in deep trouble. They were trying to hold on, desperately fighting for every second. But how much longer could they possibly last? Meanwhile, Lai just kept attacking, relentless. She didn't care about their expressions or anything else. The bandit leader was getting more and more pissed. He aimed his crossbow right at Li, but he forgot one crucial detail. Yan was right behind her. Don't even think about it, buddy. Yan was her absolute shield. The bandit thought he was hot stuff, but he let his guard down for just a second. In that same instant, Lai used the arrow's path to rush forward and close the distance. He could curse all he wanted, but Lai was already right in his face. What's he gonna do now? Yell some more? Yeah, like that's gonna help. Lai's claws tore him to shreds in a storm of pain. The summon, Lai, had landed a massive critical hit on the bandit leader. The bandit leader's health dropped to 60.18% and he was bleeding out, taking an extra 1,203 damage per second. Yan was pretty proud. Nice. We took out more than half his health in just 2 hits. The bandit leader was gasping for air, thinking if this keeps up, just a little more. But before he could finish the thought, Lai attacked his other arm. But this time, it failed. The summon Lai took a direct hit from the bandit leader. Her health dropped to 5,956. Almost 6,000 damage in a single hit, and the guy didn't even use his crossbow. Even if Lai's defense was down, with her rage skill active, that kind of damage should be impossible. Was it that buff he used earlier? This damn cheater. Yan was furious but didn't act rashly. Fall back, Lai. Big guy, throw me over there. The creature hesitated, clearly confused by the weird request. I know it's dangerous, Yan urged. Just throw me. Crossbow and bow fired at the exact same time. I'll finish him first. Yan was confident in himself. He knew he could do it. The bandit leader, on the other hand, pure terror in his eyes. Yan could dodge that crossbow shot in a heartbeat. The bandit couldn't. Still, Yan took 2,352 points of fall damage. Oof, maybe he overdid it a little. The Ancient Summoner's Iron Fist ability activated on impact. But whatever, it was worth it. Yan borrowed power from his summoned Big Guy, using the Abyss's skill. He channeled that power to attack the bandit leader, leaving him zero room to escape. Lai saw her chance and jumped in for a sneak attack. This was the final blow. Yan dove in for a close-quarters strike. We did it. A picture-perfect ending. You have defeated the bandit leader. 18,500 experience points gained. Whoa, he gave a ton of EXP. A final boss for sure. Oh yeah, can't forget the loot drop. Good job, Lai. Just as Yan was about to open the chest, Lai started barking wildly, staring off in another direction. Turns out, this wasn't over yet. He was completely surrounded by the rest of the bandits. That bastard killed our boss. Don't let him get away. Oh, great. With his current health, fighting this mob and getting out alive was not going to be easy. Yeah, no way. Pushing his luck now would just get him killed. Seriously, why did that boss have such loyal minions? Time to use a Lopia scroll to get out of here. Whoa, my body feels as light as a feather. With Lopia active, his agility was off the charts. See ya. They just watched him go, totally helpless. Even if they gave chase, they'd never catch him. They just stood there, looking completely baffled. Oh, right. In his rush to escape, he almost forgot Lai and Big Guy were still in the danger zone. Let me unsummon you guys to get you out of there. For a second, his summons looked all sad and lonely, thinking he'd abandoned them. He didn't hit level 70, but at least he earned a decent amount. Guess I'll contact Heron and get my summons some more food. Yan made his way to the Murin auction house. He remembered Heron saying she'd be somewhere around here. She said she was picking up supplies from the auction house. But the first person to spot Yan was actually Kabuli. Yan was surprised to see Heron with him. Long time no see. You been well? Heron was happy to see him but played it cool, just offering a gentle smile. Hi Yan. It's been a while since we last met in-game, hasn't it? He answered a little shyly, yeah, you're right. Heron smiled and explained, schoolwork's been crazy, so I haven't been very active. I didn't get to watch you in the rookie tournament, I'm sorry. No, it's no big deal. Yan thought it's a good thing you weren't there. Even if you were, I couldn't have won. I still lost. Heron offered a few words of comfort, which even made Kabuli in the back feel a little defeated. Getting second place is still great. Congrats, Yan. But this wasn't the rank Yan wanted, so he wasn't happy at all. What is this feeling? It's like I'm invisible. Kabuli was definitely not feeling the vibe. Changing the subject, Yan suddenly remembered something. You said everyone in the guild is level 95 or higher now, right? That's incredible. Kabuli crossed his arms behind his head, answering proudly. Of course, I bet Piolin is over level 100 by now. That's when it hit him the top rankers were at least level 120. I need to get back in the game. It's all thanks to our hard work. Our control points have gotten bigger, so dealing with nearby monsters is tougher, You'd be a huge help, but then you went and reset your character. Yan told him to just wait, I'll be back to where I was before the reset soon. I'm level 69 and I'll get an academic warning if I don't hurry. Kabali had to give it to Yan. Dude, are you even sleeping? Or just gaming all night? Heron hinted gently. Yan, you're gonna shorten your lifespan. Yan scratched his head, looking down. Actually, I have a reason I need to level up fast. Oh, right. Can I see that new friend you mentioned? The one who likes my meatballs? That's when she learned its name was Pooji. One look at it and you'll understand the name. Heron seemed to find every creature adorable, her eyes lighting up. The creature was chewing on a carrot and did not look happy to see Heron approach. It even dodged away and gave her the side eye. Yan, I don't think Pooji likes me very much. Why? Yan had no idea either, totally caught off guard. Pooji is just arrogant. Heron, by any chance, do you have any meatballs with you? Yan figured it was still mad about that time he didn't let it eat. I think I have some I made while leveling up my cooking skill. Let's see. Here, these are made with my new and improved recipe. Let me see for a second. The second Pooji saw them, its eyes lit up with pure love. It snatched one and immediately started warming up to Heron. Talk about a complete 180. Yan just looked on, completely exasperated. Knew it. I just knew it. Har was about to give it another piece of meat, but Yan quickly stopped him. Don't give it any more, or you'll spoil it. But, he added with a sly grin, if you give the meat to me, I'll give Pooh a piece when he gets hungry. It's all part of the master plan. She was pretty easygoing and just agreed. All right, I'm sure you'll take great care of him. The little turtle, however, was not convinced. It shot Yan the dirtiest look imaginable. Kabul, feeling sorry for Pooji, chimed in. It's going to cry at this rate. Why not just give it one more piece? Nope. One piece turns into two, then three. You know how it is. Trying to distract it, he said, Hey Pooji, you know what? There's a famous turtle named Paj on the northern continent. Apparently, he's famous for being the greatest turtle in the world. And that just ticks me off. Because as far as I'm concerned, no turtle is more handsome or grand than you. So I've been thinking, and I realized you're losing because you've put on weight. You ate way too many meatballs, so I gotta cut you off for now. Buh, you get how I feel, right? At this point, the creature is so emotionally manipulated it's crying. But hey, just be patient a little longer. I'll help you become the coolest turtle in the world. Kabali is absolutely disgusted by these lies. What a scammer. Anyway, they continue their journey. Just a little further and we should be out of the Fok region. It's getting hotter. Looks like we're getting close to the scorched lands. Will Heron's meatballs work on the lava patrollers? No idea. I don't even know if they eat regular food. Just looking at that place makes me not want to go in. But I have no choice. I need to catch a monster, and I have to hit level 90 as soon as possible. Lai and the beast struggle, but they manage to destroy its tail. Down in the underground dungeon of the Scorched Lands, he enters the tomb with his two companions. The air inside is scorching hot because of all the lava eggs. A few lava golems and lava guards are on patrol. He can't let his guard down if he messes up and 10 of them rush him. It's game over. He needs to get to the lowest floor of the dungeon quickly to catch a lava patroller. The lower the floor, the rarer the monsters. A few monsters charge forward. The beast carefully provides cover from behind. Lai waits for the order. Whichever one he shoots first, Lai will attack. With the command given, he draws his bow, activating turbo boost. He has to get past this horde of monsters fast. He's still got to reach the dungeon's lowest level to catch that lava patroller. What a pain. The lower you go, the rarer the monsters get. Hopefully, the next one is an SP rank. He glances back at his beloved pet, who looks so pitiful. The dream guy for so many girls out there. He makes his pet walk behind him. If it just rushes forward recklessly, the whole party is heading straight to hell. Meanwhile, Lai's mission is to attack whatever he shoots. Alright, time to go. Jin Xung aims his bow right at a fire-faced monster and lets loose. One shot, the beast and Lai coordinate perfectly. Every shot he fires, the enemy team loses a member. With this kind of progress, reaching the lowest floor is just a matter of time. Still, these are rare monsters. You think they'd let him pass that easily? Jin Xung was getting ahead of himself. Gotta take it slow, and yup, knew it. Right in the middle of the fight, he notices they're changing color. Are these things contaminated? And that overpowering smell, is dealing with them part of the mission? Whatever, he'll come back later. Time to explore somewhere else. Staying here any longer might give him a stroke. The three of them head down to the 10th floor. He eagerly opens the door and holy crap, an inferno of lava, hot enough to barbecue steak. It seems Jin Xung is the first person to discover the source of the magma. Fire affinity increased by 5%, fire resistance increased by 10. He'd never even heard of a place like this existing, and now he's the first to find it. Haha. Lucky him. But his joy doesn't even last 10 seconds before another problem appears. A monster with 2 horns on its head declares that Jin Xung meets the standard to enter this place. It was him. Good thing he didn't attack immediately, that was the right call. This goat-headed monster says he's the guardian of the magma source, and his name is Helion. He gets straight to the point to save time. He says Jin Xung can single-handedly cleanse the source of magma and solve all its problems. He wasn't planning to refuse, but his mouth said yes before he could think. And just like that, with zero mental prep, it's deadline crunch time. First, the old guy asks him to catch 20 or more contaminated lava patrollers, a B-rank difficulty quest. His brain screamed no, but when he saw the reward 42,500 experience points, he did a full 180 and agreed instantly. That's an amazing deal. It's equal to 12 regular lava patrollers in the dungeon. Helion gives him a special sealing stone. All right, leave it to me. I'll get it done right. He thought this would be an easy reward, but then he sees the time limit. 3 hours. Crap. He got tricked again. His greed is going to be the death of him. 2 hours fly by. Jin Xung feels like he doesn't even have time to breathe, let alone rest. Helion just sits there, sipping tea and eating snacks while watching him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time's almost up, and his prize is nowhere in sight. But Jin Xung always knows how to surprise us. With just a few seconds left, he comes running in, completely out of breath. The Guardian even thought he was unreliable, until he saw that Jin Xung had caught a grand total of 31 of them. The lesson here? Never underestimate people. He might look all smug now, but just a moment ago he was running around like a madman. And with that, he completed the quest and bagged 1.3 million experience points. He struck it rich. Normally, it takes him half a day of grinding to earn that much. But this time, it only took 3 hours. He's about to hit level 71. Feeling super accomplished, he opens his big mouth again, asking if the old man needs anything else. As expected, there's a lot more to do. Back at the castle, Emperor Shiliat was asking about the Pioneer Summoner. Specifically, the guy we all know, our main character. But he's been living low-key, completely off the grid. There's no news about him at all. Helion offers to bring that person directly to Zeliat. Hundreds of scholars have struggled for years to find a solution. How could the Emperor expect him to find one in a month? Plus, National Day is coming up. The royal family's power will be strengthened if the Empire's symbol, the Griffin, makes an appearance. If there's no news in 2 months, bring him here. Meanwhile, him is still busy grinding through tedious quests, with no end in sight. He's been at it for 24 hours straight. Seriously, if this reward is garbage, he swears he'll chop that old guy into 200 pieces and make curry. Luckily, he finally completed the quest. Whether it's the final one or not, who knows? After getting confirmation, he planned to just sit and breathe for a second. Maybe it's time to retire? He's already collected herbs 5 times. Please, just give him a different quest. Or better yet, no quest at all. Jin Xung clasps his hands in prayer. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Crap. He hadn't even warmed his seat before an earthquake started. Is he about to die? Okay then. He'll be the only one to ever die in this part of the dungeon. Sounds kinda cool, actually. But then, the lava tower stops flowing. Just then, Helion appears to join the fun. Seeing the old man's huge grin, Jin Xung gets excited too. He thanks him over and over again. The quest is finally over. But wait, he keeps saying thank you, but where's the reward? And just when he thought he was getting shortchanged, boom! A notification pops up with almost 3 million experience points. His whole day just lit up. The feeling? Absolutely electric, like he could have leveled up way more if he hadn't stopped to hunt. On top of that, Jinung also gets the lava seal stone, which holds one of the lava core's own personal guardians. The boss was going to give him something else, but since our boy Jinung contributed so much, this was the absolute best prize he could offer. And this guardian? We're talking a level 80 lava dragon king, with fire absorption and a 30% reduction to all fire damage. It even has lava breath and the title of lava overlord. Basically, this thing is insanely cool. But that's not even the craziest part. The real shocker? This is a hero-grade monster. Its combat power is nearly 2,000. This thing is the absolute peak of the peak. He's dying to summon it and try it out right now. But he's already struggling with his other 2 heavy hitters, and his leadership stat is still way too low. Still, it's an amazing get. He'll figure it out later. First, back to the village to find an item to boost that stat. After saying his goodbyes, Jinung teleports away, loaded with loot. Meanwhile, over at the university, his friend Yu Hyun is getting worried. It's the first day of school, his best friend is a no-show, and he's not even picking up his phone. He remembers seeing that his friend had been logged in for 50 hours straight and actually feels bad for him. Out of the goodness of his heart, Yu Hyun decides he'll swing by his buddy's house after class to check if he's, still alive. Of course, Jinung is still glued to the game, having completely forgotten about school today. And he's hit level 89, by the way. After grinding his face off, you think he'd stop at 71? Jin Xung is riding his new lava dragon king, while his other summons handle the mobs of grotesque dragon monsters below. Everywhere the four of them pass, bodies just drop. This is high-level grinding at its finest. He unleashes one final blast, and a torrent of flames effortlessly incinerates the entire swarm of newbies. Yi is in charge of chasing down any stragglers trying to escape. He looks cool as hell for about 10 seconds until he realizes he can't actually fly, so catching them is impossible. Major bummer. So it's the big guy's turn. This one dragon is easily worth 100 of those other mobs combined. With a single swipe of its tail, the smaller dragons are wiped out instantly. Before long, they've completely cleared the area. Jin Xung successfully levels up to 91, practically drooling with excitement. After all this time, all this grinding, he finally gets his class-specific skill. Overlord's Descent. He swears, if this thing is some useless skill, he's shutting down the PC and uninstalling the game. He's on a time limit he has to reach level 93. And even though he's supposed to be back at school, if he plays the schedule change period right, that leaves him just 10 days. So he hasn't forgotten about his classes. Phew, for a second there, I thought we had a full-blown gaming addict on our hands. My man is losing sleep just to level up. Please, give me a useful skill, or I'm going to pass out right here. You have acquired the skills Synchronization and Link. What are these? Now this is something to be curious about. What really grabs his attention isn't the name, but the words right below it. Hero grade skill. Not bad. This is top-tier stuff. He's pretty sure he saw something about this on the Dark Magician online forums, but he still doesn't understand what balancing the health of two targets really means. When you don't get something, what do? You experiment. Immediately, Jin Xung summons two of his weaker minions, Slap and Lie, and uses Link on them. Ah, so that's how it works. No matter how different their actual HP is, their health percentage will always stay the same. Sounds like it could be useful, but also like a double-edged sword that could stab him in the back at any moment. Alright, next up, Synchronization. His own stats will become equal to his summon's stats. Now that sounds interesting. He has to try it now. Using it with his two main powerhouses is way too risky. Then he remembers. He still has his cute, useless, but ridiculously adorable little turtle pet. Okay, he'll test it on him. Just getting the little guy out and convincing him to sync up is a whole ordeal. But after a blinding flash of light, nothing seems to happen. What the hell? He checks his stats again, getting annoyed. His defense is a whopping 1,500, but why did his dexterity and magic stats totally tank? But then it hits him, this is actually insane. His defense is now on par with his main tank, Slap. The only problem is, why does his character model in the system look so weird? A human head on a turtle's body? What is this? He cancels it immediately. This monstrosity is ruining his 4,000-year-old good looks. Okay, maybe using this skill on the turtle isn't the best idea. Suddenly, he feels exhausted. He'll deal with it later. Even if the world ends, a man's gotta sleep. Back at Korea University, our boy Yoo Hyun is feeling down because his best friend is ghosting his texts. Some friend he is. While he's sulking, Jin Xung's campus crush walks up and says hi. It isn't just our main character. Even his chubby friend is completely captivated by this girl's beauty. But despite her angelic appearance, her personality is anything but. Heron made her in-game character look exactly like her real self, which is probably why Jin Xung had that strange feeling of familiarity when he couldn't immediately recognize her in the game. Heron came to Yoo Hyun just to ask where on earth Jin Xung is. The second she hears he skipped class, she knows exactly what he's up to, grinding at home. Alright, she says, I'll have a little chat with him myself when he finally shows up. At that moment, on a distant, snowy mountain, the judgment of darkness causes a monster to cry out in pain. Ganshi Huni strikes a cool pose, ordering his massive two-headed monster to submit before his Shadow Legion. Yeah, right, as if it's actually listening. He's feeling confident since he's already hit level 85. He figures the other guy must be around level 80 at most, plus 10 points for arrogance, but unfortunately for him, his math is way off. Our boy is in the 90s, and this guy is bragging about being 85. Ganshi Huni assumes Jin Xung is just some cowardly summoner who used dirty tricks to reach level 85 or higher. He says all that, then immediately pulls out a creepy little doll that looks just like Jin Xung, clearly under some kind of curse. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. 1 second he's accusing someone of playing dirty, the next he's doing the exact same thing. A classic case of if I win, it's skill. If I lose, you cheated. He's just about to cast a death curse. When the system notifies him, skill cannot be applied to this target. How embarrassing. Ganshi Huni has a sudden realization. Since his cheap tricks failed, he resolves to get stronger so he can crush Jin Xung for real. Meanwhile, back at the university, the professor calls out Jin Xung's name during attendance only to be met with silence. He suddenly remembers that kid hasn't been present for the entire first week of classes. The professor sighs, feeling a headache coming on. But since it's the schedule adjustment period, Jin Xung's attendance record is completely unaffected. Man, some guys have all the luck. But since today's class is mandatory, this time, our boy Jin Xung Park has no other choice. Skipping this class is an automatic fail. And the retake fee? It costs as much as a new scooter. The professor was just about to mark an absence when a student burst through the door, completely out of breath. "Professor, it's me, Jinwoo." He practically sprinted here just to make it in time. Professor Jin just waves his hand, telling him to hurry up and find a seat. Jinwoo drags his exhausted body over to his friend Hyun, and immediately gets an earful. Hyun rips into him, demanding to know where he's been, no school, no text back, not answering a single call. Looking like death warmed over, Jinwoo just mumbles something about his situation. Then, he holds up his phone. Hyun leans in, staring at the screen, and his jaw hits the floor. Level 93. Hyun's scream of disbelief echoes across the room, earning him death stares from literally everyone. Hyun is still in shock. Jinwoo had just reset his character, and he's already at level 93. Jinwoo just smirks, shamelessly telling him, "Go on, you can be jealous. I don't mind." Hyun can't even argue. Okay, fine, he's insanely jealous. Then he notices Jinwoo is busy typing something on his phone. Turns out, he just sent a text to Professor Jin. Hyun freaks out. "Are you an idiot? Why would you send that to the professor?" But Jinwoo just gives him a mysterious look. It's all part of the plan. Up at the front, Professor Jin sees the message. He quickly texts back, telling Jinwoo to meet him in his office after class. But he also adds a little reminder that Jinwoo's deadline has already passed. Jinwoo starts sweating bullets reading that. After class, the two meet up. After a moment of awkward silence, Jinwoo finally asks what this is all about. Professor Jin gets straight to the point. He wants an explanation for the picture Jinwoo sent him. Jinwoo replies, "That's my character status in Kallen. I figured you'd recognize it instantly, since you play the game too." After bragging a bit, Jinwoo notices the professor's strange expression. He asks nervously, You haven't forgotten about our bet, have you?" Professor Jin immediately hits him where it hurts. He says their little wager was only valid before the semester started, which is why he said the deadline was over. Jinwoo's eyes dart around as he scrambles for an excuse. "Actually, I hit level 93 before the deadline, but I played for 50 hours straight. My body just gave out on me. I had to stay in bed recovering until yesterday. I'm just now getting back on my feet." But Professor Jin just scoffs. "You really expect me to believe that ridiculous story? Even a first grader wouldn't fall for that." Panicked, Jinwoo swears it's the absolute truth, but inwardly he's thinking they never signed a contract. He can easily back out of the bet, and there's nothing I can do. Meanwhile, the professor is thinking he actually did it, level 93. The official game news says the top summoner is only level 78. He might be a little late, but this achievement is a huge deal. If this kid is telling the truth, he could be useful for my data collection. So Professor Jin asks him directly, "Are you free this Sunday?" Cut to the Burning Lands where Jinwoo has already arrived. He's thanking every god he can think of. The professor actually let him off the hook. He even told him to meet at Lobo's village at 2 p.m. on Sunday. Still, why would he want to meet on a Sunday? Whatever, at least he's finally free from that insane level grind. Jinwoo figures it's probably time to start clearing out his quest log. Right now, he's most interested in the Tower of Space Magic quest and hatching the Delphine egg. He doesn't have enough info on the egg yet, so he's heading for the tower first. He and his summon arrive at the Tower of Space Magic. It's his first time here in person. The place is surprisingly empty, but then again, that makes sense. Most players don't really have a reason to come here. The portal in front of him glows, asking if he wants to ascend to the higher floors. Of course he does, and up he goes. He steps through the portal, only to find another portal waiting for him. He's a little confused. Is the whole tower just a series of teleporters? Suddenly, the gate flashes, and out of nowhere, tons of giant demons appear. Jinwoo starts to realize this is probably a barrier he has to clear before using the real portal, so he has to defeat every monster on each floor. This is going to be a grind. Jinwoo wastes no time and summons his entire crew. He gives the order, wipe them all out. A massive battle kicks off, and Jinwoo's team clearly has the upper hand. His summon, Chippy, is screeching its head off, making so much noise that Jinwoo has to tell it to be quiet. He wonders how many more power-ups it'll take for it to finally evolve. Chippy hit 950 spirit mana a long time ago, and now it's stuck at 975. The stats used to shoot up, but now growth has slowed to a crawl. Only 25 more points to go. Shouldn't be much longer now, Jinwoo thinks to himself. And so, he continues to fight his way through gate after gate until he reaches the very top of the Tower of Space Magic. There, Jinwoo sees a space mage sitting at a desk. She greets him. "It's been a long time since I've had a visitor." Her name is Zipper, and she's impressed Jinwoo made it all this way. She says he must be a truly skilled adventurer. Jinwoo just nods, thinking she seems a bit cold on the outside, but actually pretty nice. And just like that, Jinwoo completes the lost traces of the ancient monster quest, getting almost 570,000 experience points. It's not a lot, but hey, EXP is EXP. He introduces himself as Ian, a summoner sent by the dragon tamer, ONLY. Zipper looks at him, completely shocked. You mean the legendary dragon tamer ONLY? She asks. I never thought I would hear news of him again. She invites Jinwoo to sit, sensing this is going to be a long conversation. After chatting for a while, Jinwoo asks if she needs to complete her current research to awaken the Spirit Stone. Zipper nods and Jinwoo thinks this might be his chance to learn about the god dragon. Then Zipper remembers something. She needs to ask Jinwoo a favor, one he absolutely cannot refuse. A new quest pops up, Ancient Relic. To awaken the god dragon's Spirit Stone, the space mage must activate a piece of magical equipment. To do that, she needs a few materials. Jinwoo's job is to enter a special tower created by Zipper and bring back the scattered pieces of the ancient relic. There are 6 pieces total, and Jinwoo has to collect all of them. The conditions: no parties allowed, and he has to finish within 3 days. Jinwoo nearly faints just reading the requirements. He guesses it's part of a much larger quest chain. Even the difficulty is A rank. It's not like he was planning on saying no, anyway, but being forced into a quest he can't refuse? Still super annoying. Jinwoo asks Zipper, so, I just need to bring back the pieces of the relic, right? Once she confirms, he figures he should get going right away. The only question is, where to? Zipper tells him to wait just a moment. Meanwhile, Zipper handed Jin Xung a magnifying glass. He took one look at it, his expression screaming, seriously? This thing? Zipper explained it wasn't just any old glass, it's a magical item that lets him identify ancient relics. The 6 fragments he needs to find look almost identical, so he'll need this to tell them apart. Then she pointed to a nearby portal that, she announced, leads to the underground dungeons of the ancient noble empire. And his mission inside? Hunt the souls of tomb raiders. Apparently, they're the ones holding onto the relic fragments. Simple enough. Jin Xung got the picture. Kill ghost thieves. Get the loot. Zipper added one last thing. Whenever you get a fragment, use this device on it. And once you've collected all 6 types, you have 4 days to get back here. Jin Xung just gave a confident nod. Leave it all to me. Stepping through the portal, he scanned his surroundings. Yep, definitely an ancient underground ruin. And man, this place had a seriously creepy vibe. He recalled a bit of lore. The noble empire was the forerunner to the current Khan Empire, which is now one of the 2 great powers on the continent. He wondered what level the mobs here were. Turns out they're all below level 90, perfect for him to hunt. But where were the Tomb Raider souls he was supposed to be looking for? He couldn't see a single one. But just then, a notification popped up. Jin Xung had earned the title, First Discoverer of the Dungeon. And get this, for the next 5 days, the item drop rate in this dungeon is doubled. A huge grin spread across Jin Xung's face. Oh, you absolutely love to see it. The only catch? He was only allowed to stay for 4 days. So close, no time to waste. Jin Xung immediately summoned his wolf, Lai, to start hunting while searching for those elusive souls. He quickly found his first target. While Lai gave chase, Jin Xung used his Clopia Link skill to take down the Tomb Raider for good. Finally, a relic fragment dropped. He picked it up, grumbling about getting dust on his hands, then pulled out the magnifying glass and prayed to the gaming gods. It was fragment number 4. Just kidding. Because of his terrible luck, it was another number 5, a piece he already had. At this point, Jin Xung was starting to suspect the system was cheating. He'd already collected dozens of number 5s. He'd been grinding like a madman for 2 straight days and still only had 5 of the 6 types. This quest was an absolute nightmare. The monster spawn rate was awful, the drop rate was worse, and he couldn't find a single thing about it on the online forums. The only useful tip he'd found was a rumor that the drop rate increases if you don't hit the thief's backpack. Without any real info, he was totally screwed. Jin Xung was on the verge of losing it. Time was almost up, less than 4 hours remained on the clock. At this pace, he could maybe get 1 or 2 more fragments before he was kicked out, and there was no guarantee he'd even get the number 4 he needed, especially after failing the last 5 times. If only he'd known this from the start, he would have focused only on the Tomb Raiders instead of grinding regular mobs. He summoned Lopia. Go scout the area. If you find a Tomb Raider, you tell me. Immediately. Luckily, none of the monsters in this dungeon use ranged attacks, which made it much safer for Lopia to scout ahead. As Jin Xung ran, something strange caught his eye. A unique monster. An ancient summoner's soul, level 95. Jin Xung guessed it had to be a hero-grade boss. He'd never even seen a special-grade monster in here before. It was an undead, hero-grade mob, Beating it would take at least 30 minutes. 30 precious minutes he needed to finish his quest. For a split second, Jin Xung hesitated, then decided he was going to absolutely destroy that thing. I mean, come on. A hero-grade monster, when the double experience and double drop rate buffs are active, there was no way he was passing this up. As Jin Xung and Lai charged in, the monster began to chant. Suddenly, dozens of other monsters appeared out of thin air. Jin Xung was stunned, quickly yelling for Lai to fall back. He summoned Dat-D and Dake for backup. So, this low-level ghost wasn't just any ghost, it was a summoner. A hero-grade monster was never going to be easy, but that didn't mean he was backing down. He ordered Lai to attack. Lai tore through dozens of the summoned creatures with ease. Jin Xung realized the ghost knew it was the weak link. Lai, dodge to the side, he commanded, ordering Dat-D and Dake to push forward. Dat-D used its Abyss skill, but it was countered instantly. Meanwhile, as Dake was fighting a dragon, he got slammed by its tail. As he stood up, another monster lunged from behind, seeing an opening. But just then, Jin Xung flashed a wicked grin. He knew that was coming. In a flash, he summoned Pooty right behind him to act as a shield. The monster bit down hard, and Pooty cried from how tanky it was. Jin Xung seized the opportunity, firing an arrow straight through the monster. This battle's over, he declared, ordering Lai to charge forward and finish off that low-level ghost. And just like that, the fight was won. Jin Xung caught his breath. Man, for a low-level ghost, that hero-grade summoner put up a good fight. Guess I just have to keep killing it until it's dead, he thought. Wait, isn't it already dead? Then, the reward window popped up. A massive smile lit up his face. This, he said, is exactly why I play this game. He had received a total of 2 items, the Staff of the Ancient Summoner and the Encyclopedia of the Ancient Summoner. Jin Xung was more than satisfied with these hero-grade drops. Basically, he had a new, damage skill that scaled with his summon's mana, and while the encyclopedia seemed useless at first, it converted flat power into mana-based scaling, which meant he was about to get a massive boost to his damage levels. Man, am I glad I didn't skip this hero-grade monster, Jin Xung thought. Suddenly, Lai started nudging him, trying to get his attention. It kept pushing its head against his bag. Then it hit him. The artifact quest. He'd just burned 30 minutes. Pure panic set in as he started sprinting like a madman to find a Tomb Raider. He ran, screaming into the air. You stupid quest item. Where are you hiding? You damn useless quest item. He and his lone wolf tore through the dungeon like they were being chased by demons. Finally, he collapsed onto a set of stairs, completely out of breath, but he barely got a moment's rest before remembering. The clock was still ticking. If I was any slower, the mission would have been a total bust. Did you get all the artifact pieces? Jin Xung asked, completely out of breath and ready to collapse. Yeah, they're all here with me, the woman replied. You really lived up to my expectations. Though I was getting worried, you took your sweet time. He might be exhausted, but her concern makes it all worth it. Yen Dong cleared the mission, hauling back a bag stuffed with artifacts and completing a C-rank quest. Meanwhile, poor Min hasn't even gotten his first rank yet. Tough break for the guy running around like crazy and still no level up. Mission complete, time to rest. Yen Dong, looking totally drained, drags himself to his room while the girl hums, holding the bag of loot. He slumped at his desk, head bobbing from sheer exhaustion. Look, the girl cheered. We finally finished the magical artifact, and it's all thanks to you, adventurer. Thank you so much. She jumped up and down, full of energy, while Jin Xung could barely stifle a yawn, desperate for sleep. Don't mention it. I'm just glad the experiment was a success. Now that the artifact is done, can we use this to revive the dragon god's soul stone? But she shakes her head. Nope. We have no idea if this thing is even stable yet. It could backfire and completely shatter the soul stone. Their minds started racing, trying to figure out what to use as a test subject. A dragon god, that's gotta be a summon. With absolutely insane stats, probably legendary tier 2. Just thinking about giant dragons tearing the world apart made Jin Xung shake his head. Hard pass. If that soul stone shatters, I'll lose sleep for weeks. So, I think we should test it on the soul stones of other ancient monsters first. And once we know it works, we'll use the artifact on your dragon god's soul stone. She reluctantly agreed it was an all-or-nothing gamble. The next quest popped up. Revive an ancient monster. The good news, the difficulty was A rank, and the quest was mandatory. Jin Xung was so ecstatic he practically jumped out of his skin. This game just won't let me be a good guy, will it? He collapsed to the floor, tears of pure joy streaming down his face. The girl just stood there, wishing him the best. The next morning, sunlight streamed down over the tightly packed houses. I remember the professor said to meet near the gate. Jin Xung slowly made his way towards the massive city gate. Now that I think about it, I forgot to ask who the professor's player is. Just as Jin Xung sat down on the ground, the man right in front of him turned and asked, "You're here?" He was completely bewildered. He had no idea if this was really the professor, so he had to check his ID tag for proof. The ID read, Lee Jin Guk. He's just using his real name? Only then did it click, and Jin Xung finally addressed him as professor. Yes, then you must be Park Jin Xung. Why can't I see your ID or your level? The professor clearly wasn't expecting a student with such a high rank. Professor, hold on. Let me switch my profile from private to public. Our boy was humble, always hiding his true power, which is why the professor didn't recognize him from his screenshots. You're already level 94? You've leveled up again since we last spoke. Yep, that was my entire summer vacation, Professor. A single word of praise from him sent a shiver of pride down Jin Xung's spine. Professor, can we go now? Since you've confirmed my level, I won the bet. Hold on. I think you should come with me first. The professor wasn't taking no for an answer. The sun blazed down from a clear sky. Professor, where are we? He'd been led to a strange place. This wasn't a kidnapping, was it? I heard you're a summoner. Come on, take a look. You'll know exactly where we are the moment you see it. You'll know when you see it, huh? That definitely sparked his curiosity. The professor opened a warehouse door and shot Jin Xung a sly grin. A little sketchy, but hey, he had to follow. Jin Xung walked in, looking around in awe. He saw bears, wolves, all kinds of creatures in separate pens. This is a monster breeding center? A place like this actually exists? I got lucky and met an NPC manager from the Summoner's Tower. The NPC told me all about this place. Turns out, this is where wolf pups and bear cubs are born. When I first found this place, it was still under construction. Then, they gave me quests to capture wolves, foxes, bears, and other monsters. They were caged, but they looked surprisingly happy. They were even singing to each other. Come to think of it, I heard if you complete facility construction quests, you can manage the place you build. So these must be hidden quests. Jin Xung thought it looked pretty cool, a peaceful life, caring for monsters. After I completed the quests, the monster breeding center was finished, and now I work here, the professor said, stroking an adorable little panda. Professor, did you get a system message about how to build a monster breeding center after you finish the quests? The professor was shocked his student knew so much. That's usually the case for players with production-type quests who get licenses to manage facilities. Since you already know, this will be easier. As you said, I have to get a license to build a monster breeding center, but I haven't met the conditions yet. The professor's standards were high. This item is the monster appendix that RF gave me. I can only meet the condition to get the management license once I register 50 different monsters in it. Wait a second. Didn't I get something just like this after clearing the Magic Tower quest? Jin Xung sensed something was off, but the book the professor was holding looked different. His didn't have a monster registration function. To add more monsters to this appendix, I have to capture them. But with my current skills, I can only catch about 30. So I want you to take this item and register the rest of the monsters. You did half the work, now I get to finish it. And one more thing before you start the quest. He summoned a massive beast is to wake up the lone wolf. Time to get to work. I've seen black wolves among the common tier monsters, but never one this huge. Jin Xung just stood there, staring at the wolf, making the professor anxious. Well, no turning back now that he was here. Like master, like beast. They both shot a wicked grin towards Jin Xung. Looks like this teacher and student were about to throw down. Or you won't be able to protect yourself. By the time Jin Xung realized what was happening, it was too late. The most intense battle of the season was about to begin. Jin Xung versus Lee Jin Guk. Jin Xung began summoning his power as his opponent, Lee Jin Guk, took a fighting stance. His pet, Lycan, also seemed to enter a new stage of evolution. A blue aura enveloped Lycan, making the professor's wolf, Orville, stare with wide eyes. Powered up with the strength of 1,000 beasts, Lycan faced off against Orville with the face of a true demon. You'd think Jin Xung had this in the bag, but seeing Lee Jin Guk's confident smirk sent a wave of panic through him. He couldn't believe his teacher would ask for help, then pull something like this. Professor, why are you doing this? I'm just asking for your help, that's all. Turns out, Professor Lee Jin Guk was just messing with him to test out Jin Xung's raw power. It seems you've evolved your summoned beast as well. Lee Jin Guk quickly explained what happened so their teacher-student relationship wouldn't be ruined. I'm sorry if I startled you. I just wanted to see your summon. Oh, you wanted to see my summon? Even though Jin Xung passed this insane test, Professor Lee Jin Guk still called him out for skipping class. But we will have a serious talk about why you didn't attend my lectures during the schedule change period. You still remember that? Ugh, I guess it was unavoidable. Professor Jin Guk was still puzzled by the evolution of summoned beasts. It had been a mystery to him his entire career. This monster breeding center trains summoned beasts to trust the players who train them. My Orville evolved into a black wolf right here. I'm not exactly sure why it evolved either, Professor Jin Hook mused. Jin Dung was starting to get what he meant. I see. So your wolf is also an evolved type. It's the bond between a player and their beast. In the heat of the moment, the monster evolves. Just like Jinung's own pet, Lai, evolved while fighting Olive. My Lai is an evolved summon too. A crimson wolf. Kind of like my own phantom training skill. So this place, it must train summons to awaken their potential, leading to evolution. Jin Xung's logic was sharp, and it even had Professor Jin Hook nodding along. Professor Jin Hook offers Jin Xung a shot, a chance to show his skills. If you complete the training here, this whole facility is yours, Jinung. Help me, and I'll let you use this monster breeding center. To use it however he wants, the offer was tempting. Jin Xung thought it over. I don't know if this training center is faster than my own training skill, but my skill has a cooldown. I could definitely benefit by raising the loyalty of my benched monsters. And who knows what other perks he'd get when the breeding center gets upgraded. The professor's offer was just too good. An upgrade and a free training center? Jin Xung was all in. Yes, Professor, I'll help you. Oh, excellent. But what's with that look on his face? Jin Xung clearly wanted to ask for something. Can I ask you for one more thing? Professor Lee Jin Hook raised an eyebrow. What is it? The scene shifts blue skies, white clouds, and a golden sun. Jin Xung stood before a strange, lifeless magic circle. He stretched, looking completely worn out. Man, I haven't been sleeping well. My back is killing me. Jin Xung's proposal? He wanted Professor Jin Hook to build the new training center right next to his own base. If you build it near my gun base, I promise I'll do my absolute best to help you. This wasn't a problem for the professor. I can do that. Of course, he only agreed because he trusts Jinung completely. That teacher-student bond is something special. But before jumping into this intense new quest, Jinung needed to check on his monster roster. Before I start, should I register the new summons I just got? His collection of monsters? Absolutely massive. Enough to make anyone's jaw drop. He recently summoned his new pet, Lai, a real top-tier beast, which boosted his influence big time. You have registered the Crimson Wolf. Your reputation has increased by 1,200. You have registered the Abyss Turtle. Your reputation has increased by 53,700. You have registered the Abyss Golem. Your reputation has increased by 5,600. Just getting his new pet, Lai, had boosted his reputation by an insane amount, and Jinung was stunned. What is this? Registering Pipuji gave me the most reputation points. Even compared to that other rare-grade beast, this one gave me 10 times more. The sudden spike in numbers left Jinung completely baffled. Was it because Pipuji had the potential to become a legendary monster after evolving, or was it just a system glitch? No time to think about it, Professor Jin Hook's mission was waiting. Okay, registration's done. Time to move on to the next task. And Lai, his new ace, was coming with him for this mission. Jin Xung rode on Lai, promising a bright future ahead. A perfect day to discover a new dungeon inside that gate, don't you think? What do you say, partner? Lai and Jin Xung had arrived at their first challenge. You have entered the Anabin Plateau. You were the first to discover this land. Your reputation increases by 100,000. For the next 10 days, all reputation gains will be doubled, along with a ton of other titles. These rewards were incredible. Jinung was floored. Hey, about time I got a bonus like this. Jin Xung was practically swimming in rewards from different dungeons. The prizes change depending on the mission and the region, and also based on the rank of the monster you defeat. So, the rank of the Soul Stone monster set depends on the rank of the enemies I take down, which in turn decides his rewards. With huge loot on the line, Jinung was determined to hunt the strongest beast in this entire region. I'm taking the soul of the strongest monster here. I just need to search this whole place. Plus, I have the first discovery buff for 10 days. Jin Xung and his pet Lai charged forward, brimming with fighting spirit. Let's go. At this rate, we're leveling up like crazy. Stopping at the edge of a high cliff, Jin Xung hesitated. Should he really jump down? The area below was crawling with high-level monsters. Every path was blocked. Their murderous glares alone made it hard for Jin Xung to even move. After thinking it through, Jin Xung summoned all his pets, getting them ready for the fight. All right, you guys, get ready for a war. Jinung had already chosen 2 of his pets to evolve, 2 with insane power and his complete trust. It's time for Lai and Puji to evolve. They've both done great as summons, and their hidden potential was about to be unleashed. I think Puji is about to evolve soon, too. Its soul points are almost maxed out. With a single command, Jin Xung's fighting spirit ignited. Let's go. Everyone, we've never fought these things before, so let's get a feel for them first. The thundering footsteps of Lai echoed as it charged down the cliff. Soul Link Clopia. Jinung roared. Lai began to evolve, and a brilliant blue light covered its entire body. The sheer power was so immense, it even started changing Jin Xung's face. Lai vanished into a cloud of blue smoke, re-emerging as something new. A wolf with long fangs and claws, its roar shaking the heavens. It turns out Jin Xung and Lai were synchronized, which is why they both transformed so drastically. Yeah, synchronizing with Lai was definitely the right call. In every way possible, he ordered his pet forward. Big guy, lead the way. The transformation was shocking. From the cliff top, a massive, bipedal wolf holding a magic staff came crashing down. They all unleashed hell on the monsters below, a wave of limitless, indescribable power. Jin Xung let Lai pick off enemies like they were choosing from a menu. Go on, get him. Lai the fire dragon didn't need to be told twice. He unleashes a massive fireball, absolutely scorching the entire monster horde. They just went up in flames. But Jin Xung was worried. These beasts were tough on a whole other level. Damn, he thinks, I can't even dent their health bars. Their defense is just too high. He fights back, but their strength? Simply overwhelming. I'm barely scratching them. He tries a new tactic, unleashing a powerful two-hit combo, only for the monster to just stare back at him, completely unimpressed. While the team is struggling against this nightmare horde, something happens to Chippy. It's like he's being reborn, and the sight makes Jin Xung jump. Whoa, what in the world? Chippy is writhing, caught in a massive pillar of light. A system window pops up, and yup, just as Jin Xung predicted, Chippy was evolving to a whole new level. Its new form looks like a majestic eagle spreading its wings. It has a massive wingspan and talons that are razor sharp. The system confirms it. The lightning spirit has evolved from basic to intermediate. Jin Xung watches the evolution, completely amazed. Whoa, Chippy really evolved, he realizes, so that flash of lightning earlier. That was the evolution kicking in, huh? The second it's complete, Jin Xung pulls up the info window to check the new stats. And Chippy's new profile? It's absolutely insane. By evolving to intermediate, it unlocked a new inherent ability. And get this, it's a lifesteal effect. Wait a second. It's basically a vampire now. Jin Xung gets completely absorbed, studying it. He's analyzing the upgraded Chippy, and damn, he's pleased. Its area manipulation skill isn't for damage, so the raw attack power is kinda low, but on the flip side, its recovery ability is solid. He figures its personality is a little unstable now that it just leveled up. And right on cue, Chippy ignores Jin Xung's call. Oh, arrogant now, are we? Chippy, get over here. Chippy doesn't give him the time of day, much to Jin Xung's annoyance. Meanwhile, Lai, feeling left out, starts nudging his master, basically saying, hey, what about me? Seeing how loyal his dragon is and remembering he devoured a whole monster horde, Jin Xung praises him wholeheartedly. Our Lai did a great job too. You deserve some praise as well. Then, an idea sparks in Jin Xung's mind. He thinks with Chippy's evolution and this new lifesteal ability, should we just clean house? And honestly, you can't blame him for thinking it. The scene cuts away, landing on a table piled high with shimmering, glowing spirit stones Jin Xung collected from the dungeon. Zipper stares at the pile of spirit stones, completely blown away. What in the world? How in the hell did you get so many of these? Puffed up with pride, Jin Xung casually recounts his recent adventures. And, yeah, that's pretty much how it went down. Zipper just stares at him, her expression a mix of awe and pure admiration. No wonder Li Jianhook put his trust in you, she says. Thank you for completing my request. Now I understand why he sent you to me. Jin Xung checks his stats and his reputation points are skyrocketing. A notification pops up. Quest Monster Restoration, complete. Experience gained, 2,045, plus 7,500 points. All that experience was totally worth the effort. Zipper, clearly impressed, makes an offer. She wants him to witness the Soul Stone restoration process. Please, follow me, she says. I'll show you how it's done, and bring all of them with you. In a flash, they're teleported, arriving right in front of a massive castle gate. The outside looks ancient, almost decrepit, but the inside, pure luxury. A high-tech workshop. This place? Jin Xung asks. Zipper confirms this is where the restoration happens. Zipper carefully lays out the soul stones, preparing the ritual. Well then, shall we begin? With a gesture, all the fragments lift into the air, hovering in the center of the room. They converge, forming a single, massive orb of vibrant, swirling colors. Its light floods the entire room, hiding the mysterious beast being created within. The light is blinding. Both of them watch with anticipation, wondering what kind of monster is forming. Zipper admits, I don't know what kind it is. After what feels like forever, a massive beast finally appears. It looks like some kind of giant turtle hybrid. The ritual was a success, and Zipper is absolutely ecstatic. It's a success, a brilliant success, she cheers. Jin Xung, still trying to process what happened, pulls up his system window. A new message is waiting. You have successfully restored a common grade monster. Your reputation has increased by 500. Okay? Seeing this, Jin Xung starts putting the pieces together, analyzing the process. He thinks, so if I successfully restore a high-grade monster, does that mean it will physically appear on the continent of Corona? This changes everything. The sheer scale of this opportunity is staggering. Jin Xung is completely blown away. Riding the high of Zipper's success, he decides to try his own hand at it. All right, let's keep this streak going. Jin Xung is imagining it now, legendary beasts, ultimate monsters, all waiting inside these stones. And the result? A big fat failure. All his high expectations, crushed. Instantly, he slumps to the ground in defeat, and to rub it in, he's only got one single stone left, the final soul stone. The last chance. A light begins to glow, getting brighter and brighter, and a creature starts to materialize. And this time, it's a win. A huge, magnificent red-striped tiger. It lets out a thunderous roar. Now that is an entrance. A system window pops up. You have successfully restored the Hale. Reputation increased by 30,000. Zipper stares at the Hale, her eyes wide with wonder. Unbelievable, she whispers. I've only ever read about this beast. To see one in person. I want it so badly. Their partnership was a huge success. Zipper is glowing. Thank you. Truly. Thanks to you, I've seen creatures that I thought only existed in books. Jin Xung, feeling pretty good about himself, replies smoothly. Don't mention it. I had a pretty unique experience myself, all thanks to you. This display of skill earns Zipper's complete trust. She's so impressed, in fact, that she makes a shocking offer. Listen, I want to entrust this creature's care to you. The perfect time, the perfect place, the perfect offer. Jin Xung agrees without a moment's hesitation. He pulls up the Hale's stats, and its profile is off the charts. Whoa! And it's only level 1? This is perfect, he thinks. I can raise it my way, maxing out its hidden potential to 100% before it levels up. He summons the tiger, then it hits him. It needs a name. Right, gotta name you, he says, looking the tiger over. What should I call you? After a moment, he lands on the perfect name for this awesome new companion. All right, you're a Hale, so your name is Hale. Done. Zipper watches them, a bit envious of their instant connection. Heh, it seems the little guy likes you a lot already, adventurer. Jin Xung is totally smitten with his new pet. Yeah, I like him a lot, he says with a grin. He definitely fits the summoner title. But for Zipper, their work is far from over. Now, she says, her tone suddenly serious. For our true target, she reveals what she's been holding, a soul stone, belonging to a massive, legendary dragon. This presents a whole new challenge for Jin Xung on his epic quest. The scene shifts to a grand palace hall, as a brilliant light begins to fill the room, bathing everything in its glow. A blinding light shined down on the altar, leaving Yan completely stunned. A divine dragon? He quickly pulled out a brilliant red crystal, asking if this was what it wanted. The crystal in his hand pulsed with a dazzling, beautiful light. Right away, Yan could feel that this thing was on a whole different level from any other spirit stone he'd ever held. You could even see it in its sharp, angular cut. Without a second thought, he handed it over to the griffin. The creature gently took it in its beak, then carefully placed it on the altar. The moment it touched the stone, the light exploded with even more brilliance. The crystal, overflowing with power, just kept unleashing its pure essence. He was absolutely hyped. Could it be? After all this effort, was he finally going to witness the divine dragon? A beast on a whole other level, a creature destined to become a legend in Kai Lan. Suddenly, the air itself seemed to compress, then explode, distorting the space around him. He waited, holding his breath. But the wait was agonizing. He couldn't stand it anymore. What if something went wrong? And before his worry could spiral, a blinding flash of light erupted. It seared his eyes, making it impossible for Yan to see a thing. When the light finally faded, the scene before him left Yan completely stunned. Floating above the sacrificial altar was an egg. It's a success, she screamed. What you're seeing right there is the egg of a divine dragon. Staring at the jet-black egg hovering in the air, he was skeptical. This was a divine dragon's egg? Before it could even settle, she zipped forward in a flash and snatched it, hugging its rough shell tightly. If this thing hatched, he'd be the first summoner to own a divine dragon. That title had been lost for 100 years. She chattered on, completely oblivious, until Karma paid a visit and she tripped right on the red carpet. The egg she was holding so carefully went flying, tumbling right out of her grasp. Yan's face went pale. He was frozen in sheer terror, speechless. Desperate to save his last shred of hope, he launched himself forward with all his might, trying to catch the egg, and by some miracle, it flew right into his hands. But before he could even celebrate, the egg seemed unhappy with the catch. and plummeted straight to the ground, shattering the stone floor on impact. A normal egg would have been an omelet after a fall like that, but this thing, nicknamed Ween Wai Van, just scared the tears right out of him. Thankfully, it was harder than the floor. She apologized profusely. They had almost lost everything. But today, luck was on his side. Yan carefully inspected it, inside and out, and sighed in relief when he found no cracks. Seeing he wasn't furious, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. The egg was tough, sure, but they still needed to be careful. He quickly checked his system inventory. Just as he thought, no extra experience points. He guessed the Divine Dragon egg was the grand prize itself. Then, a system notification popped up. The seal on the black feather item was broken, which gave him a ton of experience. His leadership stat leveled up, and not just that, he could now freely capture any monster without being restricted by his leadership stat. Plus, the leadership cost for summoning dragon types was cut in half, and his summoning success rate increased. Looking at the flood of rewards filling his screen, Yan was ecstatic. Just the thought of being able to hunt without limits. And with the leadership cost slashed, that meant he could summon at least 2 hero-rank monsters and still have points to spare. His excited expression made the girl beside him wonder if the fall had knocked a few screws loose, but he couldn't care less. Right now, he needed to check the egg's stats. A huge wall of information appeared on the screen, but most of it was filled with question marks, which only made him more thrilled. If it was restored, he'd want it to be a dragon, not just an egg. He'd already researched summoner eggs for an incubation quest, but found nothing. But now, thinking about it, maybe this was for the best. He just had to figure out how summoners hatch eggs, since he now had both Jin's egg and the Divine Dragon's. It occurred to him that she might know how to hatch a summoner's egg, and just as he hoped, she didn't disappoint. In fact, she knew all about it. Hearing that, he urged her to hurry up and tell him the method. She found it strange, though. Yan was a summoner, after all. How could he not know something so simple? A summoner just has to incubate it, and it will hatch. To put it simply, they become the summoned beast's mother. The image of himself turning into a mother hen to hatch an egg absolutely horrified him. Realizing she tricked him, he was seeing red. Did she really think he wouldn't know something a child would? The real problem was that the mother beast needed for the other egg was in sick. At his current level, going there was a death sentence. The entrance alone was guarded by level 130 monsters. After thinking for a bit, he decided it was better to ask a knight. Yan wanted another way. Could a divine egg, with no mother beast, still be hatched? When he mentioned this, Jepper finally remembered something, making him speechless. She didn't have another method, but she knew a summoner who did. Hearing that, his eyes lit up like he'd struck gold. He quickly asked for the summoner's address, but her answer was like a bucket of ice water to the face, because that person died in the capital, Annabelle, 300 years ago. But since he was with her, she offered to open a portal so he could meet their spirit. He thought to himself, beggars can't be choosers. This patchwork solution would have to do, so he thanked her profusely. But she reconsidered, remembering his earlier attitude. He couldn't let this chance slip away, not when it was right in front of him, so he immediately started begging. Sensing his sincerity, she finally moved on to the main point. The summoner's name was El, the greatest in ancient Annabelle. She figured El could answer his questions. The name Yex surprised him. He didn't expect it to be a woman, seeing her respectful attitude. He guessed this El person must be quite old. But before they could meet, she had a request for him, which caught him off guard. A quest window popped up. Nurture Jepper's ancient monster. She didn't want the divine dragon he just restored to go extinct on the continent, so she wanted him to learn how to raise them from egg. The difficulty, rank A. But the reward was a skill book, Summoner's Egg Incubation. He read through it, a little confused. She didn't want them to go extinct, but the notification said monsters would now appear all over the Corona continent anyway. But then he saw the reward. The incubation skill book. It was exactly what he needed. Talk about a wish come true. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He'd complete this quest, and the Empire's quest at the same time. Only an idiot would refuse. He immediately shot forward and shook her hand, enthusiastically agreeing to her terms, which left even Jipper a bit confused. On the cold, snow-covered Mount Noman, a gloved hand cautiously reached out to touch a flower. The flower's reaction fascinated her. With a smile, she prepared to harvest her prize and head back. But just as she was about to leave, she wasn't alone. An uninvited guest had appeared out of nowhere. The ice tiger slammed its paws into the snow, sending a blizzard flying in all directions. She instantly sensed the danger, her focus sharpening. An arrow suddenly whizzed past. She only had time to cry out a warning. Gawai seized the opportunity, quickly drawing his bow with incredible speed. The arrow flew true, heading straight for the beast, much to its utter shock and disbelief. Seeing that it was barely scratched, he yelled for her to run. But before she could even react, the ice tiger lunged forward, going for a direct attack. He knew running was pointless now, so he fired another arrow. Her scream made him whip his head around, only to see the beast about to tear her apart. She quickly summoned her magic staff, blocking its not-so-friendly advance. The air around her shimmered, forming a protective barrier against the monster's claws. And in that exact moment, Galwai took aim. He fired a perfect shot straight into the ice tiger's weak spot, causing an instant critical hit. Blood gushed out endlessly, and just seconds later, it collapsed onto the snow. But did it really think a simple trick like that would fool Galwai? He slammed his foot onto its white fur, aiming his bow straight at its head. "How dare you scare her like that?" he demanded. Seeing that he wasn't convinced of its sincerity, the tiger just roared even louder. But little did it know, the more it struggled, the more Galwai enjoyed teasing it. He drew his bow back. This was the end. After dealing with the troublesome tiger, he turned to remind her that this place was incredibly dangerous. Even the weakest monsters here were at least 20 levels higher than her. What would she have done without him? She couldn't argue, so she just put on a cute, pouting act. That's exactly why he had to come with her. "Thanks a bunch," she said. The flattery worked, but the real question on Gawai's mind was when she'd finally be done gathering. He was getting seriously homesick. Seeing his impatience, she assured him she was almost finished. The only reason Haim was searching for ingredients in a place this dangerous was to improve her cooking recipes. Honestly, she wanted to come with Jan, but he said he had a mission. So boring. Gawai saw his big sis just sitting there, lost in thought. He got curious. Why did she need so many ingredients anyway? He wondered just how much food she was planning to make. After all, they'd been gathering for an hour already, and he was about to throw a fit. But when she said she was making a lot of dishes, Gawai did a complete 180, turning on the charm. Was she, by any chance, making something tasty for her poor, adorable little brother? But her hesitant silence hit him hard. Wait, so it wasn't for him? Meanwhile, in a rooftop room at Dai Dung's place, Doan Chat was scrolling through messages. Something about an ancient summoner and the appearance of a red tiger over level 150. It looked like the Titan Guild was giving up on attacking it. Reading this, he was stunned. Level 150, maybe this monster was even better than he thought. He was torn on whether to go check it out. Just thinking about a ferocious red tiger made him even more eager. He wanted to raise it, and fast. Speaking of raising things, he remembered he had to meet EL today to get a skill book. That book was the key to raising his own pet quickly. Scene changed to a pine forest glowing with galaxy-like colors. Yan stepped through a portal, looking around suspiciously. So this is where EL lives? It looked peaceful, almost magical, but he had to stay alert for any monsters. But the sight before him left him completely floored. Pink atmosphere, a massive heart-shaped cloud. Yeah, this place was way too peaceful. But that just made his job harder. How was he supposed to find EL in a place like this? Just then, a system notification popped up. He discovered the Forest of Love, gaining 1,000 reputation and a forest wedding ribbon set. Looking at the info panel, he had no clue what a wedding ribbon was supposed to be. Then he read about the power the rings provided. When worn, affection with all monster species increases. The rings are bound only to the owner, Yan, and can't be sold or transferred. But there was a catch. Both rings had to be worn by two different people. If one person took theirs off, the effect would disappear. Reading this just made him cringe. While not on the same level as his dragon feather headband, its ability was pretty incredible. Not to mention, the rings could even evolve and might be useful with skills like his acceleration buffs, but the other ring was limited to a female user. The big question was, who was he supposed to give it to? Suddenly, an image of the energetic and innocent Hain popped into both his and his pet's minds, but they quickly shut that thought down. Their relationship wasn't like that at all. If he didn't give it to anyone, the only other option was to get a bonus of 30 charm. Seriously, even the game discriminates against single people now? So exhausting. While his brain was tied in knots, a sudden noise caught his attention. Yan immediately went on high alert. It could be a monster. With that possibility in mind, he cautiously moved closer to check things out. But what he saw was completely unexpected. A pair of majestic, breathtakingly beautiful horses appeared. It wasn't until he saw the long, sharp horns pointing to the sky that he realized. They were unicorns. Staring at two hero-grade monsters, around level 170, he was completely stumped on what to do next. Before he could even process it, the pair of unicorns took off, but not before giving him the most bizarre, over-the-top expression he'd ever seen. What the heck? Were they high on something? Their weird behavior made Yan wonder if there was something on his face, but then he remembered level 170 monsters. If everything in this forest was that strong, he was totally screwed. But he pushed on, gritting his teeth for that skill book. Even though he'd run into super strong monsters right at the start, they didn't seem hostile. So maybe continuing his journey wouldn't be so bad. With that thought, he got up and kept walking. But the further he went, the more creeped out he got. What is this? Everywhere he looked, every creature was in a pair. As he was surrounded by this lovey-dovey atmosphere, he wondered if this was why they called it the Forest of Love. If he'd known it would be like this, he would have preferred fighting a horde of monsters. Too late for regrets now. Just as he was about to give up, a soft voice called out, "Are you Yan?" Hearing that, he whipped around, searching for the source of the sound. It wasn't until he saw the woman with a stunning figure appear before him that he hesitantly asked who she was. Her beauty left him completely dazed. Could she be an elf? Her face was as perfect as a sculpture. Flawless features, sparkling and dazzling. The romantic, pink-hued scenery was actually making his old heart flutter a bit. It wasn't until they both walked up to a giant, ancient tree that his jaw completely dropped in awe. Seeing him so shocked, she puffed out her chest, asking proudly, "So, what do you think of my Forest of Love?" Yan was blown away. "It's beyond incredible. Absolutely next-level scenery. I've never seen anything like it. You really are the master of all summoners." Her ego completely inflated. She started winking at him non-stop, just soaking in the praise. Yan thought to himself, "Yep, that ring is definitely boosting my affinity with elves." But then, a doubt crept into his mind. He'd seen tons of monsters in this forest, but for some reason, they all kept their distance. And he had a feeling he knew who to blame, those two smug unicorns. When he asked her about it, she hesitated. Should she tell him? But Yan was persistent. He had to know the reason. This was the kind of thing that would keep him up all night. Since he was pushing so hard, she finally spilled the beans. The main reason? He was radiating an overwhelming, chronically single aura. Her words hit him like a ton of bricks. A direct shot to his fragile heart. Both Yan and his pet just broke down, crying their eyes out. It was like she'd poured salt on the wound, and no amount of comfort helped. After he finally pulled himself together, she got curious and asked what Zipper wanted. Her question snapped Yan back to his mission. Zipper wanted him to learn how to breed monsters from L. She was totally on board with Zipper's request, of course, but she was curious. Why exactly did he want to learn this skill? She asked, stepping closer to him. Yan didn't hold back, explaining the entire situation to her, and after hearing his story, her admiration for him grew even stronger. He'd done the impossible, reviving ancient monsters. She figured he would need her power to help sustain them, and that was the real reason she was asking, to make sure her abilities wouldn't be used for evil. Yan didn't get it. What evil? Her expression turned somber. If she passed on her power to him, he could breed monsters artificially, and that goes against the natural order of things. Hearing this, Yan was even more lost. See, animals normally breed the old-fashioned way, which takes a ton of time, but her ability? It shortcuts the entire process. And thinking about her time and process-saving work immediately sent Yan's mind straight into the gutter. But she instantly snapped him out of it. This power could easily be abused, turning monster breeding into something like a factory farm. That's why she had to be so careful about his true intentions. And then it clicked. He finally got it. She was right. With power like that, he probably would end up treating them like livestock. But now that he understood the consequences, he made a solemn promise. He would never abuse her power and would treat every creature like his own family. Seeing his resolve, she was overjoyed and happily agreed to teach him. There was just one problem. To learn this ability, his current skill set was missing something crucial. To master her power, he needed to know how to flirt. Her words were another arrow straight through his romantically inexperienced heart, and all Yan could feel was pain. He wondered if being single was now officially a crime in this world. But right on cue, a love mission popped up. The goal: play matchmaker for 2 single pixies, 1 and K. Succeed, and L would pass on her ability to him. After reading the quest description, Yan just froze, completely and utterly stunned. But a quest is a quest. He scrambled off to get it done. The mission was already bizarre enough, but to make matters worse, the difficulty level wasn't even displayed. He could only guess it was so hard it was off the charts. How was he supposed to clear this? Just as he was despairing, a cute little turtle came up and started rubbing its tiny head against his leg. It was just the encouragement he needed. It snapped him back, and he steeled his resolve. He could do this. Finally, he arrived at the home of one of the 2 pixies, but staring back at him was a kid, maybe 11 years old, tops. This gave Yan a massive headache. Seriously, he was supposed to be a matchmaker for a child? What was Elle thinking? The little pixie just stared back, completely confused. Yan had to push his own doubts aside and put on a smile, introducing himself. He was here to help him and Kazan get together. He expected a thank you, maybe some excitement. Instead, he got another brutal emotional blow. The kid was suspicious because Yan radiated that chronically single energy. Again, Yan was so mad he could spit blood, but he had to stay professional. The customer is always right, after all. Just when he thought he could move past it, the pixie twisted the knife, rubbing more salt in the wound by asking him how long he'd been single. Yan had to think, basically since birth. Around 7,000 days, Hearing this actually made the pixie feel better, because he'd been single for over 55,000 days, so clearly, Yan must be more experienced. Of course, the kid had no idea that pixies and humans age differently. But whatever, Yan would help him. Yan promised to help him and Kazan become a couple. Juan was so grateful he started blushing, profusely asking for help. The morning sun filtered through the trees. Right now, Juan and Kazan were picking mushrooms together as Yan watched from a distance. The two kept stealing glances at each other. Okay, piece of cake. This mission was going to be easy. So he waited. And waited. For half a day he watched them. Every so often, one would look toward Kazan, but that was it. Just a quick glance, then back to mushroom picking. Yan's patience was wearing dangerously thin. He looked away for 1 second, and boom, they were gone. He had to wait ages for Juan to finally get back home. The second he did, Yan laid into him. Why would he just let her walk away without saying a single word? Turns out, the poor kid wanted to talk to her, but the words just wouldn't come out. Yan was speechless. This guy wasn't just single, he was single on a professional level. This was way worse than he thought. Just then, a crystal ball on the table began to glow. One finally noticed it, curiously asking if it was a message from Lady Kazan. Yan was just as shocked. Wait, NPCs can send messages now? Opportunity was literally calling, and this pixie was just sitting there. Yan's blood started to boil and he yelled, "What are you waiting for? Answer her. Just say what I tell you." This terrified one who immediately started apologizing. "Just type exactly what I say." "Now hurry," Yan urged. One's head was spinning. He had no clue what was going on. How? How should I reply? Yan flustered himself, stammered back, Just tell her you got home safely." One obediently typed it out word for word. "Yes, I have returned home safely." Then Yan, feeling like a romance expert, told him to add a little more flavor. "I'm also relieved to know Kazan got home safely." Yan looked at this love-struck pixie with total disdain. Relieved about what? This forest was perfectly safe. Meanwhile, on her end, Kazan pouted. If he was so worried, why didn't he just walk her home? Back at the house, the two guys, both with zero experience with women, just stared at each other completely clueless. Hui-sun was totally freaking out, blaming Jin Xung for making his crush mad at him. Jin Xung's head was spinning too. The situation was just getting worse and worse. What were they supposed to do? If Hui-sun just said sorry, it'd be game over for his love life. Seeing him wait too long, Hui-sun just messaged her himself, shocking Jin Xung. He asked the guy, "Weren't you just texting her? Why are you asking me if she's asleep?" Yeah. They were in the middle of a conversation. Why ask if she's sleeping? Jin Xung couldn't believe this guy. Why on earth would you reply like that? Hui-sun was just now realizing he'd jumped the gun. He was right. Why did he do that? Jin Xung just face-palmed, completely defeated. Was this mission impossible from the very start? Jin Xung sighed and called out to Hui-sun. Since things had already gone this far, he told him to just confess his feelings to her. Hui-sun's jaw dropped. He just started waving his hands frantically. Confess? No way. His friend Fan told him the worst way to confess is through a crystal ball text. Jin Xung was about to lose his mind. If you don't confess right now, you're never going to get another chance. Fine. Whatever, I'll just send it. Jin Xung spoke into the crystal ball, telling it to send the message. Have you eaten yet? Oh wait, do you want to go on a date with me? Hui-sun tried to stop him, but it was way too late. Jin Xung sent it with a whoosh and breathed a sigh of relief. He should have just done that from the beginning. Hui-sun, with tears in his eyes, just stared blankly at him. Then, a video chat request popped up. What was he supposed to do now? Jin Xung's eyes went wide. A video chat? That thing's basically a phone. Jin Xung decided to just leave it up to fate, telling Hui-sun to do his best. You just have to be honest about your feelings. I'll be waiting outside. Bye. After saying that, Jin Xung bolted, ignoring Hui-sun's desperate cries for help. He wiped the sweat from his brow and gave a silent thumbs up. Good luck, bro. Jin Xung was feeling the secondhand pain with Hui-sun. They failed the mission. Damn it. Just as he was feeling down, Hui-sun burst out of the house, calling his name like a madman. With tears of joy in his eyes, he announced that they did it. Kazo accepted his confession. Hui-sun started cheering, shaking Jin Xung back and forth, saying it was all thanks to him. It was all because of you. Jin Xung couldn't believe what he was hearing. He actually succeeded. The system notification popped up. Quest complete. Charisma increased by 20. Jin Xung couldn't believe how strong his main character Halo was. He returned to his spot. I'm back. Elle told him she'd already heard the story. Good job. Jin Xung didn't know what else to say. Nobody is born good or bad at dating. There are just basketball players and then the rest of the world. As promised, Elle granted him a portion of her power. She chanted a spell, pulling out a beautifully crafted potion. She said she truly hopes he succeeds in breeding ancient monsters with Zipper. A system notification. He'd obtained the monster breeding skill and could now tell their genders. Jin Xung heard this, slightly pervy skill, and immediately checked his monster list. The status window probably has a new gender tab now. Let's see. Are my monsters male or female? Jin Xung scrolled through the list, and his face just fell. What is this? Why are they all dudes? Not a single female in the bunch? He asked Elle if there were more male monsters than female. Elle just looked at him, confused, and said no. With a few exceptions, they're all gender equal. Jin Xung frowned. Then this must just be a coincidence, right? Elle then held out her hand, giving him something else. Take this. If you have this crystal ball, you can exchange messages with me anytime. Jin Xung took it, confused, asking why she was giving this to him. Elle said she can't tell him right now, but she'll have a favor to ask him in the future. When that time comes, can she count on his help? A new quest window popped up, The Shadow of the Dragon Khalifa. Jin Xung was shocked just reading the title, The Dragon Khalifa. That was the name he heard from the legendary dragon tamer, ONLY. Not only was this a hidden quest, but there was no time limit. Hell yeah, I'm in. But wait, what's this? Level 3 summoner? You can still level up even after becoming a master? I thought you couldn't get any stronger after hitting the master rank. He decided to accept the quest first and think later. So, Jin Xung took the deal. If there's anything he can do to help her, he'll do his absolute best. Elle was touched and thanked him sincerely. Scene change back to the Tower of Skulls. Zipper saw him return and greeted him with a bright smile. You're back? Did you get everything done? Jin Xung reported that he had acquired the monster breeding skill. Zipper knew Elle would acknowledge him. Come on, baby. I've got something to show you. Zipper led Jin Xung into a room filled with incredibly majestic-looking monsters. He looked around and told Zipper a few species were missing. Zipper just chuckled, explaining she only collects herbivores. It's much safer without any carnivores around. She stood excitedly in front of two beetles who were giving each other the goo-goo eyes. All right then, shall we try breeding these two? Jin Xung was ready. First, register them as summons. Now, I just need to use the skill. But hold on. I really hope there's no R18 scene for adults only about to happen here. Jin Xung raised his hand, activating the monster breeding skill. The moment he used it, the two beetles charged at each other. Between them, a light began to form. A power source gathered, and finally, it formed an egg. Jin Xung breathed a sigh of relief when no restricted content appeared. Looks like he was worried for nothing. System notification. You have successfully bred a monster for the first time. You will receive the title Monster Breeder, and your reputation has increased significantly. On top of that, he gained new knowledge and skills. Jin Xung was raking it in. He finally completed the quest to help Zipper. Oh, looks like he also got the new Monster Breeder title. Reading through the info panel, the title seemed pretty useful. It didn't give him an immediate power boost, but it increased the probability of breeding a powerful monster. He really liked the part that said benefits apply even without activating the skill. Jin Xung started scheming. Maybe he should just breed all the other monsters he has. The two male beetles started sweating bullets, trying to signal him with their eyes. Bro, we're both guys. Scene change back to the real world. The whole class cheered as the bell rang for dismissal. Everyone stumbled out, their bodies stiff from sitting for so long. Yu Hyun saw Jin Xung rushing and asked, "What's the hurry? Where are you going?" Where else could he go? Into the game, obviously. I've got a quest to finish. Yu Hyun just groaned, calling him a total game addict. What kind of quest are you doing? Jin Xung replied that he was on an imperial quest, so he was crazy busy. The deadline is breathing down my neck, so I have no choice. Yu Hyun nearly jumped out of his skin. An imperial quest? Do you have any idea how hard my brother Cloven grinds just to get one of those? He completes as many quests as possible, just hoping to get a single imperial mission. Jin Xung was a bit surprised. Why would Cloven have to do all that? Yu Hyun explained it to him. To raise your reputation, there's nothing better than an imperial quest. They need a guild member to achieve a noble status so they can upgrade their territory into a self-governing state. Meanwhile, Jin Dung just sighs. 40,000 reputation points for a high-ranking title, right? If he let slip that he'd had over 50,000 for ages, they'd probably lynch him. Jin Dung wishes Yu Hyun good luck, promising he'll finish this quest and get back as soon as possible. After he successfully hatches this griffin egg, he'll have a lot more time to manage the guild. The scene changes to an ancient monster breeding ground. And look at that, Jin Dung is now the farm's owner. This time, he's even got a divine dragon egg with him, ready to be hatched. Jin Dung could practically drool just looking at the thing. Just look at that magnificent glow, it had to be legendary grade. He shouts, "Hatch!" His eyes, brighter than headlights, were wide with anticipation. A divine dragon egg has to be different, right? But surprise, absolutely nothing happened. The egg just sat there. silently. Jin Xung scrambled to pull up his status window to see what was up. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Okay, maybe he was just too low level. Thank God. If he just kept hunting like usual, the egg would eventually hatch on its own. No special quests or items needed. But what's this special note next to the legendary grade text? That probably isn't a bad thing, right? Whatever. Time to head back to Moran and finish that other nagging quest. Fast forward to the next morning, Jin Xung is back in Moran, ready to wrap things up. He looks curiously at the egg floating in the center of the room. Could that be the griffin egg? Emperor Celius asks him if he's found a way to hatch the beast. Jin Xung flashes a polite, business-like smile. Of course, he'd already acquired the monster hatching skill. Celius is pleased. Excellent. Jin Xung might be smiling, but inside, he's praying hard. Why does this monster feel even stronger? If he can't hatch this egg, he's totally screwed. Just in case he'd been careful with his words, he said he had a monster hatching skill, not a griffin hatching skill. Please let this work on the first try. Jin Xung shouts, "Hatch!" Celius's eyes go wide with excitement. Is the griffin finally emerging? But Jin Xung immediately noticed the similarity. Just like the dragon egg, it didn't hatch right away. In that case, might as well check its stats, right? Jin Xung pulls up the info window. And yup, of course, this one was also legendary grade. But it didn't have that special note like the divine dragon egg. What's the difference? Jin Xung asks for the Emperor's permission to speak. Where could he find the most powerful winds? Here, on the Colorona continent. Celius, already antsy, was a little annoyed. Why was he asking about that? What happened with hatching the griffin egg? Jin Xung came clean. He'd started the hatching process, but to get the griffin egg to pop, it needed one more thing. Celius leaned in, curious. What condition? Since the griffin is a wind-type beast, he explained, to hatch it perfectly, I needed to absorb the power of the strongest winds from the windiest place on the continent. Helm, standing nearby, thought for a moment. If you're talking about strong winds, you must mean the sky-piercing plateau. Specifically, the altar at its peak. You'll find the most powerful gales there. Celius chimed in, agreeing. That must be it. Helm has explored the entire continent, so he would know best. Hearing them, Jin Xung's face went pale. The sky-piercing plateau? He was a dead man. How could he even get into that zone? The wasteland around it is crawling with monsters, level 130 and up. Going alone is basically suicide, especially when you don't know if the area boss will show up. He timidly started to back out. He'd done what Celius asked, so even if he had to ditch this quest, he needed to get out of there. But wait a minute, Jin Xung glanced over at Helm, then broke into a wicked grin. Who said he had to go alone? And just like that, Jin Xung was at the sky-piercing plateau. The moment he arrived, he had to unleash his Abyss Wave skill just to handle the swarming monsters. Jin Xung and his summon, Lai, fought back-to-back against the waves of monsters. One goes down, another takes its place. But against him, these things were nothing. He commands the royal guards to attack, then times it perfectly, ordering Lai to join the fray. Jin Xung casts Bloodlust on his summon, and Lai one-shots a giant eagle. The system notifications start popping off like crazy. Jin Xung was shocked by Lai's battle achievement. Nearly 15,000 damage in a single hit. His own skill only hit for 20,000. Looking at the numbers, that new Bloodlust skill was insanely effective. Jin Xung checked the skill info. And damn, he was pretty satisfied. Yeah, not coming alone was a great idea. Rewind a bit. Jin Xung had made his case to Celius. He couldn't get to the sky-piercing plateau with the egg by himself. He needed the Emperor's help and his power. Celius was skeptical. My power? Jin Xung just grinned that sly grin again and confirmed it. Yes, the greatest power you have. And who else could that be but the unlucky Helm? Since this is a game, the expedition started the very next day. The party was smaller than he thought, but the lowest level royal guard was 150. He even spotted a few monsters over level 170. This was awesome. So, what level was Helm anyway? Could he be over 200? Over on the front lines, Helm was a whirlwind of destruction. 1/1 monster head sent flying. Jin Xung was just chilling in the back, soaking it all up. The experience points were being shared among the party, which meant he was getting over 10,000 EXP per monster. And not just him, his summons were leveling up like crazy too. A huge thanks to Helm for the hard carry on this one. Hey. Just then, Helm noticed Jin Xung looking way too happy over there and called out to him, making our hero jump. Helm actually praised him. You're a better summoner than I thought. Your creatures are quite useful. Jin Xung beamed, unable to hide his grin. Oh, really? You thought because my level was low, I couldn't help out in a fight? Helm then shouted an order for everyone to stop. They would rest here for a bit and prepare for the next battle. Jin Xung wiped the sweat from his brow and asked why. They hadn't taken any losses yet. Mostly, he just wanted to keep farming that sweet, sweet experience. Helm explained that once they crossed the mountain, they'd reach the desert of heaven, and there they would face monk mummies. Just hearing the name, Jin Xung knew they were tough level 150 monsters. Helm warned him grimly, "That battle won't be easy. Prepare yourself." Night fell, and a white blanket of snow began to cover everything. Florence needed to know. How much longer on the base protection? Yu didn't hesitate. About a month left. After that, the entire northern continent is going to explode into war over territory. And let's be real, a base is a golden goose for any guild. If a major guild makes a move, a small guild like theirs stands no chance. It's a huge problem. Unless they can upgrade the base from a village to a full-blown territory. That changes everything. See, at that level, they can field an NPC army and build defenses like watchtowers. Florence was shocked. She had no idea. All they had to do was survive this onslaught until the storm passed. Yu agreed with her. Yes, she really hoped so. Jin had to complete his mission and help them. They needed to protect the base at all costs. Meanwhile, Jin felt a sudden chill run down his spine like a sixth sense. Was it just sleep deprivation? Jin scanned his surroundings. Were they already at the sky-piercing plateau? He'd heard the winds here were the strongest and the gales were. Before he could even finish his thought, a monster ambushed him. Helen reacted instantly, drawing his sword to block the attack. With another flash of his blade, he taught the beast a lesson. He warned everyone again. The sky-piercing plateau is extremely dangerous. Monsters up to level 190 might appear, so be careful. Jin shivered in his boots. He almost died to a level 150 mummy, but level 190, he'd be dead in a single hit. But they'd come too far to fail now. The piercing shriek of monsters echoed through the air. Helen immediately ordered the entire team to prepare for battle. Be careful not to attract the attention of other monsters. But here's the thing, these beasts always travel in packs. There were at least 4 or 5 more lurking nearby. Just as he said it, the monster's relatives charged out, looking for payback. Helen declared he would take the lead. All knights were to protect the egg and Yan. His expression was rock solid. But then, in the middle of the fight, the monsters suddenly fled. What could have appeared? Why did the captain look so worried? What is that thing? A dragon? Its eyes were glowing red, maybe a wyvern. It was even bigger than Yu. All knights, with me, will distract it from the front. When we do, take the egg and run to the altar. Yan respectfully complied, clutching the egg tightly while praising Helen. The guy was incredible, efficient, and a master strategist. Yan bolted, one swipe from that thing's tail, and it's game over. I have to move while the knights are holding it off. He synchronized his gear, boosting his agility stat, and just like that, he was safely out of the danger zone. I made it. Yan stood there for a moment, realizing there was no wind-up here. You are the first to discover the source of wind, the celestial altar. Charisma with the wind attribute increased by 5%, wind resistance up by 10, fame increased by a massive 15,000. Suddenly, something felt familiar. Wait a second, this feels exactly like when I discovered the source of magma. No, it's identical, just a different element. Huh, so if I needed to hatch a fire-type egg, I'd probably have to go back to the scorched lands. Either way, I need to hatch this egg, and fast. Any more delays and the knights will take heavy losses, and the emperor will be furious. Okay, time to hatch. The egg began to glow brilliantly, its light covering the entire altar. It's working. It's working. The progress bar hit 11%. It'll hatch at 100%. He watched nervously. The knights were getting overwhelmed. Faster, before that monster gets here. But why, in a moment this critical, was the hatching speed so slow? What's this? An item that wasn't in his inventory before was suddenly glowing. He took it out, wondering where it came from. He tried to remember. Did I really get an item like this? He looked closer and a memory flashed in his mind. This was the orb dropped by those PKers during the priest quest. But why is it glowing now? It flew from his hand, circling the egg on its own. Use wind purification item. Yan was completely bewildered. What's happening? I never said I wanted to use it. But thanks to that, the egg started hatching incredibly fast. Yan's jaw dropped as he witnessed the spectacular sight. You have successfully hatched the egg, first ever hatching of a legendary grade monster. Leadership is up by 100, charisma by 50. He jumped for joy like a kid. Success. But looking again, there were 2 of them. Are they twins? A status window appeared. Health, 475, mana, 265, attack, 23, defense, 10. A legendary grade monster. Personality, stubborn. Evolution, impossible. Agility, 28. Intellect, 15. It had an innate ability, Guardian of the Wind. If hit by a wind attack, its own attack power increases by 30% for 3 minutes. King's Roar boosts allies' abilities by 30% within a 50-meter radius and lowers all enemies' movement speed by 30%. The skill lasts for 10 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown. Its powerful wings can create a tornado, dealing 125% damage every half second. The skill has a 15-meter fan-shaped radius and a 10-minute cooldown. A legendary monster. Ruler of the Sky. Born from the wind, it's incredibly fast and strong. He focused on this beast. Level 1, just like his other pet, but all its stats except defense were higher. Its agility was nearly double. And that King's Roar skill was absolutely top tier. But, are they different genders? Even though their abilities are exactly the same, Yan felt a little frustrated. Why did I have to get stuck with this test? If it was just one, I would have handed it over to the Emperor without a second thought. But maybe this is a chance from the heavens. How could I get caught? He immediately captured it. No turning back now. No one's around, right? Suddenly, that giant monster was back, chasing him for his life. Somebody save this tamer. Luckily, he made it back to the palace safely that night, but not without some trouble. Why isn't the Emperor here yet? Does he already know? No. Impossible. Just as he thought that, the Emperor appeared, smiling warmly. You've worked hard. Well done. Yan bowed politely. Not at all, Your Majesty. It was all thanks to the knights. With their help, I achieved a great deal. For now, he was safe, and he let out a sigh of relief. Serias got straight to the point. The Griffon you brought back will be cared for by the palace summoners, thanks to you. We can proudly introduce the Royal Griffin Guard, a new symbol for the Lucian Empire, on National Day. Yan felt a surge of pride for his huge contribution. Of course, when your people see a real Griffon guarding the royal family, they will be overjoyed. Quest complete. Hatch the Griffon egg. Rank S. You have gained nearly 20 million experience points. You have leveled up. Current level, 103. You have gained 100,000 fame. Yan was stunned. He'd never seen numbers this huge before. I leveled up in just 3 days, and they gave me 100,000 fame? Whoa. So this is why all the top rankers have such high fame stats. They snag all the first-time rewards and monopolize the Empire quests. With the mission over, Yan took his leave. If you ever need my help again, feel free to call me. Right now, Ian had to focus on raising his griffin. He turned to leave, but a hand grabbed his shoulder. Hold on. Wait a second. There's something else I need from you. Ian's blood ran cold. Discovered? Something. From me, he wondered. Crap, did they find out? Celius was seriously giving him a heart attack. Turns out, it was a gift. Ian forced a happy reply. A gift? I'll gratefully accept anything. Inside, his mind was racing. What could the Emperor possibly give me? Please be a legendary item. A glowing orb materialized in the Emperor's hand for enhancing the glory of the Lucas royal family. I grant you this. Ian was floored by this insane reward. System notification. Quest complete. Rank 5. You have obtained the title of Baron. You can use fame to achieve even higher ranks. You can now command up to 20 NPC retainers, but be warned, dismissing one of your servants will cost you at least 10,000 fame points. Choose them carefully. You are now a noble of the Lucible Empire. And here's the catch, you can't change your nationality unless you become king, or the title is stripped from you. You are now an official enemy of the rival Khan Empire. Ian's jaw just hit the floor. This was way more complicated than he ever expected. Wait, an enemy of the Khan Empire? What the hell is this? Is this title a blessing or a curse? He needed to get out of the palace and log off to figure this out. Fast. Celius watched him. Do you like the gift? In return, I expect your loyalty. And that's when Ian's body moved on its own. He had no control. Something was definitely wrong. His character was kneeling. I am honored, Your Majesty, he heard himself say. I will not disappoint you. Ian was sweating bullets. Is the game system forcing my actions? But hey, as long as he kept his griffin, right? Then the server-wide announcement hit. Ian of the Lotus Guild has become a baron. The guild's fame instantly jumped by 15,000. Their headquarters now met all the conditions to be upgraded from a village to a manor. The only thing missing, a noble-ranked player to initiate it. Cobble and the others got the notification. Are you kidding me? Just when we got everything else ready, he goes and gets a noble title. Now we can finally upgrade. This guy's timing is insane. One of his friends just slumped against the door. I seriously can't believe him. What kind of insane quest did he even do to become the first baron? And of course, his messages are blocked. So typical. Just then, Florence cut in, her tone serious. Wait, what do you mean, she asked. Isn't baron the very first noble rank you can get after completing the imperial quest? I thought the reward was knight or lord. This was news to Cobble. Wait, lord and baron are different? You mean Ian got a rank a whole tier higher than lord? So he's already way ahead of us? Man, that guy is lucky. The second Ian gets back, we are upgrading this place to a manor. Immediately. Florence got a little worried. Does this mean I have to give the vice leader position back to Ian? Everyone immediately shot that down. No way. He's never around. You should stay on. And just like that, a simple vote of confidence was enough to make her smile. But you don't think Ian will be upset, do you? Cobble knew his friend all too well. Ian, care about a title like that? Not a chance. You've known that for a month. Why worry now? Come on, let's get to work. Meanwhile, Ian was far away, continuing his hunt. His griffin, on the other hand, was getting completely spoiled. Oh, little guy, you hungry? Ian cooed. I've got just the thing. Let's see, where are those meatballs? Seeing this, Booty put on its cutest face, begging for some. Ian laughed, making sure to give it a share too. They devoured it. You guys really love this stuff. When I get back to the guild, I need to start managing the new territory first. If I train up some NPC soldiers to hunt with me, my efficiency would go through the roof. I just don't have enough. Leadership points to register more pets, so I'll focus on the ones I have. I'll figure out how to boost my stats before that dragon egg hatches. After a moment, he asked, You guys done eating? He looked over and saw Booty shyly peeking out from behind a tree, intimidated by the griffin. Haha, look at you two. I guess the griffin isn't so greedy. Booty seems to really like him. They're getting along like they've known each other forever. All right, everyone, let's move out. We're not far from the guild headquarters now. Back at the base, the monster breeding center was running smoothly. Tough work, but worth it. The professor was waiting for Ian. He had to leave soon. Where is that kid? He muttered to himself. Just then, Heron arrived. Professor, I brought what you asked for. She took a sniff. This is monster feed? It smells amazing. I'd probably eat this myself if I got hungry enough. This is great. Oh, Heron, that reminds me. I think I saw Jin Xung heading to the mansion a little while ago. Heron immediately bolted. You should have told me sooner. Looks like the old man is trying to play matchmaker. Aha, a great opportunity for them, he chuckled. But Heron was fuming internally. Great opportunity? Seriously? Jin Xung hasn't even tried to contact me this whole time. They'd even agreed to stop being so formal with each other. He should have called me the second he got back, she thought. Still, now I can ask him to go to the northern continent with me. But as she ran towards the building, it began to transform right before her eyes. Is this because Jin Xung is back? And then she saw him. She couldn't contain her excitement and screamed his name, but then she froze. He was holding a pair of rings, and he was standing next to another guy. Heron's heart just shattered. What in the world? It can't be. Those two? Once the transformation finished, Ian's friend puffed out his chest. So, what do you think? Pretty epic expansion, right? He was just begging for a compliment. Ian had to play along. All right, you did a great job, Guild Master. Now, let's double-check everything before we commit to the manor upgrade. If we rush this, we might run into bugs. I think the first facility we should build, the one that costs nothing extra, is the training center. But Yu Hyun had a different idea. Isn't that a little risky? Shouldn't we focus on building up an army to defend the manor first? I mean, the protection period is almost over. But Ian shook his head. No. Because only the lowest level soldiers are even eligible for that training. Sure, you could throw 100 enemies at us, and a single high-level mage with an AoE spell would wipe them clean. But what if we built a guild directly? We could assign high-level NPCs to these duties, letting our military strength grow and maybe even cultivating a few powerful new characters. PH Land pulled all these ideas together. We should build a training center first, she said. Train NPCs to become trainers, and then immediately upgrade our entire army. If we had a player with a relevant class over level 100, 800,000 reputation, and a title higher than Baron as the landowner, we could build it to set up a guild that fits the player at headquarters. Yu Hyun shot back, clearly annoyed. Damn it, are you giving me orders now? Are we even playing the same game? Fine, whatever, just get it done. Upgrade homestead, all requirements have been met. The guild headquarters was upgraded from a village to an estate. The upgrade process began. And just like that, the headquarters successfully transformed. Everything changed. The new landscape was absolutely beautiful. Yan couldn't believe how tangible the estate upgrade was. At the same time, a system notification popped up. The title of Lord would automatically transfer to the player Yan, with the rank of Baron. Do you agree? The upgrade would be cancelled if he refused, since only a player with a noble title could be the Lord. Without a second thought, Yu Hyun smashed the accept button. You have become the Lord of the estate. After the basic settings are loaded, you can begin internal management. This was awesome. Time for Yan to start handling his duties as a Lord. He set the tax rate to its lowest and established a Summoner's Guild Hall. Oh, right, Heron's here. I should talk to her. He thought, I'll put her in charge of the kitchen and give her something. Yu Hyun, ever the instigator, immediately jumped in. Give her what? Do I get one too? Yan revealed a small box. It's a quest reward, but I don't have anyone else to give it to besides Heron. This was all happening right before she walked in on the two guys, catching a very misleading scene. Luckily, Yan managed to explain himself. This is for you. Haren's cheeks immediately flushed red, but then he just had to add, I got it as a quest reward, so I'm just giving it to you. She froze. What was this? What's happening right now? Is he just giving me a random item? Am I overthinking this? Yan, for the first time in front of a girl, was completely tongue-tied. I mean, if you think it's too valuable, you don't have to accept it. But there was no way Heron was going to refuse a gift from her crush. No. Who said that? She thought. God, I hope I'm not being too easy. She reached out for it and saw its stats. They were insane. And it was called a wedding ring? Could it be a matching ring? Suspicious, Heron asked him straight up, this ring, do you have one too? He held up his hand, proudly showing off his. Right here. Pure joy exploded in Heron's heart. She felt like she was on cloud 9. Thank you. I'll wear it. This was also the perfect excuse for Yan to finally replace his level 50 ring. The wedding ring of the forest has been unsealed by meeting the conditions. The blessing of Elm now descends upon you. All combat abilities increase by 20%, and all job-related abilities up by 30%. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 1 second, though this doesn't apply to skills with a cooldown shorter than a second. And now, you can summon your spouse once per day using Elm's power. Yan was absolutely losing his mind with excitement. Holy crap, look at these skills. They're insane. And since he was sharing a matching ring with Heron, it almost felt like he actually had a girlfriend now. Both of them were lost in their own shy, happy thoughts. I was worried for nothing. I thought he didn't like me. Meanwhile, Floren and Yu Hyun were getting seriously annoyed watching this whole scene unfold. This was not a show for single people like them. They've completely forgotten about us. Yeah, well, good for them, I guess. Even Kabali showed up, commenting on how great the new building looked. It seemed like everyone agreed. Yu Hyun was just glad he was here. You're here? Good. Lend a hand. There's a ton of work to do. Kabali was more than willing. You asked, so I'll help? Hey. You said Yan was here, but I guess he already left? Yeah. He went to the foreign dungeon with Floren. They're probably grinding mobs right now. Anyway, we need to pick 3 architects today. Let's get this done quick so we can go join Yan. Yu Hyun seemed a bit worried. Just the 2 of us. You think we can handle it? Kabali just laughed. Dude, yesterday it was just me and Loken. Yu Hyun's confidence wavered. But you and Lokan are both warrior classes. Of course, your damage is high. I'm just a tank. My DPS is garbage. Kabali just smirked and asked, you don't trust me. I just need to deal tons of damage. As long as we don't die, we won't take heavy losses. It's a timed dungeon anyway. A spark of hope lit up in Yu Hyun. He was pumped. All right, let's finish up and go. By the way, think Yan and Floren can handle that dungeon? I have no idea how a summoner fights, so I'm clueless. Turns out Yu Hyun wasn't as knowledgeable as he seemed, but I'm sure Yan will protect Floren with his summons, so they'll probably be fine. All right, let's hurry up. Your hands look way too idle. Meanwhile, on Yan's side, the hunt was brutal. Danger at every turn. Floren was struggling to hold on. If we wait just 1 more minute, my cooldowns will be over. Can you distract them while I cast? Yan knew they had to work together to take this thing down. Danger was imminent. He yelled out, Floren, watch out. An orb of electricity flew towards the monster, but it missed. Or so the monster thought. The creature charged forward. Now, use sweeping claws, stun it, Yan commanded. After a flurry of attacks left the beast reeling in pain, the summon backed off. Yan was proud of his crew. Nice, it's stunned. If I keep attacking, but after all that effort, the monster recovered in an instant. Damn it, its resistance to status effects was way too high. No other choice, they had to keep attacking. We have to bring it down. Floren yelled again. Yan, please, distract it. She was definitely prepping a massive spell. Got it. I have to buy her more time to cast. Done. But just as Yan focused on distracting it, the monster unleashed its full power right at him. He was about to dodge, but if he did, Floren would get hit. The entire plan would fall apart. She couldn't move while casting. He shouted, don't stop casting. I'll try to block it. Yan summoned Puji to act as his shield, and then the monster Puji's latent ability, Lord of the Water, activated. Puji absorbed the giant Fen's water cannon, and you recovered 3,749 health. Yan was barely hanging on. All right, it worked. Puji's hidden skill had never been used before, but it was effective now. This was it, the moment they were waiting for. Everyone, attack now. Lima used Bloodlust. The tomb of Fen the hero has been conquered. Unbelievable. With just one coordinated strike, they actually took it down. Time limit, 50 minutes. Clear time, 31 minutes, 29 seconds. A rank clear. Experience reward, 12,252,000. Gold reward, 142,514. Item reward, 8 fragments of Fen the Hero's Greaves. You have conquered the tomb of Fen the Hero with the highest score. You will be registered in the Dungeon's Hall of Fame. Until you are dethroned from rank 1, you will receive 3,000 reputation points daily. For now, everything seemed to be settled. Jin Xung was relaxing, eating chicken and watching TV with Yu Hyun. Wait, this news is important. The reporter on screen was about to explain the rules for territory wars. On TV, Lucia and Hen were hosting the show. We are live from the Proving Grounds. Most of you already know this is where the epic battles between guilds go down. And today, the very first territory war is happening right here. That's why we've shown up. To explain it better, the Proving Grounds is a protected space, totally separate from the main map. When a guild war is triggered, all participating guild members are teleported to this battleground. And even if you aren't in a guild, you can pay a fee and unaffiliated players can jump in and become spectators inside the Proving Grounds. So, before we start broadcasting the Korean servers battle between the #1 guild, Dazuna, and the 4th-ranked Owen, let's dive into the rules of territory wars. Yu Hyun knew they needed to listen carefully, telling Jin Xung to note down every single rule. You have to fight to conquer the enemy guild's territory. There are 2 types of territory wars. First, the field battle inside the Proving Grounds, just like a regular guild war. And second, the castle Ziga. The defending guild must protect their castle, while the attacking guild has to capture it. Simple, right? A castle siege takes place on a protected battlefield. Because it displays the respective guild's headquarters, the map actually changes for every single territory war. All territory wars end when every member of a guild is wiped out, or, after 1 hour, whichever side has more surviving members wins. For the protected battlefield, victory means destroying the protective crystal inside the defending guild's castle. The attacking guild must win 3 matches on the protected battlefield for the map to shift to the Proving Grounds. And if you win that 4th battle, you take their territory. The defending guild has to win 3 matches, either on the protected battlefield or the Proving Grounds to protect their land. Territory wars happen once every 24 hours, and the winner gets their name etched into the protected citadel for a whole week. All territory wars are capped at 30 people per side, but if the battle escalates to a national scale, the max player count jumps to 100, with no limit on how many NPCs can join. A single player can only participate in 2 matches per territory war against an enemy guild. After hearing all the rules, his head was spinning. This was way more complicated than a normal guild war. The consequences were bigger too, way bigger than losing some guild reputation or dropping a few ranks, probably because territory itself was on the line. The most important rule? A player can only fight twice. This ensures that one insanely strong player can't just carry their entire guild to victory. Meaning, even if Yan was strong enough to solo another guild in a fight, he couldn't win the whole war by himself. Seeing them lost in thought and ignoring their food, Yan gave them a nudge. Hey, your food's getting cold. Thinking it over, it was clear. Member skill is vital, but NPCs, they're just as important. The max number of NPCs Yan could register as retainers was 20, thanks to his Baron title. Plus, if a retainer NPC dies, they take a full week to respawn. Knowing that, there was no reason to delay registering his retainers. Meanwhile, over with Lim Long, Celine was giving him some serious praise. Looks like we cleared this place so easily, all thanks to you. Lim Long, ever the cool and humble type, just gave a 2-word reply. Not at all. And then, she just had to ask. But, why haven't you joined a guild yet? With your skills, Lim Long, you could get into the top-tier guilds easy. Aren't you ranked #1 for the new assassin class? Lim Long's reason was simple. Because I like playing solo. Seizing the opportunity, Celine pitched her own guild. If you ever think about joining one, how about ours? It's the Sir Guild, one of the top 10. Well, currently they were 13th, but they had hit rank 8 before. So, what do you think? You want to join? Selen asked, her gaze dead serious. Yan thought for a moment. I don't think I'm ready for a guild just yet, but if I change my mind, I'll let you know first, Selen. That was enough to give her a spark of hope. You promise? I'll see you around, then. As she walked away, he felt it. Maybe it was time to join a guild. But if he joined a big, established one, he'd just be another disposable part. He didn't want that. He had to build his skills to gain real authority within a guild. Right in front of Lim Long was the Hall of Fame, the player rankings. He was curious. Who was at the top? Rank 1, Challenger Yan from the Lotus Guild. Record, 30, 1 minutes and 21 seconds. Rank A. Rank 2, Challenger Simoth from the Dazuna Guild. Record: 34 minutes and 49 seconds, rank A. Rank 3 went to Xion from Dazuna, while Macomb from the Titan Guild recorded 34 minutes 52 seconds. He stared at the results, completely shocked. The Fenrir dungeon? Cleared in under half an hour? Who the hell are these guys? The Lotus Guild? And there's a 3-minute gap between first and second place? The Dazuna and Titan Guilds were always fighting for the top 2 spots, but he'd never even heard of a guild called Lotus. But that name, Yan, he was sure he'd seen it somewhere before. Then it hit him. It was the guy from the rookie tournament finals, but he should have been level 100. How could he be ranked first? This player, Florlan, was around level 172. What was going on? Even so, his pride took a major hit. Seeing the guy he lost to ranked higher than him, a surge of jealousy started to rise. I can't just sit back and do nothing. That morning, Jin Xung was taking a stroll. The professor saw him by chance and called out, "Why are you here today?" "It's an honor to be visited by the Lord himself." "It's been a while." He made a point to ask, "So, has the professor's breeding facility stabilized yet?" The old man answered with pride, "Of course. Since the Summoners Association was just recently formed, it seems there are a lot of summoners in the area, and that means plenty of customers." That news made Yan think, and here I was, thinking we didn't have any player customers. "Ah, Professor, have any NPC summoners stopped by? I need to register them as my retainers, and I was told they might come here from the Summoners Association." "Model? Oh, you mean the cute girl? Q left her over there with our stuff." Jinwoo stared back, surprised. "A cute girl? Thanks, Professor. I'll see you later." He couldn't help but wonder. Could that NPC girl have a quest? She was always at the nursery, and yeah, she was definitely pretty. The professor almost forgot something important. Heron had asked him to get in touch the moment Jinwoo arrived. He quickly shot her a text. "Heron, Jinwoo just got to the nursery." When she asked what he was doing there, the professor's reply was the kind that would make any girl's jealousy flare up. Right, he was talking to a cute girl over there. But after everything was said and done, the professor realized he'd made a massive mistake. Oh well, it'll probably sort itself out. Not his problem. Ian just kept staring at the girl, observing her from a distance without saying a word. First things first, he had to check what kind of NPC she was. Syria, level 108. Her class? A summoner. A civilian with human attack capabilities, a cheerful personality, and an unknown talent. Her innate ability was Summon Beast Heal, letting her use up to 20% of her mana to restore 60% of a summon's health. 5-minute cooldown? Not bad. Then there's Spirit's Protection. It passively boosts the combat power of all allied summons within a 20-meter radius by 5%. And her final skill? Summon Duplication, which lets her clone an allied summon to join the battle. The clone has 50% of the original's combat power and lasts for 30 minutes. But even if the time isn't up, it vanishes the second its health hits 0. A 20-minute cooldown. So yeah, she was a seriously talented apprentice summoner with a bright, lively personality. Ian had a soft spot for people like her. He knew he wouldn't find a better NPC. After sizing her up, he finally walked over to start a conversation. "Hello, Syria. We've met once before, haven't we?" She stopped what she was doing and paused to answer him. "My apologies, my lord. I didn't realize you were here." But Ian wasn't the petty type. "It's fine, no problem at all. I actually came to see you about something. Of course, with a guy and a girl standing there talking." Syria seemed a bit shy. He carefully pulled something out from his coat. He could register her as a subordinate NPC by giving her his seal of authority. "Will you accept this? I hope you can help me on my journey forward." Hearing this, Syria's eyes went wide with excitement. "You want me to help you?" A system window popped up. "You have offered the apprentice summoner Syria a position as your subordinate," she asked. "You really think I can be of use to you?" Lord Ian trusted his judgment. Besides, he already knew exactly what she was capable of. "Of course, that's why I'm making you this offer." Her eyes sparkled with pure joy. "I would be delighted to accept. You have recruited the apprentice summoner Syria as your subordinate. Player Ian's current subordinate count is 1 out of 20. Her talent grade, hero level. Her class skills, rare. The system warned him, if you dismiss your subordinate Syria, you will lose 17,000 reputation points. If his reputation hit 0, he'd be branded as infamous. With that, the two happily sealed the deal. "I'm counting on you," Syria replied. "You as well, my lord." Everything seemed settled. He just reminded her to keep leveling up, but right at that moment, Ian felt a dangerous presence right behind him. What is this? Why do I suddenly have a chill down my spine? Turns out, it was Haran. Her voice echoed in his ear, absolutely terrifying. "Who?" she asked him. "Is that girl? You two seem close. Were you holding hands?" Ian started trembling, stammering his reply. She's an NPC I recruited as a subordinate. A summoner, NPC, we were just shaking hands. A greeting, that's all. Hearing that, Heron finally calmed down a bit, but the suspicion was still there. Why did your first subordinate have to be such a young, cute girl? Ian could only force a smile and say he didn't know. It took a while, but he managed to smooth things over with her. Later, Ian ran into the space witch, Zipper. She had to be an insanely high-level character, but as an NPC, could he even register her as a subordinate? He was stumped on how to even approach her. His first thought was, no way. But then he reconsidered. What do I have to lose by just asking? When he met her, she was surprisingly casual with him. Long time no see. I heard the news about you, that you've become a baron. He had no idea how she knew and had to ask, where did you hear that? I have some connections with the royal court of the Lubic Kingdom. Pretty good connections, actually. At first, Ian didn't think much of it, but then it hit him. Wait, what? How could Zipper have ties to the royal palace? Could it be? They chatted for a while before she realized she hadn't even offered her guest tea. Just wait here a moment. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly opened her information window. Zipper. Level, unknown. Class, space witch. Race, human. Personality, curious. Talent, unknown. Status, commoner. Attack capability, yes. Innate ability, also unknown. A legendary space witch. Ian's mind started racing with theories. Could she be on the same level as that monster, Helm? And a countess? That's a higher rank than a baron like me. Crap. You can't have a subordinate with a higher status than you. He decided to probe for more information casually. Zipper, are you also a noble of the Lubic Kingdom? Just as he suspected. The previous emperor had granted her the title of countess. Since then, she'd occasionally help out the mages of the royal court. Ian knew his place and could only cry internally. So close. Looks like I'll have to get a higher title and try again later. The scene shifts. 6 people are now gathered around a circular table. Fiora spoke first. The moment the protection phase ended, they challenged us to a territory war. A tired-looking Yuhan replied, it was unavoidable. Considering our guild's rank, our territory is top tier. It's no wonder so many guilds are after it. Our guild has gotten stronger. This is a castle defense, so we shouldn't worry too much. The enemy guild, Palazit, is around the same rank as us. And in 70% of all territory wars, the defending guild successfully protects their land. Yuhan then asked if anyone had useful intel on the Polazit guild. Turns out, Kabul knew a surprising amount. He eagerly spoke up. A friend of mine used to be in Polazit. Unlike us, they seem to be constantly changing members. Besides the guild master and vice master, even their core officers are frequently replaced. They have about 200 members, but only 10 of them are founding members. Providing that much info was enough to make him puff out his chest. See, I know a lot, right? Fiora smacked him on the head. And how does that help us beat them? But after thinking about it, they drew a conclusion from that info. If they're constantly cycling new members, it means they lack experience fighting together as a team. It also likely means a few of their core officers are incredibly strong, but the rest of the members, not so much. Kabul had the same idea, but didn't know how to phrase it. I think they offer a lot of gold to new recruits. Yuhan laughed. Well, this might be an easier win than we thought, but Ian didn't agree. That doesn't mean they'll be easy to defeat. They're a diamond rank guild. I'm certain their key members have absolutely exceptional combat skills. Looking at recent territory wars, most defending guilds have been abandoning the courageous battlefield. Instead, they focus all their strength on defending the protection battlefield. Okay, a full-force strategy is probably our best bet. Yuhyun opens the rulebook. For the attacking guild to win, they have to secure 3 victories on the protection battlefield. Only then does the map switch to the daring battlefield. A 4th win there, and they can straight up seize the enemy's territory. The defenders, on the other hand, just need 3 wins on either battlefield. 3 wins on the protection field or the daring battlefield to defend their land. It's the classic strategy safe, with the lowest risk. All we need are 3 wins. But then, Janum throws out a wild idea. What if we did the complete opposite of the classic strategy? And before anyone could protest, he put his plan into motion, shocking everyone. The member list for the first territory battle goes up. Total participants, 1. Just Yan. They all started freaking out. Wait, you're gonna fight the first round all by yourself? Isn't that impossible? Don't worry, Yan said calmly. All my NPCs will be fighting with me. It's fine. Hearing about the NPCs just made Harem more anxious. The Polazit Guild will think we've given up on the daring battlefield, so we'll use the fewest number of fighters possible. That's the core of our counter strategy. Don't worry, I'll definitely win 2 matches. Welcome to the daring battlefield. Yan and his squad of NPCs were ready. It's been a while since I've been here. He had Syria, a level 170 hero class summoner. Cuss, a level 109 unique class warlock; Tenbu, a level 114 common class priest; Loten, a level 111 rare class warrior; and Malami, a level 107 rare class warrior. Yan had to control both his summons and his NPCs, which requires an insanely high control stat. The guild battle begins in 30 seconds. His opponent couldn't believe it. He wasn't even hiding his level. Of all the levels I've seen, none of them are over 100. The highest was maybe 95. There have to be some stronger hidden members, right? But since I'm the only player on my side, they're definitely going to underestimate me. And yup, right on cue, the enemy team started talking trash. See, I told you I was right. Looks like the Lotus Guild is just giving up on the daring battlefield. This is going to be easy. I can't wait to get over there. The final blow is mine. Don't you dare steal it. From that, Folan guessed the average level of the Polizit Guild was around 90. Their gear looked mostly low level, even the ones with hidden stats. But there were way more of them than expected. Could Yan really handle this alone? Still, deep down, Yuhyun had complete faith in him. The clock ticked down. 5, 4, 3. The final seconds approached. Yan closed his eyes, completely calm. Just treat this like a monster hunt. The battle officially begins. Yan summons his beasts first. But wait, D.A, his best tank, is missing. This was all part of the plan. Yan had this calculated from the very start. Got it? Just do as I say. On the other side, the enemy finally realizes Yan is a summoner. Then, right when the chaos was at its peak, Yan summoned Dude. It was the first time they'd ever seen this monster. It immediately used its skill, Abyss, and suddenly, they lost all control, falling helplessly. Their bodies felt impossibly heavy. Even the two leaders were frozen in place. What the hell is this slowing effect? Yan's monsters all charged forward at once. Now, attack. Rake used his breath attack, knocking them off balance, their vision blurring. Damn it, I lost half my health in one hit. This is a trap. At the same time, Pin's crush ability triggered. All they could do now was scream for help. Useless. They were completely outmatched. I can't believe this damage output. What is going on? What are these monsters? They didn't tell us anything about this. Retreat, ranged attackers, focus on the ice golem. We'll stop the buffs. All their power was focused on Dede alone. Now, it was Yan's turn to feel a little worried. Damn, Dede's health is already down by half, but its defense was still holding strong. I knew this would happen. Now's the perfect time. Syria, step forward, do what I told you. His subordinate Syria used Summon Heal, restoring 60% of D-Dede's health. The enemy couldn't believe their eyes. We worked so hard to whittle down its HP, and they just healed it back up. Malon was on the verge of breaking. From a corner, Yan was casting his own spell. Consider this a welcome gift. He launched a massive attack straight at his target, powerful enough to one-shot him. His magic orb hit dead on, dealing 720 damage to Lucan. You have successfully restored 5 spirit magic by landing a hit. You receive 3.7% contribution for the battle. But honestly, Yan never even intended to hit that idiot Lucan. Suddenly, a purple light flared around him, confusing even himself. That wasn't an attack? What is this? I've never seen it before. Well, it didn't seem to be affecting the battle, so whatever. Spread out from left to right. He yelled out the command he'd given his team beforehand. Surround the enemy. This fight might end even faster than I thought. Yan just now noticed that idiot Malin was here too. He immediately ordered Pin to attack her from behind. She tried to counter with a storm arrow, but it was useless against Pin's current power. Pin took some wind attribute damage, but it didn't end there. Its passive skill, Guardian of the Wind, activated. Pin's attack power gained a 30% boost for the next 3 minutes. The spectators watching from the outside were going wild. The #1 summoner is on a whole different level. He's just that good. In no time at all, every single member of the Polizit Guild was wiped out. You have contributed 100% to this battle, corresponding to your participation. You received 63,500 reputation points in the first match of the daring battlefield. The Lotus Guild defeats the Polizit Guild. Night fell. The same 6 faces gathered around the table to talk. Kabari, a huge fan of Yan, was buzzing. You were incredible. You won it all by yourself. Seriously. I didn't expect much, but you were basically just toying with them. Yan just smiled. What did I say? I told you to trust me. But the room went quiet when Kabari brought something up. But you know what? We only lost 5 units the entire match. We had almost 0 casualties. Yan had carried them through round 1. With victory pretty much in the bag, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Folan checked in with him again. Like you said, Yan. You think we can win this second match too, right? He nodded. Of course. They had to deploy all their forces for that first fight, so they won't be able to recover their strength quickly. The second match should be an easy win too. But Yan disagreed. Like I just said, The second match won't be as easy as the first. Yan looked up, his gaze intense. They saw me fight alone, they underestimated me. That's the only reason we won so easily. But I'm sure of it. This round, they'll have a much more careful strategy. Heron, thinking of the worst-case scenario, asked, "You mean you could actually lose this time?" But still, there was no way he was going to lose. This time, I'm going to crush them flat. Victory won't be easy, but it's definitely not impossible. The next morning at school, Jin Xung yawned massively, turning to Yu Hun. "Man, I seriously thought I was going to pass out in class. But the real shocker? For once, YM was actually paying attention. Turns out, there was a pretty good reason for that. Professor Jin Guk had warned him that if he kept sleeping in class, he'd fail him in every course possible. The professor totally knew they were grinding like crazy in the territory wars. So yeah, he had to have a serious reason for the threat. But Jin Xung, he asked, "Are you sure we can just give up after the third match tomorrow?" He just smirked. "I guarantee it. Let them win for now. It only helps us in the end." His logic? If a rival guild blows all their resources in the early matches, by the third round, they'll have nothing left. That's when we'll win. Sounds like a pretty grand strategy. Jin Dongmoy wished he could participate more, but players were only allowed to fight in 2 matches each. He also never expected the Pedig's hatching rate to increase by winning territory wars. Just 2 matches, and it was already up by 5%. It had to be the energy from the win. Thanks to that, he only needed another 11%. Once this territory war was over, he figured he should probably start taking over some of the nearby low-level bases. Just then, Yu Hyun was holding a water bottle when Jin Xung called his name, making him think he wanted a drink too. But Jin Xung just waved his hand with a laugh. "Actually, I wanted to ask something else. You have some dating experience, right?" Hearing that, Yu Hyun did a full-on spit take, choking on his water. Jin Xung had no idea why he was so surprised. "You said you had a girlfriend in high school, right? So you've been in a relationship before, haven't you? Anyway, what I want to know is, do you think Haran is interested in me?" The hopelessly clueless Jin Xung then innocently explained everything. "She gave me food, and even fed me some stuff like jisudo." Yu Hun was at a complete loss. "Oh my god, I knew he'd never had a girlfriend, but is he always this dense? Just look at how close Haran gets to him, it's so obvious." Yu Hun sighed and said, "I think there's a good chance." A light of pure innocence shone in Jin Xung's eyes. "Awesome, I'm finally going to find love." Yu Hyun just silently wished Haran the best of luck. "I have no idea why you like this idiot." Meanwhile, Haran was spoiling Pooh with delicious food. "Hurry and eat before he gets here. If he sees me giving you this much, he'll get jealous. So eat up, okay? You're looking much better now. How about you? Pie, is it good?" It seemed like every one of Jin Xung's companion beasts absolutely adored Haran. "Okay, Pie, try this one. Here you go." Pie was a bit of a picky eater, so she hoped it would like this special treat. She brought out a massive piece just for him. While eating, Pew sensed his master arriving. He imagined getting caught and having his owner fight him for the food. "Why so many meatballs?" "No, I'll hide these and give them to you later." And just then, Jin Xung arrived. "I was just checking the internal system and came over." He saw Pooh acting strange, suddenly facing a corner like he was hiding something. He turned to Haran. "What's wrong with him?" This just made him more suspicious. "You're not going to answer me, Pooh? Did you enjoy your delicious lunch?" The pet just tried to stuff his head further into the corner, his mouth so full of food that he couldn't hide properly. Yep, sooner or later, he was going to get caught. "What are you doing? What did you stuff in your mouth?" "You ate it all without leaving any for your amazing owner." But even though he knew the truth, he didn't make a big deal out of it. Jin Xung asked Haran if she wanted to go somewhere together. Haran's heart started pounding. Could this be a date? She imagined it would be a romantic day out. But of course, Jin Xung was as dense as a rock. "Let's go hunt at Polit Lake today instead of the Norman Mountains. The mobs there are high level, but I can totally protect you." But hey, at least one part of that made Haran happy. The fact that he said he'd protect her, that was actually pretty moving. But Jin Xung, is it okay to let Pooh just roam free like that? Isn't it dangerous? But as his companion beast, Jin Xung knew its limits perfectly. Nah, it's not dangerous at all. Even if that thing got beat on by monsters all day long, it probably wouldn't even lose half its health. Its stats are maxed out for defense. It would be hard to even deal 10 points of damage with normal attacks. He gently lifted him. "Pooh, if you see any monsters while you're out playing, just hide like you always do. Got it?" That was its own special way of defending itself. But Haran had a question she'd been wondering about. "Jin Xung, why don't you ever give Pooh enough meatballs? Is there a special reason?" If he didn't explain, she was just going to assume he was bullying Pooh. Jin Xung immediately shot that down. "Of course not. You know how much I love Pooh. Why would I ever do that? Honestly, it's because I couldn't get that many meatballs from you at first, so I was trying to save them." But when I started giving him more, he started gaining weight. He's so heavy now. Heron couldn't help but laugh. It would be pretty hard to carry him on your back if he got too chunky. Well, if that's the reason, I guess it can't be helped. You gotta hang in there, Pooh. Its previous owner was terrible, a total hunting addict, and our poor Pooh couldn't even eat as many meatballs as he wanted. Suddenly, Jin Xung noticed Pooh having a strange reaction. I think he just ran into a few monsters, or maybe he found something. We should get over there. Fast. He didn't expect Pi to fly over to him too. You want me to ride you? The master wasn't worried, but Heron was. Aren't you two really heavy? But Pi signaled it was no problem. He could carry them to Pooh. Meanwhile, Team Floorland was on the clock. We have 1 week until our next territory battle. Because the week before a territory battle is the base protection period, they'd have troops at level 3, and their defense systems would be complete by then. This meant they could defend themselves against a much stronger guild for a whole week. But Yu Hyun felt a little ashamed, because it felt like they'd won without really doing anything. Jin Xung came up with almost every plan, and they just followed his lead. Still, thanks to him, their guild had already leveled up twice, and now Jin Xung was suggesting they keep pushing and attack other guilds to take their territory. But did they really have the resources for that? It was a worry every single member shared. If all their key members left for these attacks, other guilds would definitely take the chance to invade their base while they were gone. Yu Hyun knew nothing was set in stone. You might think it's dangerous, but I believe Jin Xung already has a plan for that. Don't you think so? Anyway, we need to get serious about hunting. Jinwoo's gonna catch up soon. Lan shot back with a zinger that left him speechless. Hasn't he already caught up to you? Yu Hyun was confident he was at least 1 level higher than Jinwoo. Probably. He thought to himself, that kid Jinwoo, does he just pull all-nighters playing this game? Back with Jinwoo, he realized Pooji had found a strange cave. A system window flashed. You were the first to discover the Blood Road dungeon. All experience gain will be doubled for the next 5 days. Item drop rates will also be doubled for the next 5 days. He was ecstatic. Talk about hitting the jackpot. So, players find dungeons just by letting their pets wander around, huh? Before making a move, he turned to Heron. What do you want to do? Should we go into the dungeon right now? Heron repeated her usual condition. You'll protect me, right, Jinwoo? Okay then. I'll go in. Jinwoo met her gaze. Of course, I'll protect you. All right, let's head inside. At that exact moment, Lai appeared, ready to take on the monster inside the cave. This tunnel was seriously long. They had walked so far, but they still couldn't see the end. It didn't seem like they could go up or down, just straight ahead. Heron was hoping for a change of scenery, maybe somewhere brighter. But Jinwoo? He was thinking about something completely different. Why are they only showing up a few at a time? I just want to see more of them. I've got to grind as much as possible while we have this double XP buff. But this is so easy. You're leveling up incredibly fast. Why don't you seem happy about it? Heron stared at him, absolutely shocked. How could he possibly say this hunt was easy? These monsters were all over level 120. The two of them just stuck close together, side by side. Up ahead, he heard a faint howl. A sound he'd never heard before, yet it felt familiar. It was a pack of red-eyed wolves. A whole mob of blood wolves was targeting him, and they looked exactly like his summon, Lai. He really hoped they weren't some long-lost relatives. Hera noticed it too. These blood wolves were Lai's species. She just never thought she'd see them on a battlefield. Before the fight started, Jinwoo warned her, we have to be extra careful this time. You should hang back a little. They're all around level 125, and they're rare types. There's 7 of them now, but more could easily show up mid-fight. He had barely finished that thought when they charged. Deke rushed forward. Jinwoo yelled, his voice filled with power. I know you're going to dodge the flank attack. That's your plan. Deke created a black hole, pulling the blood wolves deep into the ground. At the same time, Phi jumped in to help. Rake, Hay, and Lai weren't sitting on the sidelines either. The Guardian Halle used its skill, Aegis of the Wind. Its agility suddenly skyrocketed, boosted by the sum of all its attack stats. They fought with everything they had. Jinwoo launched an electric orb at the enemy, and Ha followed up, biting straight into their weak spots. Their coordination was flawless, but here's the crazy part, even after taking all that damage, not a single one of them died. Damn it, their levels are the real deal. Jinwoo sighed, worried, but even that didn't stop the massive damage they were taking. Heron stood on the side, feeling completely useless. Is there nothing I can do to help? Jinwoo was carrying this entire fight alone. Everyone, attack now. You have defeated a blood wolf. You received 142,300 experience points. You received 4,122 gold. Yes, that XP gain was insane. His mood instantly brightened, and then he got a blood orb fragment, but he had no idea what it was. A quest item, the info window was completely blank. He turned to Heron, asking if she could heal his guardians. He was relieved when she immediately agreed. His mind then shifted to another critical thought. I probably should have brought my other subordinates. If Sia were here, she'd be a massive help with healing the guardians. Heron overheard that, and the jealousy flared. I guess my emergency healing isn't good enough for you, is it? Jinwoo broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. What's wrong? Her voice was pure ice. Nothing. I just thought I could smell someone else on your mind. Her words were practically dripping with sarcasm. Seeing her expression, he immediately tried to do damage control. No way, how could you think that? I swear, I wasn't thinking about anyone else. But this girl was easy to soothe. A few simple words and her mood flipped. All right, I'll believe you. We should go deeper inside. As they walked, their path was suddenly blocked. Now what? Should they turn back? But Jinwoo had a hunch this wasn't a dead end. Fee, use your skill and try to smash that thing. But what Fi did was not what Jinwoo intended. What are you doing? That's the wrong thing. What is this? A wall of wolves? Not really. It looked more like some kind of religious shrine. Jinwoo stared, his mind racing. What the hell? We already solved the orb's secret. That should have been enough to open the stone wall. Then, a prompt appeared. Blood orb can be used. Do you wish to proceed? He immediately remembered the blood orb fragments. It seemed those fragments had already combined. Jinwoo decided to use the item. Blood altar restored to 100%. The blood gate seal has been broken. The door actually started to react. As the blood orb approached, the eyes of the wolf carving on the door began to glow. Heron looked on with curiosity. Should we go inside and check it out? But Jinwoo was more perceptive. He sensed something inside and urgently told her to get back. But it was too late. A blinding light erupted from the doorway. They threw their hands up to shield their eyes, but the glare was overwhelming. And then, from that epic entrance, something emerged. A werewolf? No. Something way worse. A boss monster. To be precise, it was Fenrir the Bloodthirsty, a level 128 hero-grade boss. He couldn't believe its massive size. Faced with this terrifying threat, Jinwoo immediately summoned Deke for protection. It was like two giants about to clash. But then, Fenrir landed a devastating critical blow on his guardian. The guardian's health plummeted down to just 12,740. He was staring down a single, devastating critical hit. Over 10,000 damage in one shot. While the boss was stunned by the maze pit, Lai saw his chance and struck. A critical hit slammed into the bloodthirsty Fenrir. Its health bar dropped to 5,876. But even with Lai's critical, the damage was still under 6,000. This thing isn't even a defensive-type monster. Its level is just that insane. This is going to be tough for Yan and his guardians. Just then, the bloodthirsty Fenrir retaliated. Lai's health dropped to 9,760, then to 8,598. One more hit and he's done. A critical attack would kill Lai for sure, so, with no other choice, Yan had to unsummon him. That was his strongest guardian. The rage boiled over. How dare you touch my Lai? Yan roared, summoning a Kai and Finn to get some payback. Good. Its health is dropping fast. For a monster boss, its HP isn't that high. But Rake got careless and took a brutal claw swipe, a critical hit. His health crashed down to 12,740. And then Fenrir's lifesteal kicked in, healing it for a whopping 4,640 points. If this keeps up, they're doomed. Lifesteal? This monster is just broken. Yan had to unsummon another one. This time, it was Rake. If they were going to win this, he couldn't afford to waste any more attacks. Yan signaled everyone to pull back. It was a good thing Haran was supporting them from the backline this whole time, or things would have been way worse. As long as Haran is healing, I'm sure our tank can withstand its attacks, he thought. From this position, we go for a blitz strategy. We have to take it down before its health regenerates again. The tank charged forward, blocking its path. Haran, heal him now. At the same time, another guardian unleashed a power strike. The bloodthirsty Fenrir was stunned for a single second. A glimmer of hope. It was time for Yan to step in directly. All my spirit power combined into one, take this. And with that final blow, it was over. He defeated it, gaining 997.7 experience points. We were 1 minute away from a total party wipe. Yan thought, okay, let's check the loot. He got 32,145 gold, a necklace, and a spirit sphere from the boss. But the last item made him pause, the Fenrir spirit sphere. As he held it, the spirit was released, appearing before him and wondering aloud, where? Am I? The sphere had freed Fenrir's soul from its madness. The wolf spirit looked right at Yan and asked, who are you? I feel so chaotic. But the first thing on everyone's mind was, wait, this wolf can talk? It introduced itself as Charlotte, leader and protector of the bloodline. Do not compare me to. other common wolves. I am a tamer. Yan immediately grew suspicious. Does this guy hold a grudge? Maybe it would be better to just finish him off right now, publicly. Before he could act, Charlotte spokely. First, thank you. I wish to express my gratitude for saving me from the chains of this madness. Furthermore, he continued, even though my power was sealed many times over, you still managed to defeat me. I must show my respect to a fellow tamer like you. Yan reconsidered killing him. His power was sealed, and his stats were still that high. Just how strong is this guy, really? Charlotte expressed his regret. If you had a member of my race among your summons, I could have shared a portion of my power with them as thanks. Depending on their attributes, I could grant them a slight boost in strength. It is the least I can do to repay you. Yan immediately thought of Lai. Wait a second. Could I get help with Lai's next evolution from him? Maybe Lai's species is the same as his. A gray, blood-colored wolf, Charlotte mused. If there are bloodline members among the gray wolves, then he is indeed my descendant. But I do not see him among your summons. Yan quickly explained that he had to unsummon Lai earlier. If you can wait about 20 minutes, I can bring him back out. Now Charlotte understood. I see. I could sense my kin nearby, but couldn't see them. Unfortunately, I only have 9 minutes left, and to maintain my physical body before I must pass onto the spirit world. Hearing this, Yan got pissed. Damn it, why is the game designed like this? I finally found a way to evolve Lai. And now this? Charlotte's spirit simply said, thanks to you, my soul is free from its prison. I will give you a reward worthy of that feat. Instantly, an item appeared. Seeing the name written in purple, Yan knew it had to be at least hero grade. A great item, for sure, but he still had no idea how to evolve Lai. Charlotte briefly explained the item. This is a symbol of our pure bloodline. Please use it carefully. With that, it seemed their business was concluded. Well, time to move on. But just before leaving, Charlotte asked for one more favor. I have a brother whose soul is also bound to this place. A quest window popped up. A plea from Charlotte, protector of the bloodline, now freed by your hand. Charlotte is grateful, but his brother still suffers, his soul bound in torment. Based on Charlotte's information, help his brother, Dark Phania, break free from his spiritual chains. The mission difficulty? S rank. The condition? The user has already freed Charlotte's soul. There was no time limit, and the reward was unknown. Would Yan accept? This was the first time he'd ever seen an S-rank quest. He remembered reading on the forums not long ago that even a level 130 player had failed one of these. But then again, there's no time limit. Might as well accept it. All right, I'll help you, Yan agreed. Charlotte gave a grateful smile. Thank you. I pray you will succeed in freeing my poor brother. He has endured this torment for 100 years. If you follow this path for 10 more minutes, you'll pass through the Pause Cliff and reach the coast. Follow the coastline north, and you will find the village of Oliver. Search there. Someone in that village may know where to find my brother. Yan stopped short. Wait, a person? You said you two were trapped for 100 years. If he's human, are you sure he's even still alive? Charlotte was certain. He will be alive, because he is my only friend, and his fate is tied to this curse. With no time left, Charlotte vanished. Yan followed the directions. Whoa, there really is a village here, and it's pretty big too. If this village is still undiscovered, it probably doesn't belong to any nation or guild, right? Yan muttered. This could get complicated. He decided to confirm the village's info first. Oliver Village, a coastal settlement, area, 5,580, 2 square meters. Population, 1,995. This was a town on the northern end of the Oliver coast, known for its advanced shipbuilding and master fishermen. Its territorial value? A solid 2,758. If this place was truly independent, it could be the perfect spot for Yan's new guild headquarters. But, of course, it wasn't that simple. He couldn't just claim Oliver Village for himself. Condition 1, possess a territory level higher than a village. Check. He already met that. But conditions 2 and 3, not even close. He needed military power greater than the villages and a friendship level over 70%. Thinking it over, it made sense. They wouldn't just hand it over to him. The military power? He could grind that out in a few days, but that 70% friendship rating, yeah, that was going to be the real challenge. For now, he decided to tackle the quest he'd just gotten and worry about the village later. After walking with him a bit, Heron said her goodbyes, promising to see him soon. Alone now, Yan finally checked out the item he'd acquired. Looty Soul. Durability, 55 out of 55. Type, Charm. Grade, Hero. Usable only by summoned beasts. Its effects? A 15% reduction in ability cooldown. For Wolf-type summons, it granted a 15% attack boost and a massive 30% agility boost. And get this, it was a player-bound item. Couldn't be traded or sold, It wouldn't even drop upon death. It could only be transferred once, to its very first user. This charm was forged from a piece of Ludi's soul, and its power was immense. Yan was stunned. What even was this thing? An item made specifically for summoned beasts? He immediately summoned Lai, and the two shared an adorable, happy reunion. I missed you too, buddy. He equipped the charm on Lai. The results were insane. Lai's power just skyrocketed. But was there a way to find more gear like this? Maybe the auction house would have something. If he could stack a few more of these buffs on Lai, that would be a total game changer. He spent hours searching for a specific house, well into the night. He wasn't even sure if this was the right place. A light was on inside. He slowly pushed the door open. Hello, is anyone here? I'm looking for someone. A woman peeked out from behind a bookshelf, calling out, "We have a visitor." But as she stepped into the light, Yan's eyes went wide. He saw her face and just froze. What is going on? She looked exactly like Zipper. After a bit of talking, he learned the truth. She was Zipper's twin sister. But that made no sense. She looked at least 30 years older, this old woman and Zipper. Twins? No way. Yan's suspicion was growing by the second. Seeing the look on his face, she asked, "You still don't believe me, do you?" Yan sighed. "It's just, you look so much older than Zipper." The woman smiled. "My sister is a time-space witch. She can bend time with her thoughts, so the years, they don't really affect her." Well, that explained a lot. Wish she'd led with that from the start. That one revelation cleared up so many mysteries. They sat and talked over tea for a long time. "So, Charlotte has finally been freed. He told you that I would know Ovile's current location, didn't he?" But first, she wanted to thank Yan deeply for releasing Charlotte. He was this town's savior. And my dear old friend. She explained that long ago, Charlotte and Oval were heroes who saved this place from a dark witch. They won the battle. But in return, they were hit with a curse that bound their very souls. And before they completely lost control, they chose to seal themselves away. But when the conversation turned to freeing Ovile, her expression became heavy with sorrow. "That will be difficult. Oval is far stronger than Charlotte. You may have defeated Charlotte, but if you're not absolutely certain, you can do the same to Oval. I cannot tell you where he is." Yan wasn't surprised. He knew this wouldn't be easy. It was a top-tier quest, after all. Yan shot back. "Then how do I convince you? No. How can I become strong enough to beat Ovile?" The old woman studied him. "You are a summoner, correct?" Then she told him the path. Not long ago, an old man, a master summoner from across the sea, arrived on the eastern continent. If you can learn his secret arts, I will trust you and reveal Ovile's location. Yan's mind started racing. A secret art? Was it some special summoning skill or something else entirely? He had a good feeling about this. Quest. Learn the magic of Damtron, a master summoner from the eastern continent. But here was the catch. To learn the skill, the player had to capture 100 common-type monsters and bring them to him. Difficulty unknown. Reward. Learn a special skill. That number hit Yan like a ton of bricks. 100 monsters? Are you kidding me? He thought. I have to catch all those and just hand them over? Then he remembered. The artifact he owned, the one that removed his capture limit. He smirked. Without that, this quest would be impossible. But now, he was all in. Time to see what kind of reward this insane grind would get him. 100 it is. I'll catch every last one. And in a single night, he hit his quota. The next morning, Yan found the old master. "Excuse me," he called out. "Are you Mr. Damtron?" The old man didn't answer right away, making Yan second-guess himself. But then he spoke. "And who are you?" "My name is Yan, and I'm a summoner." The old man sat on his chair, completely unimpressed. "To have made it here, you must be skilled. Follow me. You'll need more space to show me what you've brought." Once they reached a clearing, Yan began. One by one, he summoned the 100 monsters he'd captured. But then, he hit a wall. He couldn't summon any more due to a lack of leadership points. He realized he could only have about 20 out at one time. Damtron looked on, intrigued. "You're saying there are still more? Exactly how many did you catch?" Yan just smiled. "All 100, of course." That number definitely got the old master's attention. He muttered that most people could only manage about 6 at a time and had to make several trips. Quest completed. Collect white souls. Quest completed. Learn the skill of Summoner Damtron. New skill acquired, Soulbind. It all starts with an active skill. No rank, no proficiency. It allows players to convert captured monsters into pure souls. The monster's rank determines the soul's rank. Its color dictates the rarity. And its mana? Pulled straight from the monster's original stats. But here's the catch. Once a monster becomes a soul, there's no going back. These souls are the basic fuel for every single thing a diviner does. Using the soul enhancement skill, you can even level up a soul's rank. But all this new info? Just a confusing mess for our boy. You know how to lock souls. Now I'll teach you enhancement. Watch my hands closely, Yan said, his face dead serious. You only get one look. Jin Xung was just thinking, what is he even doing? When poof, it was done. That was soul enhancement, and in that one glance, he got it. Blue souls were a higher tier than white ones. Jinwoo had no idea why the old man handed it over. Turns out, he just wanted him to give it a shot. And Jinwoo, he was completely floored. My drawing is awful. How am I supposed to do this? What now? But then, he felt his body moving on its own. He just received a new skill, the soul enhancement skill. Mission complete. Draw the enhancement symbol. And there it was, an enhanced orb glowing in his hand. Dam Cho just smiled, praising his work. Congratulations, kid. You're a quick learner. You're now officially a medium. A bridge between souls. Jinwoo became the first ever to unlock the Soul Connector class. Jinwoo couldn't hide his excitement. Being the first, it always feels good. A new skill window popped up. Basic Talisman Crafting, Level 1. Proficiency, 0%. And another one. Spell Symbol Creation, Level 1. Also at 0%. Next target on the list, Ovile. Alright, time to prep. Gotta be thorough. First things first, let's test out these new skills. He found a secluded spot in the quiet woods, ready to try his hand at crafting. Each attempt costs 3 orbs. Okay, so I can probably make about 30 of these things. Well, no backing out now. Might as well give it everything I've got. He finishes his drawing, admiring his own handiwork, a true masterpiece. And, talisman creation failed. Item will be destroyed. The system's advice, please draw with more focus. Jinwoo was stunned. He tried again and again. Same result every time, failure. Until he was down to his very last attempt. Total talismans crafted, a big fat 0. Jinwoo slumped down, completely defeated. Man, this class is harder than it looks. Good thing I'm a genius when it comes to hard work. He logged out of the game and immediately called Michelle. Hey, you mentioned you graduated with a design degree, right? I need your help. And so he practiced. Drawing the symbol she taught him 100 times over. Slowly but surely, his hand grew steady. And finally, talisman creation. Success. Jinwoo's head shot up, a huge grin on his face. I did it. Item info, complex talisman. Rarity, rare. Can only be equipped by a specific race. Effect, reflects 3% of damage directly to the attacker's health. Crafted by apprentice shaman Jinwoo. He slapped one onto Lyra's forehead to test it. Perfect. Even Keel, Zyper's grandmother, couldn't help but praise him. Well done, boy. Now, I'll tell you where to find Ovile. But listen carefully. You absolutely must get there during the day. Ovile's power grows when night falls. Head south, to the end of the Polat Plateau. Find the highest peak, the one that catches the moonlight. That's where Ovile is trapped. Once he arrived, Jinwoo summoned nearly all of his guardian spirits. Keel had told him to place her orbs on the altar, but something felt wrong. Unstable. So he quickly unsummoned Terra and Rake. Everyone else, be careful. Just then, the ground began to crumble, sliding away beneath their feet. And then, IT appeared, its arrival shaking the entire region. The quake caught Lyra off guard, leaving her in critical condition. Oval unleashed its skill. Total eclipse. A terrifying roar echoed out as the world plunged into darkness. So much for arriving during the day, the advantage was gone. Jinwoo fought to keep his cool, okay? Staff out first. Lyra, get back. Stay clear until you've recovered. He was level 120, legendary rank. But Jinwoo still thought he could take him. Meanwhile, the insane roaring just kept getting louder. Jinwoo charged in, meeting the monster head-on. At the same moment, one of his spirits landed a massive critical hit. Ovile's health plummeted by over 13,000. All right, we can do this. But Oval wasn't about to take that lying down. It activated a new skill, Shadow Rush. Movement speed increased by 50%. All of its attacks now land as criticals, and it's immune to 70% of all incoming damage for 3 minutes. The dread hit its peak. What kind of broken buff is that? Back home, Keel was watching, her face grim. So Ovile's going all out. This is bad. If I'm right, that boy can't possibly defeat it alone. Jinwoo was already panting, pushing himself to the limit. I had Rake and Terra ready, but I had to send them back. How am I supposed to win this? If I'm going to finish this, it has to be now before it uses that skill again. But he was already getting torn apart. I'm about to die. The respawn timer is probably 24 hours, and I still haven't evolved Lyra. But just then, in the nick of time, Lyra threw herself in front of him, saving him from a fatal blow. A razor-thin escape. Seeing Lyra act so recklessly, he couldn't stand it. He immediately tried to unsummon her, but something was wrong. The command wouldn't go through. This had never happened before. Lyra's health bar hit 0. Jinwoo was frantic, powerless. Why can't I unsummon her? But then he noticed something odd. Wait, why didn't I get a death notification? Turns out, a hidden skill had just been unlocked, Ruby Heart. Jinwoo's eyes went wide. Lyra. She was evolving. A flicker of hope ignited in his chest. Then Jinwoo noticed something strange. Oval had stopped attacking and was muttering something. Wait a second. It can talk? Lyra's evolution finished, and then she spoke. I am not Charlotte. Jinwoo's jaw hit the floor. Not only was Lyra talking, she was standing on 2 legs. If you're not Charlotte, Oval growled, then die. It lunged, attacking the newly evolved Lyra. The 2 monsters clashed, but this time, Lyra had the upper hand. Lyra landed a massive slap. Oval answered with a brutal counter. Jinwoo shook himself out of his stupor. Haley, Finn, get in there and help her. Haley slammed into Oval while Finn provided backup, but it still wasn't enough. Jinwoo cursed under his breath. Even after evolving, she can't win. That's when Lyra's battle lust kicked in. She activated a new skill, Blood Exchange. The lower her health dropped, the higher her stats soared. The buff would last for 5 minutes. Jinwoo watched in awe as Lyra went on a rampage. She unleashed a relentless barrage, and finally, Oval collapsed. He got over 1,000,000 EXP, a greatsword, and Oval's soul. Oval's spirit appeared before them one last time. Thank you, it echoed. You freed me from my chains. Jinwoo just smiled, but his mind was racing. Just then, the spirit spoke again. You must have received an item from Charlotte's blood. In return, I will give you an artifact of the Shadow Tribe. Jinwoo had no idea what he was talking about. Oval simply pointed towards the sky. Jinwoo looked up and gasped at the sight of the true moon. It's been 100 years, Oval whispered, full of nostalgia. I've been trapped in the darkness for far too long. Seeing Jinwoo's confusion, Oval explained, this is the power of the moon, buried deep within the earth. As he spoke, 3 stars descended from the sky. Lyra immediately absorbed the artifacts, Lord Dion's heart and the lunatic heart. A brilliant flash of light forced Jinwoo to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, Lyra Benner was gone. In her place stood Jade Benner. This was a first for Jin Xung summoning a prime beast. He wondered, does prime mean Lai has finally reached his highest evolution? Level 120. Jin Xung could barely swallow seeing how powerful Lai had become. With that, the boss, Ove, faded away, his role finished. The reward? Nearly 30,000,000 EXP and almost 300,000 gold. He screamed with joy. This quest was so worth it. Lai congratulates him, and Jin Xung spins around. Wait, you can talk now? Getting a reply, Jin Xung just ruffles Lai's head, grinning. You beat Ov, and now you can talk. Awesome job. Lai's tail wagged like crazy, soaking up the praise. All right, time to head to Eccle's place. Maybe another quest was waiting. Arriving there, Eccle applauded, impressed that Jin Xung's summon was the king of wolves himself. But she also had a little favor to ask Jin Xung. He totally saw it coming. She's about to hand Jin Xung a critical document for the Empire. His mission, deliver it to the Emperor of the Rubio Empire. Jin Xung agrees and sets off. He could head straight for the palace, but that's a long trip. Besides, he wanted to test out the newly evolved Lai, so a dungeon run comes first. Just then, Hyun messages him, dropping a link. It's for the massive upgrade event. Check it out, now. Jin Xung clicks it, curious. The quest asks players to post a dungeon battle video to the event board with rewards based on performance. If they use the new simulation tech, it could boost their sync rate by another 2%. Jin Xung tells Hyun to gather all the guild members. Immediately, his friend is confused. What's the rush? We've got time. But Jin Xung knows better. We need to practice. Even pulling an all-nighter might not be enough. He and Lai head out, expecting things to get real busy. Meanwhile, in an office, a woman named Mina reads the news. Everyone's saying the Pandan dungeon is the easiest, but the article includes a 15-minute clear video. She scoffs. She's over level 100, and after 50 minutes, she couldn't even clear 3 floors of that dungeon. She clicks play but forgets to mute it. Her coworker, Boo, pops over. Mina, you play Kalen too? What level are you? Mina is about to die of embarrassment when thankfully, everyone's attention shifts to her screen. They couldn't believe their eyes. Pandan dungeon, cleared in 15 minutes. The whole team gathered to watch, forced to accept the brutal truth. But the summoner in the video, that's what really grabbed everyone's attention. Someone looked closer, feeling a sense of familiarity. Turns out, it's that guy who always sleeps in the back of class, D-Dung. Over at the LB development office, a woman with glasses asks her colleague, "You're watching that video again? You gotta see this with me," he insists. This player is an absolute madman. She leans in. The #1 video? On screen, Jin Xung orders his golem to crush a wave of skeleton soldiers. The woman's eyes narrow. A wide area attack? He wiped out the entire first wave in a single move. Not bad, she admits. The guy explains, yeah, but AoE attacks have long cooldowns. What's he gonna do next? Just then, Jin Xung summons Lai. The woman's jaw drops. That's a Supreme Fenrir, the wolf's final evolution. Lai tears through the skeleton soldiers directly, wiping out the second wave under her intense, captivated gaze. Freeze it now, D-Dung commands. As long as the gates open, the boss is unbeatable. The golem instantly obeys, freezing the boss's lower half for just 2 seconds. Lai lunges. A few basic attacks later, and the boss is sent back to the grave. The woman's eyes are sparkling. She slams the desk in excitement, making her colleague's heart bleed for his poor furniture. Should I try to get their contact info? She wonders aloud. We might just have to give them the first place prize right now. Back at home, Jin Xung nods, satisfied. His guild's video has the highest view count. He thinks about playing a bit more, but decides it's time for Eccle's delivery quest. Jin Xung considers his options. He's headed for the royal palace, but who knows what side quests might pop up. He decides he'll bring Cizia along. If her healing was their last time, Dade wouldn't have had to die. Finding her, he asks straight up, "Want to come to the palace with me?" She beams, her smile radiant. "With you, Jin Xung? I'd go anywhere." Jin Xung is happy, but a little nervous. He quickly scans the area. No sign of Hain. Phew. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief before presenting the document to Emperor Jias. The Emperor gets right to it. "Have you been to the Pan Archipelago?" Jin Xung answers honestly, "Can't say that I have." The Emperor says, "Even for an excellent adventurer like you probably haven't visited our rival kingdom." Jin Xung breaks into a cold sweat when he realizes he's talking about the Khan Kingdom. The Emperor explains that the Pan Archipelago is made up of 18 small islands. On one of those islands is Pan Prison, a facility of the Khan Empire. It's where they hold our prisoners of war. I want you to bring them back. Among them, Jin Xung must rescue a swordsman named Kasa, because he is the strongest swordsman of the Lucan Kingdom. Emperor Jiaz explains he received a prophecy. The black fog of Cabot Valley will soon vanish. When it does, the war will start again. They need to get the prisoners out first. Kasa is the key to victory. Jin Xung's eyes widen when he sees the quest reward. Royal contribution points. He's never seen a reward like this before. He accepts. But Pan Prison is tough to find. They don't even know which island it's on. And if he finds it, it'll be crawling with guards. The layout is complex. This won't be a walk in the park. Jin Xung is the only person Emperor Lucan trusts for this job. But here's the thing. Jin Xung's brain is wired differently. When he hears the word difficult, the next thing he feels is excitement. The Emperor continues, "In 10 days, the Kiabai fog will disappear, and the war will resume. You must bring them home before then." Jin Xung's mind clicks. 10 days. That's also exactly when the new game update is set to be released. Just hooks Jinwoo up with 3 sailboats and the knight, Paulin, wishing him a safe journey. But on the way to Paskin, Jinwoo gets so seasick he's practically puking his guts out. He's pissed. Seasickness, in a game? He can't believe how damn realistic this world is. His little companion, Putty, just shakes its head, completely unimpressed with its master. Even on death's door, Jin Xung is still talking trash. He claims he's only fine because he was just summoned. "Just give it a minute," he warns. The guy fires back, insisting he never gets seasick. Jin Xung just says, "We'll see." A moment later, Master and Summon, 2 of a kind. Both Jin Xung and Pooty are in a competition to see who can puke more. By evening, they're both completely wiped out. Then, they get some shocking news. From here on out, Jin Xung has to go alone. Bin clarifies not totally alone, but the infiltration boat only has room for 5 people. Jin Xung quickly picks his team, Jia Bolin, himself, and Captain Jen. But Jen immediately refuses. "All right, who's the top dog around here?" Stepping onto the island, Jin Xung gives a nod to Fi and Gake for leading the way. He can't believe this place was so well hidden. Jin Xung sneaks a peek inside and nearly has a heart attack. Guards everywhere. He turns to Bin, whispering, "So, we just charge in, or what? Maybe if things get chaotic, escape will be easier. Should they leave one alive to guide them?" Bin just smirks. "Leave it to me." And with that, he smashes right through the entrance, instantly getting swarmed. A few swift slashes, and the guards are history. But contrary to his brutal fighting style, Bin flashes a friendly smile, like a nice neighbor, inviting everyone in. Poo-Poo is completely stunned, and Jin Xung, he's seriously impressed. He even tries to recruit Bin on the spot, but yeah, no dice. Looking at the scene, Jin Xung groans. "I said we needed to leave one alive." Bin looks a little sheepish. "Sorry, they were just too weak." Shaking it off, Jin Xung presses forward. only to find a dizzying maze of pathways. Inside a cell where Casa is being held, Laum strolls in. He starts mocking him. It's been over 10 years, hasn't it? The people of Luke Bon. They've probably forgotten all about you. He leans in. There's a prophecy, you know? The mist over Calibu Valley is about to fade. If you and I join forces, he whispers, we could conquer the entire continent of Colonor. Together. Casa just scoffs at that. Even with me gone, Helame and Jipper are still out there. You're a coward, Laume. You wouldn't dare get close. That sets him off. Laum slams his fist into Casa's face, screaming, still think you're the Empire's strongest swordsman? You're going to rot in this prison until you're nothing but rat food. Meanwhile, Xia looks at the endless paths and asks nervously, what now? But Jin Xung, he's got a plan. Don't worry, he says, placing Poo-Poo on the ground. To its surprise, he gives a command, go find them. A moment later, Jin Xung praises it for finding so many people. You're a genius, he says, but there's one small problem. These aren't the prisoners he's looking for, they're Pan soldiers. Bin's expression turns serious. Jin Xung, he says, these guys are way stronger than the last batch. Taking them on alone will be tough. So Jin Xung summons Lai and Gake. A few minutes later, the enemy squad is wiped out. He looks up, the countless paths have now merged into just 3. Jin Xung picks up Papu, pleading, please, find the right prisoners this time. After a bit, the innocent-looking creature leads them to another group of PGAN soldiers. This happens 5 times. Jin Xung is getting seriously annoyed. Bin just sighs. It's a never-ending loop, and these guards keep getting stronger the deeper we go. Suddenly, Poo-Poo points up at the wall. Jin Xung notices something odd. It's the only area where plants are growing. An idea starts to form. I'm going up there to check, he tells the others. Lai and Gake, you guys hold the line here. He then hops on Phi and flies into the air, confirming his suspicion. He lands beside a hole. All right, Phi, get ready to use your sweep attack. I'll attack from below, you hit him from above. Phi asks, how are you getting down there? Don't worry about it, Jin Xung says, activating Hale. Immediately, alarms blare about an intruder. Phi attacks as ordered, while Jin Xung unleashes a massive fireball. The 2-pronged assault demolishes the guards, a wall crumbles away, revealing someone chained inside. A strange voice echoes through the room. It seems a player from the Luke Bon Kingdom has found his way here. Are you searching for something? Jin Xung gives a tense smile back at the stranger, Sa Jian. What about you? What are you looking for? He figures they must be from the Kaon Empire. A fight right now would be a huge pain. The mysterious man replies, and what if we are? Jin Xung tries to de-escalate. How about we both just finish our own business? No fighting needed. Fighting for no reason is just pointless, right? The stranger nods, agreeing it makes sense, but then says he really wants a warm-up, and with that, he attacks. Jin Xung can't believe it. This is such a headache. Guess we gotta end this fast. He orders Hale, use Guardians of the Wind. Jin Xung guesses his opponent is a warrior class, which means he has to win with pure speed. The man recognizes Jin Xung as a summoner who can use the powerful Hale as a familiar, and he presses his attack. His slash is so powerful it turns the stone wall to dust. Jin Xung is terrified. One clean hit from that, and it's game over. He has to end this fight before Guardians of the Wind wears off in 2 minutes. He and Hale combine their attacks, landing a successful hit that injures their opponent and weakens him. Jin Xung frowns. The system shows the player's name as unknown, but it also says Hollow Ghost. This isn't his real body. This Exagian then splits into 5 clones, complementing Jin Xung's attack strategy. Impressive, but let me show you something really cool. All of them attack at once. Jin Xung breaks out in a cold sweat. If that hits, he's toast. He quickly hops on Phi and soars into the air to dodge. Looking down at the sheer power of that attack, he has to swallow his fear. Absolutely insane destructive force. If it wasn't for Phi, he would have been hit for sure. But a skill that powerful must have a long cooldown. While Hale keeps the clones busy, Jin Xung charges up a mana sphere. The attack lands a critical hit. Jia Jian's power level drops into the danger zone. He blocks the blast, amazed that a summoner could be this strong. Incredible. But you're still a little green. Zajian states he's completed his own hunt. See you around. And with that, he vanishes completely, leaving Jin Xung baffled. Then why the hell did you attack me in the first place? Jin Xung mutters. Good-looking guy, but a total weirdo. Anyway, time to get back to the mission. He glances over at Casa and his heart skips a beat. The man's been watching him this whole time. Casa speaks. Kid, we don't have much time. Get me the key to these cuffs. It's over there. But Jin Xung just watches, stunned, as Casa breaks the chains with his bare hands. He rubs his wrists. From now on, leave everything to me. Now, lend me a sword. Before Jin Xung can even ask why, Laome and his soldiers burst in. Kasa immediately snatches the blade. A countdown timer hits 0. The remaining shackles snap open with a burst of red aura. Kasa points the way, telling everyone how to escape the prison. Head directly south. The ship, the Gon, is waiting there. The prisoners whisper prayers of thanks their king hadn't forgotten them after all. Seeing the mission almost complete, he breathes a sigh of relief. Good thing he sent the ship's location ahead of time, but then another notification pops up on his screen, leaving him completely stunned. A notification suddenly pops up. An unexpected event. The mission: stop the Khan Empire's reinforcement fleet. Time remaining: 12 minutes. He looks at the main screen. An entire swarm of ships is heading their way, a massive fleet. This makes no sense to him. They came in stealthily, so how did the enemy even know they were here? But there's no time to hesitate. He has to act now. Meanwhile, for his companion, things aren't any easier. His own battle is reaching its climax. The two fighters charge at each other like magnets, clashing with sparks flying from their intense gazes. Soon, the enemy general can't hold on any longer and gets blasted away. His grunts see this and start worrying about his safety, but he quickly waves them off. Today, he declares, he's going to settle this with a real man's duel. With that, he swings his massive sword, unleashing a blinding flash of light that shoots straight for John. But all that flash meant nothing to John. He parries the attack with a single blow effortlessly, like it was nothing. The general just smirks, unimpressed. "Are you really going to keep fighting with that broken sword?" he taunts. Just as he says it, the cracked blade in John's hand, which looked totally useless, begins to mend itself. A soft light wraps around the weapon, like a magical glue sealing every fracture. John doesn't waste time talking, using this chance to buy a few seconds. With a stone-cold expression, he channels all his power into his hands and raises his sword. Then in an instant, he strikes, a single slash that seems to rip the very air apart. Everything else fades away in the face of his godlike power. And with that single strike, the general's mask clatters to the ground. He just lets out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. To think he could do all that with just a broken sword. Incredible. He admits John truly is the Empire's greatest swordsman. With those final words, he breathes his last. But John doesn't really care about the praise, because now, the sword in his hands is completely shattered beyond repair. Still, he gives his fallen foe some credit. "You fought well," he says before turning to leave. Just then, Ian rushes out of nowhere, begging for help. The Khan Empire's fleet is about to make landfall. Hearing this, John calmly asks for just one thing: a new sword from Ian. The moment Ian sees the broken hilt in John's hand, he absolutely loses it. That sword was a super rare item. He's a summoner, not a blacksmith who can just keep cranking out weapons. John doesn't say much. "Fine, then I can't help you." Those words make Ian flip faster than a pancake. He has no choice but to scramble and find another sword for the guy. As Ian is searching, a legendary-grade sword, a one-of-a-kind weapon, catches Kaisa's eye. He immediately demands that specific sword. Ian pulls out the sword, not trying to be stingy. But here's the catch: this weapon is bound to him and will always return to its owner. So, for Kaisa to use it, he must become one of Ian's official subordinates. Kaisa hears this and just gives him the longest, most annoyed stare. Who would fall for such a blatant trick? But Ian already guessed he wouldn't agree, so he starts looking for another weapon. It's just a level 1 iron sword, but before Ian can even present it, a notification pops up. Kaisa has accepted the request to become his subordinate. It worked just as he planned. A soft touch can tie up even the fiercest tiger. He's a genius for thinking of this. Kaisa, seeing Ian's smug, twisted expression, just tells him, hurry it up. Not wanting to drag things out, Ian quickly accepts the request, making Kaisa his subordinate. He now has 6 out of 20 followers. He looks at Kaisa's stats, a legendary class swordsman. Ian is so shocked he just freezes, jaw on the floor. Seeing him just standing there, Kaisa tells him to get a move on. "Why are you as slow as a snail?" Kaisa grumbles, making Ian wonder who's the subordinate and who's the master here. At the same time, the Khan army has landed and is storming the island. Their leader is an arrogant, red-haired man who seems pretty surprised by the unwelcome reception. Kaisa's powerful forces are staring them down, a gaze so intense it could probably melt steel. Seeing Kaisa there, the leader realizes he's too late. Fatally late, in fact. With that, Kaisa swings his new sword in a wide arc, the force literally tearing through the air as he creates a magical barrier. He then stabs the sword into the ground, causing a pillar of light to erupt, shocking the enemy soldiers into stunned silence. Kaisa's eyes are filled with a warning for Kaimon and his troops. If you dare cross this line, you will all die. The man, Kaimon, just bursts out laughing. Is he joking? What can Kaisa possibly do against such a massive difference in numbers? The two imposing armies stand facing each other. Then, he gives the order. Attack! Crush Lucy Pie's forces. Seeing the enemy finally make a move, his battle-hungry subordinate doesn't wait, unleashing a devastating ground-shattering attack. It slams right into the enemy soldiers, wiping out a huge chunk of them instantly. Kaiza, not to be outdone, leaps high into the air, unleashing hundreds of slashes down on Kaiman's army, causing them to scream in agony. Witnessing this spectacle leaves Ian completely stunned, frozen in awe at how Kaiza mastered the sword in a mere instant. And thanks to Kaisa's help, he's been completing the rescue the prisoners quests one after another. Not only that, but he's also leveling up, making this whole deal feel totally worth it. After a long and exhausting battle, Ian is starting to feel the fatigue. He's wondering if he should just log off for the day. But then, a new notification pops up. Rescue the prisoners of war. The mission is to get the prisoners onto the ship. The time limit? Just 1 day. Looks like he has to keep playing. Out on the ocean, countless military ships are now appearing, moving in organized groups. Back on the ship, the battle is raging on. Absolutely fierce. Both he and Lai have to give it their all, fighting desperately against the enemy. With Lai's appearance, the world chat absolutely explodes. Everyone is stunned by the sheer scale of this battle and Lai's god-tier skills. Ian himself is on his last legs. These endless mobs just keep swarming him, and he can't seem to get a break. And speak of the devil, here comes some more. He's trying to block attacks while fighting off pure exhaustion. But right then, some good news arrives. Lucifer's naval reinforcements are here. He sees the fleet charging across the water like warhorses on the sea. Finally, he can breathe again. Those bastards have no choice but to retreat now. And the rewards? They start rolling in one after another. Then, a system-wide announcement hits. Attention all players. A short maintenance is about to begin. All players must log out immediately. Finally, he thinks, I can get some real sleep. He logs off, kicks back in his chair, and gets ready to pass out. Just then, his doorbell rings. But Jinwoo? He's already dead to the world, no response. The person outside starts getting a little worried. She knows he's home. Thinking maybe he's just busy, she punches in the code and lets herself in. At the same time, a mysterious game update appears. PK is being removed. The central continent is back. Just a little while ago, the arrival of that Kylan login pod nearly moved him to tears. Never thought his best friend would come through like that. Seriously, he couldn't stop thanking the guy. And the girl visiting him? She's a little jealous of his luck. She doesn't even have an old model pod. Hearing a pretty girl doesn't have a login pod. Jinwoo's inner charmer kicks in. He immediately offers her his old one. His friend is absolutely floored. That old pod? It's worth at least 1 million gold on the market. Is Jinwoo really this clueless? Or is he just a total simp? Seeing how serious he is, her heart flutters. She's totally tempted, but still plays shy, politely refusing. The only reason she doesn't have one? Her dad hates the idea. Jinwoo thinks for a sec, then suggests just selling it. She hesitates, then shyly asks if maybe he could keep it. So she could, come over and play sometime. Hearing the girl of his dreams basically ask to hang out at his place regularly, Jinwoo's lonely heart starts pounding out of his chest. Of course, he agrees in a heartbeat. But the romantic vibe is completely shattered by the orange-haired guy. He reminds her she needs to tell her dad about this plan, and for his trouble, the orange-haired guy gets slammed straight into a wall by Jinwoo. Ouch! After taking care of the orange-haired nuisance, he's right back to being smooth, promising to keep in touch with Hain. And just like that, the romantic mood is back on. Back in the present, Hain is peeking into his apartment. She calls out for Jinwoo, but gets no answer. Figuring he must be sleeping, she quietly slips inside to check on him. But he's nowhere to be found. Panic sets in. She frantically searches every corner of the house. After checking absolutely everywhere, Hain finally notices the Kalen login pod. The door is shut tight. Sure enough, she opens it and there he is. Passed out, sleeping like the dead. She gets closer and whispers, "Why are you sleeping in here and not in your bed, isn't it?" Uncomfortable, but before she can even finish, a strong arm wraps around her waist and pulls her right into the login pod with him. The sudden move leaves her both terrified and thrilled. She wonders for a second, is he even really asleep? But he doesn't react at all. Eyes shut tight. He doesn't look like he's pretending. Just as she starts to relax, he pulls her even closer. Now they're face to face, inches apart, and her heart is going crazy. But seeing him sleeping so peacefully, she can't bring herself to wake him up. So Hain decides to just stay like that for a little while longer. It's not until Jinwoo finally wakes up that he realizes he's tightly holding a small stuffed bunny. He's totally confused. Where the hell did this come from? And that's when he spots a small box sitting neatly on his desk. Ah. Of course, she's thoughtful right to the very end. Before she left a note. "It's okay to game," it says, but don't forget to study. She also left him a delicious-looking bento box. While chowing down, he figures, yeah, he should probably go to class today. After finishing the meal, he heads off to school. He looks around for a bit but can't find Hane anywhere. Just as he's about to pull out his phone, the orange-haired guy rushes up, doesn't say a word, just grabs him and starts dragging him off, leaving Jinwoo completely stunned and confused. He doesn't stop until they reach the main auditorium, where a tournament is underway. A tournament he's apparently in. But wait, he never signed up for this, which could only mean one person. You signed me up, didn't you, Orange? The words are barely out of his mouth before Jinwoo hits him with a death glare. The guy immediately starts apologizing for not telling him sooner. But it's too late. The event's about to start. Looks like he's competing whether he likes it or not. It's the VR tech department versus the creative writing department. One of the creative writing guys is looking around, clearly lost. Big mistake. Jinwoo sees his chance and takes him out with a single strike. One down. Their team captain, still looking totally confused, gets a swift kick that boots him right out of the server. The crowd watching this unfold, absolutely losing their minds over his skill. Then someone in the crowd recognizes him. Wait, that's the guy from the event video. And suddenly, everyone remembers exactly who he is, the reigning champion. His reputation alone starts pulling in a huge wave of fans. After a ridiculously tense match, it's finally over. The winner, the VR tech department, and the MVP of the match, none other than Jinwoo. As he casually walks off the stage, the crowd, recognizing him as the legendary player Yan, swarms him. They're all screaming for autographs. He's so freaked out, he just bolts, running for his life without a single look back. It takes everything he has just to escape the mob. He's still trying to process what the hell just happened when his phone starts ringing off the hook, making him question his sanity all over again. The caller ID? A player named Ja. Turns out, someone recorded that clip of him taking on 30 guys all by himself. They did a little editing, posted it online, and it blew up, made a ton of cash. Now this guy, Ja, wants to give Jinwoo his cut. Jinwoo's curious how much we're talking. Ja doesn't beat around the bush. 3 million gold. Your share is 10%. An impressive number. Not bad at all. And the deal is simple. Jinwoo sends him more gameplay clips, Ja edits and posts them, and they keep splitting the profits. Getting paid just to play games? Now that's a sweet deal. Jinwoo is definitely looking forward to this. He hangs up the phone, ready to finally leave. But his hiding spot is blown, and he's running for his life from his new fans all over again. Meanwhile, back on the central continent, a group in black is preparing for an all-out war. The #1 guild stares out at the vast desert, completely unimpressed. A total cakewalk. Meanwhile, the second-ranked guild, Titan, is already marching forward, the brutal desert heat meaning absolutely nothing to them. And over with the #3 guild, Perplender. They're also gearing up to march on the central continent, but things are never that easy, so they decide to hang back and observe for a bit. Then you have the 4th-ranked guild, Oakland. Their leader? Supremely confident. Why? Because the other guilds are already blazing the trail. All he has to do is follow along, 0 effort, 0 risk. And we're back. Yan from the Lotus Guild and his companion, Kale, are riding high on their epic mount. Good thing Kale actually knows where they're going, otherwise they'd be totally lost. Suddenly, a quest notification pops up with a new objective. The mission: find the Holy Grail of Hezim, located in Sik. But here's the catch: they have to get it before the CON Empire does. To win this, being first isn't just an advantage, it's the only way. But our boy Ian just arrived at the gates of the Sik ruins, snagging the first to arrive title, and he is absolutely thrilled. A huge grin on his face. A good start means a good finish, right? In the blink of an eye, it's already evening. The sky darkens, and the second team arrives. But the second Ganshanu gets there, he's grinding his teeth in pure rage. He's cursing whoever beat him here, swearing he'll kill them to satisfy his rage. His killing intent is so intense, even Yan feels a cold chill run right down his spine. Meanwhile, the afternoon sun is beating down, and Balam is starting to doubt Huni's navigation skills. The truth is, Huni has absolutely no idea where he's going either, but with his insane level of confidence, he just believes all he needs to do is follow the tracks of darkness. Yeah, Balaam is pretty much speechless at this guy's arrogance, and just like that, a thick, dark energy erupts in the middle of the desert, catching him by surprise. But does he hesitate? Nope, he wants to feel it out. So, Huni immediately starts chanting an incantation. "Oh darkness, do you yearn for me?" he calls out. Instantly, his body becomes a magnet, pulling all of that dense, black smoke right into him until nothing is left. And when it's over, he looks down and notices a dark purple orb in his hand, marked with a strange, rare symbol. Back over at the Sik ruins, Jin Xung's group is waiting. Kasa seems a little suspicious. He asks Jin Xung, We're about to enter a tomb and fight monsters, but could someone already be inside? He says this while staring at the tightly sealed gate. Cass's words really get him thinking. He's right. They were the first ones here. So how could anyone possibly be inside already? And then, the gate slowly creaks open, revealing a figure that leaves him completely stunned. Standing right there in front of him is none other than Ganshi Huni. And Huni is just as shocked to see that Yan is the one he's been hunting. The memory of being completely crushed by Yan flashes in his mind, and his eyes burn with pure rage. But hey, what a coincidence. This is the perfect chance to settle old scores and create new ones with Yan. The thought alone sends him into a fit of crazy laughter. Seeing this, Kasa gets a serious chill down his spine. Is this guy completely nuts? Finally, Huni stops laughing and declares he's about to teach Yan some manners. He charges forward in a blur, ready to strike, and immediately drops to his knees in surrender. Oh wait, that wasn't on purpose. He's furious, unable to even cry. Before his attack could even connect, Yan's sheer power crushed him, forcing him to his knees with his hands up. But Yan has to admit, the guy has gotten stronger. And what's more, Huni seems weirdly familiar with this dungeon. So, Yan calls out his name, which almost gives the terrified Huni a heart attack. Then, completely out of the blue, Yan starts praising him, calling him pretty amazing, leaving Huni totally confused and questioning reality. Seriously, what is going on inside Yan's head today? But to add some weight to his bizarre compliment, Yan lays it on thick, saying Huni isn't just smart with ancient arts, but he's also an expert on dungeons, a true prodigy of the Myungga group. So he makes an offer. Join my team. What do you want in return? Getting praised by his rival right after being defeated sends Huni's ego straight to the moon. He doesn't hesitate. He demands the crown of Hazim. Yan cheerfully agrees, mostly because he has no clue what that is. Deal. You get the crown, I get everything else. Huni is cool with that. The crown is all he cares about anyway. The second Huni agrees, Yan's eyes light up like high beams. Balam, standing nearby, gets a really bad feeling and is about to warn his leader. But Yan cuts him off, eager to get moving and take down the dungeon boss. Just like that, the new squad marches towards a huge opening in the ruins. We're here, Huni announces. Yan looks at the hole, completely skeptical. This is the gate? But seeing Huni's confident expression, he figures it must be legit. Without another word, Huni brings out the orb, that dark purple orb, and places it right into the pupil of a massive eye carving. Purple smoke instantly billows out, and the gate itself begins to shift and grind open. Huni looks thrilled. The powers of darkness are resonating. A massive wave of energy rushes out from the opening. Inside, Yan and Jun can't believe what they're seeing, the Holy Grail and the crown right there in front of them. But Jun quickly clarifies a crucial detail. This Hazim wasn't just some random boss. He was an ancient king of the giants who ruled the central continent. Hazim was once a great king who ruled his lands in peace, but near the end of his reign, he fell under the control of a puppet master, the Undying God. He was forced to sow seeds of darkness across the entire continent. Now, that same God needs the crown restored to reclaim his full power. You see, Hazim's crown holds all the dark power he accumulated over centuries. At that moment, Huni holds up the orb and shouts, I have come to reclaim the power of Hazim. I am Ganjin, the successor to the Undying God of Darkness, here to fulfill a 1,000-year-old contract. As he speaks, the massive skeleton monster guarding the treasure roars in agony. Its stats drop by 40% for 10 minutes, and it's temporarily blinded. Yan is genuinely impressed. Nice work, Huni, but he knows. This is just a warm-up for a guy like him. Yan immediately gives the order. Everyone, take down this boss as fast as possible. They need to end this quick to get their hands on that loot. Instantly, Yan's undead army swarms the giant Hedzim, which lets out another furious roar. But this time, the health of his skeletons and even his companion Finn starts dropping at an unbelievable rate, shocking Yan. This Hazim is a monster, seriously powerful. If it weren't for Huni's debuff, they would have been in real trouble. Heck, it seems like even Kasa can't go toe-to-toe with this thing. Speaking of Kasa, where did he go? Yan glances over and finds him just chilling, lying down like he's on vacation. Have you been sitting there this whole time? Yan asks. Kasa replies without even opening his eyes. Yep, don't bother me with a pathetic pest like that. But Yan is practically begging at this point. It's too strong for us, we need your help. Kasa sees his chance and makes a demand. He'll help, but only if he gets a set of legendary armor. Apparently, he's totally sick of his current outfit. With no other choice, Yan has to give in, though you can tell it pains him. He mutters, such a waste, before pulling it out. Here, one legendary armor. You happy now? Kasa's eyes snap open. He doesn't forget to say thanks. After equipping the new gear, he just says I'll be right back and vanishes. And then one swing. Kasa reappears and splits Hazim's face clean in two. The boss goes down, and out spills the grail, the crown, and all the magic loot. Seeing the items, Yan's heart soars. This means, quest complete. Huni excitedly reaches for the crown, but just as he touches it, a system message appears. The item is choosing its own master, and it's searching for the strongest person in the room. In the next second, the crown zips through the air, flies right over to Casa, and settles perfectly on his head. Huni's face turns darker than a thundercloud. "You have GOT to be kidding me," he curses. Casa slapped the crown on his head, admiring himself. "Oh yeah, this crown. It was made for a handsome guy like me, don't you think? I am absolutely magnificent." Huni's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with shock. Holy crap, without him's crown, he never would have finished the quest. The kid's voice was tight with frustration. "Hey, this wasn't what we agreed on." Honestly, Yan never expected things to go down this way either. Huni's eyes screamed panic. Damn it, what was he supposed to do now? He knew he stood no chance against the white-haired guy. There is another way for us to complete the mission. This crown, it turns out, is just a tool for the immortal god to completely take control of him. So, if you stay near the crown's owner for the next 100 days, you can absorb the leaking dark aura with this wooden coin. A spark of hope lit up Huni's face. Is that true? What a relief. But Casa just tilted his head, his voice dripping with ice. "Oh really? And who gave you permission to do that? Don't even think about coming near me." He scowled, his face twisting in disgust. Huni, that little brat, couldn't believe it. "How dare you speak that way to the future Lord of Darkness? You're inheriting the power of the immortal god. Show some respect." And yeah, that childish, arrogant attitude, that's exactly why Casa couldn't stand him. Yan leaned in and spoke softly. "Lord Casa, why don't we just help him out this once?" He whispered it, knowing Huni would flip out if he heard. "Can't you see? He's a really pitiful kid. The way he talks, it's obvious he's not normal." After hearing Yan's advice, Casa actually considered it. "Fine. If you accept my offer, you will become my subordinate. However, if you manage to become stronger than me, I'll grant you your freedom. If you're truly a descendant of the immortal god, you should at least have that much courage, right?" Hearing the command to become a subordinate made Huni's blood boil. This guy was trying to humiliate him. But to get stronger, he had no choice. "I'll get powerful enough to crush this white-haired punk into dust." It was a huge blow to his pride, but in the end, Huni chose to put his own power first and agreed. Meanwhile, at the Central Guild on the continent of Titan, all hell was breaking loose. San couldn't believe his eyes. Sak Jian was the first one to arrive. Everything had been completely wiped out. I'm sure it was the Dark Luna Guild. Through a pair of binoculars, they spotted something in the distance. "Is that a historic ruin? You found it? Is that a dungeon?" Sak Jian's eyes widened in amazement. "No, that's the Tower of War." Over at the Luna Guild base, the master asked if Solon had any leads on the Holy Grail. His face was a mask of cold indifference, as always. "Guild Master, I've found it. According to our intel, it's located in the central part of the historical ruins, inside him's tomb." Lai Ren gave the order instantly. "Take 30 men and move out now. I'll be right behind you." But things weren't that simple. "Guild Master, there's a slight problem. Someone has already entered the ruins ahead of us. Judging by their flag, they're from the Lucipo Kingdom." La was stunned. He never thought someone from the Lucipo Kingdom could reach the central area so quickly. "So, what's the plan now? A quick, decisive battle to seize the Grail as fast as possible, or a different strategy?" But according to the Guild Master, there was no need to rush. "We can use this time to our advantage. It means we just have to make sure we don't lose them. We'll just ambush that pathetic group." From Lucipo, the second they step outside with the Holy Grail in their hands. Inside the tomb, Yan figured that besides the Grail, everything else was useless. Well, at least the quest is done. You've obtained him's Holy Grail. You have completed the exploration quest for the sick ruins and achieved rank SX. You have received an additional 25 million experience for successfully completing the quest. A new quest link has been established. Use him's Holy Grail to capture a barracks. The holy water in the Grail increases the expansion rate of your base and also shortens the time it takes to capture barracks. Using the Grail's ability to seize a base has no quest difficulty, unknown quest conditions, and a time limit of 7 days. If you lose or the Holy Grail is stolen, the system will automatically register the quest as a failure. To retrieve the Grail, you must restart the quest. Reading the text, he paused for a second. Wait. If the instructions are this specific, it means other powers will try to steal the Holy Grail. Yan thought for a moment, then glanced over at Casa. In their current situation, even if they did capture a base, the Grail would just get stolen anyway. And Casa would never listen to reason. What bad luck. Even if he failed this quest, he still needed to get stronger first. After thinking it through, Yan called out, "Let's go, everyone." Where did it go? He tried to unsummon P, but the familiar refused the command. Cannot be unsummoned. He yelled its name, searching, and found it wandering around. I kept smelling something delicious. It had followed the scent without thinking, all the way to a super high place. But I just need to climb up here. I can do it. Turns out, the sweet smell was coming from blooming flowers. The incredible fragrance was just impossible to resist. So yummy. Yan was still trying to cancel the summon while Puji was biting into a flower petal. I want to eat more. However, the unsummon was disabled by the power of the 100-year rainbow tree, and just like that, he took a spectacular headfirst dive. He cursed his master under his breath. That jerk. I only got one bite before he tried to unsummon me. But thanks to the power of the herb, he was totally fine. Suddenly, a Puji clone stepped out, asking, "Who are you?" causing the real Puji to scream in shock. No way. Puji suddenly remembered what Yan once told him. On the northern continent, there's a turtle named Paj. Apparently, he's the most handsome turtle in the world. But you know, I just can't stand hearing that. I know for a fact that no turtle is as handsome and amazing as my Puji. So you know what I was thinking? Maybe my Puji has eaten too much and gained some weight. Could that be why you're not the most handsome turtle in the world? I've been feeding you too many meatballs, so I can't give you too many from now on. You understand how I feel, right, Puji? So just you wait. I'm going to make you the most handsome turtle in the entire universe. He remembered every single word Yan had said. He never thought he'd actually meet his rival in a place like this. Puji was furious. He hadn't even met him properly, but he already despised Paj. This turtle had sparkling eyes and ridiculously long eyelashes. And just then Yan appears. Lai had a hell of a time tracking you, we could barely keep up. He hadn't noticed, until P turned his head and Yan's jaw just dropped. What's with this turtle? Is this really P? The story? Turns out he made it all up. P was just so moved that Yan had found his lost identity. To show my gratitude, I will offer you something I truly treasure. Yan held out his hand, figuring he might as well accept the gift. Then the turtle hacked something up from its mouth, covered in spit. Yeah, it's gross, but this is a spirit shell. A legendary grade magic item. Whether you can use it or not depends entirely on your affinity with it. It grants a massive 55% boost to all combat abilities, and if worn by the ancient turtle race, all their skill cooldowns drop by 15%. It also unlocks a unique skill, Water Curtain, a shield that no weapon can pierce, lasting for a solid 15 seconds with only a 1-minute cooldown. Returning to the user, Yan, this item can be converted once. It contains a fragment of the legendary ancient turtle's soul. And get this, it holds the secret for an ancient turtle to evolve into a dragon turtle. He realized, if Pooh evolves, he could become a dragon. A quest pops up from the ancient turtle baddie. I have slept for a very, very long time, so I don't remember much. Please, help me restore my memories. The dragon turtle, admired by giants, has awoken from its long slumber. But because of that sleep, P doesn't remember his past at all. To restore his memories, you must find the dragon turtle's magic pearl, hidden somewhere in this tomb. Find it, and bring it back to P. An SS rank hidden quest. The condition? The player must have earned the turtle's trust, and they must defeat him. No time limit. The reward is the dragon turtle's egg. Only one team member can claim it and dragon turtle armor. All party members will gain fame based on their performance. Yan needed info to upgrade Puji, and now the creature itself was giving him a high-rank quest. Talk about a win-win. Meanwhile, Ga was lying alone, staring at the ceiling. Everyone went to find that ugly turtle. So boring. I need some fresh air. He stretches with a huge yawn, but from the shadows, Solin's assassins are watching. One lunges for a sneak attack on Casa, but his senses scream, and he dodges with unbelievable speed. Casa grabs the assassin's arm and slams his fist down, shattering the bone and making the man cry out in agony. But he wasn't alone. Masked figures surrounded them from the cliffs above. Casa bravely points his finger. Who are you? Solin's men hesitated. They knew this guy was strong enough to conquer a dungeon. But this strong? Casa's voice boomed again. I asked, who are you people? Solin cut straight to the chase. Give us the Holy Grail. Kill him. Casa alone could handle this mob. Kill that bastard. Solin ordered, but with a single move from Casa, an entire group of guild members was instantly wiped out. My master is on his way. I just have to buy some time. Solin leaped, striking from above. I have to hold him here. Casa just smirked. A single, vicious slash, and her life was over. Oh, did I forget to mention? I don't have the Holy Grail with me. Solin's last thought was one of failure. What rotten luck. Master, I'm sorry. Casa looked at his weapon with regret. My weapon broke again. There should be some good ones around here, right? Maybe I'll pay that damn lord a visit. This incident would later be known as the Nightmare of the Central Continent. Elsewhere, members of the Dark Luna Guild, Jian included, had made it inside. Good thing we got that quest. Jian had heard about the Tower of War from Lazarus during a previous mission. Back then, someone told him he looked pathetic. I'm sorry. Because I failed, you probably can't achieve your goal either. In exchange, I'll give you intel on the Tower of War. It's a place to hunt monsters or buy rare artifacts. However, you need over 5,000 contribution points just to get in. The item I'm looking for is Fa's Flag, an artifact with the power to double all experience points gained from hunting monsters. If I get my hands on that, I'll become so much stronger. The Khan territory will win the war. Suddenly, Jian spots something else. A skill book, Loyalty of the Desert Warrior. A legendary, ranked passive skill. No mana cost, no cooldown. It allows you to create a sword curtain just by focusing your mind. There's a 15% chance it will automatically form to block a surprise attack. The curtain blocks 300% of the damage and reflects 150% of it back. The catch? Your swordsmanship has to be above the Sword Master level each time it activates. The user's damage also increases by 10% for the next 15 attacks, and it can stack up to 10 times. This thing was a legendary item, no doubt. Jian realized if he got this skill book, his stats would skyrocket, but it would cost every single one of his contribution points. If he bought it, he couldn't get Fa's Flag. Is it okay to spend everything right before a massive war breaks out? But he knew he'd never get another chance at a skill like this, and so he bought the Loyalty of the Desert Warrior. Your contribution points have decreased by 12,000. You have 375 remaining. That's right, he thought. Once I get stronger, the whole team gets stronger. Turns out, Jian also held a grudge against Lai Rihan. This time, I'll definitely crush that bastard. Inside a square box was a legendary ranked item. Yan was waiting outside for Floan and Yu Hyun. You're finally here? Took you long enough. Yu Hyun asked if he'd made any progress. Yan just grinned, showing off his prize. Of course, I even got the Holy Grail. But I still have a question. What Yan needed now was to find the magic jewel of a turtle named Paj. But who names a turtle Paj? Floan had heard about this a long time ago. There's a hidden NPC related to your class quest, so it kind of makes sense. Because hidden NPCs are often named based on their backstory. Hoodie could feel the darkness inside him churning. I want to face our enemies as soon as possible. Yan turned to Hooney. Right, since everyone's here, you want to go for a hunt? Yu Hyun was confused. Who is this kid? He shot back. I'm not a kid, and I'm nobody's subordinate. I'm going to become the Lord of Darkness, you damn moron. Yan was worried about Casa, but he figured he'd find his own way. Yan summoned his creatures to attack first. Yu Hyun and Floan backed him up, casting a Mage's Blessing. Yu Hyun's power instantly jumped by 30%. Death Knights make our enemies suffer in the darkness of despair. In the middle of the chaos, he heard a notification. Gilly, you have defeated the monster Corpion. As the battle ended, Yan thought, well, that's most of the hunting done here. Suddenly, Puji's face filled with terror. Something's coming. Everyone was confused. What was happening? And then, a monster erupted from the ground. Senjak, a level 200 hidden boss, equipped with the magic jewel. A massive hand burst from the earth. A level 200 Salon, a hidden boss, wearing the magic jewel. The sheer wind pressure from its appearance was enough to almost blow them all away. Yan told Jo Hyun to put up a shield, but blocking all those rocks was already pushing him to his limit. Yan had to do something himself, but he couldn't fight without Casa. Suddenly, Salon leaped out of the pit, lunging right for him. Both Florin and Ganchi Huni were terrified of Salon's breath skill. It started gathering a massive ball of fire. The magic gem on it glowed. It unleashed a pillar of fire right at them. Even Yan was paralyzed with fear, thinking this was the end. But out of nowhere, Pooh shows up, hitting Salon with a massive tidal wave, instantly extinguishing the flames. Not a miracle from the heavens, but from the chubby turtle. Pooh had used the spirit shell skill it got from Papaji. It gave Yan a thumbs up. Talk about a cool entrance. Casa finally arrives, showing off his top-tier physique, looking absolutely ripped. Plus, it started raining from the clash of fire and water earlier. The armor and weapons Yan bought before, he'd already stored them in his inventory. Seriously, you did that on purpose, didn't you? He was just warming up, which is why he was late, leaving the team scared half to death. Yan ordered Casa to take out Salon. He just glanced over and said, this thing hasn't even fully absorbed the magic gem. He just lay there, cleaning his ear, saying it was too much trouble. Unless there was a reward, he wasn't interested. Classic. No one wants to work when it's cold, right? Especially not for free. Yan thought back, yep, this guy only ever works for a reward. Whatever. He'd figured out how to kill it, so he'd just have to do it himself. Yan, Pooh, Floran, and Ganchi Huni all grouped up. Yan summoned his golem, ordering it to use Deep Abyss. A purple light sucked in all the rubble, finally freeing Jo Hyun, who'd been holding on for dear life. Next, he ordered Jo Hyun to keep tanking with the golem. Ganchi Hyuni and his ride would keep distracting Salon. He commanded his minions to attack from all sides, giving Salon no room to breathe. Seizing the moment, Florin buffed Yan and Pooh, lifting them into the air. Yan rode Pooh high into the sky, right above the beast. Even for a level 200 monster, a coordinated attack will drain its health. Its HP bars started dropping steadily as Yan's attack power rose. Condensing energy into the gem on his staff, he summoned Thunder Crash, combining it with his own power. The electrical energy charged up the falling rocks, aiming straight for Salon. The rain absorbed the lightning, and the charged energy crystals stabbed deep into its wounds. Salon got hit with a massive thunderbolt that sent shocks through its entire body. Its health plummeted. It roared in agony, and then collapsed. Looked like it burnt to a crisp dinosaur. The magic gem finally fell out of its body. Yan became the first player to ever defeat a Salon, earning the title Salamander Slayer. Both his experience and fame skyrocketed. He landed and picked up the gem Papaji asked for. It was an item that could change a creature's evolutionary potential. And of course, Yan planned to use this stone to upgrade Pooh. He held the gem in his hand. After he appraised it, he'd finally know why he'd been working his butt off for days. But after putting it away, he realized he was starving and told Ganchi Hyuni to clean up. While the kid was wondering why he had to do it, Yan had already vanished. Back in the real world, he was completely exhausted. So tired. He was about to order food when Hazen popped up right behind him. She grabbed his arm, determined to pull him out of that game world for once. Go get changed. We're going on a date. This guy had never even had a girlfriend, and now a girl was holding his hand at an amusement park. He was grinning like an idiot. They rode roller coasters, ate snacks, and watched the fireworks together. That night, under the exploding colors in the sky, he suddenly asked Hazen a question. What would you do if you found something someone else lost, but it was something you really needed? She thought he was about to confess, so she was pretty disappointed. But still, she told him no matter how much you need it, it should be returned to its owner, because it doesn't belong to you. Yan smiled brightly. You're right, thanks a lot. He walked Hazen home. She figured he'd just be playing the game all day again tomorrow. Then she asked, How did I look today? He replied, You look beautiful. And they said goodbye, both of them a little flustered. The next morning, he logged into the game, met Papaji, and returned the magic pearl. The turtle freaked. Are you messing with me, human? But Yan just calmly replied, Lost things should be returned to their owner, even though he really wanted to use it to upgrade Pooh. Hearing that, Papaji calmed down. Controlling your thoughts is one thing, but controlling your heart is another. He had miraculously overcome temptation and greed. Though he hesitated, the turtle valued his honesty. Now, it could finally return to its former glory. The pearl slowly merged with Papaji. Its body began to glow with a golden light, its very form changing. When the light faded, a three-headed dragon turtle hybrid stood in its place. Seeing Papaji's new true form, Yan wondered if Pooh would have looked this cool. Papaji then made him an offer, truly grateful. The spirit of its master was gone, so it no longer needed to guard this place. It wanted to join Yan's party. It bowed its three heads to the ground as it spoke. Yan was a little flustered, but he opened his arms and welcomed his new companion. Quick status check on the central continent. The top guilds belonging to the Cayman Empire were Dazuna at number 1 and Titan at number 2. On the other hand, the guilds of the Lucip Kingdom were On, Slender, and Valian. The place Yan was now, a new, barren desert continent, no resources. So the guilds spending money to develop their territories were struggling. The Cayman Empire was full of guilds with overwhelming power. Yan's alliance was brand new. Rushing things wouldn't work when the central continent was filled with monsters level 130 and up. Even if they set up a base, there was no guarantee they could defend it. When he mentioned the word base, Papaji didn't seem to get it, so he asked if there were any villages nearby, and the turtle immediately understood. But it wasn't sure if any still existed. They arrived at a potential base location only to discover it was a war trading post. Yan was hoping for ancient artifacts. But the only things you could trade for were food and resources unless you had a base of your own. Suddenly, Casa mentioned the Tower of War. Yan wondered how he knew so much. Turns out, he used to operate on the central continent before being captured by the Cayman Empire. Why didn't you say anything? Well, you never asked. And he'd forgotten something. The War Tower, a place to trade contribution points for powerful artifacts. Problem is, the tower is deep in enemy territory. The scene cuts there, with San and Lizahan in the middle of a serious talk. Stan was pissed, veins popping. A war between two empires. Didn't they agree to share all their intel? But Lizahan wasn't backing down. He shot back that the Dunnan Guild was too focused on expanding its territory, so he forgot to mention it. Yeah, right. San suggests they use the tower, and though he's furious, Lizahan has to agree. If Dunan bails on them now, they're screwed. San's main worry, that the other side will find some artifact they missed. La steps out of the tower, says his goodbyes, and claims he found nothing. A total lie. He actually scored a relic of Magellan. Back with Yan and the crew, they're all debating their next move. Yan throws out a wild idea. They should seize the frontline territory. Everyone freaks out, but he explains that while the risk is high, the competition is low. They wouldn't waste a ton of effort just to capture the resource point. Lucip is on their side, so they only really need to worry about the Kaimoon Guild. Jo-hyun worries that if Kaimoon launches an all-out assault, they'll burn through resources and food, all while facing attacks from two top guilds. But Yan just smiles. He's already got a plan for that. In the middle of the wasteland stands a massive fortress. They've got about 4.5 hours left to secure the base. Jo-hyun is all smiles now. Thanks to the master builder Yu Tidim, this construction is going pretty fast. Phylon doesn't hesitate to praise him either. It's true. Yan's efforts are paying off. We weren't sure if building a military base on the front lines was the right call, but Yan just puffs out his chest confidently. It's fine, Phylon. Just trust me. Our teammates are here. I'm gonna go greet them. Cobble spots him coming over and waves excitedly. Hey, over here. Bin chimes in with a respectful nod. It's been a while, my lord. Seeing them again makes Yan genuinely happy. Kabali, Gawan, Bolin, Seiya, thanks for coming. Then, a thought hits him. Seiya, do you have any spare leadership points? She answers respectfully, yes, I do. Why do you ask, my lord? He doesn't see any reason to hide it. I got a new familiar, but I'm short on leadership points. Could you look after Dangdom for a little while? Seiya bows deeply. Of course. It would be my honor. And just like that, a dozen future plans start clicking into place in Yan's mind. With the Dragon Tamer's flute, he doesn't really need to grind for more leadership points, but he still doesn't have enough to summon all his spirit beasts at once. Papaji is a heavy tank, so even if he summons Dangdom, it won't have much to do. But if he leaves it with Seiya, he can use Dangdom as a secondary fighter whenever he's with her. Seiya gives him a confused look as he stands there thinking. Then, Yan shouts, summon Dangdom, and a massive stone monster, shaped like an ape appears. He pats it gently, whispering, Dangdom, I'm sorry, but can you stay with Seiya for a while? I'll get stronger and come back for you. The beast obediently walks over to Seiya, who looks thrilled to have a new partner. Let's do our best together. Though it pains him a little, Yan gives one last warning. Don't cause any trouble, and make sure you listen to her. But far in the distance, two mysterious figures are watching the fortress. Li Han asks Solon, who are these idiots building a base on the front lines? Solon answers respectfully. They're the Lotus Guild, ranked 107th, from the Luan Kingdom. Li Han looks intrigued. Just when I was getting bored. What perfect prey. Solon quickly tries to warn her master. My lady, forgive me for interrupting. But if you attack their base now, you risk the Luipa guilds sending reinforcements from the outer regions. Then, she suggests a more sinister plot. Why don't we use the relic of Magellan that you acquired from the Tower of War? The woman thinks for a moment, then agrees with a bit of a forced tone. Fine. Since you were defeated by those weirdos, our guild members are all low level right now. If it weren't for that, we could have just steamrolled them. Then she holds up a red emblem with a wicked grin. It's all the same in the end. We should test out this Magellan relic. See how strong these desert warriors really are. The relic of Magellan is an item you can only get after being acknowledged by the desert warriors of the central continent. Whoever holds this relic is protected by them, and all the NPCs on the central continent become their allies. It also gives the holder and their entire nation the ability to command the desert warriors. With that, she turns and gives an order to someone in the shadows. Wipe them out. Pathogen. A mummified warrior appears behind her out of nowhere, making Solon jump. Solon watches in horror as he draws two daggers. When did he even get here? This guy. He's strong. Back in the fortress, alarm bells are ringing like crazy. A scout on patrol sees a massive dust cloud approaching and screams, "It's the desert warriors! All troops, prepare for battle." The warriors charge forward like a mindless horde, their eyes glowing red, fearless as they rush the fortress. Casa and Yan stand on the wall, watching the chaos unfold. Yan asks, aren't the desert warriors supposed to be neutral? Casa answers without hesitation. It's the relic of Magellan, an item that lets you command the desert warriors. I'm guessing it fell into Kaimoon's hands. Hearing that, Yan is pissed. That's basically cheating. How can they just command a whole army of level 120 NPCs? He turns to Casa. You can help us, right? But Casa just turns and walks away. I can't get involved. I owe the desert warriors a great debt. In that moment, Yan understands something. If that's the reason, it's a miracle Casa's loyalty score is even this high. Looks like there's no other choice. Somehow, they have to hold back the desert warrior horde themselves. After gearing up, Yan summons all three of his beasts, Halle and Papaji. Seiya sees the new spirit beast and asks excitedly, "Is that the familiar you just acquired?" The desert warriors also recognize the golden dragon. Is that the golden dragon turtle? It is the golden dragon turtle, the guardian of UTDIM's treasure. For it to be fighting like this, does that mean they defeated UTDIM's vengeful spirit? Carthagin yells a warning to his troops. Don't let your guard down. These guys are not ordinary. The horde behind him roars in agreement. An idea flashes in Yan's mind. I have a combo I've been wanting to try. Should I use it now? No time to waste. He immediately orders Lai to charge. But Carthagin isn't afraid of death. He meets Lai's attack head-on and strikes back. Luckily for Lai, Papaji's Dragon Turtle Protection skill activates. With this skill, Papaji absorbs 1,274 damage on Lai's behalf. Carthagin's sword is sent flying. Yan presses the attack. Halle, Guardian of the Wind. With a single roar from Halle, the agility of all allies skyrockets by 30%. Then, Lai uses his next skill, Fenrir's Rage. He enters a berserk state. All stats up by 50% and his critical hit rate is boosted by 20%. With a single swipe of his claws, Lai heavily wounds Carthagin. Only now does the warrior realize what he's up against. That thing is a spirit beast? How can one beast be strong enough to defeat all of us desert warriors? No. If we can't take down the beast, then we have to kill the summoner. Rage completely clouds Carthagin's mind as he charges straight for Yan, intent on murder. But before it could even touch him, Pauline sent it flying. After Bin took down a Cathoga, he looked over at Ian, completely impressed. Just like you said, sir. They immediately focus all their attacks on you. Ian, sitting confidently on Ha's back, just watched his overwhelming victory unfold. Of course they did, but from a distance, Jahan had seen the whole fight and his face turned black with rage. Defeated by a guild ranked 107? Unbelievable. Was Cathoga really that weak? Solon started to say something, but seeing Jahan's fury, she just managed to say master before shutting her mouth. Jahan stormed off, but the rage was boiling inside her. First Solon's failure, and now the desert warriors. A string of losses, this was a stain on the Dark Juna's reputation. She turned to Solon, telling her to send a message to Titani. It's time, we're going to start hunting Lucipa. The look on her face could kill anyone who got too close. Back with Ian, the bodies on the ground dissolved into streams of purple smoke, which he absorbed completely. Hall watched him soak it all up, 1,000 question marks popping up over its head. Just then, a notification rang in Ian's mind. Kosa's hatching rate just hit 91%. He grinned. Awesome. Kos is about to hatch. He ordered the whole army back to the city. Let's head inside for now. After that surprise attack, Ian was starting to get worried. It's a good thing I got here when I did. But defending this base without me around, it's going to be tough. We need a new plan. Thanks to him, the city was safe for now. Jo Hyun was incredibly grateful. Thank you. We didn't even have to step in. We just kept hoping everything would turn out okay. Ian saw his friend was worried and tried to calm him down. Hey, the fact that nothing bad happened is a good thing, right? Then he got serious for a moment. I'll be honest, those desert warriors I just fought, they were a lot stronger than I expected. If Papaji and Pauline hadn't jumped in, we would have lost. Then there must be something we can do, right? Jo Hyun, can you defend the base for a while? He agreed instantly, without a single hesitation. Of course. Getting that solid promise from his friend put Ian at ease. Thanks, I'll be back. Take care. In the Lucipa Kingdom's capital, Muzan, a soldier was shouting, if you're here for the Central Continent quest, line up right here. Ian arrived late and was shocked by the massive line of people. Damn, are all these guys trying to get to the Central Continent? The soldier just kept yelling. Line up. Adventurers heading to the Central Continent. Ian got in line, getting anxious. This line is way too long. How long am I going to have to wait? Suddenly, another soldier walked up, breaking his train of thought. Are you Baron Ian? Ian was confused, but confirmed his name. Yeah, that's me. And you are? The soldier puffed his chest out with pride. I doubt you remember me, sir, but I was in the same barracks during the Griffin and the POW missions. Ian vaguely remembered something, but the soldier just kept talking. What brings you here, Baron? Ian answered honestly. I'm just trying to get to the Central Continent, but as you can see, this line. The soldier just laughed and slapped his chest. Leave it to me. I'll take you straight to Captain Helm. Ian couldn't believe his luck. Really? Thanks, man. Meanwhile, two figures in the distance were watching them talk. The mysterious one in the hood asked his friend, who's that guy? The royal guard recognized him and is giving him the VIP treatment. The buff guy shrugged. I guess even in a game, who you know still matters, huh? The hooded guy suddenly remembered. Wait, is that him? From those #1 ranking videos? The buff guy knew exactly who he meant. You mean that, summoner? I think his nickname was Ian or something, right? So that guy was a famous summoner. The hooded guy shook his head. I don't think so. But I'm sure his level is around 170, maybe. A new voice cut through their debate. No, Ian has to be over level 130. They both turned. Who are you and how do you know that? The girl slowly pulled back her hood. Because I am the true #1 summoner, Lowen. The two guys' eyes lit up. The summoner, Lowen. She continued, full of confidence. Summoners are judged by the spirits they command. Most people don't get that. Ever since Ian hit his stats, he's secretly been the strongest summoner here. He just doesn't want to show it. By now, Ian had made it to Helm's room. The captain was thrilled to see him. Ian, what brings you all the way out here? Ian cut straight to the chase. Captain Helm, I want to fight on the front lines of the central continent. Fireland saw Hyun deep in thought and asked, what are you thinking about? Hyun looked troubled. No matter how hard I try, I just can't figure Jin Xung out. Fiolon patted his shoulder. Don't worry, it'll be fine. It's Ian we're talking about, after all. Time passed, and the war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Empire raged on without end. In these battles, the Empire's victory seemed certain as the kingdom suffered loss after loss. So, Ian headed back to his base to strengthen his forces for the fights to come. He had achieved every goal he set out for, racking up some incredible accomplishments along the way. Ian was even put in charge of a mission to build a fortress with 3 watchtowers and an outpost on the front lines. Hyun looked at Ian full of admiration. Thanks to you, the fortress is finished. But how did you even do it? Jin Xung Ian had no clue what he meant. Do what? Hyun started asking detailed questions. Even with all your achievements, there's no way you could have enough money or manpower to build a massive fortress like this. But all Hyun got in response was the smug smile of a winner on Ian's face. If I want to do it, I'll do it. Then Ian started bragging. His nose was practically in the air. Now, let me explain the most important part. Gathering resources in a barren desert is insanely difficult. There's nowhere to buy or sell anything. See, the other guilds were just throwing money at the problem, using their main funds to ship in materials from all over to build up their bases. Of course, Ian's crew did something similar, but with one key difference. That difference? Strategic foresight. Long before this, Ian had set up a spirit beast farm with Professor Lai Jim-un, preparing for any and every possibility. It was a tough quest, yeah, but the professor was all in, especially when he realized the cash from this game was way more than his monthly teaching salary. Hyun is so shocked he can barely speak. How many summoners are there? He can't believe Ian's guides actually made the class this popular. Seeing his friend freaking out, Ian quickly calms him down. Whoa, listen to me first. I posted all the guides on how to become a summoner on the forums, along with all the secrets to monster evolution. Basically, he wrote the essential playbook for every summoner and how to raise their beasts. The result? The number of summoners in the region skyrocketed, kicking off a massive trade boom that made the whole area rich. But that's not all. I'm opening a second, massive spirit beast farm in a city I've been eyeing, Ian reveals. These places are going to be our financial backbone. Hyun is floored. Incredible. But what about manpower? And right on cue, Lone appears from nowhere to cut in. I can explain that. The second Hyun sees her, his eyes light up in total fanboy mode. The legendary summoner, Lowen. What's a star like you doing in a dump like this? Ian immediately fires back. A dump? You call this place I built with my own blood, sweat, and tears a dump? But Lowen just puffs out her chest proudly and takes over. Basically, she says, the labor will be provided by us, the Golden Summoners. Hyun is confused. Golden Summoners? Turns out, they're an elite group of about 20 top-tier summoners. These guys are insanely talented, a literal dream team for the class. But here's the kicker. They're secretly an unofficial fan club dedicated to Ian. Speaking of her idol, Lowen gets super excited. Ian's followers started helping out big time ever since Lord Ian, who never asked for anything, shared that one post on the bulletin board. It was this really moving story about why we're all pitching in. Hyun gets actual goosebumps. Lowen, the idol of every summoner, is a founding member of this fan club. Even Ian looks horrified and turns to his friend. I was pretty shocked at first too. Hyun finally calms down. But, are you really helping him for free? Lowen scoffs. Oh god, what are you talking about? For free? Of course not. We're getting a proper reward. Ian steps in to clarify. I gave her some special talismans, all of them with a drawing of Puck on them. At the mere mention of them, Lowen starts jumping for joy. Charms with Ian's mascot. It all clicks for Hyun. So, long story short, you solve your manpower problem after meeting Lowen and Moran and taking over Olivia's defenseless village as an asset. And for extra cash, you're building another spirit beast farm. Ian just grinds his teeth while answering. Yeah. He stammers, mostly because he's trying to push away a super clingy Lowen. Please take good care of me, Lord Ian. Suddenly, a loud crash from a distance grabs their attention. It's Hane, and she is glaring daggers at Ian. What do you think you're doing? Seeing her face, Ian's soul just about leaves his body. He yells, Hane, it's not what you think. But she's already storming off with a look that could kill. Anyway, have fun. Then she slams the door shut, leaving Ian in a state of pure, mind-scrambled panic. Ian's mind is racing. Why was Hane here? I didn't think her level was high enough for this place. That's when Hyun starts scratching his head. Oh, she said the Northern Temple was boring and wanted to come here. Did I forget to tell you that? And in that moment, Ian understands. And he is absolutely furious. Meanwhile, at the Duna Guild base, Jahan sneers. Well, looks like hell's freezing over. You guys actually planned to attack Lucerna first? I thought you had no interest in that kingdom. The person he's talking to, Gon, just feels her anger building. She thinks to herself, I can't let them know we lost before. If they find out, she thinks, they'll immediately try to steal our #1 rank. But Jahan just keeps on talking, completely oblivious. It's fine, he says. If we just attack them head-on together, we won't even need a strategy. But Jahan, another leader, immediately shuts him down. No, here's the plan. Our guild attacks from the front. Titan Guild will circle around to handle Lakalan and Senor. Jahan is not on board with this strategy at all. Any reason for that? He asks. Your guild, Dunna, will take massive losses hitting the front without us. Aren't you afraid of Oakland and S. Pendo? But Jahan is completely unfazed. Afraid? Of course not. This won't be a battle, it will be a one-sided slaughter. We make our move tomorrow. Elsewhere, a magical orb floats in the sky. Hello, viewers. Everyone instantly recognizes the voices. It's a live broadcast from Han and Lucia. The two anchors jump right into the breaking news. Tensions have been high between the Khan Empire and Lucerna over the central continent for a while now. But this, Han says, is the first time the Khan Empire's guilds have officially contacted us to issue a formal invasion warning. And before he can continue, Lucia jumps in. That's right. With the Khan Empire pushing forward with this much morale, we can only assume one thing. They're making a play to conquer the central continent completely. Han takes over, and now we can see the sheer scale of the Khan Empire's forces gathering, led by the top guild, Duna, and their legendary desert warriors. Han had to admit he was impressed. What an incredible sight. Desert warriors all joining forces to fight against Dark Juna. I guess the rumors were true. Lan really has the Megalin relic. On the other hand, the Lucia Kingdom's army is acting kinda suspicious, don't you think? Which guild is occupying that base? Lucia started pulling up the info. Rank 95. Looks like they barely cracked the top 100 recently. You think 3rd and 4th rate guilds like the Oakland and Pender clans will actually help them? The Oakland leader, Seimu, help? Yeah, right. What's that gonna change? Even if we sent them reinforcements, what's the point? Martin, the leader of the Pender Guild, agreed. You're right. The Valiant Guild's leader, Roy Chen, just sighed. Nothing changes. A rank 95 guild. Even with support from Hyun's crew? Hyun was on edge. Are you sure we can stop them? You think another guild. Any reinforcements? Anne's answer was blunt. Nope, no help is coming from the other guilds. But don't worry, we have them. Just then, Jiahan handed Solon a short sword. Here, take this. Solon looked confused. This blade? Jiahan explained, it's an enchanted sword from a summoner. Use it to attack the rear gate. Solon didn't waste a second. Yes, sir. With that, Jiahan turned back to command his army. All right, soldiers. Trample these bastards. Hyun, meanwhile, was in total chaos mode internally. It's starting. We're going to lose. Our opponent is Duna. This is going to be a brutal fight. But Ian, totally relaxed. He just clapped Hyun on the shoulder and said, just enjoy it. After all, it's only a game. Hearing his friend say that gave him a much-needed shot of courage. All right, all soldiers, prepare for battle. Activate the defense towers. Immediately, the cannons on the fortress walls unleashed a relentless barrage on the Dark Juna forces. Jiahan watched from his horse, completely unfazed. Below, his men were fighting desperately, throwing themselves at the enemy like moths to a flame. A massive cannon was brought out, aimed carefully, and then it fired a single, huge shell. The soldiers below just watched it, frozen in place, not daring to even breathe. The second it hit the ground, boom, a devastating explosion. Screams filled the air, and those two guys, they were pale with sheer terror. The boss was sweating bullets. This was bad, really bad. His eyes widened in pure, unfiltered panic as more cannonballs rained down from the sky. The destruction was insane, with screams echoing everywhere. But Jiahan stayed focused, observing everything. These defense towers aren't standard issue. Had they been upgraded? He narrowed his eyes, realizing at this rate, he'd lose half his army before even breaching the gate. and that's when he saw it, a giant cannonball heading straight for him. Would he react in time? Instantly, he conjured a magic matrix, throwing up a defensive spell. That barrier just barely managed to slow down the massive projectile. Just in the nick of time, it exploded with a massive boom right over his head, a terrifyingly close call. But then, he stared straight ahead with new resolve and pulled hard on the reins. In a single motion, he spurred his horse forward, charging straight through the chaos of explosions and terrified soldiers. As he got close, he launched himself high into the air. This incredible leap gave him the perfect vantage point. Time to unleash some magic. Jiahan's eyes burned with determination. Eat this. He slammed down hard, creating a massive explosion of his own, a direct answer to their artillery. He landed lightly on his feet. Jiahan had perfectly destroyed a key part of their defenses. He looked on grimly. This had finally opened a path for his forces. He smirked, looking at the smoldering wreckage. Did these fools really spend a fortune just to reinforce their base? But where did they get that kind of money? His eyes landed on a strange tower up ahead. He'd never seen a defensive structure like that before. Jiahan quickly drew his sword. Dwelling on it would just cause more problems. He focused. There were more important matters at hand right now. With his sword ready, Jiahan charged forward. Time to wipe them all out. Meanwhile, Jinwu was busy admiring the handiwork. As expected of the #1 guild master, he and his summon were thrilled with the results. He had high hopes, for sure, but they couldn't just let Jiahan break through this wall so easily. Looks like it's my turn. The jade cannons were fully activated. Everything was ready. All they were waiting for was Jinwu's signal. Below, something was speeding towards the base of the wall. But up in the sky, he was moving just as fast. Let's see who's faster. The entire fortress was now engulfed in flames, yet it somehow still looked majestic. He watched with growing excitement. The battle had been raging for a while now. Below was nothing but ash, scattered weapons, and bodies everywhere you looked. Looking at it now, it was nothing short of a mass grave. Both sides had suffered absolutely devastating losses. Some soldiers were so exhausted they'd fallen asleep against the walls. Others were just lying on the ground, gone forever, bodies everywhere. The aftermath of this battle was truly terrifying. At that moment, at the rear gate of the Lotus base, a group of soldiers had gathered. Their leader was Solon. He said he'd send a signal from inside, but isn't this taking way too long? And another thing, what happened to that weird guy? He raised his binoculars. Falcon and Gachihini were standing by, and they were with that strange fighter from before. Wait, is he part of the Lotus Guild? Falcon looked completely bored, stuck on rear gate duty. Suddenly, the gate swung open, making him jump in absolute shock. He focused his gaze. There was still a small chance to win, and that chance was the sword his master had given him, now gripped tightly in his hand. Inside the gate, a dead, terrifying silence. Bodies were scattered everywhere. Someone quickly shouted the news. The gate is open, everyone, advance. The soldiers charged in on command. The lone figure who opened the gate didn't say a word. He waited until everyone passed, then slowly removed his mask. His job here was done. Now, it was up to the boss to handle the rest. Back with Jiahan, he was completely confused as enemy soldiers began pouring in. He looked down at the swarm of troops, trying to figure out what was happening. There were still plenty of defense towers left to destroy before his army could possibly advance. But then, he spotted something far more dangerous. Jinwu. He was flying towards them. Fast. Jiahan recognized him instantly. A core member of the Lotus Guild. The two young guys from earlier were still looking at each other, totally lost. They were shocked when the gate behind them slammed shut. There's another wall inside this one. Should they go? No time to think. They had to fight. Jiahan knew something was wrong. This can't be happening. Jinwu raised his staff. It was already too late. Power exploded from him, a look of pure excitement on his face. This was revenge for his fallen comrades. Suddenly, his allies' eyes shot open, as if they'd been supercharged with energy. They felt incredible power coursing through them. Suddenly, with some strange power, the sky turned dark. In the center, a massive bolt of lightning formed, and it branched out, striking every single one of Jiahan's soldiers. The amount of damage was absolutely insane. One by one, every single soldier was hit. No one was spared. When the light faded, the enemy forces were completely fried, unable to even stand up. The entire area had been turned into a wasteland by one incredibly strange person. His entire body was wrapped up like a mummy, and he radiated a deadly destructive aura. Watching this all unfold, even Jinwu was completely stunned. In just a single, brief moment, did he just stab his sword into the ground to channel the damage, letting that insane current run right through his body? Now that's some seriously impressive willpower. The bodies of some seriously tough zombies were scattered everywhere, a gruesome scene. But fighting this guy in their current state, it was going to be next to impossible. Suddenly, a confident smirk spread across his face. So this is all you've got? An armored knight charged forward, a picture of heroism right at the terrifying figure. But this guy wasn't a kid. He felt the attack coming a mile away. One swift move. He parried the blow like it was nothing. The knight landed hard. Can't fight back anymore? He taunted. The sight of him struck a little fear into the knight's heart, but he was still talking big. Did you come here just to get beaten again? The enemy's eyes glowed crimson. That's some tough talk you got there. Let's see if you can keep it up in a few seconds. A destructive energy began to swirl around him, raw, immense power. He wasn't about to be defeated. Not like last time. He lunged forward like a war god, and the knight barely had time to react. The tip of that sword was already at his throat. It was too late. And just like that, blood sprayed from Shizo's mouth. Let's rewind a bit. Back at the rear gate of the Lotus Guild Hall, right when the lightning struck, Solon was still watching intently. The flash of light was blinding, forcing him to shield his eyes with his cloak. He peeked out. If he wasn't mistaken, the time was right. All units prepare to attack. That blast was the signal from their master. Move out. We'll break through the rear gate. He drew his sword with grim determination. He led a massive army, wielding the sword his master had gifted him. Back on Kane's side, things were getting chaotic. They saw the enemy coming, but they had to stay calm. No matter how hard they resisted, this time, they were probably going to lose. As he got closer, the enemy commander swung his sword, summoning a horde of hideous monsters led by a massive copper golem. A bronze giant with blood-red eyes materialized before them. Now, watch closely. This is the power of Juna. The copper golem smashed down without a hint of mercy. Ganshi Huni quickly cast a spreading ghost magic spell to fight back. Immediately, the golem's movement started to slow down. But Solon was perfectly calm. That's useless. On Kane's side, his sword began to glow so bright it was blinding to look at. His eyes were locked on the enemy. This time, you're dead for sure. Even Solon started to look a little scared. The copper golem, having no mind of its own, charged forward anyway. But in the next second, Kane sliced it with one clean stroke. The enemy commander was stunned, his mind reeling. How? How did he just cut a level 200 copper golem in half? With a final, deafening crash, the copper golem fell backwards. Look at that. What level is this guy, anyway? Just like that, the golem took massive damage and was defeated. The soldiers beneath its feet were crushed instantly. Ganshi Huni was speechless. He never knew his comrade was this powerful. He cursed himself. What an idiot. Even with the power he received from the immortal god, he knew he could never, ever defeat Kane. Level 301. Damn it. This guy was strong and handsome, a total monster. He needed an opponent on that level. Meanwhile, the knight was still fighting for his life. Suddenly, Zhou Yun appeared, scaring the hell out of him. The sword was out. One clean, swift slash. And just like that, the enemy was easily struck down. But looking again, the damage wasn't enough. Now the knight's face was pale with fear. He had to wait for another chance. The sword radiated a destructive light as it shot forward at unbelievable speed. The mummy-like creature was shocked. Was this how it was going to end? The knight lunged with such force. It caught Zhou Hyun completely off guard, to say nothing of Cathan. He just smirked triumphantly. But now, Jahan was furious, veins popping on his forehead. An incredible, hate-filled power erupted from him. He stared them down. You wretched insects, he roared, unleashing a powerful magic technique that made even Jin Xung flinch. He used phantom rage, and the whole world seemed to shake. Birds, beasts, everyone scattered in fear. In that moment, his companion Finn was struck down. So terrifying, dead. In just one hit, the shock sent Jin Xung tumbling through the air. But in a flash, Papaji was summoned. The creature swooped in, catching him just before he hit the ground. Thanks, Papaji, he breathed. No time to rest. He had to summon both Lai and Pupuji to face Jahan together. The villain just glanced at them without a word. Standing against the light, he was a perfect silhouette of doom. Summoning more, are you? It's useless. Yi Sung felt a chill of fear. What do we do now? The situation did not look good. He was scared now, and for good reason. Jahan took out Finn with a single attack. Looks like the old strategy, air attacks with magic and arrows, is out. Using that would just get them killed. He thought of his other summons, but their defense was even weaker than Finn's. The same thing would just happen all over again. He quickly raised his staff, preparing to cast. Blessing of the Wind, Warrior's Blessing. All his stats were getting a major boost. Protection of the Worm. Fenrir's Rage. His power was amplified and his damage redirected. So strong. Jin Woo was ecstatic. Perfect. This is how it should be. Fighting with a full stack of buffs like this. Now this was a fight worth having. Absolutely amazing. Jahan just stood there, observing before deciding it was his turn. Mage's Blessing. Power began to surge from him too. The sword in his hand glowed, and the light gleaming off his mask was terrifying. A destructive, hate-fueled energy was coursing through his entire body, boosting his power to unbelievable levels. Joe Hugh watched in horror. Even Hen was totally stunned, with no idea what would happen next. Yi Sung let out a terrifying laugh. He looked up at the dark sky. Maybe he should take back what he said about this being a fight worth having. Over with Hen and Lucia, there was only pure panic. Lucia was terrified. Gon's new form was just monstrous. Han had to agree. He guessed this was the first time she'd seen anything like it. And for anyone else watching who's confused, let him break it down. You gotta understand, Gon's player class is a hybrid, a witch. It lets her use both magic and swordsmanship, but until now, nobody knew which one she truly mastered. Everyone just assumed the top swordsman was Sagian and the top mage was Jemmy. And the reason for her creepy transformation? Witches use dark magic. When you tap into those shadows, your appearance warps too. Lucia was practically shaking. So that's what it was. She thought it was just some curse, but the reality was way scarier. But forget that look. Jin Xung was getting completely overwhelmed. The pressure was insane. Puji was cowering on the ground, probably praying to every god he knew. Lai was sent flying into a wall, out cold. Even Papaji couldn't take the heat and collapsed. This was bad. Jin Xung gritted his teeth. Just Gon alone is overpowering me and all three of my spirit beasts. You've been amazing, I'll give you that, Gon sneered. But now, it's time for you to die. Just then, someone appeared, instantly raising a staff to create a shield. It was a support player, Ha-Jin. Jin Xung, now protected by the sudden barrier, left Gon in complete disbelief. This was not good. Where did this support player even come from? Jin Xung smirked. Surprised already? He quickly activated a ring on his hand. The real fight starts now. Ha-Jin did her job perfectly, landing gracefully. Jin Xung was hyped. Man, he was so glad he apologized to her when she was upset earlier. What a close call. Gon's face went pale. He couldn't believe no one from his guild came to back him up. What else was this guy hiding? Ha-Jin's a priest? Oh, this is a headache. Lucia was just as stunned. She couldn't understand how Gon's attacks were doing nothing. They couldn't even scratch the priest's defensive skill. The power gap must be huge. Han got curious. Witches use dark magic. So what kind of magic does a priest use? The kind that completely cancels out dark magic. This was a guaranteed win, but suddenly, Gon started laughing, his killing intent flaring. Hilarious. You think one little priest gives you the confidence to fight me? He slammed his full power into the shield. And yeah, their powers were opposites, but the difference in their levels and raw skill was massive. Look closely. That magic barrier? It's about to shatter. He grinned like a maniac. After I break this shield, I'll bury both you and Ha-Jin. But just then, Ha-Jin poured more magic into the barrier, making all of Gon's effort totally worthless. He was getting pissed, seriously running out of patience. A defensive spell even stronger than the last one? Looks like he'd have to attack even faster. Jin Xung was loving this. Oh yeah, Poland was already right beside Ha-Jin. Knowing this would happen, Jin Xung had already prepared a couple of high-level supports. These two helpers and their power made Gon hesitate. In this situation, being scared was a normal reaction. They had completely seized the advantage. Shaking with rage, he screamed at them to shut up and charge forward. But the two supports worked together, creating another rock-solid barrier. Jin Xung was calm. Time for a change of scenery. Now, it was Puji's turn. The giant turtle stepped forward, channeling his power. He let out a fierce roar. Instantly, his massive shell grew even bigger. Gon knew turtle shells were tough, but he attacked anyway, only for a cloud of smoke to appear as they vanished. Fast, aren't they? He stared at Puji in shock. That attack only did 3 points of damage. While Gon was distracted, Jin Xung gave the order. Puji, use water spray. Hearing the command, the turtle quickly gathered water in its massive gut. Then it unleashed a huge jet of water, so powerful Gon couldn't handle it. The force of the water blinded him completely. Ha-Jin, Poland, now. A skill was activated, Holy Law Restoration. The staff in Jin Xung's hand began to glow. He quickly summoned Jia, who already had her bow drawn. An arrow shot out, trailing pure destructive energy. Jia herself leaped forward, following the arrow's path. Arrow and summoner, flying towards the target at incredible speed. Gon finally blinked the water out of his eyes, only to freeze in shock. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The arrow slammed directly into him, dealing massive damage and inflicting paralysis. Not only that, he was hit with a slowing effect, too. Ha-Jin and Lucia cheered. Gon was hit. Did Jin Xung actually manage to turn this whole fight around? Everything stopped. The battlefield was a mess, with Gon at the center. But he was still talking tough. Just one hit. You really think that's enough to beat me? Yeah, I do. A figure slowly walked up from behind him. That was just the warm-up. The newcomer was Park Jian. Jin Xung was a little surprised. He's still not defeated? The second Gon saw him, he felt a chill. This was the guy Solon warned him about, the one who attacked from behind and wiped out their entire legion. Jin immediately started healing. Johan and the knight quickly supported the wounded. Gon was scared now. They were all here, the supports, the tanks, everyone. It was too much to face them all at once. Especially while he was paralyzed and slowed. Was he actually going to lose? At that thought, he suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. How interesting. He admitted defeat for today. Seeing him like this, Jin Xung was confused. What was wrong with him? Gon's expression suddenly turned cold. But I swear, I will repay you for this humiliation. He pulled out a scroll, ripped it decisively, and said, "Time to go home." A teleportation light enveloped him. His entire legion began to teleport with him, even the ones who had already fallen. And just like that, they vanished. Jin Xung was stunned. He just retreated? That guy was loaded. That scroll cost 600,000 yen. He sat down, a wave of relief washing over him, a smile spreading across his face. In the end, everything turned out okay. From a high vantage point, Han looked down and laughed. Unbelievable. That's our Lodo's guild for you. They successfully defended themselves against the #1 guild, Duna. That's a straight-up miracle. But he got so excited he accidentally sprayed spit all over Lucia's face. She kept wiping her face while he just kept talking. Oh no, we can't just call this a simple miracle. Everything went perfectly. And it's all thanks to the #1 summoner from the Lodo's guild, the player Ian, and his incredible strategy. Ian himself looked a little dazed to hear his name. But then he thought about it. Yeah, it really was his strategy. It was just barely enough to survive. But hey, a win is a win. But suddenly, Ian snapped back to reality. He couldn't let his guard down like that. The only reason the Dokuna Guild stays on top is Lan's insane, almost fanatical obsession with victory. Poo-Poo trotted over from a distance, and seeing it seemed to clear Ian's head. You were pretty scared back there. Huh, you did good. Thanks to you, I made it out alive. The little guy remembered Ian's teleport command and fumed, still mad about it. Booty then gave him a loving scratch on the cheek before storming off, leaving Ian behind to just cry. He sobbed, wondering when his familiar would finally grow up, evolve, and get stronger. Suddenly, a voice called out to Ian, making him open his eyes. Master, how much do you actually know about Paji? Ian didn't answer right away, instead asking the dragon if it was okay before replying. My Paji, he's a big-headed turtle who loves meatballs. The dragon realized Ian knew next to nothing, so it decided to start from the beginning. Booty belongs to an abyssal species from an ancient era. For these ancient creatures, there are 2 ways to power up. The first way is using a Dharma Pearl, just like the one Ian got from it. But if Ian tries to evolve him with that pearl, he might not be able to level up at all. He might even get some nasty side effects. Hearing this, Ian didn't get what was so great about leveling up anyway. According to the dragon, what a Kuai Long truly desires. Leveling up to a dragon god, that means gaining the presence of a true god, making this incredibly important. Since Pooty Pooty is an abyss-type creature, it'll be able to control the power of water completely freely. But that got Ian wondering, what's the method to get stronger without using spirit orbs? The answer lies with the spirit turtle living inside Huang Gui. He needs to collect 3 spirit turtles and bring them to the water god's shrine. The spirits can either be made by Pippi or gifted to Ian by any other member of its species. That's everything the dragon knew. Ian paused to think. This was a bit complicated for Pippi's power-up, but it wasn't the only one who needed to get stronger. He'd felt this in so many battles, his summoner class was just way too weak for high-level raids. Ian quickly opened his system to check the inventory. The screen showed the Kikyu's egg, with a hatching probability of 93.7%. Even though things might change if the Q's hatched, this time Ian hadn't killed anything, and Lan was back, so he felt like he'd accomplished nothing at all. Ian stared off into the distance, telling himself he'd just fix the base next time. Elsewhere, Li Jianhe's face was twisted in anger, when that dreaded summoner's voice suddenly spoke from behind, making him jump. You came back after losing almost everything. He spun around, shouting in a rage, What's with that attitude, Sakazan? I told you to attack Lucio from behind. Keijin looked completely unfazed. Your attitude at the last meeting was suspicious, so I did a little digging. You lost the crown of him, and right after the desert warriors died and were punished, you revived them just to wipe them out completely. I guess the famous Li Han is nothing but a punching bag now, huh? Feeling totally humiliated, his anger boiled over as he growled, Shut up and state your purpose. Are you here to take the top spot after destroying Dark Juna? Keijin just found that hilarious. Of course she wouldn't do that. Even if they became the #1 guild right now, Rumors could still spread, and those bastards from Sippo might just unite to claim the title amid all the chaos. Jianhao was stunned. The Lotus base looked like a fortress. Sakajan asked him, "Aren't you curious how they managed to fortify their base when they're not even elite warriors?" Since she brought it up, he had to ask, "How?" Sakajan leaned in close. "They've monopolized the war trade station. I'll give you the power to take them down. In return, you hand that over to us. Deal?" Suddenly, he let out a loud laugh that made her flinch. "All right, I accept." Jianhao looked at the broken piece in his hand. He knew from the start that Cajun was a schemer, but for her to know so many details, it meant there was a traitor in Lucio. He couldn't believe they actually managed to defend themselves. Was this finally their moment to shine in Lucip? But he knew it was still too early to celebrate. "Why don't we start reinforcing the Lotus Guild right now?" The other guy realized it was already too late for that. "This is the worst-case scenario." The man asked in a panic, "What do you mean? Wouldn't it be better for us if they're holding the front line?" His partner rested his chin on his hand and explained, "We have a pretty high rank, enough to be third or fourth among all guilds, because our guild is just sitting back while a guild ranked in the 90s is struggling on the front lines. The community is probably busy bad-mouthing us right now, and what's even scarier is their growth. They jumped from the 100s to the 90s in just a week, and who knows where they are now, since they just defended against the Dark Juna Guild. We're going to get devoured by them." He slammed the table and stood up. "So what do we do?" His partner just smirked. "Easy. We strike before they do." Ian sighed in relief as the work was finally done. It took a whole week to repair the base. At least they earned some special service points and fame after stopping Dark Juna. Even though the numbers were massive, he could still aim for the top ranking. Ian figured all that was left now was to level up. He was fired up and ready to go. "All right, let's go. Pooty Pooty, find us a hidden dungeon." Huang Gui just chuckled. "Master, Pooty doesn't have that ability." Just then, Casa walked over, looking for a place to level up. "When I got my memories back, I remembered something." Ian immediately asked him where it was. Casa told him, "At the altar of Zamus." Huang Gui spoke up. "If it's Zamus, do you mean?" Casa just grinned. "Yep, exactly what you're thinking. The tribe that only produced summoners since ancient times, the Shrine of the Clam Tribe." The words hit Ian like a lightning bolt. This was insane. If it was the shrine of an ancient summoner tribe, wouldn't it be filled with legendary artifacts and monsters? Casa was beaming. "Well then, the next destination is decided. To the Clam Shrine we go." But Ian was a little hesitant. Was Casa really going to go there practically naked? He looked absolutely filthy. Pooty Pooty even said he stank. Only then did Casa notice his own hair, matted like it hadn't been washed in 1,000 years. His body was caked in mud, like he'd just been wrestling fish in a swamp. Casa was just chilling out, sleeping on a roof. Gachinuhi struggled to climb up to him, complaining, "Why would you sleep in a place like this?" Casa glanced over. "Oh, it's you. What's up, kid?" Nuhi clenched his fists, trying to hold it together. He'd been following this guy day and night just to learn how to absorb ancient power, but on the next mission, he had to get away from him. Mustering all his courage, he yelled at Casa, demanding a duel. Hearing that, Casa instantly figured it out. "Ah, trying to escape your life of servitude, are we? Fine by me. Go for it, kid. I'll even cheer you on." Nuhi turned to Ian. "So, does this mean you lost?" Casa just sighed. "Are you stupid? How could I possibly lose? Don't you have eyes?" "Oh, so you're still wondering why I look so grimy." Casa was left speechless. Balam had made the first move, lunging with a shadow slash. But Casa blocked it easily, not forgetting to add, "Hey, not bad." Nuhi's face paled. He blocked Balam's fatal blow with just a knife. Now it was Casa's turn. In a flash, his knife was at Balam's throat. At the same time, Nuhi unleashed shadow suction, and the ground beneath them turned to water. Casa froze. The ground gave way, causing him to accidentally unleash a wide-area attack instead of a simple thrust. Suddenly, Balam and Nuhi looked horrified. An explosion erupted. When Nuhi opened his eyes and shot up, completely confused, Casa just asked, "You awake? Thanks to you, I'm all dirty now." Nuhi looked completely defeated, his eyes welling up. He opened his inventory, pulled out a rope, tied up Balam, and started dragging him away, shooting one last glare at Casa. "Don't even think about coming after me." Nuhi yelled out, "I don't know where you're going, but you better be back next week." Nuhi was absolutely fuming, that heartless bastard. You'd think after all this time traveling together, he'd show some sympathy. But no, he just tossed him aside without a second thought. He'd rather die than ever go back. Casa didn't forget to remind Nuhi that the idiotic warlord, Kaimon, could launch a surprise attack, so he shouldn't wander off too far. That comment just made Nuhi even angrier. He swore that once he gained the power of an immortal god, he'd be back for revenge. After hearing all this, Yen realized this was probably just a big misunderstanding. After walking for a while, Casa announced they had arrived. But Yan couldn't see a single thing in this barren wasteland. He turned to complain, for real this time. It's just a desert. And then, with a terrified scream, he suddenly dropped through the ground. Casa jumped in right after him, taking a nasty fall and losing 10,526 health points. Casa placed his hand on the ground, and suddenly, tiles began to appear beneath them. They were here. A door materialized right in front of them. This was the legendary Zayla's temple. Yan's jaw dropped. This place was incredible. He could feel his heart pounding with excitement. Then Casa held out his hand like some kind of CEO, and Yan's whole world lit up. Is he reaching out to help me up? He's actually becoming a sweetheart. But then Casa spoke. Apologize. I want you to apologize for doubting my words before we got here. And just like that, the fantasy shattered. Yan's heart stopped beating. What a troll. He had no choice but to apologize. The two then explored the area. Standing before a massive gate, Yan had no idea what to do, since this thing wasn't opening on its own. Casa placed his hands on it and with every ounce of his strength, pushed it open. A brilliant light flashed and the doors flew open. When the light faded, Yan opened his eyes and was completely stunned. This was the Zayla's temple? They were the very first people to set foot in this place. But Yan had one question. Who was that scary-looking old man standing over there? Casa seemed to know him. It's been a while. You look so old I almost didn't recognize you. The old man shot back. And you haven't changed a bit, Yan whispered. Curious. You know him? Casa explained he was the only person to ever survive a one-on-one duel with him, the guardian of the Zayla's clan, Eclipse. Yan's mind reeled. If this guy fought Casa and lived, doesn't that mean he's unbelievably strong, too? Eclipse didn't forget to ask who Yan was. Did you take a tamer as a disciple? Casa glanced at Yan and said, I serve under this tamer lord. The old man couldn't believe it, shouting, what could he possibly have given you to make you willingly bend the knee and serve him? Yan just scratched his head, looking innocent. I gave him a legendary item. The old man was stunned. It was something so simple. He just didn't get it. Was Eclipse trying to have a contest of who had the stronger will? Shaking his head, he finally asked Yan why he was here. That's when Yan remembered. I heard the Zayla's clan were all summoners. Does that mean you're a summoner too? The old man turned his back and glanced over his shoulder. Am I a summoner, you ask? Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted around him. That's right. I am Eclipse, a summoner and a brave warrior of the Zayla's clan. The blast of wind almost blew little Pooji away. But Yan was still confused. A summoner and a brave warrior? Was this guy a dual class or something? Just then, Casa cut in. Enough joking around. We're here to take on the trial of Zaylas. Hearing that, the old man approached Yan and checked his stats. You seem to meet the standards. You should be able to pass all the challenges. Yan then asked what happens if he passes a challenge. To even start a trial, he had to prove his worth. Eclipse's entire attitude shifted. So, Tamer, you think you can handle this trial? Yan answered with total confidence. Of course I can. And with that, another portal opened. Casa was the first to leap inside. Yan was shocked. A secret passage in a place like this? As he stepped through, the system announced, this is the first stage of the Zayla's trial. And then Pooji suddenly vanished. While Yan was still trying to figure out what just happened, Eclipse let out a huge laugh. What do you think? The trials only recognize you as a true warrior. You have to pass them without your summons and equipment. Yan's face went pale. A true warrior? Are you kidding me? I'm a summoner. Without my summons, what am I supposed to fight with? The old man just kept laughing. Everything depends on your own abilities. I'm a summoner too, you know. But I went through the same thing to overcome my own limits. Yan just slumped. Yeah, that's because you're an NPC with a pre-programmed backstory, Mr. Eclipse. The old man told him to make a choice. He could pick one weapon to use, which would help him clear the stage. Yan thought for a moment. If it's all random, then any choice is the same. So he picked the one in the middle, clasped his hands, and started praying. It was the only thing that could help him now. Please be a magic book, a bow, or a magic wand. The blind box opened, revealing a colossal sword that was easily twice his size. Is this the great sword of the Soul King's judgment? But wait, all of the great sword's special effects have been sealed. Yan muttered to himself. Well, at least I can still use its 1500 base damage. Then Yan froze. Absolute panic. 1500! This thing is insanely strong. Eclipse wondered if Yan's skinny, skeletal body could even lift the sword, but told him to just try his best. That's when Yan remembered. He's a summoner. He had never, ever used a greatsword in his life. The old man then began to explain the trial. The ancient Zayla's clan divided their warriors into 5 ranks based on combat skill, starting from the lowest, elite, then commander, priest, general, and the highest rank, great king. They would summon a warrior spirit with power equal to Yan's. Once he defeated it, a higher-ranking warrior would appear. Yan asked, equal power. Does that mean you're only judging physical strength? Then he broke into a confident grin. All right then. The great king-level warrior will be out here in no time. Eclipse loved the kid's confidence. Now, let's begin. A magic circle appeared, summoning an elite-rank warrior. Yan stared down his opponent with a determined gaze. Then they both charged. There's an old saying, first strike wins. Yan unleashed a single, clean strike, and the warrior immediately started coughing up blood. The trial of the Zalis clan had officially begun. The scar-faced old man cackled with glee. That kid, he's good. Yan let out a tired breath. Glad that worked. I knew the first strike wins strategy would be the perfect trump card, but it was a strategy that only worked thanks to its own high agility stat and the weapon's insane attack power. If that thing had managed to block his attack, he would have definitely been hit back by that massive greatsword. You have completely overwhelmed the Zalis warrior. Your job class will be adjusted to suit your abilities. We will now proceed to the match with the Selamu warrior, priest class. The old man was thrilled, absolutely loving this. Magnificent. All right, choose another item. Summoner Ian scanned the options, his interest piqued. Wait, I actually get to choose this time instead of it being random? His options were a dagger, a spear, a staff, a bow, and arrows. A nice variety, a bow and arrows would be convenient, but he wondered, could he really take down a priest with a pair of bare gauntlets? But if he picked the gauntlets and couldn't use them effectively against other classes later, that was a huge risk. He had a question, so he asked the old man directly. When I move to the next round, will this weapon disappear? And will I get to choose a new one from this selection again? The old man just gave him a sinister grin and said, sorry to disappoint you, kid, but no, that depends entirely on me. Ian tilted his head. What? Is this old guy losing his mind? So, according to him, even if he wins with a weapon, there's no guarantee what he'll get in the next round. Well, that settled it. In the end, Ian chose the Spirit King's longbow of judgment. He was going with the weapon he was most confident with. It was a legendary grade longbow, restricted to Zamu warriors of the Great King class. Intrinsic power. Magic arrow. You can fire magic arrows without needing any physical arrows, and it had a sealed ability, Storm of Judgment. A 10% chance to summon a Storm of Judgment on attack. Its power scales with soul mana, and any enemy hit by it takes 1% of their remaining health as damage. This item was soulbound to the user, Ian. A temporary quest item, and all its options were sealed. Holding it, he could only wish. Man, he wished he could get this as a quest reward. He was practically drooling over it, now that Ian had his weapon. Let's begin. A Zamu warrior, priest class, was summoned. Before firing, Ian gave a polite warning. Sorry to do this while you're still being summoned, but I'm attacking first. The creature's eyes suddenly lit up as it dodged his attack, but it still got a nasty gash across its face. So this was a Zamu priest. Looks like that cheap shot tactic won't work from this round on. Both sides were using bows, but Ian's side seemed to have a slight edge. The force from their arrows clashing was intense. Kaisa and the old scar-faced man just stood there, arms crossed, watching and laughing. Your master is quite skilled, isn't he? Kaisa just cut straight to the point. Never mind that. What's your goal here? There were no witnesses in the previous round. The old man was curious why Kaisa chose to stay with Ian. You must be getting some pretty significant benefit from him, right? The truth is, I don't have many memories of my past. I was captured by the Mun Empire, lost everything, and was tortured as a prisoner for a long time. That's when my master came and saved me. The first time I saw him, I felt something, a feeling that was somehow connected to my past. Back then, Ian had mumbled a few words, but Kaisa was programmed to return to him. The only way to stay was to become one of his subordinates. It was a chance to learn more about this bastard of a master. Kaisa, hurry up, Ian had said. I thought you said we were running out of time. And so, she became his subordinate to figure out what that feeling was. The old man roared with laughter when he heard the story. How convenient for you. Wait, I heard you say you lost your memory. Then how did you find this place? Kaisa looked down at her hands, lost in thought. Little by little, my memories have been returning ever since I set foot on the central continent. Coming here. Perhaps some of my memories will be restored. Just a few sentences were exchanged, and Ian had already finished the fight. You have overwhelmingly defeated the Zamu warrior, priest class. Your next opponent's class will be adjusted. We will now proceed to the match with the Selamu warrior, great king class. The old man was incredibly impressed with Ian. That was amazing. Even I couldn't fight like that at his age. Ian just asked him to please summon the weapon and the great king warrior. Ian's health was fully restored after he chugged a green potion. The old man suddenly drew his sword. I am the final round of the Zamu trial. The warrior, Philip X. As he spoke, he pointed the tip of his blade at Ian. "Summoner, prove your strength to me." The final battle had begun. The match against the Zamu clan warrior Philip X was underway. The sheer pressure was crushing Ian, freezing him in place. Everything was happening so fast he couldn't adapt. "Hold on, old man. I thought you said you fought Kaisa, and that you survived to tell the tale for future generations." The old man explained that Ian didn't need to defeat him. The important thing was simply to prove his own strength. Done with the small talk, he charged. Ian was so rattled he could barely stand still. For the first attack, he chose to dodge. He had to at least figure out the old man's fighting style. "Your footwork is pretty quick." Ian brought up their earlier conversation. "Where's my weapon? Aren't you supposed to give me a new one?" After landing a series of preemptive strikes, the old man suddenly realized he'd forgotten. He even had the nerve to laugh about it. All right, it's free. Anyway, I'll allow you to use any of the weapons here at your leisure." A system notification popped up. "You are now permitted to use all of the Spirit King's judgment weapons. To change weapons, shout 'change' and the weapon's name." All the options for the Spirit King's judgment weapons were now available. If the old man was going to give him such a huge advantage, then Ian was definitely going to use it. He switches to the great sword whenever he needs to. No hesitation. The guy's confident he's got this in the bag. Just like that, the judgment flame effect triggers. Once things settled down a bit, the old man finally asks, "You ready to fight for real now, kid?" Yan was actually hyped for this battle. He wanted to see just how far he could really push himself. "Get ready, old man." But that first strike, it immediately puts Yan on the back foot, forcing him to block with the greatsword. A huge weapon, perfect for defense against a spear, a weapon with serious reach. The Spirit King's Judgment Spear has a 10% chance to activate a frost effect, freezing his enemy solid. Yan almost freezes up, his eyes locked dead ahead. The old man is winding up for a massive attack, so Yan instantly swaps to the staff. The elder never expected him to dodge it. "Looks like you're more than just fast on your feet." And with that, the scar-faced old man unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. In this situation, all Yan can do is block or dodge. Good thing he reviewed all his weapon options beforehand. The Spirit King's Judgment Staff has a 60% chance to trigger an afterimage effect, rooting the enemy in place. The second the old man is trapped, Yan switches again, this time to a bow. Time to attack from a distance. With no limit on weapon swaps, he's constantly adapting, changing gear to match the distance and situation. Right now, he's using daggers. The Judgment Daggers have a 60% chance to cause bleed and a deep wound. Perfect for finishing this guy off. But of course, it's never that simple. The old man just grins, completely confident, and grabs Yan's arm. "Okay, time for a wild card." Yan switches to gauntlets, ready to counter with a surprise of his own. The Spirit King's Judgment Gauntlets have a certain chance to trigger an aura effect on hit, creating a blinding flash of light. Yan pours all his energy into his fist, punches the guy straight on, and then swaps back to daggers again. At this range, you need something small and sharp. Finally, the battle's over. Or so he thought. He really believed he'd just beaten the final boss, but then bam, the old man sends him flying with one punch, smashing him straight through a wall. And yeah, he's badly hurt. Only 3 HP, 1 hit, and his health dropped to just 3? What in the world is that skill? He's completely baffled and frustrated. The trial isn't over yet. Summoner. Warriors, will of the Zamu tribe. All combat stats increase by 40% for 20 minutes, and the duration of all debuffs is cut in half. Yan is gasping, in pain and exhausted from putting everything into that last attack, thinking he'd won. He was wrong. What is that insane skill? Does it combine all his stats to boost another one? Is that how he's moving so unbelievably fast? Right now, he doesn't just think it, he knows it. Alipe is faster than him. The guy has transformed into a completely different person. Yan can't stand losing, but the old man just compliments him. "Your attacks are pretty fast and effective, so I decided to match your speed. You don't have much time left." And then the after effects kick in. Alipe takes 825 damage from the bleed status and another 717 from the Judgment Storm skill. He's taking continuous damage from all the previous hits. This battle, it's just a race against the clock now. Alipe's dropped his weapon and is still taking damage over time. Even though Yan is 1 hit away from death, he still has a weapon that can switch to a long-range form. If he can just keep his distance and stall for time, he'll definitely. Before he can finish that thought, the old man slams his fist right into the wall. If Yan hadn't dodged, that punch would have been for him. Alipe is right on his tail. Yan has no choice but to run. There's no time to think. I have to create some distance between us, no matter what. It's the only way he'll get a chance to fight back. That night, Lim Long was wondering what exactly he'd gotten himself into. In the far eastern part of the central continent is the base of the Oalan Guild. Lim Long stands with his arms crossed, his expression cold and serious. What's wrong? Samu enters, but weirdly, he locks the door behind him before leaning in to whisper, Lim Long, as your employer, I have a request for you. To make a long story short, here's what happened in the meeting with the Lushible Guild. Back then, the arguments were fierce. I can't listen to any more of this garbage. Attack them? Why would we do that when we're on the same side? Honestly, we've been secretly selling information about Lushible to the Titan Guild. And not long ago, when we learned that the Lotus Guild had secured exclusive rights to the transfer base, we sold that intel to the Titan Guild for a very nice price. They informed us that they're forming an alliance with the Dark Guild, the same one that failed in their attack on the fortress, and they just made us an offer for a massive transaction. The reward is 50 million in cash. For Samu, hearing this was like a bolt of lightning. What kind of deal is this? The item to be traded is the complete architectural blueprint of the Lotus Guild's base. They want every detail, down to the number of towers inside, but our guild is full of mages. Getting that information on our own is just too difficult. So, what does everyone think? Both Zhou Chen and Samu were sweating profusely. Lushible's collapse was unavoidable. If things have already come to this, why don't we seize the opportunity to get rich before we lose? Zhou Chen finally spoke up. Listening to that nonsense felt like getting punched in the ear. Consider us withdrawn from the alliance, effective immediately. We want no part of this. Martin's voice was grim as he turned to Samu. And you? He just stammered, leaning forward and asking, what do you want me to do? And that was the whole story Samu laid out for Lim Long. All because she's an assassin. We know, I need your help. Oh, and since you're a mercenary, you can just consider this another job. Lim Long slowly pulls the mask over her face, thinking to herself, I came here as a mercenary because soloing in the central continent is tough, but it looks like I just strapped a ticking time bomb to my back. I need to get out of here the second this job is done. Lim Long uses shadow flight to head out on the mission. So this is the Lotus Guild's base? It's absolutely enormous. They have heavily fortified walls, a watchtower, everything is top-tier design. They're not lacking anything. On top of that, they have access to the trade headquarters, where they can easily restock their resources by buying and selling. It makes sense that even the famous Dark Luna Guild couldn't get in here. Lim Long carefully emerges from the ground, saying, I should get back soon. Suddenly, someone attacks him head-on, giving him zero openings, and it starts to piss him off. What kind of psycho? Turns out, it's Yan. And yeah, he admits he's a little crazy himself. Kasa's there too. Yan arrogantly asks Lim Long, so what kind of trash does that make you? Lim Long just glares, refusing to get into a war of words. Seeing this, Yan just assumes he's scared speechless. What? Using your right to remain silent. You figure something out? Hey Kasa, why are we facing this creep right after that trial? Is this a sign from the gods to test out my new weapon? The second Yan asks, he slams his weapon into the ground, trying to create a massive shockwave. But it's useless. It does nothing to stop his opponent from using the Spirit King's shadow image. And in that moment, Ellipse attacks with blinding speed. Yan is completely powerless, bracing for impact with his eyes shut tight. A single tear even starts to form. The attack gets closer and closer. You'd think the fist would go right through his face. But no. He slows down at the last second and just lightly taps Yan's forehead with one finger. That gentle touch alone was enough to make him collapse in fear. And just like that, the trial was over. My summoner friend, you did well. Even though he didn't win the fight, Yan had earned the recognition of a Spirit King from the Zamu warrior tribe. Congratulations, Yan, you have brilliantly completed the trial and achieved victory. A victory, as it turns out, granted solely by Ellipse himself. Yan stares at the results, having no clue what just happened. Seeing his confusion, the old man lets out a booming laugh. Congrats, kid. You passed the trial with flying colors. Yan was still confused. But, didn't I lose? Ellipse just corrects him. Did I not tell you? All you had to do was prove your strength to me. From the start, it was never a battle you could actually win. To be honest, you were pretty dangerous. Your fighting skills are top-notch. Turns out the old man still got a taste for risk, Yan thought to himself. He's probably right, but for some reason, this still bothers me. Maybe it's because he didn't get a clean, straight-up win, even though I lost. I must have fought well, right? What matters is I completed the mission. To mark the end of this intense battle, since you've earned the rank of Spirit King, you deserve a reward. A gift for the warrior who survived my trial. 2 items appeared, glowing with brilliant light. You have obtained the Spirit King's judgment weapons and the will of the Zamu warrior tribe's skillbook. He vaguely recognized it weren't those ridiculous skills from before. Item information. Will of the Zamu warrior tribe. It was a legendary rank active skill, usable at level 38 and up, with a 30-minute cooldown. Its abilities, all combat stats are boosted by a whopping 40% for 20 minutes. and all non-combat stats are converted to boost a combat stat of your choice. On top of that, while the skill is active, mastery for all handheld weapons increases by 15 levels. Basically, it lets the user fight at their absolute maximum potential. But there's a catch. No other skills can be used while Will of the Zamu Warrior is active. After reading the details, Yan was completely floored. What the hell? Looking closer, he could see all the massive risk factors. I mean, it would be cheating if a skill this broken didn't have some serious drawbacks. And now, for the one I've been waiting for. Please be that bow I used before. He squeezed his eyes shut and then ripped them open. It was the Spirit King's Judgment Spear. Leadership up by 200, stamina up by 150. All summoned beasts get a 15% stamina boost and a 35% attack boost. A legendary tier-long spear. Option. All combat stats increase by 150. And the abilities? God's Response. When landing a critical hit, there's a 20% chance to activate an ability from one of the summoner's familiars, and Lightning of Judgment, a 10% chance to summon a lightning bolt on attack. The lightning's power scales with soul mana, and any enemy within a 5-meter radius gets hit with an extra 50% splash damage. This item is now soulbound to Yan. This weapon once belonged to the chosen one of the Spirit King, the ancient guardian of the Salamu tribe. Of all the Spirit King's weapons, this one was the rarest and the most powerful. Ellipse seemed to be enjoying this, laughing with a thrilled tone. Fascinating, isn't it, summoner? No, my Zamu warrior. Yan shot back, completely unamused. What's so funny? Kasa even had to ask if the old man was okay, seeing his over-the-top reaction. But he insisted he was perfectly fine. That weapon, the judgment of the Spirit King, it's the spear I once used. I was the greatest warrior among the Zamu. And here Yan thought he was a swordsman this whole time. Turns out, Ellipse was just too embarrassed to say anything. If he had been holding that spear, you would have been dead in 5 seconds. Hearing the truth just made it all the more interesting for Yan. So that's why he fought bare-handed at the end. He was completely unfamiliar with a sword. Anyway, thank you so much. I'll put it to good use. But the moment Yan started to relax, Ellipse got serious. It's too soon to thank me. There's a condition you must meet to truly wield that weapon. Judgment is an evolving weapon. Zamu Tribe's Trial, a continuous hidden quest. You have been recognized as a Pharaoh, rank warrior by Ellipse, guardian of the Zamu tribe. Now you must complete this quest to become the strongest Zamu warrior. If you awaken the Wyvern of the Zamu, it will guide you. The quest difficulty, SSS rank. Conditions, be a Zamu warrior of S rank recognized by Ellipse and a level 200 summoner. No time limit. The reward, evolution of the magic seal, evolution of the Spirit King's judgment, and summon Spirit King. A system window popped up, asking if he would accept the quest. Yan figured it was an evolution system tied to completing quests, but a level 200 limit with SSS difficulty. Should he really do this? Yan had to think this through very, very carefully. Ellipse spoke. I guess the will of the Salamis warrior lives on. His body started to look strange, but he said, don't worry about me. I'm simply returning to where my family waits. It's almost time. Soon his body began to dissolve into dust. Before he vanished completely, he had one last request. He specifically told Kasa, take good care of the last Zamu warrior. Kasa was stunned, wondering why she had to listen to him, but agreed nonetheless. But things were getting desperate, so he agreed to the request. Well then, goodbye. Yan, this is our final wish. Yan just watched him leave, and just like that, he was gone. We should probably head back too. Meanwhile, back with Lim Long, Yan was acting like a total psycho, his face twisting as he spoke. If you don't answer me right now, you're looking at a death sentence. Lim Long, completely unfazed, just picked up the paper and tore it to shreds. Kasa saw Yan's condition and felt a sharp pang of guilt. My apologies, he thought. This guy really has lost his mind. He tells the kid if he's going to use it like that, he should just give it back. But while he was lost in thought, Lim Long vanished into thin air, just like Elise. But, did you hear what he said? Kasa realized. That bastard. He mentioned Oa Lan. The Oa Lan Guild ranked 4th in all of Kai Lan. The Archers Guild of the Lucid Kingdom. Oa Lan specializes in espionage and intelligence. A guild like that, brazenly invading their own turf? This was a seriously bad sign. I have to warn you, Hyun. We need to reinforce the guild's defenses. Back in the room, Samu was pacing nervously when just then, Lim Long returned. You're back. What's the intel on Lotus? Lim Long confirmed he got the secret report, but there was a catch. I was spotted by the summoner, Yan. Hearing that name made Samu's blood run cold, a core member of the Lotus Guild. So, did you defeat him? Not a chance, Lim Long said. There was some kind of freak with the summoner. I figured my best bet was to run, so I came here. And Samu knew that was absolutely the right call, because in 4 days, the Lotus headquarters was destined to become a raging sea of fire. Meanwhile, Balam knew Huni was determined to leave, but he had to ask what the plan was now. Huni just leaned back, hands behind his head. No clue. I can't go to another continent because my contract with Casa is still in effect. So, I'm stuck here on the central continent. But there wasn't a whole lot he could solve on his own. Suddenly, he spotted a fight breaking out in the distance and nudged Balam to check it out. Hiding behind a cliff, they watched and listened. One guy was yelling orders, "Go, attack the tail." But after a brief skirmish, he was the one getting totally wrecked. His partner? Just standing there, completely frozen. What do I do? Huni peeked out to get a better look. He can't control it. Yan is strong, for sure. But it looks like he only just hit level 100. So what's he doing on the central continent? The monsters here are all level 120 or higher. At that moment, Balam noticed something strange about his belt. It was glowing with a faint purple light. That wasn't just any item, that was the contract of the Dark Lord. The exact artifact they needed to gain the power of the immortal god. Huni knew what he had to do, save the kid and figure out how he got that thing. Balam agreed to help. With the situation looking grim, the kid yelled for his companion, Yang Yang, to run. But it was paralyzed with fear, just standing there covering its head not done. On how. Yang Yang opened its eyes, realizing it was safe. Seeing this, the kid was so moved he burst into tears. "Thank you for saving us, you two are amazing. I've never seen such a powerful dark mage." That little bit of praise was all Huni needed, and his ego swelled. "Before my darkness, these scorpions are mere insects. Sing my praises," he laughed, before his face turned serious. "Who are you, and why is a total newbie like you hunting out here?" The kid introduced himself as Canuel, a summoner, and this was his companion, Yang Yang. Huni introduced himself next, declaring his destiny to become the Dark Lord. "And this is my Dark Tin Can, Balam." Huni didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Where did you get that belt?" Canuel said he got it after defeating a skeleton soldier in the Absolute Slaughter dungeon, somewhere here on the central continent. "If you want, I'll buy you an identical one at the auction." The Absolute Slaughter dungeon, a place Huni had cleared 20 times, and the belt just dropped from some random mob. The way Canuel said it felt like a total mockery. Huni had to explain that it was a bound item, a soul-bound item. You can't just find something like that at an auction, and because it's bound, it won't drop even if he's defeated in a fight. Turns out, Canuel was surprisingly knowledgeable about this stuff. There's an item in the cash shop that lets you trade bound items. If you agree, I'll give you this old belt. Huni was stunned, thinking that item cost 300,000 world, but then he realized it's not actually worth that much. "All right, I'll gift it to you right now." This kid might look clueless, but he was loaded with all the best gear. Canuel figured he might as well buy a different belt anyway. "I just sent it to you. Check your inventory." Summoner Canuel. Turns out he's the second son of Korea's #1 conglomerate, SH Electronics. When Huni received the precious item he'd been dreaming of, he completely lost control of his emotions. He rushed forward, grabbing Canuel in a huge hug and sobbing uncontrollably. "If you ever need to clear a dungeon, just call me. I'll carry you." Meanwhile, back at the university, Mina was walking at a normal pace while Unan struggled to keep up, completely out of breath. She explained that the professor had asked for a favor. "Professor Lee Jin-guk's class today has been cancelled. He asked me to pass the message along." Mina couldn't figure out why it was cancelled so suddenly, but then it hit her. Today was the big day. Everyone had been preparing. The top guild, Dark Luna, and Titan were both here. That cross-eyed jerk and his desert warriors under Poland's command suddenly felt a chill down their spines. But the members of the Lotus Guild looked more formidable than ever. Their flag even had Yan's face plastered on it. The ace summoner Lowen and the Valley Guild, led by Roy Chen. Yan carefully sized up every single person there. Even though they weren't a top 3 or top 4 guild, they were the only ones who had come to help. He approached Roy Chen, his mood bright. "Thanks for coming to help, even though you had to break your own alliance." Roy Chen was surprisingly humble and kind, even feeling like he was the one who should be apologizing. "It's nothing. I'm sorry for being late. If you need anything, just say the word." The time had come. The battle was about to begin. Sak Jian rode her horse up to Rihan and asked in a low voice, "Do you think the Lotus base has gotten stronger since your last siege attempt?" Rihan suspected she was testing him, even though she already had a spy inside. So, he gave a short, simple answer. "No." Sak Jian put on an innocent act. "Well then, our victory is assured. You haven't forgotten our promise, have you?" Rihan answered, clearly annoyed and looking away. Yeah, you'll get your trading post. I just want the head of that damn summoner. Let's get ready." Yan summoned his entire team in one go. Lee, Bo, Baji, and even Pim. The 5-second countdown began. Everyone braced themselves. Rihan was casting a mage's blessing. The Valiant Guild readied its defenses. All legions prepare to fight. 5 seconds passed. Attack. It was total chaos. Rihan and Sak Jian were both dead set on taking Yan's life. Phantom Ghost Step. Yu Hyun and Roy Chen tried to provide support, but it was a brutal, difficult fight. Just then, Lai leaped high into the air, bringing down an attack from above. Rian spotted it, raising his sword to block, but Lai was already way too close. Meanwhile, Yan watched from above, riding on the back of Finn. Lai was doing great, but against a monster like Rahan, she wouldn't last long. Time to go meet that seductive snake. Just as she moved to attack, Yan appeared, blocking her path. She flashed a wicked smile. "We've met before, haven't we?" "Summoner Yan?" He replied like they were old friends. "Yeah, long time no see." Thinking back, that whole thing was a disaster, he said. "When I was on Bow Island, I had no clue who you were. Thanks to you, I nearly failed my mission. And you really did a number on the fortress. Do you have any idea how much all that cost to repair?" He then yelled out an order. Finn attacked the soldiers swarming the castle gate. With Finn off to fight, Yan prepared his own summons. He confidently declared, "You are not getting past me." Meanwhile, Casa had her own mission to handle, as a scout below reported back. "All preparations are complete. Open the gate now." The massive gate creaked open, revealing countless people lined up outside. A man with his face wrapped in bandages grinned. He'd been waiting for this a long time. "Finally, you're finally here, you damn bastard." He charged forward without a care in the world, screaming, "Die." Yeah, anyone could see this was a trap. These guys just won't listen. Why? Because they're just NPCs. The bandaged dude is giving it his all, but a giant white serpent has him completely locked down. A peerless spear technique. Useless now. Any attempt to struggle is completely pointless. Right now, every fighter has found their dance partner. Yan and Hallie are squaring off against Saigen, while Lai takes on Rahan. After a moment, the bandaged guy is totally exhausted. Is this the end for him? That's when Casa draws his sword, offering a little taunt. "Come on then, step up, you hounds of K Monday." Meanwhile, reporters Hen and Lucia are watching from a control room when Hen suddenly shoots to his feet in a panic. "What? What is the meaning of this?" "Lotus, there's a serious problem here," he shouts. "Do not open the gate, and don't let the soldiers out." Inside the walls, the defenders have already started raining arrows down on the invaders. Some are even using ladders, trying to scale the fortress walls. "Lotus, reinforce the defenses now." Miles away, Mina and her friend are just chilling at home, watching the whole match with snacks. "Wait, did an NPC just pull a fast one on them?" Mina asks. She remembers seeing them before. Back in class, she'd seen Yan knocked out asleep at his desk, mumbling something about Haran not being there. She trails off mid-story, getting super embarrassed and just screaming, "You don't know anything," even though his drawing sucked. Seeing Mina getting way too hyped up, Yundi tries to get her to calm down, but she just fires back. "How am I supposed to be calm?" This is all part of Yan's grand strategy. Casa charges straight into the enemy lines on his warhorse. "Die, you scumbags." It's absolute chaos, like a scene from an ancient epic. His speed alone sends bodies flying, piling up on top of each other. The air is filled with screams. This one amazing NPC is putting on an incredible show, fighting like it's his very last battle on Earth. Lucia, who is that NPC? If the info I just pulled is accurate, that's the invincible swordsman, Casa. A once-in-a-century talent. His rank is legendary. The word legendary hangs in the air, stunning everyone. A legendary-grade NPC is working for Lotus? No wonder he was able to kill that bronze giant with a single slash. "Lucia," Hen says, "do you think Lotus could actually win this siege?" Before she can even answer, something else insane happens on screen. They've just been wiped out. "Lucia, what just happened?" The focus may have been on Casa, but the other players and NPCs near the gate were no slouches either. Everyone was pulling their weight. You can see it on the instant replay. Florin used her ice magic to freeze the enemy solid. Then Poland's lightning and Lauren's retainers moved in for the kill. And all the while, their reliable tanks held the front line, shielding them from harm. But the main reason for their success? Buffs. Distributed through the food made by their new chef, Heron. Hen had never even heard of getting buffs from food before. This team is full of surprises. Every single one of them played their part perfectly. Hen knew this, but he also realized it was Yan who'd orchestrated the whole thing. He used Casa as a spearhead to wipe out the main army, then fall back to restore HP and mana, a classic hit-and-run strategy. Yundi figures they're just that confident because they're all masters. At that moment, Mina's expression is strange. Her eyes are glazed over, her cheeks are bright red, and she's practically drooling. If I were a summoner, she thinks, a one-on-one fight would be so hard. I'd probably die fighting all by myself. Back to the action. Time to get back in it, Hallie Pie. As an attack flies toward Yan, someone screams his name, and he manages to dodge just in time. But somehow, Yan still takes a critical hit, a massive 74,275 points of damage from something called Void Illusion. He doesn't get it. He dodged. So how did it still connect? And that skill name. Void Illusion? I only attacked her once, he thinks, but I heard two distinct sounds. A spear and a sword, I think. I get the theory behind it now. He remembers thinking there was something off about her last time, but it's still a puzzle. For her part, Saigon seems satisfied, having taken a piece of Yan's power. You figured it out, did you? She says, actually looking impressed. That's right, my class is Illusion Warrior. I can create a copy of myself to attack with me. A decisive strike with two swords at once, plus a relentless assault from a clone. The whole setup reminds Yan of a certain anime. It's a bit of a surprise, sure, but he's no ordinary summoner either. All right, he decides, let's end this duel. Saigon is hungry for the win. Here I come, Summoner Yan. Yan is getting seriously annoyed. He can block every attack, but he can't find a single opening to counter. Time for a skill. Eliminate her clone. Now, he screams Holly's name and his ally's agility skyrockets by 30%. The new speed is dizzying, making Saigon's head spin. But you've left yourself wide open. Her clone lunges, striking Pi, but it's weird. It only does 1 point of damage. What? In that split second of confusion, she lets her guard down, completely unprepared for what's next. Yan dashes in for a finishing blow. But it's just another clone. Suddenly, he's surrounded by 3 Saigans. Well, she smirks, I guess we both had a trump card up our sleeves. Yan is pouring sweat. His heart's pounding. This feels like straight-up cheating, but Saigon isn't ready for the fight to end. She's having way too much fun. She even offers him a tip. If you still want to fight, you'd better summon the rest of your little pets. Yan grits his teeth, totally exhausted and stressed. 1 clone was bad enough, but now there are 4 of her? I'm screwed, he thinks. It's over, she declares. Illusion Summoner, continuous attack. Meanwhile, Poland's side of the battlefield is doing just fine. Circassa is a little terrifying, isn't he? Ever since what he endured in the Kimon Empire, he's been filled with nothing but pure hatred. Yan, on the other hand, is taking damage non-stop, but for some reason, mysterious purple lights suddenly appear, breaking Saigon's focus. This is his chance. The Void Illusion takes a massive hit, 137,172 damage from Yan, and that successful attack triggers an effect, the Judgment of the Spirit King. A brilliant light is summoned. Saigon looks like her entire system just crashed. The Void Illusion takes 999,999 damage from the Judgment of the Spirit King and is completely annihilated. Saigon herself gets blasted for 561,631 damage from the same attack. The Kua's egg is now at 6%, so that's the real effect of the Judgment. He got lucky. She completely mistook the energy he was using to incubate the egg for an attack skill. In fact, he thinks, the fact that we were able to summon this energy at all means everything is going exactly according to plan. Finn and Pooji did their jobs perfectly. Perfect timing, Fee. Just as his ride arrives, Yan leaps onto its back to escape the clones. Hallie follows, jumping up and slashing at the illusions. The Void Illusion takes damage from Hallie and is completely destroyed. Saigon is speechless with rage. She can't believe the entire fight was turned around with just a single strike. What the hell is that weapon? She screams. Yan is fired up. It's his turn to be cocky now. All right, let's run that back one more time. Looks like Sijin is finally using her sword aura. Is this it? Her ultimate weapon? But wait, this isn't just some normal aura. It's radiating everywhere. If Sijin wants to turn the tables, she has to use this skill. Hallie, caught completely off guard, takes the full force of the blow and vanishes, defeated in just one hit. This Desert Warrior's will skill. It's exactly like the one that Ice Bastard used. So, did this guy also clear some kind of special trial? And get this, she even knew to dismiss her clones to avoid splash damage. Her combat sense is on a whole other level. Sijin's voice was weak. Why don't we just end this? Yan quickly ordered a full-on assault, and she took the damage. But because Sijin was hit unexpectedly, her Desert Warrior's will activated, forming a defensive barrier of swords. And thanks to this barrier, Sijin's attack power just shot up by 15%. A moment later, Fi was attacked. The counter was so powerful that one hit was enough to completely desummon it. Yan was riding on Fi's back at the time, so when this happened, he was sent into a freefall. This is the end. Her finishing move. But just as she strikes, Yan thrusts a hand out, grabbing her face. His other hand swings a punch, but it's useless. No matter what he does, she can always counter with something stronger. Yan takes 10 critical damage from Sijin. 10 critical damage? After a hit like that, that's nothing. No matter how many times he attacks, he's barely chipping away at her health. Meanwhile, from overuse, her sword barrier is starting to crack. If this keeps up, she'll be the one in trouble. She thinks, I need to try something else. She uses her chain/skill. One hit sends Yan plummeting into the abyss. The two reporters watching are on the edge of their seats, absolutely panicked. It's been 2 hours since Dark Luna and Titan's invasion began, and what we're seeing now on screen is the first wall of the Lotus Guild completely shattered, along with its defense towers. And there's Segan, making her way inside after successfully defeating the summoner, Yan. But wait, Yan's arm is still reaching up. He's trying to climb back. It took some effort, but he's safe. For now, the Desert Warrior's will skill deactivated, having timed out. He thinks, damn, I lost her. We were lucky to survive. Had to dump all my extra stats into defense thanks to that skill. He smirks. That look on her face when she realized she was dealing scratch damage? Priceless. I should have taken a picture. Oh well. Even if the first wall is destroyed, it was all part of the plan. Time to go help Lai. He walks over and pulls his weapon from the rubble. All right, let's go. Sejin, meanwhile, is still wary of Yan. Who the hell is that guy? She wonders. He's way too tough. He's supposed to be a summoner with paper-thin defenses. Whatever, the biggest threat is gone. Now I just need to find a way inside. Victory belongs to Khan. Noel, watching the fight from a cave, thinks, that was way more intense than I expected. But is it really okay for you to stay here? I thought you had someone you needed to defeat over there. After the fight, Yan finds Harren to heal his exhausted celestial guardians. While she works, he asks, I think we need to go help Lai. You with me? Harren is a kind soul. Of course she wouldn't refuse. Yan summons Reek to carry them. Hold on tight. And then they arrive at a battlefield of pure death. He sees Lai, and his face goes pale. What the hell? What happened here? We flash back to when Lai was fighting Rahan, who was closing in. Rayhan lands a heavy blow, knocking the wolf back. Stupid mutt, you must have a death wish. I guess that last beating wasn't enough for you, huh? But Lai is still full of fight. Rayhan is stunned when the wolf actually talks back. This wolf, it can talk? You realize it too, don't you? Your precious summoner and healer aren't here to protect you now. But Lai just answers like a total hero, since no one's here. I can finally go all out. Lai is an ultimate Fenrir, the king of all wolves. But even after evolving, he never had a chance to show his true power, because he personally witnessed both Charlotte and OVL fall under Lunasi's control with his own eyes. Lai knew Lunasi would target Yan and his allies, so he always held back his power, a power he can only unleash when he's completely alone. Lai finally unleashes the power of the ultimate Fenrir. This is his true strength, finally revealed, but Gon just scoffs at it like it's a joke. Lai strikes, and Gon freezes, his eyes wide with shock. But the battle's just getting started. No matter how strong you are, you can always make a mistake. Lai takes a direct hit and gets sent flying. Seeing the situation turn bad, Yu Hun and Roy Chen jump into the fight. Not knowing if they'll survive, they give Lai one last order. Protect Yan for us. They both take massive damage from Rahan. Lai activates Shadow Invasion. Now, all of Lai's attacks will deal critical damage. Lai's movement speed increases by 50%, and his evasion rate skyrockets. Rayhan switches to his Torment Mask, and after a long fight, the blessing effect from his mage is neutralized, and the mask's effect is nullified too. Still, he's genuinely impressed by Lai's power. You did well, for a mere familiar, but your master and Lotus are finished. Hearing this, tears stream down Lai's face. I'm sorry, master. He collapses, consumed by pain. Lai has fallen, taking critical damage from Rahan. With the familiar dead, the Shadow Invasion skill deactivates. The darkness in the sky slowly fades, leaving only Roy Chen. Yan desperately tells Harren to heal him. After a moment, Roy Chen opens his eyes. Yan is right there. Are you okay? I'm fine, Roy Chen says, but you shouldn't be here. Yan, Rahan already went inside. At that exact moment, Ga Quan sends an urgent message. Get here now. The second defense gate has been breached. She says, I don't know how they found the mechanism in the basement. Before heading over, Yan asks Ga Quan and Casa to hold them off. But the NPC is bugged out, not moving at all. Ga Quan writes, looks like the fight started, I have to go. One thing after another. Yan, clearly frustrated, explains the situation to Roy Chen, but neither of them can figure out what's going on. Roy Chen has a theory, Samu and Martin. They've finally made their move. Lendor and Owen joined Titan's forces. That assassin who returned to Owen must have shown them how to open the gate. Looks like the situation is getting worse by the second. And to top it all off, the only familiars Yan has with him right now are Reek, Baji, and Puji. What in the world is Casa doing right now? Harren asks Yan what's going on over there. But Yan just freezes. The sheer amount of death and devastation is just too much. Logen is crying his eyes out over his fallen pet. Casa can't even move. One by one, their comrades are being struck down. Sir Poland collapses, falling into Syria's lap. But wait, why does this feeling seem so familiar? Sakren appears, shattering Syria's ice in an instant. For Casa, it's like a ghost from the past. That feeling, it's back. The same feeling he had when he first met the Master. After countless battles, Jane and Rahan finally face each other once again. I opened the gate, just as I promised. And Rahan, he's wiped out nearly every monster. Only that one over there is left, he says, pointing directly at Casa. But Casa doesn't react at all. He's just frozen, like a broken machine. Well then, I guess we just need to cut his head off. Her thinking is so simple, and Rahan agrees it's the fastest way. But just as they prepare to unleash a coordinated strike, something feels off. What is that? The highest floor of the dimensional magic tower. Jipo smiles. Finally, he's awakening. She is the master of the dimensional magic tower, and the dragon tamer, Oi, is on the northern continent. He knew this moment was coming, an awakening that, it seems, everyone was waiting for. My old friend, one of the 5 dragon gods. The battle dragon, Kaz. The second it wakes up, it lets out a deafening roar that shakes the entire world. The piercing sound makes the 2 attackers turn pale, and suddenly, Cass's body begins to glow with a brilliant purple light. He wonders, could the energy for Kaz's awakening have come from the Kimun monsters that lie defeated? The energy needed for the hatching, it's been fulfilled. One of the 5 legendary dragon gods is breaking free from its shell, and with their leader missing, all summon contracts are immediately cancelled. The guardian spirits around him vanish in an instant. He's being flooded with an insane new wave of power. So this is the battle dragon, Kaz. It growls, staring at Yan with razor-sharp eyes. Are you the one who awakened me? I can sense a soul out there. Just like mine. I'll go there first. Follow me. Sakren just stares in disbelief at the colossal beast in the sky. What the hell is this thing? That's not a snake. It's a real, actual dragon. And in a moment like this, she can hear Rahan laughing. You think this situation is funny? He explains that the dragon might be impressive, but it's only level 1. I don't know how that damn summoner managed to tame a dragon, but we still have a chance. Things just got a lot more complicated. Yan doesn't hesitate. He tells Heron to follow the dragon. Sakren is trembling. How could this possibly happen? Should we assemble an aerial team to attack it all at once? The beast looks at Casa and asks politely, may I borrow your power? And at that moment, he realizes this feeling was coming from the dragon. All right, I'll lend you a different power of mine. He raises his hand, transferring his energy, and then collapses from complete exhaustion. Yan sees it happen and panics, but Sakren is thrilled by the sight. Look, that stupid dragon is attacking its own ally. Rahan immediately snaps back. Hey, are your eyes just for decoration? The dragon's level just jumped from 1 to 302. A completely insane power leap. Sakren's smile vanishes. All she can do now is stare, mouth wide open. So the dragon wasn't attacking him, it was absorbing him. At this point, things went from complicated to absolutely critical. Prepare for battle. It's about to use a skill. Everyone tries to get clear, but it's too late. The deathly black hole engulfs them all. Just as Sakren is about to charge in recklessly, she feels something strange. What's happening? Why is something holding me in place? Damn it. She creates a clone of herself to try and escape the black hole's pull. Knowing she can't stand on the ground, she leaps onto her own sword. Canelo is just watching, but his reaction is intense. Ah, they're trying to run. Suddenly, skeletal remains rise from the ground, forming a prison of bone to trap them inside. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Ian and Heron witness the whole thing. Is this really happening? Absolutely incredible. The Titan and Dark Luna guilds, completely annihilated in a single instant. The battle's over, Huni turns to leave. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Casa is too drained to even stand up. That was way too close. An attack from an ally completely obliterated Luce's base from just 5 centimeters away. But the defense was a success, and Casa's power has returned. In the end, though, that last moment was all thanks to his skill. He's gotten so much stronger. I hope we meet again soon. Yan sees Casa muttering to himself and curiously runs over. What was a success? That idiot dragon blew away our entire base. Though I'll admit, it was pretty impressive. Thanks to that, we were able to fend off the number 2 ranked guild from Ken. Now they won't be able to challenge us again, and we even managed to grab some loot from those bastards. We can repair the base and level up at the same time. He stops mid-sentence, suddenly remembering. Oh right, Sir Casa, what's your relationship with that dragon? At the dawn of Ken's age, 17 gods existed, each with different powers. Among them, 5 descended to the human world. Their mission was to stop the invasion from the demon realm. However, the gods couldn't directly interfere with human affairs, so the god of war, Chia gifted his power to the battle dragon Kaz and humanity's hero, Lucibo. After that, Kaz fought a legendary battle against the demon dragon Khalifa, with the dragon master of the northern continent, and everything ended. The war god, Chia feared Kasa would be in danger too, so he sealed her memories away. And that's how Kasa's long journey wandering the human world came to a close. But over time, the seal grew weaker, and her memories returned completely the moment her dragon hatched. Their connection was forged through the power of the god of war, Chia. Yan rests his chin on his hand, wondering, so, that was all part of the setup? But this story has nothing to do with me. The main thing is, I need to help him get his original power back, and I need him to unlock his hidden potential at level 100. House is now wearing a construction outfit, and everyone around is praising his handiwork. Thanks to him, the rebuilding is going smoothly. But because he borrowed Cass's power and leveled up on his own, he's probably only missing about 2% of his full strength. Not a huge difference. And if I summon him, I can't summon my other subordinates due to a lack of leadership points. So, I'm definitely going to need some help. Seeing Kaz working so hard, Yan finally speaks up. That's enough. Let's go ask Kasa for help. Meanwhile, back at the Titan base, Rayhan furiously attacks his own men, leaving Sukren completely baffled. Rahan, what are you doing now? Our ambush failed. Completely. Even after we took so many of Khan's kingdoms. Well, I'm almost afraid to ask. You got another idea, right? This just fueled her anger. Was she really so weak she'd give up now? We're forming a new strategy to attack them. Get inside for the meeting. Saxon didn't go in, afraid of starting a fight, asking Ian to take his place. You go for me. Just report back later. Snapping back to reality, Ian thought to himself, at least with Kaisa's help, Cass would hit level 100 soon. The central continent was the best place for leveling up anyway. Just then, his phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket and answered. Hello? Turns out it was the broadcaster, Sojin. I'm calling to discuss the profits from the second siege defense video. And just like that, Ian was interested. Oh, right. You said the video would go live tonight or tomorrow. Yeah. So what kind of profit are we looking at? Well, I'll know the exact details once it's released. But the full video should pull in around 8 million, and the highlight clips about 12 million. And that's just your cut. Hearing those numbers, Ian was floored. How is it that much? In the end, he was now one of the top players in Khan. Thanks to you, I can hire a whole editing team with my share. I'll call you again when the video's live. Ian started daydreaming about what he'd do with all that cash. Should I transfer it to my parents' bank account? Nah, bad idea. They'd probably think I stole it or something. I guess I'll just use it to grab a bite with Haru. I haven't checked the community forums yet, might as well see what they're saying since we won the siege. The top searches were all about him, the god Ian. Ian's strategy, who are Ian's trusted allies? And the comments were overwhelmingly positive. Ian's subordinates are beasts. Lotus is the true light of Lusil. Lotus is so OP. Hey, you guys got any open spots in the guild? Rohan and Saxon are just fake rankers. No way, you'd die if you even touched a single hair on Rohan's head. Another user replied, you'd be killed by the vice commanders first. Nope, the desert warriors would get you before that. Bunch of newbies. This feeling. It made Ian incredibly proud and happy. Yeah, this is great. On the other hand, they were trashing Lusil's strongest players for hiding. They're disgusting. Just log off and delete your characters. Why can't you try being a little braver? There were even rumors they'd made some dirty deals with the Titan Guild. What a betrayal. It really made no sense that the 41st ranked Lotus Guild could defeat the enemy on their own, while the top-ranked guilds in Lusil just kept their heads down. Worse, they put everyone in danger by allying with Titan. Lendor and Own decided to team up with Titan. Thinking back, if we didn't have Cass, we probably would have lost. This is really starting to tick me off. How dare they mess with us? An eye for an eye. I'll get my revenge in the most brutal way possible. Ian leaned back in his chair, mind racing. He knew he'd sworn revenge on Own and Lendor. But how? Besides what Roy Chen told me, I have zero proof. If only I could find something. He decided to search online for any useful info, but no luck, they left no traces. Then, suddenly, not long after, he found exactly what he needed. Meanwhile, over in the Lusil camp, Rohan was in a tent with Saxon, discussing the situation. Apparently, the entire Khan community was buzzing about the Empire. Owen and Lender are making a deal with Titan, not the Kaman Empire. So Rohan, you don't need to panic. After saying that, Saxon's face twisted with rage. He imagined pointing his sword right at Rohan's throat. Shut up. You agreed to this too, didn't you? But that was just a fantasy Saxon cooked up. What a pain. If that really happened, I'd be dead for sure. Back in reality, Rohan asked, so what's this deal with Titan? Saxon gave a forced smile. Our strategy is to use this to our advantage. On the forums, a post appeared about Lotus desperately trying to find spies from Owen. Use it to our advantage. When Lotus goes to war with Owen and Lendor, we'll ambush them and take out all 3 guilds at once. Rohan frowned. He had to admit it was definitely a plan. If we're lucky, we could beat them without lifting a finger. However, we have to plan this perfectly. We need to push Lotus to fight Lendor as much as possible, because they'll just end up watching each other and getting stuck. Then we can capture all the surrounding territories, leaving Lotus isolated. They'll be cut off from the battle, completely wiped out with no escape. Hearing this master plan, Rohan's eyes lit up. Now that's a fascinating idea. I like it. All right, let's do it. A few days later, at the Lotus headquarters, they were also deep in discussion for the next war. So, there's a post in the community saying Owen and Lendor are going to attack us. Those bastards. Stabbing us in the back wasn't enough for them. Maybe it's a plot by Khan to split Lucel's forces or something. Ian considered both possibilities. I think it's both. Owen and Lendor have been pushed to the edge. Who knows what they'll do when they have nothing left to lose. And like Phelan said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for Khan. All the territories around them have been captured. That's the clearest proof. They're using the situation. Yuhyun panicked, so what do we do? Ian, with a confident look, said, don't worry. I've already got a pretty amazing plan. He handed a thick book to Yuhyun. On the other side of things, Haran and Solon stormed up to a door, kicked it open, and barged inside. Haran got right in Saxon's face, his eyes cold. What the hell is going on? You punk! It's been days since that post went up, but that damn Lotus Guild hasn't made a single move. Saxon was so scared he was trembling, unable to speak. Another guild member spoke up, telling them to calm down. We're also planning for that. Khan has already taken over 80% of the central continent. Lotus has no choice but to act. Solon, furious, pressed a dagger to the man's neck. Shut your mouth. He didn't give you permission to speak. You trying to cause more trouble? Seeing things escalate, Saxon forced himself to speak. Everyone calm down. Let's not make a scene. This is one of the scenarios we already predicted. If they don't make a move, we'll just have to invade them ourselves. We have more territories. All we need to do is build up our forces and invade at the right time. Time is on our side. That seemed to be what Haran wanted to hear. He let go. You better be able to take responsibility for those words. Solon also retracted his dagger. After that, they turned and left immediately. Zen and his crew let out a sigh of relief. Seriously, that was way too intense. But what the hell are those bastards doing? Why aren't they making a move? Just then, Yan summons Kuss and pulls up his information window. He's a legendary tier dragon with the destruction attribute, and he can evolve. First up, the passive skill, God of War. It buffs the attack power of allies within a 150-meter radius, with the boost scaling based on the number of enemies. He also has Dragon Skin, a passive that cuts magic damage by 40% and physical damage by 10%. If he doesn't take damage for 10 seconds, he starts regenerating 2% of his health every 2 seconds. Dragon's Fear induces a fear status on enemies within 50 meters. The bigger the level gap, the higher the chance it'll activate, and once they're scared, enemies can't even attack Kuss. And then there's War Dragon's Breath, which deals continuous damage equal to 40% of his attack power for the next 10 seconds. The effect is halved on the user, though. And finally, Polymorph. Kuss can transform into a human, but when he does, all his combat stats drop by 30% and he can't use active skills. This War Dragon is one of the 7 legendary Holy Dragons, with powers handed down by God himself, but his strength hasn't fully recovered yet, making him incomplete. Reading through all these insane skills, Yan is absolutely thrilled. Who knew this dragon had tricks like these? Kuss, use Polymorph. The dragon immediately transforms into a human. Except he looks ridiculously ugly and painfully uncool. Yan just freezes. What in the world is this? Kuss says it's been a while since he's used this form, and Yan just calls him a friendly neighborhood uncle. After polymorphing, all of Kuss's stats are down 30%, and his active skills are locked. Kuss slowly starts admiring every part of his new body. It's been so long since I've taken this form. This is Yan's first time seeing this, so he has no idea if this is the default look every time he transforms. Even the way he addresses him starts to change. Kuss explains this isn't his default form, but it's the one he feels most comfortable in. What? Are you disappointed I didn't turn into a woman for you? Yan pulls out a few pictures of Samu and Martin, asking if Kuss can change into one of them instead. For the dragon, something like this is pretty simple. Of course, no problem at all. 1 week later, Samu's fists are clenched in pure rage. Damn it, we've been played. I never should have listened to that bastard Martin, but realizing it now, it's a little too late. Thanks to him, everyone's now questioning them, asking why they didn't help Lotus And if they made a secret deal with Titan behind everyone's back, that damn assassin mercenary ran off in an instant, and we even dropped behind Valley in the guild rankings. What a damn mess. Looking down from above, Samu sees Martin being stopped at the gate. Even if you are the leader, we need to verify your identity. But Martin doesn't say a word, he just attacks them and takes off running. There's no escape. Samu has no idea what's happening, chasing after him like a fool. What is this? What's going on? He tries to catch up to Martin, and the mission is automatically assigned to him the moment Martin looks him in the eye. All members of OLAN, grab your weapons and approach the Lander Guild. The gates to Lander are opened. It's an ambush. Samu is the one who fires an arrow straight inside. Everyone rallies, using grappling hooks to scale the walls and get into the city. Only in this moment does Samu realize it's a trap. They're completely surrounded by magical chains. Oh God, my body. I can't move at all. Why would you do this to us? Samu yells at Martin. You attacked our guild members first, then you ran away. You coward. But Martin just plays innocent. What are you talking about? Why would we do that right now? This is no time to be second-guessing ourselves. 2 days ago, our guild members were assassinated with an arrow in the scorpion hunting grounds. That was the work of Olin, you cowardly bastards. Hearing this just pisses Samu off even more. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Why would our archers go all the way over there to hunt those tough scorpions? I think someone is trying to drive us apart. After a long moment, Samu can finally move again. But what Martin said, it isn't certain. It's just a guess. Samu, you're not as smart as I thought. Meanwhile, hiding in the bushes are Yan and a fake Samu, created by Cuss's polymorph. Yep, they figured it out way sooner than he did. You're planning another scene at Samu's base? How boring. Anyway, it looks like they still suspect each other. This should buy Yan enough time. Just then, Cuss finds something strange and tells Yan to check it out. Immortal Lord of Shadows, a hidden sequential quest. You have met all the conditions to awaken the power of the Immortal Lord, the one who founded an immortal underground empire thousands of years ago. You have successfully completed all quests from the Immortal Soul, and you now have the qualifications to become the next Lord of Shadows. Awaken the Immortal who slumbers on level 100 of the Underground Crypt and defeat him to become the new Lord. The difficulty? Triple S rank. It requires a player acknowledged by the Immortal Soul, has no time limit, and the reward is a class change to Shadowmancer. Depending on the class of the player who participates, the rewards might be different. Cuss figures that kid must have found a way to trigger this quest. That must be why the quest window is shared with me, because that kid is my subordinate. But he's a bit confused. Wait, even quests done by my subordinate get shared with me. A triple S difficulty is on par with the trials from Samu's clan. Yen shouts, wondering what this guy is up to. He could get a legendary class summoner item, there's no way he can just ignore this. Right then, Yan sends a message to Huni. Heard you just got a big quest. Don't play dumb. You already know Cuss is my master, right? Since you're Cuss's subordinate, this quest got shared with me too. Huni sighs, knowing he can't hide it anymore, and gets straight to the point. So, what do you want from me? Yan simply wants to join him on the quest. Huni immediately tries to talk him out of it. It's a Shadowmancer quest anyway, so you won't benefit much from it, right? Yan doesn't care about that. Don't worry, we'll discuss the details when we get there. Seeing Huni's expression darken, Kanul asks him what's wrong, but the kid doesn't want to say. It's nothing serious, it just looks like someone else will be joining our quest. We need to finish this mission quickly and deal with that person. Hearing the words that person, Kanul lights up like a Christmas tree. Could it be the summoner Yan? Huni spoke in a cold, strict tone. He might be there, you know. Kanel got more excited than ever. Awesome. I finally get to meet him in person. He started bouncing around like a little kid. Huni just stared, bewildered. Are you really that much of a fan? Kanel started gushing. You know it. Huni, he's the strongest summoner out there. If I meet him, I'm definitely going to ask him to teach me how to train dragons. While the Lotus Guild was busy talking strategy, Yan was nowhere to be found. Turns out, he said he had something important to do and had already left. Honestly, it wasn't that important. But Florence really wanted to ask him about the upcoming updates for Killen. Oh, and also about what was written in that book Yan showed us last time. Yu-Hyun put his pen down on the table with a thud. If you're asking about that, then we're talking about plans for the future. The plan for the Lotus Guild. Lotus was going to leave the central continent. Florence, who was completely out of the loop, stood there with her jaw on the floor. Wait, what about everything we've built up until now? Yu-Hyun explained, right now, over 85% of the central continent belongs to the Khan Empire. Our defensive cannons and our current strength just aren't enough to make a difference. While their attention is on this fortress, we'll return to our strongholds in the northern continent. From there, we'll conquer every territory surrounding the Loot Bellow Empire. Other guilds might fight back, but it'll be fine. We have the perfect justification. We're the only guild that stood up against the Empire in the Central Lands. Using the reputation we've built, Yan will be promoted from vice commander to commander, and then we will create the Kingdom of Lotus. Florence grabbed her head in frustration. This is too complicated. I can't process it all at once. They could take the Knights Guild or the Magic Tower, the Special Defense Towers, and other game content here in the Central Continent. A kingdom created from just their guild. Understanding the plan, they were all ready. The second we declare our nation, Khan, with his ambition to unite the continent, will definitely attack us. Do you know what our guild's rank is right now? Florence answered without thinking. We're ranked second. Not too high, not too low. Then she paused, her eyes widening in realization. Wait a minute, has our ranking been manipulated this whole time? Exactly. We need to hide our true strength while we keep getting stronger. When we're ready, we can take on Khan. Yan and Casa were traveling together across the snow and ice. The atmosphere was grim. Even the sand was a dull gray. Makes sense, since this was the land of the undead. Casa, do you know anything about the Immortals of the Black Sea? Casa mumbled. The Immortals, simply put, they were our allies. The Dark Lord can manipulate corpses and turn them into his servants. Their true nature is evil, but for 1,000 years, humans and the undead joined forces to fight the demons of the underworld. And since humans also needed to protect their own territory, they shared a common goal. The demons' purpose was to conquer this dimension, and during this alliance with the undead, the Necromancer class was born. The first immortal is the source of all necromancers. At that same moment, Yan came face to face with the Dark Lord, Huni. Yan waved enthusiastically. Long time no see. You look different now, maybe a little taller. The kid wasn't in the mood for small talk. You seem more mature, too. Enough. Let's get moving. We're here to take down the Immortals. Yan summoned Lai to attack first, and she tore into the enemies with her claws. Canel even got a front row seat to watch Yan's fighting style. He's on a whole other level. Lai. Yan commented, you seem pretty fired up after not being summoned for a while. Canel had his own role in this mission too. Awesome. I can't fall behind either. Yang, attack. The creature charged forward, only to have its legs immediately tangled by an enemy, causing it to face plant with an earth-shaking thud. Yan couldn't help but remark, your skills are still seriously lacking. As for Huni, he remained calm, said nothing, and just unleashed his skills. Spirit Slash, followed by Curse and then Death's Revenge. The Immortal Ghost was stunned. The Immortal Skeleton was stunned. The Immortal Scorpion was stunned. Congratulations, you have completed dungeon number 36 of the Immortal Tribe. Casa, lounging comfortably nearby, observed the kid. I sensed it last time, but your skills really have improved a lot. So, you're a necromancer officially recognized by the Immortal Tribe, huh? Yan was also genuinely happy for Honey. You've really made progress. By the way, were you the one who captured Rahan and Sok last time? Yan kept talking, but the kid gave him the cold shoulder, which bruised his ego. Hey, at least say goodbye before you leave. I'm grateful to you, you know? Hearing that, Huni finally spoke. Not necessary. I just didn't want that bastard to be killed by someone else. They're an enemy we can't afford to deal with easily. By the way, the bonus for clearing a dungeon for the first time is always the best. Yan leveled up and his leadership skill improved dramatically. Now, he can summon both Lai and Koot at the same time. Alright, let's hurry. Let's finish this quick and go hunting. They were at the 100th basement level of the Immortal Tribe's dungeon. Just as expected, an SSS-ranked dungeon was no joke. Everyone's summons were exhausted, and the whole team's stamina was almost completely gone. Could they really defeat the Immortals in this condition? This was a question probably on everyone's mind. Suddenly, remembering something he was curious about, Yan asked, Casa, if the Immortal Tribe are our allies, why do we have to kill them? Like I said, they were temporary allies. Now that the war against the demons is over, the Immortal Tribe could become our enemy at any moment, and lately, the number of undead monsters has been increasing. Don't you see it? The undead are plotting something. And I guarantee Dufel and Khan want no part of a zombie horde running wild. What we're doing here is basically cutting out a tumor. With that information, they made their decision. Time to open the path. Huni begins the chant. Oh, Immortal Dark Lord. Your descendant has completed all the rituals and has come to your dark sanctuary. The Dark Lord appears, his voice echoing. Have you truly witnessed the realm of death? The voice alone sends them into a panic, and they're all instantly trapped by the Dark Lord's shadow slash. Inside, it's pitch black. Nothing to see at all. The Lord's steps are slow and deliberate. I assume you wish to see that realm for yourselves. I will personally guide you and show you the true domain of death. But then, wham! The Immortal takes a hit from Cassis, Lei, and Yan. Kano and Huni are just frozen, jaws on the floor. The power their friends are showing is completely overwhelming. The Dark Lord roars in his savage voice. calling on his allies to rise. Awaken, my army of the dead. At his call, zombies begin clawing their way up from the earth below. A soul-devouring aura activates in every last one of them. The immortal's health shoots back to full. Attacking while I'm talking? Are you in that much of a hurry? Poor Huni is just a kid, and he's already being forced to witness these insane battles. He's devouring the zombies to heal up. We have to wipe out those skeletons first. Yan doesn't hesitate, diving straight in. Jesus and Lei attack them together. The immortal just laughed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, so you actually think you can kill me? He then unleashed an aging curse on all of them, leaving them instantly exhausted and completely blind. However, not everyone went down. Kaz, shielded by his dragon skin, was totally immune to the curse. Lai and Balm were also fine, thanks to their natural dark resistance. The immortal raised an eyebrow. Humph. A few little bugs seem to be immune to my curse. He sneered. Whatever. Just let the undead finish the job. YN started to panic, breaking out in a cold sweat. What do I do? We're fighting with a major debuff. Plus, I can't even focus while I'm blind. The only ones who could fight were his 3 immune celestial guardians. So, does this dark wizard even have a weakness? Huni figures a massive magic blast might just do the trick, but we can't let him absorb all those souls at once. Maybe Cassius's dragon roar could work. Is that really our last hope? Problem is, using it would bring the whole dungeon crashing down on them. YN was racking his brain, trying to figure out a one-hit KO. That's when Huni came up with a new strategy. But this plan? It was a life-or-death gamble. Jin Xung was not feeling it. Isn't there a better way to do damage? Just then, John had an idea. Making it work, however, was not going to be easy. He laid it out plain and simple. They had to bet their lives on it. Hearing that, Jin Xung was completely floored. Our lives? He dropped to his knees, his face pale with shock. What kind of insane plan is that? John calmly replied, Death's retribution. Jin Xung knew that skill. It was the crazy counterattack John used back in the arena. You guessed it. But to use it on an immortal being, we need 2 conditions. And these conditions were not simple at all. First, the immortal has to unleash a massively powerful attack. Second, they have to actually survive that attack. He and Balam already ran the numbers, but here's the problem. The wizard's dark resistance is way too high, so the counter damage would be pathetic. And as for Jin Xung, his own weakened source is at a low level, meaning he can't possibly tank a direct hit. It's because he's been dishing out the most damage. So if he gets close, the wizard will hit back with everything he's got. So, your plan is to use me as a human shield, right? Whether he liked it or not, it was the only way. Can you do it or not? Jin Xung just smirked. Of course. You guys just make sure your timing is perfect. Cut. His mount suddenly nudged him, knowing exactly what to do. Jin Xung stood up, resolute. Let's try it. He looked confident, but inside he was definitely a little nervous. This whole strategy was beyond reckless. He had to attack from the air, which was definitely not his specialty. But whatever. He had complete faith in John's skills. Still, he wasn't sure he could block the wizard's attack in his current state. I mean, look at that guy, his aura is terrifying, a total opposite of his own resolve. He gave the order and cut shot towards the immortal wizard. 3 seconds until impact. The mount charged forward at incredible speed. But the immortal wizard? He wasn't even scared. Hey, this is useless. All part of the plan. Dragon's roar? Now. Cut's sudden strange movement surprised the wizard, and in that moment of distraction, Jin Xung was right on top of him. The wizard was stunned, completely blindsided by this formation. He refused to lose, quickly unleashing a barrage of souls. But Jin Xung was ready, activating pressure boost. And that was the signal. John immediately triggered Death's retribution. A massive serpent materialized from thin air. The whole chamber erupted into chaos. It hissed, its forked tongue flicking out, but Jin Xung didn't even flinch. He just stared it down. Suddenly, it lunged, sinking its fangs right into his neck. He couldn't block it, the shock overwhelming him. Jin Xung had just taken a massive amount of damage. What now? What now? The serpent bit down harder and harder, then boom. A huge explosion rocked the entire area. Cut was shocked, the white fox was shocked, and everyone else was completely blown away. Time to see the results. Everyone stared, jaws on the floor. John was speechless. What just happened? How did it end like this? Jin Xung was unconscious on the ground. Luckily, he used the will of the Surlom tribe to hang on, and now he was at just 2% health. The immortal wizard wasn't surprised. Pathetic, but then he froze. He was coughing up blood. No, this can't be. Was that Death's retribution? You activated it in that tiny window? He glared at John, who was now holding Jin Xung. You damn dark sorcerer. And then he just fell. He crashed to the ground, creating a destructive explosion. He lay motionless after taking 1,000,000,000 points of damage, a total failure. But suddenly, the skeletons around him began to gather. The Elder saw it instantly. He's preparing to use Soul Devour again. John turned back. I don't think so. The skeletons weren't gathering to help him, they were attacking him, making him scream in terror. His own creations were turning against him, the greatest failure for a necromancer. He howled in hopeless agony as his own soldiers mercilessly tore him apart. John was in disbelief. Did we win? Jin Xung shouted in frustration. That bastard. If our healer wasn't here, I'd have been toast. He was slowly recovering. John was thrilled their strategy worked. Jin Xung was hyped, praising him. That was perfect. You did great, which made John blush bright red. Suddenly, another huge explosion. The immortal wizard launched out of the wreckage, radiating pure fury. You think that was enough to defeat me? Jin Xung froze. The wizard had turned his own body into an undead monster. There was no dodging this. The creature lunged forward, screaming, time to die. But then, John stepped in front of him, shocking everyone. He just turned and gave Jin Xung a warm smile. Jin Xung's whole body trembled. What are you doing? The immortal's powerful slash came down right on John. But even in that final moment, he was still smiling. A smile that broke Jin Xung's heart. John shielded him, and all he could do was watch in stunned horror. Jin Xung's face twisted in pain. What are you trying to do? The immortal's brutal attack swung straight down on John, who still held that smile. It seemed he couldn't hold it for long. Fear finally showed on his face, but then he felt nothing. He slowly opened his eyes. The weapon was just resting on his neck. John gasped at the scene. It was Casa. He had come back and run the immortal straight through from behind. His massive sword had dealt a decisive, destructive blow. The immortal couldn't defend himself. He turned, stammering, Who? Who are you? Casa clenched his teeth, radiating pure rage. Jin Xung recognized him instantly and started cheering. The monster's head was severed. It roared, How dare you? Casa slammed his foot down. And just like that, he had successfully taken down the immortal with a surprise attack. The fight was over. Jin Xung ran to Casa's side, overjoyed. He thought Casa was long gone, but he'd shown up at the most critical moment. John quickly picked up his staff. He admired the loot from the wizard with pride. Mission complete. And thanks to that, he received a ton of awesome gear. Suddenly, the gem in the staff's skull began to glow, surprising John. It shone with a blinding light as immense power surged towards him. John's eyes glowed with a strange color. Was he being possessed? No, he returned to normal, but now he was on a whole new level. He had successfully leveled up from a dark sorcerer to a lord of shadows. Jin Xung was amazed. Is that John's new class? But then John turned and asked, Why did you save me? For a second, he just didn't get it. John glared at Casa, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. He was wondering, Why did you save me? Casa, on the other hand, looked completely clueless. What is this guy even talking about? But John exploded, screaming at him to stop pretending. You clearly tried to kill me before, and now you're acting like you know nothing? Wait, did I really do that? Casa looked startled for a moment. Oh, you don't mean that time, do you? He quickly pulled up his status screen, and only then did he realize their alliance had been cancelled. John gritted his teeth, absolutely furious. He screamed, What the hell is this? Are you saying I wasn't even worth fighting seriously? Casa stepped closer, insisting, Look, it's all just a big misunderstanding. Casa explained with a bored sigh. I was just trying to scare you, but you were way too good, so I accidentally got serious. We were having a blast before that, right? I just wanted to spar a bit to blow off some steam, he admitted. But then you never showed up again, so I couldn't. He actually seemed a little embarrassed about the whole thing. Casa then actually apologized to John, leaving him totally stunned. He held out his hand with a genuine friendly smile. Congratulations, he said, on becoming a hero. John reached out his own hand, and with a smile, he shook on it. This time, he was letting it go. The two looked at each other, relieved. The misunderstanding was finally cleared up. Just then, Jin Xung and Koal started clapping to celebrate, but one look at his face told you he wasn't exactly thrilled. He opened up his reward box, time to check the loot. He equipped the new item, and whoa, not bad at all. It was the Immortal's Cloak. It came with a ton of great benefits, definitely a solid drop. Jin Xung got a little curious. Kanuel was also a summoner, so he wondered if she'd gotten a mythic-grade item. And yep, she totally did. She got the commander's earrings. She showed them off, and they boosted her command stat by a whopping 15,000. So good. Jin Xung was instantly jealous. He needed that stat way more. He asked, annoyed, is there anything else? But in his head, he was screaming, please stop showing off. Of course, there was more. Before he could stop her, she shared a quest with him. It was called the Pure Dragon's Wish. The mission objective: find the soul of OLA, who was wandering somewhere in the underworld, and pass his trial to complete the quest. Jin Xung felt a pang of sadness. This was his grandfather's quest. But when Canoel couldn't share it, she got mad and started mashing the screen, which totally freaked Jin Xung out. "Hey, it's fine. You don't have to share it," he said quickly. He figured his grandpa probably vanished after dealing with his legacy anyway. And then, suddenly, a voice from the eye on the immortal staff spoke. You know of OLA?" Hearing that strange voice, all four of them jumped. The most freaked out was definitely John. He immediately pointed at the staff. "It wasn't me. It was the staff." Suddenly, it let out a loud laugh. The others flinched, ready to attack, but Casa held them back. "Hold on," he said calmly. "I think this is fine." See, Casa couldn't sense any killing intent coming from the staff at all. He figured their best bet was to just listen. And so, the staff began to speak. "I transferred my soul into this staff when my body was destroyed," it said. "But that's not important. What matters is, how do you know of OLE?" Jin Xung got a little awkward. I met him once before." Yeah, he had to say that. What else could he do? He couldn't just admit he'd gotten a quest about him that would totally expose his secret class. "I knew there was something strange about you when you fought that dragon," the staff continued. "I could also sense the presence of YDO." Jin Xung was shocked. "You mean, the one from the Forest of Love?" The staff immediately made him an offer. A new quest popped up, Act of a Demon, and this mission would connect directly to the Demon Dragon Army quest line. Now Jin Xung was getting suspicious. So, they had just killed the guy who was preparing for the war against the demons? The staff could tell he was feeling pretty bad about that. "And one more thing. One of you is his descendant." John was stunned. "Wait, me?" The voice grew serious. "I entrust my will to you in the coming war against the demons." Just hearing those words sent a shiver down his spine. The eye on the staff glowed brightly for a second, and then went completely dark. John shook the staff but got no response. "Is it gone?" John suddenly realized something. He turned around and saw Casa looking absolutely furious. His eyes were blazing. Did he just say, demons? Cut to Jin Xung's gorgeous house. It's a beautiful day. Inside, the lights are on. Jin Xung is glued to his computer, completely absorbed in watching a video. The video he's watching is a trailer for something called Kalen, War of Dimensions. Just the name alone sounds massive, right? The scene opens on a frozen wasteland stretching across the continent of Kalen. Suddenly, portals connecting different dimensions begin to rip open in the sky. And through these gates, creatures from other worlds are about to pour into the war. The first gate opens to a place they call the Other World, and the creatures that spill out are bizarre and terrifying. They are, without a doubt, demons. Many adventurers rushed in to fight them, but unfortunately, they were no match for these new enemies. Still, they fought back with everything they had. Their desperate desire for strength forged a new kind of power. All that fighting spirit combined to create something huge. They call it Duel. It's a system that lets players team up. It allows players at completely different levels to join forces to defeat these otherworldly beings. And over time, it became the new standard for partying up. And now, prepare yourselves for the new war. Jin Xung watched every detail. So this must be the new system update. He saw two players, a mage shooting bolts of red lightning, and a swordsman battling it out in mid-air. But something felt off. Wait a second, he thought. What the hell is a summoner supposed to do here? Play with my pets? Then it hit him. These are demons, not regular monsters. They aren't going to be easy to deal with. In fact, demons are way, way scarier. And just like that, Jin Xung's mood lifted. That's it. I'm glad I remembered that. Man, that guy's conclusion scared me to death. He remembered the intense look on Kasa's face, the way he reacted to just one word, demons. Kasa had looked so incredibly tense, it had even surprised Jin Xung. But the truth is, Kasa knows. He knows that many players became legends in the last great war against the creatures from the other world. People call them heroes because they were on the front lines, fighting them directly, people like the legendary Faker. These heroes know the demons better than anyone else. And that's why every single one of them is preparing for the coming war in their own way. Kasa's only question now is, how are they all going to get to the Forest of Love? But Diane thinks there's no need to rush. After all, they have a special buff active for their first time clearing this undead dungeon. They have to get through every single stage here to maximize that effect before they move on. So, Jinwoo makes a suggestion to Jihan and Cole. He wants them to join the fight, the two of them, completely shocked. But the roles are divided. Now, the real battle begins. And Jinwoo is thrilled. This dungeon fight did more than just level them up. It brought the entire team much closer. But that wasn't even the biggest prize. The best loot he got was the Spirit King's ring. He's ecstatic. Finally, an item that boosts his leadership stat. Thanks to that ring, Jinwoo can now summon Cases, Lei, and Hal all at the same time. Now if he could just get his hands on Kanel's commander earring, he could summon PJ Puji and Paj Paji simultaneously. Absolutely wild. But this next step, this is the most important one yet. He opens a glass case. Time to head to the Forest of Love. Jinwoo puts on the gear and successfully logs in. A brilliant flash of light fills his vision. The sun is shining over the central continent, in the city of Lotus. Jinwoo and Kasa are discussing strategy. The Forest of Love is in a completely different dimension. He'd have to climb the magic tower again and ask her for help, but then he remembers a gift he received there. It was a crystal ball. With it, he could contact them anytime he wanted, a direct line. But why would they give him something so useful? He quickly opens his inventory, excitedly digging around. He pulls out the crystal. This is it. This is all he needs. Jinwoo hands it to Kasa, who looks completely stunned and confused. He quickly calls out Yel's name, and instantly, the crystal starts to glow. On the other side, Yel jumps, staring at the crystal in confusion. The image appearing on the screen is Kasa's rock-hard 8-pack. Her face turns bright red. What is this supposed to mean? Back on his end, Jinwoo is just happy he got a response, having no idea she's cursing him out. She covers her face in embarrassment. Put a shirt on, would you? At this point, both Jinwoo and Kasa are totally lost. Jinwoo is obviously wearing clothes. Then he looks at the crystal in front of him, and his face just goes blank. He gets it now. That crystal wasn't his. Anyway, the two of them quickly head to the transfer gate. Even he has to admit it's pretty amazing. Who knew you just had to rub the crystal ball 3 times to get to the Forest of Love? So cool. The two of them step through. As they cross the gate, a beautiful landscape appears before them, and standing in the middle waiting is Israel. She greets them with a happy smile, and on her arm, yep, that's the goddess's golden bracelet. She looks even more stunning in the sunlight as she welcomes Jinwoo back to the Forest of Love. She looks at him with such a warm and caring expression. One more glance and anyone would be totally captivated. She tells Kasa and Yan to stop by her house so they can talk more. Yan looks around and a thought pops into his head. She's nice, but I already have a girlfriend. And what about Kasa? He looks incredibly uncomfortable. I mean, the guy's been single for 1,000 years. Kasa's face turns beet red. Master, is the atmosphere here always like this? He suddenly whips out his massive sword and yells about having to cut everything down. After that little scene, the three of them decide to sit down for some cake and tea. The girl speaks first. I know why you're here. You want to learn about the demons through the undead race, right? So why not ask Lord Kasa about those who have actually fought the demons? Kasa just rests his chin on his hand, saying he isn't the type to remember trivial details like that. Yan just laughs nervously. He's right, Yan says. Kasa just turns away, looking annoyed. But then Israel suddenly starts stammering, speaking in a rush. Anyway, if you're in such a hurry to help the undead, when will it be my turn? And that's when it hits Yan. He completely forgot about her quest. He tells her he's been trying to level up as fast as possible. She stands and says she has something for him. A gourd-like object is brought out. According to her, this is the ancient scroll and gourd flask, used in the war 1,000 years ago. It contains clues about that very war. Clues about the demons that are top secret. The only problem? The ancient scroll is currently under a powerful seal, and the gourd flask is an artifact created with ancient magic. If you use that flask to collect monsters, you can trap their very souls inside it. Yen thinks for a second. Does she mean monsters from the demon world? He asks her which monster's soul he needs to collect. If Yan can capture a low-level monster called a drachm and bring her back the souls of 200 drachms inside the gourd, she can finally break the seal on the ancient scroll. Hearing this, Yan gets excited. Does that mean we can enter the demon world now? Yes, it does. But the demon world is a completely different plane of existence, just like this place. She can open a barrier for him to the outskirts of the demon world. But here's the catch. The longest he can stay there is half a day. But Yan knows half a day is way too short. The girl knows it too. She wishes she could keep the barrier open longer, but since she's not a demon, it takes a massive amount of power just to open it at all. But in the end, none of this could stop Yan gaming. In the main hall, a woman's presentation was wrapping up. And that concludes our presentation on the 3rd update for Kai Lan. Thank you all for your time. A murmur went through the crowd. A man named W. Chan rubbed his chin for a moment before speaking up. Thank you for the report, Director Kim. In your opinion, what's the biggest difference from the last update? Director Kim responded instantly. Mr. Chairman, it's the feature that allows content to change based on player decisions. Of course, our original storyline has plenty of room for growth, but if you look closely, players can only change things within a set framework. No matter how they play, it's just a difference in time and results. The stages all lead the same way. But with this latest update, depending on a player's skill and choices, they could branch off onto a completely different path. W. Chan then asked the director for an example of what she just described. Director Kim was just as quick. For instance, take the initial content related to the demon world in the game. Players can choose their battlefield by completing mandatory quests scattered across the continent. But we won't know if this war takes place in the human world or in the demon realm where the devils reside. It's impossible to predict, not even for the game's development team. Ideally, if players complete the quest as we expect, the war will continue with an invasion of the demon world. W. Chan crossed his arms, looking pleased. So, if they fail, the human world gets invaded, right? Director Kim confirmed. The details would just change depending on the battlefield. Impressed, she called it a bold idea and then asked when players could take on the mandatory quest. The developer answered with confidence. The quests are already scattered across the continent, but the demonic realm is still under construction. We estimate users won't be able to access it for another 2 to 3 weeks. Suddenly, someone burst in, shouting, "We have an emergency." Seeing the manager, Director Kim demanded to know what was wrong. She'd specifically told him not to interrupt the meeting. He was panting, struggling to get the words out. "I'm sorry, but this is extremely urgent. The demonic realm. The map that was still under construction, somebody just got in." The news hit everyone in the room like a ton of bricks. Meanwhile, Yan and Cass were standing face to face with a horde of ferocious rats. Yan thought to himself, could these be the raccoon creatures that IL mentioned? Shaking it off, he decided it was time to start the fight. Yan charged forward, sending one rat after another flying. Cass asked him if he was sure these were demon beasts. They were way weaker than he'd expected. Yan told him to just trust him, they were definitely demon beasts. And the reason they're so weak? It's probably because of that. The moment they arrived, Yan had already scouted the entire area. So, this is the demonic realm? Kinda underwhelming. Huh. But then, a system window popped up, and he was completely confused. Magic resistance? What's that? He had entered temporary open zone 125 of the demonic realm. A new challenge. This meant the map was definitely still in its development phase. The game gave them a huge magic resistance buff for the challenge. Wait a second. Doesn't that just mean the devs nerfed the difficulty to the ground so they could collect data? The buff was even granted to all his summons and followers. In this demonic realm, that meant one thing. Yan was basically a king. The thought made him break into a massive grin. Who would have thought that the perfectly balanced game Kalen had a loophole this huge? But while he was celebrating, a demon beast lunged out and bit his arm. Yan was attacked by a low-ranked Jackin. Thanks to his new magic resistance, a whopping 9,405 damage was absorbed. His HP barely dropped by 95. Yan realized it instantly. Even at his low level, he could absolutely crush these demons. He stared down at the motionless Jaccoon on the ground. He thought to himself, without this insane buff, I would have been in a fight for my life against just one of these things. Cass, as if reading his mind, asked, "You mean we're stronger because of this magic resistance? How does that even work?" Yan just scratched his head, saying that even if he tried to explain it, Cass probably wouldn't get it anyway. Right now, all that mattered was wiping out every single one of these bastards. Meanwhile, back in the control room, the developers were in full-blown crisis mode. Director Kim was furious, complaining she couldn't believe some lunatic actually managed to sneak into the demonic realm at a time like this. Her manager nervously asked what they should do. Should he contact the server team and force a disconnect? The director sighed. If it were that simple, do you really think we'd still be sitting here? Kalen is a full-dive VR game. If they suddenly pull the plug, every player currently logged in would be directly affected. The second that happens, the careers of everyone on this team are completely over, and if this fiasco somehow reaches the chairman, for decades. Chairman W. Chan had always been the top strategist in the entire industry. That's why he personally oversaw every single step of Kalen's updates. That's what led to the game's massive success today. Just thinking about him made Director Kim tremble in fear. She could still remember the look in his eyes. W. Chan had given her one chance to fix this using any means necessary. She steeled herself. She had to resolve this, no matter the cost. Manager Wu suddenly spotted something on the monitor that made her blood run cold. He stammered, "That bastard. He's farming all the demon crystals." Yan, on the other hand, was having the time of his life. Who knew these raccoon creatures dropped loot like this? He was bummed about the terrible EXP, but with items like these, it was a completely different story. He took the crystal and slotted it into his scepter. A brilliant light erupted, blinding him for a moment. He jumped for joy after the successful enhancement, and his every action was broadcast on the giant screen. Director Kim and her manager just stared in horror. Please, stop making things worse. But this madman, Yan, looked like he'd found his one true love. Every enhancement boosted the weapon's stats by 10%. So if he got the weapon to +10, its power would literally double. Lei stepped forward. Master, I believe we've killed over 200 monsters. How much longer do we have to do this? Koth agreed, complaining. They don't even give us any experience points. Their attacks can't even scratch us, so why did you tell us to dodge them? Yan let out a sigh and then finally explained. Right now, our magic resistance is ridiculously high, so their attacks are useless. But the next time we come here, we'll have to fight without this buff. Isn't it smarter to memorize their attack patterns now? You idiots. Cass just figured they'd keep grinding away until the gate closed. Yan thought for a second, then smirked. Nope, he was planning on moving in permanently. That statement just about made his two summoned souls leave their bodies. Back in the control room, the manager was sputtering. How much longer is that player planning to stay in there? Director Kim let out a heavy sigh, realizing she wasn't going home tonight. She decided to call an emergency meeting to figure out a way to get this player, Yan, out of the demonic realm. Meanwhile, inside the game, the raccoon continued to swarm and leap at him. But Yan didn't even react. At this point, they weren't even a nuisance. He'd already found their critical weakness, the left eye. It had better vision than the right eye, and its defense stat was the lowest on their entire body. Besides, he had already memorized all of their attack patterns. He'd already collected 200 raccoon souls from all this fighting. These monsters were jumping from the frying pan straight into the fire. Yan's summons were waiting behind them, so our boy didn't even have to lift a finger. Now, he just needed to collect 140 of their teeth. Cass and Koth started nagging again. Master, how much longer do we have to keep farming these things? This is so boring. Lei told her subordinate to stop whining, saying it wasn't that bad. Yan just declared, we'll keep hunting until I feel like going to bed. With that, he decided to dismiss Lei and Koth, summoning Finn in their place. He hopped onto its back, and the two of them soared off into the sky. Model, all right, let's dive into Yan and his crew's journey through the demon realm. A monster roars, trying to intimidate them, and in 1 second, it's toast. They're in Demon Realm Area 120. Yan looks around at the ruins. It's a total wasteland. But then he spots something. Hey, this gate. It looks different from the others. Kasa explains that's no gate, it's a magic summoning seal. Kaz nods. Yeah, I can feel it. The sheer amount of magic pouring out of that thing is insane. While Yan's still trying to believe something that massive is a magic seal, a figure starts walking out of it, and he freezes in terror. A monster appears and speaks. How dare you walk into this demon realm without a shred of fear? You outsiders. This time, Yan's face goes completely pale. He's praying internally, but still manages to talk tough. Oh, holy hell. You're the one who should be scared. So, you gonna give us a name or what? Turns out, he's one of the 12 guardians of the demon realm's entrance, Yankin, and he summons his weapon. Wait, one of the 12. Duodenums? Like, the part of your stomach? This comment just pisses Yankin off. You've got a smart mouth, kid, but I hope you can do more than just talk. Yan just smirks, fearless. Bring it on, you damn monkey. But here's the thing, this guy's level is even higher than Kassa's. The creature doesn't wait, lunging forward instantly. He slams his fist into the ground, but it looks like nothing happened. But Yan is shocked. Even with a magic resistance buff, he lost a ton of health. Without that buff, that one hit would have sent him straight to the afterlife. Still, having magic resistance makes all the difference. Yan gives the order to his crew. Take Yankin down, now. Kaz is up first, landing a punch that clearly rattles Yankin. Then Kassa and the fox leap in, chomping down on him. Meanwhile, at the LB shop, on the 6th floor planning department, Director Kim walks in. What's the situation? Manager Yu reports that the player, Yan, is currently fighting Yankin, the gatekeeper of Demon Area 120. She seems a little pleased. Yankun is a high-level monster, ranked in the top 100 of the demon world. If it's Yankun, he should be able to hold Yan off for a while. But why does Director Kim feel like she's watching a whole gang just jump a boss? The dragon and Yan team up, beating Yankun until he's basically crying. He just can't understand what's happening. How could a normal human have this much power? He gets zapped with electricity and collapses, but his pride as a demon's servant won't let him accept defeat. You're strong, human. But if I wasn't careless, I would have easily crushed you all. Yan just raises an eyebrow. Oh, really? He then shouts, Everyone, stop. The creature is confused. What are you planning, human? Yan puts a foot on him, a clear challenge. I wanted a proper fight with you while you were at your best in your defensive state. He then uses a healing skill on the monster. The dragon and Kassa are completely baffled by this. Master, what are you doing? Kassa asks, a little annoyed. Have you finally lost your mind? But unlike everyone else, Yan is totally calm. It's fine, I've got a plan. After being healed, the demon gatekeeper Yankun's vitality is fully restored. He glares down from above. I've never met a human as arrogant as you. Your confidence will be your undoing. Yan fires back without missing a beat. Of course, I'm the strongest warrior there is. I don't need my comrades for this, I'll take you on myself. And after countless battles, the result was always the same. Yankin, back on the ground again. He struggles up, refusing to accept it. Impossible. Not again. Yan is ready for another round. Hey dragon, your turn to fight him. And the same thing happens again. The creature demands another rematch. This time, Yan sends in someone else, Haley. Back in an office building, two programmers are looking stressed. The female programmer bites her lip. Why does player Yan keep healing Yankun instead of killing him? Doesn't he want to explore the demon world anymore? You speculates. You think maybe he's trying to figure out Yankun's attack patterns? They probably figured out they won't get any more experience or reputation points, and their items will be confiscated. So he must be fighting to learn the boss's mechanics. The female manager is about to lose her temper. If that's the case, when are we ever going to get to go home? The battle just keeps repeating. Over and over. Yankun is always the one taking the hits, while Yan is having the time of his life. That's my 63rd win. Want to go again? After getting beaten down enough times, Yankun doesn't want to try again. No, no more. I wish to submit to you, master. Seeing him kneel, Yan is genuinely shocked. What did you just say? The creature patiently repeats himself. I have been conquered by your strength. I wish to serve you. Yan is absolutely delighted. Oh, is that so? In that case, I accept. Yu is getting antsy. So, director, are we going with the plan we discussed in the meeting? The female manager finally snaps back to reality. Right. For now, all we can do is keep watching. She recalls the meeting from earlier, where she laid out the day's topic. Their goal was to get that specific player out of the unfinished demon world map. Even though they stopped his experience and reputation gain, item drop, and information about the demon world kept leaking. Same with the enhancement system. An employee spoke up. If we've frozen his exp and reputation, can't we just ask him to log out after we restore all his items and enhancement points? She immediately shot it down. No way. Player Yan has been playing normally. This is clearly our fault for missing this loophole. You raise her hand with an idea. Then what if we offer him a deal? Something like, if he agrees not to leak info about the demon world, we'll let him keep his enhancement points and items. The female manager's eyes lit up. Great idea. Since we're in a rush preparing the demon world map update, Manager Yu, I'm putting you in charge. Get player Yan to log out. Meeting adjourned. Thanks for your hard work. Then everyone just left, leaving you standing there stunned. Wait, are they just going to make me do everything? Back in the game, Yan is trying to recruit Yankun, but the system keeps saying it's impossible. No matter how many times he tries, it just won't work. He says with regret, Yankun, sorry, but it looks like you can't be my subordinate. The creature starts crying, begging, is it because I'm too weak? Yan quickly waves his hands. Don't worry, it's not that. It's probably because I'm not a noble. Yankun thought it was some huge problem, so he showed him the real entrance to the demon world. If that's all it is, then I'm relieved. If you continue in that direction, you'll enter the true demon realm. And, could you grant me one favor? Yan happily agrees. Of course, what do you need? Suddenly, a notification screen pops up, and he reads it curiously. It's a quest. But what the heck is pure demon blood? Yankun immediately explains it to him. It's simply the pure blood of a demon, but if you drink it, you'll become a half-demon. Yan was stunned for a second, his jaw dropping in disbelief. A half-demon, just like the race in the game, the Doulas. He did some quick mental math. Mid-tier demon crystals are great, but pure demon blood, that's as valuable as one crystal. After thinking it over, he told Yankun, all right, Yankun, I'll take care of this problem for you. The half-demon was grateful. Thank you, sir. Thank you. He then handed something over. Please take these items. Yan looked at them, confused. What are these? Yankun eagerly explained. It's a high-level demon seal and a map of the demon world. With the seal, low and mid-tier demons won't be able to even touch you. Yan's face lit up. Seriously, thanks a lot. The half-demon wasn't finished. Be warned. Cunning monsters exist everywhere in the demon world, but most of them only appear in zones 115 and 107. Yan thought carefully. My eyes are about to kill me, but I have to endure it until this quest is over somehow. He then said goodbye to Yankun. I have to go now. See you next time. With Kasa by his side, he entered the demon world. On the way, Yan chattered endlessly, but Kasa didn't say a word. Getting a quest is a good thing, right? Hyung? No answer. He tried again. Hyung? That's when he realized time was just passing. Suddenly, a notification from a user named Yu popped up, and his curiosity got the better of him. He opened it, and was completely shocked. It was a system operator. I figured they'd contact me at some point, but I never expected it to be now. He quickly replied, yes, of course, this is he. The space around him dissolved, replaced by a grid of glowing networks. Yan was stunned. What the hell is going on? Then, Yu appeared from nothing, bowing politely. Hello, Yan. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am one of the system operators for Kai Lan. Yan returned the polite gesture. Hello. I can talk, but I'm pretty busy, so I can't stay long. What's this about? He said that, but inside, he was thinking, I need to stand my ground here. While Yu awkwardly scratched his head, trying to figure out where to start, Yan's attention was glued to the number 500 floating over his head. Isn't level 500 a bit overkill? He's not a demon, so I can't do anything to him. He could probably wipe me out with a single flick of his wrist. Yu finally spoke. My apologies. I don't intend to waste your time. First, the Soft Federation wants to send its sincerest apologies to you, Yan. Due to a problem with story control, you had to continue the game with many anomalies. It was all our fault. Yan quickly waved his hand. It's fine. But he thought, he's being so polite. It's hard to just brush this off. Time to bring out his inner schemer. So, what are you planning to do about it? He asked. You're not just going to apologize, are you? Yan grabbed the front of Yu's clothes, a sly grin on his face. Welp, so much for my conscience when there's profit on the line. Yu, despite being shaken back and forth, remained calm. Of course not. We acknowledge our mistake, but instead of simply giving you in-game power, we'd like to propose a deal. Yan was suspicious. A deal? You confirmed it. That's right, a mutually beneficial arrangement. As you know, a massive update is scheduled in a few days. Our development team is putting the final touches on the new content, but we can't launch it while you're still logged in. So we're proposing this deal. The condition is, you log out of the game, Yan. But Yan wasn't about to lose all his progress. And what do I get out of it? You laid out the offer. What if we let you keep 5% of your character's resistance stat? Yan's mind raced. They're letting me keep 5% resistance. This deal is better than I expected. But the issue with resistance is that it's a stat that only increases naturally by fighting demons. I have no idea if 5% is actually that valuable. In a situation like this, you gotta push your luck, Yu continued. Of course, you can always increase your resistance through quests and by fighting more demons, but even gaining 1% is incredibly difficult. 5% is no small number. You said it like it was common knowledge, but Yan wanted more. He wasn't letting this go easily. Is there a max cap on resistance, like other stats? Yu immediately answered, yes. The maximum level for the resistance stat is 30%. Hearing that, Yan made his move. Then let me get an extra 5% on top of that 30% cap, and you've got a deal. I'll log out right now. Yu paused to calculate. If I agree his max resistance will be 35, it's almost impossible for him to max out his stats anyway. Should I just give it to him? After a moment's thought, he had his answer. Yes, we can do that. Seeing him agree so easily made Yan want to ask for even more. He caved that fast? Should I push for more? So he asked, what about the items and titles I've obtained in the demon world? Yu replied instantly. The moment you log out, those items and titles will disappear. This is a special quest zone, so all related items are automatically deleted. Yan pressed on. What about the gear I've enhanced using demon crystals? This question was clearly discussed in their meeting. We will let you keep the enhancement points, but the quest you're currently on will have to be abandoned. Hearing that, Yan was finally satisfied. Of course, they are. I spent hours grinding to upgrade these items. He smiled and waved goodbye to Yu. All right, thanks again for everything. Yu waved back but didn't forget a final reminder. No problem. Sorry for interrupting your game experience. So, when are you logging out? Our hero bowed his head deeply. You go on ahead. I'll just clean up a few things and log out as soon as possible. Yu checked the time, calculating. Please try to be out within 10 minutes, if you can. He just laughed, scratching his head. Yeah, of course. I'll be done in 5. Don't worry about it. Yu said his goodbyes and with a flick of his wrist sent him back. Goodbye, see you later. Suddenly, he was shouting in panic, but found himself just sitting on the ground. That's weird. Am I back? Then, he started stripping off all his gear. He even took Kasa's equipment, making the creature jump. Master, what are you doing? But he didn't care what Kasa was screaming about. If they aren't taking the items away, then I've got to take advantage of this. He started enhancing every single piece of gear on him. Only then did he finally exit the game capsule. He stretched, feeling exhausted, and grabbed his phone to check the time. Is it that late already? No wonder I feel like I'm about to pass out. But man, was it worth it? I totally scored big time. They actually let me choose a fully upgraded transcendent item. And the enhancement, it was completely maxed out. Remembering his last moments in the game, he'd used every single stone he had. He pushed his equipment to the absolute limit until it couldn't be enhanced any further, so when it's fully maxed, it glows with a white light. He slipped the new gear on and gave it a quick spin. Whoa. The glowing effect was way too much. Not trying to attract a ton of attention here, he muttered, fiddling with the settings panel. I already set my personal info to private mode, so walking around looking like a neon sign is a big no. Thankfully, there was an option to turn off equipment effects, and just like that, I had more stuff to trade for recovery items. Even with the control options, this gear was still a pretty good fit for my playstyle. At least, agility was still the main stat. Pushing everything else aside, he hit the sack, still in disbelief over his lucky find. While he slept, the guild leaders were in a heated discussion. Mus leaned on his chin, bored. We barely held off the Khan Kingdom. We've had some seriously close calls. Martin just kept his eyes glued to his book. That's only because the Khan Kingdom's trump card left the field for that otherworld quest. Mus, getting a little annoyed at Martin's indifference, pressed on. The massive update is in 5 days. Shouldn't we just stay put here? Martin replied without even looking up. What's the point? Lucy's gonna fall soon with or without us. But Samus pushed back. Don't you think the Khan Kingdom will get priority in the next update with how things are? Martin finally closed his book. It's only temporary. The sheer amount of supplies they're getting from the central region is no joke, and we have no idea what the new content will bring. My guess is it'll be some weird new system that can't compare to our special skills, but in new content, you'll obviously get higher grade rewards than usual. Samus looked surprised. What? So wasn't I right from the start? Martin kept analyzing. So what if we do this? We'll form a war team to stop the fighting, and an otherworld team to grind the new content. We'll rotate the roster every week. It might be a little slow, but this way we can stop the chaos in the central region and still progress in the other world. Samus's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. All right, I'll trust you one last time. A new day began and Jin Xung sat down at his gaming station. Time to start the day. When he logged in, his surroundings were totally different. Wait, isn't this the Forest of Love? I guess I've been teleported to the demon world. All this pink is kind of overwhelming, especially since the demon world is usually nothing but darkness. All right, let's see what this gourd and ancient scroll can do. After checking the map, he let out a cheer. Yes, confirmed, they're both intact. Now, I just need to find Ayn. After a short walk, he found himself standing in front of a small house. Ayn peeked out when she heard the knock. Her face broke into a huge smile when she saw Yan. Oh my goodness, Sir Yan, you've returned safely. I was so worried you wouldn't be back before the barrier closed. Yan felt a little awkward for being late. Sorry for the delay. Had some complicated business back in the demon world. She politely invited him inside. I'm so glad to see you're okay. That was not an easy quest. Please, come in. After serving Yan some tea and cake, she got straight to the point. Did you bring all of Jiashu's souls? He immediately took out the gourd and the scroll. Yep, right here. But when he checked the soul's level, his eyes went wide. Only C rank? Is it because I finished the quest late? Oh well. Getting something is better than nothing, and losing 3 affection points isn't a huge deal. But Ayn was overjoyed when she received the items. This is amazing. You collected exactly 200 souls. Now, let me begin restoring the ancient text. Aizen started chanting some kind of spell. A moment later, a book with a bright red cover appeared right in front of Yan. She noticed Yan seemed a bit lost about the demon world and offered, "Let me explain it to you first." She then used her magic to create a vivid illusion of the demon world for him. Let me tell you about the demon world. That night, in a small house, Yan was sprawled over his desk with a pen and the ancient book. Okay, so long story short. Damn, my drawing looks good. He recalled Ain's explanation. Demons and devil beasts are 2 completely different species. Because of that, there's no power ranking for anything in between them. Demons are split into royalty and nobility, while devil beasts are divided into high, mid, and low tiers. These classes aren't just assigned at birth, they're earned through battle. Devil beasts have their own ranking system, similar to monsters in the human world. The ones ranked higher than legendary are incredibly intelligent and can even communicate with humans. Any species can become a demigod if they use pure demon blood, and they know how to handle a new energy source called dark energy. They can also connect with devil beasts of a lower rank than even the heroine. Finally, you can join official matches to determine a demon's rank. Yan's mind raced. The thing that worries me is whether the author of this guide has been there too. The summoner L became a demigod by using the pure demon blood of the half-demon El Bien. Night had fallen, blanketing everything in darkness. A small house, hidden in the forest, was the only source of light, illuminating the fireflies dancing around it. Yan was at his desk, scrolling intently, reading every single word in the system window. This was the next part of the Demon's Move quest. Basically, a super high-level VIP character named EGL had placed her complete trust in him after seeing his work, restoring the ancient Devil Beast guide. She wants Yan to infiltrate the demon world and figure out their plans. To do that, he first has to sneak into the city of Ojak. There, he must meet Seraphin, and with his help, discover the demon's next move and stop their invasion of the human world. Yen was skeptical. What kind of quest involves a half-demon noble? From what he'd overheard, this was a human hero who became a half-demon. But that rumor didn't really help his situation. Yen let out a long sigh, frustrated. There was nothing he could do until the Demon World update dropped. A bit earlier, he tried to open the gate to the Demon World just to check it out, but obviously, it was a complete failure. Yen's eyes darted around, analyzing. Leveling up was pretty much impossible in the short time he had left. Maybe he should head back to the central continent, give June the intel, and wait for his brain to come up with a new plan. Just the thought of it made him want to get up and go immediately. First thing the next morning, Yen was back in the central continent, explaining everything that had happened over the past few days. The other two were, of course, completely speechless, looking like they'd just been slapped with a fish. And naturally, Yen couldn't help but hype himself up a little during the story. Anyway, after the meeting, the three of them had a clear goal. To climb from their current rank of 10th and become the #1 guild, they were going to have to power up. It's a force so powerful that even the top guilds couldn't touch them. And with Lucifer as their foundation, they could create a new independent nation, where he would reign supreme on the highest throne. One day before the Demon World update, Ian and Haley met up in the real world. Haley took a sip of her drink, buzzing with excitement. She couldn't wait for the newest update in Kalen. And Ian was no different, he was practically bouncing in his seat. Haley was just over the moon, seeing it as the perfect excuse for an amazing date today. Right? But then her attitude snapped. The bubbly girl was gone, replaced by a threatening aura. Her menacing question made him swallow the words he was about to say. He just laughed nervously, scratching his head. Of course, I'm having a great time. With 100 guts, he still wouldn't dare say otherwise. Suddenly, Ian made a suggestion, asking if Haley wanted to come over and play Kalen together. Of course, she didn't refuse. But wait, before that, our thoughtful hero had a special gift for her. He had painstakingly organized a bunch of info on quests needed to enter the Demon World, along with ingredients she might need for her cooking skills. Since they probably couldn't quest together, Ian made this notebook just for her. He told her gently to call him when she was done with everything. Haley's heart swelled. She beamed, her eyes crinkling, and the two sat there, talking for hours, just like any two people in love would. The next day, as planned, Haley came over. Ian rushed her. Hurry, get ready, we gotta move. Less than a minute until the servers open. Seeing him so antsy and excited, Haley was a bit stunned. Wow, you really love Kaylan that much, huh? But that didn't matter now. They quickly got into position to log in. The moment he was in, Lucia was there with a joyful welcome. You have returned, Lord Ian. The announcement of his first successful login flashed everywhere. All his allies saw that massive notification and breathed a huge sigh of relief. And of course, on the flip side, his enemies' faces turned darker than the bottom of a pot, teeth grinding. Jiang couldn't resist a sarcastic comment. Oh, she's gonna go absolutely ballistic. That girl has some serious anger management issues. And with a loud boom, a section of a wall was smashed to pieces. Jia Han, seething with killing intent, cursed him out. That bastard, looks like she's not letting this go. Meanwhile, Ian had successfully entered the Demon World and notifications were popping up like crazy. He was stunned. This discover a new space feature was on a whole other level compared to just finding a dungeon. He quickly did the math in his head. A 2% boost to resistance means I don't have 99% anymore. I guess I'll have to go all out just to catch one of these things. Ian casually raised his hand, summoned Balam. The words barely left his lips before a colossal wave of power erupted. His spirit beast emerged, powerful and majestic. Its horrifying strength tore through space itself, lightning crackling all around it. He looked at the beasts charging wildly towards him like they were nothing, a smirk playing on his lips as he gave the order. Let the hunt begin. In the end, Ian and his guardians managed to clean everything up. But man, you gotta admit, that was tough. The Golden Emperor spoke to Kasut. I bet the master is going to keep hunting. And yeah, Kasut thought so too. What are we gonna do? I don't think we're getting a break for the next week. The Golden Emperor was actually jealous of Pui. I want a break too. Kasut just had to rub it in. Haven't you rested enough? I'm the one who keeps getting summoned. The Golden Emperor actually started joking about the other's exhaustion. If you don't work regularly, you lose the will to work. Humans call it the Monday blues. That's what the master's girlfriend told me. People go to work with their shoulders slumped in despair, which can lead to depression. The Monday after a weekend holiday is called Blue Monday, when nobody wants to work. The sky of the demon world was a dull, boring red. Kasut's sarcastic jabs continued. Isn't it because we're just bored out of our minds? Ian and Lee watched their exchange, completely helpless. Are these two trying to put on a play or something? Why are you guys treating hunting like a job? You're all so lazy. Unlike the other two dragons, Lee was super enthusiastic about hunting, which Ian really appreciated. But the two dragons just thought Lee was nuts. Why would anyone want to hunt? That's called being a workaholic, a terrifying disease. 4 hours later, Casa, Sia, and Helm arrived. It had been a while since they'd all met up, so Ian was pumped. All right, I've got missions for everyone. Sia, you're on item duty hero grade or higher only. Helm, you round up the mobs. And Casa, you're hunting with us. Casa, looking perpetually exhausted, gave a blunt reply. I don't want to. These normal monsters are boring. If a rare grade 1 shows up, then I'll step in. Ian practically shouted, why would we waste time on rare grade monsters? Normal mobs give way more experience. But one look at Casa's face told Ian he was still skeptical. So Ian pulled up the ranking window. His current level was 179. First place was 181. I thought I was about to catch up, but looks like I've still got a ways to go. But wait, wasn't Jimiya number 1 on the leaderboard? Jimiya, the famous mage, used to be at the top, but now her information was gone. Did she set her profile to private? Why would she do that? If she hadn't quit playing, she'd probably be 1 or 2 levels higher than the current number 1. Yan steeled himself, vowing to work even harder. He stepped forward, joining the group. So, this was the demon world? It was surprisingly more comfortable than he'd expected. The Crimson Fire King was none other than Jemiah, a former Lendo clan member and a one-time top-ranked player. Her go-to magic back in the day, Crimson Flame. Back on the Central Continent, she became a legend, the first to complete the Fire Dragon quest. She inherited the will of the Fire Dragon Rino Hen, officially becoming the Crimson Fire King. Jimiya was thrilled to see that Yam was the first one to make it here. The Crimson Fire King had officially set foot in the demon world. She was curious how he got here so fast, but this guy, Yan, he never backs down. The two of them were headed for a clash, and someone was bound to get hurt. Thanks to the Sola's Judgment effect, dodging an enemy attack restored 10% of his health. A full week had passed since Yan entered the demon world. Now, it was quest time. He had 2 demon world quests, one from Iriel, the other from Yankun. Problem was, he had to finish Yankun's quest before he could even start Iriel's. Time to tackle the first mission, but Yan paused. Something felt off. To get this quest done, he had to go right through Yankun's territory. Did the last update lower his affinity level? Last time, he beat the guy easily because of a bug in magic resistance stats. Now, he wasn't so sure he'd win, but if the quest was still active, his affinity should be fine, right? This was Demon World Area 120, but Yankun was nowhere to be seen. And that massive summoning circle from before? Gone. So, can I handle these corrupted monsters on my own? This was his first time in this area. Better play it safe. The ground beneath him was cracked and twisted creatures crawled out, screaming. Suddenly, Yan took a hit that left him completely baffled. Damn it, what kind of damage is this? Casa and Syria moved in to help, but he held up a hand, telling them he was fine. I got this. He'd never seen a monster like this before. One was level 262, another 263. Their name was something like Chakrat. If my magic resistance was even 1% lower, I'd be toast. Yan summoned his entire lineup for an all-out attack. Lai gets the Dragon Turtle's blessing, activating absolute defense. At the same time, Phi swoops in, using a crush attack to completely blind their enemies. Karkut stands guard while Lai dives into the fray. He activates the will of the Silam warrior, dumping every single stat point into pure, unadulterated speed. But Yan? He stays cool as ice, relentlessly swiping at Lai with razor-sharp claws. After a tense back and forth, a transcendent skill finally triggers, Soul King's Judgment. Now, every time he dodges an attack, there's a 15% chance to strike back with lightning damage. Not only that, he gets a 30% chance to recover 10% of his health. Lai stands in the center of it all, his claws looking deadly. Thanks to the Dragon Turtle's blessing, Baji takes all the incoming damage instead. He's literally in an invincible state with his defense skill active, taking absolutely 0 damage. In the blink of an eye, Lai successfully takes them all down. The fight's over and Yan just smirks. Hey, easier than I thought. With all my stats dumped into speed, my attack power is way weaker. But this transcendent option lets me heal and deal damage just by dodging. This battle also revealed a major flaw in our tank lineup. Right now, Ian's crew has Paji, Deke, and Syria, and you probably have to count Puji in there too. Our damage dealers are stacked with Gasa, Helm, Elvin Halley, and Case. But for support, we've only got Syria. Her healing is massive, but it's not enough. It's a miracle we've even gotten this far. Yan starts thinking to himself, maybe Helm, with his high defense, should join the tank squad. Looks like we need to find more support and fast. Meanwhile, 37 other guilds finally enter the demon world. 10 days after the update, they finally found the place. Ken's community page said the terrain in the demon world is different for every zone. If that's true, this must be the outer border. All right, everyone, time to grind some levels. The whole group cheers in agreement. Just then, a jackal hume attacks him. He grabs it by the throat and tells everyone, "Don't ignore these things. We take them all out." The forum post was clear. "We'll get rich from the magic stones they drop." His order was simple: annihilate every last jackal hume. 10 days after the Demon World update, the top-tier guilds start flooding into the region. Meanwhile, our crew is in Area 115, staring at something bizarre. What in the world is this crystal? Area 115 of the Demon World is an incredibly eerie place. A massive, jagged stone stands there. Its peak so sharp it looks like it could pierce the heavens. Even Jin Xung is startled. What is this thing? It's huge, pointed at both ends, and radiates this strange, dark energy. What is this place? Area 115 is dark and gloomy. Not only that, but the buildings are all collapsed and in ruins. One look and you know this is demon territory. Jin Xung's party moves slowly through the dark, foggy streets. And his mood? Not great. It's been 10 days since they entered the demon world, and they're still trapped in this hellish Area 115. He's on high alert now. On the way here, besides car cuts, he's run into countless different monsters, and he can't forget them. That horrifying horde of corrupted monsters mentioned in Yang Kun's quest. They're the entire reason his team is completely walled off. All right, we've been pushing hard. Let's take a break. He pulls up his quest log. At least they're getting closer to completing Yang Kun's mission. Kill the rare grade corrupted monsters, and he gets a mid-grade magic stone. He holds up the red stone he just got, surprised it even dropped. But I might as well just toss it, he thinks. If it can't be purified, this thing is no different from a normal rock. Absolutely useless. He looks around. This place is seriously boring. Besides those damn corrupted monsters that keep spawning from God knows where, there's nothing here. In a tough spot like this, you could just flash a confident smile, but solving the problem at its root is way more important. Jin Xung quickly uses his magic to summon his spirit beasts. Two adorable but deadly spirit beasts appear. He quickly explains the situation. The corrupted monsters are spawning endlessly, and they can't keep fighting a war of attrition. Scout the area, he commands. Find anything suspicious, and report back to me immediately. His two summons quickly accept their orders. The two of them zip off on their mission. Now Jin Xung puts on some shades. Time for a quick break. As they fly off, Karkuts gets a little annoyed. The master has been summoning those two a lot lately. Maybe he should file a complaint with the Ministry of Employment and Labor. Fi replies, but in a language Karkuts can't understand. Karkuts is helpless. What are you even saying? Then, it's like a light bulb goes off in its head. The sudden realization startles Fi. All right then, it seems to say. Let's do our best. Jin Xung, meanwhile, is relaxing like he's on a beach vacation, even though he's deep inside a demon base. It's not just him. The whole team is taking it easy. Parkhan is so unguarded he's actually fallen asleep. Suddenly, Fi zips back into view. Seeing his summon, Jin Xung is overjoyed. What did you find? It quickly starts chattering away with information. Of course, it's in a completely bizarre language, but since Jin Xung is the master, he understands perfectly. He stands up and calls out, "Break's over. Let's move." Parkhan just lets out a loud, fake snore, making his teammates sigh. Jin Xung calls his bluff immediately. "I know you're not asleep. Get up and let's go." Back in the present, staring at the huge crystal, Jin Xung moves in for a closer look. A quick glance is enough to be stunned. I wonder what this is used for. The group behind him is just as clueless. Out of nowhere, Parkhan suddenly yells, "Everyone, get back." And before anyone can react, he's already raised his sword, preparing to strike. The slash is too fast for anyone to stop. Not even Jin Xung saw it coming. The Demon World ceiling crystal has been attacked, and its durability has dropped significantly. Jin Xung is shocked. What the hell? How could you just act on your own like that? Seeing his anger, Parkhan just looks at him like he's an idiot. Dude, I knew it had a problem the second I saw it. The only thing to do was smash it. Jin Xung calms himself down and turns back to his status screen. A notification pops up that makes him suspicious. He looks again, completely stunned. Did the system just say there's a person named Xian inside this crystal? Jin Xung racks his brain, trying to figure out who that could be. He remembers a guidebook he once read. The author always made him wonder. An elf who became a half-demon by using demon essence? That's it. It's Xian. A satisfied grin spreads across his face. The half-elf. The summoner that Yell mentioned before. Zia seems a bit confused. So, what should we do now? How do we destroy this thing without hurting the person inside? That's the million-dollar question. We're going to need more help for this. Jin Xung immediately uses his summoning command. "All right, everyone," he orders. "Let's start chipping it open." After a few moments, the fragments start to get bigger and bigger. He looked at his work with pride after the intense battle. Success! The whole team had shattered the massive crystal. Absolutely intoxicating. The result made everyone ecstatic. This thing had 3 million durability total overkill. But suddenly, a blinding light erupted from within it. The light flared, brighter and brighter, impossibly brilliant. It completely dazzled Jin Xung. What is this light? It was the sign of the soul of Shan awakening. Another quest had just opened up. From inside the light, a dignified figure emerged. This must be Shan. He squinted, trying to get a better look at the man. Sibian landed gracefully. Was it a human who freed me, he asked. He politely thanked them all. Thanks to them, his long-slumbering soul could finally awaken. It was really him, the man named Sibian. Jin Xung quickly stepped forward to introduce himself, admiring the guy. He thought Sibian would be ancient, but look at him. He was young and incredibly handsome. Sibian was grateful to Jin Xung for saving him and asked if he would listen to his story, even if it was a bit of a burden. Wait a second. Is this another quest? Turns out, this guy was the first person of any race to become a true demon tamer. He captured countless vile demons, studying them, collecting tons of data. Through his hard work, he learned that demons were far stronger and more mysterious than anyone imagined. So he dove deeper into his research, obsessed with capturing even more powerful demons. Because of this, Sebian ended up creating countless legendary-grade demons himself. He tried so many times, but every attempt was a failure. Along the way, he created Heohan, the highest-ranking demon he had ever managed to tame, and it looked absolutely terrifying, of course. His gaze shifted away. That was the mistake, right from the very beginning. His biggest mistake was using that vicious demon as a hellhound, all in the hopes of capturing something even stronger. And then he pushed it even further. He experimented with fusing two demons together, and believe it or not, the experiment worked. But at that point, its power hadn't improved by much. Seeing this, Sebian decided to run the experiment again. The results were way more intense. He created the world's very first legendary-grade demon. It was the Demon Dragon. After that, he started combining legendary-grade demons with each other. Absolute madman. Driven by the mysteries he'd uncovered, he became a demon tamer with greed as deep as a black hole. In his quest to create an epic-grade demon, he combined the Demon Dragon with other legendary demons, but not even Sabian could have predicted that his new creation would be a complete catastrophe. It shattered its test tube while he watched in utter shock. Its name was Demon Dragon Khalifa, the ungrateful beast. The moment it was born, it sealed Sebian inside a crystal. Then, it destroyed his entire research facility, reducing it to a pile of volcanic ash before vanishing without a trace. Jin Xung was stunned hearing this story. Could this be the same Khalifa that Ola mentioned? This guy actually created it himself? Unbelievable. Sebian was filled with regret for what he'd done. It was all because of his bottomless greed. Putting that aside, do you know anything about the corrupted monsters appearing in this area? Sebian still looked distraught. Corrupted monsters? What are those? Jin Xung opened his screen, took out a fragment of energy, and showed it to Sebian. In his hand was a bizarre piece of energy. Looking at it, Sebian guessed the problem started when that demon destroyed his laboratory. Jin Xung was floored. The lab again? Seriously? Sebian admitted it without any excuses. Apparently, to fuse demons, he needed something called a rage seed to control their demonic power. Any demon affected by that thing would definitely lose its mind, driven insane by the seed's influence. He was shocked. A rage seed? What the hell is that terrifying thing? The simplest explanation is that it's a seed made from components of a rage stone. When refined, it creates the rage seed. So basically, the rage stone was the root of the problem. Sebian explained that behind his lab, there was a mine with a huge deposit of rage stones that had been buried for ages. Normally, he'd keep that place under tight security, so not even a legendary demon could get in. But when Khalifa wrecked the lab, the demons got through. Jin Xung thought for a moment. So, if they could just seal off that mine, Yankun's quest would be complete. He opened his quest log, which displayed a very long introduction. But bottom line, the main quest is to make Jankun acknowledge Jin's power. And right now, this Jankun guy is in a place called Fury City. A notification pops up, and Jin is stunned. That was fast. Did he accidentally wander into territory Jankun protects? So, how is he supposed to close that gate now? Of course, Sebian knows how, but first, he's got a few demands. Man, this guy is needy. Turns out, Sebian wants Jin to take over his research. The mission? Head to Area 107 in the demon world, find Sebian's ruined lab, and wipe out all the demons there. What a ridiculously long request, but Jin stays cool. So, all he has to do is kill the mutated demons at the base. He makes sure to ask carefully, this guy might just vanish like Jankin did. But Sebian looks confused. I'm coming with you, of course. And just like that, Jin's annoyed. If you're coming, why don't you do it yourself, dude? Wasn't Kafila his creation in the first place? Didn't he start this whole mess? Kaku chimes in, agreeing completely. Yeah, Sebian should clean up his own problems. Except, he can't. He explains he's sealed by that dragon demon, rendering him powerless. Jin is shocked. If Kaku is saying this, does that mean the quest is basically cancelled? Sebian scratches his head, super embarrassed. Honestly, he wishes he could handle it himself. But he doesn't even have a physical body right now, and he has no idea where his tamed demons even are. Looks like Jin has to solve this one, and fast. He gives an awkward laugh. It's not like they have a choice but to help Sebian. Either way, they had to deal with these corrupted monsters. Perfect. Finish the quest fast, then head to the City of Wrath and find Yankun. After that, he'll use the demon blood essence and finally become a half-demon. And that's when Ian unlocks his hidden class, the Demon Tamer. Awesome. Welcome to Area 111 of the Demon World. This place, way more terrifying than the last one. Explosions everywhere, and the sky itself was blood red. Ian was fighting demons with everything he had, absolutely determined. He timed his leap perfectly. Had to hit his mark, or it was game over. The moment he touched it, a blinding light erupted. But the demon just kept growling, completely unfazed, which made no sense to Jin Xung. And now, it was the monster's turn to attack. He tried to block, knowing it was going to be tough. The beast slammed down, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. That's when Fa Kan jumped in to help. Fa Kan's slash was clean and decisive, sending the green Sizzo flying. Yeah, it messed with the wrong crew. The demon shrieked in agony. Another attacked Jin Dung, scaring him half to death, but luckily, he blocked it just in time. It seems the further they go, the stronger the monsters get. How is it down already? The group rushed over to check on Jin Xung. Jibian, however, looked thrilled. He explained these demons were getting stronger because they've been poisoned by rage stones. It's just like a human taking steroids. Jin Xung, you did great. You're all amazing. Pooh was scared out of his mind. What's going to be on the other side of this place? Right in front of them, if they pass, they'll enter Area 110. Just hearing that made Poo terrified. Zebian, buzzing with excitement, led the way, talking a mile a minute. Dong watched him suspiciously. Honestly, the whole group was already tired of listening. Man, that guy talks a lot. He explained every single detail. The lot's weak point is its lower back. It's super fragile, so even a small hit would make it twist in agony. Then he moved on to the next one, the Hecaron. Just watch its eyes. The second they glow bright red, that's when it's about to unleash a seriously brutal attack. Jin Dung had to admit, it was pretty useful. The old guy was a chatterbox, sure, but not everything he said was useless. He was actually dropping some vital intel into their brains. They'd stumbled upon something terrifying. Up ahead was a massive, strange, purple magic circle. Zebian took one look and knew they had reached Gate 109. To get to the next area, you have to face one of the 12 gatekeepers. Trust me, it's not going to be easy. So, you guys ready to fight? Ready or not, they had to fight. It was inevitable. Sebia tried to step forward, but Jinan frantically stopped him. He wasn't mentally prepared for this yet. Whoa, slow down. My head is spinning. What am I supposed to do here? He only won the last fight because of a 99% magic resistance buff. This time, not so simple. Fighting something on Yankin's level, with his current stats, this was bad news. We're talking a 1 to 100% chance of failure. He hesitated. I mean, who wouldn't? Sebian looked totally confused. Wait, didn't you already clear Area 120? Why are you so scared? Jin Xung felt super awkward. It was true, but that was pure luck. Zebian seemed a bit disappointed, then slowly said there might be another way. If he didn't want to fight, he'd need the demon seal from the Area 120 gatekeeper. But he said the chances of getting that were about as likely as seeing the sun in the demon world. Little did he know, Jin Xung already had it. He pulled out a sphere with a seal on it. You mean this thing? Sebian walked over stunned, examining it from every angle. Is that Kun's seal? From that super high-ranking demon? How in the world did Jinung get his hands on that? Sebian was completely floored. Okay, so, how do we use this thing? Turns out, it was surprisingly simple. He pointed to a nearby tombstone. All he had to do was place the seal into the hole. Dean Dung quickly walked over, decisively pushing the seal into the slot on the grave marker. It was a perfect fit, not a single gap. Suddenly, the magic circle flared up, unleashing a supernatural light that terrified everyone. A blast of energy shot out, followed by crackling lightning. The circle had transformed into a bizarre-looking pit. The sheer force of it all even made Jin Xung jump. Did it work? He was overjoyed. This meant they could pass Area 100 without a fight. This is awesome, everyone. He happily took the lead. All right, let's go, team. They entered Area 107. The place was gloomy, and it was a massive, terrifying maze. He looked around nervously. This place was designed to get you lost. Sebian admitted that was exactly why he built his laboratory here. The royal and noble demons were a huge pain in the neck, because they were way stronger than the common demons around here. And Sean didn't want them sticking their noses into his experiments, not even a little bit. So, he came here, to a place with terrain like a maze. It's a spot they'd normally ignore, allowing him to conduct his research without any interruptions. He stomped his foot down hard. Jin Xung was completely shocked. Just like that, they'd arrived at his lab. The place was huge, but totally sealed off. This was the demon factory. Jin Xung looked up, his eyes widening. This was the demon factory? The group quickly headed inside, and yeah, the place was an absolute wreck. Well, of course it is, Sebian said. Khalifa destroyed everything, and it's been abandoned for over 1,000 years. Just then, Fa Ken voiced a thought he'd been having. They went from Area 100 to Area 107, but they hadn't seen a single demon. It was all because of the Rage Stones. Sebian dropped some info that shocked everyone. All the demons near Area 107 can smell the stones, and they all gather in this very spot. The news hit Jin Xung like a ton of bricks. Wait, what did you say? They all gather here? Zebian didn't seem surprised at all. Not just from the areas they passed through, but from areas 105 and 106, too. To these demons, the Rage Stone is like a drug for humans. He'd said before it was like a stimulant that caused euphoria. But in reality, it's way stronger than that. Once a demon consumes a Rage Stone, it stops feeling pain and basically becomes an addict, craving more and more. Zebian placed his hand on a door. Open it. There's a surprise inside. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a cloud of dust that made Jin Xung choke. It was so thick, he could barely see a thing. And then, he saw them. Right in front of them was a massive horde of demons, all crowded around, feasting on the Rage Stones. Everyone froze, completely paralyzed by the sight. The demons spotted them. The door slammed shut just in the nick of time. The group stood there, dead silent, not daring to move. Jin Xung, Sha, and Sebia gave each other an awkward look. Wrong room, huh? But a loud noise made all three of them jump. Fa Ken tensed up, sword ready, while Paulin watched the door with interest. Crash! 3 massive claws tore through the door. It ripped a long gash, revealing a single, terrifying, demonic eye staring right at them. The door was instantly obliterated by the demon horde, scaring the hell out of everyone. Dung screamed for everyone to hold them back, now. That disgusting mob of demons, using their numbers to bully the weak, swarmed out without a shred of mercy. Just like that, the group was ambushed by a flood of monsters. Yan struggled, trying to block the entrance. He shouted orders for everyone to hold the line while Dang Di used his Chaos Vice to buy them a little more time. Seeing this, Yan also helped, summoning 3 Chaos Dragons. But the moment the Chaos Dragons appeared, bam! They smacked their heads hard on the low ceiling. Ouch. Seeing how much that hurt, Yan felt a little bad. You guys, you okay? He clutched his head. It's been too long. Then he morphed into a massive hulking beast, ready for a real fight. Seeing his army assembled, Ian gave the order. All right, everyone, together but before he could finish, Lai was already gone, charging straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, the entire monster horde surrounding them was completely wiped out by Lai. Ian could only stare, totally baffled by what he was seeing. He tried calling out to Lai, but it was like his wolf couldn't even hear him, just lost in the thrill of the fight. And even though Lai was acting strange, Ian couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement watching his partner's incredible power. Lai, what is this? What's going on? Have you always been this strong? The wolf finally replied, his voice deep. It's the moons here, master. They're so bright. Ian was confused. The moons? That's when Zebian remembered. Starting from Area 109, there are 3 moons in the sky. I think they're amplifying your wolf's power. Ian was skeptical. Seriously, that can happen? He immediately pulled up Lai's status window. He scrolled down, and his jaw dropped. Lai's base stats had tripled, a 90% speed boost and regenerating 9% of his health every single second. Then it clicked, and Ian's eyes lit up. So, the moons here basically turn Lai into the ultimate zombie slayer. Zebian, seeing them getting a little too caught up in the moment, cut in. Let's move deeper. The Frenzy Stone Archive is in the center. The group headed inside, but Dang Day, being too massive for the entrance, had to be unsummoned. With his stats jacked up, Lai's sense of smell was off the charts. Master, I smell the blood of a monster. Ian questioned him, a little confused. Blood? What are you talking about? As Xia pushed the door open, they saw a gigantic bird-like creature feasting on its kill. Ian stared at the bodies of other monsters littering the floor. There, all dead. Xia was trembling. What is that crow-like monster? Zebian recognized it instantly. That is a creature that took me immense effort to create. Leo is a hero-tier monster, but its actual power is on par with the legendary tier. Its soul is the perfect ingredient for creating a legendary-grade monster. She was stunned. It's an ingredient for a legendary monster? Zebian confirmed it. Yes. A creature that rare is almost impossible to find. If you can't tame it now, who knows when you'll ever see another one? Ian felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, what a waste. I don't have the demon's blood essence yet, so I can't even try to tame it. Why did I have to run into it now of all times? Suddenly, the beast turned and let out a piercing shriek right at them. Ian knew immediately. It spotted us. Ian instantly summoned Papaji and yelled to Xia, "Summon Dang Di." She immediately followed his command. Dang Di, emerge. Ian started barking orders. Papaji, Dang Di, you two hold its attention. Then he turned to Zebian. Does this Leo have any weaknesses? The old man was straight to the point. There are a few things you need to know. Its feathers will ignite whenever its health drops to a certain point. This burning state lasts for 5 minutes. If the flames are red, it becomes completely immune to all magic damage. But if the flames are blue, it's immune to all physical damage. Ian was shocked by the insane ability. Is there any pattern to the flame colors? On this, even Zebian was unsure. Sorry, that I don't know. Ian's mind raced, already trying to figure out another way. I get it, thank you. His forces were still at full strength, but he knew he might have to sacrifice some of them to beat this thing. And man, he really didn't want to have to kill it. Leo just hovered in the air, keeping Huang Gui and Dang Di from landing a single hit. Huang Gui yelled up in frustration, how are we supposed to fight it if it just floats up there? But Ian just grinned with confidence. No problem, we can fly too. With a snap of his fingers, his griffin, Finn, appeared in a flash. Ian then taunted Leo, kicking off the battle. The air war starts now. Leo shrieked and spat a volley of fireballs right at Ian. But he was faster, leaping onto Finn's back and soaring into the sky. He issued his commands. Finn, use Crush. Rake, use Dragon's Roar. And Cuss, grant Huang Gui your blessing. The Chaos Dragon also transformed, flying in to help turn the tide. It grabbed both of Leo's wings, forcing the bird to spit a fireball at it. But at the same time, the Chaos Dragon bit back hard, inflicting massive pain before dropping it into a freefall. But there was a nasty surprise waiting below. Lie. The wolf leaped up, claws ready, forcing Leo to desperately flap and regain altitude. As it rose, its entire body erupted in blue flames. It then used that power to launch a massive barrage of fireballs, covering the entire area below. Ian was struggling, trying to command the battle while defending himself. What is this? What did that crazy bird just do? It's shooting fire from its burning wings? Those are blue flames. That means it's immune to physical damage. Crap. Lai, Casa, and Helm's attacks were now totally useless, but Finn's damage output was way too low on its own, and Cuss's Dragon's Roar skill had a crazy long cooldown. Ian roared in frustration. Damn it. Everyone, focus on dodging. Just hold on until those flames die down. Suddenly, Leo changed targets, catching Ian by surprise. What? Why is it attacking the tanks first? Is it in some kind of mindless frenzy? If so, that's good for us. The flames are fading. This was his chance. Everyone, charge. But just as they moved in, Leo unleashed the scream of the night, a devastating roar that heavily wounded everyone on the ground. Only Ian and Finn, high in the air, were unharmed. Seeing his allies injured, Ian's anger instantly turned to worry. Everyone, he yelled, diving with Finn straight towards Leo. He hurled his spear, which pierced deep into one of the monster's wings, crippling it and sending it crashing to the ground. After Ian landed, Leo glared at him with pure hatred, but Ian wasn't scared. So, what now? Can't fly anymore, can you? Still, he felt a pang of regret. His soul-taming skill had no effect. The beast was still hostile, immediately spitting a massive fireball towards Huang Gui. She reacted instantly, commanding Papaji, absolute defense. A protective barrier formed around her, but its strength was nothing compared to this thing. It was a legendary class monster, after all. The shield shattered, and Huang Gui still took heavy damage. Ian turned and gave his next order to Xia. When absolute defense ends, heal Papaji immediately. Xia, though being protected, was worried. But Dang Di is almost out of health. Ian, however, was firm. We have to prioritize the main tank. Heal Papaji first. While Huang Gui held the line, Ian seized the moment, turning to his other damage dealer. Casa, you're with me. Let's attack. Casa agreed without hesitation. Right, Ian had made his choice. Even if it meant putting himself at greater risk, he had to fight with them. If he lost his summons and support NPCs, his own effectiveness would be cut in half. He gave the order, and everyone charged in. After a brutal clash, neither side had a clear advantage, but both were exhausted. Tragically for Ian's side, both Finn and Rake had been defeated. Recognizing the situation, Ian yelled, "Everyone, stop." Casa was stunned. What? The Chaos Dragon was just as confused. We have to press the attack now to finish it. But Ian ignored them, his mind racing. The flame had changed color 6 times. If what Zebian said was true, Leo had to be under 25% health. He glanced back at his crew, then made his decision. I'm going to tame it. Zebian was stunned. What? Don't you know that only half-demons can capture monsters from the demon world? But Ian was confident. Yeah, I know. He used first aid on himself, then gave an order to Papaji. On my signal, use the turtle dragon's blessing on me. Papaji nodded. Got it. Lacheus looked much weaker now, but it still fought back, spitting a fireball straight at Ian. But he shattered the attack easily and shot a look at Zebian. This is why I want to test it even more. He gave the signal. Now, Ian leaped in, slashing Lacheus and knocking it to the ground. But it wasn't going down easy, sending him flying with a powerful wing flap. The damage, however, was absorbed by his guardian. He jumped back in for another strike, but now its entire body was engulfed in crimson flames, a fire that grants immunity to magic damage. That means one thing. Its health is below 10%. Okay, before it unleashes a massive AoE attack, I have to make it submit. And just like that, the battle with Yankun was playing out all over again. Except this time, Lacheus was the one getting hit with lightning over and over. Ian taunted as he fought. How's that lightning feel? It doesn't deal damage, but it still hurts, doesn't it? He didn't let up for a second. My basic attacks are physical, so they still get through. But the effect from the Soul King's judgment? Totally useless. So new plan, keep moving, hit it with basic attacks, and torture it with electricity without worrying about it dying. Meanwhile, his summons, Casa and the Chaos Dragon, watched the fight feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. Hey, haven't we seen this somewhere before? Then they remembered the battle against Yankun. What an experience. The moment Ian saw the flames on Lacheus start to fade, he put his plan into motion. The fire's out. He used his capture skill right now. A massive net of energy shot out, trapping Lacheus completely. The beast roared, then a system notification popped up. No, demon blood flows in Ian's body. Taming is impossible until he becomes a half-demon. Capture of the hero-grade monster has failed. Ian just stared, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he cracked his knuckles. Maybe I wasn't sincere enough. Lacheus seemed to notice the shift in his attitude, and something clicked. Zebian just sighed. Threats are useless. You can't capture a monster from the demon world until you become a half-demon. A flood of memories flashed through Lacheus' mind, and then it went silent. It knelt down, bowing its head to the ground before Ian. Zebian's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't believe what was happening. At that exact moment, a new notification appeared. The hero-grade monster, Lacheus, wishes to become your summoned beast. However, because Ian lacks demon blood, he cannot control Lacheus after summoning. Do you accept it as a companion? Ian was ecstatic. Playing nice and listening? Good. That makes things easier for both of us. All right, I accept. Watching this, Zebian could only think one thing. This is absurd. Something he thought was impossible for centuries was just solved with brute force. Ian finally noticed him. Did you say brute force? He turned back to Zebian with the most innocent look you've ever seen. Those were just cute love taps. Zebian reluctantly had no choice but to grant the Demon Tamer class to Ian. Ian immediately checked his notifications. Successfully tamed an untamable monster. Check. Conditions met to activate hidden class. Check. Class will evolve to the next level. And a whole bunch of other stuff. But one thing made Ian pause. He never thought his class would actually have levels. How the heck does it even level up? So, Ian had to figure it out. After digging through walls of text, he found 2 keywords, communication and sacrifice. Now, he just had to decide which path to take. Ian turned to Zebian and shouted, "Where are the rest of the corrupted monsters?" The guy looked completely drained, whispering back, You want to hunt more? You should rest." But Ian wasn't done yet. He still had requirements to meet. Zebian, exhausted, just sighed and got up. "If you insist." A short while later, the ground was littered with monster corpses. Zebian announced, "Well, that's every last corrupted monster in the research facility. Thank you for your hard work." After thanking Zebian, Ian figured his quest rank would be low since it took so long to capture Lacheus. But nope, he was wrong. Reading the next quest, Ian was shocked. The requirement? Be a half-demon. How the hell am I supposed to do that? Of course, that's how it should have been. Zebian cut through his thoughts. Initially, to test your quality, I was going to give you a monster taming quest, but you managed to capture Lycus while you're still human. Do you have any idea what that means? Ian's face was a total blank. He had no clue. And then bam, a notification flashed. Quest completed, the beginning of demonic alchemy, part 2. Ian's eyes practically popped out of his head. What the heck? He hadn't even started it. How is it already complete? Either way, Ian had to thank Zebian for acknowledging his strength. He asked what was next, and Zebian said he was staying behind to repair the lab. The two of them shook hands, parting on good terms. Well, this is goodbye for now. I'll be back once I get that demon blood essence. And with that, Ian and his party left. He was trying to rally everyone to head to the city, but mid-sentence, he completely conked out, drooling, and everything. Seeing this, Pooty splashed him with a little water. Not sure what kind of water it was, but it did the trick. Ian thanked it for the wake-up call. Turns out, they'd been grinding for 17 hours straight. Time to log out and get some sleep. Elsewhere, his friend asked Noel what he thought Ian was up to. Noel joked that he'd probably beaten a ton of demons and monsters and become some kind of demon king by now. The friend wondered why he'd ask. You miss him or something? Noel just laughed it off, as if that had ever happened. Noel just laughed. Definitely not. So how about we go find him? I've got a few questions that just can't wait. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, waking Yan from a deep sleep. He groggily rubbed his eyes and checked his phone. Strange, just how long had he been out? Something feels off, but Jin is decisive. First, a bite to eat, then time to log back in. The moment he's in the game, total devastation. The entire landscape is just a pile of ruins. Not a single building is intact. He checks the map to see where he logged out last. He took a deep breath and let out a booming shout, a voice with some seriously terrifying power behind it. In an instant, his spirit beasts stormed in from all directions. They lined up before him, perfectly obedient. Yan asked how the hunt went. Their answer? Complete chaos. Each one had its own story, and soon enough, they were back to fighting each other. Yan was thrilled. He could understand everything his beasts were saying. So this was the power of communication. Time to switch over to automatic tracking mode. He eagerly pulled up the notifications. All right, let's see what his little darlings brought back from their hunt. And whoa, Yan was completely stunned. Way more gems than he ever expected. Well, he definitely wasn't going to say no to this. He grabbed his staff and started sorting the haul. Low tier, mid tier. There were just mountains of them. A system notification popped up. Item upgraded, Judgment of the King's Soul. Looking at the single, final gem left in his hand, Yan couldn't help but grin mischievously. Letting this one go? He'd definitely regret it later. He had to use it. But reality isn't always kind, even after feeding it gem after gem. The Judgment of the King's Soul staff just wouldn't upgrade. It would hit +6, maybe +7, and then fail, over and over again. The pain was real. Yan collapsed, totally devastated, tears welling in his eyes. Damn it, the universe is just messing with me at this point. The white dragon saw his master's completely lifeless expression and asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? Yan just laughed it off. It's always you, isn't it? The only one who cares. At that, the dragon's aura flared with killing intent, ready to fight 100 battles for him. His voice was cold. They needed to get going. Meanwhile, at the city's grand arena, a massive, imposing tower loomed over everything, casting a dark, eerie shadow over the grounds. Inside, a red-headed goblin was meditating. Suddenly, all three of his eyes snapped wide open. He could sense it, that person's energy. Back with our crew, Yan, Casa, Bolin, and Sahia stood outside the arena. They'd finally made it to the City of Champions. But man, even the gate guards were level 300. That was a shock. Yan stepped forward. Hey there, my name's Yan. I'm here on behalf of Yan Kun. He's one of the demon lords of the underworld. Am I cleared to enter? Yan presented an orb bearing the demon lord's sigil. After a long look, the guard nodded and waved him inside. Yan strode in confidently, but when Casa and the others tried to follow, the guard blocked their path. His voice dripped with contempt. Just him, the rest of you stay out. Casa wasn't having it. He reached for his sword, ready to teach this punk a lesson, but Yan stopped him. Don't worry, he said calmly. I'll be back soon. Go get some rest. Casa's face darkened, looking like he was about to explode, but he held on to that last thread of self-control and begrudgingly agreed. Fine. Then, the demon guard spoke up, dropping an absolute bombshell. You know, Yan Kun might not be one of the 12 demon lords for much longer. He then added a friendly warning to be careful. Apparently, it was a sensitive topic around the city. If you're looking for Yan Kun, you'll probably find him in the tower at the city square. So, following the guard's directions, Yan headed straight on. Glancing around, he had to admit, This place was crawling with demons. Still, he was glad to have gotten through that first challenge safely, even as system notifications kept popping up. After a bit of searching, Yan found it, but he was skeptical. This is where Yan Kun stays, the Tower of Punishment. The air was filled with the deafening clang and rattle of iron chains. Skeletal bodies, nothing but skin and bone, clung to the iron bars, clawing to get out. These demons were screaming with everything they had. Oh, hell no. The oppressive atmosphere and the clanging metal were bad enough, but now add these screaming demons with their blackened, despairing faces? Yeah, he was about to die of fright. Yan wanted to scream, practically scared out of his mind. He felt so small, timidly making his way through the horrifying crowd. He trembled, stammering. What? What is this nightmare of a place? Wait, is this a slave market? Just then, a system notification popped up. You have discovered the Tower of Punishment for the first time. Reputation has increased. He even got an item, a slave contract. Well, that's one way to kill the mood. Holding the scroll, Yan had about 10,000 questions running through his head. To say he was confused was an understatement. So, how does this slave contract even work? The system immediately gave him the rundown. Normally, you'd have to be a high-ranking demon to even use one. But with this scroll, you could enslave any demon, completely ignoring the user's own rank. And get this, it was a one-time use item with a higher success rate against incredibly powerful demons. Yan's face lit up instantly. This thing was a treasure, but he couldn't think of a use for it right now, so for the time being, he just stashed it away. Right now, the top priority was finding Yan Kun. 30 minutes later, Yan stopped, completely bewildered. He was pretty sure he'd already been down this path before. His head throbbed as he dragged his feet forward. Damn it, why is this place so confusing? The slaves were packed in like ants, making it impossible to get his bearings. Just as he was about to give up, his sharp eyes spotted someone. A demon in clean clothes, definitely not one of the slaves here. Without a second thought, Yan rushed over to him. He put on a friendly smile and asked if the guy knew where to find Yan Kun. The demon, who had been writing something down, froze and carefully looked him over. After a moment, the man spoke slowly. Probably in the criminal center on the 10th floor. And with that, he hurried away before Yan could even ask his name. Yan was left standing there, completely baffled. Did I do something wrong? Elsewhere, a red-horned demon, covered in wounds, struggled to throw one last desperate punch. The powerful blow slammed right into the face of a knight with long red hair. But just as the demon thought he'd landed a finishing blow, he was wrong. A purple-haired knight moved like the wind, using his comrade as cover to launch a surprise attack from the blind spot. One clean, decisive slash. The red demon was struck and immediately collapsed to his knees. Clutching his wounds, the demon managed a smirk. Ganging up on me, huh? Real brave. Before him stood 3 knights and a mage. The one with the center-parted hair just chuckled. That's right. You should just give up. You never stood a chance. The red demon gave a thumbs up. He had to admit it, these guys were strong. They were more than qualified to pass, but the red-haired knight just pressed his blade to the demon's throat. Qualified? Don't make me laugh. Whether you pass or not depends on whether I let you. He sneered. Besides, killing you gets me reputation and loot. So tell me, why should I keep you alive? The red demon didn't argue back. He was right. Killing him would get them reputation and items. But you should think this through. The demon said calmly, if you kill me, a new gatekeeper will be assigned to this post. Immediately. If you want to get through, you'll just have to fight all over again. So, which path do you think saves more time? The knight with the center part finally saw the logic. That's enough, Shayna. She snapped back, annoyed. Why? Fighting another one is a pain, but we can get loot right now. Sun grabbed her arm. Yes, we'd get the items, but this is the best move for all of us. If we kill him, we have to wait for a new gatekeeper to be assigned. Right now, we need to guarantee our own survival, so we can secure exclusive access to the zone inside Area 1 to 10. Shayna finally relented, sheathing her sword with a click. Fine, the fight's over. Meanwhile, a mage, having freely passed through the gate, summoned her own spirit beast. She was thrilled. We beat the gatekeeper. That means we're faster than Yan, right? A little imp beside her didn't answer, just shot back a question. What if you are, and what if you aren't? The mage froze. Wait, you don't mean Yan was the first one to beat the gatekeeper at gate 11, do you? The imp scoffed. No, you guys were the first to beat him. But Yan, he has the seal of a high-level demon, and that's a whole different story. The seal of a high-level demon? What in the world is that? The mage asked, stunned. The little imp explained, think of it like a VIP pass. It lets the user be treated like a top-tier demon. With it, you can just walk straight past the gatekeeper's area. It all clicked for her. Except for gate 12, which is unguarded. This guy Yan must have the seal. That's how he got into the demon world before them. The mage looked at the little imp. You're a demon too. Can you give us one of those seals? The imp looked down, suddenly sad. She'd lost all her power, and the conditions to get a new seal were brutal. You'd have to fight a horde of demons and prove you're overwhelmingly superior just to get a chance. Hearing this, the mage trembled in fear. Just what kind of monster is this guy, Yan? Back on Yan's side, after a long and tiring search, a victorious smirk spread across Yan's face. He'd finally found Jian Kun. But this wasn't just some powerful demon. No, this thing was absolutely massive. Standing before it, Yan was like an ant, but he was fired up. Jian Kun, I've returned just like I promised after finishing all your requests. He just hoped the giant demon still remembered him, but that worry vanished when the giant actually praised him. Yan puffed out his chest, pointing a thumb at himself with pride. He bragged, not only did I solve the problem, but I found the source of the corrupted demons. It was these weird, glowing purple stones. Right on cue, a system notification popped up, his reward for completing Jian Kun's request, and when Yan saw what it was, he flushed like a shy maiden. The system announced he'd received pure demon blood. His heart pounded in his chest. This was the key to solving all his current quests and achievements. Jian Kun's voice boomed. Thank you. Because of you, my prison sentence has been reduced, so that's what this was, a prison. I can be free sooner, all thanks to you. Yan looked around but saw no bars. Why can't you just leave, he wondered. The giant sat down heavily, explaining helplessly, these pillars around us, they seal my power. I can't even move my body out of this circle. Yan immediately went into hero mode. Say no more. I'll destroy these pillars for you. Faced with such pure, innocent courage, the giant gave a tired laugh. If you do that, neither of us will ever see the sunrise again. The master of this place will come. Hearing that, Yan tensed up, ready for a fight. Jian Kun patiently explained, he is the 5th ranked in the entire demon world, the king of hatred, and this is his domain. Yan's mind drifted, lost in space, imagining an epic battle with this demon king. Snapping him out of it, Jian Kun asked for another favor, leaving Yan completely stunned. The system window appeared, and the request was so long it looked like a scroll. Even Yan had to let out a sigh. Seriously, this wasn't a novel. Basically, Jian Kun wanted his help proving his innocence. But here's the kicker, he needed it done as fast as possible, because with every passing day, he was getting weaker. Every 100 days, he'd lose 10,000 points of power, and eventually, he'd lose it all. An idea popped into Yan's head. What happens if your magic power goes over 50,000? Jian Kun explained everything. That much power would qualify him for the trial to become a high-level demon. Yan's mind started racing. If he completes this quest, he can make Jian Kun his ally, and he could use the pure demon blood to finally become a half-human, half-demon Cambion. The thought of taking this noble demon, Jian Kun, and making him his own personal subordinate was an irresistible temptation. He immediately accepted the request, shocking the giant demon. Meanwhile, in the Bo territory, Lan Lan was completely crushed by deadlines, sprawled out on her desk, but she perked right up when a report came in. Jin Xung had sent her something. 1 second, she was complaining about Hazin, wondering how a gift could make her miss someone. The next, she saw the gift was magic stones. She did a complete 180. Yan is the best, she declared. Across from her, Hazen's face was practically murderous. I wonder where he is right now, she muttered. Is he looking at some other woman? Oh, the irony. Because at that very moment, Yan was fighting for his life against a massive horde of monsters. A system notification popped up. You have successfully defeated 25 monsters. Yan grumbled. Is there even a specific number I have to beat, or does this just go on forever? Silence was his only answer. Just recently, he'd received a gem of demon virtue, a rare treasure that let him experience what it's like to be a half-demon. He immediately checked its info. It was a rare item, a type of oil extracted from a demon's red core. But here's the catch. The user needed to be fully prepared mentally before using it. Yan looked at the situation. The odds didn't look good. The gem was risky as hell, and he wasn't even sure he could survive this trial to the end. Just as he was about to go for a desperate all-or-nothing fight, a new system window appeared. He had passed the entire test. He was completely dumbfounded, in total disbelief. That's it? It's over? A glowing blue light shone down from the system interface with an announcement. This time, it declared he had officially succeeded in becoming a Cambion. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone scrambled to find him. I found him. Someone cheered. Yan became a Cambion. A voice shouted, filled with pure joy. A ghostly figure drifted nearby. Congratulations, Li Mai. But even if you can use the power of a demon, you're not the first. Wait, what? She thought she'd found the stone first. A thought struck her. If her hunch was right, then Yan had to be somewhere close by. Then, Her mind turned to Yan's guardians, her thoughts calculating. Especially Lubel. Everyone thinks he's talentless, that there's nothing special about him. But they were wrong. So wrong. Zara could read him like a book. Determined to catch him, she and her spirit guide continued the hunt. The ghosts just laughed, calling her a dog chasing a chicken. That playful attitude was driving Leah absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Ian was on his way to Seraphim's castle, just like Gang Kun told him. "Tell him I'm being held here," Gang Kun's words echoed in his mind. "And tell him you handled my little investigation. He'll take care of the rest." Hearing the name Seraphim, Ian checked his system info and quickly parted ways with Gang Kun. His turtle, by the way, still just chilling, munching on grass. "Master, check it out," it boasted. "I ate so many herbs, my head's bigger and my shell is tougher." It was dying to show off. But just then, a passing wolf scoffed, calling it all nonsense. Suddenly, the turtle chomped on a strange herb, and its entire body began to glow. Cut to Ian, who was now approaching Seraphim's massive castle. The castle was dark, not a single light on. A cold wind whipped around the place, making it feel totally haunted. Ian got the chills. Was this really a demon's lair? Even Cuss, his companion, thought it was strange. Not just the size, but the garden. It didn't fit. The plants were vibrant, glowing with a weird light, while everything else was pitch black. As they stepped inside, Ian hesitated. "Cuss, do you sense any signs of life in here?" Cuss wasn't sure. Maybe there's some kind of invisible barrier around the garden. And then, a voice echoed through the hall. "A human and a dragon? Now that's a rare combination." The mocking voice continued, "And not just any human, but a champion. It's been a long time since I've seen one of you." A chilling laugh filled the entire castle. Ian was startled. "Who's there? Who's talking?" The voice replied, dripping with arrogance. "I am the master of this castle, Seraphim." He looked up and saw Seraphim sitting on a throne. His gaze was cold, powerful. Ian didn't bother hiding anything and explained he was sent here to learn more about the demons. Seraphim realized Ian was a more important guest than he first thought, and this was not the place for this talk. He snapped his fingers. A magic circle flared to life under Ian and Cuss, and they vanished in a brilliant flash of light. Back on the battlefield, Lon was watching everyone fight the monsters, arms crossed. Becoming a champion by getting a dual class wasn't the only way. There had to be another path, but no one knew what it was. He was still obsessed with Ian. That kid had impressive skills and some crazy luck. His subordinate reported that the scouting was done. Lon decided he'd take down the beast himself. He drew his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. He'd entered the demon world later than Ian, but he'd gotten a hidden quest. With that thought, he closed the distance, getting right under the monster. He launched himself up, slashing deep into its back, making it stagger. Lon leaped again higher, this time soaring over the monster's head, aiming straight for the top of its skull, and brought his blade straight down. He successfully sliced it into two perfect halves. Amid the cheers from everyone else, he sheathed his sword. If he completes this hidden quest, he'll become a true demon. Ian's half-assed efforts would never beat his real dedication. Meanwhile, Ian was now sitting across from Seraphim, ready to talk business. He explained he'd heard about the destroyers and was hoping for Seraphim's help. Ian argued that to stop the war between humans and demons, they first had to stop the internal conflicts among the demons themselves. Seraphim was surprised he knew about their internal politics from so far away. A new quest popped up on the system. Find the master of the demon island, the demon king Jito. Seraphim raised his hand, and a scroll appeared, an item called Seraphim's letter. He asked Ian to deliver this letter to Jito, saying it's better to be prepared before making a move. Ian agreed. After all, he was already planning on getting a dual class before he left. Combining that with this new quest would make things much easier, but what he really needed was a hidden class. So first stop, Sebian's Research Institute in Area 107. Then something clicked. He remembered and asked Seraphim about a high-level demon named Gakun, explaining everything that happened between them. Seraphim had no idea Gakun was imprisoned in the Tower of Punishment. Because the destroyers had taken over the city, his own power was severely limited. Even the demon Lord Hikion was affected. Ian worried Seraphim wasn't strong enough to free Gakun, but he promised he could help. A week at the latest, 3 days at the earliest. Because of that, he needed Ian to unlock his hidden class within that time frame. With the deal done, Ian knew he had to visit the slave market next. Ian pulled out a small piece of paper, wanting to ask about the slave market in the city center. Seraphim was shocked. His attitude instantly shifted. He looked incredibly annoyed, even angry. Ian froze, glancing over at Cuss, who was passed out on a chair. Seraphim suddenly jolted, looking back. Huh? Aha. My apologies. I was just distracted by that thing in your hand. It's an impressive item, nonetheless. Ian was confused. This is impressive? It's just a contract. Seraphim then explained, "It seems you're completely in the dark. In this city, the owner of the slave market, Dai, announced he's opening the market on its lowest level, a place only open to demon kings, or those carrying that specific slave contract. But only once. It was a one-time thing. Normally, it's a VIP area for demon kings. Once a year, it opens for high-ranking nobles or elite demons. And the slaves sold there? So rare, nobody's ever even heard of them." Ian couldn't believe it. Was this slave contract really that important? He held the slip of paper in his hand. He thought to himself, this is definitely a golden opportunity. But at the same time, it could be a massive headache and the source of a lot of trouble. Seeing his expression, Seraphim added, "True, the contract itself might not be that valuable. But there's one key factor. It's incredibly rare. It's an item that's only released once a year." Ian was so stunned he could barely speak. So, it really is that rare. But inside, he was thinking something else. If it's rare, even a normal item's value can skyrocket. But even so, the value you're describing for this contract seems way too high. Why would that demon named Dai go to such lengths? Seraphim sighed. There's a reason for it. He's a very loving father, and he has a beautiful, innocent daughter. Huh. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the demon world, a massive explosion rocked the landscape. Satgam was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. He cursed under his breath. "Ah, damn it, it's too strong." Sion poked him. "You still alive, Satgan?" Satgan shot back, annoyed. "What? You're not happy your guild master made it back safe? Why do you always say things like that?" "You know I didn't mean it like that. So, can you tell us what happened in there?" "Getting into zones 90 to 99, it's going to be a problem for a while. Way more complicated than I thought. The gate to the double-digit zones is different from anything before. It's not a structure where a bunch of people can just rush in at once. No matter how many enter, each person gets thrown into their own separate trial room. And inside each of those rooms, a hero-grade monster is waiting." Sion took all that in, then asked, "So, did you beat the monster?" Slaughter took a slow sip of water. "If I had, would I be back out here? I was aiming for zone 99. Sion tried to figure out why he was alive, how he'd returned safely. "You mean the monster beat you, but spared your life and just kicked you out?" Slaughter had to set him straight. "No, that thing absolutely destroyed me. But the second my health dropped below 10%, I was automatically ejected. Someone like me got totally overwhelmed. I couldn't even get that monster's health below 50%. For now, we're pulling back from the double-digit zones. We're returning to Ras City to regroup." After Satjian spoke, the team retreated. But that blast zone remained a gateway to the next battlefield. Staring at it, he thought to himself, "We'll try again at level 200. Maybe." No, even that might not be enough. We'll need a dual class first. Meanwhile, Seraphim was still guiding Jin Xung. He was a high-ranking noble, yet his daughter was just a regular demon. She wanted a slave that she liked for her 20th birthday present. Jin Xung was taken aback by the request. "So, you're basically saying you need a slave contract for your daughter's birthday gift, like you're buying a doll?" Seraphim just winked, as if this was a stroke of luck. "Thanks to that slave contract, you got a golden opportunity, right? Now let's go." "Come on, lucky boy. I'll tell you the important points to look for when choosing." The moment they stepped inside, Dai spoke first. "Welcome, Seraphim. It's been a while since I last saw you, my friend." This was the monster in human form known as the Master of the Slave Market. Seraphim introduced them. "Dai, this is the friend I mentioned, and it's his first time at the slave market." "Oh, I've seen this one." Dai looked him over and then remarked, "I thought he was just a high-level demon, but it turns out he's a half-demon. And a summoner, on top of that. A very special guest indeed. Haha." Jin Xung just scratched his head and greeted him. "Sir Dai, this is the item Sir Seraphim told you about." Jin Xung held up the scroll. Dai saw it and nodded. "Oh right, the slave contract. Good, item confirmed. I'm curious how you got your hands on something this rare, but it doesn't matter. All right, our deal is done. Follow me, I'll take you to the lowest floor. Seraphim, I'll see you later." Jin Xung followed behind, thinking. So this is the place Seraphim was talking about. He was stunned by the scene before his eyes. Dai explained. "This is the lowest level of the slave market in Ras City. Once you're in, you can only contract one slave. Your time limit is half a day. If you don't sign a contract in that time, or as soon as you do sign one, you'll be automatically teleported to the first floor. I hope you find a slave that's at least hero grade." Jin Xung just followed him in. "All right, let's look around." He had a few questions in his mind. According to Seraphim, most of the information on the slaves would be hidden. The most important details can't be confirmed until the contract is signed. So Seraphim had recommended 3 specific types of slaves. After walking for a bit, Jin Xung stopped. The races imprisoned before him: Moon Elf, Dark Phantom, and Kagan. These were the three races. He remembered what Seraphim had told him. Most buyers just focus on a slave's stats. They think high numbers will be useful for their overall strength down the line. But really, that's a rookie mistake. Using a slave as just another soldier is the worst possible choice. No matter how high a slave's stats are, in the end, they can't beat a high-level demon. It's a total waste of a slave's slot. So, when choosing, instead of looking at their stats, you have to look for their special abilities. Jin Xung completely agreed with Seraphim's logic. That's why Seraphim suggested three races known for having outstanding special abilities. This moon elf was one of them. But there was another, critical condition. Race specialization has to be paired with a race-specific ability. What does that mean? Basically, race specialization means that when a slave uses their own race's special ability, that ability gets a 2-level boost. But the specialization is only meaningful if it has a race-specific ability to latch onto. If a moon elf slave has a special ability not related to their race, even if they have the race specialization option, it's completely worthless. It's all just a facade, an empty shell. Even though she's a moon elf, she doesn't have a race-specific option in her special ability, so I'll pass. Jin Xung went from slave to slave, checking each one. Nope, this one's no good either. He grabbed his head in frustration. None of these slaves were a match, but Jin Xung's spirit was still strong. There isn't much time left, but I will definitely find the best one. Suddenly, he noticed something up ahead. Jin Xung froze. This person, he thought. Is that a dark phantom? As he locked his eyes on the slave, Cassie quickly tried to stop him. That's. Jin Xung was startled and looked back. What's wrong? Cassie, do you know something about this slave? Meanwhile, in the southeast of the city of Wrath, Satjian stood in the main square, shouting. As you all know, this guild quest is a massive opportunity for our Titan guild. We were the first ones to get a guild quest from the demon world. Only our guild can bring 20 members into this city of Wrath. We cannot let this chance slip away. Now is the time to erase our reputation for always being second place. This is our chance to rise up and become the #1 guild. Satjian then passionately called out the guild's name, and everyone roared back, Titan! Titan! Satjian's eyes burned with determination. The moment we finish regrouping, I will end this mission. Back with Jin Xung, Cassie was staring at the slave in disbelief. Incredible. I can't believe such a creature exists. I've never seen such a cute dragon since the day I was born. Master. Jin Xung thought his companion actually knew something important about the slave, but nope, he just thought it was adorable. So, that's your type? He, on the other hand, thought differently. So this is a dragon? What kind of dragon is as fat as a pig? Isn't that just a lizard with wings? Cassie, were you this big and chubby when you were little? Is being chubby the beauty standard for dragons? Cassie, having been hit where it hurts, shot back. What, as a divine being? There's no way I look like that. Master, you just said it was cute yourself. It's weirdly adorable. What does that even mean? Jin Xung stopped teasing him and moved closer to the slave's cell. I think this one might be a match. Let's see. Is this thing really that amazing? Its intelligence was 7,812. These stats are ridiculous, Jin Xung thought in awe. Whoa, wait, this must be the demon's temptation Seraphim warned me about. Stay calm and make a rational judgment. Just like Seraphim said, if it doesn't have skills useful for combat, I shouldn't choose it. But now that I'm looking closely, the info window seems strange. 3 times more intelligence than health? I've never seen stats like that. A level 145 creature with less than 10,000 HP. That means even a light bite from poo-poo could instantly kill it, right? What's the point of high intelligence if its other skills and stats don't match up? Honestly, the risk is way too high to form a contract. I know. But Jin Xung placed his hand on the tube holding the new slave anyway. He looked to Cassie for advice, completely torn. What should we do? Cassie, should we pick this one? But Cassie answered with a bit of a story instead. Master, I recently learned a saying. It was confusing, but seeing you now, I think I finally get what it means. The answer is already decided. The owner is already decided. You've already made your choice, Master. You don't need an answer from me. So, Master, just do what you want to do. Whatever it is, Jin Xung thought for a moment, then sighed. My bad. You're right. All right then. Let's welcome a new friend. Meanwhile, the Gun Titan Guild was deep in combat training, taking hit after hit from a horde of monsters. Huni screamed a warning. Canelo, that's a wide area skill. Got it. Canelo instantly activated his Black Umbrella skill, Dragon's Jaw. At the same time, the system window flashed. Summon creature has used Dragon's Jaw. The gatekeeper was silenced. Vam, now's our chance. Attack, Canelo ordered. The creature immediately lunged at the powerful monster. Down below, the crowd started cheering. Nice one. Canelo, are we actually going to beat this thing? Huni glanced at its health bar, only a third left. A flicker of excitement hit him. We finally get to use it. If we take this thing down, we might just level up again, right? Just one more level and I'll hit 180. A new skill might even unlock. Huni raised his staff, shouting an incantation as a stream of dark energy slammed into the beast. Insignificant humans, it roared, smashing the ground before swiping at Huni. But it never connected. A huge explosion erupted right in its face, stopping the attack cold. This is our best chance, Huni announced. The timing is perfect. One solid counterattack and this battle is over. You know it. Canelo yelled, pumped up. All right. He summoned his dragon, Yang, it's time. The dragon roared and charged straight for the monster's stomach. But the monster was faster. It pointed a single finger, shooting a blast of fire at Yang, stopping him in his tracks. But Huni? His lips just curled into a cocky smirk. Ha! I've been waiting for this exact moment. His entire body became the eye of a storm as all the power he'd been storing was unleashed. Spirit's revenge. Shadowy flames erupted around the monster's body. The beast just stood there, unimpressed by the familiar attack. The two forces clashed. Huni poured every last bit of his strength into it. His voice rang out like a final judgment. Take this last hit. And just like that, the monster keeled over, smoke billowing from its mouth. Huni stood tall amidst the dust and smoke, a triumphant grin on his face. The massive barrier around them began to tremble violently, glowing cracks spreading across its surface. The barrier is disappearing. The path to Zone 109 is open. The gate's open. Canelo ran over to his friend, hyping him up. Honey, you were absolutely incredible. Huni's ego swelled. Of course. I'm the strongest dark mage in the universe, after all. But deep down, another worry lingered. I know some of the top players, including BN, already reached Zone 100. So why is the gatekeeper for Zone 11 still here? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll just keep fighting until I find BN at the Demon King's castle. The castle doors slowly creaked open. First entry into the castle of the Demon King of Wrath. Guild fame increased by 150,000. Personal fame increased by 50,000 for each member. Magic resistance increased by 0.5%. Canelo stared inside, completely fired up. We're finally here. And among all the guilds, this place is the perfect stronghold for Gun Titan to claim. But their celebration was cut short by the Demon King himself. Ha! I will not allow it. Canelo was floored. What? Are you refusing to give us the quest? The Demon King, Ha-Kion, flexed his authority. Precisely. You must complete a quest under my conditions to be approved. With a total of 8 members, you must have one of every job class. You must form a party and complete the quest. Canelo seethed at the ridiculous demand. Damn it. An unexpected roadblock after we did everything right. The reward for the Demon King's quest is becoming an official city guild. Sounds kind of minor, right? And at first glance, you might think it's nothing special. But if you're registered as an official city guild through this quest, the fees for using shops in the city are drastically reduced. And the guild would also be able to get buffs from the Demon Shrine in the central square, not to mention access to the nearby teleportation gate. But with the quest blocked like this, even though Canelo felt uneasy, he had no choice but to accept. Understood. I'll meet your conditions in return. The team was stunned by the bizarre quest. What do we do now? We have assassins and dark mages around level 160 in the guild. We could probably get them to the demon world somehow, but the real problem is a summoner, right? The highest level summoner in our entire guild is only level 140. Canelo thought more about this strange requirement. A level 140 player isn't even considered a real threat. Like the Demon King said, a rookie player would never pass this test. He grabbed his head in frustration. Ugh, this is a nightmare. Where are we supposed to find a summoner that strong? Elsewhere, Jin Xung was grabbing his own head. Damn it, this was a mistake. He'd chosen a new slave, but he never expected this one to be so completely useless. Although, looking at its hidden potential, maybe not entirely useless. First, its unique racial skill, Descendant of Darkness. It grants immunity to all attacks, except for those with the light attribute. Takes 50 times more damage from light attribute attacks. Wait, doesn't that mean he'll basically get one-shotted by light magic? It has other unique abilities though, and they sound pretty good. Unfortunately, this amazing skill landed on this particular guy. The skill is called Greedy Nightmare. It lets the user bring back rare items from their dreams while sleeping, but the dragon just doesn't sleep, and it's driving Jin crazy. When are you planning on sleeping? The little dragon's reply is even more infuriating. Master, I don't know how to sleep. My entire race doesn't sleep. I haven't slept in 3,000 years. Jin just clutches his head. If it never sleeps, how the hell is it supposed to bring back rare items? Oh god, he'd been completely tricked. Damn it, this was his fault for making such an impulsive choice. It seems to have only one use, being cute, and it's working. Even his own familiars are completely mesmerized by it. Oh my god, look at it flap its wings. It's so cute, that chubby belly. It's just my type. With every flap of its wings, its little belly wobbled. Yan watched their reactions from the side. Wait, Sia likes this kind of stuff? Do they actually have the same tastes? He let out a sigh, rubbing his forehead. Man, what a headache. He was basically carrying dead weight he brought on himself, but he suddenly realized that even if something is useless, being cute is its own kind of power. Then Yan gave the order. All right, listen up. From now on, we're heading to Zebian's Research Institute. Whoever contributes the most on the way there gets the exclusive right to dote on Kai for a whole day. The moment his subordinates heard they could get their hands on Kai, it was like they'd been shot full of pure adrenaline. Every single one of them was fired up. It got so intense that Yan had to turn to Kai and laugh. You know, they say anything can be useful. Turns out, you're the ultimate performance-enhancing drug. But Kai, he was not a fan of the compliment. Cute? What's so cute about me? I absolutely hate that word. But that grumpy attitude, that's exactly what makes him adorable. He's just a stubborn, cute little thing. When they arrived at Zebian's lab, the guy broke out in a sweat just seeing him. Whoa, look what the cat dragged in. Yan greeted his old acquaintance with a smirk. Hey, long time no see. But calling me a monster? Kinda rude, don't you think? Zebian was genuinely shocked. I thought it would take you at least a month, no matter how fast you were. This is seriously incredible. All right, let's get you ready for your dual class. Those words were music to Yan's ears. Finally, this is awesome. But then, Zebian's next words stopped him cold. But I feel a little bad about this. I didn't expect you back so soon, and the lab isn't quite ready yet. We're going to need more time. Yan's face fell instantly. The excitement vanished. So, something's not finished. How long do I have to wait? Probably at least another week. Is there anything I can do to help? Anything. Just tell me what you need. Hey, you're pretty eager, aren't you? As night fell, in a small house across the world, Sachin's team was completely wiped out, collapsed on the floor. I'm so tired. Is this quest actually impossible? Don't ask me that. Sachin slammed his fist on the table, totally fed up. This is the third time. Damn it. We just needed a little more. We were so close. Is this really our limit? Our skills just aren't cutting it. This is what we get for slacking on recruiting members with the new classes. He knew the consequences, crossing his arms and switching to a new plan. No point regretting it now. The only way forward, Loon, sitting next to him, looked at the guild leader. Leader, you already know the answer. We have to accept non-guild members for the quest team. But from the guild leader's perspective, that was a tough pill to swallow. The rewards for the first ever clear of a rare quest. And now he had to share them with some other guild? Unbearable. Sachin tried to rally his team. If we just push a little harder, we can still do this. Everyone, let's give it one more shot. But his team was already beyond exhausted. Nobody even bothered to listen to his words. Sion had to step in. Leader, it's not going to happen like this. But Sachin was stubborn as a mule. No. Bringing in outsiders from another guild is not an option. Loon shot back. You think anyone wants to do this, but you know we don't have another solution. The other members started to agree. We need a real solution. Our current members have hit their limit. After a long, tense silence, Sachin finally caved. All right, fine. Here's what we'll do. Among the high-level players with new classes, find ones that aren't in a guild and invite them. Sion thought for a moment, then something clicked, and his eyes shot wide open. Leader, I just remembered. I heard some interesting news yesterday from my guild union contact. The gatekeeper of Demon World Area 11 has been defeated, the warlock player who pulled it off. He doesn't belong to any guild. Sachin's face lit up with hope as he called for his recruiters. Is that true? Then what are you all waiting for? Get on it, now. Meanwhile, back at the lab, Zebian was holding his head. Man, this guy really has a talent for blowing people's minds. A huge sack of items was suddenly thrown down at his feet. Yan and his subordinates were panting heavily after finishing the mission. We got everything. It's all here. Zebian looked at them, a little worried. That's incredible. But are you okay? Even though he was exhausted, Yan just gave a thumbs up. Huh? Nothing to it. But anyway, the job's done, right? Finally, Zebian hit the complete button for Yan. Yeah. You worked hard. A flood of system windows then appeared right in front of him. Dual class has been assigned. Allows the use of 2 classes at once. Zebian let Yan take it all in for a moment before suggesting his second class. So, you want to learn beast taming magic? Yan didn't even hesitate. That's the whole reason I came here. I'll change my class immediately. More system windows popped up, confirming his successful change to Demon Summoner. From now on, the proficiency speed of all skills will increase by 1.5 times. Yan also received a whopping 200,000 reputation points. He got a beast-proof item. And finally, a system congratulations. A massive pillar of light shot down from the sky, forcing Zebian and all of Yan's subordinates to look up. They never saw this coming. Yan now held the power of a second class. The light condensed, forming a glowing orb right in his palm as the system's voice rang out again. Player Yan has successfully become the first to achieve a dual class. Elsewhere, Jemer slammed her weapon into the ground in pure disbelief as the announcement echoed across the entire server. Seriously, Yan? It's you again? Zebian stood beside him, patting his shoulder. Congratulations, you're the first person to ever get a dual class. Yan was beaming. Thanks. I'm so happy. And then he just collapsed. Sorry. I think I've hit my limit. Zebian freaked out. Hey, are you okay? Yan mumbled. I just need some sleep. I'll be back. A system window popped up. Yan has logged out. His subordinates cheered. Finally, they could get some rest, but their celebration was cut short. A message from Yan appeared. Sorry guys, just grind for another 5 hours, then you can rest. His entire crew was absolutely furious. No, you evil master. But while they raged, one of them was thrilled. Haha, I think I finally found the right master for me. His excitement just earned him curses from the others. That guy is completely nuts. You can say that again? Meanwhile, Puji was hiding behind a wall, scheming. I definitely shouldn't have come back. Master is terrifying. If I go back now, he'll just put me to work. And it's not like I can even help much. It then began daydreaming, hearing voices praise it. Wow, Puji, you're so amazing. I've never seen a cooler turtle than you. And with that, it decided it needed to get stronger by eating more herbs. Once I'm a much cooler turtle, I, Paj, will proudly return to my master's side. Back in the real world, Yan woke up with a long stretch, feeling sore. Man, it's been a while since I slept that well. I think I was out for 10 hours straight. The weather was warm, the sun was bright, the world felt full of joy. A deep sleep really is the best medicine. He headed to the living room, slept enough, ate enough. All right, time to game. He logged back into Kailan, and Yan's eyes took on a brutal, determined glint. His new dual class is waiting. Meanwhile, his demon pets are exhausted from a 5-hour hunt. No more fighting, they seem to say. Looking at them, Jin realizes maybe he's been pushing them too hard. Oh, my friends. Cassute is lying there, completely drained, and starts complaining. So the master finally noticed. Jin snaps his fingers, recalling his demon pets. Everyone, rest up until the next hunt. He knows if he works them without a break, their loyalty points will drop. Just then, Zebian walks up from behind. Ah, you're back. Let's check out your new class info. Jin is pumped. You bet. I worked my butt off to get this. And there it is. A system window appears. Hidden class Demon Fusionist. A class created by Zebian himself. It's a forbidden art that creates incredibly powerful demon pets. Zebian explains further. Just like a summoner needs leadership to summon, a fusionist needs demon energy. But unlike mana, demon energy isn't consumed. Does compatibility with a demon work the same as friendship level? Jin stares at the info panel. There's a proficiency stat, 2. Damn it. So in the end, it's still a grind. Suddenly, boom, another explosion. And a new skill, mental focus. For 30 seconds, he's unable to act, but the skill resets all the cooldowns for his demon pet's unique abilities. High risk, high reward. A super useful combat skill that gives his pets an instant skill refresh. Seeing Jin's panic, Zebian explains another method, Demon Fusion. This is the core of the Demon Fusionist class. Demon Fusion combines a main demon pet with one or more material pets to create a much stronger one. If it fails, the material pets disappear, but the main one is safe. You need to raise your fusion proficiency, and fast. If it's too low, you'll fail to fuse even low-level demons. But wait, even if I fail, if I keep trying with high-level pets, won't my proficiency go up quickly? Nope. If the fusion fails, proficiency doesn't increase at all. So, yeah, it's way more efficient to start by fusing low-level pets over and over. After their chat, Jin finally gets it. That high-level pet he caught, Lakeel, useless for now. Zebian keeps hyping it up like some kind of salesman, listing all the required qualities. The path to becoming a beast fusionist is anything but easy. Only through relentless persistence and effort can a truly great one be born. Just like a summoner, you need a serious dedication to research. Choosing which beasts to fuse is absolutely critical, so you have to constantly study and learn from every attempt. And just like that, Jin Xung was hooked. Researching, experimenting, grinding. His eyes lit up, he was all in. This is it. This is the class for me. His sudden intensity made Zan a little uneasy. Hey, I didn't expect you to get this into it. But Jin Xung just kept going, sending Lai out to hunt more monsters. He directed from a distance, shouting attack orders. Lai, fall back. One more hit and you're dead. Lai quickly replied, understood, master. Then Jin Xung commanded his other beast, Paji, get in front and block. Vin, you watch our flank and warn us if they get close. Then, another monster suddenly gets chomped by Paji. Jin sees that perfect moment, capturing it as his own pet. A system notification pops up. You have successfully captured the low-level demon, Vigo. Proficiency in taming has increased by 0.5%. He holds up a finger, totally satisfied. Nice work, Paji, Lai, and Vin. Another notification window appears right in front of him. He looks at it, thinking to himself. The demon energy needed for a low-level pet is about 500 to 1,000. His own demon energy is around 17,000, so he can capture about 25 of them. That's pretty much his limit for now. Jin waves to his familiars. All right, let's take a break. In a flash, night falls. He starts a fire next to his camp and sits down to warm up. A system window pops up in front of him. Okay, time to try out Demon Fusion. Jin selects the low-level demon, Sapli as the main pet, and the low-level Vigo as the material. Then he adds a low-level magic stone. Using the new materials increased his success rate by 20%. Jin Xung smirked. Nice. Time to create a new beast. Just then, C arrived. What the hell is this? But Jin Xung was focused, creating his own custom monster. Quiet. I'm concentrating. Streams of blue and red light intertwined, unleashing an irresistible surge of power. The system announced it. Beast creation successful. The intermediate class beast, Kaido, has been created. Jin Xung leaped into the air, ecstatic. All right, that's what I'm talking about. He turned to Kerr. Get ready. It's time. Kerr had no idea what was happening. Time for what? Jin Xung just shot Seer a battle-hungry look. What else? It's time to grind. Because grinding never betrays you. In the real world, studying English for 2 hours barely gets you anywhere. But grinding in Kylon, the results are fast, and they are real. So let's go. Catch one, then another, and another. From this day forward, he would become the Lord of Magical Beasts. Jin Xung was riding a high, enjoying these unprecedented achievements. He eagerly welcomed his new creations. You beasts, you're all mine now. He paused. All right, let's take a short break. In sharp contrast to his own energy, his minions were completely exhausted. Finally, thank you, Master. But during the break, Jin Xung kept fusing beasts. As the system notifications popped up, 3 new creatures appeared before him. But then, disaster struck. Beast fusion has failed. The loyalty of the main material, Vigo, has decreased by 5. Jin Xung just stared, all too familiar with this screen. He'd already tried dozens of times, but only managed to create a high-level beast 5 times. Is this whole thing just a gacha game for newbies? The success rate was way lower than he thought, but if I grind hard until tomorrow, I think I can level up. Seer called out from behind him, Master, is something wrong? The two got lost in conversation. Grinding is fine and all, but where are we going? Everyone's wondering. We're going to keep hunting like this. Then it was back to Wrath City, where a new team member was waiting to be picked up. Jin just smirked. Hey, looks like Sarah's about to get a new boss. I can't wait to see his face. Xiao walked over and asked, where are we going? Sarah replied, back to Wrath City. And in that very city, where a dark night had fallen, Huni and Canel arrived at their destination. This is it, Wrath City. We can finally get into the real Demon World content. But Canel was a little lost. Huni, don't we have to do that security force quest to even get inside? We do, he said, but someone from the Gun Titan Guild posted a guide. Canel tried to recall. That gamer named Selen, the Knight or something. And over at the Gun Titan Guild, a member made a report. Selen, they're here. He was surprised. Who? The member added, the dark mage you've been searching for. He's arrived at Wrath City. Is that right? Excellent. Prepare to welcome our guests. Selen contacted Huni directly. Hello, you must be Huni. I take it you've reached the outskirts of Wrath City? Huni literally jumped in shock. What? What the hell? Talk about perfect timing. Then, Selen made an offer. How about our guild, Gun Titan, helps you with the entry quest? Huni was ecstatic, shouting for Canel to hurry up. Come on, follow me, which left Canel totally confused. Huni, why are we suddenly running? His friend cheered back. We just got a free pass into Wrath City. Canel broke into a sprint, still not getting it. Huh? What are you talking about? At the gates of Wrath City, Jin's party had also just arrived. Jin went inside to meet with Seraphim. Sir Seraphim, I've returned with a dual-class system. The man was surprised. Oh? You're back much sooner than I expected. But Jin's mind was on his friend. What about Jenkin? Has he been released from the punishment tower yet? Of course. I handled it immediately. The whole conversation quickly shifted to Jankin. Thank you so much. All that struggle finally paid off. No, Seraphim corrected him. The credit isn't mine, it was all your effort. You're the one who cleared up all the trouble tied to Jenkin's sentence. So releasing him? That was the easy part. Still, thank you, Jin said. So where is he now? He's waiting for you, of course. At Seraphim's words, Jin could barely contain his excitement. A high-ranked demon. No, a future noble. Is this another low-level character with completely broken stats? But then he shook his head. No, now is not the time to get sidetracked by Jankin. I have to focus on delivering Seraphim's letter to Jikado, right? Can't forget about that quest. Jin walked up to a tavern sign. This is the place? He stepped inside, scanning the room. This place is bigger than I imagined. But Jankin... Wait a second. Jankin is absolutely massive. No matter how big this tavern is, there's no way he could fit in here, right? Suddenly, a voice snapped Jin back to reality. You've returned, Yan. He couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, wait, he's actually in here? Jankin's solid frame appeared right before him. I was waiting for you. Meanwhile, Jia-han was busy clearing out a monster horde. She let out a sigh. Phew, finally done, are we? Her subordinates cheered behind her. You worked hard, Master. Just then, the system window popped. You have completed the quest Path to the Abyss. Completion rank. Jia-han waved her hand, signaling her crew to follow. They praised her, but inside, she was seething with resentment. Yan, the honor of being the first to step into the demon world. You stole it from me. That honor should have been mine. The demon world portal began to materialize. A system prompt asked, do you wish to enter the demon world? In that moment, Jia-han and her followers stepped through without hesitation. Back with Jin, he had finally found Jankin. The man waved a greeting. Yan, thanks to you, I got out of that place ahead of schedule. Because of that, I managed to keep almost all of my magic power. The two were a little formal. Whoa, are you really Jankin? You look totally different, and a lot smaller. Jankin explained, it's all thanks to Seraphim's help. When I was freed, my magic power was only around 45,000, but Seraphim gave me a Supreme Spirit herb, and I made a full recovery. To even contain that much power, my body had to be reforged and refined from the inside out. I also wanted a more stable form. Thanks to all this, I now qualify for the nobility promotion battle. Of course, to actually become a noble, I'll still have to fight for it. Jin's eyes lit up. Whoa, that's amazing. Jankin can just self-evolve like that. Talk about a 2-for-1 deal. After the small talk, Jankin's tone became serious. Yan, I didn't just escape those chains. I broke through a wall that's been holding me back for a very long time. And it's all because of you. Your strength left a huge impression on me, and I owe you everything. I want to become your guardian, to walk beside you on this journey. From this moment on, I want to fight at your side. At that exact moment, a system window appeared. A high-ranked demon wishes to become your guardian. It simply gave Jin the choice. Accept or decline. But there was no way in hell Jin was passing this up. Thank you, Jankin. I'm looking forward to having you with me. System confirmed. You have accepted the demon Jankin as your guardian. Suddenly, notification windows began flooding his screen, confusing him. So this message pops up when you have enough guardians? The notification said Jin had enough points for a promotion to Grand Duke. Jin thought it through. With his current reputation score, he could rank up to Grand Duke right now and still have 10 million points to spare. But I don't really need that title right now. The reputation points themselves are way more useful. He immediately declined the promotion, saving his points for later. Jin thought about the incredible bargain he just landed. Maybe it's because of my massive reputation score that I was able to recruit an unbelievably powerful guardian like him. Let's check Jankin's information. His status window popped up. Level 351 and a high-ranked demon. He was one of the former 12 generals of the demon world, a certified berserker. Jin scanned the details, blown away by the raw power. Damn. Both his passives and buffs give a massive boost to his magic's activation rate. With magic that has such a high chance of dealing fixed damage like this, he's the perfect pick for taking down high-defense bosses. Still, there's one tiny disappointment. I thought he'd be at least legendary grade, but he's only a hero grade. Then again, with a level that high and being a high-ranked demon, I guess it's not a big deal. After thinking for a moment, Jin called his guardians to get ready. All right, let's go. The Demon's Castle is in Area 80 of the Demon World model, until we reach the Demon King Kaido. Hearing this, his other guardians immediately protested. Master, what is this about? Is this some kind of joke? Why would that demon become one of your guardians? But Jinam was more excited about his own power than their disagreement. It's because I'm so awesome that even demons are drawn to me. All right, our new member is here. Everyone put on a smile and welcome him. Jiankun walked up to Kerr first. I look forward to working with you. You're the warrior I fought before, right? Kerr did not look pleased. But before he could answer, Jiankun's attention was stolen by something else. Master, how did you manage to recruit this guy? Jiankun's focus shifted to Kaka, which totally surprised Jinung. You know this useless brat? Kaka immediately snapped back, offended. Who are you calling useless? Master, that's so mean. Besides being cute, what else can you even do? I am not cute. Their bickering went nowhere, but Jiankun seemed to know exactly who Kaka was. You're Kaka of the Shadow Tribe, aren't you? Kaka's face lit up with a grin. Heh. Finally, someone on this team recognizes me. That's right. I am Kaka Phantom, a great member of the Shadow Tribe. But Jiankun's expression suddenly darkened, so the rumors were true. And in a split second, his entire prediction flipped. You really are cute. Jinung thought he was about to learn about some hidden power. But nope, turns out he really did pick up someone useless. All right, whatever. I guess you all know each other now. You guys look pretty happy. He then asked seriously, Jiankun, do you know anything about Kaka Phantom? Jiankun was happy to share what little he knew. I don't know much. I only read about them once in an ancient text. It said the tribe looks incredibly cute, and because they're a shadow race, they don't sleep. This just confused Jinung even more, because Kaka's main skill was all about sleeping. See, that's the problem. One of his skills is Greedy Sleepwalker. It's supposed to let him get rare items through dreams, but I don't get how Kaka has that skill when he supposedly never sleeps. Jiankun's gaze grew distant. He searched his memory for any info on that skill, but came up empty. That is strange. Still, it's not a completely useless skill. Jinung was feeling a mix of emotions, caught between surprise and confusion over Kaka's useless but not useless ability. Jiankun tried to explain further. When a Kaka Phantom awakens, he'll be able to use it. The Shadow Tribe gains the ability to sleep once they reach an awakened state, so the skill is still very useful. But that just led back to Jinung's original question. That sounds great and all, but how do I trigger his awakened state? Jiankun's answer was a total dead end. I don't know. Even Kaka himself had no clue. He just chirped, I don't know either, Master. Jinung let out a long sigh. Well, I guess I wasn't expecting much anyway. For now, we just need to get through Gate 100. With that, he led his group of guardians forward. At Gate 100 of the demon world, Jinung eyed the two guards cautiously. So, as long as I have authorization from a high-ranking demon, I can pass, right? Please say yes. But Jiankun, standing right next to him, crushed his hopes. Unfortunately, not even the Demon King can pass Gate 100 freely. You have to pass a test to get in. Is that so? Jinung asked. Then what's the test? Meanwhile, Huni and Sion were discussing a new quest. Huni posed the question, so you're saying I have to join this quest, no matter what the Demon King's trial is? Sion nodded. That's right. One of the conditions is that the party must have at least one person from each class. Huni was already calculating the benefits of helping out. Helping others always pays off in the end. And besides, I can get a free hidden quest out of this. The Titan Guild did help us get into the City of Wrath, after all. Huni then asked, how long does the quest usually take? Sion gave her the details. Usually, one attempt takes about half a day. But don't worry, you don't lose your life or anything if you fail. Huni thought to herself, sounds decent enough, but I really wanted to see Sion first. At that moment, Sion kept talking, his voice smooth and steady. My team is desperate for a top-tier Shadow Mage. It's a bit embarrassing, really. Our guild is ranked second on the entire server, but we don't have a single mage as skilled as you, Huni. Well, can't be helped, right? It's not that you guys are weak, I'm just on another level. Huni's ego swelled up instantly. Sion knew exactly which buttons to push. That's right, guys like him get a big head from just a little praise. Then he got to the main point. If you agree to help, Huni, we'll broadcast far and wide that this mission was completed thanks to you. Your reputation will explode. A perfect deal, right? That sounded good, and you guys did help me out with that patrol squad thing. All right, you got a deal. Let me show you what real power looks like. Okay, I'll share the quest with you now. Yeah, do it. Just then, a system window popped up for Huni. You have received a hidden quest, the Demon King's trial, but then a sudden thought made him freeze. Wait a second, this quest isn't going to get shared with Jin Xung like that immortality quest, is it? Too late. The regret hit him instantly, as the notification pinged on Jin Xung's screen that master servant link they'd set up worked both ways. The sudden pop-up left Jin Xung totally confused. Huh, what's this now? He was a little busy at the moment. Oh, right, not exactly the time to be reading quest logs, he said, leaping back to dodge a brutal attack from a monster. This gate was no joke, the kind even the Demon King himself would be wary of. And this opponent wasn't going down easy. It was some kind of stone-hide beast. Think golem-level defense, but with the raw, brutal power to back it up. Jin Xung's guardians were giving it their all, fighting with everything they had. But the real headache wasn't its strength. Nope, the problem was, it was completely immune to all crowd control effects. Jin Xung was impressed. Never seen an ability like that before. He steeled himself, a grin on his face. This guy's tough. I like it. A perfect walking punching bag. Let's get this beatdown started. His guardians charged forward with Lai leading the pack, followed closely by Ser and Cassie. Cassie soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames on the giant beast. Lai lunged forward, claws tearing into its stone-like hide again and again. Ser, meanwhile, dove from above, striking down at its head. The three of them swarmed the monster, and Ser's final attack seemed to end it, bisecting the monster clean in two. He smirked, proud of his sword work. No matter how tough you are, you can't withstand my blade. But then it moved. One half of the monster lurched forward. Just in time, Jin Xung charged in, smashing what was left into 1,000 fragments. Total annihilation. Ser glared at Jin Xung, clearly annoyed. This whole from enemies to allies thing, yeah, he was not used to it yet. Jin Xung just dusted off his hands and couldn't resist a little jab. You were getting careless. An ally? Humph. You just wanted to steal the final kill, didn't you? Jin Xung watched from a distance, a grin spreading across his face. He didn't even have to lift a finger. Normally, I'd use my control skills to weaken or manage the enemy. But hey, a win's a win. This just proves it. We're getting way stronger. Looking at the pile of rubble, Jin Xung was reminded of someone. Next time I see Bian, I gotta ask him how to summon golems. Just then, the gate to the 100th floor creaked open, and two guardians bowed, inviting his party inside. Jin Xung shifted back to his human form as the other guardians powered down. Jin Xung announced, finally, the gate to the 100th floor is open. All right, let's move out. He stepped eagerly through the portal, his team right behind him. System notifications began to flood his vision, transporting to the 99th demon space, arrived in the demon world. And finally, congratulations on your first conquest of the 100th floor space gate. A massive 150,000 fame points were added to Jin Xung's stats. After stepping through the gate, they found themselves in an endless green field, bathed in the warm glow of a setting sun. But that beautiful view was spoiled by the hordes of monsters lying in wait. System alerts blared. A powerful magic was enveloping the area, dropping movement speed by 5%. But faced with this, Jin Xung wasn't scared at all. This was his kind of place. Huni, on the other hand, was freaking out. What's going on? The hidden quest should be shared by now, so why isn't there a notification? His anxiety was starting to confuse Canel and Sion. Huni tried to calm himself, running through 7749 horrifying scenarios. With his personality, the moment a hidden quest pops up, he should dive right in. Could it be he's not even logged into the game? Finally, a different thought hit him. Huni was overjoyed. The heavens are on my side, but Canel had to cut in. Hey, what's with you? Sion is waiting. Huni snapped back to the main issue. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Sion didn't press the issue with the kid. It's fine, don't worry about it. But Sion, I have one request. Go on. If there isn't a standout summoner, could you please let Canel join the team? Canel immediately shot that down. Whoa, what's this? Why so suddenly? That's not how this works. But Huni seriously broke down Canel's skills. He's only around level 150, not that high, but his skill set is solid. Plus, he has a hidden class that just unlocked with the Demon World content, so he's strong. What Huni said made Sion reconsider. He was originally going to pick Yan, but a hidden class is definitely worth a look. His attitude instantly changed, welcoming them both. But deep down, Sion had other thoughts. Compared to Yan, this guy is way less pressure for us. Thinking they'd made it into a real guild, Huni and Canel were thrilled. You did great, man. Haha, thanks a lot. Canel and Sion shook hands. I look forward to working with you. We're grateful for your help too, Sion said. Meanwhile, Jiahan was still grinding monsters like crazy. She clenched her fist, putting all her effort into breaking through the final stage of level 17. A brilliant purple light swirled up, creating intense waves of energy that coiled around her body. She thrust her hand forward, grabbing that fierce energy, making the very air around her vibrate violently. Bright streaks of light twisted around her arm. The system then announced that player Jiahan had officially become a true demon, the very first to achieve the title. Jiahan looked at her new body with satisfaction. I finally surpassed the half-demon form to become a true demon. Now, no one in the demon world can keep up with my progress, but giving up the magic swordsman class is a bit of a waste. and I have to leave the guild too. Just then, the system automatically removed her from the Black Moon Guild, a human guild. Frustrated, Jiahan grabbed her head. Have I been too arrogant all this time? I got complacent in the #1 spot, thinking the guild was a safe haven, and that's why I lost to them. She remembered her fight against Jin Xung's group. There are still countless others strong enough to challenge me. This is no time to cling to some empty #1 title. I will gain overwhelming power and surpass them all. And to do that, I need a new class. Her spirit reignited, Jiahan walked on alone. She pressed forward until she reached a place filled with lava pits. All right, it has to be over there. Jiahan calmly stepped inside. Within was a legendary sword. Found it, the sealed blade. As she rejoiced, a system window appeared. This is the sealed sword of the Demon King Jikato. Warning: if you draw the sealed sword, the magic circle will activate and awaken the demon dragon. Jiahan grabbed the sword with both hands, resolute. The system message continued. If the demon dragon awakens, the Destructor Demon Tribe's invasion of the human world will be advanced by 30 days, and the demon forces will be significantly strengthened. Jiahan thought for a moment, then mumbled, just like he said, the monster wave from the demon world will come sooner, and the difficulty will spike. Jiahan recalled the man's words. The human world is going to be swallowed by the demon world anyway. When that happens, it will become your personal stage, a true demon. If you draw Jikato's sword, it'll all happen faster. That's reason enough for us to work together. The human world. Jiahan raised the sword high. That sounds tempting. All right, Mahandu, we have a deal. She yelled the mysterious demon's name, gripping the Demon King's sword tight. The black smoke seal formation began to activate. The system chimed. Congratulations, Jiahan. You have qualified to become a combat demon. The black smoke seal formation has been successfully broken. The demon dragon has awakened from the darkness. Meanwhile, in Area 95 of the demon world, Jin Xung's party was exhausted after clearing so many zones. Jin Xung praised them. Somehow, we managed to get from Area 99 to 96 in just one day. Everyone fought really well. Let's rest for a bit. He glanced over at Lai and the old man. How are those two still so energetic after such a brutal fight? Are they enjoying this? Have they gotten used to my insane training regimen? As for the others, well, it seems my employee benefits policy is working perfectly. Haha, he really is the team's shared pet. The rest of the group was completely smitten with the little baby dragon. But in a flash, the dragon was already deep in his gut. What did you just say? Master, what do you mean? You're making fun of me, aren't you? How did you know? Jin Xung watched his guardians and was suddenly reminded of his little turtle. He reminds me of Puji. I let him act on his own for a while since he wouldn't answer my summons. He's not exactly cute, but I wonder where Puji is and what he's up to. At that very moment, Puji was happily munching on a spirit herb. Finally found a tasty one. The delicious flavor made it drool uncontrollably. It melted in its mouth. This has to be a high-quality item, aged for at least 100 years. The system updated Puji's spirit power. You have consumed a high-grade spirit herb. Spirit power and proficiency have both increased. Puji was more determined than ever to power up by eating. Just a few more days of eating these herbs and I'll max out my spirit power. I'll definitely evolve into a turtle that's way cooler than that bald dragon. I'm #1. I'll be even more handsome than Cassie. Puji confidently compared himself to the other guardians, but after being alone for so long, it felt a little down. I suddenly miss my master. I wonder if he's doing okay. I miss him more than usual today, and I miss my friends too. Back with Jin Xung, he was also thinking about Puji. All right, it's been a while. Let's see the noble face of our turtle god. The baby dragon had never seen it and had no idea what he was talking about. A turtle? What's that? Master Jin Xung sighed. It's just one guy, a friend who's a little bit more useful than you. His words just made the dragon even more curious. What? Without another moment's hesitation, Jin Xung shouted, "Summon Puji." Over on its side, a system window appeared. Master Yan is summoning you. Do you wish to respond? Puji cried tears of joy when it saw the notification. I knew it. Master hadn't forgotten me. Without a second thought, it moved to hit accept, but then pulled its hand back. Whoa, that was close. I almost answered that summon on instinct. If I show up right now, I'll just look like some desperate, easy-to-get turtle. Calm down, boo-boo. A turtle has his pride, you know. But if I refuse again, what if Master never summons me again? Puji was totally overthinking this, but finally, he caved. I don't want that to happen. I can't take the loneliness anymore. And so, Puji answered his master's call, stepping through the magic circle. I've arrived, master. Jin Xung opened his arms wide to welcome him. Puji, get over here. My adorable little turtle. The hug was so tight, Puji could barely breathe. Let me go, Master, I can't breathe. Startled, Jin Xung immediately put Puji down on the ground. Huh? Puji, since when could you talk? Puji, however, acted like it was the most normal thing in the world. I don't know. I just can. Boo-poo. Jin Xung quickly checked his memories. What the? His info window hasn't changed at all. Shaking his head, he just patted the little guy. Whatever. It's just great to see you again. Puji was still flustered. Boo-poo. I haven't calmed down yet. Next, Jin Xung tempted Puji with some food. Easy now. I'll give you your favorite meatballs. It's been a while, hasn't it? Give them to me. Boo-boo. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. Kaka, meanwhile, was watching this whole weird reunion, completely confused. What's with this goofy-faced turtle? Look at that pathetic thing crawling on the ground. How can that compare to my noble magnificence? Though, it does look kinda translucent and bright, and then, after a moment, it clicked. Something was definitely off. Wait a second, that turtle. Jin Xung, totally lost, asked, What's up, Kaka? Did Puji bite you? No, you idiot master. There's no doubt about it. That turtle is the final piece of the 7 legends. What? The final piece of the 7 legends? What are you even talking about, you fat, flying desert lizard? Jin Xung just couldn't take Kaka's ridiculous claim seriously. Don't just start spouting some private lore that nobody else knows about. But then, Sarah spoke up, backing Kaka's story. Master, I've heard of it too. My memories are faint, but it has to be the legend of the 7 dragon gods. Kaka's pride was wounded. Fat lizard. Meanwhile, Jin Xung was just focused on this new legend. What? You guys are getting all excited just because a topic you know came up? You were never like this before. While all this was happening, back in town, every player on the server got a massive notification. The seal of the Demon King Jikato has been broken. The sealed dragon Khalifa has awakened from its long slumber. The invasion of the demon world is about to begin. Time remaining, 30 days. When the invasion begins, 3 demon gates will appear on both the central and northern continents, unleashing a wave of monsters. Demon world monsters are insanely strong. Prepare for the fight of your lives. The public chat channels absolutely exploded. I heard Jihan broke the seal to the dark world. What? Even if he's the #1 ranked player, he can't just doom the entire continent for one quest. Can he? Even if Jihan didn't do it, the game would have pushed an update like this anyway. By the way, is everyone leveled up yet? I heard the demon world monsters are all level 150 and up. The central continent has tons of high-level players, so they should be fine, probably. But the players in the north, they're gonna have a really tough time. Most of them are newbies, who haven't even hit level 100. So this means we can hunt demon world monsters without needing any special quests now? Exactly. Getting into the demon world used to be a total pain, but this is awesome. Only 30 days left, huh? I have to hit level 150 before then. That way, I can actually profit when the monster wave finally hits. A lot of them are over level 200, so it's time to grind. Meanwhile, at the Lotus Guild, in a castle hidden deep within the forest, Lovin had received the same announcement. He calmly analyzed the situation. In 30 days, a gate will open, and it's going to summon monsters from the demon world. And get this, even the weakest of them are way stronger than the normal monsters on the central continent. So, we need a solid strategy to deal with this. Philo and the others chimed in. I'm not too worried about the Piro territory, but the northern territory is another story. You think they have enough strength to fend off the monster attacks? Lovin continued. The Lotus territory is in slightly better shape, but our Oliver territory has almost no defensive systems. Plus, there aren't any rival guilds around worth mentioning. Then, they changed the subject to Jin Xung. By the way, has Yan left the demon world yet? Philo asked. Have you been in touch with Yan recently? No, I haven't seen him around in a long time. No one knows the demon world better than Yan. Man, it'd be great to have his help right now. Hazen finally joined the conversation. I'm sure Yan already knows about the monster wave. Seems like he's busy boss hunting and running quests. Even after logging out, I check the community boards all the time. Last I saw, he even made a spreadsheet to track all the info on demon world monsters. Try sending Yan a private message. I bet it'll be super helpful. They say a leopard can't change its spots, and I knew it was him the moment I saw those notes comparing stats every time a creature got summoned. Well, that's why he's our leader. We've learned so much from him because of that. With that, Lovin finalized their strategy. All right, for now, let's plan on supporting the northern continent's defensive forces. As for a specific strategy against the demon world, we'll wait for more information from Yan before we decide. Back with Jin Xung, Kaka continued to explain about Puji. Master, do you know the legend of the 7 dragon gods? It tells of the dragons that helped stop the demon world's invasion 1,000 years ago. Jin Xung nodded. Of course. And the hero was the human who fought on the front lines back then. Then have you ever heard that there were originally only 5 dragon gods? 5 dragon gods? Seer, who was listening, jumped into their conversation. I've heard that before, and I've always wondered about it. From what I know, in the beginning, only 5 dragon gods existed. So how did 7 of them end up stopping the demon world's invasion? Kaka mocked his ignorance. Seriously, you don't know something so simple? Wow, you're a lot dumber than you look. It's because of the hidden dragon gods. Among the 7, only 5 were true dragon gods. Kaka looked incredibly smug after explaining, but Jin Xung wasn't paying attention. He turned to Caius instead. Caius, you're a dragon god too, and you know less than him? I wasn't a god from that era. Caius's cheeks puffed up in anger. Just because I'm a descendant with the same name, does that mean I have to know everything? Jin Xung relented. You're right, my bad. Kaka, still feeling proud, grabbed Jin Xung's head. Don't just ignore me like that. Master, keep listening to me. Jin Xung, completely helpless, had to give in. All right, I'm listening. Just calm down. Kaka continued. The 5 original dragon gods had never truly gathered, not until the gate to the demon world burst open. At first, the human and demon forces were pretty evenly matched, but that all changed when the Dragon King Khalifa showed up at the northern gate. The balance of power was shattered. To stop him, the northern hero Wat and the dragon warrior Kasuit fought with everything they had, but even they couldn't stand against the Dragon King. At that moment, the great sage Seer, who was leading the war against the demons, sensed it. He sensed total annihilation. He believed the only way to stop Khalifa was to gather the 4 remaining dragon gods scattered across the continents. So, he went to his own master, the Lord of the Abyss Tower, searching for an answer. Who is that, you ask? Honestly, I'm not totally clear on that part, but here's what's important. The answer the Lord of the Abyss Tower gave him was the Abyssal Turtle. Wait, what? The key to everything is the Abyssal Turtle? Jin Xung glanced over at the useless-looking Puji and totally freaked out. Kaka had to calm him down, telling him to hear the rest of the story. To be precise, it's the ancestor of the Abyssal Turtles. That ancestor is the crucial link connecting the 4 scattered dragon gods. See, the Abyssal Turtle is a species that can instinctively sense latent energy, and when it evolves into the Abyssal Dragon God, it can awaken and summon the other sleeping dragons. Though I don't know exactly what power allows it to do that. Puji couldn't hold back anymore and chimed in with its own knowledge. The Abyss tribe is the only one that can trigger its own evolution, which means they can become dragons without borrowing power from the planet itself. A tribe that doesn't need the planet to evolve into a dragon. If they got a boost from the planet, their power would rival the gods themselves. Jin Xung thought to himself, yeah, I heard that from the bald dragon before. Then Puji continued. Once the Abyssal Dragon successfully evolves, all the hidden power within the sleeping dragon gods will awaken too. CAK brought the main story to a close, and that's why all the awakened dragon gods would gather around the Abyssal Dragon God. At this point, Jin Xung's head was spinning, piecing together info from Kaka, the bald dragon, and Seer. The whole picture was just unbelievable, but then he stopped. Wait a second. 4 dragon gods gathered on the continent, plus the Abyssal Dragon God and Kasuit, the fallen dragon god. That's 6 already, so who's the 7th? Aren't there supposed to be 7 legends? Say A focused, trying to remember. The final member of the 7 legends was none other than a human hero. I don't know his name, only that he was called the Dragon Knight. The image of a figure in full armor flashed through Jin Xung's mind, and his eyes widened in absolute shock. Could it be? When he looked over, Seer was thinking the exact same thing. Now, I remember everything. Kaka stood before Jin Xung and confessed. My memories were once a total blur, like a thick fog. But now, after hearing that story, it's all clear. The Dragon Knight of Humanity, the one known as one of the 7 legends. His name is Kaka. That's me, Master. Even though Jin Xung had suspected it, hearing the confirmation was still a massive shock. Jin Xung was having a full-blown existential crisis. What the hell is even happening? The legend of the 7 dragon gods. The key players in that epic event, they've all been right beside me this entire time. Meanwhile, in the Pyro territory, in the center of the continent of Kalen, an adventurer named Sun let out a sigh of relief. Whew. This expedition was more successful than I ever imagined. He thought, if it weren't for the Pyro territory, I'd never be able to focus on exploring like this. Thanks to building a fortress stronger than any other city in the central continent, this place now acts as a safe zone, on par with the massive territories of the Empire. Sun opened a door and stepped inside, full of energy. All right, time to continue. The hunt for Kalen's hidden treasures. Joining the Pyro security team was definitely the right call. Lord Piolin even goes on expeditions to nearby dungeons herself sometimes. By going with her, I've learned so much about newly discovered ruins and how to explore them. I wonder what kind of artifact I'll find this time. Whoa, is this a legendary item? This is the first legendary I've found since I started my adventuring career. But wait, now's not the time to get emotional. I have to infuse it with spiritual energy using a top-grade spirit stone. A system notification rang out. You have failed to infuse the artifact with spiritual energy. One spirit stone has been consumed. Sun stopped in his tracks, horrified. Right, it's a legendary item, so it's not going to be easy. But I still have 27 stones left. He gritted his teeth and tried again. Please, let this one work. The sound of failure repeated over and over until only 13 spirit stones remained. I did it. The infusion was successful. The book floated in his hand, glowing with a brilliant green light. An artifact from 1,000 years ago called Chronicles of the Great Demon War, Volume 1, a record of the dimensional war between humanity and the demon race, has been discovered. In the next 10 seconds, 1,000 years of history will replay before your eyes. Back with Jin Xung, he was still lost in thought. That's right. So Puji has been the key player all along. Maybe it was Casuit's spirit that led us to the dungeon where it was sleeping on the northern continent. I never thought Puji would be such an important creature, even if, in the end, it's just a gluttonous turtle. All it knows is eating. Infinite meatballs. Absolutely delicious. Suddenly, a thought struck Jin Xung. Wait a minute. I now have 3 of the 7 legends with me. The key figures who stopped the demon invasion before. Does that mean I'm going to be the one shouldering the biggest responsibility in repelling the next attack? All I have to do is give the godly orb to Puji. Sei will awaken and reach the mythical rank. Better yet, if the other dragon gods gather, maybe I could even tame those dragon beasts too. Kaka cut through his daydream. Master, sorry to interrupt your beautiful thoughts, but I'm sure you know what we need to do next, right? Unlike that turtle, my master is incredibly smart. Jin Xung made his decision. First things first, we need to evolve Puji into a dragon god. Exactly, you truly are my master. He thought, what is this weird feeling? Being praised by my subordinate like this. It feels kind of strange. Kaka continued on. Puji needs to evolve into a dragon god to get the godly orb and reach its ultimate form. So obviously, that has to be our top priority. Maybe Puji knows how to evolve. To evolve, Puji needs a high-grade spiritual herb that's at least 100 years old. Jin Xung pointed at Puji, whose belly was full, surrounded by a mountain of empty plates. A spiritual herb? Huh. I'm pretty sure it could find and eat that on its own. Paji reluctantly agreed. That's right. He could probably evolve on his own if we just let him be, right? Puji then shot up, responding with confidence. That's right. I'm about to evolve soon. My current spirit power is already at level 99. Jin Xung suddenly turned. Kaka, let's put Puji's evolution on hold for a second. I've got a question. If Puji becomes the Abyss Dragon God, will the other dragon gods gather once more to stop the demon world, just like in the past? It shook its head wildly. No way, Master. The situation now is completely different from back then. Basically, according to Kaka, if the Dragon of Revelation awakens and becomes the Abyss Dragon God, the unawakened dragon gods will indeed gather. But right now, besides Seer, the other 4 dragon gods are already awake, so even if Puji evolves, they won't appear. Jin Xung sighed in disappointment. That's a shame. I was hoping to tame a few more dragon gods. Well then, I have one last question. In the past, the combined power of the dragon gods was enough to push back the demon race's invasion. So this time, are we going to have to fight without them? Is that even possible? Kaka, perched on Caius's head, replied, I can't be sure about that. I only know what happened in the past. Who can predict the future? But there's one thing I'm certain of. The power of the other 4 dragon gods will definitely appear in some form to stop the demon world's attack. They have always worked to protect the human world from invasions from other dimensions. If they find out the demon world is starting its invasion, they'll definitely help out somehow. Of course, they don't necessarily have to show up in person. Jin Xung was skeptical. Huh? What do you mean by that? You're the only one who knows, so are you going to tell me or not? Caius explained, the dragon gods can share their power with humanity, meaning they can grant their power to exceptional humans, people they deem worthy to help protect the human world. So it's best for you to always stay on your guard, Master. There are others among humanity who are just like you. Jin Xung's spirits were immediately lifted. Yeah, you're right. Just then, a monster that looked like a scorpion with sharp teeth charged at them. Jin Xung leaped onto its back, driving his weapons straight through it. I have to get stronger too. I can't lose to the top rankers on the charts. Everyone, charge. They all rushed forward, attacking with everything they had. It was over in an instant. Nice, we got it. Next, summon a demon beast. All right, let's fight. My new intermediate rank demon beast. Looking at the status window, he was satisfied. We've cleared all the way to zone 85 without any trouble. The demon beast summoning is also going smoothly. They're all getting stronger, bit by bit. To help Puji evolve faster, I need to buy up every single spirit herb being sold at the auction house for it to eat. If I just let it eat on its own, who knows when it'll evolve. Maybe if I dump the entire guild budget into this, I can make it in time. Jin Xung thought like a domineering CEO, I'll be the one to pay for it all. No, I can't do that. Most of the tax revenue is being invested in developing the territory. I can't just spend it however I want. I'd get summoned for abuse of power and embezzlement of public funds. All right, first things first, the demon castle in Sector 80. The quest timer is ticking down, and they are seriously running out of time. Jin Xung clapped his hands. Okay, everybody up. We need to move it to the next zone. We don't have much time before we have to be at Sector 80. Once we reach the demon castle, I'll let you all rest. For now, just push a little harder. But then, a system window flashed before his eyes. An artifact, 1,000 years old, called the Chronicle of the Great Demon War. Part 1, a record of the dimensional war between humanity and demons, has been discovered. The playback begins in 10 seconds. The history of 1,000 years ago will now replay before your very eyes. Jin Xung was intrigued. The Chronicle of the Great Demon War? What is this? If it's a world announcement, you know it's a huge deal. Since the hunt just ended, this seemed like the perfect break, especially since it was intel on the demon world. Guess I'll watch this while I rest. And just like that, he was pulled into a different dimension. Before him stood a figure holding a scepter, surrounded by swirling flames. Helena, dressed in crimson, she stood atop a massive fire dragon, looking every bit the goddess of flame. She spoke. So, you have awakened? Jin Xung was absolutely blown away. Is that a red dragon? One of the 4 remaining dragon gods, in a space just pulsing with overwhelming power, Helena calmly asked again. Is it true? Have you truly awakened? The dragon, Jianqiu, bowed with deep respect. Yes. Just as you see. Jin Xung, witnessing the scene, was completely floored. The red dragon was bowing its head. And isn't that the sun goddess herself? Helena nodded slowly, deep in thought. A dragon god awakening at this exact moment. Perhaps this is destiny. Jianqiu lowered his head even further, showing absolute reverence. Yes, I too can feel the place where I am needed, the place that desperately awaits my presence. Goddess Helena. She remained perfectly calm, effortlessly summoning a small, intensely burning flame in her palm. The moment she launched that flame with absolute resolve, Jianqiu let out a powerful roar. Oh, sun goddess. His eyes burned with desperation. Please, put an end to this long and brutal war between the dimensions. Ignoring the searing heat engulfing its body, it held its ground, praying for peace for all. Helena's expression grew serious as she listened to Jianqiu's plea. I will not let you down. At the same time, another voice, an immortal, was pleading desperately. Dragon God, can you help Lugai? Is there any hope left? Oh, God of Darkness. He quickly turned, signaling to his companion. Lugai, you can do this too, right? Seeing the fierce determination in his eyes, Ekian, the God of Darkness, smiled and accepted. Very well, go forth and fulfill your destiny. Jin Xung watched it all, putting the pieces together. It seems those are 2 of the 4 dragon gods Kaka mentioned. He watched every detail carefully. Over there was the god of wind with the dragon god Noit, and the god of earth with the dragon god Mika. But then, his face froze. He saw a familiar figure. Huh? It was C, speaking slowly and encouragingly. Okay, has disappointed me, but I trust that you will not. Seeing this person's completely different appearance, Jin Xung was left breathless. The figure seemed completely absorbed in this flood of new information. He closed his eyes, his mind seemingly detached from reality. Back in the real world, Kaka instantly knew something was wrong and called for backup. Puji. Less than a second later, his ally was there. You called? Kaka spoke cautiously. The master has been acting strange, hasn't he? Puji had noticed it too. Yeah, it's been 15 minutes. The master never rests for more than 5. Something's not right. Kaka, getting worried, made a decision. This is making me nervous. I'm going to wake him up. With that, he got closer and started nudging Jin Xung's face. Hey master, are you asleep? It's time to get up, everyone's starting to worry about you. Kaka froze, a jolt of panic running through him. Why isn't he waking up? The fear started to build, and losing his cool, Kaka started to scream. Hey! Wake up, master. Just open your eyes for a second, even if you want to say you want to sleep more. Slowly, Jin Xung's eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the light. Kaka let out a huge sigh of relief. You're awake, but suddenly, A strange, magical light erupted in mid-air, making him jump back in shock. What in the world is that? He looked around suspiciously. Wait a second. Has my power awakened? And then it clicked. Kaka knew exactly what was happening. That's right. This is the power of the dream demon. Is this really happening? He hesitated for a long moment. Then, taking a deep breath, he dove straight into the sea of lightning. The instant he entered Jin Xung's dream, he was completely stunned by the absolute chaos. Where am I? His eyes landed on massive demon beasts desperately trying to break free from some kind of prison. Thanks to his small size, he managed to weave through the chaotic battlefield. What the heck? The master's dreaming about a battle? Of all the dreams he could have, he picks this one? What a total battle junkie. Then, he remembered his real mission, and his spirits lifted. Anyway, I've got to find a valuable item before the master wakes up. This is exactly what my dream demon power is for. But a wave of curiosity washed over him. Still, what kind of battle is this? Witnessing the terrifying scene, he couldn't help but be amazed. I've lived a long time, but I've never seen a war on this massive a scale. Suddenly, the crowd around him erupted in cheers, startling him. Huh? His gaze immediately shot towards the sky, where the dragon gods were flying majestically. Kaka froze, doubting his own eyes. Those are dragon gods? Isn't this supposed to be a war in the demon world? He couldn't tear his eyes away for a second. I can't believe it. I'm standing in the middle of a legendary battlefield. His eyes immediately lit up like he just struck gold. That means there must be legendary items here too. So, what's the most valuable thing I can take with me? He couldn't stop a sly, greedy smile from spreading across his face. Just you wait, master. Kaka was so excited he did a few flips in the air. I'm going to find an item so valuable it'll blow your mind. I'll prove I'm not useless, like Pooji Pooji. Just then, the powerful voice of a streamer named John cut through the air. I'm starting an emergency broadcast today because for the first time ever, we have obtained footage of the Demon World War. Let's analyze this video together. He got straight to the point. To be precise, this war happened over 1,000 years ago. Instantly, the live chat absolutely exploded. Is this video related to the new update? This is footage of the monster wave that's about to pour out of the demon world in a few weeks. He boldly declared it was a story about the dimensional war between the demon and human worlds. This sudden reveal sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. A whole new main storyline. Taming a dragon would make you feel like a real summoner. The players were hyped, excitedly messing around with each other. Anyone who thinks they're a better summoner than Ian needs a reality check. How do you know so much? Ian is my idol, of course. But the viewers watching the live broadcast quickly spotted something insane. The comments section exploded. Wait a second, I recognize that guy. The white-haired swordsman with that massive great sword. The heroic presence of Kaiser quickly became the center of attention. Kaiser. That's right, it's Kaiser. They were absolutely certain that had to be Kaiser, one of Ian's subordinates. John saw the comments and was completely baffled. Huh, Ian? He scratched his head, confused. You mean the unofficial #1 summoner on the rankings? The audience kept confirming it. I'm a huge fan of his. I've memorized the names of all his famous summons and subordinates. He praised, absolutely amazed. How interesting. A key NPC in the main story is just another player's subordinate. Viewers still couldn't believe what was happening. Seriously, how in the world did Ian manage to recruit such a ridiculously overpowered subordinate? Yoso seized the opportunity to guide the broadcast. Alright, let's keep watching. Who knows what other crazy things we might discover. The savage roar of a demon beast shook the heavens and the earth as the 4 great dragon gods sealed off every direction. Sagan let out a laugh, gathering 4 of the 5 great dragon gods just to stop me. I'm truly honored. Slow shot back with an ice-cold reply. Today, right here, this meaningless war between dimensions will end. Hearing that, he grew even more excited. Is that so? The power of the dragon gods was truly immense, but without the strength of all 5, and with demon beasts swarming around him, he grew cocky. Khalifa and his endless banrocks will still crush you. You think they can stop me? Even Jin Xung's entire body trembled at the epic scene. Just incredible. With that kind of power, even if every player in the Kylan Guild teamed up, they couldn't win. Slow just smiled and retorted, who said all 5 gods haven't gathered? Sagan scoffed, don't get cocky. I killed cows with my own 2 hands. Jin Xung couldn't believe what he was hearing. What, that mage actually killed cows? Khalifa remained perfectly calm. I won't be swayed by your empty boasts, Sagan. The demon lord praised him, clearly satisfied. Of course, Khalifa. This is just the desperate struggle of someone who was always destined to lose. He then pointed directly at his opponent, threatening, and you will get the crushing defeat you deserve. Sagan screamed the order, all troops advance, drown them in absolute fear and despair. Under the grim, gray sky, The demon beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, obeying their master's command. Suddenly, a world-shattering explosion erupted, blasting everything away. In a flash, the battlefield was reduced to ash and ruin, littered with the charred bodies of the demon beasts. Sagan was frozen in place, his eyes wide with a silent, paralyzing disbelief. He was stunned, realizing just how serious this was. No way. You guys, Solar asked gently. So, you get it now, don't you? This wasn't just an empty threat. The Abyss Dragon God appeared in all its glory before everyone's eyes. You're leading the Dragon Gods? No. The Supreme Abyss Dragon God was here. Jin Xung was so shocked his jaw dropped. Oh my god. Does that mean? He shouted in disbelief. This is what Poo-Poo is going to become in the future. The main character they were talking about was actually waiting outside for news. Man, why are my ears burning today? He wondered. Solar just smiled slyly. So, have you finally figured it out? Sagan's face darkened and he gritted his teeth in pure rage. So you weren't just bluffing. But that didn't stop his rebellious ambition. He kept throwing out verbal attacks. But can one Abyss Dragon God really fill the void that chaos left? I know the Abyss Dragon God is strong, he challenged arrogantly. But can it truly complete the power of all 5 great gods? As if expecting this, Solar answered bluntly. You're right. However, the one behind the Abyss Dragon God is what's important. He announced clearly, the Dragon Knight Kai. He is the one who will take that spot. Kai immediately pointed his sword to the sky and declared, from this moment on, I will invoke the covenant of the 5 great gods. He roared with all his might to the assembled dragon gods. The moment the command was given, the dragons let out a unified roar of approval. A powerful, thunderous cry that echoed through space like a storm in the high heavens. Kai announced with absolute authority, use all of your power to serve this oath as messengers of the gods. As the war god Ares champion, I, Kai, will fulfill the covenant of the 5 great gods. He made an eternal promise, and all the dragons representing the 5 great gods would also carry out that vow. In the middle of the battlefield, a brilliant light suddenly flashed, igniting a dazzling new beginning. In an instant, that radiant light flared up like a second sun, completely wiping out the demon beasts that were lurking nearby. Sagan's face went pale with terror. This can't be happening. A sea of light covered the land, a triumphant mark of their victory. Solar roared with power. Here and now. Today we will witness the end of the long war between the dimensions. The people erupted in cheers of pure joy as the announcement echoed out. Fight alongside the dragon gods. Unable to hold back his emotions, Jin Xung just laughed, bursting with pride at the unyielding fighting spirit of his people. Kaka finally decided to show up. He proudly held up the spoils of his victory, but then remembered a serious problem. Awesome, I got this amazing item, but how do I get him out of the dream now? He imagined Jin Xung and Puji outside and couldn't help but worry. The master will wake up soon. If he doesn't escape the dream before then, Kaka thought, clutching the item tightly, then this thing will disappear too. He was instantly terrified at the thought of losing to someone else. If I fail, I'm no better than that useless Puji. No way, not happening. He tried to calm down and think. But why am I even worried? If I got in here somehow. The moment he realized the truth, Kaka broke into a triumphant grin. Then I just have to find the way back out, he declared. He happily dove into a black hole of lightning. Just you wait, you troublesome master. When you wake up, I've got a gift for you. The system quickly updated. Kaka has left Yan's dream. At the first gate of the demon world, an incredibly fierce battle was raging. The exact moment the announcement rang out, you have failed, at the 17th gate of the Demon King's trial, was also when Sagan's group was forced to return to their mission. A player stumbled and fell, but the system coldly announced, all party members have been returned to the first gate. It slowly explained the rules. You have 3 chances remaining. If the entire team fails, the Demon King's favor will drop sharply. Sagan rubbed his tired head. Damn it, can we even beat this trial? Besides Sullen and the Shadowmancer, everyone else is just too weak. He carefully sized up the other members' stats. The summoner, Kanel, is a bit better than the others, but still not good enough. They'd come too far to turn back now. Sion cautiously approached to discuss strategy. Leader, what's the plan? We only have 3 chances left. He hesitantly offered an idea. Or, we could ask for help from other high-ranked players. Sagan heard this and immediately started reconsidering his next move. Sion's right. We don't have another choice. He frowned, running the calculations. But who should we ask? Sion quickly suggested an option. Right now, Jimmer seems like our best bet. He listed off her strengths without hesitation. She isn't in a guild, and her skills are solid. Plus, she's worked with us before. After thinking it over, Sagan finally agreed. All right, I'll contact Jimmer. But Jimmer alone isn't enough to clear this mission. A hint of worry crossed Sullen's handsome face. You're right. No matter how hard we try, We only cleared 17 of 30 gates. Even with Jimmer, we won't have the firepower. As if the world was mocking him, he explained helplessly. Our current team is missing an assassin class, and just calling in any high-ranked player is useless. Samuel Jin, the #1 archer? Way too much of a headache. Suddenly, his eyes hardened with resolve. Then, there's only one last card to play. The thought in his mind pushed him to say the name. The Titan Guild currently needs a substitute ranker in the demon world. Sion stated his point firmly. Yan, I think we can count on him. On the other side, Huni's mind was blown. I should have thought of him from the very beginning. Sagan was pleased, already making plans. Yan would definitely be a reliable ally. He can fill the summoner role and cover the work of at least 2 other people. But then, he remembered one awkward detail. But Yan, he's a member of the Lotus Guild, part of the Rosfellow Empire. Just the thought of splitting the first hidden guild reward with them. Absolutely gut-wrenching. He let out a heavy sigh, but hey, it was better than failing. Huni, on the other hand, was completely livid, shouting, "Do we really need Yan that badly?" He was heartbroken, practically crying without tears. He'd hoped to clear this hidden quest without Yan knowing. And now it comes to this? Sun, a little curious, decided to ask, "Wait, Huni, you know Yan?" Kanel reluctantly jumped in to clear the air. Yeah, we're pretty close with him." He glanced at the terrified expression on his friend's face and spoke up. "Look, I know I'm not strong enough to be the party's summoner, but if we have Yan..." He said it a bit hesitant, but it was the bottom line. We can definitely clear this quest. The guy next to him finally let out a breath of relief. "You're finally awake. Any later and I would have been in serious trouble." Jin Xung's head was still spinning after a long, weird dream. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Kaka puffed out his little chest, absolutely beaming with pride. "Let me explain," he chirped. "I've awakened the powers of a dream demon. See, Master? I'm useful now." Jin Xung stared back, his face a perfect mask of doubt. He clearly wasn't buying it. Seeing this, Kaka, desperate for praise, quickly tried to explain. "It's true. I swear. I couldn't hold it in." Suddenly, tears started streaming down Jin Xung's face, his expression glowing with pure, unfiltered joy. He lunged forward, sobbing as he crushed Kaka in a hug. "You're not useless. You're not. You're amazing. Don't you ever blame yourself." Kaka, completely flustered, tried to shove the blubbering mess away. "What the hell is wrong with you, Master? Let me go." After Jin Xung finally got a grip, he asked about the situation. "So, how exactly did you get this new skill?" Kaka waved his tiny arms around like crazy. "I'm not really sure, but this skill is totally overpowered. And get this, I got it while you were sleeping. Master, when I left your dream, the skill was just there." Jin Xung was completely lost. But I wasn't sleeping, he thought. What is he even talking about? As if reading his mind, Kaka explained matter-of-factly, "Master, you just had the most epic dream ever. I've never seen anyone dream about an ancient celestial war before." And then it clicked. Oh, he saw the video I was watching and thought it was my dream. Right on cue, a system notification popped up. Dream demons can manifest things from dreams into reality. Kaka, being a greedy little dragon, can now pull rare items out of dreams. From this moment on, Kaka can use this skill in other people's dreams too. Jin Xung was stunned by the news. Whoa, so Kaka can use his skill even if I'm not the one sleeping. If that's the case, he said he was just in a world from 1,000 years ago, right? A flicker of hope ignited in his mind. Could he have grabbed the divine jade of the Abyss Dragon God? He practically shouted at his companion. "So did you bring anything back from my dream? Like, I don't know, a special jade perhaps?" Kaka grinned ear to ear. "I brought back the absolute best thing for my master." Jin Xung clenched his jaw, praying, "Please be the divine jade, please be the divine jade." Kaka proudly revealed his prize. "How about it? Pretty amazing, right, master?" Seeing Jin Xung start to tremble, Kaka puffed out his chest again. "Are you just speechless with excitement? I promise I'll keep working hard." But Jin Xung just exploded. "You idiot! Why did you bring this back? You were supposed to bring the divine jade." Kaka pouted, looking deeply offended. "You're the idiot, master. How was I supposed to know which jade to get?" But Jin Xung just kept hammering him with questions. "You're telling me you didn't bring back a single jade?" "Not one," Kaka screamed back, completely fed up. "Of course not, master." Jin Xung was seeing red. "You stupid lizard. You're even more useless than Puji. That one hit a nerve." Kaka let out a furious, high-pitched screech. "I am nothing like Puji. Meanwhile, the system had been quietly working in the background. While the two of them were having their screaming match, it had already updated the item's info. Unidentified ancient scroll, legendary grade. Jin Xung stared at the object in his hand for a long time. This is a legendary item? This scroll? Kaka took that as his cue to start bragging again. Master, don't be sad about the divine jade. He started dancing around, making Jin Xung dizzy. Because I found this. This scroll is a map that leads right to the divine jade's location. In an instant, Jin Xung's mood did a complete 180, faster than flipping a page. Whoa, for real. Nice work, Kaka. He unrolled the scroll, his mind already calculating. Okay, so it's an unidentified item, right? Jin Xung confidently tried to appraise it, and the system shut him down. Cold. A basic skill like his was useless here. Confused, he turned to Kaka. Hey, I can't check the item. What now? For once, Kaka had a surprisingly smart idea. Looks like we need a high-level explorer. Their class usually has special appraisal skills, you know? One face instantly popped into Jin Xung's mind. An explorer. Yeah, there's only one guy for a job like this. His name was John, the guy who discovered materials from the Great Demon War. He was basically a celebrity in the player community. Now, with a solid plan, Jin Xung was ready to roll. All right, let's go find John. But one look at his screen and Jin Xung's face fell. Are you kidding me? Right as I was about to leave, it was Huni sending a tearful SOS message. Yan, are you free? If you're not busy, could you help me with something? A cold sweat trickled down his back as he muttered in disbelief. What is it this time? And why is she suddenly calling me by my name like we're best friends? On the other side, Huni was stunned by the rejection. What? He refused. She hugged her knees, crying her eyes out in despair. Yeah, he turned me down flat. Said he was busy. Du-hun tried to find a reason for Jin Xung's behavior. Maybe this quest is just too hard even for him? The person next to them had a simpler theory. Maybe he's scared to fail? If the quest is too hard, he might not want to risk the embarrassment. Du-hun nodded along. Yeah, that makes sense. The bigger the reward, the higher the risk. But only Huni knew deep down that couldn't be right. No, Yan's not the type to back down from a hidden quest because of the difficulty. The crazier the challenge, the more pumped he gets. So what really happened? With his skills, even a quest harder than the Demon King challenge should be a walk in the park. Jin Xung, as if linked to her thoughts, was pondering the answer himself. If she'd asked a few days ago, I would have said yes in a heartbeat. But the monster wave from the demon world is about to start, and once that happens, we won't be able to come back here for a long, long time. If I do her quest now, what happens to my plans? I delayed finding John just to squeeze in more time here. And this is what I get. As Jin Xung finally stepped through the 80th gate of the demon world, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Finally made it. Kaka, right beside him, was totally speechless. A demon castle. The system immediately dumped 100,000 fame points on him. It also sent over an item growth plan. Jin Xung read each notification, his heart bleeding with regret. If it wasn't for that stupid quest, I could have explored this whole place, and I would have gotten all the first discovery achievements. Damn it, what a waste. What a total waste. He grit his teeth and forced himself to focus on the task at hand. That demon over there. Isn't that the Demon King, Chikado? He knew the answer instantly. Yeah, that's him. With that confirmation, Jin Xung excitedly grabbed Kaka and charged forward. Awesome, let's go meet him and finish the quest. But before he'd gone more than a few steps, a demon guard shot out an arm, blocking his path. Hold it. Something's not right. He glanced around, carefully choosing his words. The demon castle was in trouble. Jin Xung just stared blankly at the system window. Turns out, the castle's hidden quest chain had already been triggered. And on top of that, the notification dropped a bombshell. This place was under attack. After reading the conditions to meet Chikado, Jin Xung muttered to himself, the Demon King is being attacked, and I have to go help him. Huh. It was a pain, but hey, it would definitely earn him some major points with the castle's master. After weighing the pros and cons, he shouted to his team, this should be fun. Let's get a move on, everyone. First, Jin Xung ordered one of his spirit beasts to scout ahead. Paji charged forward, not disappointing his master one bit, and immediately let out an ear-splitting roar to announce its presence. But that sound? It drew all the wrong attention. The demons eyed Paji from head to toe before screaming out loud. What in the world is that thing? Even Majito couldn't hide his disbelief. What is that monster? Why isn't it obeying our commands? But Jin Xung gave them zero time to figure it out, quickly pointing his hand to give the order. All right, all units, prepare for battle. Go! With those two words, the beast shot toward its target with lightning speed. Jin Xung, however, just stood there calmly, waiting for the demons to approach him. He kept a completely emotionless face as their angry questions echoed in his ears. Who is this bastard? Jin Xung's mind raced. Were these guys from the demon race? Outwardly, he was already summoning his spirit pets for backup. With just a single swipe of its claws, the system announced mate had taken a direct hit. Jin Xung watched from the sidelines, running the numbers in his head. Looked like these demons weren't that much stronger than his beasts, but unlike wild beasts, their AI was incredibly human-like, and their movements were totally unique. Just then, a piercing scream snapped him out of his thoughts. Get him! Jin Xung smirked, throwing out a taunt, but without overwhelming power, that's just useless. He decided to call in another player to test his theory. Jin Xung, you're up. At Jin Xung's command, the man immediately unleashed a wide-area attack. The demon's fighting power dropped drastically after that massive sweep. He smiled, satisfied with how the battle was turning, but he wasn't done giving orders. Now it's everyone else's turn. Jin Xung called out to the one who'd been silent this whole time. Kyra, go. As they all charged forward, he couldn't help but think to himself. The situation was getting more intense, for sure, but two words kept repeating in his head. His eyes were glued to the screen, practically drooling as he celebrated internally. This is the best way to grind for experience. I'm going to hit level 200 before this attack is over. The top player on the server was only level 199. If I hit 200 first, that #1 spot is mine. Jin Xung's report suddenly broke through his power fantasy. Master, I think we're almost done here. At this rate, reinforcements from the Demon Castle will be here soon. Then we can go inside and meet the Demon King. But this victory march wasn't making Jin Xung happy at all. Damn it, the EXP farming was going so well. If he met the Demon King now, the battle would end too soon. No way he was letting this opportunity go. Being a little late won't hurt, right? After some quick, selfish calculations, he pitched his new idea. Jin Xung, we've still got plenty of energy left, and we're already fighting anyway. Taking out more enemies would be helping the Demon King too, right? It sounded ridiculous, but surprisingly, Jin Xung was convinced. You have a point. He scanned the battlefield and quickly agreed. All right then, let's wipe out every last demon. That reaction made Jin Xung ecstatic. Thank God he's such a simple-minded creature. He frantically waved his hands, urging them on before anyone could change their mind. All right, let's keep fighting. Everyone. Filled with burning passion, Jin Xung made a promise. I will do my absolute best. He decided to activate his Berserker skill, lowering his defense to max out his attack power. Jin Xung, ready to go all out, charged right into the heart of the enemy lines and unleashed his special skill, Mana Eruption. Jin Xung watched, completely captivated, and couldn't stop praising him. Amazing, Jin Xung. That skill is seriously impressive, and that wide-area attack is blowing my mind. Kyra, not wanting to be outdone, felt a little annoyed. If that's all it takes, I can do that too. While the battle was tipping heavily in their favor, Jin Xung's eyes were focused somewhere else entirely. He locked his gaze on something in the distance, a question forming in his mind. What is that? If that gate opens now, won't all those demonic beasts flood into the castle? As if to confirm his suspicion, giant footsteps began to shake the ground. The moment he saw it, Jin Xung was at a loss for words. Even the battle-hungry Kyra had to stop and gasp. That is. Then everyone had the same thought at the exact same time. The legend of the Demon World War. The mythical beast, Balor. Jin Xung's face went pale as he silently cursed himself. Now that I think about it, the Federation announced this. Among the hundreds of new beasts in the demon world, only 15 were legendary class monsters. Back then, the Federation Hall kept repeating the same question. What new monsters will appear in the demon world expansion? There will be hundreds of beasts, including 15 legendary class types. The memory was crystal clear in Jin Xung's mind as his thoughts drifted. Even in his dreams about the Demon World War, out of all the beasts, only Balor ever charged out from that blood-soaked wall. Images of its brutal battles flashed through his mind. Just the thought of it sent a chill through every cell in Jin Xung's body. It was the only beast that didn't pick sides, attacking both demons and other monsters. The more Balor fought, the more ferocious it got, never hesitating to go for the kill. Standing a short distance away, Jin Xung watched, his mind already calculating. That one attack did 300,000 damage, and the splash damage alone was over 100,000. Its level is definitely lower than Jin Xung's, but its combat power is way higher. Is this the natural gap between tiers? This monster might be even stronger than Jin Xung, with potential rivaling Kyra's. At that thought, Jin Xung's eyes lit up like headlights. Only one idea remained in his head. I want it. He practically drooled, imagining the glorious future. Haha, with that much damage at this level. Talk about an efficient farming spot. If I could just grind levels by spamming its wide area skills over and over. Kyra shot him a judgmental look from the side. Master, I see exactly what you're plotting, but even as common sense returned, Jin Xung carefully measured their strength against the beasts. The current level gap was just too big. Balor was already over level 300. Just then, Jin Xung suddenly spoke up. Is this your first time seeing Balor in person? The kid immediately gave an honest answer. Yeah, first time seeing him in the flesh, but he quietly added the rest in his head. I only caught a glimpse of him in my dream about the Demon World War. Understanding, his friend continued sharing everything he knew. Balo is a true tyrant. Even high-ranking nobles won't dare mess with him. Jin Xung quickly shot back a question, but why did he suddenly show up in the demon castle? Is Balo different from other normal monsters? Gakken blurted out, "What do you mean?" He raised a hand, laying out his logic. Monsters are free creatures, right? They live scattered all over the demon world. But this one, it came from inside the demon castle. Isn't that weird? It's like seeing a tiger just jump out of the main gate. That comparison made it click for Gakken instantly. Seeing you this interested, you want a Balo for yourself, don't you? He didn't mind dropping a little bit of hope. I'll be straight with you. Balo is a monster that can be tamed, and just like that, Jin Xung's spirits soared. Whoa, really? His friend raised his arm, pointing. The proof is right in front of you. Following his finger, Jin Xung finally saw him. Jikado, that man, he's Balo's master. A cold sweat ran down Jin Xung's back as he quietly tried to confirm. You mean, that demon? His friend's confirmation was absolute. That's right. He is number 7 in the demon world's hierarchy. The Demon King, Lord Jikado. The name hit him like thunder, but he still couldn't believe his eyes. That demon is the master of the demon castle. Jin Xung's head was spinning. So that Demon King actually tamed Balo? That means a Demon King can be a summoner, just like me. And while he was sizing up the other guy, Jikado noticed the stare. Without a word, he shot straight towards Jin Xung. Each step on the ground created a small vortex. Jikado lowered his eyes, studying his target carefully before speaking. It's been a while since I've seen a half-demon. Was that your summoned beast fighting the destroyer demons just now? In his head, Jin Xung was complaining, does a Demon King really need to be this handsome? But out loud, he gave his standard reply. Yes, you're the Demon King Jikado, right? I was sent by Seraphim. Jikado shot back, looking skeptical. Seraphim? What does he want now? Jin Xung immediately pulled out the ancient scroll to explain. It's about the destroyer demons. There's a letter from Seraphim. If you read it, you'll understand. The moment he saw the scroll, Jikado quickly called a truce. Hold on. First, we need to deal with the mobs around us. We can't have a serious talk in the middle of this chaos, right? And yeah, behind them was just an endless sea of fire, smoke, and noise. At this point, Jin Xung had no reason to back down. All right, let's clean this up fast. I'll help. That response made Jikado's opinion of him shoot way up. From what I saw earlier, your summoned beast and your followers aren't half bad, even if they're not as strong as Balo. As a half-demon, you'll definitely be useful. He didn't hesitate to seal the deal. I'll leave this to you. Jin Xung enthusiastically replied with 2 words. Got it. The second he saw their friendship points go up, he started scheming to invite him to the party. No way was he letting this chance slip by. With a golden opportunity like this, hitting level 200 was only a matter of time. Jin Xung didn't hesitate anymore, rallying his teammates to charge forward. All right, let's protect the demon castle. He had a whole plan cooking in his head, but on the outside, he just kept up a sly grin. Now, how do I make the most of this Demon King and get everyone talking? At the same time, at the transfer gate to Area 89 of the Demon World, another fierce battle was raging. Jimmer was struggling against the enemy with blazing fire magic. After succeeding, she stood there for a moment, admiring her work. Jimmer wiped a thin layer of sweat from her face and let out a small sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close one. Cassandra rushed over to start sucking up. Great job, Jimmer. I can't believe you cleared Area 91 all by yourself. She just hung her head, calling him out immediately. Flattery won't get you anywhere. This was a given. It was awesome. But when she read the notification that she'd switched to the Demon Commander class, Jimmer's mood instantly brightened up again. Finally, after all that grinding, she got her dual-class system. Cassandra cleverly covered his mouth, laughing. Hey, still upset you weren't the first one to clear it. She got so mad she was ready to snap back at him. Jimmer tilted her head, lost in thought. Even Area 89 didn't have a first discovery reward. I wonder how far ahead Yan is. She asked herself a question with no answer, then refocused on her goal. All right, let's get to Area 80. We need to reach the Demon Castle to finish the main quest, the power of the Sun God. The Great Mage, So, is being held captive inside the castle. We have to rescue him to find the location of the Sunstone. Cassandra covered his mouth and questioned her. But that's not your real goal, is it? Jimmer stayed silent, swallowing her answer. Right, my real target is that guy, Yan. The one who's ahead of me in the Demon World content. Magic swirled around her as she casually reminded herself. Fine. I'll ignore everything else and head straight for the Demon Castle. After using a speed-boosting skill, Jimmer shot towards her target, silently making a vow. Just you wait, you damn summoner. Inside an apartment hidden by the night, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed. You filthy toy, acting like some superior big brother. You're a fake, a total fake. Huni threw his head back and howled in frustration. Just see if I ever help you again. Kanel forced a laugh, trying to calm him down. He probably had something urgent come up, don't be so bitter. Besides, have you ever actually helped Yan? Isn't it because you stuck to him that you got to leech off so many rewards? Hearing that, Huni's mind went into overdrive. You didn't have to be so blunt about it. Kanel didn't stop, twisting the knife even further. You know, I only became the #1 shadow mage on the server because of you. The quest was shared automatically while you were trying to hide it, so don't act so high and mighty. And with this Monster Wave event, the quest rewards aren't even that important anymore, so no need to be bitter. Thanks to him, I saved a ton of time and completed the pure-blooded demon quest. After a moment of despair, Huni pulled himself together. Yeah, that's right. During that time, I became a half-demon through that other quest, so it wasn't a total waste. He clutched his head and made a bold suggestion. How about we each go get our dual classes and meet up afterward? We both have quests waiting, anyway. Huni then jumped to his feet, speaking with a bluntness that was a world away from his earlier despair. Just hanging around here is a waste of time. Kanel rubbed his chin, not holding back his praise. Whoa, for the first time ever, you said something that makes sense. Yeah, sounds good. We're running out of time. If we stick together, we probably won't get our dual classes before the demon world closes. He walked him to the door and shouted out a promise. All right, see you after we finish our class change. As Huni walked briskly down the road, he was already calculating his next move. To get the Necromancer class, I have to head east to the City of Wrath. I have to get my dual class before the demon world closes, no matter what. But as he thought about it, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, my arrogant older brother is probably flying all over the demon world with his new dual class already. Just you wait, I'm going to catch up to you. Just as he finished his sentence, something up ahead caught his eye. He glanced around a few times before cautiously asking, What's this? Back in the battle zone, Jiang Kun studied his opponents for a moment before suggesting, Shall we charge in together? Kaiser raised his blade, losing his patience. You don't have to tell me what to do. The second the words left his mouth, he unleashed a massive strike to kick things off. Of course, his teammate was just as competitive, tearing through enemies with equal ferocity. A moment later, Jiang Kun regrouped to report their progress. Looks like we've cleared out most of them. Master, Jin Xung looked at the level up notification, internally screaming with joy. Whoa, jackpot. I leveled up twice in a row. Plus, the magic power needed for the noble rank up skyrocketed, and he even got fame points. I wish it was always this easy. A stream of system notifications made him cover his mouth to hide his laughter. Just then, Chikado's voice rang in his ear. Well done. He had gotten close without him even noticing, not hesitating to praise him. So, you must be Ian, right? I'm seriously impressed with your power. Now then, shall we continue our little chat? Gentle sunlight shone down on the city. Han appeared, her face beaming, carrying a tray of food. Hey, Fiolan, try this. I just finished making it. Giant foie gras steak. Fiolan took her first bite and her eyes filled with stars. Oh my god, this is amazing. Han was thrilled with her reaction, proudly confirming. I knew it. It's a masterpiece, isn't it? You totally love it, don't you? Fiolan kept eating, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Wait a minute. Why are you being so nice today? Han froze for a second before quickly making up an excuse. Oh, K-Win said it tasted like some cheap liver sausage from a snack stall. Fiolan didn't doubt her for a second. Are you kidding? What snack stall sells sausage this good? Did they get a Michelin star or something? That recognition gave Ha and all the motivation she needed. It was a success. I need to buy more ingredients to make another batch. Jin Xung eats dinner at 8. She could already picture his ecstatic reaction to the dish. Whoa, this is ridiculously good. You made this yourself? I thought you bought it from a restaurant. Suddenly, a knock at the door from outside cut through her daydream. Hazen glanced over, confused. Hey, do we have a visitor today? Fiol, completely lost in her delicious meal, had absolutely no idea what was going on. Quinn said he wouldn't be online till noon, so it couldn't be him. Levia peeked in from the doorway, asking hesitantly, hello. Are you Phylon, the Lord of Pyro? Hearing her name, she puts her fork down. Yeah, that's me. The newcomer, Levia, just offers a sweet smile to explain. Ah, good. This castle is so huge, I got a little turned around. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Levia, and I'm here to see Yan. Is he around? Haynes stood to the side, silently sizing her up from head to toe. Hold on. Who is this girl looking for Jin Xung? And she's gorgeous too. Fiol's mind started racing, trying to place her. Levia. That name sounded familiar. Levia, a priestess? Wait a minute, you're the Levia, the official first-class priestess, the one who's always been a complete mystery? Levia looked a bit flustered by all this, just trying to focus on her goal. Yes, that's right. But is Yan not here today? I have to see him about a very important mission. Elsewhere, Jin Xung was trying to gather more intel. Sir Ricardo, may I ask you something? Ricardo paused, clearly not expecting the question. What do you want to ask? But the next question was an absolute bombshell. Your Banrock. Why is it so ridiculously powerful? I watched it fight, and some things just don't add up. Before coming to the demon world, I studied monsters through the ancient creature encyclopedia, so I have a basic grasp on their stats, including the Banrock. But there's one thing I can't figure out. Normally, a Banrock is on par with other legendary beasts or summons, but the power of this Banrock is on a completely different level. Ricardo suddenly snapped his fingers, impressed. Very sharp. You actually noticed that, did you? As you said, the Banrock is a legendary beast, but it has one more special trait. With a wave of his hand, a brilliant light enveloped the creature. Jin Xung's eyes shot open, trying to process what was happening. Wait, what the? Seeing the sparkling gem in the man's hand only raised more questions. What is that thing? Suddenly, Kaga flew out in a panic. No way. That's a spirit jade. This mess of half-explained actions and cryptic words was driving Jin Xung crazy. Ah, can someone please explain what that is? I'd like to be shocked, too. Ricardo didn't let anyone get another word in, starting his explanation. Most beasts lack consciousness and act purely on instinct, but higher-level beasts begin to develop a will of their own. A legendary creature like the Banrock has the intelligence of a child. The Banrock also has a unique ability. It can control the souls of weaker monsters. In other words, it's a rare creature that can dominate other monsters with the sole exception of summoned beings. The reason is a special skill called mana sharing. The Banrock can lend its own mana, and in return, borrow mana from other creatures. And if the target is weaker, the Banrock can even control it completely, just like this. The detailed explanation, plus a live demonstration, was blowing Jin Xung's mind. With that kind of power, could you tame even stronger monsters? Still, a dozen questions were swirling in his head. But why can a demon king like yourself use this ability? Kaga didn't wait for an answer, zipping up to his head to explain instead. It's all thanks to that spirit jade, Master. Jin Xung looked completely exasperated but caught the little dragon anyway. Man, you just love showing off what you know, don't you? The little dragon looked up at the creepy red glow, explaining everything. A spirit jade can store a single unique ability, and that one must contain the Banrock's mana-sharing skill. Ricardo looked down, thoroughly pleased. Oh, a legendary Kaga Phantom. I didn't expect anyone here would know about spirit jades. The more beasts under its command, the more mana the Banrock can draw. It lets the creature use that power flexibly for both offense and defense. On top of that, I was channeling my own magic into Banrock through that skill, making it way stronger. You get it now, don't you? The light returned to Jin Xung's eyes as it all clicked into place. Thank you, Sir Ricardo. That clears up a lot. He beamed, realizing the man wasn't being petty at all. Don't mention it. You helped protect this castle, so this is just a small token of my gratitude. But I'm guessing you have other questions. For instance, how to get a Banrock of your own. Jin Xung started sweating bullets, looking away. How did he read my mind like that? His brother, having zero chill, just ratted him out. It's written all over his face, my lord. Ricardo just laughed it off, not bothered in the slightest. Haha, what kind of summoner wouldn't be curious? But Banrock isn't some beast you can tame that easily. You've only just started on the path of a summoner, haven't you? If you went to its home now to try and tame it, you'd just get eaten alive. Hearing that, Jin Xung could picture the grim scenario perfectly. So it's not going to be easy. Wait, it's home? You said it's home? So could you at least tell me where that is? He eagerly guided him. It's not that hard to find, even if you can't go there yet. Head to Area 15 of the Demon World, the Forgotten Soul Tomb. You'll see it. Now, can I have that letter from Seraphim? Sticking to his end of the bargain, Jin Xung handed over the item. He did some quick mental math. Demon World Area 15. That's a long way off. But to tame a Banrock, totally worth grinding all night for. After thinking for a long moment, Ricardo finally spoke. So this is why the Destruction faction has been causing such a ruckus. The cryptic comment only made Jin Xung more curious. Is something serious going on? Ricardo kept his eyes on the letter, speaking slowly. You probably don't know much about the Demon World's politics. Let me give you the short version. The Demon World is split into two main factions. The moderates make up about half, and the neutrals are about 10%. The remaining 40%? That's the Destruction faction. They can absorb magic from the souls they destroy, which is why they love starting wars and raiding other dimensions. But the moderate faction is dead set against it. Jin Xung immediately grasped the core of the problem. But shouldn't the moderates join in too? Why would they be against it? Ricardo, being far more experienced, already knew the answer, because it goes against the order established by the gods. If the demon world attacks other dimensions, we'd become the enemy of countless other worlds. If that happens, the demon world itself would be destroyed. Of course, the destruction faction is convinced they'll win. Jin Xung's lip twitched. Typical warmonger logic. Ricardo connected the dots between the current situation and the letter. Recently, a few demon kings from the destruction faction have powered up, gaining more influence. There are signs that another dimensional war is about to break out, and Jin Xung knew exactly what that meant. Basically, it's the beginning of the demon world's invasion. His expression turned serious as the gravity of the situation sank in. Is there any way to stop it? Ricardo's eyes fell, his powerlessness obvious. Unfortunately, it's already too late. 1,000 years ago, I sealed the Dragon Lord Khalifa in a remote place, but now it has awakened. To invade the human world, 5 of the 10 strongest demon kings have to join forces. Before now, the destruction faction only had 4, so they couldn't open the gate. But now they have 1 more. Dragon Lord Khalifa has broken the seal. Jin Xung had never faced it, so he had no idea what they were up against. Is Khalifa really that strong? Ricardo reluctantly accepted the harsh truth. The destruction faction can now open the gate whenever they want. They could do it right now, if they wanted to. Back with the girls, Hyun's face paled. What kind of critical quest would she need Jin Xung's help for? She's a top-class cleric, right? Couldn't she find anyone else with the right skills? Fiona, on the other hand, was lost in her own calculations. A top-tier cleric actively approaching us. This is a golden opportunity. If we can recruit her, it'd be a massive advantage for our guild. Different motives, but both girls reached the same conclusion. First, we need to find out what this quest is. Hyun didn't hesitate and just asked directly. Olivia, if you don't mind, could you tell us what the quest is about? Fiona, who was still trying to find the right words, nearly jumped. Whoa, hold on. Asking a top player that directly is a bit rude. Luckily, Olivia was super friendly and just pulled up her screen. Of course, no problem. I actually came here to ask for your help to complete it. They never expected her to be so open. Their jaws dropped in unison. Seriously, a top-tier player is asking for help? This quest has to be insane. A system window popped up in front of them. Levia has shared the quest. Call of the Earth God. Sandiana. Hidden quest chain. Do you wish to accept this quest? Accept or decline. Reading it only made them more suspicious. She's sharing it, just like that. Back with Jin Xung, his brain was short-circuiting from the info dump. Is Khalifa really that powerful? I got this quest before I even hit level 100, so I thought it was simple. Don't tell me Iriel's quest is to actually kill Khalifa. And for real, who was the one who woke Khalifa up in the first place? Somewhere else, Jahan's ears were burning from being talked about so much. Feels like someone's cursing me. Just as Jin Xung was freaking out, another system window appeared. Bold text quickly filled the screen. A new hidden quest has been activated for meeting certain conditions. This just made the already confused Jin Xung even more puzzled. Another hidden quest? Seraphim knew the destruction faction was planning to free Dragon Lord Khalifa and attack the human world. To stop them, Seraphim sent a letter asking Demon King Ricardo for help, but Khalifa woke up before the letter even arrived. The destruction faction plans to use 6 summoning stones in Area 50 of the demon world to open a dimensional gate. If you destroy these stones, the demons will be forced to retreat back to the demon world. Within 10 days, destroy at least 1 stone to push back the destruction faction and minimize the scale of the invasion. Reading the details, Jin Xung's face lit up. Whoa, jackpot. The reward is 50 high-grade magic stones. With all the mid-grade stones I've saved up, I can get my Spirit King's Judgment to +10 and break its limit twice. If I get the high-grade stones from this quest, its upgrade potential will go through the roof. I have to complete this quest, no matter what. Ricardo saw the fire in his eyes and understood immediately. You seem pretty fired up. You think you can handle it, Jin Xung? He finally understood everything that had happened before. His determination to stop this war was clear. Seraphim definitely didn't choose the wrong person. Blood pumping, Jin Xung was more excited than ever. Can I do it? I have to do it. That was all Ricardo needed to hear. Excellent. Then let's get moving. We don't have much time. I, the Demon King Ricardo, will accompany you. This unexpected support gave him a huge confidence boost. If a powerful Demon King was with him, even an SSS rank quest wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, the loud noise of a computer broadcast cut through the air. Right now, we have some breaking news for all you eagerly waiting Kalen players. The Demon World Invasion event has been officially announced. It all kicks off in 1 week, at high noon on October 1st. The moment the main gate opens in the Demon World, a total of 6 portals will appear. 3 on the northern continent and 3 in the central lands. The monster assault will have 10 stages and last all of October. The update schedule, showing the time, difficulty, and monsters for all 3 waves, was displayed clearly on screen. If they fail to stop the monster waves, the central and northern continents will become part of the demon world. Du-hun slurped the last of his noodles, doing some quick math. The base rewards weren't that great, but the experience points and item drops from demon world monsters, extremely valuable, and joining the task force guaranteed at least 10,000 gold a day. The announcer's voice droned on. The portal summoning area in the central continent is the Centiview Plateau. That familiar name made him jump. What? The Centiview Plateau? Du-hun's thoughts started racing. The Centiview Plateau is right on the edge of the Piro territory, the Lotus Guild's land. If monsters get summoned there, they'll pour right into our territory. But hey, if we defend it well, this could be a huge opportunity for the whole guild. A mountain of experience, reputation points, rare items. On the other hand, if we can't hold them back, we're all dead. Everything we built in Piro will turn to dust. Sitting here thinking is useless. I need to log in and check on the territory right now. But wait, where's Jin Xung? At a critical time like this, he's nowhere to be found. When is he finally coming back from the demon world? A sharp weapon slammed into the earth with a piercing shriek. Jin Xung's party was absolutely wrecked, battered, and exhausted. They never imagined it'd be this brutal. He couldn't help but complain internally. The quest itself wasn't that hard, but keeping up with Ricardo's pace was pure torture. Who goes from Area 80 to Area 50 in just 3 days? Is he trying to speedrun this thing? And Ricardo didn't even travel with me. All I saw was the cold sight of his back walking away. I'm going on ahead. By now, he and his Banrock were already at Area 50. I mean, yeah, I'm grateful he cleared out the gates in Areas 60 and 70 for me. Otherwise, there's no way I would have made it in time. Just in the nick of time. That's the only phrase Jin Xung ever heard from the guy. He could only grumble to himself. You could have at least let me ride on the Banrock's back for a bit, you know? After calming himself down, Jin Xung let out a sigh of relief. Phew, at least I wasn't late. The hardest part must have just been getting here, right? But of course, Ricardo had to poke at that hidden sore spot. Perhaps I was a bit too harsh on you. After all, you've only just reached the demon state. He clenched his fist behind his back, swallowing his pride. If you knew that, then why'd you leave me behind? He acted like he didn't even see the fiery hatred, and just focused on the mission. All right, let's head over there together. First, we destroy the summoning stone in the southern region. Jin Xung wasn't familiar with these weird terms. Destroy specific stones first? Afraid of messing up, he decided to ask before they did anything. Hold on, Ricardo. Do you know where in the human world these 6 summoning stones are going to open portals? Before he even got an answer, he was lost in thought. One of the gates would open right in Senfield. He had to stop that one at all costs. He could probably handle waves of monsters from level 1 to 6, but if high-level demons appeared, the Piro territory wouldn't stand a chance. If possible, he wanted to block at least one more gate on the northern continent. The northern continent just wasn't strong enough to handle a monster wave. Ricardo's movements paused as he considered this carefully. If you give me a map of the human world, I can mark the approximate locations. They should be the same as they were 1,000 years ago. Jin Xung lit up, seeing a lifeline. Really? Things were going so smoothly, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Awesome. In the worst-case scenario, he could at least protect his guild's territory. At that exact moment, back at the demon castle, a terrifying explosion echoed from deep within. Jimmer was exhausted after all the brutal fighting, but seeing her prize made her spirits soar. Success! I found the place where Sola is sealed. Just then, Cassandra appeared, teasing her playfully. Hey, you got lucky. Remember how many times we almost died just getting here? Jimmer shot back, clearly annoyed. This was all my skill, not luck. But deep down, she had to admit the truth. Cassandra was right. This time, it really was luck. If anything had gone just a little differently, she never would have cleared this quest alone. For some reason, Ricardo never showed up, and that gave her the opening she needed. The chains binding the coffin shattered. A flood of system notifications popped up. You've successfully broken the seal of the Great Mage Sola. Hidden quest, Power of the Sun God completed. The Great Mage Sola has become your subordinate. Sola stepped forward, his movements graceful, and knelt before his new master with the utmost respect. I am the Great Mage Sola. I greet the Sun God's messenger who has freed me. As per the ancient oath, I vow to follow and serve you. Seeing the Sun God's messenger before me, it seems the Great War is about to begin again. Jimmer didn't hide her intentions. That's right, it's why I came looking for you. Sola, I need your power. Sola's brow furrowed as he processed the situation. Those demons of destruction still haven't given up on their ambition. If this continues, the space portals will open soon. Please, wait a moment. With that, He flew into a brilliant pillar of light behind him. Sola raised his hands, casting a spell, and began to explain. Indeed, I can feel the energy from the summoning stones, the catalysts used to open the portals, are being activated again. His soft voice echoed through the chamber. We lost 1,000 years ago. But now that we know the demon's plan, we still have a chance. The first thing we need to do is reduce the number of portals as much as possible. Jaimer couldn't help but ask, is there anything I can do to help? The moment Sola opened his mouth to reply, actually, there is, he suddenly launched an attack into the distance, shocking her. A continuous beam of energy shot out without any explanation. Watching from close by, Jaimer screamed out, what is that gate? It forced Zero, who was clearly exhausted, to rasp out the words. A portal to Area 50 of the Demon Realm, home of the 6 summoning stones. He was dead tired, but that one line dropped a major piece of new intel right into her lap. We're in Area 80, and we can jump straight to Area 50? She totally ignored the cautious looks she was getting from the others behind her. Jimmer was lost in her own world of what-ifs. Is this even safe? The monsters there must be unbelievably strong, and honestly, I've mostly gotten this far on pure luck. Finally, she couldn't hold back and had to ask, what's wrong? You scared of Area 50? Which made Jimmer jump and shout, what? Who said I was scared? An absolutely terrible acting job. It was made even worse by the ridiculously stiff look on Jimmer's face. Then let's go. Right now. The awkwardness was so obvious that Zero, despite his suspicions, didn't dare say a word. Yeah, let's move. Her feet moved forward, but Jimmer's heart was still stuck on her earlier worries. How strong could the monsters there really be, anyway? Worst case, we just run into some high-level beasts. She shot a subtle glance over at Zero. Besides, we've got the legendary Grand Mage with us. If things get too dangerous, we'll just let Zero handle it. After finishing the spell, he announced in a serious tone, I'll go first. Messenger of the Sun God, follow me. Those words snapped Jaimer right back to reality. All right, when no one was looking, she quietly let out a sigh. Once I'm through this gate, I'll finally surpass Yan this time, right? Meanwhile, somewhere else, Chikado stared at the info panel, deep in thought. He spoke slowly, his eyes still analyzing the data charts on the screen. So you're saying we each need to destroy 2 summoning stones. Seeing that he got the point, Jin Xung nodded in confirmation. Correct. It's the most efficient way. But when Chikado suggested a new plan like it was the most obvious thing in the world, then I'll handle the stone over here. You take care of the other side. Jin Xung was taken aback. Huh? We're not working together? A hint of contempt flashed in Chikado's eyes as he explained the simple logic. We need to destroy as many stones as possible, as fast as possible. Splitting up is the best option. Seeing the guy just standing there silently, Chikado bluntly tried to shoo him away. Why are you still standing there? We don't have much time, so get going. This left the already speechless Jin Xung feeling completely defeated. He's leaving me to face the monsters guarding the summoning stone. Alone? And they're hero-class monsters, around level 400. His mind couldn't come up with a single argument, so he just bowed his head and accepted his fate. No other choice, I guess I have to do this. Okay, fine. But as he started walking, Kana was the one who lost her patience. So, where is this stone we need to destroy? They've been walking forever and still saw nothing. Jin Xung scanned the area ahead. It should be close. Oh, there it is. He pointed toward a strange mansion that seemed to sprout from the middle of the forest. It's over there, the Dark Abyss dungeon. At that same moment, a magic vortex appeared inside the mansion. Jaimer stepped out of it, triggering an immediate system notification. You are the first to discover the Dark Abyss dungeon. For 7 days, all experience gained will be doubled. Finally, some good news. The excitement was written all over her face. Awesome, I finally surpassed Yan, but that thought also felt strangely off. No matter where I went or what I did, Yan was always the first. Now that I'm in the demon realm, I can finally be the one in the lead. Zero, ignoring her celebration, was focused on the mission. Miss Jimmer, this dungeon has 3 floors. Her brain suddenly started working faster than usual. I see. The summoning stone must be on the 3rd basement level, right? The silence around them made his voice echo loudly. Exactly. We need to get down there and destroy it as soon as we can. But Zero's face began to tense up, a change you could clearly see. Because I opened a portal, the demons might detect our presence. If we delay, both demon nobles and even the demon king himself might show up to stop us. That warning sent a shiver right down Jaimer's spine. The demon king? Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. Before she could say another word, the ground began to shake violently, and she couldn't hide her panic. Okay, let's go. Now. The massive, sealed door echoed with relentless pounding from the other side. This discovery made both Zero and Humor instantly summon their magic circles. Wait a minute, did they already find us and get here? No way. How could they know so fast? Whatever it is, it's getting closer. The chaotic moment ended abruptly because the doors suddenly burst open. A werewolf staggered inside, then immediately collapsed onto the floor like a phone out of battery. The commotion outside just made Jaimer even more confused. Huh, what was that? Is someone else here? Before her brain could even process what just happened, it was hit with the sight of Jin Xung's party walking in like they owned the place. Why didn't we get the first discovery notification, he wondered. There wasn't anyone at the entrance a second ago. Jaimer was so stunned she couldn't even speak. Another player already entered a dungeon in Area 50. There's only one person who could do that. As if to confirm her own thoughts, she hesitated, then asked, Are you Yan? Seeing the unfamiliar face in front of him, Jin Xung just awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, but who are you? Do I know you? His innocent and polite tone made Jaimer's jaw drop. What? How do you not know me? You really have no idea who I am? Unfortunately, the guy was being completely honest. Well, I spend most of my time playing the game, so I don't get out much. Have we met before? That officially left her speechless, in absolute disbelief that someone like this could exist. As Kana chuckled in the background, Jaimer's brain started to overload with frustration. I worked so damn hard just to surpass him one time. And this whole time, he didn't even know I existed? The words just tumbled out of her mouth before she could stop them. I'm Jaimer. Does that name ring any bells? Jin Xung heard it and mumbled the name, trying to jog his notoriously bad memory. Jaimer. Sounds familiar. Jaimer. And then, it finally clicked. Oh, the #1 mage on the unofficial rankings. Hearing him say her name made Jaimer's racing heart completely freeze. Thanks for recognizing me. After confirming who she was, Jaimer got straight to the point. So, Yan, what are you doing here? Jin Xung enthusiastically gave her an answer. Oh, I'm on a quest to destroy the summoning stone. A thought popped into his head, and he excitedly made an offer. The difficulty on this quest must be insane. You want to team up with me? Having the top-ranked mage, Miss Jaimer, helping out would be awesome, getting an offer to cooperate from her rival. Jaimer felt a little hesitant. They both have the same goal, so teaming up makes sense. But what do I gain from joining forces with him? The whirlpool of thoughts easily pulled her away from the present. I went through so much effort to get here just to surpass Yan, and now he's asking me to team up. But that hesitation vanished in an instant. Suddenly, Jin Xung's shout slammed right into Jaimer's ears. Wait, what? His shocked voice was so loud it confused everyone around them. Kai, what are you doing here? But when Kai simply asked back, Old man, do I know you? Sola became frantic. You don't remember me? But it didn't jog Kai's memory at all. I've gathered many fragments of my past, but my memories haven't fully recovered. He brushed it off and excitedly turned to Jaimer. We have to team up with them. It's the only way to finish this quest. This sudden change of plans left her completely stunned. Do I even get a say in this? Jaimer felt frustrated but kept the thought to herself. If Sola himself was insisting on this, there had to be a good reason. She let out a long sigh in her mind. Teaming up with Jin Xung right now might be a precious opportunity. After a long pause, she finally spoke up. Perfect timing. I also came here to destroy the stone. Since we have the same goal, let's work together. Hearing her confirmation, Jin Xung broke into a huge, blooming smile. Thank you so much, Miss Jaimer. She slowly shook his hand and replied formally, I look forward to working with you. A system notification quietly popped up. Jaimer has joined your party. A few minutes later, in another space, Yell spoke gravely to Zipper. So, Khalifa has finally awakened. She slowly nodded, but her voice was laced with worry. Yes, Lady Yell. This was always destiny, wasn't it? Not looking at her, Yell's reply was quiet, but incredibly heavy. Yes, it was. If Jin Xung had gotten stronger sooner, he might have been able to stop Khalifa's awakening. Thinking of him, Zipper's mood brightened slightly. Jin Xung did everything he could, and he almost stopped the demon dragon Khalifa's revival. His growth has been truly beyond imagination. But Yell didn't share her optimism. In fact, she looked even more worried. But Khalifa awakened even faster than predicted. It's as if this world itself was destined for his rebirth. Her gaze turned dark with the weight of her own words. Now, we can no longer prevent the Great War. We have to find the best solution for the current situation. And she received a quiet agreement from her companion, yes, Lady Yell. She looked up at the ceiling, her voice filled with sorrow. We must give Jin Xung a new mission. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the dark abyss, the fight against the monsters was reaching its peak. Jin Xung was running low on stamina, catching his breath mid-battle. This dungeon is no joke. Looking at the small mage in front of him blasting fire across the battlefield, he was filled with silent awe. Without Miss Jaimer, we would have been wiped out a long time ago. Before he could think another thought, he was stunned by a system window that popped up out of nowhere. Wait, what's happening? A series of notifications slammed into his vision. Hidden quest failed. Shadow of the Demon Dragon Khalifa. Yell's favorability has decreased by 10 points. Quest updated. New quest. Find Yell within 10 days. Timer starts now. The news was so sudden it felt like he was choking. What is this? But when the final line appeared, if you fail to find Yell within the time limit, her favorability will drop sharply. Jin Xung's frustration erupted, making Jimer too confused to even say a word. Damn it. Where did this impossible mission come from? The sudden failure threw Jin Xung into a complete panic. Seriously, what was happening? He never took missions with a chance of failure, so how could this be? And why was Yell suddenly treating him like this? Hai took a moment to look back at him, and his face twisted in sudden horror. He saw a monster lunging straight for Jin Xung and screamed, "Master, look out." In that split second, life or death, he flashed in front of the beast. One vicious slash sent blood spraying everywhere. Then, he turned back with a stern warning. Whatever you just saw, don't get distracted. Jin Xung, having just escaped death, was still a little dazed but managed to reply. Right? He had to get his head in the game. He told himself, yeah, this isn't the place to zone out. Snap out of it. Jur's fire magic was great for crowd control, but to make it work, Jin Xung regained his focus and gave a sharp command. Paji, Paji. Provoke the monsters, then fall back. Don't let them get near Jima. Not far off, Jima was getting overwhelmed. This many monsters, and they were so fast. She was struggling to keep up. While waiting for her skills to cool down, she suddenly heard Paji's roar from behind a signal that powerful backup had arrived. The beasts sensed the new threat. They snarled, trying to look tough. But Jima was sharp. She saw Yan summon beasts drawing all their attention. This was her chance. Now, she thought, unleashing her magic. Inferno. Jima pointed her staff to the sky, summoning a massive pillar of scorching hot fire. In moments, the surrounding beasts were just gone. Dropped in heaps, their fur charred completely black. Jin Xung's jaw dropped at the insane destructive power. Unbelievable. One spell wiped out a whole mob of high-level monsters. Is this a skill only hidden classes can learn? That power had to be on par with Cassie's dragon breath. No wonder they call her the unofficial #1 mage. Solar, standing nearby, started clapping in praise. Wow, truly worthy of being a messenger of the gods. Guess it's time for this old man to show his stuff. 2. Jin Xung just stared, completely stunned by the power he just witnessed. That mage is one of Jima's subordinates. Her power is on the same level as Kai or Jan Kun, maybe even higher. Of course, a mythic-grade NPC. No wonder she's so strong. Meanwhile, Jima was staring at Jin Xung with a look of pure shock. A normal player can summon this many creatures? He controlled that horde perfectly, timing their support for her Inferno spell at the exact right moment. And the sheer power of those summons was terrifying. She also noticed his other subordinates were no joke. Not only did Jin Xung have insanely strong followers, but his own fighting skills were clearly top tier. How can he command a high-level demon? How can he control his summons so precisely in the middle of chaos? At the exact same time, both Jin Xung and Jima had the same thought. This person is a rare genius. Her mind was already racing. How can I make the most of him? And so, in the 3rd level of the Dark Abyss dungeon, Jin Xung's party quietly made their way toward the stairs. Solar raised his hand to activate a skill, adding a warning. The summoning stone is in here. Everyone, focus. A powerful monster is definitely guarding it. Under the spell's effect, the heavy gate slowly creaked open. It revealed the scene inside. A massive evil dragon stood there, waiting for them. Its eyes, blood-red and ferocious, locked onto the uninvited guests. But Jin Xung, he wasn't scared. His eyes lit up. A mythic-grade monster. And it's a dragon. I want to capture this one. As the dragon charged, green energy swirling around it, Xung immediately went on high alert. It's using its breath attack. Dodge or block it, now. Solar and Jima instantly snapped into battle stances. Got it. Shadow Shield. Chaos Pit. They combined their skills, creating a solid defensive barrier to block the dragon's attack. But its power was way beyond what they expected. It shattered the shield, hitting the whole party. Jin Xung was stunned. What the hell? I used a defensive spell and still took this much damage. One hit, and I'm down to 10% health. Haley and Finn were wiped out instantly. If I'd known, I would have pulled them back with Lai. Luckily, Paji's absolute defense kept it safe. Shaking it off, Jin Xung jumped back into the fight. Paji, use Roar of the Abyss Dragon God. Following its master's command, it let out a deafening roar to disorient the enemy. Jin Xung then rallied his teammates. Good, hold the shield steady. He scanned the dragon's body and noticed a small, scaleless patch on its neck. Seeing it, Jin Xung knew instantly. That's the weak spot. He turned and yelled for Kai and Jan Kun to attack its neck. Working together, they leaped up and slashed at the dragon's throat, sending crimson blood flying. Jin Xung moved in to help. Just the two of them isn't enough. If we don't finish this now, we won't get another chance. He vaulted into the air, driving his weapon deep into the dragon's already wounded body. The agonizing blow sent it into a wild frenzy. Seizing this golden opportunity, Jin Xung called out to Jima. Now's the time. She and Solaire combined their powers, blasting a powerful stream of magical fire forward. The dragon couldn't escape. It took the full force of the blast. It was on its last legs, roaring weakly at Jin Xung, all bark, no bite. Still, he wasn't entirely sure. Okay, can we capture it like we did with Lakeel? No. This dragon is 2 tiers stronger. It's a mythic grade. This won't be as easy as Lakeel was. And if we don't finish it right now, one more attack could wipe us all out. But they'd come too far to back down. I don't want to, but we have to end this here. Jin Xung calmed himself. Summons. Gather. Beast and Master moved as one. Good. Just like that. Hold it down. Jin Xung found the spot and plunged his weapon straight into the dragon's chest. Its body began to dissolve into black dust, the light fading from its eyes. It was over. Jin Xung and Lai high-fived in celebration. Jima let out a long sigh of relief. We actually beat it. She couldn't help but wonder about the beast they just faced. What in the world was that monster? Solaire was just as surprised. Even in the demon world, mythic-grade monsters are rare. I can't believe one was guarding the summoning stone. But thanks to Yan, we actually managed to take it down. Even Jima couldn't deny it, the kid played a huge part. Without Yan, we would have been toast. But our hero was just hyped about his reward. Alright, time to loot. Jin Xung was practically buzzing with excitement. His first time taking down a legendary class monster. He wondered what kind of items he'd get. All that effort had to be worth it. Something epic, at least, right? And just like that, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by total confusion. Huh? What is this? Jin Xung stared, baffled, at his prize, the evil dragon's soul stone. Usually beating a boss-level monster drops a whole pile of loot, so why? Just a few stones this time. And these stones are usually just junk, but since they're legendary grade, maybe they're useful. A system notification flashed, and it was only then that Jin Xung finally realized something. What's this? There's another system like this? If so, capturing and controlling an evil dragon might not be impossible. But wait a second, did Jima pick up any of these stones too? With that thought, Jin Xung decided to act. Hey Jima, she turned to him, looking a little suspicious. What's up? He awkwardly beat around the bush. Ah, it's nothing major. I was just wondering if you got any items after we took down that monster? Jima didn't bother hiding it. I got 3 evil dragon soul stones, but they're a summoner-specific item, so they're not much use to me. And that confirmed Jin Xung's suspicions. He knew it. She didn't need him to say another word. Jima cleverly figured out his intention. You need these stones, don't you? Caught red-handed, Jin Xung just stammered. His mind was a tangled mess. Crap, was I that obvious? Screw it. He decided to just be direct. Hey, can you sell them to me? After all, he added, they're a summoner-only item. But Jima just circled the topic. Let's see now. These are super rare items used to summon a legendary evil dragon, right? She grinned, her words dripping with implication. Just because I can't use them doesn't mean they're worthless. Now, what should the price be? Jin Xung gritted his teeth, trying to figure out a deal. This girl, she wasn't a fire mage. She was a straight-up witch. He had to think of what Jima wanted. There had to be something she needed. He wondered if any of the junk he picked up was mage-specific. Seeing him cornered, Jima pushed her advantage. What kind of trade are you thinking about so hard? Jin Xung quickly fired back. I'm just a little curious, that's all. Hold on, just give me a few seconds. His panicked attitude just gave her more leverage. If he wanted these stones that badly, this was her chance to score a major deal. This time, she was determined to get one over on Yan, so she started rushing him. We don't have time, Yan. We need to destroy the summoning stone and get out of here. The pressure was on. Jin Xung grabbed his hair in a panic. Wait, hold on, I mean. But Jima knew when to stop. Pushing him too hard wouldn't be good either. Like it or not, staying on good terms with a top-tier player like Yan was better in the long run. No point in backing him completely into a corner. Time for a reasonable trade. So, she winked playfully at Yan. All right, I'll make you an offer. First, let me destroy the summoning stone myself. I want to be the one to break it. This just left Jin Xung confused. What's with that? Did her quest require her to destroy it personally? Or did she just want the credit for breaking it? Whatever the reason, it didn't really matter to him. He waved his hand dismissively. Sure, go ahead. But wait, you said first. Does that mean there's another condition? Jima zipped right in front of Jin Xung, full of excitement. Yep, one more condition, and you can only agree, he sighed. Okay, let's hear it. But he was already praying silently. Please, don't let this be a total robbery. And that's when she finally dropped the bomb she'd been holding. Hunt with me, non-stop. For the next 3 days until the demon world closes, we're going to keep hunting. Hearing this, Jin Xung froze like a statue before frantically asking for confirmation. Really? That's it? Jima proudly confirmed her words. Of course. I'm not the type of person who goes back on her word. He was so moved he could have cried. Jima, she's actually a good person, he thought. Without a second of hesitation, he agreed. All right, let's do it. She generously handed over the 3 soul stones. Excellent, the deal is set. Inwardly, she was thrilled. Ha ha, turning some junk I can't even use into a deal this good? What a steal. Not only do I get to destroy the summoning stone and stop the monster wave, but I also get to drag a top-tier player like Yan along for a 3-day hunting spree. While Jima was feeling incredibly smug, Kassan noticed something off. Turns out, Jin Xung's summoned beasts were quietly groaning in despair at this insane demand. I'm dead. This is where hell begins. Non-stop hunting? You've got to be kidding me. She quietly realized the situation had gone in a very unexpected direction. Looks like Jima just made a serious mistake, but in the end, she decided not to interfere. Whatever. This looks fun. Let's just go with it. Jima, completely oblivious, was still hyped. Shall we get started? After teleporting, Jima got to work destroying the summoning stone, unleashing a blazing inferno from her staff. Under the constant assault of her power, the stone shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. At the same time, on the outside, a notification spread like wildfire to every player. The monster wave had been stopped. A pop-up screen showing the major event appeared, shocking everyone. Some players had no idea what was going on. They were just confused and suspicious. What is this? What's happening? Yeah, what in the world is going on in the demon world? Everyone started coming up with their own theories. Did a civil war break out in the demon world? First time I've ever seen a monster wave get cancelled. With a third of the gates destroyed, the pressure is way down. Because of this, both zones were saved from being completely overrun. But this balance was just shattered, and it was all because of Yan and Jima. Some players even started blaming the two of them. They've messed everything up. All the players who couldn't get into the demon world were waiting for that wave. Now there's no good place left to farm. Are the high-ranked players trying to monopolize the game or something? I think Yan and Jima owe everyone an explanation for robbing us of this opportunity. Hearing the streamer's rant, Du-hun couldn't help but worry. Duman was glad his guild's territory was no longer threatened, but this was definitely going to cause huge problems later. Jin Xung, what in the world are you doing in there? Meanwhile, back in the demon world, a pale-faced Jima was desperately using her staff to drag her exhausted body forward. She gasped for breath, calling out, "Wait, hold on a sec." Jin Xung glanced back and asked, "What's wrong?" Jima nervously swallowed. Can I just take a short break? Please, just stop." She wasn't agreeing. Just. Completely baffled. "We just took a break 5 hours ago," she pleaded, but he was still pushing. But was Jin Xung listening? Nope. He was totally fired up. "We're only halfway through our 3-day farming session. After the demon gate closes, who knows if we'll ever find a spot this good for grinding." His voice didn't have a single trace of exhaustion. "You don't want to miss out on this, do you, Jimmer?" She was just stunned, silent. This guy was nuts. Absolutely insane. Was he even human? Is his brain just hardwired for gaming and nothing else? Ugh. If I'd known it would be like this, I never would have agreed. Meanwhile, Jin Xung was already sprinting ahead, overflowing with energy. "Hurry up, let's get going." Jaimer was practically weeping on the inside. This wasn't a game anymore. This was hell. Her mind drifted back. At the start, things were actually incredible. No one had ever synced up with her so perfectly. Her and Yan were a monster-clearing machine, raking in insane amounts of EXP and magic stones. But then 5 hours passed, then 6. After 30 straight hours without sleep, they were still going. This was beyond not normal. Jimmer's legs finally gave out and she collapsed from pure exhaustion. "This is it. I'm literally going to die if we don't stop." She threw her pride away, begging. "Yan, just 10 minutes. Please, we can go right back to it, I promise. Plus, I need to check my cooldowns and inventory." Jin Xung let out a heavy sigh, but he actually agreed. Fine. Jaimer felt her whole body go limp with relief, collapsing right where she stood. "Oh, thank you. Thank you." But then he added the part that made her freeze. But only 10 minutes. Jaimer silently raged. This guy was nuts. 100% certified insane. That's it. I am never ever partying with this gaming addict again. But then, as she stewed in her anger, her expression shifted. An idea started to form. But then again, would an opportunity this good ever come up again? All these rare drops, the insane EXP gain. It's like a permanent 2 times bonus event. The loot was just too tempting. Her will to fight suddenly reignited. Okay, fine. She'd suck it up and survive the full 3 days with this maniac. Besides, no way am I losing to Yan. I'll keep going till he logs out first. And with that little pep talk, she laid down and instantly powered off. Jin Xung and his party wandered over to their temporary teammate. Hey, Jimmer, you asleep? Totally confused, he asked his pet, Pi. What do we do now? She's out cold. The pet sounded just as helpless. Indeed, master. She has been forced into a mandatory sleep state. Jin Xung stroked his chin, genuinely confused. What? But we took plenty of breaks. He looked down at the sleeping Jimmer with total disdain. Typical mage. So fragile, he scoffed. We grind for 3 hours, take a 5-minute break. We've been taking it easy on her, and she still breaks down. So weak. Just then, her body vanished in a flash of light. Jin Xung didn't even flinch. System force logout. His mind was already calculating. That leaves us 3 hours and 50 minutes before the gate closes. Quitting now would be a total waste. He eagerly suggested to his crew that they hunt for another 3 hours, but they were even more pumped than he was. 4 hours would be even better, master. As long as you want. Suddenly, a panicked cry of master from behind made Jin Xung whip his head around. Sensing trouble, he immediately demanded, "What's wrong?" Sia frantically reported, "It's Paji. He's acting strange. He just ran over there. You have to come see." The second she finished speaking, a massive explosion ripped through the forest behind them. Jin Xung could smell danger in the air. What the hell was that? What's happening to Paji? In the freezing, snowy night, Jin Xung stared in disbelief at his system window. Wait a second. His voice was breathless, as if he'd just realized something world-shattering. Could this light be? Jin Xung read every word on the screen, his throat going dry. Paji ate a spirit herb? A wicked grin spreads across Jin Xung's face. This gluttonous little pig is finally about to evolve. But suddenly, that pure light intensifies, erupting with so much power it makes CJIA scream. Master, look! Puji's whole body is being supercharged by a blinding spiritual energy. The sight brings tears to Jin Xung's eyes. Ah, I raised him through so much hardship. He finally gets it, now that feeling parents have when they see their kids all grown up. His mind immediately starts racing, imagining its awesome new form. Is it going to become an abyss dragon god? No, wait. To evolve into that, it needs a dragon pearl first. A mix of excitement and anticipation makes his teary eyes sparkle with even more hope. That means it has to evolve into an abyss dragon turtle first. Jin Xung silently prays, trying to keep his cool. Come on, Puji, show me your awesome new form. A moment later, a chubby, radish-like foot pops out. A tiny little tail wags behind it. The body, not much different than before, sits right in the middle of all that energy, munching on something. The image completely shatters Jin Xung's epic fantasy. Dazed and confused, he leans in and demands an answer. Puji, are you done evolving? The sudden question seems to annoy the little guy. Master, what are you talking about? I didn't evolve. That casual reply hits Jin Xung so hard he stumbles backward in shock. Master, get a grip. But Jin Xung can't accept it. He starts freaking out. What? What is going on here? Why all the epic special effects if you weren't evolving? In contrast to his master's meltdown, Puji looks wise beyond his years. Everything has its time, you know. But I feel like I can evolve now. Hearing that tiny voice, Jin Xung, who was just about to lose it, rushes over and bombards him with questions. Really? Are you serious? You can evolve, right? This crazy behavior is making Puji sweat bullets. Yeah, that's right. I can evolve. The sadness vanishes instantly. Jin Xung points dramatically and gives the order. Then evolve, Puji. His mind is screaming. I finally get to say that line. Sensing his master's excitement, it starts powering up. You can count on me. But just a moment later, another notification pops up, startling Jin Xung. What now? Reading the words on the holographic screen, Jin Xung mutters in confusion. An evolution quest? What is this? His eyes fill with hesitation. Let's see. The screen suddenly zooms in without permission, making him yell out. What the hell? The rage he'd been bottling up finally explodes. Damn it, what is this? Not only did you not evolve, now you're making me do a quest. Hearing this, Puji slowly waddles closer. Master, I need the seal of the abyss to evolve. This just makes Jin Xung grind his teeth in frustration. Are you my summoned beast or my boss? If you want to evolve, go find it yourself. But then, Puji pulls out the ultimate weapon, sad, pleading pet eyes. You'll bring it back for me, right? And just like that, Jin Xung's iron heart wavers. This little turtle is using its cuteness to blackmail him again. Unable to think of a way out, he has no choice but to agree. All right, how could I let you be sad? Puji's mood instantly brightens. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Master. The system's words were still echoing in Jin Xung's head. Okay, if the reward is clearly stated like that, then all he needs to do is find the seal, and Puji will definitely evolve. He didn't even realize he was thinking out loud. But where do I find this seal of the abyss? Just then, in his moment of need, a certain someone appears like a godsend. Master, why don't we go find that adventurer? Jin Xung asks, confused. Adventurer? Who? Seeing his master looking completely clueless, the little guy states the obvious. You know, that guy. The one who showed you the dream from 1,000 years ago. Even though he didn't say the name, Jin Xung's brain instantly connects the dots. Oh right, the player named Jae-sun. If anyone knows about this stuff, it's definitely him. As he speaks, he gives his little companion a grateful pat. Besides, I need to find him to get that artifact from the dream appraised. The little guy gets a bit bashful but tries to act cool. It's not like I was waiting for a compliment or anything. Overjoyed, Puji immediately leaps onto Jin Xung's neck. Let's go. Let's go find the seal of the abyss. I want to evolve as soon as possible. Jin Xung, however, had other plans. He eagerly shares his own idea. Hold on, there's a place I need to visit first. Jin Xung's finger unconsciously points up. The Khalifa quest had failed, but it didn't disappear. It just changed into a different quest. The time limit was 10 days, and he only had about 3 left. Thinking of a certain someone, his mind starts running calculations as he talks. First, he needs to go to the surface and meet up with Yell. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the system suddenly announces the Demon World server will be shutting down at midnight. Players everywhere freeze. Once the server closes, all players will be forcibly logged out. The cold, emotionless notification leaves everyone stunned, but it didn't stop there. Please log out before that time. Remaining time, 9 minutes, 58 seconds. The Demon World server is closing. Some, deep in sleep, had no idea what was happening. All dimensional gates to the Demon World will disappear. All Demon World content will become inaccessible. Suddenly, Yell's voice rings out. Welcome back, Yan. It's been a while. Amidst the system alerts, a final message appears. In 12 hours, the previously announced monster wave will hit 4 locations. Jin Xung, seemingly unaware of the chaos, casually replies to her. It has been a while, hasn't it? It's good to see you again. He completely misses the final announcement. Prepare thoroughly to deal with the monsters. Some time passes. Jipper greets him with a programmed excitement. Long time no see. You've changed a lot. You seem much stronger now. Seeing the familiar face, Jin Xung replies happily, Mage Jipper. Her expression suddenly turns grim. First, we need to discuss the current situation. Unfortunately, the seal on the demon dragon Khalifa has been broken. Jipper's sudden bombshell is met with a swift reply from Jin Xung. I just heard about that. They said the war in the sky has started again because Khalifa awakened. Hearing this from him, Jipper is shocked. Wait, how do you know that? Yell is just as stunned. Yeah, that's right. Yan, how do you know all this? Yan starts giving a tangled explanation, a dozen different topics popping into his head. The two girls listen, their jaws practically on the floor. Yell is the first to react, her voice higher than a pop star's. Whoa, so that's what happened. Then, does that mean you were the one who destroyed one of the summoning stones? Yan. Jinan quickly nodded. Yeah, that's right. I broke one, and the Demon King Ricardo broke the other. The moment he said it, the pair started showering him with praise like they'd rehearsed it. Yan, you never cease to amaze me. When I heard both summoning stones were destroyed, I had no idea what happened. Honestly, I was mad you didn't contact us, right up until Khalifa was freed. His eyes darted to the system notifications, a sly grin spreading across his face. Knew it. Being direct always clears up these silly misunderstandings. But then a new notification popped up and Jinung's face went blank. A bonus reward? Before he could even think, Zipper was holding out a small bag. Now I'm certain. You're a hero who has surpassed all my expectations. Yan, I think it's time you had this. The second his hand touched the bag, his confusion was obvious without him saying a word. A space sphere? The small orb began to glow in his palm. It was a legendary grade space sphere, an item that lets you travel across dimensions, provided you meet certain conditions. He was sweating bullets just holding it. Whoa, something this valuable? Zipper, how do I even use it? But compared to his frantic energy, her reply was perfectly calm. When the time is right, you'll know. Hearing that, Jinung's racing mind came to a halt. Right, asking more won't get him anywhere. He didn't forget his manners, though. Well, thank you anyway, Zipper. But before he could do anything else, she spoke again. Now, Yan, there's something I need you to do to stop Khalifa. And just like that, all his plans were put on hold. Of course, just tell me what to do. A hidden quest chain related to the shadow of the Southern Dragon, Khalifa, immediately appeared before Jin Xung's eyes. To stop them, you need one of the 7 treasures of the Holy Wheel King, the Sacred Soldier's treasure. The mission was clear: find the Sacred Soldier's treasure. But honestly, it barely caught his attention. Everything else could wait. His top priority was evolving Puji Puji. The new quest would have to get in line. With his mind made up, Jin Xung spoke calmly. Understood. I'll do my best. Seeing his composed expression, the other man clapped his hands, trying to hype him up. That's the answer I was hoping for, Yan. As he turned to leave, Zipper's voice called out, "Come to the magic tower when you're ready." He had to turn and shout back his confirmation. "All right, I'll be there soon." Once he was a good distance away, Jin Xung stopped to check his map. "Okay, now where do I find JS?" The official forum said he's on the central continent. Somewhere else, Jason was searching for information when he suddenly froze. He stared at the new message that just popped up, so happy he was literally speechless. It's really Yan. Yan is actually messaging me. Reading through Jason's incredibly long, passionate message, Jin Xung couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Looks like I'm pretty famous, huh? Then again, after being the first to hit so many major achievements, he figured this kind of reaction made sense. Still, seeing that much enthusiasm from a total stranger was a little embarrassing. Okay, this is a bit much. Shaking it off, Jin Xung excitedly turned to his pets. All right, the meeting is set. Just then, Kaka appeared out of nowhere, holding something out. Master, take this. Jin Xung quickly snatched the piece of paper. Thanks. His face was practically glowing in the sunlight. Finally, it's time to return to my territory. Back in the Puro domain, the arid land was still beautiful enough to draw visitors from all over. But inside, Quian was asking her teammates for confirmation. So if the monster way appears in those 2 places, our territory will also be hit. Duo was the one to answer. Based on the announced difficulty, the first wave should be manageable for our suppression team, but he quickly sighed in frustration. From the second wave onward, though, it's a different story. Mid-tier monsters are on a whole other level compared to the low-grade trash. That negative energy easily spread to Lovin sitting next to him. Since you have experience in the demon world, I'll trust your judgment on that. Unable to keep quiet, Quian continued to vent her worries. For such a critical meeting, why isn't Yan here? What is he doing down there? Hearing Yan's name, Duo Han's expression softened as he answered casually. He said he was preparing for an extremely important meeting. His tone was as certain as if he were Jin Xung's personal guardian. If Yan said it's important, then it's not a small matter. Let's just trust him and wait. Meanwhile, Jin Xung was chilling in a room somewhere, with about 45 minutes to kill before his appointment. Time is money, can't waste a single minute. A huge grin spread across his face as he waved his hand, summoning a pile of magic stones. Now's the time to use all the mana crystals I worked so hard to collect. Pure happiness radiated from him, making the air buzz with energy. All right, today I'm getting at least 15 more upgrades, easy. Breaking past Transcendent Level 2 and heading straight for Transcendent Level 3. But then a thought flashed through his mind, and his smile vanished. Ah, wait a minute. Didn't my last upgrade attempt fail miserably? His hand gripping his weapon started to sweat. No. That was just clearing out all my bad luck. This time, I'll get all my weapons to at least plus 10, and at least 2 of them to plus 15. His confidence restored, he excitedly tossed the stones into the air. All right, let's start upgrading. In an instant, the space around him exploded with a blinding light. A group of players walking down the street below all looked up, stunned by the strange phenomenon. But as the success notifications appeared, Jin Xung's legs were visibly shaking. What the hell was that? The sheer physical drain left him completely exhausted. I used 800 mid-grade mana crystals, and not a single item reached Transcendent Level 3? Am I really that unlucky? Jin Xung held his weapon as tears threatened to fall. He had 4 pieces at plus 13 and 1 at plus 12. The best he got was the Spirit King's Judgment Spear at plus 14. I really thought this was the time I'd get all my gear to Transcendent Level 3, but just moments later, his expression turned serious, as if his breakdown never happened. Compared to being stuck at plus 11 before, this is a big improvement. But man, it still feels disappointing. His frustration made his voice heavy. Maybe I should risk it all one more time, with the beast's heart. No sooner said than done, he started digging through his inventory. High-grade mana crystals are meant for Transcendent Level 4 equipment, but they can still be used on non-transcendent gear. I know this is getting more expensive and riskier by the second. Once he'd gathered all the materials, a sliver of hope began to flicker inside Jin Xung. But hey, what's a real man got to fear? If you're going to take a risk, you go all in. Time to get to it. The brilliant light of spiritual power that burst forth made John stare in a daze. It took a long moment before he could finally shake off the shock and comment, "Is that an equipment upgrade?" Back with Jin Xung, the weapon forging continued even as a stream of upgrade successful notifications flashed before him. His eyes were squeezed shut, unable to bear the blinding glare of the energy. He'd taken the risk, but was too scared to look at the result. Well, at least it reached Transcendence level 3, so I basically broke even. As his nerves settled, Jin Xung dared to peek. "Wait, it's still going? There's no way I have enough mana stones." Instantly, a new notification hit him right in the face. Player Yan has successfully upgraded to +20. The Elf King's Judgment Staff had also been enhanced to +20, reaching Transcendence level 4. But now, he couldn't use any more mana stones to upgrade a weapon past that +20 mark. The system had just congratulated Jin Xung for being the first person to craft a level 4 Transcendence weapon in the game when a joyful scream erupted from somewhere nearby. Seeing his fame points jump by 300,000, his voice went from normal to a wild, crazy roar. The sound was so intense it even startled John. That beast heart was totally worth it. Holding the item in his hand, Jin Xung couldn't stop grinning. Whoa, the first level 4 Transcendence weapon on the server. This is insane. He wondered, how much could I sell this for? Enough to buy a house in Gangnam? He swung the spear through the air, shouting with pure excitement. I feel like I could solo Balrog right now. But bad luck, the sharp tip of the spear stopped just an inch from John's armor, making him freak out. Sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. Please spare me. Jin Xung just stared blankly. Huh, who are you? But after a closer look, he gave a nervous laugh, hiding the weapon behind his back. Oh, it's you, John. What timing, huh? Fearing a misunderstanding, Jin Xung quickly explained. Sorry about that. I just maxed out an item. But that explanation only made John even more terrified. Yeah, I saw the server-wide message. I get it. It's nice to meet you. I'm John. He couldn't help but glance at the weapon that nearly skewered him. Wow. Is that the legendary level 4 Transcendence item? That made Jin Xung blush, proudly turning to the side. Oops, guess I'm showing off. Yeah, it is. I just got lucky. That powerful item instantly became John's new idol. Whoa, can I get a closer look? Jin Xung proudly handed it over. Of course. But it's user lock, so you can't equip it, he said, which made John gasp for a few seconds. Oh, so this is it. But when John started examining the spear from every angle, making random comments like, wow, so this is what it looks like, Jin Xung had to cut his fanboy moment short. Ahem. Can we get down to business now? Realizing he'd been a bit unprofessional, John quickly stepped back. My bad. Still high from meeting my idol. John's voice was still buzzing with excitement. Man, Yan, you created the game's first level 4 Transcendence item. That's enough content for 2 full days of streaming. The praise made Jin Xung feel awkward, not sure where to look. Maybe. I should probably stay off the forums for a while. After that little exchange, John cleared his throat, his tone turning serious. So, what do you need my help with? Jin Xung's expression hardened as he pulled out a scroll. John, I need a favor. His voice was soft, but it carried a heavy sense of responsibility. This is a map, marking the location of an item I really need. It's an ancient relic, so with my current skills, I can't appraise it. Hearing that, John's excitement boiled over and he had to speak up. Whoa, just looking at it, I can tell it's a special item. This is interesting. Can I see it? Finally, some of the weight was lifted off his shoulders and Jin Xung felt a wave of relief. Of course, I'd really appreciate it. Meanwhile, John couldn't stop wondering about the scroll. Could this be a rare relic? If even you can't appraise it, it must be a super high-grade item. Unable to wait another second, he quickly used his skill to open it up. Let's see what we have here. The image that appeared before him was so shocking, it made John freeze in his tracks. The system notification was clear and simple, which only made his brain spin even faster. What? Legendary grade? Noticing his silence, Jin Xung had to ask, what is it? Is something wrong? This snapped John out of it, and he started stuttering. No, nothing. But how did you get this? This is a legendary grade relic. Only the Explorer class can find something like this. That serious statement forced Jin Xung to quickly cook up a lie to cover his tracks. I just happened to find it. But his terrible acting was completely obvious to John, though he didn't call him out on it. Internally, John was having the time of his life. Man, I'm so glad I agreed to help Yan. It's been forever since I got to appraise a legendary relic, and this one was handed right to me. How many days can I stream this? Outwardly, he was all business for this amazing opportunity. Okay, Yan, I need to stop by the auction house before I can appraise this. I need a high-grade appraisal stone. But that was something Jin Xung already had. He calmly pulled one out from his storage. Why didn't you say so sooner? I've got one right here. The fresh wave of shock made John wipe the sweat from his forehead. What? These stones are crazy expensive. How many do you have? He was met with that confident, toothpaste commercial smile again. I stocked up. Appraising legendary items requires a lot of high-grade stones. Consider the rest my payment for your services. Instantly, pure excitement took over. Awesome, as expected of the #1 summoner on the server. His voice became firm and determined. All right, thank you. Taking a deep breath to focus, John began to activate his skill. Let's begin. Appraisal. After countless failed appraisals, the Wish Treasure Map artifact finally unlocked. And seeing that result, John was happier than anyone else in the room. All right, it worked. Jin Xung, on the other hand, was celebrating a different win. His relic appraisal skill just hit level 10, netting him 100,000 fame points for cracking a legendary item. John beamed, handing the map back to its owner. Here, check it out. His own sharp features were lit up with excitement. Thanks, man. But the second Jin Xung touched it, his joy evaporated. A wall of text appeared. What is this? Ancient script. Totally unreadable. Seriously? This is my weakest skill. His eyes narrowed, getting serious. So, all I have to do is use this map to find the Dragon Pearl's location, right? The idea was there. Now, his hands started moving, following his brain's command. Let's see where you are. In a flash, the entire room was filled with strange, glowing golden symbols. John's eyes went wide, he recognized it immediately. Huh? This is a map. Jin Xung quickly confirmed it. That's right, it's a map leading to the item I'm looking for. Okay, let's find that Dragon Pearl. But the moment his hand moved over a certain spot, his entire body froze, like he'd been paralyzed. Huh? What the heck? John looked over, confused. Jin Xung, what's wrong? Furious at what he was seeing, Jin Xung growled. Hey, Kaka, get out here, now. You just show up and you're already being lazy. What is it, master? Don't bother me. But Jin Xung gave the little spirit no time to rest, unleashing a verbal barrage like he was spitting rap lyrics. This map you gave me doesn't show the Dragon Pearl's location. Is this thing a fake? Kaka quickly flew back and forth, trying to salvage the situation. That's impossible. Wait a second. You're right, it's not there. What is going on? Scared of getting punished, the little guy quickly fessed up. Master, I know why the map isn't showing the Dragon Pearl's location. Jin Xung took a deep breath to calm down before questioning him. Why? Kaka's round face took on a serious expression as he explained. Because the Dragon Pearl doesn't belong to this era. And this isn't an ordinary map. That answer only made Jin Xung's inner rage start to boil over. Then what kind of map is it? But Kaka, completely oblivious to his master's mood, just kept rambling. It's a magical item that shows a map of the continent its owner is currently standing on. So, to find the Dragon Pearl with this map. John just sat there awkwardly, frozen like a statue. Who am I? Where am I? Kaka finally got to the point after a long detour. You have to go to the continent where the Dragon Pearl existed in the past. Only then will the map reveal that area and show its true location. This immediately sparked Jin Xung's curiosity. For real? So where is this continent? Kaka softly uttered 2 words, the Moria Empire. The name made John's breath catch in his throat. That summoned creature just said, the Moria Empire. He urgently turned to his idol, Jin Xung. Did you say the Moria Empire? John's intense reaction was a little confusing, but Jin Xung answered politely, yeah, you know about it. He had no idea John was about to drop a whole history lesson in a split second. Of course, it's an ancient empire that existed over 1,000 years ago, before the Celestial War. I discovered it while researching ancient relics. Kaka flew around, listening and nodding in agreement. That's right. The very empire once ruled by the Holy Wheel King. If you go there and open the map, you'll find the Dragon Pearl. As Jin Xung stood there, quietly absorbing all this new info, something suddenly clicked in his head. Wait a minute. Holy Wheel King? That sounds familiar. He searched his memory banks and then it hit him. Oh, right. The item Yell asked me to find is one of the Holy Wheel King's treasures. The thoughts started racing through his mind. Izel and Jipper said I needed to find the sacred armament. It's like I was being led to the Moria Empire from the very beginning, the home of the Holy Wheel King. Everything's connected. Kaka's silent look of approval confirmed he was on the right track. My master sure is a quick study. With a new goal set, Jin Xung rallied the troops, his voice full of energy. All right, let's go find the Holy Wheel King's stuff, evolve Puji, get the sacred armament, and then crush the invasion from the demon world. He makes it sound so easy, right? But as he mentioned that last part, his gaze fell to the ground with a bit of gloom. First, I have to find the seal of the abyss for Puji. John, any info on that? Suddenly being dragged into the conversation. John just shook his head sadly. No, I've never heard of it. I'm sorry. I can't help. His apology made Jin Xung give an awkward, reassuring smile. It's okay, no need to apologize. Seizing the moment, Kaka swooped in to show off his own wealth of knowledge. It contains the essence of water and ice. It grants immunity to frost, increases ice magic power by 10%, and boosts ice resistance. Praise me. Hearing this for the first time, Jin Xung was amazed. Whoa, that's an item any ice mage would kill for. Kaka, do you know what it looks like? Recalling the image from its ancient memory banks, the spirit gave a quick, clean answer that startled John. Of course, Master. It's a sparkling blue, teardrop-shaped gem. John immediately pulled up his own info screen, his hands scrambling for something. A blue, teardrop-shaped gem? You don't mean. Could it be this crystal blue stone? A gem floated in John's hand as he asked hesitantly. Does it look like this? Seeing it, Jin Xung and his spirit both shouted at the same time, a little too perfectly. What is that thing? Jin Xung held the stone in front of his greedy little turtle, his palms sweating with anticipation. Puji. Is this the seal of the abyss? But that hope was instantly crushed by the pet's cranky voice. Nope. Where'd you find this fake? Puji, be careful or you'll get scammed. Embarrassed, Jin Xung just looked away. I see. After being thrown into a pit of disappointment, John spoke up with a bit of humor. Yeah, this gem isn't the seal of the abyss. The name and description were similar, so I thought it might be. This just made Jin Xung even more flustered. Ah, is that so? I really got my hopes up for a second. After the teasing, John's expression turned serious. This item is called a fragment of the abyss. Recalling the past, his tough voice softened with a hint of nostalgia. A while back, I went to the Tower of the Abyss to help a mage friend with a quest, and I just happened to pick this up. After hearing the story, Jin Xung could only shake his head in awe. That's a real shame. If it were the real seal of the abyss, I'd buy it from you at any price. But John was curious. Why do you need that item so badly? Without hesitation, Jin Xung pointed to the tiny Puji behind him. I needed to evolve this little gluttonous turtle, which, of course, made the turtle snap back indignantly. I am not a glutton. After thinking for a moment, John's voice suddenly dropped. Jin Xung, if I help you find that item. The implied offer hung in the air. Would you grant me one request? Jin Xung saw his opening and took it, his excitement obvious. Absolutely. If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. He looked a little nervous, though, stumbling over his words. In that case, could you let me join the Lotus Guild? And in a flash, his dream became a reality, which is how he ended up here, with John leading the way through a snowy mountain pass. So, about that abyss fragment, he began, as their two pets got distracted. So cold. It's been a while since I've been home, one muttered. But John was sharing his story earnestly. Here's the thing. I didn't find it in the Abyss Tower. There's a hidden dungeon right behind it. As John described it, the image played out in Jin Xung's mind, crystal clear. And John's tone shifted from excited to something much more mysterious. Inside that dungeon, I found a gem. A light blue stone just hanging in the air. The image was burned into his memory. It matched your description perfectly. But here's the catch. John's hands balled into fists, his frustration clear. The aura around the gem was way too powerful. I couldn't even get close to it. But where John saw a problem, Jin Xung saw hope. His whole mood lifted. His gut was screaming at him that was it. The abyss seal, hidden in plain sight. After a moment, John pointed in a seemingly random direction. This way. The choice made absolutely no sense to Jin Xung. Hold on, he had to ask. The tower is that way. You're pointing toward the north coast. John simply nodded, his quiet confirmation almost swallowed by the howling snow. That's right, he said. The dungeon is behind the tower, but there's no normal path to get there. Some time passed in silence, until John finally announced their arrival. We're here. Jin Xung and his pet just stared, completely frozen. What? Before them was a confusing web of glowing magic circles, and he could only ask the obvious. What exactly am I looking at? While effortlessly weaving the group through the complex patterns, John answered the question. The teleport gate. To the hidden dungeon. Stay close. He stopped at a very green magic circle and started chanting a series of numbers, like a complex password. The moment he finished, the circle flared to life. The seal broke. A powerful shockwave erupted from the circle, sending crackling arcs of lightning in every direction. But it turned out the sphere of lightning was a container, and inside it stood John with the stunned party. Witnessing such incredible magic, Jin Xung was seriously impressed. How many layers of magic circles did you get through? You seriously found this place? John just laughed it off, like it was no big deal. Anyone can find it. You just need patience, curiosity, and a lot of free time. When he thought no one was watching, a sharp, calculating look crossed Jin Xung's face. With him on my team, he thought, I can find every secret this world has to offer. Best decision ever. After they moved through, John took the lead again. This is it. John's voice was low. Yan, be on your guard. He gestured to a massive stone door looming before them, his tone turning dead serious. Whatever's behind this door, it's a monster. My buddy and I almost got wiped out, like 3 different times before we finally took it down. The memory alone made him shiver. It's a giant golem, over level 130. It's got a nasty AoE freeze, and a whole bunch of other crowd control moves. Super annoying to fight, but Jin Xung just waved it off. Don't worry. He looked impossibly smug as he summoned his newest prize. Perfect. I've been meaning to test out my new +20 weapon. He just said, open the door. John looked at that confident face. He was worried, but he didn't want to crush his idol's spirit. You sure? Look, Yan, I'm sure you've got this, but maybe call your party members, just in case. But our main character just gave him a smug grin. Don't need him. All that rubble couldn't even touch a single hair on Master's head, which, not gonna lie, stung a little. Are you saying I'm useless in a fight? Unable to talk him out of it, John just sighed and walked towards the stone gate. All right, I'm opening it. And just like that, the dark, gloomy scene inside was revealed to everyone. An enraged voice cuts through the absolute zero cold. Who dares? The Abyss Guardian materializes, its fury automatically triggered by anyone who steps into the Abyss's depths. Jin Xung quickly leaps forward, making John nervously reach for Yan, but Kai holds him back, keeping him frozen in place. I told you, it's fine. Jin Xung grips his new prize and excitedly runs toward the massive opponent. He locks onto the red orb in its chest, his combat senses screaming weak point detected. Without a second of hesitation, he hurls his spear straight at the moving bullseye, and just like that, a simple, swift attack is instantly effective. A notification chimes. Abyss Guardian successfully eliminated. The news leaves John completely stunned and stammering. What the hell was that? But Kai, totally used to this, just sighs. What did he tell you? No need to worry. Meanwhile, Jin Xung is practically giving his new spear a 5-star review. The damage is even more insane than I imagined. Ah, this item is seriously top tier. Seeing no more obstacles, he casually prods John. John, can we go deeper now? The question makes the poor guy break out in a cold sweat. All right, let's head in. As he leads the way, John marvels at the young man. Yan, you're even more incredible than I thought. As the group enters the Abyss's depths, level 100 snow wolves suddenly rush out. Jin Xung handles them with ease, but he feels a little underwhelmed. What is this? This is it? Soon after, a new wave of level 120 ice gargoyles swarms them like an angry beehive. Thanks to his ridiculously overpowered weapon, he silently scoffs at them. Compared to the monsters in the demon world, these things are nothing but mosquitoes. A lumbering level 150 ice golem appears, only to get its head smashed in by Jin Xung. A huge grin spreads across his face as he watches the monsters fade away. It's been a while since I got to just plow through enemies like this. This is a great way to relieve stress. John, who's been a spectator the whole time, can't help but praise him. Absolutely incredible. You took down all those powerful monsters by yourself. This is the power of a top-ranked player. But his praise is cut short by a question from Jin Xung. How far are we from the Abyss Seal? Recalling his own journey, John quickly shares the intel. From here on, the dungeon structure is exactly like the last time I was here. The item you're looking for is definitely deeper inside. Pooji, perched on John's shoulder, chirps in loud confirmation. That's right, Pooji. It's in there, Pooji. The group charges forward, fueled by the cheerful laughter of Jin Xung and Kai. All right, if Pooji says so, then it must be true. Let's go. Finally, we can get that annoying item, but that joy is short-lived as the ceiling begins to shake violently. The space starts to lose its stability, and the group panics. What's happening? An earthquake? They don't notice the new system message. All conditions to awaken the Abyss Seal have been met. The dormant power has awakened. John screams in terror as rocks and dust rain down from above. This didn't happen last time. What in the world is going on? In stark contrast, Jin Xung is totally calm, offering a hint to their reluctant guide. Hey, with special effects, this dramatic, what do you think happens next? The moment the words leave his mouth, boom, a massive wall shatters into a million pieces. Yep, a super powerful boss is about to make its entrance. A colossal energy pours out from the new opening. The powerful aftershock sends Jin Xung flying, making him yelp in surprise. A system notification slowly materializes. A creature, asleep for 1,000 years, has just awakened instantly, cranking his excitement up by 10,000%. Finally, as the dust settles, the Lord of the Abyss slowly reveals itself. Seeing it, John stammers in pure terror. Oh my god, That boss's stats are insane. His eyes accidentally lock onto something, and his panicked voice turns into a shout. Look, that's it. A blue stone glows, illuminating the entire area. The abyss seal, right before their eyes. A wave of fear washes over John, and drenched in sweat, he tries to warn Jin Xung. Yan, we have to retreat. If we face this boss alone without calling for the team, I can't help you at all. After a moment of silence, Jin Xung's arrogant reply leaves him speechless. True, but wouldn't it be a waste not to face a little challenge for such an important item? Jin Xung gives his spear a confident twirl, and calmly walks toward the legendary monster. Don't worry, John, I'll take it down. He quickly summons his trio, Kai, Hei, and Cassie, who form up in a slick formation to retrieve the abyss seal. But that cool entrance does nothing to calm John's nerves. Even without his team, it's impossible for Yan to face a level 350 legendary boss. I was too hasty. Still, he's clear-headed enough to turn on his camera. Screw it. It's worth dying and losing a level as long as I can record Yan in action. The deep voice of the Abyss Lord echoes from behind its menacing mask. Are you worthy of inheriting the power of the Abyss? The ground suddenly trembles and Jin Xung tenses up. It's attacking. His eyes lock onto the monster as it swings its massive sword right at him. Luckily, Jin Xung reacts in a flash, casting a spell to split its attack. The flying debris does nothing to cloud his judgment. A giant hammer with devastating power and high defense. But it's slow. Okay, I'll use my speed advantage. And he does just that. Jin Xung gives a low command. Cassie, prepare your breath attack. Let me know when you're ready. The beast takes the order and replies with deadly seriousness. Understood, Master. Without wasting a second, he dashes forward with his two massive summons, Kai and Hei, attacking from two directions. The two powerful beasts immediately pounce on the Abyss Lord, forcing it to cover its face. That instinctive reaction is immediately analyzed by Jin Xung. It's faster than I thought. Even though I dodged, it wrecks the terrain when it moves. I have to be careful. He uses Phi as a springboard to launch himself high into the air. Even with Puji's defense, I can't tank its hits. I have to maximize our speed difference. Floating in midair, he barks out another command. Phi, wide area speed buff. Jin Xung also casts a support spell on Hei, increasing its agility. Seeing the massive monster visibly slow down, he doesn't hesitate to praise his summon. Nice work, Hei. Enraged by constantly missing, the beast roars, completely oblivious to Phi's sneak attack from behind. Its fury reaches a boiling point, causing the Abyss Lord to swing its weapon wildly. You swift little creatures. But its frantic attacks are cut short as it's met with a direct hit from Kai. Not done yet, Kai unleashes a flurry of powerful claws against the legendary monster. The assault successfully chips away at the Abyss Lord's HP, bringing a huge smile to Jin Xung's face. Nice job. Now, move it. Seeing the spearhead flying right at him, he let out a powerful roar and charged forward. Thanks to that direct approach, Jin Xung's spear finally pierced through the monster's tough armor. Its health bar started dropping. Fast. But that was nothing compared to the shock of seeing Thunder Judgment activate. From out of nowhere, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down on the lumbering beast. Its HP bar plummeted like a roller coaster, putting a huge smile on Jin Xung's face. A perfect hit. The activation rate for that skill is super low, so he rarely ever sees it. But this time, it worked. Looking at the dust-covered Lord of the Abyss, he couldn't help but marvel. It seems maxing out his weapon really did boost the skill's activation rate. This is awesome. But just a second later, the monster's eyes glowed blood red with rage as it lunged straight for Jung. That sight made John's heart stop for a second. It was still standing, even after Yan's finishing move. Jung froze, staring at the monster's claw as it swiped at him, his ears ringing. Yan! But thankfully, Shley was quick enough to leap back and dodge the attack. All that earlier confidence completely shattered, leaving Jin Xung's morale in the gutter. It's still not defeated. Not only that, but it resisted the paralysis from the lightning thanks to some kind of status immunity. This thing is way tougher than I thought. Without even a moment's pause, the Lord of the Abyss started launching sharp rocks at them, knocking Lai and Finn, who were waiting for orders, flat on their backs. A cold system notification popped up. Your summoned beast has taken a critical hit from the enemy. In an instant, all of Jin Xung's hope just vanished. No. A rock heading right for him was blocked by Puji, who took the hit with its friendship shield. Even with a battered body, its childish voice didn't lose any of its power. Puji isn't just a glutton. Puji will protect Master. Hearing those words, a huge triumphant grin spread across Jin Xung's face. Good job, Puji, you're amazing. His fighting spirit reignited, he excitedly gave his next command. Cassie, you ready? Breath of destruction. Instantly, his mount spat out a searing blast of energy toward the Abyss Lord. But the attack didn't even scratch it. The beast just laughed. Foolish. To swing your sword at me. The Lord of the Abyss looked down on him with pure arrogance. You think that's enough to take me down? The short, intense fight was taking a heavy toll on Jin Xung's psyche. This boss is way more durable than I expected. Looking around the depressing battlefield, he thought angrily, damn it, if only I had Ka or Yanku, or at least Syria, to heal, this would be so much easier. Jin Xung's eyes locked onto the health bar above the Abyss Lord's head. Despite everything, its HP had finally dropped below 50%. All right, this is it. The real fight starts now. Can't let your guard down for a single second. His breath came in ragged bursts, forcing himself into a defensive stance. Any moment now, it could shift its attack pattern. Okay, what's it gonna be? A wide area attack? Some kind of healing ability? Please, God, don't let it regenerate. But of course, a new notification flashed on his HUD. All combat abilities of the Abyssal Horror increased by 30%. Regeneration speed boosted by 15%. Unique skill, Abyssal Fog activated for 15 minutes. Its defenses shot up by 27.5%, and every hit now saps 30% of the target's speed. John, who was already terrified, was now frozen in place. Are you kidding me? A buff this massive? How is anyone supposed to fight this thing? Even Ian couldn't take this thing down alone. Jin Xung, watching the same alerts, could only mutter a curse. Man, this is intense. One tiny mistake and you're done for. You think he'd be discouraged, but no. The guy literally jumps onto the back of his ride. He grins. Now this is what I call fun. Let's go. The final clash. Both sides pour everything they have into one last, desperate charge. The Lord of the Abyss hefts its axe, roaring, "Die, insects." But Jinwoo's mind is racing, trying to form a new attack plan. Sharp, deadly stones materialize in the air, all aimed at him. Terrified by the sheer power of the attack, Jun squeezes his eyes shut. No way. Even Jinwoo can't dodge this. I can't look. But in that impossibly tense moment, Puji leaps forward. A protective barrier flashes into existence, completely neutralizing the stones hurtling toward them. An absolutely god-tier save that has Jinwoo shouting with joy. Amazing. Puji, you're the best. The master will always be protected by Puji. That display of loyalty ignites a new fire in him. All right, I promise. With renewed determination, Jinwoo launches himself forward. I will definitely take it down. He pours every ounce of his being into his spear, aiming straight for the boss, evolving into a true dragon god. Weapon in hand, Jinwoo vaults right in front of the Abyss Lord. Using all his strength, he thrusts the razor-sharp spear point right into the center of its face. The crackling lightning from the attack forces Jun to shield his eyes, absolutely terrified. What is this? What am I even witnessing right now? He watches as half of the Abyss Lord's face cracks open into a deep chasm, his mind completely blown. He's pushing back a high-level boss this easily? Just watching through a screen doesn't do this insane battle justice. If this was edited properly, it would easily get tens of millions of views. No. Suddenly, a barrage of sharp spikes rains down from above, aimed right at Jinwoo. But Jun is still lost in his own world. Hundreds of millions of views. Jinwoo, completely unaware of his friend's thoughts of fame and fortune, focuses only on dodging. He immediately commands Chu to blast the Abyss Lord from behind with a torrent of fire. Jun is just in awe. This is insane. Am I dreaming? Is he really soloing that boss? But the monster isn't going down easy, fighting back with vicious, precise strikes. The relentless exchange of attacks is so intense, Jun has to fight the urge to scream. This is truly a world-class battle. The War Dragon manages to snatch the axe right out of the Abyss Lord's hands. The creature is stunned, reaching out to get it back, but Jinwoo seizes the opportunity to close the distance. The Abyss Lord suddenly changes tactics. A blinding light shines from its palm as it declares, "I will freeze you solid." Just as the spell is cast, a massive tidal wave rises up out of nowhere, completely canceling the magic. Jinwoo shouts in praise, Puji, nice one. And before the Abyss Lord can even react, Jinwoo and his mount charge forward. Then, Jinwoo leaps off, yelling a single command, "Go!" Following its master's order, his mount lunges for the Abyss Lord's neck, raking it with its sharp claws. Jinwoo rushes in, shouting with excitement, "It's wide open. Now's the time to end this." He once again channels lightning through his spear, blasting it into the Abyss Lord's body. Jun's eyes are wide open, stunned, shocked, completely speechless. The aftershock from Jinwoo's attack is so powerful the ground begins to crumble and collapse, pulling the massive Abyss Lord down with it under layers of rock. At the same time, a system notification rings out. You have successfully defeated the Lord of the Abyss. Jinwoo casually walks over to Jun to celebrate. Whew, that was intense. But like I said, we won. He smiles, asking about the footage. You got all of that, right? A second notification pops up. You are the first to clear the bottom of the Abyss dungeon. Receive 350,000 reputation points. And June didn't disappoint. His eyes are sparkling with pure adoration. You bet. I recorded everything from start to finish. The view count is going to explode. With business taken care of, Jinwoo leads the way to a glowing blue stone floating over a pedestal. He reaches out his hand and declares, "Time to claim our prize." But strangely, his hand is repelled by an invisible barrier. What the? Why is it doing this? The system chimes in with an explanation. This item cannot be collected in its current state. Just then, Puji speaks up. "Leave it to me, Master." Jinwoo suddenly remembers its special ability. "Ah, that's right. You're the one who meets the conditions. Puji, it's time for you to truly evolve." This time, Puji approaches the stone without any resistance at all. A moment later, a new notification appears. Summoned beast Puji has met the conditions and received the seal of the Abyss. It boasts excitedly, "I feel so powerful." Jinwoo is moved, his eyes tearing up with joy. Okay, this time, it's for real. But June notices something strange in the rubble behind them. He calls out in a panic, "Jinwoo, look, Jinwoo," a bit annoyed at the interruption. What is it now? In this critical moment, a pair of legs glowing with an ethereal light suddenly appears. A voice echoes from the magical silhouette, the voice of a man filled with admiration. Incredible. It's been less than 30 years since the Abyss Dragon God left this world, yet a new Abyss Turtle has already appeared, meeting every condition. And you, he continues, are the first human to ever conquer this trial on your own. The praise is endless, but it does nothing to calm Jinwoo or June. Their guard is up. Who the hell are you? Jinwoo can't help but quietly ask his summoned beast, "Elder Bro, who is this guy?" The beast instantly appears, snapping angrily. "Do you think I'm an encyclopedia of this world, Master?" But then, it provides an answer anyway. An Abyss Dragon God ascends to the celestial realm after 1,000 years. It seems it's been 30 years since the last one, and ascended after stopping the demon world's invasion. Elder Bro just keeps rattling off all the lore he knows. Only one Abyss Dragon God, a divine being, can exist in each dimension at a time. So, after the last one ascended, Puji appeared. It's the new creature destined to replace the Abyss Turtle that just awakened. Jinwoo nods, finally understanding. Elder Bro continues, still amazed. "I only know this because of Puji. Normally, it takes hundreds of years to gather enough soul fragments. Puji did it in just 30. It's truly an extraordinary being. Even the mysterious visitor has to agree. Perhaps it was the will of the gods for an Abyss Dragon God to be born so quickly." He then thrusts his hand out, sending a wave of power toward them, finally revealing his identity. "As the Guardian Lord of the Abyss, I officially permit the birth of the new ancient Abyss Dragon." That beam of light strikes the blue stone near Puji, making it jump back in surprise. And just like that, a brilliant flash of light flooded the entire cave. Thinking of everything he was about to achieve, Jin Xung couldn't hold back his excitement. This was it. A long, hard journey was finally coming to an end. It was really time. Poof. With the reward given, the powerful lord had to say his goodbyes. "You can only meet me again after you've obtained the legendary planet and become the Abyssal Dragon God." Right on cue, 2 notifications popped up. "You are the first to conquer the Abyss Dungeon. You are the first to be recognized by the Lord of the Abyss." In an instant, Puji's evolution began, with the changes starting in its limbs and claws. Next, a pair of massive dragon wings sprouted from its back. Jin Xung and Jilson were completely stunned, watching the whole thing unfold. This was the new Puji. A brand new form quickly appeared before them, an abyssal ancient dragon, ready to prove its power. The system announcement rang out. Summoned beast Puji has successfully evolved into an abyssal ancient dragon, but when Jin Xung saw this chubby-looking thing, he froze on the spot. "What is this?" he silently judged. "Wait, it really evolved, right?" It was definitely bigger, but he was expecting something cooler. Puji, completely oblivious, was hyped about its new look. "So, Master, pretty cool, right?" Jin Xung didn't want to hurt its feelings, so he just gave a weak reply. Yeah, I guess so." Jilson had no choice but to force himself not to blink while he lied through his teeth. "Whoa, you look amazing. Puji, you're the best." The corner of Jin Xung's mouth twitched like crazy, but thankfully, he held it in. Ugh, not cool at all. If he couldn't have the looks, he'd have to settle for something else. Looks aren't everything, right? Time to check its stats. Looking at the stats on the virtual screen, Jin Xung felt a wave of disappointment. Seriously, after all that, Puji's skills are basically the same. But then, he clicked on a skill for more details, and his spirits shot right back up. The other abilities were okay, but Abyssal Blessing was going to be a game changer. It was an incredibly valuable healing skill. Jin Xung knew his own skill set had a major flaw. The biggest weakness of his summoned beast team was the lack of a healer. He almost always had to rely on teammates like Sia, who was a cleric, but with this evolution, he could finally breathe easy. Now, with Puji's new skill, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. This support ability was the perfect solution to boost the entire team's power. Just with his summoned beasts alone, they would have overwhelming and relentless combat power. Thinking this, Jin Xung showered Puji with praise. Great job! You're so much stronger and cooler now. But that shell is a little weird, huh? The dragon seemed to agree and casually tossed the shell aside. It's too heavy. I don't need it anymore. The other two saw this and screamed in shock. Huh? Seeing the shell rolling on the ground, Jin Xung yelled, "You can just take that off." More importantly, once removed, the shell was revealed to be a legendary material that absorbs 20% of damage when used as a shield. The shock was so intense, Jin Xung felt like he just logged out of the game. A dragon without a shell? Shaking off the weird thoughts, he wearily stepped out of his gaming pod, thinking about what to do next. Well, Puji has evolved. Everything's ready. I just need to rest a bit before tackling the remaining quests. And waiting for him was a table piled high with steaming hot food. Whoa, Hain cooked for me. She had left a note for Jin Xung. Don't skip your meals. Make sure you eat well. He scratched his nose, embarrassed, a faint blush on his cheeks as he thought of the girl he loved. I'll finish this quest, and then I'll ask Hain on another date. While he was enjoying the delicious meal, Jin Xung's phone suddenly lit up. An urgent-looking message from Duhan. Jin Xung, can you come to the guild for a minute? But he refused and messaged back. What's wrong? The other end hesitated before replying. Someone came to the guild, and I think you should know. Meanwhile, in the game, Duhan was struggling with an unexpected guest. So, what's your reason for visiting our guild? Jimo was blunt. Right, I'm here to see Ian. She then declared with confidence. I want to join the Lotus Guild. Duhan was seriously concerned, but kept his thoughts to himself. Our guild's reputation has grown lately, sure, but why would she want to join a mid-tier guild like this? He asked again, just to be sure. So you want to become a member of our guild? Jimo realized he had gotten the wrong idea. She panicked, waving her hands defensively. Huh? Oh, no, sorry. I misspoke. Jimo calmly began to explain. Recently, waves of monsters have been appearing from the demon world, right? Then she got to the main point. Thanks to my efforts and Ian's, the size of the waves has decreased, but there are still countless monsters and players fighting. The problem is, too many people have conflicting opinions. Jimo was sick of the blowhards she'd met who couldn't fight effectively or come up with a decent strategy. Duhan finally understood what she was getting at. Ah, so you're looking for a trustworthy group to coordinate with. Jimo nodded shyly. That's right. I want to cooperate with you all, at least during the monster waves. He had no reason to refuse. Still, one thing needed to be clarified. Our guild would be happy to have you join us, Jimo, but I'm still curious why you didn't choose a bigger guild. Hearing this, she hesitated, unsure how to answer. Well, Jimo remembered the last battle. Hunting monsters with Ian in the demon world was basically hell, but a single, magical moment had changed her mind. He created the perfect opening for her to use her full power, memorizing her cooldown times and coordinating perfectly. Even if I wanted to, I could never forget it. With her sky-high pride, Jimo had a very hard time reaching this conclusion. I hate to admit it, she carefully muttered each word. The truth is, but the next second, she blurted it out in embarrassment. I can't be satisfied with anyone else. Only when I'm with Ian can I feel satisfied. The second he heard that, Hain walked in, causing Duhan to choke on his drink. Her eyes narrowed as she asked in a sharp voice, "What do you mean by that?" Ian. What? Duhan's heart leaped into his throat. He could feel a hurricane about to form. Ah. And then, a nonsensical text from him appeared on Jin Xung's phone. Jin Xung, try to survive. He read it, completely confused. Survive what? He was so focused, he didn't notice Hain walking up behind him, radiating pure killing intent. It wasn't until she called his name in a chillingly calm voice, Jin Xung, that he finally spun around in shock. Whoa, Hain, what is she doing here? The next thing he knows, she's a mess of tears, just unloading on Jin Xung. How could you treat me like this? I only have you, and you're always running around with other pretty girls. Hajin starts pounding on his chest, demanding answers. What did you do with Jima? You two-timing jerk. Jin Xung, realizing this is spiraling fast, tries to calm her down. Hajin, what are you talking about? At least get the facts straight before you start hitting me. A little while later, an exhausted Jin Xung logs into the game, looking completely drained. Kaka, his wolf companion, gives him a sideways glance. The master said he was going to rest, but now he looks even more tired than before. Pooh, his other companion, chimes in while cooking. Yeah, Normally, he's full of energy after logging out, but this time is totally different. Pooh couldn't help but fly over to check on him. Master, what's wrong? You look wiped out. But even with the exhaustion written all over his face, Jin Xung tries to play it cool. Huh? It's nothing. Of course, the reason wasn't hard to guess. I didn't get any rest at all because I had to explain everything to Hajin. Maybe I deserve this for leaving her alone for so long. Pooh, tired of the gloomy mood, shouts out. So, where are we going now? We can't just mope around forever. Jin Xung stretches and gets back to business. Pooji, you've evolved too, huh? His tone turns serious. I want to take on the Holy Wheel King quest, but the enemies there, they're on a completely different level. With a determined look, he continues. We have to prepare. Thoroughly. Then, a spark of excitement hits him as he makes a suggestion. Hey, a Demon World gate just opened up nearby. Let's head over there. The whole group cheers in agreement. It's the perfect chance to train and level up by hunting monsters. At the Saranka Plains, the Dimensional War Defense Base, a soldier is shouting out announcements. Anyone who wants to join the Dimensional War, report to the barracks to register. Jin Xung looks around, a little confused. Huh, we have to sign up for this? A notification suddenly pops up. You have joined the Dimensional War Defense Force at Saranka Plains. To participate, you must register as a member of the Monster Hunting Squad. He spots a large tent in the distance. Looks like the registration is over there. Jin Xung walks in with a confident smile, thinking about his bright future. I'm already a marquis, so they'll probably give me a high-ranking position in the squad, right? But when he gets inside, he finds a soldier fast asleep in a chair, feet propped up on the desk. Jin Xung glares at him, a mix of anger and disbelief. But since no one else was around, he had no choice but to wake the guy up. Excuse me, I'd like to register for the Monster Hunting Squad. The soldier jolts awake with a loud yell. Huh? Still half asleep, he mumbles and shoves a piece of paper forward. What is it? Why are you so late? Everyone else already registered and left ages ago. Whatever. Just fill this out and give it back. Jin Xung bites back his annoyance and does as he's told. This is a pain. A few minutes later, he hands the paper back. Here, it's done. The soldier doesn't even bother to look at it, just tossing a wooden tag at Jin Xung. Here's your ID and rank. At the same time, a system window appears. You have been registered as a monster hunter for the Demon World Invasion at Saranka Plains. Looking at the tag, his face drops. What? A private? And D rank? He walked in full of hope. And now, he's walking out completely crushed. I have over 10 million fame points, and they rank me as a private? This is ridiculous. He figures they must not count fame points for this. But he doesn't stay down for long. That anger quickly turns into a fiery determination. All right, change of plans. I'm not just staying for half a day. I'm grinding for 3 whole days, and I will rank up. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a fierce battle is raging between humans and monsters. Someone screams out an order to hold the line. If we get pushed back any further, the Saranka Plains will fall. But another person argues back, we can't. The NPC soldier's defense line is about to break. And just as a monster shatters the barrier, a terrified scream cuts through the chaos. The line has been breached. Despair fills everyone's eyes. We can't stop them anymore. We have to abandon Saranka for today. It'll be more effective to stop them at the Libya Highlands. A soldier immediately shoots down that idea. No. If the line falls faster than yesterday, Libya won't hold either. And then, a warning shout. Monsters are coming. Right then, the top-ranked magic player, Se Hui, charges forward. Everyone, move. Instantly, she unleashes a massive long-range attack. A sea of fire engulfs the monster horde. While everyone else stares in awe at the charred remains, Se Hui quietly clenches her fist, celebrating the perfect strike. Nice. Perfect timing. Now filled with confidence, she makes a bold proposal. We have to hold out for at least 3 more hours. I'll provide fire support. Everyone, just try to hang on. With that, Se Hui focuses on supporting the team from the rear. But then, something changes. Her eyes widen in pure shock. Huh? What's going on? It turns out another demonic beast had suddenly joined the monster swarm. Nobody can believe what they're seeing. What the hell is that? A high-level monster just appeared? Run. Se Hui's face goes pale. She knows her own limits. Why is a high-level monster here? Dealing with the regular mobs was hard enough. But Se Hui quickly calms herself down and forms a plan. No. I'll just pour on as much damage as I can, then the other players can finish it off together. Without hesitation, she launches a fierce flame, wrapping it around the high-level monster. However, it just lets out a single roar, and the flames vanish. At the same time, it shoots out dark arrows in every direction. The other players watch in absolute horror. What was that? A ranged attack? Even Se Hui is sent flying by the blast. A system notification flashes. You have received 13,000 damage. She's down. On the ground. The massive shadow of the monster looms over her, its eyes filled with killing intent. All of Sihui's hope vanishes as she mocks herself. I really thought I could handle it. I couldn't block it, couldn't even dodge it. Is this it for Saranka? In this life or death moment, a young man arrives, descending like a god, to help. He locks onto the high-level monster and signals for Breath of Destruction. Hearing that name, Sihui looks up in disbelief. The dragon god of war, Cassian? But a second later, she shakes her head, dismissing the idea. No, it can't be. Jin Xung finally lands, greeting everyone. Am I late? The second they see him, everyone stares in awe. A summoner who controls a dragon, unbelievable. That's right, he's the unofficial #1 summoner, Ian. Jin Xung just ignored the chatter, his eyes locked on the battle ahead. Cass, give me a lift. But then a question popped into his head. What about the targets that aren't locked on? Jin Xung asked, summoning his weapon as his master replied. I just want to fight on my own for a bit. With a spear in hand, Jin Xung looked completely different from his usual goofy self. I want to show everyone the power of a weapon that can destroy an entire planet. With that, Jin Xung aimed his spear right at the high-level mana beast. In a flash, he had it on the ground at his feet without even breaking a sweat. Cao Hui, still wounded from the last attack, could only watch from the ground in total awe. He took down a high-level beast with one attack, without even summoning his spirit. The more she watched, the more amazed she became. Even his summoned monsters are insanely powerful. I think Ian is stronger than most of the players here. Just look at how easily Jin Xung handled the same monster she struggled so hard against. Cao Hui made a bold guess. He and Jimmer must have taken down at least 200 of these things in the demon world. Suddenly, someone shouted a warning. More high-level beasts were on their way. The panic screams continued, announcing that among them was a named monster. Jin Xung stepped forward confidently, a small smile on his face. Just block the others, he told everyone. Then he called his battle dragon, Kaz, and leaped onto its head. He gave the order without hesitation. Use destructive breath on that huge monster, then charge. Immediately, a powerful blast of energy erupted, roaring towards the beast. Even though Kaz was way smaller, it easily overpowered the enemy. Next, Jin Xung summoned his very first pet. Lai went for the legs, knocking it off balance, but he wasn't done. He then ordered another pet, Pin, to distract the beast. Once all his summons had done their part, it was Jin Xung's turn. All right then. He plunged his spear straight into the high-level beast's weak point, finishing it off. Just as expected, it collapsed instantly from a single blow. The people who had been watching the entire fight finally found their voices again. Wait, did you guys just see that? That was a named monster. Over level 250. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Totally insane. Jin Xung was used to this kind of praise, so instead of paying it any mind, he just barked out orders. What are you all standing around for? You expect me to handle this whole mob alone? It was like a shot of adrenaline. Everyone charged forward, fired up, and ready to fight. Wipe them out, EXP and rewards are waiting. And just like that, the other players rushed to engage the remaining mana beasts. Meanwhile, Tom was live streaming Jin Xung's fight in the game. The broadcast of the Kailan World event was still ongoing. Just a few minutes ago, the players were getting completely overwhelmed. He shifted the camera to focus on Jin Xung, hyping him up. But the tables have turned completely after Ian, the unofficial #1 summoner, took one down. Tom's expression suddenly soured, his confusion on full display. Wait a second, is that for real? He's not a close combat class. How can a summoner deal over 4 million damage to a named monster with a single hit? He started raging, demanding an explanation from the game developers. It has to be a bug. Is Union Soft not going to do anything about this? Ban him and fix the bug now. The tech support staff heard this and their faces just fell, their smiles turning stiff. Looks like another all-nighter for them. Right now, they only had one thought. How addicted to this game is he that the content can't even keep up with him? Jin Xung looked at the blue screen that appeared before him. Nice, he thought. That's enough to get rid of my newbie status. But as he read the details, he felt a little disappointed. Top 10% contribution after just one short battle. It looks like there are no real top-tier players here at all. Jin Xung turned to his summon with a look of complete trust. Puji, it's your time to shine. He quickly gave the order. Activate your Devour skill on the low-health mobs. Puji grinned smugly. A competitive fire lit up in Jin Xung's eyes. He had some frustration to let out. All right, you nameless commander guy. Tomorrow, I'm coming to this fight with a brand new rank insignia. The mana beasts, already exhausted from the battle, were now on high alert, staring at what was in front of them. There, Puji had opened its massive mouth, sucking everything into its system. A notification popped up, Puji's unique skill, Greedy Predator, has been activated. Because the targets were below 20% HP, the Devour skill triggered. Seriously, how many times had everyone's jaws dropped today? This was just insane. The high-level beast tried to attack Puji while it was vulnerable, but were blocked by its skill. Don't bother me while I'm eating. A shield with about 3.5 million durability appeared. It just lay there lazily on the ground, not even tasty. Jin Xung couldn't help but chuckle. Crowd control and tanking damage at the same time. This game is more fun than I thought. His playful expression vanished, replaced by serious thought. But Puji's area of effect healing skill is its real trump card. I wonder when I'll get to use it. Suddenly, someone screamed, pointing at the sky. Everyone, look up there. What the hell is that? I've never seen a mana beast like that before. Jin Xung, however, was all too familiar with this monster. So, the high-level beast, Kaiba, has finally shown up, and he knew exactly how dangerous it was. Its attack range is massive. If we don't stop it, all the low HP and low defense players are going to get wiped out. The moment Kaiba appeared, it launched a brutal assault with the force of a B-52 bomber. Screams echoed everywhere. What kind of insane attack range is that? We're all gonna die at this rate. Even in this crisis, Jin Xung quickly came up with a plan. Okay, time to use Puji's skill. He turned and called to his summon, Pin, get me up there. Without a second's hesitation, Jin Xung jumped on its back and soared into the sky. He yelled as loud as he could, giving a seemingly ridiculous command. Everyone, gather around my summoned beast. Hearing this, some people immediately started complaining. What? Is he crazy? If we group up, its area of effect attack will wipe us all out. Luckily, C trusted Jin Xung's abilities completely and helped calm everyone down. Ian definitely has a plan. Everyone, just do what he says. The others started to agree, rushing over to Puji. Yeah, we'll die if we just stand here anyway. If you don't have a plan, I swear, I'm gonna flame you on the forums. The threats just kept coming from the more cowardly players. I'm still writing about this on Ian's wiki page. Seeing the crowd swarming nearby, Jin Xung finished his prep. Perfect. They're all gathered around Puji. Kaiba gave them zero chance to fight back, unleashing massive pillars of fire across the entire area. The players, on the verge of absolute despair, started screaming. It's attacking. Oh no, we're totally wiped. But Jin Hyam wasn't about to let a single person get hurt, not when his ultimate trump card was ready to play. Okay, now's the time. Activate Abyssal Blessing. The second he gave the word, Puji unleashed its unique skill as a blinding light exploded everywhere. A moment later, everyone looked down at their bodies in pure shock, hit by an incredible realization. We just took a hit from a high-level monster. But our HP didn't even drop. The proof was in the system notifications. Any damage they received was instantly healed back. Jin Hyung knew Puji's skills inside and out, and it was the perfect counter to this beast. Kaiba's attack dealt fire damage over time, but the Abyssal Blessing restored a fixed amount of health every single second. Just like that, the players' confidence came roaring back. As long as they weren't weak enough to get one-shotted, they were practically immortal. Jin Hyung seized the moment and gave the order. All ranged attackers, focus all your fire on it now. The relentless barrage from dozens of mercenaries hammered into Kaiba, dealing some serious damage. Jin Hyung saw his opening and shot forward like a bullet, and with his razor-sharp weapon, he took Kaiba's head clean off in a single strike. Riding on Fai's back, Jin Hyung returned victoriously to the sound of everyone's cheers. We took down a high-level monster, all thanks to Ian's command. That was incredible. And at almost the exact same time, that very scene was broadcast live on screen. A breaking news report from the Demon Wave frontline. The newscaster couldn't stop praising Jin Hyung for Summoner Ian's outstanding performance on the northern continent. The battle on the Seranka Plains was almost over, but Yuhan watched with a slight frown. That guy said he was busy with a quest. When the hell did he run over there? Back at the battle, the monster, with a spear through its chest, tried to regain its honor while bleeding out. A great demon like me, defeated, the other players erupted in celebration once again, raising their hands in victory. The final boss is down, this wave is officially over. Everyone was chanting Jin Hyung's name. Thanks, man. My points got doubled because of you. It's all thanks to Ian. Ian is number one. But our boy, he only wanted payback for that earlier disrespect. You know what you have to do, right? Seeing Jin Hyung's intense glare, Nit panicked and waved his hands defensively. Okay, just wait a second. He held out a badge and made an official declaration. Since you spent all 28 million points, from now on you are an S-rank squad leader. Jin Hyung held the proof of his contribution in his hand. A wave of pride washed over him. This rank was definitely worth it. Even the NPCs were treating him completely different now. Still, he asked what was on his mind. I have a few questions. How many ranks are there above squad leader? Nit read the answer from a piece of paper. Above you are 4 more. Regiment Commander, General, Commander-in-Chief, and finally, Supreme Commander. Jin Xung, already planning his climb to the top, kept asking, I see. How many points do I need to become the Supreme Commander? The answer was quick. 300 million points. But the rank of Supreme Commander isn't just based on contribution points. The way he deliberately dragged out his words was starting to tick Jin Xung off. What else? Nit hesitated for a moment, looking down like he was choosing his words carefully. You also need an item of authority granted directly by the Emperor, whether from the Muspel Empire, Kamen, or even. He suddenly lowered his voice. A relic of the Holy Wheel King, the Emperor of the Forgotten Empire. Just hearing that name sent a shockwave through Jin Xung. The Holy Wheel King is involved in this too? Meanwhile, other players were giving it their all, struggling against another high-level beast. Jin Xung pointed right at them, his voice booming with excitement. Puji, block it. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned a storm of lightning bolts from the sky. Now's our chance. Concentrate all firepower and destroy it. Jin Xung shouted, simultaneously giving orders to his new teammate. Cao Hui, create a firewall behind it and stop the other monsters from getting close. She reacted instantly, working in perfect sync. Roger. In a flash, a wall of searing flame trapped the entire monster mob. Jin Xung was showcasing his incredible leadership and strategic mind, firing off one precise command after another. Everyone, close in and land your critical hits. The beast thrashed wildly, fighting back against the players and injuring a few. Jin Xung saw his opening, planted his hands, and launched himself into the air. He put every bit of his strength into a powerful downward thrust, piercing the monster's thick hide. And just like the others before it, this one also fell to Jin Hyung's overwhelming power. Someone in the crowd roared with excitement. Ian just took down another boss-level monster. He smiled, looking around, completely satisfied with the result. Good. Now the other players know how to deal with these monsters. The new faces joining the fight, including some top-tier rankers, made Jin Hyung feel even more secure. The team's overall fighting power had skyrocketed. It should be fine if I leave now. But when he thought back to the mission he was supposed to be on, he felt a little uneasy. The difficulty of this quest was actually insane, way harder than the initial briefing suggested. Jin Hyung remembered the words of the Master Monster Breeder. According to the quest he was given, if I can get the seal of the Celestial Guardian, I can stop this entire destructive monster horde. So, while everyone else held the line, he had to finish his mission quickly and get back. With his mind made up, he walked over to Cao Hui and spoke politely. Cao Hui, can I have a minute? She just gave a calm nod. Sure. What is it, Ian? Jin Hyung got straight to the point. Starting tomorrow, I probably can't participate in the monster hunting squad anymore. I want to ask you to take back the position of team leader, Cao Hui. His words left her completely stunned, her jaw dropping open. Huh. Why so suddenly? He just scratched his head awkwardly and gave a short explanation. I have an urgent quest I have to finish. It'll probably take about a week. Cao Hui finally understood. I see. Well, if that's the case, then there's no other choice. Jin Hyung then puffed out his chest, making a confident guarantee. Just hold out for 1 week. I promise I'll come back with enough power to wipe out this entire demon wave by myself. Even if my contribution points drop a little, I'll earn it all back in a single battle. Meanwhile, in the demon world, a place of eternal darkness, a blade sliced clean through a monster. Jahan had successfully split it in half. A system notification popped up. Your demon energy has increased by 850. Current total, nearly 40,000. Jahan glanced at the target number on her info bar, calculating with satisfaction. At this rate, I can become a noble in just 2 more weeks. She already had a long-term plan mapped out. Once I gather enough energy, I'll officially become a noble. After that, all I need to do is join the Dimensional War. By slaying over 500 human players, Gon earned the recognition of the Demon King, Maha-Mu. His ambition and his hatred for humanity were growing stronger by the day. Just you wait, you pathetic insects. Just a little longer. Once I hit 50,000 demonic energy, I will return. And at the Temporal War, the teleportation gate shimmered with a mystical light. Jin Xung looked around, a bit nostalgic. It had been a while since he'd been back here, but today was business. He called out for the space mage. Jiper, are you here? No answer. Jin Xung made a quick guess. Is she still at that other place? At first, he sat quietly at a table near the bookshelf, his gaze distant as if he was lost in thought. But really, Jin Xung was secretly planning to loot the place. Well, might as well. I've been meaning to search this place for a while anyway, see if there's anything valuable. And it didn't take long for him to spot something that made him freeze. Whoa! He picked up the object, looking it over. This was no ordinary item. The system revealed its info. Space Energy Charger. Rank? Unknown. This thing was crafted by the mage Zyper after hundreds of years of research. As he read the item's description and its abilities, he learned that even non-mages could use it to power up items that run on spatial energy. Jin Xung's eyes widened in pure awe. Man, this is top-tier stuff. But then, something felt familiar. Wait a second. The space orb. It clicked. He immediately pulled a familiar item from his bag. It was the very same orb Zyper had given him before. The moment the two items got close, the orb began to glow with a brilliant blue light and slowly levitated into the air. I knew it, Jin Xung cheered. Right after, two identical system notifications popped up back to back. The space orb has been unsealed. Jin Xung realized something else too. That's right, the item's detailed information quickly appeared. Space orb. Rank. Legendary. Special abilities. Each unit of energy allows for a teleport of up to 1,000 meters. You can mark coordinates on the map to open a portal that lasts for 2 minutes. After reading the orb's user manual, Jin Xung finally got it. So that's how this thing works. Players who were part of the Temporal Mage class could charge the item directly. According to the info on the virtual screen, the item now belonged to the player. Jin Xung carefully held the space energy charger, his eyes filled with excitement. With this, I can use the space orb whenever I want. Sounds amazing, but he still had one problem. Is she really going to just hand this over to me? Just then, Zyper stepped out of a portal, hastily greeting Jin Xung. Sorry, I didn't expect you so early. Have you been waiting long? He quickly waved his hands, trying to hide the scheming look on his face. Oh, not at all. I just got here. Zyper eagerly asked, now that you're here, does this mean you're ready to go to the Moria Empire? She looked like she was in a huge rush, ready to dive right in. I can open the portal right now. Jin Xung panicked, stopping her before she could finish preparing. Wait, Zyper. Before they left, he pointed to the charger in his hand and made his plea. Can I have this? I really need it for a quest. When she saw the device, Zyper was completely stunned. Huh, where did you find that? Not wanting to get on her bad side, Jin Xung told her the truth. While I was waiting for you, I looked around a bit and happened to find it. He really wanted that charger, so he bowed his head and pleaded with everything he had. Turns out, to use the space orb you gave me, I need this. Please, I need it to find the Guardian's treasure. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind. Jin Xung smiled and made an offer. And of course, I'm not shameless enough to ask for a handout. I won't ask you to give it to me for free. Zyper seemed genuinely interested in what he had to offer. Oh? Then what are you offering in exchange, Yan? Although he confidently said, of course, something of equal value to the space energy charger, his mind was actually a complete blank. Crap, what do I even have to trade? He immediately opened his inventory, scanning everything from A to Z while trying to think. I've picked up so much stuff lately, I can't even remember it all. If I look carefully, maybe I'll find something valuable. And his brain didn't let him down. An idea popped into his head. Ah, that's right. He remembered something from a long time ago, the monster egg he received when he leveled up to a summoner in the demon world. Jin Xung was pretty curious about that item too. I've been trying to figure out what kind of egg this is and how to hatch it, but I've never found any clues. It was just a bonus gift anyway. It can't be a legendary monster, right? With that thought, he took out the red egg and presented it like it was a priceless treasure. This is an item I had to risk my life for, defeating a legendary monster in Sector 50 of the demon world to get it. I'll trade it for the space energy charger. How about it? Zyper moved closer, feeling the egg's surface, and seemed incredibly pleased. Oh, this color and texture. One look, and you can tell this is an extremely rare item. If hatched successfully, it could produce an incredibly powerful beast. Her words made Jin Xung's decision waver for a second. Really? Zyper, completely unaware, just casually confirmed it. Yes, so, can I have it? Since he needed the other item more, he cheerfully agreed. Of course, because it's you, Zyper. I trust you with it. Jin Xung threw in a little flattery for good measure. The only person who could successfully hatch this egg is the legendary summoner, Zyper, the one who even hatched the legendary summoned beast, the Griffin. She was so flattered she got lost in the feeling. Really? Is that right? Absolutely. So Zyper quickly made her decision. All right. Since you've given me such a valuable item, I'll give you the space energy charger. Jin Xung turned his head away, making sure she wouldn't see his sly grin. Man, this NPC is a pushover. Finally, a system notification confirmed the trade. You have given unidentified monster egg to the temporal mage, Zyper. You have received space energy charger from the temporal mage, Zyper. The info just kept popping up. The conditions for using the space orb have been met, the seal has been removed. But it didn't stop there. The virtual screen changed again. Zyper is very satisfied. Affinity has increased by 5. This time, Jin Xung was genuinely confused. What? affinity increased. I thought it couldn't go past 100, but he quickly brushed it off, watching her small figure open the portal and pushing the thought to the back of his mind. Whatever, the higher the affinity, the better. Zyper finished her preparations and turned to announce, "All right, you can go to the Moria Empire now." Jin Xung happily stepped into the portal, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "Thanks, Zyper. Just you wait." Meanwhile, deep in the infected territories, Gon, the guardian of the hive, walked casually, enjoying the fear from the weaker infected beasts skittering out of her way. It feels good to be the only pure-strain human in this godforsaken hive. All the power, all the perks, nobody else has what I have. But that smug satisfaction was instantly shattered by a system alert. Her eyes narrowed, pupils shrinking in pure shock. "What is this?" On the holographic display, it showed a survivor named Soon had just completed the genesis of a tyrant mission, and in doing so, he had caused Gon's own mission to fail, leaving her absolutely stunned. What? Someone else managed to become a pure strain, just like me? Gon's mind raced, remembering how it all started. The mission given to her by Mao himself, she could have finished it ages ago if she'd wanted. The reason was simple enough. Completing it would activate the biospire hidden in the Happia Valley, and once that happened, other survivors could choose to align with the hive. More importantly, they get a chance to become a pure strain themselves. She had a plan to make sure no one could steal her unique status. That's why she deliberately left the mission incomplete. That idiot. She couldn't contain her rage. A wave of pure bioenergy erupted from her, vaporizing the low-level infected that were unlucky enough to be nearby. Damn it, I should have just finished the mission and taken the reward. After her outburst, Gon finally calmed down. Too late for regrets. So, I have a rival now? Fine. Then I'll just have to crush them, no matter the cost. She stalked off towards her new objective, get stronger, as fast as possible. She left a trail of smoking husks behind her. Back with Jin Xung, he stepped through the quarantine gate with a whoop of joy. Finally made it. He looked up, taking in the view. So this is the Morian Empire's territory. His system, HUD, confirmed it. You have entered the fourth island of the Shimeru continent, South Shimeru. You have entered the territory of the Morian Empire. Night fell. A voice echoed through the command center. Our federal operations building is lit up like a beacon in the city tonight, which can only mean one thing, more overtime. Diane slammed her fist on the table and shot to her feet, and we have our beloved survivors to thank for it. Specifically, the ones who always rush ahead of the scenario or refuse to follow our projections at all, Bob said, adjusting his glasses. If everything had gone according to the original plan, we'd have a whole wave of survivors undertaking the pure strain initiation by now. But the current situation is completely off the rails. We never expected a top-tier survivor to intentionally hold back on the pure strain mission just to monopolize it. Because of this, our entire content deployment schedule is a total mess. He continued his presentation. Based on our initial calculations, at least 30% of survivors, both old and new, should have joined the Hive faction during the Void War phase. Without that, the strategic advantage of siding with the Hive disappears. The Void War event was originally designed to end with a victory for the Hive faction. From there, the two sides, pro-Hive and anti-Hive, would be clearly defined. Humanity, both allied with and against the Hive, coexisting on the central continent, clashing in massive faction wars, creating long-term PvP content. That was our ultimate goal. Jay buried his face in his hands, his expression filled with self-blame. We have to admit, we were too complacent. We overlooked the possibility that a survivor would do absolutely anything to achieve their goal. Owen declared decisively, therefore, we will increase surveillance on top-tier survivors who have a major impact on the world's narrative. He raised his voice for emphasis, especially Ian, the design team's living nightmare. A staff member frowned, unable to hold back a question. What did he do this time? Owen let out a soft sigh and delivered the news. 30 minutes before this meeting started, we got an alert that he teleported to the Morian Empire. A murmur went through the room. That name again? He's the first one to set foot in the new zone. A male staffer just dropped his head onto the desk. There's no escaping overtime now. His female colleague sadly picked up her phone. Sorry, honey. Looks like I'm not coming home this week either. Owen adjusted his glasses and slowly added, the only silver lining is that the Morian Empire scenario is already complete. At least it's not like that time the Hive's testing grounds were breached ahead of schedule. But this means the probability of a pure human faction victory is rising fast, which is the complete opposite of our original script. He held up two fingers, laying out their options. We now have two choices. 1. We pray for a random lightning strike to hit that bastard's to hit Ian's house, so he can't continue the mission. Or 2. We get back to work and rush out new content to bolster the Hive faction. A collective defeated sigh filled the room. Obviously, it was time for more overtime. Back in the world, Jin Xung got a notification. You are the first to discover the southern continent. A thrill of excitement shot through him. The southern continent. Sounds familiar. I think that was a place from an old world novel I read, Journey to the West. Wonder if this place is anything like the book. The system immediately followed up with more alerts. Base level friendliness with all residents of the southern continent increased by 5 points. Experience points gained will be doubled for 1 week. The drop rate for unique items from boss class monsters will be doubled for the next week. Jin Xung grinned from ear to ear. A whole stack of buffs. Man, unlocking a first discovery achievement feels amazing. I bet the automatic mission is about to pop up now. Right on cue, another alert appeared. You are the first to discover the Morian Empire. For the next week, you will receive a 70% discount on all purchases from shops within the Morian Empire. Automatic mission. Become a citizen of the Morian Empire has been activated. You must complete it within 12 hours. His eyes focused on the mission details, surprised. Oh, speak of the devil. The system provided a hint. To gain citizenship, you must collect 20 bundles of high-quality wool from the Katovian beasts on the Matura Plains and offer them at the king's altar. He glanced around, then made his decision. I wanted to explore the dungeon first, but it looks like the naturalization quest has to be my top priority now. Collect wool? Where in the Matura Plains is that? Kaka suddenly piped up. Master, where's that map I gave you? Jin Xung summoned the item. This one, right? All of a sudden, the map flew out of his hand, erupting in a blindingly brilliant light. A system notification rang out. The seal has been removed. Conditions have been met. He looked up, his face breaking into a massive, happy grin. Whoa, this map is super detailed. It even shows Du and Juban SB's locations. Jin Xung commanded with excitement. All right, let's head straight for the Marora Plains. Shli and Kaka rode on Hai's back as they charged forward, while Jin Xung muttered to himself. Du and Jai Simbo are important, sure, but becoming a citizen of the Moria Empire comes first. As they approached, Jin Xung saw people up ahead and had a sudden thought. Without citizenship, these NPCs could attack me at any moment. He saw the number 300 floating over one of the figures and his heart skipped a beat. Level 300? For a simple border guard? He looked again, thinking it over. Fighting those NPCs would be a massive headache. Gotta be careful not to pick a fight. If I were riding a flying mount like Finn's, I'd just be a giant target for these guards. At that thought, Jin Xung's face twisted in annoyance. Man, it's been a while since a game felt this frustrating. Whether it's a Katovian or some other monster, as long as it's under level 250. Suddenly, Kaka glanced behind them, its eyes going wide with surprise. It flew off, pointing in a specific direction. Master, the Katovian is over there. Jin Xung whipped his head around. Huh? Where? Where is it? Kaka just grabbed his head and turned it. It's right there. Are you going blind or something? He looked completely bewildered. What? No way. Seeing a fluffy, round sheep peacefully chewing on grass, he asked. That Katovian monster. Is that sheep over there? Kaka replied with a serious tone. Master, think about it. The quest is to collect wool, isn't it? Jin Xung hopped off Haley's back. Yeah, I know, but I never thought it would actually be a sheep. He cautiously walked closer, talking to himself. It looks even weaker than the deer in the tutorial zone. But it's level 274. I can't let my guard down. Jin Xung eagerly raised his weapon to attack. All right, just gotta kill it and grab the wool. But Kaka rushed in to stop him. Whoa, 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 master, calm down. It squawked. Do you really need to kill a sheep just to get some wool? Seriously, you're way too violent. Jin Xung scratched his head, embarrassed. Yeah, you're right. I guess I'm just used to killing things for drops. He then gently reached out and touched the Katovian. Okay, let's just shear it peacefully. Besides, these monsters give so little experience, it's not even worth the effort to kill them. With every snip, a system notification appeared. You have obtained 1 good quality wool. In just a few moments, he received the final message. You collected all items for the Moria Empire Naturalization Quest, 20 out of 20. Offer the wool at the king's altar to receive Morian citizenship. Back in the city of Kapala, Jin Xung thought out loud. So, the next stop is the king's altar, right? Standing outside, he couldn't hide his awe. What a magnificent castle. You think the altar is inside? Kaka answered without hesitation. Of course. It's marked on the map. The people here. Every single one of them had eyes as cold as ice. Jin Xung thought to himself, the level 370 guards in this place look seriously intense. This whole place just radiates danger. Suddenly, a guard stepped forward and challenged him. Hey, who are you? You don't look like a citizen of the Empire. He looked up and saw it, level 400. A cold sweat trickled down his back. If they all ganged up on him, he was done for. Okay, new plan. Let's try diplomacy. Jin Xung immediately changed his tune, laying it on thick. Wow, you must work so hard, guarding this place day and night. The guard just frowned, looking down at him with total confusion. A sly look crossed Jin Xung's face. He leaned in and said, I'm just a simple traveler, but I know a thing or two about weapons. Time to lay on the charm. That sword of yours looks pretty worn out. A weapon like that doesn't really suit a man of your status. Jit, completely falling for it, raised his sword to inspect it. Ha, I never really noticed. Jin Xung saw his opening. If you'd like, how about you take a sword that I have on me? The guard was still a bit skeptical, but asked, what kind of sword? Jin Xung held up 2 fingers. Well, it's actually way too extravagant for a guy like me. In his head, he was smirking. He'd been saving this for just the right moment. It was a hero-grade sword he'd picked up hunting monsters in the demon world. It could sell for a high price, but nobody was buying. Why? Because it had a level 350 requirement. Even among the top players in Kai Lan, he was only level 205, so no one could even use it. It was basically a useless treasure. So Jin Xung, with a look of pure confidence, presented the item. But the NPCs here? They were all over level 350. They could definitely use it. Yeah, saving this item to build rapport with an NPC was a brilliant move. Ji took the sword, his face a mask of pure awe. Whoa, this aura. It's definitely a special grade sword. Just then, a system notification popped up. Zit, captain of the Capitalist City Guard, is very pleased. Your favorability with Jit, captain of the Capitalist City Guard, has increased by 50. Seeing that, he couldn't help but be shocked. Wow, I didn't expect it to jump that much. The guard's attitude did a complete 180, a huge grin spreading across his face. Of course, I am deeply grateful. Forgive me for not recognizing a gentleman like you and keeping you out here. Ji was practically beaming as he welcomed him. Please, come into the city. Then he started asking, so, you're heading to the Holy King's altar to become a citizen of the Moria Empire. Jin Xung immediately replied, that's right, I've traveled a long way to become a subject of the great Moria Empire. Jit eagerly gave him directions. The weapon and general goods shops are in the west, and the Holy King's altar is in the northern square. After a moment of thought, Jin Xung asked, but how do I meet the Holy King? The guard's eyes went wide. The Holy King? Jit got serious. Meeting him isn't impossible, he explained. But first, you have to pass a series of brutal trials. You'll need to pass the tests of the Iron Wheel King, the East Wheel King, the Silver Wheel King, and the Golden Wheel King. Only after you've passed all of their tests will you be granted an audience. With that, Sheet waved him goodbye. Jin Xung looked up, determination burning in his eyes. Sounds like they're all incredibly strong, but I have to get through this. He then decided, all right, I'll figure it out somehow. That's a problem for later. For now, focus on becoming a citizen. The moment Jin Xung entered holding the sheep's wool, a system notification appeared. You have offered high-quality wool to the altar of prosperity. He had just carefully placed it on the altar when another message popped up. You have completed the Moria Empire Naturalization Quest. You have received 10,000 reputation points. Suddenly, Ken appeared out of nowhere, speaking urgently. You're the one who made this offering, right, Yan? He was a bit startled but remained polite. Yes, that was me. The man announced cheerfully, congratulations on becoming a citizen of the Moria Empire. Ken's voice was full of praise. It must have been tough to gather so much high-quality wool. You did an excellent job. Remembering the grind to get it, Jin Xung had to agree. It really was difficult. The drop rate for the wool was insanely low. The man held out a card, instructing him, this is your proof of citizenship in the Moria Empire. But this is just the beginning. You'll need to earn a lot more reputation. Holding the card, he was hit by a wave of nostalgia. It reminded him of the badge he got from the monster hunting squad. This card certified him as a common-class citizen of the Moria Empire, a totally different rank from the no-class Sudra status given to non-Empire members. It helps maintain basic goodwill with the public and can even be transferred to other players. Skimming the description, Jin Xung paused, confused. Sudra, is that a class name? Sounds weird. Just then, Kaka burst out laughing, tears streaming down its face. Sudra, you're a Sudra master. It teased, seeing he didn't get the insult yet. Huh? What are you talking about? Kaka just clutched its stomach, howling with laughter. Master is a Sudra. Jin Xung snapped, totally losing his cool. What did you eat? What's so funny? If it's a joke, let me in on it. Meanwhile, at the Monster Hunters Guild, the battle raged on. Boulders rained down on them as someone yelled out. Damn it, these demons are too strong. We can't hold out much longer. Siwei thought, feeling helpless. It had only been a short time since Yan left, and they were already being pushed back this hard. Without Yan, it was a losing fight. She finally made the tough call to retreat, to abandon the Saranga Plains. But then Seihui reconsidered. We could mount a better defense from the Lobelia Plateau. But if the plateau falls, the Empire's border is in serious danger. Until then, all they could do was hope Yan would come back soon. Elsewhere, Du-hun was tracking the situation on his system screen, looking worried. It's pure chaos out there, Fiona agreed. Yeah, the northern region is clearly being overwhelmed by the monster wave. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and added, but that's not all. Have you heard the rumors? With the Demon King's tower now open, more and more people want to switch to the demon race. She stretched her arms with a sigh of relief. Luckily, no one in our guild has done it. Losing even one person right now would be a huge blow. We've been fortunate, Du-hun agreed with a sigh. That's right. Once a player changes their race, they're automatically kicked from their guild. Because of that, you rarely see members from top-tier guilds make the switch. However, a growing number of powerful solo players are turning into demons. Fiona noted, those bonus stats you get for becoming a demon are seriously tempting. His face darkened. Players who become demons are more likely to side with the demon world. Our defense line against the monster wave is already about to break. If demon players join the fight, the scales will tip completely in their favor. Maybe this is exactly the scenario the developers wanted. But a second later, Du-hun let out a loud laugh. But the situation isn't quite that bad yet. The race change quest is anything but easy, and most players who switch are mid-tier, around level 170. He analyzed the situation carefully. It'll probably be another week before we see a significant increase in demon players. We won't have to fight them right away. Until then, we just have to pray Yan gets back soon. Back with our hero, Jin Xung was fuming. He threw the card down and yelled, "What? You dare call me a lowly slave? What kind of game slaps a trash label on a paying customer?" He glared at Kaka. "You stop laughing right now, or I'm taking away all your meatballs." The laughter stopped. "Oh, I'm not scared, master." But Bibi immediately jumped in, warning, "No, messing with meatballs is a serious matter. You ignore the meatballs, you deal with me." Threatened, Kaka had no choice but to agree. Jin Xung clenched the card, thinking, but if I finish this quest, I can probably get rid of this label. Lowly commoner. Whatever, his eyes scanned the area. But this incredibly detailed and vast world, that's the real magic of Kirin. There's so much to do, you never run out of content. Quests are important, sure, but you gotta enjoy the world the developers worked so hard to build. Who knows, maybe I'll find some hidden secrets in a place like this. With his two familiars on his back, Jin Xung made up his mind. All right, let's check this place out. Let's go! Standing before a weapon and general goods store, he was filled with curiosity, hoping to find something interesting inside. The shop was bathed in a warm golden light, filled with bottles, clocks, and other mysterious items. Jin Xung picked one up, lost in thought. An antique shop like this is basically a high-end casino. The prices might be steeper than a normal gamble, but the fun part is using your own knowledge to judge an item's value. Is it just me, or do a lot of these things look strange? The prices are a bit insane. But then Jin Xung smirked. No problem, I'm rolling in cash right now. Suddenly, a voice from behind him called out, "Welcome to my shop, traveler. Are you searching for something?" He turned around with a friendly smile. "Oh, not really looking for anything specific. I've always had an interest in antiques, and this shop looked pretty cool, so I thought I'd pop in." The owner boasted, "This is where I display rare treasures collected over 450 years of traveling. There's no other shop like this in the entire world." Hearing that, Jin Xung was shocked. Wait, 450 years old? Is this guy even human? Renovance continued speaking. "Oh right, I haven't introduced myself. I am Renovance." At the same time, a system notification popped up. Affinity with Renovance, the antique shop owner in Capilla, has increased by 10 points. The chance of obtaining high-grade items from antiques has increased by 1.5%. He put on his friendliest face. "I'm Yan." Inside, he was celebrating. An increased drop rate? See, being nice to NPCs always pays off. Jin Xung had a really good feeling about this. Today's going to be a huge score. He then got straight to the point. "Renovance, do you have anything special you'd recommend for me?" The old man asked back. "A recommendation? What kind of item are you looking for?" Without hesitating, Jin Xung replied, "Anything's fine, as long as it's interesting." Renovance's face grew serious. Then he burst out laughing. "Interesting. Most customers just want weapons. So boring. You're the first person I've met like this. Excellent." With that, he reached up and pulled a lever. A hidden door slid open. Renovance announced with a flourish, "I'll open the 3rd floor, just for you." Jin Xung's eyes went wide as he stared inside, the owner's voice echoing. "This is my secret collection. Feel free to choose whatever you like." Instantly, a flood of system messages appeared. "You have entered the Capella Antique Shop's hidden area. Fame has increased by 3,500. You may only purchase a maximum of 3 items per visit. After purchasing, there is a cooldown period. He stepped inside, amazed by everything he saw. Whoa, the quality of the stuff here is way better than the first floor. Too bad the purchase limit is as strict as the demon slave shop. Suddenly, Kaka squealed, pointing at something. Jin Xung was still hesitating. What should I pick? I need some accessories and boots with good stats. But Kaka darted forward, urging him on. Master, this is it. You have to buy this one. Jin Xung just rubbed his face, completely lost. The heck is it? Kaga shot back. We're in an antique shop. What do you think it is? An antique? The little guy was completely serious. Well, that made sense. He hugged the item tight, insisting, my instincts are screaming that this is a treasure. We have to get it. The master just crossed his arms, deep in thought. He had a point. Kaga's judgment was always spot on. It was hard to explain, but maybe he could sense just how rare this thing really was. And with that, Jin Xung grinned. All right, decision made. Kaga, I trust you. His little companion puffed out his chest, cheering, Kaga, Kaga. With his master's trust secured, he flew off to find more treasures. Suddenly, he stopped cold, pointing. That's the one. Kaga brought back a wooden chest and a bracelet. Here they are. These two are the best ones. Jin Xung's eyes widened. Whoa. He was so happy he pulled Kaga into a tight hug. You're the best. Picking you up from that slave market was the right call. Kaga, struggling to breathe, squeaked out, Master, please stop. A dark thought crossed Jin Xung's mind. Just 2 items isn't enough for me. We're clearing out this whole first floor. Kaga, I'm counting on you. His companion zipped around, grabbing items while whining, Master, are you trying to work me to death? But after a while, Kaga still managed to pick out a huge haul. Jin Xung looked at the pile of loot, buzzing with excitement. I'll take all of it. He slammed his hands on the table, eyes full of anticipation. Now, let's open them up. As he revealed each item, the system notifications started rolling in. Appraisal successful. Ancient artifact. Appraisal successful. Legendary. Grade item. Appraisal successful. Excellent. Grade item. Intuition +5. Luck +1. A realization hit Jin Xung. Maybe I've been underestimating this whole gambling thing all along. Kaga, from now on, we're going all in. Kaga pinched his cheek to snap him out of it. Master, that's called a gambling addiction, he lectured. We only got lucky today because of the 30% discount. If we paid full price, we wouldn't have made much profit. Get a grip. Jin Xung scratched his head. Oh, right. His eyes then fell on the 3 main items. Time to appraise the really good stuff. Jin Xung held up the 2 items and commanded, Appraise. A blinding golden light shot out from them. Instantly, a system window popped up. Appraisal successful. Legendary. Grade item. Ooh, a pretty decent magic item, he thought. With good stats, too. I could sell this for a high price. Or give my lord a discount if she wants it. Jin Xung's focus shifted. What's this book? The Crying Chronicle. Suddenly, the chest started shaking, and a blinding light erupted, shocking them both. Kaga frowned, certain, just as I predicted. I had my doubts at first, but my memory was correct. The box slowly opened, revealing a mysterious item inside. The system went wild. Appraisal successful. Mythic, grade artifact. You have obtained the royal seal of the Sacred Wheel King. Jin Xung's jaw dropped, his eyes wide as plates. Whoa, the royal seal. I seriously hit the jackpot. He held the item, his mind racing. The royal seal. This was a mythic grade treasure. The one thing you absolutely need to build a kingdom. He'd heard that only 2 players on the entire central continent had one. They probably got it by grinding insane points at the Tower of War or by taking down a final dungeon boss. And here he was, getting one after all the crazy stuff he'd been through. To find it in a place like this. Unbelievable luck. He could already see his bright future unfolding right before his eyes. You don't technically need the royal seal to become a king or found a nation, but having it, it gives your country a massive boost right from the start. All right, let's see the description. It was classified as a mythic grade artifact. The holder gains transcendent leadership ability. You also get 1,000,000 fame points and a huge boost to your other stats. The more Jin Xung read the stats, the harder it was to hide his excitement. A mythic grade item was on a whole other level. That 35% increase to leadership, incredibly useful. All his summoned beasts were legendary grade. His own weak leadership stat had been holding him back. He suddenly got emotional, grabbing his little dragon companion in a fierce hug. You're the absolute best. So cute, you're just too cute. Kaga didn't even have time to react before he was being smothered. Ah, master, stop it. But after the initial joy passed, suspicion crept in. Wait a minute, something's not right. Why is the Sacred Wheel King's seal in an antique shop? When I was just on my way to meet the king himself? Whatever. I'll figure it out when I see him. Let's go, Kaga. We have to get to the Gate of Trials before it's too late. It's time to summon everyone. A moment later, at the magnificent Gate of Trials, Jin Xung's excitement was instantly crushed by a bucket of ice-cold water. What? I'm not allowed through the Gate of Trials. Kenvin blocked his path, pure disgust on his face. That's right. A pathetic Sudra like you dares to show his face here? You need at least a Kshatriya with you just to set foot inside. Guards, get him out of here. The crowd in front of them radiated killing intent, forcing Jin Xung to back away. Okay, I'm leaving. He was totally shaken. What the hell? Why was there a level 400 NPC here? With nowhere to vent his frustration, he just got angry at the world. All I wanted was for things to go smoothly for once. Is that too much to ask? And what the heck is a Kshatriya anyway? The class names here are so weird. Behind him, Kai's group burst out laughing. Watching our master get humiliated like that is actually pretty fun. Jin Xung was so mad he saw stars, and he whipped around to face them. Your master gets disrespected, and that's how his subordinates react? So, do you even know what a Kshatriya is? Kai calmly raised a hand, explaining everything. A Kshatriya is the equivalent of a knight in the Mauryan Empire. Your current rank, Sudra, is the lowest tier commoner. Kshatriya is 2 ranks above that. Jin Xung looked up from the bottom of the social pyramid, feeling hopeless. What? So I have to climb 2 ranks at once? The answer was so clear and detailed that he started getting suspicious. How does Kai know all this stuff? He pushed the thought aside to focus on the main problem. So, do you know how to become a Kshatriya? Without even thinking, Kai offered a solution. You need to accumulate merits for the Mauryan Empire. Jin Xung was just testing him, but he actually had an answer. He even knows about that? Not only that, Kai laid out a detailed plan. You can enlist as a Mauryan soldier, then go hunt monsters in the southern outskirts to build up your merits. Jin Xung closed his eyes, thinking fast. All right, that leaves about 2 weeks. No, 10 days. I have to finish all my quests and then join the suppression squad. A second later, Jin Xung shot off like a bullet. No use just thinking about it. I have to act now. First step, enlist as a soldier. He pushed himself to run faster, trying to keep up with his own racing thoughts. From now on, every single second is priceless. This is a race against time, and to do this, I'm going to need reliable teammates to fight alongside me. Elsewhere, countless monsters were being swallowed by a raging inferno. In the center of it all stood Rimir, controlling the blaze with her scepter. The people behind them who saw the whole thing started murmuring. That's Remia for you. Wiping out a whole horde of monsters by herself, she's on another level. Kalson lounged about, totally soaking in the attention. You really wowed everyone again today. Just listen to them cheer. But deep in Remia's eyes, there was a flicker of dissatisfaction. It's still not enough. Wiping out a few hundred weak monsters like this? It's not satisfying at all. There's no fun in a one-sided fight, no excitement, no sense of accomplishment, compared to back then. When she followed that crazy player through those hellish days of monster hunting, this just feels way too easy, too peaceful. The memories came flooding back like it was just yesterday. Sure, it was so intense back then she thought she might die at any moment. But that pressure is exactly what helped her unleash her full potential. That kind of perfect teamwork, you couldn't find it anywhere else. It was genuinely fun, being pushed to her absolute limit. She was so lost in her own world, she didn't notice the strange looks from the people around her. Now, this kind of mediocre monster hunting just doesn't do it for her anymore. Just then, a notification suddenly arrived for Remia. What's this? A message quickly appeared on her screen. Hello, Remia. How have you been? I actually need your help with something. I'm sorry to ask, but would you be willing to help me? At the same time, Huni was in a battle with a monster, just about to enter the final phase. All right, just 10 seconds left on the cooldown. But right as he was about to unleash his skill, a notification cut him off. When I give the signal, retreat immediately. Huh? Why is this guy bothering me at the busiest possible time? What is it now? The messages just kept coming. I won't waste your time since I know you're busy. I'm on a mandatory quest to stop the invasion of the demon army. To finish it, I need the best teammates I know, and more importantly, people who can work perfectly with me. I'll get straight to the point. This monster hunt is on a completely different level from anything we've done before. Both of them were now seriously reading every single word. But I believe that with you, Remia, and you, Dai Hun, we can absolutely conquer this objective together, and of course, the rewards will be just as massive as the difficulty. If you decide to join, you should get some good rest first. In 7 hours, come to the Puro territory. Meet me at the square in front of the Lord's castle. I'll be waiting for your answer. If you decide to come, I promise you won't regret it. A few hours later, the group gathered at the designated spot. Huni silently observed who was there. Of course, I figured I wasn't the number one person he called, but I never expected him to invite Remia, the top-ranked mage, and Levia, the head cleric. How are they all connected? He spoke up first, breaking the awkward silence. Hey, why isn't Yan here yet? There are only 2 minutes left until the meeting time. Daihun heard this and just laughed, waving his hand playfully. Have you ever seen Yan late for anything? Why are you so restless? Anxious? Huni didn't hide it, admitting it outright. Of course, I'm anxious. What kind of quest requires Yan to assemble a team like this? I can't even imagine how brutal this hunt is going to be. Remia was lost in a similar silence, wondering, why am I so tense right now? Suddenly, Levia's head popped up from behind her. Are you nervous too, Remia? Being pulled from her own world made her jump, and she stammered. Huh, what? For a second, Remia was stunned. This quiet girl was surprisingly sharp, but on the outside, she tried to play it cool, even as her hands trembled. Ah, no, I'm not that nervous. By the way, Levia, why did you decide to join this team? She paused, thinking for a moment before shyly revealing her reason. Well, I'm on a quest and I need Yan's help, so I thought if I helped him first, maybe he'd return the favor. Remia nodded slowly, getting the picture. I see. A part of her felt a little awkward. She'd never seen this side of Levia before and had no idea how to react. All right, that's enough. Focus on the mission. Stop getting sidetracked. I already know what to expect when hunting with Yan, anyway. Just then, a brilliant blue light erupted right in front of them. Huh, why is a portal suddenly opening here? A dirt-covered but radiant Jin Xung appeared, trying to steady his breath as he counted the members present. Oh, everyone's here? Thanks for coming. I promise I won't let you down this time. Remia took one look at him and knew exactly what he'd been doing. This monster said he was going to rest, but he clearly just got back from a hunt. A new face in the group suddenly caught Jin Xung's attention, but I see someone new here. Seizing the moment, Du-hoon stepped forward to introduce her. This is Levia. She's been helping our guild for a while now. The woman behind him gave a bright, friendly smile. Hello, I'm Levia. The name sounded familiar, and it clicked for him instantly. Ah, the head priestess. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Yan. More people meant more power, and Jin Xung's confidence soared. Perfect. With this lineup, getting 6,000 contribution points will be easy. He didn't waste another second and got straight to the point. There's no time for a long explanation. Everyone, get in the portal. It's only open for 2 minutes. I'll explain the whole plan once we're on the other side. But let me warn you, what's waiting for us is a hell you've never experienced before. The team quickly stepped through the portal. The moment their feet touched the ground, Jin Xung started explaining. All right, here's why I gathered you all. According to a hidden quest chain I'm on, we need the Sacred Wheel King's treasure to win the Netherworld War. It's one of the gods' ultimate holy artifacts. So, I started the quest to find it here, but to continue, I need to gain 2 more levels than I have right now. The plan was to grind 6,000 merit points just by hunting monsters, but everything was escalating way too fast, forcing him to completely change his strategy. The war was turning against humanity, and at this rate, there was no way he'd complete the quest in time. Du-hoon, of course, knew this too and slowly added his thoughts. The scales were tipping heavily in the enemy's favor, and in just 1 week, players who sided with the demon tribe would join the fight. At that point, the demon faction's victory would be almost certain. Jin Xung smoothly took the lead, setting up the narrative. I'm sure no one here wants to see humanity fail. Luckily, I have a teleportation orb. It can bring other players here in just 2 minutes. That's why I've gathered all of you to help me with this quest. I believe your skills are more than enough to help me finish this on time. With that long-winded explanation over, it was time for them to move out. Now, let's begin this hellish merit point grind. Jin Xung shouted, his blood pumping. It's going to be tough, but trust me, the rewards are worth it. Du-hoon was fired up. I'm in. Of course. My hands have been itching for a real fight. Jin Xung grabbed his hand, seizing the moment. This is what friends are for, right? Tackling insane challenges together. Remia obviously wanted to join, but she kept up her proud facade. Very few can keep up with your insane hunting style, so I guess I'll join too. Huni, feeling his position was threatened, quickly spoke up. Yan, nobody has better synergy with you than me. Levia put a hand to her chin, lost in thought, but if he came here through a portal, then we can't get back unless he opens another one. In that instant, the group realized Jin Xung's terrifying scheme. Oh, that's right, she's got a point. He dropped the act, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Getting in was the easy part. Getting out? Not so simple. So, give this hunt everything you've got. Once we hit 6,000 merit points, I'll take everyone back whether you want to stay or not, because you're all valuable comrades who will help me stop the demon army's invasion. Later, inside the Moria Empire's dungeon, countless monsters were on a frenzied rampage. Jin Xung, acting as the leader, gave out precise commands. Huni cast a wide area slow debuff and pulled the knights away from the others. A strange purple energy erupted from Huni's hands. Got it, Yan. He poured all his power into a single attack on his target. Jin Xung had a clear role for everyone's unique abilities. Levia, wide area healing. A giant holy cross appeared, and a wave of healing energy washed over them. His strategy? Absolutely brilliant. Nobody was left sitting on the sidelines. Remia was ready to unleash a massive attack. She raised her staff high, her entire body engulfed in raging fire. She was ready. A second later, Remia unleashed her decisive blow on the monster horde. Everything was going exactly as Jin Xung planned. Great, now let's just clean up the rest. But then he noticed a few survivors from that fiery storm. Damn it, are those heavy armored soldiers? I can't believe they survived our entire combo attack. Humanoid monsters are usually smarter, making them way tougher to deal with. Suddenly, Death Reapers appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the remaining soldiers. Damn it, they shrieked, floating in front of the armored soldiers, letting out a horrifying sound. You will share my fate. Jin Xung was thrilled to see that skill. Is that a Dark Mage's retribution skill, he asked, turning to Huni with a nod of approval. This guy actually has a good tactical mind. Plus, Levia's healing was incredibly efficient. No overhealing, no wasted mana, a common mistake for most clerics. He never expected their first time as a party to go this smoothly. This team composition was even better than he'd hoped. Well then, I guess I can afford to get a little more aggressive. Jin Xung glanced at his partner fighting beside him and started to egg him on. Hey, aren't you getting bored? Let's take out some of these monsters together. Du-hun was already starting to feel the fatigue from the constant fighting. I'm about to collapse here. But since I came all this way with you, let's just wipe them all out. Jin Xung's sharp spear finished off the last monster. Is everyone okay? The other members were all exhilarated. This feels easier than my last hunt. Even an old guy like me is finding this manageable. It was tough, sure, but we made it. Only Levia felt that something was off. But this is strange. The dungeon completion rate is over 90%, but we haven't seen a single named monster. Jin Xung, who'd been lost in the thrill of battle, paused to think. Now that you mention it, that is weird. Du-hun remembered a game mechanic that fans had often wondered about. Don't most dungeons have a hidden boss room? His expression grew darker by the second. Usually, yeah. Jin Xung scanned the area, then pointed straight ahead. That path over there looks like the way to a boss room. This new development made him pause. He could tell it was filled with traps, but they didn't have a trap disarming specialist in the party. No other choice. I'll have to use a trap detection scroll. Just then, Kaka, who was beside him, started jumping around excitedly to get his attention. Master, you don't need to use that. I'll just trigger all the traps to disable them. Leave it to me. But Jin Xung quickly moved to stop his little dragon from clearing the path. Huh? Kaka, stop. What if you get caught in a trap? Not knowing its own master's abilities made the little dragon flare up in frustration. Geez, you don't know anything about your own subordinates. Did you forget, Master? I only take damage from light-based attacks, and that's when it finally dawned on Jin Xung. Oh right, Kaka was itching to prove himself. Watch this, Master. The moment he finished speaking, he shot forward, straight through the maze of traps. The group watched, their jaws on the floor. Oh no, that cute little thing. But it looked completely unharmed. Kaka flew out of the smoke and fire, looking totally energized. He struck a super cool pose, as if to say it was all too easy. Jin Xung realized he had a lifesaver on his team and started praising him to the skies. Awesome job, Kaka. I can always count on you for the important stuff. All right, let's keep moving. A moment later, the group arrived at a simple wooden bridge. For someone with a fear of heights like him, this was a huge challenge. I know it's just a game, but looking down still makes me dizzy. I can't take another step. Remia's face turned pale. She was in the exact same situation. I can't go. My fear of heights. I'm frozen. Seeing everyone hesitate, Levia had to urge them on. What's wrong with everyone? Come on, hurry up. If we let the boss counterattack, this whole hunt will be ruined. The others just stared in disbelief as someone else just zipped past them. What was that? It was like something out of a martial arts movie. She's incredible. With that example, Jin Xung decided to get creative too. Who needs a rickety bridge when you can just fly? He decided to play the hero, offering a hand to the damsel in distress. Remia, climb on. But the other party members immediately raised their hands in protest. Yan, that's so unfair. Seriously? Talk about favoritism. Jin Xung looked absolutely fed up but made a helpless promise. You two can use the suspension bridge or wait for the ride to come back. After they landed, Remia and the other carefully jumped off the creature's back. Before they could even recover, a panicked voice cried out, Yan, Remia, They didn't dare hesitate, instantly rushing forward. That was Livia's voice. Gotta see what's wrong. Livia, what is it? Livia looked up, her face dead serious. I found this dungeon's boss. Camilo sat comfortably on his throne, bursting into laughter. Who dares trespass in my mountain lair? Jin Xung had never seen such a brutal-looking enemy. His jaw dropped. Damn, that face is terrifying. The beast, having waited far too long for prey, charged forward in a frenzy. Come, face me, Camilo, the Mountain King. His muscles bulged as he raised a massive blade, ready to strike. With his teammates not there yet, Jin Xung was in a tough spot. Crap, no time to wait for Huni and H. He turned to the two women beside him with a desperate, last-minute plan. Looks like we have to handle this ourselves for now. Just buy time until Huni and H arrive. Remia, not sensing the danger, acted on her own. We don't need to buy time. With my magic, I'll... Suddenly, something shot past her at the speed of light. Ah! Camilo's underlings stood there, blocking the path. Fools! You won't get another step closer to our boss. We'll take care of you right here. Jin Xung watched them, his mind racing. Henry didn't see any named monsters appear. This is a tricky dungeon type, where the boss and named monsters show up together. First, I need to taunt the named monsters to hold them back. He swung his arm, unleashing his special move. Badgie, go! Jin Xung pushed every resource he had to the limit. Levia, I'm going to use a taunt skill. Got it? The beast opened its mouth and roared, a heavy power spreading out. Badgie's provoke, activating unique skill, roar of the dragon turtle. Camilo just laughed at the pathetic attack. You think I and my men would fall for such a simple taunt? But then he noticed that their entire group's movement speed had been drastically reduced. Still, the effect from Badgie wasn't enough to satisfy Jin Xung, just as expected from a boss. His resistance to status effects is insane. A 15% decrease isn't enough to attack recklessly. First, take down the two named monsters that are split off, defeat them one by one to isolate Camilo. The moment the thought formed, he charged straight for his target, a grin spreading across his face. It's been a while, huh? Remia was gritting her teeth, using her magic to block an attack, while Levia had her eyes shut tight, focusing her power to heal her teammates. Far away, Huni's group rode on Phi's back, pushing its speed to the limit to get to their friends. Let's join the fight. At the same time, gentle sunlight fell on a high-rise building somewhere else. Whoa, this is insane. Yi Chan sat in front of a computer, unable to hide his excitement. He really is Kalon's biggest headache, and the unofficial #1 summoner. Seeing this performance with my own eyes, man, if this was a live stream, I'd throw my entire paycheck into donations. Wu Huan walked up from behind and smacked him hard on the back. So that's where your salary goes. No wonder you're still living in that tiny apartment, you idiot. He jumped, caught red-handed. Hey, why'd you hit me? That's workplace violence. Wu Huan, who already disliked the guy, was now even more annoyed. You're asking why? The more incredible these guys' performances are, the more overtime we have to work. How many times has that guy, Yan, ruined our plans? Yi Chan caught his drift and started teasing him. Why are you acting like this? You're supposed to be the star of the planning department. Deputy Manager Kim Wu Huan, treated like a team leader. Is this soft? He knew he'd lost his composure, closing his eyes to calm himself. Kalen is in the middle of a major update right now. I absolutely hate seeing my meticulous plans get ruined by some game-addicted gangsters, and he's one of them. Anyway, Yi-chan, you know why I called you to the monitoring room, right? Yan glanced at the screen behind him and easily guessed. Yeah, it's probably about those gangsters you just mentioned, especially when it comes to balancing the power of the demon faction's key players, right? Ethan stood with his arms crossed, his eyes locked on his opponent. Ha, you're a sharp one. All right then, your entire schedule for the next 3 days is cancelled. Starting tomorrow, you'll report directly to the monitoring department. Your mission: analyze the combat strength of the demon faction's top players and Yen's party. You have 3 days to prepare a report for next Monday's meeting. This was perfect, exactly what Jay Chan had been hoping for. He knew there was a reason they wanted him watching Yen's team. All the top players from every class were gathered right here. This was a golden opportunity, and to gauge the current power level of humanity's strongest. Back with our crew, Huni was sprinting forward. Du-hun saw the massive cloud of smoke and dust and swore. Damn it, did the boss fight already start? Over here, Jin Xung was expertly dodging every single attack. Little did he know, Sherritt was swooping in from behind, ready for a sneak attack. But when the blade came down, it hit nothing but a weird purple bubble. What? Everyone gathered around to lend him their strength. Perfect timing, Huni managed to block that last hit. Let's finish them. The two decided to team up and clear out the mobs. You think adding one mage is enough to beat us? Huni, support me. Everyone else, hold back the boss. Du-hun finally got his chance to shine, blocking the massive blade with both hands. Then how about another supporting warrior? A surge of adrenaline rushed through him. Having Hurst here, it was always reassuring. The guy just smiled, bringing a sense of total calm. Just trust me. The situation changed, so the battle plan had to change with it. Levia, support Hurst. A green healing light immediately enveloped her as she accepted the order. Got it. He gave out clear assignments to every team member. Huni, you know what to do, right? We're going all-out DPS from the start to take them down fast. Roar! Another dragon's roar. We have 20 seconds to end this. The enemies were slowed by a taunt, and everyone attacked as one from their positions. They covered each other's weaknesses, boosting one another's power. And the spear in Jin Xung's hand, now buffed by Huni, it became absolutely terrifying. He waited for the enemy to show an opening and lunged forward. Weakness found. The blow landed as a direct critical hit on the bandit leader, but he wasn't going down that easy and swung right back. Damn you! A weak attack like that isn't enough to take me down. Since everything was going according to plan, Jin Xung didn't even bother to fight back. No, you've been hit in all 3 weak spots by my shadow mark. It's over. And with that, he began the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. A brilliant purple light erupted from the boss's chest. Boom! Because of the stacked marks, the boss's HP just kept plummeting. Even so, Charette refused to give up. This isn't enough too. With a sly grin, Jin Xung reminded him from the sidelines. Your health is under 20%. The guy still couldn't accept reality. But Jin Xung? Oh, he was totally thrilled. Absolutely sure of his plan. And just like that, Puji, the greedy predator, finished the job in one clean hit. The first victory was almost too easy for Han. Nice, 1 down. Remia was seeing this fighting style for the first time, and the fans were stunned. Wait, using Dark Seal that way? Isn't that skill supposed to be useless? You could never pull that off without perfect skill usage and insane teamwork. That's Yan for you. Meanwhile, Du Han held his shield tight, bracing against the onslaught. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. With Levia's healing, we can hold out, but we have 0 chance to counterattack. As if reading his mind, Levia flew past, announcing, "Let me help." Before Du Han could even process it, his voice was filled with disbelief. Wait, Levia. Isn't she the healer priest? She keeps her face perfectly calm as a massive pillar of energy forms in her hands. I'll send you to your maker. In one hit, a brilliant flash of light engulfs the area. And just like that, the enemy was toast. The group behind her turns pale, trembling, and clinging to each other in pure fear. Rimia's jaw is on the floor, going from one shock to the next. Even Di Chan, watching from his monitor, is completely blown away by the support priest, who explodes with attack power at the first opening. Absolutely incredible. The number 1 priest is no joke. Looks like the boss fight on this side is going pretty smoothly. That person looks really familiar. Oh ho! The familiar figure of Jia Han appears right on cue. This just got way more interesting than I thought. Ma Handu sits, comfortably on his throne, praising his subordinate. Well done, Lai Rahan. Rahan kneels on one knee before him, answering respectfully. Thank you, my demon king. His steady voice echoes through the room. You have finally met the conditions to attain the rank of nobility, all except for one final requirement. She keeps her eyes lowered, not daring to object. Yes, my demon king. I will complete the mission you've assigned and return immediately. A sly, cunning smile spreads across Ma Handu's face. I'm counting on you, Li Rahan. Once you pass this final trial, you will officially become a noble of the demon realm. I trust you will not disappoint me. Jia Han turns to leave, her entire being filled with determination. I will not fail your expectations. Moments later, outside, ferocious bolts of lightning begin to rain down from a massive magic circle, striking her over and over again. The entire palace is bathed in a dangerous crimson glow as every single blast slams right into Jia Han. After what feels like an eternity, a system notification finally rings out. You have met the conditions to proceed. Blood Oath Quest 4 has now begun. After enduring that unimaginable pain, the look in her eyes is complex. Good. With this, I'm one step closer to nobility, and now, my power has completely shattered its old limits. Just you wait. I will become a true noble and lead the demon race to victory. And I'll prove to everyone exactly why I'm the number 1 ranked player. Especially you, Summoner Y, and the one who humiliated me. I will personally destroy you and the entire territory of your Greenflower Guild. Miles away, Disung suddenly feels a cold shiver run right down his spine. A giant question mark pops into his head. Why do I have goosebumps all of a sudden? This isn't a status effect, is it? Seeing his teammate spacing out, Du Hun calls over, Hey, Yan, what's our next move? His voice snaps Yan right out of his thoughts. Damn it. I can't lose focus while the boss is still standing. Jinon immediately shakes it off, rushes forward, and gets back to taunting and attacking the monster. Levia continues healing the Yuang Hunis, buffs the Death Knight, and sends it charging ahead. Rimia channels all her mana for her ultimate, screaming, "Get clear, now." The second the words leave her mouth, Rimia unleashes a massive torrent of fire at the target. With the whole team's combined assault, the boss, Camilo, is finally engulfed in a raging inferno. He's completely enraged now, swinging his axe wildly. "You miserable brats." Just then, Jin Xung's summoned beasts finally join the fray. He tightens his grip on his weapon, preparing the final, decisive blow. Good. It's almost over. Time for the finishing move. And right on cue, a system notification rings out. You have defeated the dungeon boss, Camelot. Jin Xung looks down at his battered weapon and lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. And by the looks of it, everyone is completely spent. Everyone. Except Levia. Of course, she looks as fresh as ever. All right, since we cleared this dungeon way faster than planned and even earned some extra points, let's take a little break in the real world. Mental health is important, you know? With a big team like ours, built-up stress can easily lead to conflict. Jin Xung sits calmly at his computer, analyzing the new announcements. Switching to the demon race, that's a complete tactical game changer. Looking at the perks, the power boost is absolutely broken. Becoming a pure-blooded demon lets you use incredibly powerful demon magic, equip exclusive demon race items, and best of all your combat stats get converted, boosting your overall power by about 1.3 times what it was before. Plus, pure-blooded demons can become nobles way easier than half-demons. You also get instant respect from lower-level demons and access to special quests, instead of the regular promotion trials. And you accumulate demonic energy way faster. With perks this insane, of course everyone is going to want to race change, but he just frowns, lost in thought. As usual, they're only showing the good side of the deal. Becoming a pure-blooded demon, the losses outweigh the gains. Why can't they see it? You don't just lose your guild, titles, and territory, you also lose all your skill proficiency. And every single attack you make gets hit by magic resistance stats. That 30% stat boost is barely enough to break even, but hey, to each their own. I guess I'll just start stocking up on magic resist items for the future. In the end, the result of the upcoming dimensional war will prove everything. For Jin Xung, even a few minutes break feels like too long. All right, break's over. Let's get back to it. Back inside the game, monster corpses are everywhere, all of them lifeless. Du-hun is drenched in sweat, hitting his limit. My legs. They're shaking like crazy. I'm not the only one feeling this, right? He glances back and sees his teammates are in even worse shape. Of course not. One of them groans. I'm about to die over here. Remia is completely collapsed. It's been a while since I partied with Yan. Man, it's hard to keep up. And through it all, only Levia looks as radiant as she did at the start. I'm still doing just fine, she chirps. Huni, completely exhausted, just stares. Wait, how is she still so energetic? She looks like she has even more stamina than when we started. Jin Xung doesn't even bother resting, doing a quick calculation. We still need about 170 contribution points. I think we can grind the rest while leveling up. Everyone did a great job. Rimia, trembling all over, forces herself back to her feet. Well, at least this time we finished without anyone passing out midway. He just smirks, looking at her wobbly legs. You literally just passed out, he jokes. But being the proud type, she immediately fires back. I was just resting my eyes for a second, Huni says, acting tough even while being held up. It's a shame we finished 2 whole days ahead of schedule. I wanted to hunt with Yan some more. A sly glint appears in Jin Xung's eyes. Oh, is that so? Then let's keep hunting. The whole party freezes. No one dares mess with this grinding demon. No, please, no more. Have mercy on us. With the mission done, he lets them off the hook. I'm going to go promote my class now. You guys can follow me to spend your contribution points, or you can head straight back. I'll open a portal for everyone. Du-hun speaks up first, saying he needs to head back. I have to prepare for the guild's dimensional war. Huni, already past her breaking point, also decides to leave. First, I needed some serious sleep. Ramir was swamped with a million things that just couldn't wait, and with bad news rolling in constantly, I knew I had to get back to the battlefield. But Levia, she was the complete opposite. I want to keep helping Yan with his quest. An unexpected situation. Jin Xung was completely caught off guard. She was actually starting to freak him out a little. On their very first run, she kept up with his speed perfectly. And on top of that, she never showed a hint of fatigue, her control never wavering. He just awkwardly scratched his head, trying to find an excuse. I really appreciate it, but this quest, it can't be done in a party. She probably saw that answer coming, since she didn't look surprised at all. In that case, I guess I'll head back. Seeing this powerhouse agree to leave, Jin Xung felt a wave of relief. Yeah, okay, see you. But his mind was a battlefield. Was he just imagining things, or did Livia really want to stay with him? Jin Xung waved his hand, and a deep blue light swirled into existence. All right, opening the gate now. But just before leaving, Livia hesitated and turned back. Yan, can I ask you for a favor? He had a feeling she had a hidden agenda, which is why she wanted to stick around. What is it? She hesitated for a moment, clearly not used to asking for help. When you finish your current mission, please help me with mine. Jin Xung knew that one good turn deserves another, so he readily agreed. Sure, but what kind of mission is it? In his head, he was thanking her 1,000 times over. Thanks to Livia, he'd made way more progress than he'd expected. She spoke in a timid voice that was honestly hard to listen to. It's a rather difficult quest. He watched her figure fade away and just sighed. A difficult quest? Tell me something new. A moment later, Leo spotted a familiar face and instantly flew into a rage. You again? How dare a commoner like you set your filthy foot in here? The guy had no idea Jin Xung had just spent 5,000 merit points to rank up. Who's the commoner now? Neil, you, lowlife. Suddenly, system notifications started flooding in. Player Yan's rank has increased from Via to Zaxia. Access to the royal palace granted. Qualified to challenge the gate of trials. Leo's face twisted in horror as he scrambled to apologize. Oh, my apologies, Sir Yan. I didn't realize who you were. Please forgive my offense. This was the moment he was waiting for. Jin Xung pressed his advantage. And what if I don't? Anyway, I can enter the gate of trials now, right? The guy's attitude was a complete 180 from before, wasn't it? Yes, of course. Jin Xung didn't want to waste another second and got straight to the point. Lead the way, I'm going in right now. Are there any rules or test details I should know beforehand? Leo's job was just to be a guide, so of course, he was clueless. My apologies, but none of us have ever been inside, so we don't know. But I heard that once you pass through the gate, you'll understand everything automatically. That kind of setup, it was exactly his style. Oh, well, at least the system is convenient. The two of them walked just a short distance before reaching their destination. It's over there. The trial area is inside that rocky cave. Suddenly, a commentator's voice boomed, stirring the atmosphere. It's been a while, ladies and gentlemen. I'm MC Hen, your resident reporter from ETBC for the game Keelan. And I'm Lucian. We're broadcasting live from the massive world event, the Dimensional War, direct from the Cis Desert on the central continent. The two hosts hugged each other with tears in their eyes. We finally made it to a terrestrial broadcast. We worked so hard for this. The playful Lucia winked at the camera. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the ETBC gaming channel. Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, Hen got right back to it. Oh, and it looks like the battle has already begun during our broadcast. The situation on the central continent was expected to favor the demon side. The monster waves here were bigger than in the north, and the distance between the portals was much shorter. But surprise, the players were absolutely dominating. And that's because right here, Sagren's voice was commanding the entire battlefield, drowning out even the commentators. Excellent, we survived Kiara's frozen hell. Focus your attacks while its skills are on cooldown. The two commentators, Lucia and Hen, hovered above, giving rapid-fire updates. The Titan Guild and their leader, Sagren, have appeared on the battlefield, and a high-level monster has just been taken down. Could this battle actually end in a smooth victory for humanity? Hen and his partner were perfectly in sync, playing off each other. If it were that easy, would we even need to be here? According to our sources, a major shift is about to happen in this battle. Suddenly, a system screen flashed in front of Sagren. A strange, demonic purple light pulsed with the notification. For the first time since the Dimensional War began, a demon race player has appeared. As Lucia's voice filled with panic, countless demon players descended. They're here. The players who converted to the demon race, led by Li Rahan, the strongest warrior in Keelan. Sagren looked at his new opponents with a flash of contempt. Ha, you disappeared for a while. I thought you quit the game, but you just came back as a demon. Rahan didn't waste his breath. He was ready to fight. It's time for a massacre. Wipe them out. From now on, Keelan belongs to the demons. Lucia's eyes went wide with excitement. The Dimensional War has just entered a new phase. How will this battle end? What will be the outcome? Elsewhere, Jin Xung was walking aimlessly down a seemingly endless road. I'm in, but I still have no idea what this test is. I couldn't bring my subordinates, and I can't ask Kyra either. All right, Kaka. Hey, Kaka. He never expected his living dictionary to be fast asleep. A fierce internal struggle began. Kaka, you sleeping? In the end, his inner demon won. Jin Xung immediately shook the little dragon awake. Hey, Kaka, wake up. Its eyes were glazed over, still half asleep. "What is it, master? I was having a nice dream." That just made Jin Xung even more annoyed, and he gripped its shoulders and shook harder. "What do you mean, what? How are you even sleeping?" "You never sleep." Kaka, finally jolted awake, realized the serious problem. "You're right. Why was I asleep?" It started grabbing its head, losing control. "How should I know?" Seeing his master about to lose it, the dragon quickly explained. "Kaka, just kidding. The shadow tribe of Kaga can't sleep. This is the first time it's ever happened. Master, do you remember that old book I asked you to buy at the antique shop?" Jin Xung crossed his arms, trying to remember. "The antique shop? Oh, right. The book you wanted was the Chronicles of Keelan or something, wasn't it?" The dragon looked away, scratching its head and biting its lip. "Actually, that book was a legendary grade item. It can unseal a unique skill. Master." This shocking news made Jin Xung snap. "So you ate that expensive item?" Kaka knew there was no changing the past and just laughed nervously. "Yes, master. Think of it as an investment in the future. My unique skill is unlocked now, so I'll definitely be a huge help to you from now on." Jin Sung's brain was working overtime, calculating the pros and cons. "I was planning to buy that book at auction to unseal my brother. And hey, mission accomplished, right? But seriously, eating your master's stuff? That's crossing a line. We'll talk about this later." For that reason, he shoves his anger down. "You owe me one for this, kid. So, what's the new skill?" His brother, caught off guard, just stares back blankly. "Huh? Master, let's check skills later. Look behind you." But Yan sees right through the terrible acting. "Oh, trying to change the subject, are we?" Their conversation is cut short. A giant just appeared behind them. "What the?" Yan immediately grabs his weapon, instantly on high alert. How did he? A terrible feeling creeps into his gut. He hadn't sensed a thing. Not a single trace of his presence. The giant, Soda, keeps a safe distance, trying to calm him down. "Easy now. Young man, I'm not here to fight. My apologies for startling you. You're the one who entered the trial cave, correct?" Yan looks up, his mind racing, analyzing everything. Is this NPC the test proctor? Still on edge, Yan takes a few steps back. "That's right, I'm here for the trial." Soda gives him a friendly look, scanning him from head to toe. "Oh, it's been a long time since someone as exceptional as you has appeared in the Moria Empire. It must be thanks to the grace of the Saint King, Jin Xung." Not wanting to be rude, Yan bows his head. "I'm Yan. It's an honor to meet you." But a question pops into his mind. Is he praising me just because of my reputation? The giant points to himself, slowly introducing his role. "The pleasure is all mine. I am Sua, a servant to the 7th Saint King and Iron Wheel King. Hey Sua, follow me. I will guide you through the trial to meet the Saint King." After who knows how long, they stop at the mouth of a cave. "We've arrived at the testing grounds. With your abilities, this trial shouldn't be too difficult. Let's begin." A system notification pops up instantly. Phantom beasts have appeared. Yan gets serious, observing and sizing up his new targets. Their levels are lower than the monsters back in Nam X province, but they're all named monsters. This won't be easy. Before the fight starts, Soda offers one last helpful tip. These are phantoms of the demons living beneath the Dongshang Shrine. They only have half their original power, but they are still formidable. Now, show me what you've got. Meanwhile, back on that other battlefield, Jia Han's sword skill is unleashed. A single downward slash, and her opponent is instantly turned to dust. The grunts behind her go wild, cheering like crazy. Amazing, Jia Han. Becoming a demon was the best choice. She feels the hot blood rush through her, a satisfied grin spreading across her face. That's right, sacrificing everything for this power was totally worth it. These idiots didn't even boost their magic resistance. Time for a massacre, become a sacrifice for me. Cao Hui watches the scene unfold, a chill running down her spine. Her mind screams with anxiety, this is bad. Even without the beasts, these demon players are too strong. With our current forces, there's no way we can hold out. She turns her head, hesitantly delivering the bad news. Sagran, I'm sorry to say this, but I know. Holding this position is impossible. Digging in will only get more of us killed. Sagran knows they can't be stubborn anymore and gives the last resort order. All forces, retreat. Titan Guild members will cover the other players. The demons watch this unfold and just burst out laughing. They're running away. When I was human, I never got to feel this. So this is what victory tastes like. Jia Han ignores them, her eyes scanning the area for one final enemy. I thought Yan would be here, but where is he? Does this mean I have to go north to his territory? No, he'll definitely show up. He's not the type to run from a main stage like this. Come on, Yan. This time, I'm going to crush you. On the broadcast, the commentators' excited voices echo. Just as predicted, the demons joining the fight has completely turned the tables. The human faction is in full retreat, The viewers are on the edge of their seats, not daring to blink. They knew the moment the demon players join, the game would change. It's not over yet, but faith is dwindling fast. What do we do now? Do we just accept defeat like this? Du-hun feels a pang of anxiety, but decides to wait for him. You idiots! Why do you think Yan went to Moria? He'll come back with a plan to turn this all around. When he returns, victory will be ours. No doubt. Meanwhile, inside a corporate office, the elevator doors slide open to the sound of a frantic voice. Sorry everyone, we have an urgent request for all testers. Right now, there's a player completing a quest at an abnormally high speed. To slow down his progress, we need to deploy emergency monster control. The employees just kind of stare, thinking it's not their problem. Wait, isn't managing content progress the planning team's job? Why do we have to handle this now? But the manager, Yui Hoen, knew they'd say that and came prepared. That's why I already spoke to Director Choi. If you guys make this player fail his mission, we'll grant you extra vacation days and special overtime pay. That little bit of info makes everyone's eyes pop wide open. You should have led with that. The lazy employees suddenly spring to life, scrambling for the prize. Get out of my way. That vacation is mine. No fair. Let me in on this. In a flash, every game conversion pod is occupied. The system flashes a login notification. Target, the demon of the Dong Song Shrine. Back in the fight, Yan's summoned beast has run out of health. It spreads its wings for one last powerful dive from above, but in a moment of weakness, with its energy depleted, it gets hit by an enemy arrow. The Reaper sees its chance and moves in for the final blow. The summon is now completely defenseless, about to be taken out. As it falls from the sky, the enemy swoops up to meet it. Without a moment's hesitation, the Reaper swings its scythe, sending the summon to its doom. Yan has used almost every trick he has, but the situation looks bleak. Damn it, I lost both the ball dragon and the phoenix. Those two monsters were the biggest pains to deal with. The one with the scythe can dish out huge single-target damage at critical moments. And that other lich-looking monster spams annoying area of effect spells that are impossible to dodge. These 5 demons. It feels like they're being controlled by actual players, not AI. They're way too smart, and their teamwork is flawless. This is way tougher than I thought, but that doesn't discourage him. It just gets his blood pumping. But that's what makes it fun. Alright then. Let's treat this like a 1 versus 5 PvP battle and go all out. Right at that moment, in the control room, Tae-sung sits glued to his screen, watching intently. This is actually the first time we've ever directly controlled monsters to attack a player. Considering the level and skill gap, even 5 of them couldn't break through. Yui Huan kept a grim face, his guard raised to the max. If that player was so easy to beat, we wouldn't have to resort to this. Now, let's see how this plays out. In the game, Jin Xung was forced to handle things himself. A terrifying power erupted from his body as he slashed at the enemy. One strike, and he sent a guy straight back to the respawn point. Ah, damn it, I'm the first one down. While fighting, Jin Xung was constantly observing, making a quick judgment. Instead of fighting back when their teammate fell, they immediately created distance. This was definitely a strategy, not some random AI behavior. But in that moment of distraction, another enemy saw an opening and charged. Whoa. Looks like its attack attribute is darkness. If I can take one hit, I can confirm it. But that's impossible. There's no other way. I'll just have to bet on it being a dark type. With no time left to hesitate, Jin Xung took the gamble. Puji, you're up. Kaka, use your new skill. Kakus will go with me. We're taking down that annoying Elsie first. Kakus unleashed a wide-range attack with its breath of destruction. A fierce battle exploded between the two sides. But unlike his team, the demons were constantly on the defensive, unable to find a chance to strike. Each member had a role, their coordination was flawless. Every command Jin Xung gave was perfectly timed to the situation. Abyssal Blessing, heal the entire party. The creature glowed, immediately following the order. Roger, Han, controlling the monster Ladaros, joined the fight, confirming the wide area healing skill of that summoned beast. Dragon or turtle, they're all annoying. I have to cut off any chance of a counterattack. With that thought, he focused his power, preparing to eliminate the target. Jin Xung saw the whole thing play out, just as I predicted. If they think like humans, they'll prioritize taking out the healer first. His guess was spot on. Puji, busy with its task, suddenly noticed a purple mist surrounding it. Han raised his scythe high, ready to strike. Even if you saw it coming, it's too late. The blow caused Bui immense pain, its shriek echoing through the air. It hurts. Everything was going exactly according to Jin Xung's plan. Kaka, now it's your turn. Activate your unique skill, Demonic Slumber. Right after, system notifications popped up one after another. Eternal Shadow Zone activated. Reduces dark damage taken by the party by 50%. He smirked, remembering what happened earlier. I checked all of Kaka's unique skills after he learned to sleep. If that scythe wielder really is a dark type, then Kaka's skill will cut his damage in half, maybe even more. And just as expected, Bui Bui, who was clutching its head, peeked open an eye and whispered, it doesn't hurt that much. Even though he'd planned for it, Jin Xung couldn't help but be shocked. The damage was reduced. Even with less damage, that burst attack should have been fatal. He gritted his teeth, waiting for the perfect moment. Good, it's time. Puji Puji, greedy predator, activate. Han thought he had it in the bag, but he was hit with a painful counterattack. What? The notification window popped up again. Skill activated. Don't bother me while I'm eating. A protective shield was created with 343,762 durability. Full of confidence, the whole group charged forward together. Don't underestimate Puji's survivability. Seeing things get dicey, Han tried to retreat. Damn it, but Bui Bui wasn't about to let his prey escape. Where do you think you're going? Come play with me. In his real-world control pod, the player's lips twitched nervously. We're done for. This guy is unbelievable. In the game, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield, followed by a system sound. The monster Lataros has been defeated. The group behind him hadn't even processed it yet, just staring blankly as Cho Wu, his face twisted in anger, lost his cool and yelled. Hey, how could assistant manager Han go down at a critical moment like this? Jin Xung's team turned to face their opponents with a victorious smile. Only 3 of them left. But Cho Wu wasn't giving up that easily. He was stubborn, ready to fight to the end. It's fine, our levels are still way higher. Get serious and focus. The honor of the game's test team is on the line. We can't lose to a single player. The whole group steeled their resolve and charged. We can't lose, not with our special vacation bonuses on the line. A few minutes later, a system message flashed on screen. All monsters have been eliminated. Enlightenment quest complete. Jin Xung was so excited he literally jumped for joy. Everyone did great. That was so much fun. Soda chose that exact moment to appear and congratulate them. Well done, Yan. An absolutely outstanding match. Yan just smiled faintly, showing no arrogance. You're too kind. Soda opened his palm and presented the reward. You've proven your abilities, so I'll give you this gift. This is proof that you've passed the Moria Empire's Gate of Trials. Reputation increased by 150,000. You can now proudly call yourself the mightiest warrior of the Empire. At the same time, another system message appeared. Item acquired, Morian Royal Soldier's Necklace. Han was tearing at his hair, screaming in frustration. What the hell was that? How did we lose? Damn it, that monster. We were so close to winning. He couldn't take it anymore and turned on his exhausted teammates, the 5 strongest players, controlling bosses with overwhelming stats, and we couldn't even take down a single player. Then, Han awkwardly turned his head to explain, Sorry, Manager Kim. We failed to stop Yan's quest. Ui Huan sighed, sounding sympathetic. It's okay. Your opponent was just too strong. I kind of saw this coming. He calmly analyzed the situation. Yan is one of Kalen's best players. It was like an amateur going up against a pro, so don't be too discouraged. The group looked down, mumbling, This is absurd. Who's the pro here? Really? And who's the amateur? Realizing his words might have been a bit harsh, Wei Huan offered a bonus. Anyway, you all did your best. I'll ask the director for extra vacation days for all of you. Everyone was thrilled, giving him a big thumbs up. That guy is the real deal. But just then, the person next to Hanbian chimed in, still looking annoyed. Man, our tester team's reputation is really taking a hit. Hanbian immediately corrected him. This isn't just a problem for the tester team. The entire game company is being shaken up by one single player. This is not normal. Hanan bowed her head slightly, making a quiet vow. Next time, Yen. We won't let this happen again. Jin Xung, completely oblivious that anyone was thinking about him, was having a little party in his head. This necklace is so shiny. And just when I needed a new one. But the closer he looked, the more confused he got. Wait, what is this? It's not an accessory. It's a miscellaneous item. Soda seemed to read his mind and walked over with a smirk. You look pretty disappointed. And hey, can you blame him? After a challenge that tough, you'd expect something good. Jin Xung jumped, immediately denying it. Huh. Oh, no, it's not like that at all. The old man understood and lowered his voice to reassure him. Don't worry, this necklace holds boundless power. But right now, it's just an ordinary chain with no abilities. When you become strong enough, you'll understand my words. A question sparked in his mind, does that mean it becomes a legendary item when it's unsealed? Soda, feeling they'd talked enough, gestured for him to come closer. Now, follow me. He had Jin Xung stand in a designated spot before activating a secret art. This magic circle would send him straight to the royal garden of the Moria Palace. Just as the portal swallowed the lower half of his body, so too finished his instructions. When you arrive at the palace's magic circle, a royal messenger will be there to greet you. Follow him. Jin Xung, carrying his brother, gave a cheerful goodbye. Thank you, Soda. The old man replied politely, may you have good fortune. With 150,000 reputation points to his name, he instantly appeared inside the Moria Imperial Palace. Jin Xung looked left and right, completely blown away. Wow, this is beautiful. It was like stepping into a faraway kingdom's royal garden. They really invested in the world design. But before he could even touch anything, a voice called out his in-game name. Are you Ian? The man who appeared introduced himself immediately. I am Maximu, a royal guard sent by His Majesty. Without waiting for a response, he bowed slightly and gestured. Please follow me. His Majesty is waiting. Maximu stood before a grand ornate white door and pointed. This way. Just as Jin Xung pushed the door open, he heard the guard add one more thing. His Majesty is inside. Please enter. Jin Xung found himself standing alone in a vast, empty hall, a single thought rising in his mind. Has the quest already begun? Just then, a voice echoed through the hall, pulling him from his thoughts. So you are Ian, the warrior who conquered Soda's trial. The Holy Wheel King, seated on his throne, continued speaking slowly. Welcome to my palace. I have been waiting for you for a long time. It finally clicked for Jin Xung. So this majestic figure, this is the Holy Wheel King? His presence was on a completely different level from Soda's. Jin Xung quickly shook off his distracting thoughts and bowed respectfully. It is an honor to be in your presence, Your Majesty. The king leaned forward slightly. I have heard about you from Yell. A question instantly popped into Jin Xung's head. He knows Yell? The Holy Wheel King seemed lost in his own story, not needing a reply. You are a hero who bears the fate of another world. I, Sassoka, greatly admire your spirit of justice and your courage. With that, he waved his hand, summoning a brilliant golden hexagonal box. Here, I give you something of great importance. Jin Xung gasped, rushing forward in a daze. The wild guesses forming in his mind got stuck in his throat, unable to escape. No way. Could it be real? The Holy Wheel King must have read the look on his face, because he confirmed it right away. That's right, it is the Holy War's secret record. Then, his eyes narrowed, exposing Jin Xung's true motive. This is the reason you sought me out, is it not? Jin Xung held the secret record, his mind racing with calculations. He finally had it. Now he could turn the tide of the entire dimensional war. Of course, he didn't forget his manners. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jin Xung excitedly revealed his next move. With this, our world can finally stop the invasion from the demon realm. The Holy Wheel King offered words of encouragement. I hope your efforts are rewarded. Now that the pleasantries were over, Jin Xung got down to business. Your Majesty, could you tell me how the Holy War's secret record works when it's used? The king rose from his throne with a grand sweep of his arm. Ah, of course. From his words, Jin Xung could easily picture the epic scene. When he used it, the Holy Wheel King would send a divine army across the dimensional boundary. Not only that, but his own army would receive the blessing of the war god, guaranteeing victory against the demon realm. But after hearing that, a thought suddenly struck him. Wait a second, isn't He the Holy Wheel King? How can he exist across different dimensions? The king just smiled and calmly explained. There's a reason for that. Although I hold the title of Holy Wheel King, I am merely the Emperor of the Moria Empire. This title is an honorary one passed down through the generations of Moria's rulers. In the heavens, there are 4 true gods who bear the title of Holy King, the Golden Wheel King, the Silver Wheel King, the Bronze Wheel King, and the Iron Wheel King. When you use the secret record, one of those 4 will grant you their blessing. Now that he understood, Jin Xung asked about the item in his hands. So the Holy King title is to represent those gods. Then are the 7 treasures of the Holy Wheel King also related to them? The Holy Wheel King nodded in confirmation. That's right. As far as I know, these 7 treasures are scattered across the lands, including right here on the southern continent. The treasure I am holding is the Holy War's secret record. Though Jin Xung still had many questions, like no wonder the Dragon Pearl was hidden outside the southern continent. So Emperor Sassoka doesn't know about the Dragon Pearl, but on the outside, he just bowed politely again. Thank you for sharing this valuable information. He followed Makshimu back the way they came, his mind already buzzing with a new plan. Okay, I have the Holy War's secret record. I just need to use the Dragon Pearl to evolve Puji Poo, and it's game over. I have a day and a half before the space magic fully recovers to find that Dragon Pearl. Jin Xung stepped onto the teleportation gate, expressing his curiosity. Can this magic circle take me anywhere I want to go? Machimu puffed his chest out with pride. Indeed, anywhere on the southern continent. Jin Xung raised a finger, a plan forming. In that case, he glanced around for a moment before revealing his next location. I want to go to a place called Zetri. That name completely shattered the guard's calm expression. Machimu leaned in close, demanding an answer. You really want to go there? Jin Xung's face went blank as he explained, it's just for a personal matter. Is there a problem? Internally, he was flooded with confusion. Why the sudden intense questioning? The guard quickly restored his indifferent posture, trying to cover it up. No, nothing's wrong. I can take you there right now, but be careful. Even so, Machamu couldn't help but add one last warning. That is the land of dragons. That single piece of information hit Jin Xung like a ton of bricks. The land of dragons? At that very moment far away, a fierce battle was raging. Hen stood beside Lucia, giving a thrilling play-by-play of the scene. We are live here from the desert where the dimensional war is heating up. Today, the demon faction has launched another ferocious assault. He poured all his energy into the broadcast. What's really noteworthy is how the players on the demon's side are absolutely shining today. They're using the chaos to continuously wipe out their opponents. Hen's commentary made Sagyan, who was watching on a monitor, boil with rage. At this rate, the human faction is going to lose again today. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Damn it! So many members of the Muspel Empire Guild have defected to the demon faction. Those bastards." Suddenly, File voiced her frustration. "Our Lotus Guild is part of Muspel too. Isn't it the Black Moon Guild from Empire C that has all the traitors? Hey, watch your mouth." Sejan immediately backed down. "Sorry, I was only talking about the Splendor and Oakland guilds." The other woman just sighed sympathetically. Everyone was on edge. The war situation was bad. And Sejan wasn't wrong. 2 of the 3 major guilds from the Muspel Empire had defected in massive numbers. File got her head back in the game, analyzing the threat. Sajan losing that duel proves it. The demon faction players have way better stats. Add their numbers to that, and it's no wonder we're being overwhelmed. Sejan immediately jumped on that point. Exactly, we need some kind of magic resistance. But almost no one uses magic resist items, so they're impossible to find now. He let out one last, depressing thought before going quiet. Honestly, I can't think of any solution for this. But File was secretly holding onto a sliver of hope. Everyone's morale was crashing. They were close to just giving up. If Yen could get back soon, maybe they'd have a chance. She was lost in thought, completely unaware that the person she was hoping for was currently spinning through a warp gate. They just had to hold on. The moment Jin Xung's feet hit solid ground, he whispered, "Is this Jetchi?" He loudly nudged his mount. "Hey, Kaka, you gotta see this." The creature mumbled back, half asleep and totally grumpy. "What is it, master?" "I was sleeping," but before he could finish, Kaka's eyes shot wide open. Right in front of him was a massive green dragon head, and even a 3-headed one. Jin Xung couldn't help but whisper, "I thought you might want to see this." He stared out at the vast landscape, completely in awe. "This is the land of dragons." Kaka puffed out his chest, totally offended. "Hey, master, I know I look like a dragon, but I'm not a real one. Did you forget?" His voice kept getting louder. "Isn't it about time you summoned Cassius?" Jin Xung scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Oh, right." He looked up at the sky and yelled, "Cassius, appear." The moment he appeared, the ancient dragon let out a deep sigh. "It's been so long since I've returned to this place." He gazed out with a look of pure sorrow. "The land of dragons. Perhaps I set foot here in a past life." Jin Xung immediately focused on the important part. "Cassius, you know this place? Awesome. While we're here, let's do some hunting." Kaka instantly smacked him. "Hunting? Are you kidding me?" He pointed a claw toward the sky as a warning. "Aren't we supposed to be getting back to the human world to stop the demons? Then let's hurry up and find the dragon pearl." Jin Xung quickly lowered his voice, trying to calm him down. All right, I was just kidding." He immediately switched into serious work mode. "We're in the land of dragons. The dragon pearl's location is marked, and it's right here." Jin Xung asked, "What are these characters here next to the dragon pearl's location?" Kaka took the opportunity to show off his knowledge. That is the ancient word for dragon altar. Jin Xung just repeated it, completely stunned. "The dragon's den. A dungeon?" His brain just short-circuited. Never heard of it, but right on cue, Cassiu jumped into the conversation. "The dragon's den. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time." Jin Wong was stunned. "Cassiu, didn't you lose all your past life memories?" The little dragon didn't deny it, but he had a correction. "Most of them, yeah. But as a dragon, the basic knowledge is still there." Jinwoo's eyes lit up, time to get some info. "So, do you know what the dragon's den is for?" Cassiu got serious, digging deep into his racial memory. "It's a place where dragons like me offer treasures to the holy dragon in exchange for new power. But here's the thing, if a non-dragon makes an offering, the holy dragon might grant them a wish." He connected the dots out loud. Now, it's obvious why the Dragon Pearl is here, right? Jinwoo, totally lost, just blurted out. Why? Cassius explained it simply. Someone offered the Dragon Pearl to the Holy Dragon and got something in return, and that someone was definitely not a dragon. Cassius hammered the point home. Because for dragons, the Dragon Pearl is a priceless treasure. You can't trade it for anything. Even a god would hesitate to give it up. Kaka could barely hide his worry. This is bad, Master. If Cassius is right, this is way more complicated than we thought. Jinwoo shot him a look. What do you mean? The answer sent a cold shiver down his spine. If the Dragon Pearl was offered to the Holy Dragon, it's hidden deep inside the den. To get it, we'd have to steal it, and that could be a suicide mission. But Jinwoo just brushed that worry aside. Why do you always jump to the hardest possible plan? He held up a finger, suggesting something absolutely insane. Are you sure there's no other way? Like, maybe we can just ask the Holy Dragon to borrow it for a bit? Kaka practically fell over in disbelief. Master, think before you speak. If Puji uses the Dragon Pearl, it disappears. How are you going to return it? Cornered. Jinwoo started stumbling over his words. I don't know. Like borrowing money and paying it back later? Kaka wasn't having any of this dumb idea. Oh yeah? You gonna go find another Dragon Pearl to replace it? Kaka, tired of the nonsense, laid it out plain and simple. We have two choices. 1, we give up on the pearl and go back to the secret tome of the Holy War. 2, we risk our lives to steal it. The success rate? Almost 0, and even if we pull it off, we'll face the Holy Dragon's wrath. Cassius, who'd been quiet, finally chimed in. The Dragon's Den is guarded by 4 protectors sent by the Holy Dragon himself. He painted a grim picture of option 2. We're talking dragon form beasts with power equal to, or even greater than, my own unawakened state. The second you step in, they'll swarm you. Jinwoo closed his eyes, processing everything. If his subordinates were here, maybe they'd have a chance. But there's no time to summon them, and with their current team, they can't possibly take on those guardians. So what now? Give up already? But Cassius, sensing his despair, offered a tiny glimmer of hope. But don't worry too much, he said, cracking open a small window of possibility. If we can steal the dragon orb, we might survive. If not, we're dead. Jin Xung cut straight to the point. Why? Cassie glanced at the creature still munching on grass, his voice laced with doubt. If Puji becomes the abyssal dragon god with that orb. But Jin Xung, overflowing with confidence, cut him off. Exactly. If Puji transforms into the dragon god halfway through, his own logic finally kicked in. But can we really trust Puji? That little worm over there, lost in the grass? Cassie didn't deny it, giving a non-committal answer instead. Still, the abyssal dragon god isn't some ordinary dragon. He was great at painting a picture for a desperate guy like Jin Xung. It's a perfect being, holding all the power of the dragon race. With that kind of strength, we could even take on the sacred dragon's guardians. A bold ambition began to swell inside him. If Puji becomes the abyssal dragon god, it'll reach mythic tier, a level that's way beyond even legendary. Jin Xung patted its fat belly for encouragement. Yeah, if I can't trust you, Puji, who can I trust? Let's get going. At the same time, he consulted his pint-sized strategist. Big bro, the Holy Dragon won't interfere directly, right? The little guy lowered its eyes, putting on a profound look before answering, a god cannot simply meddle in the world of its creations. Jin Xung tried to confirm it one more time. Like a company president doesn't do the grunt work, right? He didn't even need an answer, already rubbing his hands in glee. Great, then there's no reason to hesitate. We'll grab the Dragon Pearl without the Holy Dragon ever knowing. Under the night sky, the Soft Federation's tower was still blazing with lights. Chae-sung's eyes were glued to the beauty on the central monitor. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he muttered to himself. If I knew this mission was this interesting, I would have volunteered to be the lookout ages ago. But he barely got the words out before his jaw dropped. Huh, wait a second, where is Yang going? When he pinpointed the location, he screamed in a panic. What the hell? Is he seriously trying to enter the dragon altar? Chae-sung gritted his teeth, trying to hide his growing unease. The original plan was for the human faction to get the Sacred War Chronicle from the Mauryan Empire, all to balance the fight against the demon world. The Dragon Pearl mission had nothing to do with it, and shouldn't even be possible at this stage. The more he thought, the more he panicked. According to the script, without the proof, Abyssal Dragon, God's appearance, the war would end with humanity's victory. If that happened, months of work from the planning team would go down the drain. After all that worrying, what Chae-sung said out loud was surprisingly cheerful. Not like I lose anything. Let's just see if Yan can get that Dragon Pearl. As long as it's a good show, go on, be as reckless as you want, Yan. Meanwhile, Jin Xung was facing down a massive army of dragons. He didn't hesitate, leaping forward to clash with them head-on. but he never expected one of them to have a fire breath skill. Luckily, Cassie rushed in to help before Jin Xung got roasted. While tearing into the enemies, the beast couldn't help but remark, "So this is why they call it the Land of Dragons. This land was blessed by the Dragon King. The drakes here are way stronger than anywhere else." Jin Xung quickly jumped back up and shouted, "Got it!" 1,000 calculations raced through his head. This is going to be a pain. Drakes are weak to magic, but our team is mostly physical attackers, which means Jimo isn't here with us. Watching the black dragons swarming like a tide, Jin Xung couldn't help but sigh. How are we ever going to kill all of them? He jumped onto the back of his tiger, ready to go all out. No other choice. Even if we lose EXP and items, we can't afford to get pinned down here. Jin Xung yelled his orders to his companions. "Cassie, clear a path." The beast immediately unleashed a wave of energy, easily blasting the drakes aside. Jin Xung took the opening and charged forward, roaring, "All right, let's go." Soon enough, they arrived in a large clearing. The eerie silence made Jin Xung deeply suspicious. He stared at a dragon statue and quietly asked his little advisor, "Big bro, is that the dragon altar?" The creature coolly stated its guess. "Looks like we found it, master. Now we just have to find a way inside." Even now, Jin Xung still wanted to try negotiating. Instead of stealing it, maybe we can trade something for the dragon pearl? Big bro shook its head furiously. "No way. We don't have anything nearly as valuable as the dragon pearl." In the end, Jin Xung had to accept it. "You're right. No turning back now. Big bro, can you scout ahead?" Unleashed and ready for a fight, the little guy got visibly excited. Of course. Big bro flew straight toward the statue, making a promise. "Leave it to me." While his master waited outside, Jin Xung planned his next move. "Cassie, do you know if there's a treasure room inside the dragon altar?" Now back in his human form, Cassie thought hard. "I'm not sure, but it's probably on the lowest level." Using what little memory he had left, Cassie drew a quick map. The dragon altar has 7 floors. The top floor has a magic circle for the holy dragon to descend, and the first floor has a sealed gate watched by a guardian. Jin Xung slammed his fist into his palm, certain. Then the treasure is definitely near that guardian. Just then, Big Bro returned with a report. "Master, I found an entrance." Waving its claws, it explained in a rush. "The dragon altar tower starts from the cliff face below us. The entrance in front of us is like the 40th or 50th floor of the tower." Big Bro then offered a suggestion. "There's a large, uniquely shaped window on a lower floor. We can use Fei to get in from there." Jin Xung's eyes went wide. "Can't we just go straight to the first floor entrance?" The creature immediately shot that down. "Not that simple." Big Bro explained what it saw. A sea dragon's barrier surrounds the lowest part of the tower. Get too close, and you'll get sucked in and trapped. Finally understanding, Jin Xung gave in. "Got it, Big Bro. So the window you found is our only way in. Fei, you're up." With a single command, the giant bird spread its wings. Fei carried the whole crew, flying straight towards the dragon altar. "Let's move." The man and his beast shot towards their target. Jin Xung scanned the area and shouted directions. "Fei, see that entrance over there? We're going in that way." Fei let out a cry in response and quickly followed his lead. When they were close enough to the ground, both Jin Xung and Cassie jumped down. Big Bro waved its limbs around excitedly. "I can't believe we got into the dragon altar so easily." At the same time, system notifications started popping up like crazy. But when he saw the 20-minute countdown timer, Jin Xung froze solid. "Huh? What the hell is this?" The system answered right on cue. "With 4S difficulty, you must destroy the spatial barrier on the lowest floor to clear the dungeon. Open the spatial gate within the time limit," he muttered, clenching his teeth. But the screen wasn't done yet. Failure to complete the objective in time will result in the Holy Dragon's spirit descending and the challenger's death. Jin Xung could only manage a bitter smirk after reading that. Honestly, I knew it. Everything was going way too smoothly. But a death penalty? That's just ridiculous. Furious, Cassie swung his sword straight at the door in front of them, but the result was disappointing. It's no use. This door is practically indestructible. Jin Xung agreed nonchalantly. "Yeah, looks like it." He stared at the screen, mind racing. "Damn it, a timed dungeon? I've never even heard of this type before, and a high-level one with 0 info at that. This is so unfair. If I die here, all my hard work turns to dust." And just then, Big Bro decided to pour more salt on the wound. "Master, we have to retreat, now." Jin Xung stared back, confused. "What?" His summon quickly pointed a claw toward the nearby stairs. "I sense an incredibly powerful dragon aura from that direction. Looks like the sacred dragon's guardians have found us." He glanced over, annoyed. "That was fast. So much for sneaking in." Jin Xung quickly made a decision. Only 19 minutes left. Destroy the barrier on the lowest floor and get back to the human world before they're caught. His mind raced, forming a new plan. He'd wanted to wait for his summon's cooldown after reaching the altar, but there was no time. Besides, Kaka was out of the picture now anyway. Jin Xung steeled himself, switching to his backup plan. He'd have to clear this dungeon with just Finn and Kasi. The script was written. He charged forward. All right, let's begin. Jin Xung ordered his scout to fly ahead. Kaka, stay 20 meters in front of me and keep scouting. The summon didn't hesitate, leaping forward. Yes, master. Jin Xung bit his lip, hoping this strategy would work. I'll use Kaka as radar to spot enemies early and react in time. It was time to give it his all. But Kaka froze mid-flight. It stared at a group of high-level evil dragons and shrieked. Master, enemies ahead. Without a second thought, Jin Xung grabbed his weapon and charged in. As he cut them down, he silently wondered, can my other summons handle this? Sure enough, Finn was struggling against a mob of weaker enemies over on the side. Jin Xung watched, his heart pounding with its every move. Damn it, the dungeon corridor is too narrow. Finn can't even spread its wings properly. His hand flew up as he realized this isn't working. Finn couldn't use its full power. It was being swarmed, cornered by countless armed dragons. Jin Xung didn't hesitate, shouting, Finn, desummon. Filled with worry, he dove back into the fight. Now it was just him and Cassie to clear the dungeon in time. Man, the pressure was on. Jin Xung sent another dragon packing and quickly reassessed. Luckily, the mobs here are only around the high 200 levels, so they aren't too hard to deal with. He glanced over at Cassie. He quietly made a choice. In this situation, I need to switch to more suitable equipment. Jae Sung, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but ask. Huh, he's changing gear in a crisis like this? And then he saw it, a brilliant burst of energy. Jae Sung whispered, status effect equipment. Jin Xung, now rocking his new gear, unleashed a storm of electrified fire on the monsters ahead. It suddenly clicked for Jae Sung. Oh, so the goal isn't to kill everything. It's just to get to the lowest floor in time. The strategy was to paralyze enemies with status effects and just run past them. He clenched his fist, shouting with excitement. This is God-tier gameplay. This is exactly why I have to follow him. But as reality set in, Jae Sung started to worry. But can even Yam pull off this impossible task? From what I know, time-limited dungeons don't exist in Kailan. Normally, the event wouldn't even trigger until the Guardians spot you. A bold theory began to form in his mind. The reason behind this unprecedented event, Jae Sung realized with a shock it's a trap, set by the company's management aimed directly at Yan to stop him from clearing content faster than they planned. He kept his eyes glued to the intense battle. He started planning for the incredible future ahead. If Yan actually destroys the barrier and opens a spatial gate right now, Kailan's internal balance, which the company worked so hard to build, would completely collapse. That's why they have to stop him at all costs. Understanding the situation, Jae Sung immediately yelled out, Yan, forget the spatial gate and go for the dragon orb. Now. Those were the last words to leave his mouth, the only way to complete this mission. Jin Xung finished off another wave of monsters. He finally reached the lowest floor, but the sight before him made him want to cry. What the hell? Why is the map here a freaking maze? Jin Xung's mind was a total mess. There's no time to search every single one of these rooms. He cursed out loud. Damn it, a total mess at the last second. Kaka suddenly flew over, pointing. Master, I sense a dark aura from that direction. Jin Xung's face went blank as he calculated in his head. A dark aura? What does the dragon orb have to do with darkness? A question rose in his mind. So that's the direction of the spatial gate. The dungeon's clear condition. Jin Xung couldn't help but ask, Cassie, you still can't sense the dragon orb's energy? The creature just shrugged vaguely. Not sure, but I think there's something to the west. Even with just a sliver of hope, he decided to bet everything on it. No time to think. Even if I die once, the dragon orb is more important right now. We're heading west. Don't ask questions, just follow me. Just as his fighting spirit soared, Kaka jumped in to ruin the mood. Check. Even if I can resurrect, I don't want to die. But then it immediately changed its tune. Kaka urged everyone to look at the cracks forming beneath their feet. Master, stop. Down there. Jin Xung stared at what was rising from below, his stomach churning. What? Is that a Draco? He gritted his teeth, trying to push down the rising panic. A hero class, level 420. That thing is a dungeon all by itself. There's no way I can beat it. Jin Xung braced himself, steadied his body, and cursed the world. What kind of garbage game design is this? But as the Draco launched its relentless attack, he and his companions fled while he silently kicked himself. If only I had hay, this would be 3 times easier with his speed buff. Jin Xung's face scrunched up, unable to stop the panicked thoughts. What the hell? Why is every room stuffed with a boss-level monster? Save me. At least they're big and slow. All of his hopes were now on the creature in front of him. Cassie, have you found it yet? As expected, the reply from the creature did not disappoint. The energy is getting clearer. I see movement over there. Cassie pointed directly at the gate in their sights. Yep, definitely, the western one. But a shimmering green light made Jin Xung stop dead in his tracks. Getting closer, he saw a barrier surrounding it. Could they even break it in time? Overthinking was pointless, so he made a cold decision. Just start smashing. Every ounce of power went into his strikes, focused entirely on that door. The barrier and the lock couldn't handle that kind of relentless assault. But even after breaking through, Jin Xung wasn't smiling. Damn it, one obstacle right after another. Glancing at the ticking clock, he quickly assigned tasks spread out, find the dragon orb. Jin Xung dug frantically through piles of gold, muttering under his breath, "Oh God, we're so dead. We're definitely dead." And Jae Sung, watching from behind the screen, felt that same desperation. He'd go crazy too, dying before finding the dragon orb. Right in that critical moment, Kaka was suddenly thrown into the air. Before it could even recover, its eyes went wide with disbelief. Kaka used every bit of its strength to scream, "Master, it's here, the dragon orb." And there it was, glittering right by its feet, the very thing they'd been searching for. The dragon orb is right here. The thought flashed through Jin Sung's mind as he dashed over at top speed. That light, it's exactly like the golden aura around the royal seal. No doubt about it, this is the dragon orb. He was so happy he almost kicked Kaka out of the way. In Jin Sung's mind, there was only one single thought, please. With just 23 seconds left on the clock, he finally saw the legendary dragon orb. 4 seconds left. His hand was just inches away, and with one final second remaining, Jin Sung finally touched the treasure, just as he'd hoped. Using a skill faster than lightning, he snatched the orb into his hand. The system notification chimed in right on time. Jin Sung was exhausted but muttered with satisfaction, "We did it. I gave it my all." But the celebration was cut short when a time limit expired notice made everyone's face drain of color. He stared blankly at the failure result. But the real problem was the enraged spirit of the holy dragon descending upon them, and it launched its first attack straight at Cassie. He clenched his jaw, making a silent decision. This monster wave was an unbeatable game mechanic anyway. Before danger struck, Jin Sung screamed out. Cassie canceled the summon. He still had a bit of regret he couldn't let his precious summoned beasts and slaves die here for nothing. Just then, a mocking voice echoed in his ear. "You have some nerve, for a mere mortal." Siyu glared with its dragon eyes, issuing a warning. "You dare dream of taking the holy dragon's treasure?" It roared, then lunged to tear its target apart. "Consider it an honor to die by my hand." Jin Sung was completely overwhelmed by Siyu's pressure. Even though he was about to log out, the adrenaline in his veins was pushed to its absolute limit. "This sucks. It's been a while since I've felt this helpless. But whatever. At least I got the dragon orb. That's enough." The result was summed up in one notification. Player Ian has died. Jin Sung quickly returned to the pyro territory of the Lotus Guild. His cool figure slowly emerged from the teleportation gate. A member named Fiona cheered excitedly. "You're finally back." Jin Sung sheathed his weapon and tilted his head in response. "Yeah, I'm back." Do-hoon looked him over for a moment before thoughtfully commenting, "You actually look pretty healthy though." Jin Sung's eyes widened and he admitted it straight up. "Huh. Oh, yeah. That's right." Then, he excitedly shared his secret. "I used the death penalty to get a full day's sleep. Now I'm at 100%. After hearing that, his friend could only sigh in defeat. "I'm not even going to ask how long it's been since you last slept. What a beast." Fiona smartly changed the subject. "Haven't you been neglecting Haley because you've been so focused on Kaylan? I heard she's been really worried about you lately." Jin Sung instantly gave a thumbs up to reassure them. Don't worry. He had no problem sharing his personal life with his teammates. I went on a date with Haley just the other day. After that, Jin Sung switched to serious business mode. "More importantly, what's the situation with the war while I was gone?" Do-hoon let out a frustrated sigh. "Not good. Not good at all." He tried to keep his voice steady as he explained. The demon side gained the upper hand as soon as players from the demon race joined the fight. And the biggest problem. Do-hoon's voice dropped just thinking about that cold face. "Ever since Jahan showed up, even the top-ranked players are dropping like flies." His face paled as he admitted their weakness. "Our guild has already lost 20 elite members. Even Fiona was almost taken down by Gahan." Hearing her own name, Fiona jumped in, equally pissed off. "Do you know what that bastard said?" Turns out, after wiping the floor with everyone, Jahan had declared, "How boring. Is that all you've got?" She didn't even bother to look Fiona in the eye, just whispered indifferently, "I've lost interest. This isn't fun at all." And now, Jin Sung was on the receiving end of their heated venting. She joined the dark side just because she couldn't win when she was human. "Exactly. Even if we lose this war, I'm going to crush her myself." Jin Xung caught their anger and felt his own competitive blood boil. Is that so? Well, that confidence of hers is only temporary. He held up the dragon orb with a triumphant smile. Because I brought back the final key to ending this war. Jin Xung quickly led his favorite pet out to a clearing. Without hesitation, he loudly chanted the incantation. Puji Puji, summon. The moment it appeared, Jin Xung smirked. Finally, a mythic grade summoned beast. I'm probably the first one on the entire server, but before the main event, he had to show off a little. Puji Puji, do you know what I brought for you? It let out a big yawn and gave its usual answer. What is it? Puji, is it food? Meatballs, right? Jin Xung eagerly presented the item like a rare offering. Tada! I brought you the dragon orb. Instantly, Puji Puji's eyes lit up brighter than a spotlight. Is it really the dragon orb? It stared intently at the glowing object, but its mouth was still as sassy as ever. To be honest, I never thought you'd actually bring it back. Jin Xung's face fell as he questioned it. What? Seizing the chance, Puji Puji listed off his crimes, a list longer than a tax form. You always promise me meatballs, but you never deliver. Jin Xung's catchphrase was always Puji Puji. If you fight well in this battle, I'll give you meatballs. I'll give you 1,000 this time. The result? It cried its eyes out after being scammed. Where are my meatballs? Master, you're just a big liar. Jin Xung was clearly in the wrong, but had the audacity to get offended back. Wow, you hold a grudge. That was ages ago. Forget it. No dragon orb for a summon who doesn't trust its master. Puji Puji immediately panicked and changed its tune. No, master, I was wrong. It didn't hesitate to grovel and beg just to get what it wanted. I was wrong. Please, forgive me this time. I promise I'll listen to you from now on. Jin Xung could barely hide his smirk. He had to lay down the law before this thing evolved and got a big head. He suppressed his grin, putting on a show of compromise. All right, fine. Since you've shown you're sorry, I'll trust you. One more time, the little creature immediately got the hint, bowing its head to the ground. Thank you, master. Even as the abyssal dragon god, I will be loyal to you. All while our hero was quietly celebrating. That's right. That's how a good summoned beast should act. Meanwhile, the little guy was silently cursing him out. This guy was the definition of a terrible master, a true tyrant. Not wanting to drag it out, Jin Xung generously handed the dragon orb to Puji. The little guy was so emotional, it was speechless. Here, be careful with it. It was so happy, its whole face practically bloomed like a flower. Just then, the system's robotic voice chimed in. Summoned beast evolution conditions have been met. Evolution process initiating. And the sight that followed? It left Jin Xung so shocked he was literally speechless. Oh my god, that thing is even bigger than Cassie. Just how massive is it going to get? His face flushed with pure excitement, his mind completely blown. So this is the abyssal dragon god. Absolutely incredible. Damn right. A mythic grey dragon has to have this kind of majestic presence. Jin Xung stared into the blinding light, shouting at the top of his lungs, Go, Puji Puji! Become a true dragon god. But as the mystical smoke cleared, a ridiculously anticlimactic message popped up. A portion of the dragon orb's power has been sealed. Summon beast evolution has failed. As the system returned the orb, Jin Xung was still trying to process what just happened. Once the news finally sank in, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How did the evolution fail? Puji Puji, what happened? But it was just as clueless, fumbling for an answer. How am I supposed to know? Master, maybe Puji Puji is just too weak to evolve. I'm not some kind of wiki, you know. Right in the middle of this mess, a familiar voice echoed around them. To think I'd find my precious treasure here. Jin Xung froze, his mind racing. That voice, Seikaido's massive dragon head, emerged from nothing, speaking again. And in the human world, of all places. Seeing the uninvited guest's face, our hero's mind went into full-on panic mode. Crap, how did the holy dragon follow me back here? Aren't gods forbidden from interfering in the human realm? Isn't this, like a violation of sovereignty? Jin Xung's mind was now filled with pure defiance. I risked my life to get that dragon orb. I don't care if you're the holy dragon, you're not getting it without a fight. With a decisive move, he summoned another dragon, Cassie. Without hesitating, he ordered his mount to unleash its breath of destruction. But Seikaido didn't even bother to dodge, just scoffed. You think a dragon's power works on a holy dragon? Jin Xung, standing firm on Cassie's head, shot back instantly. Is that so? If a dragon's power is useless, he raised his weapon, his voice dripping with challenge. Then try a taste of my power. From his position, Jin Xung dove, unleashing a storm of crackling lightning. Seikaido took the full blast head-on, even offering a bit of praise. Interesting. A mere mortal who dares to face me. He then shifted into his human form before adding, I suppose you did earn the right to invade my sanctuary and steal my treasure. See, Kaido gave a subtle smile, emphasizing it again. Very interesting. At this point, Jin Xung's mind was just pure chaos. Nothing but chaos. What? Where did this kid even come from? But say Kaido just stood there casually, hands clasped, and stated, my most precious treasure is right here. Even so, our hero still couldn't believe it. Is he really the Holy Dragon? Or is this just some transformation trick? Jin Xung scrambled back, pointing his spear forward as a warning. Wait, don't come any closer. He was totally tense, stammering as he tried to confirm it. Are you really the Holy Dragon? The boy raised his hands peacefully, but didn't waste a second on introductions. That's right. I am Kaido, the Holy Dragon. He even added a cheerful taunt, and no matter how many times you attack me, it won't do a thing. Kaido took advantage of Jin Xung's shock, leaning in close to whisper, don't be afraid, human, I can't harm you. Jin Xung just blurted out, what? He then tilted his head, pouting, hearing that from the guy who one-shotted him back in the dragon's lair? That's ridiculous. Kaido just grinned, explaining, that only happened because you were in my domain. This is a different dimension. If I were to touch you here, the god of this place wouldn't let me get away with it. Jin Xung regained enough composure to ask the most important question. Then why are you here? The boy simply held out his hand, giving the obvious answer. To take back what belongs to me, of course. He could only watch, paralyzed, as the dragon orb flew from his body. Inside, he was crying tears of blood. I can't move. Is this his power, too? Damn it. After all that work, I lose the dragon orb just like that. Once the item was back in his hand, Kaido let out a breath. He enjoyed the sight of the helpless duo before him, then spoke slowly. I've accomplished my goal for coming here. But then, Kaido pushed the dragon orb away in a massive power move. I've changed my mind. Jin Xung's eyes were glued to the glittering orb as it floated back to him, while the god's steady voice echoed through the space. Human, I will give you a chance to prove your worth. After all that, Jin Xung just sat there, sighing. He rested his chin on his hand and muttered quietly, worth? What does that even mean? He couldn't help but remember what Kaido had said. I mean, let's see if you're worthy of being the dragon orb's master. He had immediately asked back, so how do I prove it? The god had calmly instructed, if you can bear the weight of destiny on your shoulders. Kaido gave him a knowing smile before finishing the sentence. That will be the clearest proof of your value. I'll return when I've made my judgment. The more Jin Xung thought about it, the more pissed off he got. What the hell was that? Spouting some confusing nonsense and then just leaving. And what the heck is the weight of destiny anyway? At least give me a clear goal, like catch this many monsters or find this item. Frustrated, he scrolled through his system screen, already forming a new plan. Well, no use thinking about it now. There's nothing I can do. Even though Puji's evolution failed, I got the royal seal. I just need to focus on the dimensional war for now. Jin Xung tapped the screen a few times, then made a decisive call. First things first, I need to prep my demon resistance gear. He split the screen, quickly organizing his inventory. Let's see. This armor is a bit redundant. The judgment of the Spirit King is irreplaceable, so I'll keep that. Moving on to the next step, Jin Xung held up a handful of colorful crystals. All right, time to enhance my gear with these remaining magic stones. Finally, he equipped the results, turning this way and that. Perfect. A complete set of demon resistance gear with maxed out stats. This time, I even upgraded the transcendent options, which is pretty nice. It's not perfect, but this is the best I can do for now. All right then, it's time to go hunt some demons. Meanwhile, Hen was still on the front lines, reporting live. Yes, the fighting has started once again. The dimensional war is currently tipping in the demon tribe's favor. Today marks the 22nd day of the war, and this battlefield is right on the border of the Lotus Guild's territory. From his godlike perspective, he could see everything objectively. And maybe that's why his guild was fighting with such absolute fire today. The guild's numbers had taken a massive hit after the last battle. Lucia, the commentator, quickly jumped in to add some context. The human faction had been on the ropes, but today marked a surprising turning point. Jin Xung and his team made their debut to her absolutely electric introduction. Yan, the #1 summoner on the entire server, had returned to the dimensional war after a long absence. Lucia was getting more and more hyped up, plus all the top-tier players from the human side were here on the battlefield. She didn't hesitate to throw out her own biased prediction. A single, brutal battle was about to decide the entire war's direction. Jin Xung scanned the field for a moment, then casually brushed his hair back. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing the guild's numbers this low with his own eyes, that was a real shock. Du-hun sighed in frustration. You're right, this is infuriating. We were once proud to be one of the top 5 guilds, and now we're like this, all because of one person. He silently agreed with that thought. If it were a demon lord, sure, that'd make sense. But to suffer such a huge loss because of Jia Han, a player who shouldn't even have that level of power, the Federation must be seriously backing the demon faction. But he was already here. No turning back now. Jin Xung and File began directing the guild members. After splitting them into groups, he turned to face his target. He was taking on the toughest objective himself, Jia Han and her squad of demons. I've got this. At the same time, Jin Xung made sure to call out a key player. Geimer. She jumped, startled. Yes. As the system announced the start of the dimensional war, he gave a vague order. When the battle starts, stick with me. Jimmer was a little confused, but she agreed immediately. All right, Huni, getting impatient that he hadn't been called, spoke up. Yan, what about me? What should I do? Jin Xung gave him a dead serious order. Just keep doing what you've been doing. Fight. As the 10-second countdown began, Jia Han finally spoke with a sigh. Yan. He finally came. Right at the 3-second mark, Jin Xung roared his command word. Summon. He had a look on his face that showed he was ready for the absolute slaughter that was about to unfold. The moment the clock hit 1, Jin Xung dove headfirst into the chaotic battle as the commentator's voice boomed. Day 22 of the Dimensional War has officially begun. Meanwhile, Dai Chan was just kicking back, watching the whole thing live. The demon faction was desperate for a win to secure their spot, but for the humans, losing again just wasn't an option. The sound of clashing weapons mixed with the smooth commentary. The demon players were attacking with pure frenzy, charging the front lines no matter their class. Lucius suddenly brought up a difficult question. There are a lot of opinions that the power balance between races has been completely shattered. What are your thoughts? Her co-host Hen gave a careful response. It's hard to jump to conclusions, since the demon race is still new, but Hen still gave his personal opinion. The balance of Kalen usually corrects itself over time, even without a special patch. In other words, everything will stabilize on its own. But then his voice came through, crystal clear. People always say, the balance of Kylan is always perfect. Hearing that, Di-Chan couldn't help but scoff. Ha! Yeah, right? That's because they balance it by burning out the players. He let out a bitter laugh, then got lost in his thoughts. The truth is, that so-called perfect balance was mostly thanks to the gamers themselves, the ones who found ways to play that the developers never even dreamed of. But from another angle. Back on the field, Jin Xung was still tearing through enemies and calling to the person next to him. Gimmer didn't hear his voice, so he immediately grabbed her, keeping her close in their formation. Seeing that single moment confirmed Di-Chan's theory that just one player could completely shatter the balance the Federation worked so hard to build. Jin Xung, moving like a blur, suddenly called out again. Jimmer. He tilted his head, trying to get a read on her. When we were hunting monsters, I noticed you have a lot of really good support skills. She just looked back, totally confused. I do. But what about it? Jin Xung cut right to the chase with his plan. Buff my speed and attack power. And for your offense, only use the Ray of Light skill. Jimmer quickly ran the numbers in her head. Yan's plans always produce results, so there was nothing to lose by listening. She gave him a firm, decisive answer. Understood. Jin Xung grinned and raised his hand as a system notification popped up. Thanks. He quickly calculated the distance, then yelled out, Haya. Jin Xung leaped off his mount, but not before giving it a final order. Take care of Gimmer. The next second, he shot into the air, leaving the demons below staring with their mouths wide open. That's Jin Xung zipped back and forth, putting on a show for his unwilling fan club. That's Yan. He deliberately let them finish their sentence before unleashing his energy, wiping them all out. The demons who barely survived started whispering nervously. Yan has appeared. Only one of them, Nam Sung, was reckless enough to charge forward alone. Is he by himself? A summoner who dares to charge into battle without a single summoned beast. You arrogant bastard! He launched himself forward, getting right in his face with a threat. I will cut you in two. The two weapons crashed into each other, creating a massive shockwave. But of course, Jin Xung had the clear advantage thanks to his unique lightning skill. After dealing with the trash talker, he got cocky. All right, come on. Step right up, my prey. Gahan watched it all from below, her brow furrowed as she quietly whispered his name. Yan. Nam Sung slammed into the ground, stunning all of his comrades. Enraged, they all charged at once, screaming, Damn you, Yan. A weakling summoner like him dares to act so tough. They completely surrounded Jin Xung with a single goal in mind. If we all attack at once, even he can't possibly survive. Crush him. One of them pointed a spear right at him and yelled, Die. But Jin Xung didn't even bother to dodge. In fact, he provoked them even more. Yeah, that's right. Just keep coming at me. No one could even see his movements. But you could tell from the looks of pure terror on his opponents' faces just how unbelievably devastating it was. Leaving the crippled players behind, he added one final, fatal blow. You switched over to the demon race just to be this weak? That's just pathetic. The others couldn't help but scream out, how can a summoner be that fast? While casually beating them to a pulp, he offered some helpful advice. You really should find a proper support player to buff you. Just then, an arrow zipped right past Jin Xung's shoulder. After dodging the attack with ease, he turned to the archer with a warning. Whoa, you're gonna regret missing your chance to hit me. But his opponent was still talking big. What did you just say? What if I attack you again? But all of it was meaningless, because the next moment, Jin Xung activated Spirit King's judgment. A colossal wave of energy crashed down on them, stopping the demon race dead in their tracks. The unwilling audience could only stare, completely stunned. What in the world just happened? Ian didn't even have to lift a finger. Look over there, the archer just got struck by lightning. Hey, just on commentary duty, was just as shocked as everyone else. That's the transcendent option on the weapon Ian is using. He vanished before the battle even started, and now he's back. He locked his gaze on Jae-woong, totally impressed, perfectly prepared for the Demon World War. But he didn't stop there, raising his hand to summon his beasts. Pin, Kasyut, come on out. Jin-woo gestured to the demons swarming around them and gave the order. Wipe them all out for me. Pin instantly spread its massive wings and soared into the sky. Kasyut just opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of fire, a massive area of effect attack. A rolling wave of dragon fire blasted a straight path across the ground. Huni, grinding away on another front, suddenly paused. He scanned the area, a theory forming in his mind. The number of demon faction players? It suddenly dropped. Are they retreating? But then it clicked. Ah, I get it. He knew exactly what was happening. Ian is drawing all of them to himself. The demon players were all clumped together, shouting over each other. He summoned his monsters. That idiot dared to come this deep into demon territory? Does he really think he can take on all of us and survive? Someone, full of courage, kicked things off with a roar. Crush him! Jin-woo didn't even flinch. Time for plan B. Ooh, so scary. I'll play with you guys for another 10 minutes. Kaka, you're up, it responded immediately. Roger, Master. Kaka didn't hesitate, instantly activating the demonic nightmare skill. And thanks to Eternal Darkness still being active, its attack power shot up by 5%. But that's not Kaka's only trick. This unique skill also reveals any enemies hiding in the shadows. Jin-woo pressed his advantage, landing another blow. Lie, summon, follow me, he commanded. Annihilate any enemy below half HP. The beast stuck close, responding instantly. Yes, Master. Not far away, another voice urged him on. Hey, stick with your master. She waited until the distance was just right, then quickly cast her buff skill. After seeing all his stats skyrocket, Jin-woo replied, satisfied. Thanks, Jaimer. As if that wasn't enough, she added a debuff that drove the demons into total despair. Damn it, how is he so fast? How can a summoner have that much attack power? We can't stop him. While activating Thunder Judgment, Jin-woo was also quietly commanding Lai. Jaimer's timing on that buff was absolutely perfect. She couldn't read minds, but she was still silently praising herself. After hunting with Ian that one time, I've got his attack rhythm down perfectly, even though I'm not really a support player. The two commentators, watching Jin-woo tear through the enemy, couldn't help but be amazed. Player Ian is sweeping through the demon faction's territory with terrifying force. No demon can stop him. Even Fiolan had to give him props. Ian is doing great. Do-hoon chimed in agreement. He's tying up most of the demon players, throwing their formation into chaos. The two of them said in unison, excellent. Full team, advance. Keep up the pressure. Just as our side was fired up, the enemy faction's leader, Mahan, got the report. What the hell? Is he using a bugged item or something? Our entire formation was broken just trying to stop that one guy. The human faction is starting to push us back. She couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. Time to move out. This can't happen. I'll handle him myself. Jian Jim, riding on Hei's back, provided timely support with Mud Engulf. Jin-woo gave a sharp thumbs up. Awesome. Knew I picked the right support. She pouted, trying to correct him. I'm not a support. I'm a main damage dealer. You know, you're being so mean. He got the message and moved on. I've caused enough chaos. Time to retreat. Use a wide area magic spell. Hit that cluster of demons with everything you've got. Jaimer's eyes lit up with excitement. That was my plan from the very beginning. You don't have to tell me twice. I'll wipe them clean off the map for you, Yan. And just like that, the two split off in separate directions as Jin spurred his mount forward. All right, Vin, let's move. He hovered in the air, absolutely beaming with confidence. Remember, shatter the enemy's formation. The tide of battle was already turning their way. Down below, his allies had the area on lockdown. But Jin knew this wasn't a total cakewalk. There was still a huge problem. Those demon mages and their overlords, they were seriously annoying. The mages were relentless, pinning his allies down with constant spells. Jin pointed upward, giving his flying pet a new command. Get to that high cliff. The moment Jin landed, he immediately opened his system window to check the map. All right. Perfect. I've got a view of the whole battlefield from here. Feeling hyped, he pulled out his trusty old bow. Time to see if he was still any good. He smirked. Wonder if I'm a little rusty. Jin didn't hesitate for a second, unleashing a literal rain of arrows on the battlefield below. And you gotta love the flex. These weren't cheap. Nope, these were mithril arrows worth 1,500 gold each. That single volley was enough to throw the demons into total chaos. Where are those arrows coming from? Every shot hit its mark, not a single miss. And Jin? He was secretly loving it. Ha! It's been a while, but his skills were just as sharp as ever. Perfect aim. Meanwhile, Jia watched her comrades fall one by one, completely stunned. She had been observing the whole thing. Model. She stared at the wound. In total disbelief. A mage, taken down by a single arrow? Impossible. San scanned the area, her eyes narrowed. She knew there was only one person capable of a shot like that, but there was no time to think. More arrows were flying her way, forcing her to dodge. And then she saw him, high up on a cliff ledge. The archer. Jia gritted her teeth, a low growl escaping her lips. Up on the cliff, Yanjin casually scratched his head. Uh-oh, he quipped. Looks like I really pissed her off. Scary stuff. But for Duhan, this was the moment he'd been waiting for. Time for revenge. With Jia in their sights, the entire group charged forward, their leader shouting, "Shields up, form a defensive line, block her. Don't let her overpower us like last time." But Jia was furious, swinging the massive blade in her hand. "You insects," she snarled, "you actually dare stand in my way? Get out of my way, you worthless trash." Duhan frantically tried to rally the troops. "Hold the line. We can stop her." But inside, Jia was starting to feel a flicker of doubt. How could this mob, coordinate so perfectly on such short notice? The thought barely finished before a familiar curse escaped her lips. Damn it. And in that moment of distraction, twack. Another arrow slammed into her right arm. Her energy plummeted and she absolutely lost it, screaming, "Yan, you're really committed to playing the sniper, aren't you? How dare you use such cowardly tricks on me?" Jiahan's power exploded outwards, a clear declaration of war. "Stop hiding and sniping like a filthy rat. Get down here and face me." "Yan!" she screamed, but his reply left her absolutely stunned. "All right, I agree." Then he calmly leaped from the cliff, landing with impossible grace before delivering the final, killer line. "Today, we finished the fight we started, once and for all." And as the dust from his landing began to settle, the sound of Jiahan's footsteps grew closer and closer. One of the human warriors, struggling to get back on his feet, looked up and his eyes went wide with shock. There they were, Yan and Jiahan, standing face to face, ready for a direct confrontation. The demon soldiers heard the news and were just as stunned. "What? Those two are fighting? Why are we still standing here? We gotta go see this." The chatter grew louder as the grunts wondered what to do. I mean, if they jumped in, they'd just get in the way. "Damn, I want to watch so bad, but we have to hold the front line. Can't we just live stream the fight while we're battling? I absolutely have to see this match." Jeter was so nervous he didn't dare make a sound. The two strongest fighters on the battlefield had finally come face to face. The outcome of this fight, Huni, standing nearby, had the exact same thought. To decide the entire war. All we can do now is watch. Gahan, feeling the excitement in the air, didn't hold back on praising his opponent. "At least this fight will be worth watching." "Huh, your entrance is as dramatic as always." Yanjin just spun the staff in his hand. He couldn't resist a little trash talk, always starting with some pointless jab. "You haven't changed a bit since you were human." Jin Xung gestured with his hand, a clear challenge. "Cut the crap, let's just fight. You couldn't beat me as a human, so you ran to the demon tribe. Let's see how much stronger you've gotten." That did it. Jahan was officially enraged and charged forward wildly. "This time, I'm not holding back." Jin Xung fired back instantly, a grin on his face. "You think I was going all out before? And you got twin swords now?" At the same time, they both rushed forward, speaking the exact same words. "Today, we settle all our old scores." The two collided with a massive shockwave. In an instant, the entire stone floor shattered into 100 pieces. The shriek of weapons grinding against each other was deafening. Neither of them would give an inch, and the battlefield was quickly engulfed in a sea of fire. The other players nearby could barely even stay on their feet. What a brutal impact. The two commentators, Hen and Lucia, immediately started their play-by-play. The two strongest players on the field have finally clashed. Yan and Jahan are locked in a fierce one-on-one duel. Their passionate voices had the audience watching at home on the edge of their seats. The result of this battle will decide the winner of this whole war. Back in the fight, after a brief lockup, the two of them suddenly broke apart. A ball of energy appeared instantly, followed by another huge shockwave. Jin Xung was blown back a good distance, but he looked absolutely thrilled. Not bad. You've learned some new tricks, huh? Jahan immediately snapped back. Enough. Don't think you can be cocky for long. Time to get serious. Jin Xung tried to play it cool, but deep down he was sweating. Damn it. She's stronger than I thought. In the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. A second later, Jahan appeared right behind him, the two clinging to each other like shadows. Very lucky for him, Jin Xung was still sharp enough to react just in time. Jahan flipped backward, her body becoming like a formless, flowing stream. The audience screamed out a warning, Yan! Just as they did, she reappeared right in front of him. Jin Xung cried out, damn it! He gritted his teeth, trying to stand his ground against her overwhelming pressure. They were both the same level, but the extra stats from the demon tribe gave her superior physical strength. Jin Xung also noticed something else off about her. And besides that, her insane speed was the real problem. He swung his arm trying to counter, but it was completely useless. She's even faster than I am when I ride Hayate. At this speed, no matter how I attack, I can't land a single hit. Jahan suddenly appeared again. This time, she landed a clean hit on her opponent. Jin Xung immediately jumped backward, keeping a safe distance. Luckily, his magic resistance was high enough to block the attack. Jahan just growled. Humph. So you raised your magic resist. Looks like you prepared well to fight a demon. And just like that, she charged forward with incredible force, but even so, you're still going to be crushed under my heel. He hated to admit it, but he was definitely on the losing end. Right now, with my current speed and reflexes, all I can do is block and hold on. But still, Jin Xung didn't give up hope. An opportunity to counterattack will definitely come. He carefully analyzed the situation. Her magic resistance is higher than I thought. Even if I land a bunch of normal attacks, I won't be able to finish her with a critical hit. Jin Xung considered his strategy carefully. I have to use my strongest skill to end her right now. At that exact moment, Jahan gripped her weapons tight. Her twin swords began to glow with a blood-red light. He widened his eyes, instantly recognizing that familiar technique. It's coming. Her demonic rage slash. Before this, Jin Xung had even investigated his opponent thoroughly. I never underestimated Jahan for a single second. I've analyzed everything from her monster-grinding patterns and her progression to the skills she got when she became a demon. Thanks to all the information he'd gathered, he could estimate demonic rage slash was a devastating skill with a base damage multiplier of 300. With Jahan's mastery of it, that multiplier could easily exceed 400. That means the damage would be at least 600,000 to 700,000. Jin Xung let out a small smile, his eyes filled with awe. And what does all that mean? A chilling thought echoed in his mind. If that hits me head-on, I'll die instantly. Du Hun, watching the nail-biting scene, couldn't control himself and kept calling out his name, Yan. Fialon screamed in terror, no, he can't dodge it in time anymore. On the field, Jin Xung was completely overwhelmed. She had the upper hand. No matter which way he moved, he couldn't escape the demonic rage slash. But just then, the corner of his mouth curved up. I remember something I read in a strategy book. Jin Xung asked himself, when you're backed against the edge of a sheer cliff, with no way to climb back up, how do you survive? At the same time, he stomped his foot forward powerfully. The answer is to take one more step off the edge of the cliff. With those words in his mind, Jin Xung pushed off and leaped into the air. This action completely confused Jahan. Is he trying to counterattack instead of dodge? Resistance is useless. One slash and you'll be gone. The more she thought about it, the more confident she became in her own power. Even if you attack me, a summoner's skills don't have enough damage to take me down. In the moment right before death, Jin Xung activated a skill, Target Lock. His vision suddenly transformed into a targeting reticle, locked dead center on his opponent. Jin Xung didn't hesitate for another second. He thrust his spear forward, aiming straight for the designated point. The moment the spearhead touched Jahan, it tore right through her armor. Jahan was completely stunned by what was happening. How is this possible? A second later, the spear pierced all the way through her body, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The players on the demon's side stared with their mouths hanging open in shock. Over here, Jin Xung sent a few more electric shocks running down the spear just to make sure he'd won. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Thick smoke and dust billowed up, making it impossible for the viewers to see anything. Huni was completely taken aback by the incredible scene. The two commentators for the match were equally stunned, their mouths temporarily frozen shut, unable to continue reporting. Smoke and dust filled the area, making everyone incredibly nervous. Thousands of eyes stared into the cloud, trying to find the two of them. A moment later, Jahan's figure appeared, but there was absolutely no sign of life. Instantly, she fell to the ground with a lifeless look in her eyes. The commentator's voice finally rang out. Jahan is down. The strongest demon has been defeated. Lucia turned her head in shock. Then does that mean the player Yan? The members of Jin Xung's team immediately fell silent. They stared intently into the thick cloud of smoke and dust. The entire area suddenly became terrifyingly quiet. A moment later, his hazy figure slowly starts to reappear. That last shockwave had sent his spear flying, now stuck in the ground just a short distance from Jin Xung. He reaches out, trying to find it through the thick dust and smoke. The crowd, watching his every move, absolutely erupts into cheers. The announcer's voice booms, confirming what they just saw. Summoner Yan. The last one standing is Summoner Yan. And at that, our boy cracks a satisfied smile. Whew, that was way too close. The audience is electric. The praise just keeps coming. That's our Yan. I knew you could do it. How did he survive a direct hit from that brutal magic slash? He even beat Jia Han in a duel without summoning a single beast. Jin Xung was still feeling the aftershock of Jia Han's final attack. Good thing I calculated her max damage output, he thinks, otherwise we both would have gone down. Stocking up on magic resistance gear was definitely the right call. A second later, he dashes over to where she fell. Time to collect the spoils of war. The system notification pops up. You have received loot from the Dark Mage, Jia Han. And an insane list of top-tier items appears right before Jin Xung's eyes. A legendary item, the Phantom Cloak. A hero-grade item, the Great Sword of Kalanfus. His eyes shine brighter than headlights as he stares at the treasure. Oh my god, 2 legendary items. Just how many players did Jia Han have to kill to get all this stuff? Meanwhile, her ghost is just screaming in the background. No, my legendary gear. But his victory high is amplified by the non-stop cheers from the crowd, grabbing Jin Xung's attention. Yan, Yan, Yan. He grins, feeling like a superstar. Maybe I should give the fans a little something, he thinks, and then he does. Jin Xung raises his spear high and yells with passion. Everyone, I have defeated Jia Han, the strongest power in the demon realm. He continues his speech while the crowd below swells with pride. Think of all the humiliation and loss we've had to endure for so long. Then, Jin Xung points to the panicking enemy forces, the cold shoulder that the human faction had to suffer, while the Federation openly favored the demon realm. As he finishes, he aims his spear at the demon army. Today, we take back our justice and our honor. The spirits behind him immediately rally. The Lotus Guild, follow Yan. They surge forward like a storm, fight with us, and seize victory. We're taking back at least 2 territories today. Outside the game, viewers can't stop talking about his incredible win. Yan is on another level. He took down Jia Han and completely turned the tables. But honestly, something about it feels off, right? A summoner beating a magic swordsman in a straight-up duel. Without any summons, the entire internet is going wild, with theories flying everywhere. How did Yan survive Jia Han's ultimate magic slash? Even with all the magic resistance gear in the game, you can't get over 50%. It's impossible for a summoner to live through that blast. The sound of people analyzing the fight makes Hazen super curious. So what's the conclusion? Yan is either a hacker or a secret super player working for the Federation. He's a pawn the Federation planted to control the game at critical moments. That's my take. Jin Xung hears all this and just bursts out laughing. Whoa, being called a pro hacker. That's the highest praise a gamer can get. His 2 friends just stare at this display of self-love, totally speechless. Du-hun has to shut down his buddy's hype train. Okay, yeah, you're good, we get it. But focus on the meeting. After the human realm's victory on the central continent, we've reclaimed 2 major territories. The situation is less tense now. Furan suggests their next move. The next step is to join the war on the northern continent, but he immediately gets shut down. But if we go north, Jia Han will just return to the central continent, and everything will be reversed instantly. Jin Xung puts a hand on his chest and declares with absolute certainty, no, she won't. She won't be showing up on the central continent again, I guarantee it. Du-hun is more than a little skeptical. How can you be so sure? A second later, Jin Xung answers with over-the-top confidence, with a main character aura literally glowing around him thanks to the game's effects. Because I will be on the northern continent, his 2 friends are totally sold. Ah, right, of course. Internally, though, they're both thinking the same thing. This guy is seriously addicted to this game. Jin Xung is visibly excited, already imagining the coming showdown. Think about it. This is Jia Han we're talking about, the self-proclaimed strongest player in Kailan. Lost to me. You think she's just going to let that slide? His friends nod along in agreement. That makes sense. He leans forward, stating it as a fact. Just you wait. The second her penalty time is over, she's going to come straight for me, looking for revenge. At that exact moment, in the Demon Realm's 100th district, the City of Wrath, a bolt of lightning tears through the night sky. The crackle of electricity shatters the city's silence. Jiahan appears, her eyes filled with pure hatred, and then it hits her. So, he didn't die after all. She walks away fuming, filled with regret. I let my guard down. I should have known he'd have a trump card, something like a skill that reflects single target burst damage, that explosive magic slash, and that ridiculously powerful weapon of his. Suddenly, she stops. Her entire body starts radiating heat from sheer frustration, making citizens run for their lives. Jiahan breathes heavily, telling herself, but this was all because I was careless. Taking a moment to calm down, she makes a vow. There won't be a next time. No more mistakes. Standing on the city wall, Jiahan stares into the distance. One thing's for sure, he can't match my speed. It doesn't matter how strong his attacks are if they can't hit their target. As she says this, her eyes go wide with a sudden realization. Yan, he went to the northern continent, didn't he? Then I'll follow him. Jiahan's mind is consumed with vengeance. I'll hunt him to the ends of the earth and crush him. I have to become the strongest in Kalen. The scene cuts back to Jin Xung's group. They're looking out over the vast northern plains. Si Hui runs out to greet them warmly. Yan, you're finally here. He smiles and asks how she's been. You must have had a really tough time. I heard you had to fight all alone on the northern continent while we were gone. She's so relieved that tears start streaming down her face. Yes, we were short on top-ranked players. It was so hard. Seihui trembles just thinking about it. There were times I thought it was all over, especially when even Hun was defeated. Jin Xung just gives a slight apologetic laugh. Sorry, we had our reasons for not coming sooner. As he speaks, she starts to look worried for them. We're so grateful you came to help, but will you guys be okay? What if Geihan shows up on the central continent? He confidently assured them, don't worry, that's not going to happen. Si Hui, get ready. With that, Jin Xung stepped to the cliff's edge to observe. As long as I'm here, this battle ends with a victory for the human realm. A giant rhino was on a rampage, charging straight for the northern residents. He flipped into action, landing instantly on the front lines. Stop it, don't let it pass. Diandong charged forward with his electric weapon, and the rhino screamed in agony, completely engulfed in a sea of lightning. After that epic display, as his allies roared in approval, Yan is in the north, victory is ours. The monsters in the back, totally panicked. Damn it, he was supposed to be stuck on the central continent. How did he get to the north? What do we do? Geihan isn't even here. With no other choice, they all bolted toward the transference gate. I'm so sick of the death penalty. But before any of them could make a move, they all dropped to the ground right in front of Heaven's door. This electric shock wasn't from Jin Xung. It came from inside the gate. A second later, Geihan appeared, absolutely furious. Pathetic weaklings. With this attitude, we'll never win this war. All of you, hold your positions. After giving her orders, she added one last thing. And I will handle Yan. Just like that, twin blades in hand, Geihan shot forward like a flash of lightning. Jin Xung was completely blindsided, never expecting her to arrive so quickly. He managed a strained smile. It's her. Instantly, Jin Xung yelled out a warning. Seihui, everyone, fall back. In that same moment, Geihan was already right in his face. She brought her blade crashing down, but luckily, he managed to block the powerful blow just in time. Geihan growled his name, Yan. Jin Xung just smirked back. I knew you'd come back for more. Time for a rematch. With that, Jin Xung lunged, swinging his massive spear right at her. Geihan immediately jumped back, her mind reeling in pure shock. What is happening? That was a complete surprise attack. Yet he's perfectly calm. She grew wary. Does he really think he can beat me anywhere, just with skill alone? If that's true, he didn't run to the north. He was deliberately luring me to the northern continent. A smug grin spread across Jin Xung's face. He had her completely figured out. Whoa. You got here faster than I expected. Did you have a nice, relaxing rest? But inside, Geihan remained calm. If this is a trap, so what? She drew her swords and took her stance. Yeah, I rested great. I don't know what you're so cocky about. But then Geihan exploded forward, her fighting spirit absolutely blazing, because now it's your turn to rest. The two clashed in a brutal flurry. A blow for a blow, neither giving a single inch. The crowd watching from the sidelines knew better than to join in. Just as we thought, another insane battle. We shouldn't interfere, we'd only get in their way, and we can't let the broadcast get ruined. In the middle of the chaos, Jin Xung spotted a strange vial flying toward him. The glass shattered instantly, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that made him quickly cover his face. Staring into the dense fog, he was completely baffled. What is this? It didn't deal any damage, and there were no negative effects. That's when Gehan revealed the truth. That's heavenly sent, an item that allows me to pinpoint your location, no matter where you try to hide. She growled, making a stone-cold declaration. I will find you and kill you again and again, at least 25 times in the next 30 days. Her followers behind her went nuts. It's Gehan's kill order. Yan has nowhere left to run in the human realm now. But Jin Xung, far from being scared, just shot right back with a bold response. Oh, good. That actually makes things easier for me. Now I don't have to go looking for you. He declared it loudly for everyone in the north to hear. In that case, I'll kill you 29 times in the next 30 days. And don't bother begging for mercy, because I won't listen. Meanwhile, Phylin was screaming orders at her squad. Hold the formation. Don't let them surround us. Still, she was filled with anxiety. Yan is keeping Gehan occupied, which is making things less intense for us. But I wonder if he's really okay. Back to the main event, the two were now locked in a fierce battle high in the air. Gehan moved so fast it looked like she was creating after images of herself. Let's see if you can block this. Phylin was horrified by the sight. That speed is terrifying. There's no way he can react in time. Overwhelmed with worry, she immediately yelled out, We have to support Yan now. But Duhan stopped her cold. No need. He was smiling, his reaction the complete opposite of Phylin's. Can't you see how confident Yan is? He's definitely anticipated all of this. Duhan reassured her. Just trust him and watch. After fighting for a bit longer, Jin Xung waved his hand and summoned his beast, Haley. Jahan let out a sarcastic laugh. You think you can catch me riding that summoned beast? But Yan Jin immediately fired back. Who said I was going to ride it? Yan Jin raised his hand high and shouted, O Guardian of the Wind, give me a buff. A mechanical system notification rang out. The summoned beast Hal has activated its unique skill, Guardian of the Wind. For the next 2 minutes, all attack, defense, and spirit stats will be converted into agility. Gehan was completely stunned by what she just saw. He used a skill meant for his summon. On himself. She couldn't let this drag on. She rushed forward. I have to strike before the effect fully activates. But before she could even move, Jin Xung was already behind her. Too slow. He swung his spear once, and she cried out in pain, her mind racing with questions. He caught up to my speed. Gehan fell to the ground, muttering to herself. The buff lasts 2 minutes. With that, she launched herself forward again. I'll finish you within that time. Gehan screamed as the pain from the last hit flared up. You damn bastard, she had taken a clean hit. The system immediately sent a notification. You have received critical damage from the human realm player, Yan. Gehan cursed under her breath. Damn you, but Jin Xung just poured salt on the wound. Is that all you've got? At that moment, the system notified her of her own weak damage. You have received damage from the demon realm player, Han. Health reduced by 1,598. She froze, feeling completely helpless. What is this? Why is the damage so low? Just how high did he raise his magic resistance? As if he could read her mind, he spoke up to confirm her fears. Thanks to this, I'm holding up just fine. If you're jealous, open your wallet and buy some upgrades. Gehan still refused to give up. You think I'm just going to stand here and take this? Suddenly, Haley appeared right behind her out of nowhere. His summoned beast is behind me. Gehan immediately used it to taunt him. Using a summon in a one-on-one fight? What a coward. But Jin Xung couldn't have cared less. So what? He swings his weapon, drawing a perfect arc through the air. A bolt of lightning immediately strikes Jiahan, knocking her flat. Only 27 more times to go. Commentators Lucia and Henner immediately get on the scene to cover the dimensional war on the northern continent. And another shocking result. The summoner Yan has defeated Jiahan again in a one-on-one, leading humanity to victory. The crowd goes wild, chanting his name. Absolutely incredible. Defeating the #1 ranked player, Jiahan, not once, but twice. It's just staggering. His talent is off the charts, not just for beating Jiahan, the top player of the demon realm, but for completely turning the tables in a war that was heavily stacked against them. Lucia proudly boasts that her help optimizing Yan's gear was key to countering the demon players. She continues her broadcast to the massive audience because of this. Magic resistance items are now the hottest commodity at every auction house. Lucia's voice broadcasts from the screen. It's not just magic resist gear, but even magic piercing equipment has skyrocketed to a price even guild masters can barely afford. Meanwhile, over here, Jin Xung is practically drooling over the mountain of cash he's about to make. I knew this would happen, so I started stockpiling magic resist gear early. Hey, I wonder just how much profit this little investment will bring me. His subordinate can only look on in awe, exclaiming, Boss, you're a true genius. With that, he looks down at the 2 treasures in his hands. If things keep going like this, I might not even get a chance to use the Royal Seal or the Dragon Pearl. But I can't get careless. The war isn't over yet. Jin Xung thinks to himself, puzzled. I definitely know how to use the royal seal, but I'm still completely clueless about the dragon pearl. And that holy dragon. What the hell are his conditions, anyway? Well, whatever. The truth will come out before the war ends. For now, I just need to focus on winning. Back to the match, Lucia continues to deliver the hottest news. With gear specifically designed to counter the demon realm becoming more common, the balance of the war is finally starting to stabilize, right? Henner gives a thumbs up in agreement. That's right, people used to complain the game was too biased towards the demon realm, but he takes the chance to suck up to the developers. The Union Company's game balance is always perfect, just like everyone says. At that very moment, in a Union Company meeting room, Ji-chan points at a monitor, breaking down the situation. There's a massive obstacle to balancing the war in Kailan right now. If we don't find a solution soon, everything's going to collapse. Inoue carefully repeats it back. You mean the balance that was set before the royal seal was unsealed? He immediately nods in confirmation. Exactly, team leader. Looking at the current situation, the human realm is slowly starting to overwhelm the demon realm. While his colleagues were still completely lost, Ji-chan offers his own analysis. It's not because humanity is stronger, but because they're fighting from an advantageous position. Once the front line gets pushed to a certain point, I think the war will balance itself out. Hearing this, Inoue can't help but raise a doubt. So, what if the player Yan opens the royal seal? Ji-chan then explains everything in detail. When the royal seal is unsealed, one of the dimensional gates will be destroyed. To stop the army of the Holy King, they'd need at least a few lower-tier demon god-class entities to appear. His colleagues listen intently, but they all look worried. According to the plan, in the final wave, each gate will be guarded by a single demon god. The demon realm has absolutely no way to stop the Holy King's army. In other words, our entire long-term plan will be completely ruined. He says it with absolute certainty, mentioning that familiar name. All because of one single player. Yan, Inoue is so furious, his hand unconsciously clenches into a fist. Isn't there any way to solve this? If anyone has an idea, speak up now. Ji-chan immediately speaks. I believe there's only one way to handle the current situation. The scene shifts to the demon realm, where the entire city is deep in slumber. Jia-han appears once again in a grand display of lightning. She bows her head slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of sadness as she stands there, scratching her head. A second later, she bursts out laughing, having figured it all out. So that's how it is. That bastard Yan, no wonder he's always acting so high and mighty. Jia-han scoffs at her opponent. He's decked out in top-tier anti-demon gear. The only thing he's good at is relying on items. He probably thinks having good gear makes him a pro. Her eyes narrow, then ignite with the fires of vengeance. Don't think you're the only one with the money to buy that stuff. Fine. If you can do it, so can I. The moment she finishes speaking, Jia-han spends a fortune buying a full set of high-end equipment. After it was done, she screamed out in frustration. Even if you hide at the very ends of hell, I will hunt you down. The scene shifts to the rooftop of the Federation Company. Right now, Jay-chan and Yui Huan are talking, with Jay-chan leaning back, looking totally defeated. You idiot! I told you to do the mission, not cause more trouble. Ji-chan immediately defends himself. What? I just followed orders and reported back, that's all. He repeats his brilliant idea with an incredibly confident look on his face. Use the system's authority to send a prophecy to the Demon King's temple. It's the best solution, as everyone agreed. Yui Huan agrees, but his expression shows he's not thrilled about it. Yes, Kailan is run by an AI in a world where the system controls everything. But we have to avoid direct intervention or creating entities ourselves. He poses a hypothetical. If an admin interferes in Kailan, a virtual world promised to be more real than reality. The feeling of immersion will be shattered, and the complaints will come flooding in. But Ji-chan remains stubborn. I'm right, so we'll intervene in a suitable way through a prophecy. He paints his own perfect scenario, a prophecy sent to the Demon King's temple, to force even the neutral demon lords to finally join the war. The more Ji-chan talks, the more confident he sounds. That way, the mid-tier demons and demon kings who are sitting on the sidelines will be forced to join the dimensional war. Once Yui Huan understood the logic, he started to get on board. In that case, even if the gods summon their armies, the demon faction won't be so easily steamrolled. You've really thought this through, haven't you? Ji-chan laughs, pleased with himself. I didn't want this massive world event to end so pointlessly. You can't let a party this epic just die out so quickly. With that, he brings up two familiar names. But it seems you still don't have a solution for Yan and the Dragon Pearl, do you? Or are you just a fan who doesn't want to mess with him? Ji-chan immediately gets defensive. I keep my work and personal interests completely separate, you know. The Yan situation is beyond our control. He waves his hand, leaving it all up to the players. Unless a player is abusing a bug, admins should not intervene directly. Right now, Everything depends on how the NPC, Holy Dragon X Kaido, decides to act. They both recall a question a colleague had asked earlier, but we can't even interfere with that. Whether or not Kaido recognizes the Dragon Pearl's owner is a part of the main scenario. It can't be changed. Yui Huan cried out helplessly, thinking of the bleak future ahead. In other words, all we can do is hope for the best, and because of that, we have to work overtime again. Dai Trang forced a smile and added a few more words. It'll be the same as always when this project ends. Back on the battlefield, Jahan let out a powerful war cry. Ha! This time, she easily dodged her opponent's blow. Jahan confidently declared, "You idiot. You think fancy gear can replace real skill? Today, I'll show you what true talent looks like." Yan Jin was surprised by her fighting spirit. "You dare attack? Right after respawning?" His mind was racing. "I can't believe she tracked me down this fast. That heavenly scent skill is pretty useful, huh?" With that thought, he swung his weapon straight at her. "All right then, show me what you've got." But every single one of his attacks was useless. Yan Jin analyzed the situation. Looks like she's equipped with some serious anti-demon penetration gear. The damage this time was much clearer than before. He mocked Jahan, "You really suck at using your items." At the same time, Yan Jin thrust his spear towards her. And just like that, Jahan was critically injured. Her mind reeled in shock. What? How did he hit me when I'm moving this fast? But she refused to accept reality and charged forward again. That was just luck. Yan Jin, with one simple move, completely blocked her attack. Too slow. Jahan was mercilessly knocked back, shouting in anger. What the hell was that? He continued his assault, coordinating perfectly with his spirits. "I've already seen all your moves. You're fast, sure, but that's it. Your attacks and your movements are way too predictable." A sickening squelch echoed as fresh blood splattered everywhere. The end of the fight was drawing near. With skills like this, what's the point of a speed buff? Yan Jin pulled her in close and whispered in her ear. "You can't even control your own movements in front of me." Jahan roared in fury. "You arrogant bastard." Instantly, a world-shaking explosion erupted, sending out a shockwave so powerful it distorted the very space around them. While Jahan was still reeling, Yan Jin's voice cut through the chaos. "Oh, and one more thing. You said my strength only comes from my equipment, right?" Yan Jin gloated as he taught her a little lesson. "Gear is a part of your skill too." "You idiot," he declared as a storm of lightning bolts rushed towards her. "You're nowhere near my level." By the time Jahan realized it, it was too late. Equipment is a part of your skill. A second later, she was heavily wounded, her agonizing scream echoing across the battlefield. After respawning somewhere else, Jahan stomped her foot on the ground in pure frustration. "That bastard! How dare he say my control is lacking? Gear is skill. What an arrogant jerk." Jahan's head throbbed as she tried to understand, but she just couldn't. Calm down, think it through. She had to admit, beating Yan Jin in a one-on-one fight right now was nearly impossible. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she remembered her duty. "But I have a responsibility to lead the demon world to victory in this faction war." As she was lost in thought, a familiar scent wafted through the air. "He's nearby." Jahan went on a rampage, slaughtering other players. "First, I'll hunt as much prey as I can." Yan Jin's footsteps suddenly stopped. "What?" He looked annoyed at having to constantly run into Jahan. "It's you again. Aren't you tired of losing after 3 straight matches?" She immediately shot back. "No, I'm not here for you." Though she hated to say it, Jahan had to admit the truth. "After failing 3 times, I finally get it. Unfortunately, I can't beat you in a fair duel." He was stunned to hear her say that. Being so blunt, that's a little unexpected. She reminded him with a sharp tone, "But this is a faction war, not just your personal fight. Jahan could just choose to target weaker players. There's plenty of easy prey for me to hunt. The more masters I take down, the closer I get to victory for the demon world." Yan Jin smirked, taking the chance to provoke her. "Fighting to win the war, not to beat me? How touching." Then he pointed his spear right at Jahan. "But you think I'm just going to stand by and watch? If we want to win this faction war, we both have to fight, right?" She stubbornly insisted that what she was doing was absolutely the right call. "But keeping you tied up here benefits the demon world. And have you forgotten? I can track you anywhere thanks to my heavenly scent." As Jahan spoke her next words, the two of them charged at each other without a signal. "So I'll always know when you're coming after me." The scene shifts to a city on the demon world's side. Looking at the aftermath of that last fight, you could tell Jahan had barely escaped with her life. She collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. "If I had used that teleport stone even a second later, I would have died for the 4th time." But then, Jahan started laughing with glee. "Now what, huh? Yan Jin, the portal to the demon world is closed. You can't follow me here." Her laughter grew louder as she pictured Yan Jin just standing there, helpless. "You'll never kill me again." He looked towards where Jahan had vanished and called out, "You're just gonna run away like that? But what's the use?" Yanjin's next words sent a chill down her spine. "Here's a little secret. I can open a gate to the demon world. And you had no idea." Jaina stared at the portal, sweat pouring down her face. "You? What did you say?" A second later, he appeared in the demon city, a predatory look on his face. "And just where do you think you're going?" Jaina backed away in terror, but Jinwoo just raised his spear, with absolutely no intention of letting her escape. "No. What do you mean? Get over here, I'll end you myself." She was so terrified she couldn't even think straight. How did he get into the demon realm? Wait, shouldn't he be leading the human forces right now? In Jaina's eyes, he was a real demon. To go this far just to hunt down one person? Without another word, Jinwoo launched his spear straight at her. Jaina was in too much pain to even speak, silently cursing him in her head. A total psycho. He then stepped forward, arrogantly placing his foot right on top of her. "Jaina, there's something you still don't get about me," Jinwoo declared, his voice low. "I grew with this game more than you could possibly imagine." The scene suddenly changes. A new voice rings out. The Tide War, which seemed like it would go on forever, has now officially entered its final week. Lucia takes the chance to wave hello to the audience. Right now, both the human and demon factions are still locked in a brutal, bitter struggle. The two hosts kicked off the news with creative flair. Speaking of which, haven't there been some recent shifts in the war? That's right, and it's brought the conflict to a total stalemate. Hen was giving a report from the war zone. The reason for the stalemate? Simple. The two strongest players, Yan and Yahan, had both vanished from the battlefield. Without their top two fighters, neither side could gain an edge. Were they just planning to sit this out? Huni couldn't help but wonder out loud. "Hey, what's Yan doing? I haven't seen him at all." Duhun wasn't sure, but he offered his best guess. "There's only one reason we can fight without fearing Yahan. Yan must be keeping him busy in the demon world." The scene snaps back to that very place. Jia Chan is running for her life, cursing a blue streak. "You bastard! How long are you going to keep hunting me down?" Behind her, Jin Xung is in hot pursuit. "Who knows? Maybe I'll play with you until this whole war is over." She was terrified. So terrified she wished she could just log out of the game for good. "You're insane. Have you lost your mind? This is the 6th time." Just as the words left her mouth, his spear plunged through her heart. Blood sprayed everywhere. Jia Chan respawned in another part of the city. She immediately and frantically looked around. "He's not here, right?" Suddenly, Jin Sung's voice echoed from a distance. "Sorry to disappoint you." Jia Chan's eyes widened, a murderous aura flaring around her, enough to scare anyone else to death. "I was waiting for you to come back. But hey, if you want to run, go ahead." Jia Chan waved her hands, begging. "Wait, hold on a second." But he just kept walking forward. What is there to wait for? He smirked, teasing her a bit. "Oh, you want to write a will? Fine. I'll wait." Inside, Jia Chan was panicking. "I've died 6 times. My level dropped by 2. One more death and I lose everything," she pleaded with Jin Xung. "Can we please just stop here? The war is only going to last a few more days anyway." Jia Chan tried to negotiate. "You don't want to be stuck here forever either, right? How about we pause this pointless fight until the war ends?" She pressed him, her voice tense. "You want to be the hero who ends the war too, don't you?" Jin Xung put a hand on his chin, thinking for a moment. "True. Going back to the battlefield is better than fighting you here. All things considered, it's the best choice." Hearing that, Jia Chan breathed a sigh of relief. "Smart decision. If we go back, I promise I won't mess with you again." The moment she finished speaking, his spear was at her neck. Jin Xung gave her a bright smile, then dropped a bombshell. "But you still seem a little hesitant, so I'll just kill you one more time to be sure. This might sting a little." Jia Chan's face went pale with fear as she let out a blood-curdling scream. "No!" A moment later, she was huddled in a corner, looking like she'd just been completely robbed. After stripping her of her gear, Jin Xung left, satisfied. Taught her a lesson. She probably won't dare return to the battlefield now. Had to get rid of that hairstyle to snap her out of it. Not much time before the gate opens. Gotta use a high-grade teleport stone. In a flash, he was back in the human world. "While I was hunting Jia Chan, I managed to gather some intel on the war." Jin Xung carefully observed everything through a system screen. As the war neared its end, the fighting grew fiercer. Players from both sides, who had been quiet while he and Jia Chan were gone, were now pouring onto the battlefield. He suddenly remembered a previous announcement from the developers, and on top of that, they just announced a new system. Special titles for those with outstanding achievements. Its purpose? To push the player's competitive spirit to the absolute limit. Jin Xung's eyes went wide when he saw the name on the screen. The title for first place on the human side was awesome. Guardian of the Dimension, along with a ton of other amazing stat bonuses. The next day, while walking around the game's hub, he saw a crowd gathered. The community was buzzing about the new rewards. Most thought the options were pretty mediocre. Suddenly, a sly grin spread across Jin Xung's face as a plan began to form. But, if you know how to use options 1 and 3 of that title, your combat power will spike to unbelievable levels. And if I'm the only one who realizes it, even better. His poor companion, Kaka, looked on helplessly. Oh no, the master is scheming again. He opened his system window, checking his stats. Right now, my contribution rank is only 1,220. I wasted way too much time. To get to the number 1 spot, he'd have to start grinding. Hard. Kaka leaned in close to Jin Xung's ear and whispered, "So what's the plan now, Master? Are you going to rejoin your allies on the human side?" Jin Xung immediately shot that down. Nope. Huh? Why not? He began to explain patiently. Because of the contribution sharing system. If I get a huge score in a battle, Jin Xung imagined the worst-case scenario. The points would be split evenly among everyone who participated. If I had more points to spare, maybe I'd consider it. He clenched his fist, making a declaration. But there's no time for that now. I have to fight alone. Since I took Jia Chan out of the fight, everyone else should be fine without me for a bit. Just as he was talking, his 2 closest comrades appeared. Jin Xung's face lit up. Oh, there you guys are. My loyal subordinates, Kai and Van. Kai didn't hold back, questioning him directly. You abandoned us, Master, and now you're talking so casually. Are you planning to play the hero protecting the weak again? Jin Xung shook his head, denying it repeatedly. No, this time is different. Then he announced his next move, shocking Kai to his core. From now on, we're going to shake up the front lines. Kai immediately got excited. Finally, an order I actually like. It's been a while since I've had a real fight. But Jin Xung's next words stopped him cold. In today's battle, and tomorrow's, you will stick close to me and protect me. Understood? Fearing Kai didn't get it, he kindly demonstrated. In other words, you're my shield, Kai. Kai yelled out. Are you kidding me? That just makes the fight even more boring. Why, Master? You can survive without me, so why this order? Jin Xung calmly replied, this way, I can focus on fighting more efficiently. With that, he summoned a brand new piece of armor. I knew you wouldn't like it, so I prepared a special reward for you. Kai took it, his face filled with absolute shock. This is it. Where did you get this? Jin Xung let out a triumphant laugh. That's not important. So, are you more interested now? Kai was so flustered he could barely speak. Yeah, of course. But Kai had no idea about his master's secret. Thanks to Jia Chan, I got some really good stuff for free. Jin Xung got close, acting friendly. If you follow my orders until the end, I'll give it to you. Deal. Kai shyly agreed. All right, Master. I'll protect you with my life. He then turned to his companion beside him. Jihan, you too. I'm counting on you. After a bit of back and forth, the group of 3 finally set out. All right, to make up for lost time, let's go shake up the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lucia suddenly looked completely baffled. Yes, she announced excitedly to all the players. It's Ian. After being gone for so long, Ian had finally reappeared in the Tide War. But this time was different. He brought his own troops, charging straight for the front lines completely on his own. Du-hoon was sharp and quickly realized Jinwoo's plan. Ah, now I see what he's up to. Yeah, leave the rear to us. You just focus on racking up achievements. Instantly, Jinwoo yelled out orders to his 2 comrades. Jihan, Kaiser, wipe out the front lines. The other players immediately grouped up, trying to form a defense. Why did Ian suddenly show up? Where's Jaina? We have to stop him from reaching the front at all costs. Over on this side, the 2 of them were still charging forward like a storm. A moment later, they smashed into the front lines, causing absolute chaos. From the back, Jinwoo cheered them on. Yes, wipe them all out. That Tide Guardian title will definitely be mine. At the same time, in the darkest corner of the game, a mysterious figure appeared. Lukather sat alone at a round table, muttering to himself. Has the prophecy finally come true? From the flickering candlelight, a deep voice answered. Is that so? Lukather sat at the head of the table and questioned the figure. Mahan. Is it true that a prophecy has been given? The man bowed his head solemnly. Yes, Lord Lukather. Mahandu recounted the entire story for everyone to hear, aid the demons in their destruction, and open a path for the demon race to invade the human world. That is the content of the prophecy. Lukather rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, the demon god delivering a prophecy directly to us. To the demon lords, this is completely unprecedented. Lee, sitting beside him, calmly offered a suggestion. Regardless, once a prophecy is given, we cannot simply ignore it. He showed no sign of hesitation. Perhaps we don't need to act personally, but we must at least deploy our demon lord class forces. With that, Lukather closed his eyes, concentrating. This is a pain. Right now, Mahan still needs more time to get stronger. If we mobilize Demon Lord level forces, we'll definitely clash with the strongest powers of the human realm. But a prophecy is absolute. We have no choice but to obey. A second later, he held out his hand. Mahan, listen carefully. Lukather began entrusting him with a heavy responsibility. I grant you the authority to command 5 demon lords below rank O. Mobilize them and their forces to fulfill the prophecy. The man immediately bowed with deep respect. I will carry out your command at once. Mahandu then left, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Finally, the invasion of the human world that I've waited for is right before my eyes. He stepped outside and began to summon his soldiers. Awaken, my knights of war. The battle against the human world has officially begun. Back with Jaina, she suddenly received a flood of notifications. Emergency quest. The Demon Lord's army has been activated. This quest cannot be refused. From now until the end of the Tide War, all players on the demon's side receive the exact same message. You must obey the Demon Lord's commands absolutely. Back on the human front, Jin Woo's group was still grinding for points. He took down enemies one by one, racking up more achievements. And yet, a feeling of unease lingered in Jin Woo's heart. Today is the last day of the Tide War, and I'm still stuck at rank 9. If I grind nonstop and make no mistakes, I might just be able to claw my way to first place. He turned to check behind him. His 2 allies were guarding the area around him with extreme prejudice. Jin Woo felt incredibly confident, completely protected from both the front and the back. Paji was holding the weaker flank, while Puji provided support. Saria was constantly healing, making their defensive line nearly unbreakable before the war's end. But there was one thing that still bothered him. It's a shame I couldn't awaken the Abyssal Dragon God before the final day. Even Puji was contributing a ton thanks to his wide area healing skill. Just then, a storm of demon attacks rained down, filling the entire sky. All their attacks are focusing on our guild. I reinforced our ranks by sending Jihan over. He's not as fast as Kaiser, but his crowd control is way better. Everything will be fine, Jinwoo thought, then immediately gave him an order. Jihan, from now on, protect the guild. He glanced around, silently judging everyone's performance. They were doing better than expected, well, with one exception. That being Kaka, Jinwoo cried out in frustration. Except for this guy. He's only contributing like 0.1%. With no other choice, he had to keep the little guy with him. Stay close to me, and don't do anything reckless. But Kaka just struggled nonstop. Let me go, master, just one more hit and I'll win. I only ran because I was surprised, not because it hurt. Jinwoo looked at its frustrated face. Well, at least there was one move that could salvage the situation. Its wide area skill is pretty strong, so I'll save it for a real emergency. He stepped back, watching his comrades tear through the front lines. Everything was going according to plan. If things keep going this smoothly, I was about to lock in first place and win this whole dimension war. Easy. But Jin Xung still had this gut feeling, like things were going way too smoothly. Too perfectly. Could the final day of the war really end this quietly? I don't think so. Suddenly, Kaka's eyes went wide in pure shock. He points forward, stammering out a warning. Master, this is bad. Jin Xung is confused. What's wrong? What's with the sudden panic? Kaka hides behind him, shaking uncontrollably. We have to get out of here. Now, over there, that thing. Even my powers can't begin to measure it, and as he struggles to get the words out, the very ground beneath them cracks into 100 pieces. A terrifying wave of demonic energy is rushing toward them. Just like he said, in the distance, a colossal mass of dark power blankets the entire area. Jin Xung immediately goes on high alert. This is a guy who faced down top-tier monsters like the Balor without flinching, but now, even he's trembling. This is a seriously bad sign. He quickly hops onto his summoned beast to retreat and get a better look. By the time he, Hallie, and Kaka reached the edge of a cliff, the demonic aura had spread even wider. Jin Xung watches for a moment. A massive surge of energy is erupting from that direction. CACA nervously voices his theory, I think. Another space gate is about to open. Jin Xung's heart drops. A space gate? You mean something from the demon realm is coming through? CACA nods grimly. Exactly. And whatever it is, it's going to be on a completely different level from anything we've ever faced. Suddenly, Saisi screams out, breaking into a cold sweat. He thinks a demon king himself might actually show up. And you know what? Jin Xung figures that makes perfect sense. Of course, a massive world event like this can't just end with a whimper. Looks like they're setting up for a spectacular grand finale. They always pull stunts like this. He glances at the Holy War Bible in his hand, thinking he could use it if he really had to. But still, Jin Xung wants to play it safe. First things first, he needs to secure that #1 rank. Besides, whatever shows up, he's confident he can handle it. The real cheat skills are always saved for the very end. All of a sudden, Kaka shouts, pointing up at the sky, "Master, look!" Jin Xung whips his head around, and his face instantly goes pale. It's already starting? A series of portals begin tearing open, signaling that all hell is about to break loose. Jin Xung's hands clench into fists. He stares, wide-eyed, speechless. Okay, no more joking around. This is serious. The second he finishes that thought, a horde of high-level monsters materializes right in front of him. Unbelievable. Are they seriously making us fight 5 BALORS at once? Perched on the shoulder of the largest one, Jia Chan laughs triumphantly. Yan, are you watching? I have returned. A few moments earlier, as she knelt awaiting her sentence, the Demon King Mahamyu had granted her one more chance. A mission for the Demon King's army was given to all players of the demon race. Jia Chan's eyes filled with shock. As Mahamyu's direct subordinate, she received a special quest. Her mission: return to the battlefield. She now stands as the commander leading the BALORS and the entire Demon Legion into battle. Jia Chan glares at Jin Xung with pure hatred. Yan, I may have lost you before, but this time, victory belongs to me and the demon race. With that, she points her sword forward. By the authority of the Demon King Mahamyu, I command you. Entire demon army, annihilate every enemy in your sight. In an instant, they charge forward like a tidal wave. She keeps screaming, hyping up the monsters. The BALOR, the most powerful of monsters, are on our side now. Forward, bring victory to the demon race. The moment the demon faction players saw their reinforcements, their morale exploded. The BALOR and the elite demon army of the underworld, this time, victory is ours. All right, let's go. Fio Lun looks up at the sky, completely stunned. No way. Is that a BALOR? Du Hun is just as shocked. Only a handful of players have ever even encountered one of these high-level monsters, and now 5 of them have appeared at once. Huni is so shocked, his jaw is on the floor. Can we even beat them in time? Jimer, who was in the middle of a fight, has to stop. He can't believe a BALOR showed up here. Levia says nothing, just silently watching them. Jia Chan charges forward aggressively. BALOR, crush those insects. The players on the human side start screaming in terror, and right after that, a world-shattering explosion erupts, looking like it's about to tear space itself apart. A system notification pops up. The BALOR's unique skill, Seismic Wave, has been activated. Players everywhere are knocked to the ground. How are we supposed to fight these things? The mechanical voice rings out again. You have entered a state of fear. You cannot attack the BALOR. It swings its arm, and a violent blaze of fire erupts from the ground. Pathetic humans, burn to ashes in the flames of hell. One player shouts out a quick strategy. We can't get close. Focus all long-range firepower on them now. But it's useless. Every single attack is just swallowed by the flames. Jin Xung stares, completely floored. What the hell is that? He cries out in disbelief. The demon realm just unleashed its strongest forces. Kaka looks at the hopeless situation, his voice filled with worry. What do we do now, Commander? Jin Xung just smiles and says something cryptic. What else can we do? He locks his gaze on the monsters, his eyes burning with determination, and makes a simple declaration. We just have to win. And that's where the video ends for today. So that was a summary of the latest chapter. If you guys have any thoughts, definitely drop them in the comments down below, and don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. For now, take care, and I'll see you in the next one.